On a spider web in the forest of beasts, a white spider has just devoured its dinner. But within its body lies the soul of college entrance exam candidate Jiang Yuan, experiencing a second life. In his previous life, the man contracted a weak sika deer, and after the game descended into reality, he was besieged and eaten by monsters. Now, reborn, the man unexpectedly returned to the time before the game arrived a month earlier, but he has become an E-rank white spider at the bottom of the food chain. Without skills or talent, evolution is a distant dream. The most fatal question is, who would contract an insignificant spider? The man has almost foreseen that when the game comes, his fate will be the same as in his previous life, being eaten alive as food. Just when he was completely desperate, a mechanical prompt exploded in his mind. Ding. Contract request detected. Accept. On the verge of life and death, the man shouted without hesitation. Accept. The next moment, the contract was successfully bound. The bound object. Space Greymon. The twin systems awakened instantly, not only synchronizing the contractor's perception, but also allowing them to peek into future game forms. What's even more terrifying is that the man discovered a shocking secret. The gold that the contractor Kryptonian can be converted into the evolutionary energy of the man himself. Space Greymon. The name sounded like the work of a middle school rich woman. But before the man could finish his rant, the system notification came with a critical strike. 100,000 Krypton gold received. Evolution points plus 1,000. The man was stunned. The next moment, golden light exploded, the spider's body expanded dramatically, and the skill Heavenly Dragnet was unlocked. From an ignored E-rank scum to a hunter as big as a basin, the man used only one move to make the rich woman top up. Finally, I have a skill. A hint of excitement flashed in Jiang Yuan's eyes. He raised his head and looked up at the sky, his eyes slightly condensed. In the sky, a bird, roughly the size of a human arm, was slowly circling. Let's try it first, Jiang Yuan said. His lips curled up slightly, and a spider web suddenly erupted from his mouth. Chirp! Before the bird could even struggle, it was caught in the web and fell to the ground. So strong. Jiang Yuan was stunned, a look of surprise on his face. When Jiang Yuan first crossed over to this world, he had tried his skills, but the spider silk could only catch frogs at most. He didn't expect that this time he could capture such a large prey so easily. Jiang Yuan knew full well that this wasn't his limit. Chi-chi. Jiang Yuan couldn't help but murmur after trying out the skill. While the skill was powerful, Jiang Yuan could still feel the strain on his body. His level was still too low, and his spiritual energy was very weak. Let's have a good meal first. Jiang Yuan shook his head, spitting out spider silk again, and inching closer to the bird. While devouring his prey, Jiang Yuan began to observe the changes in himself. Host. Jiang Yuan. Type. Bloodthirsty spider. Level. E. Active talent. Dragnet. Passive talent. None. Evolution points. 901 out of 300. After looking at the attribute panel, Jiang Yuan discovered that his type had changed, which was obviously due to the increase in level. Jiang Yuan said, I didn't expect that after the host spent money this time, there would still be 900 evolution points left. An evolution only requires 300 points. Jiang Yuan was concentrating on checking the attribute panel when a system prompt suddenly rang in his mind. Evolution points have met the evolution requirements. Host, would you like to start the evolution? Cry. A sudden cry resounded through the forest like thunder. Jiang Yuan turned around abruptly and saw a giant golden eagle with a wingspan of 2 meters swooping down like lightning. It's targeting me. The sharp gaze pierced Jiang Yuan's defense like an arrow, making the hair all over Jiang Yuan's body almost explode. Jiang Yuan could clearly sense that this golden-beaked eagle posed a deadly threat. This was definitely not something Jiang Yuan could contend with right now. Race. Golden-beaked eagle. Level. D. Active talents. Cry. Sharp claws. Passive talents. None. D-level monster. A deep fear flashed across Jiang Yuan's eyes, and he immediately retreated towards his nest. Although D-level monsters are not considered powerful in the record of 10,000 beasts, after all, there are 4 levels above them: C, B, A, and S. But as of now, Jiang Yuan has not even reached the D level, let alone fight against it. Of course, rank doesn't completely represent strength. It also depends on race and bloodline. But no matter how you look at it, Jiang Yuan is no match for this golden-beaked eagle. Jiang Yuan didn't want to be interrupted by such a being just as he was about to evolve. But even D-rank beasts don't have passive talents. After returning to the nest, Jiang Yuan glanced at the talent column on the panel with a hint of regret. Jiang Yuan had originally imagined that he would be able to obtain talents once he reached rank D. Now, it seems that it's not that easy. Every time the host levels up, there is a chance to gain active and passive talents. The system seemed to sense Jiang Yuan's thoughts and responded immediately. I see. Jiang Yuan nodded gently, his gaze fixed on the retreating golden-beaked eagle. For some reason, Jiang Yuan suddenly had a bold idea. If he could devour this golden-beaked eagle, perhaps he could evolve directly. But with his current strength, it was simply a fantasy to want to do this. For now, he had to focus on improving his own strength. Jiang Yuan didn't come back to his senses until the golden-beaked eagle completely disappeared from his sight. Jiang Yuan looked around, and, after making sure the surroundings were safe, he immediately said, "System, I want to evolve." As the one who knows best that the game will become reality, Jiang Yuan desires a breakthrough in strength more than anyone else. Evolving for the host. Snap. As the system's voice fell, a familiar energy once again swept through Jiang Yuan's body, and Jiang Yuan's body rapidly increased in size. With experience, Jiang Yuan quickly broke free from his old shell. After 2 evolutionary stages, Jiang Yuan's body has grown to the size of a small television. Furthermore, Jiang Yuan's originally snow-white shell has become much harder, with rows of fur standing upright, giving it the appearance of being covered in armor from a distance. Jiang Yuan fiddled with the fur, feeling it was incredibly hard and sharp at the tips. Clearly, his defense had been significantly improved. Congratulations to the host for successfully evolving and obtaining the active talent. Venom Splash can spray highly toxic liquid from the mouth, causing damage to monsters. It seems I can try to hunt some low-level monsters. Jiang Yuan couldn't help but get excited when he saw the 2 new active talents on the panel. In this forest, a D-rank golden-beaked eagle can hunt freely, which means there are no particularly strong beasts here. With Jiang Yuan's current strength, he can definitely start hunting in this area. With this thought in mind, Jiang Yuan spit out a spider silk thread and slowly descended to the ground. After all, in the forest, the prey in the air is limited, and in comparison, there are more prey on the ground. Meanwhile, on Blue Star, Su Ming lazily lounging in bed, casually scrolling through Tigerfish Live. She seemed restless, shifting constantly, the scenery beneath her knee-length skirt looming. Why can't other people's exotic beasts communicate like Little Spider? Su Ming frowned slightly after watching several live broadcasts of Record of 10,000 Beasts. Su Ming discovered a very strange point. No matter which anchor, no matter how much Krypton gold they spent, their exotic beasts seemed unable to communicate with him. It seems that only Little Spider can communicate with me. After tilting his head and thinking for a long time, Su Ming suddenly came up with a bold guess. As soon as this thought came to her mind, Su Ming froze completely. Her body, which had been twisting lazily, suddenly became tense. No way. Suspicion spread quickly. Su Ming quickly picked up the tablet and logged into the Record of 10,000 Beasts. The next moment, a faint smile appeared on Su Ming's face, and a faint dimple appeared on his cheek. Jiang Yuan said, "Godfather, thank you for your support and for saving my life." Su Ming said, "This is what the little spider said to me. Can it really communicate with me?" Su Ming muttered softly. The smile on her face gradually faded, and her little mouth pouted slightly. "But little Juju, I'm not your adoptive father. I'm your mother." While Su Ming was complaining, her beautiful eyes were quickly drawn to the evolved Jiang Yuan on the screen. "Hey, the evolved little spider seems to have grown a little bigger." Su Ming murmured softly, her gaze fixed on the snow-white spider body, her eyes full of love. "It's so white, so cute." Looking at Jiang Yuan, Su Ming's expression softened, as if her eyes were filled with anticipation. "I really want to see what little spider will look like when she grows up. Will she be as cute as she is now?" However, the next second, Su Ming suddenly noticed that Jiang Yuan on the screen seemed to be preparing to move out, with his little hand supporting his cheek and his brows slightly raised. "It's so late, little spider still wants to go hunting?" Su Ming's voice was low, with a hint of heartache in her tone. "How about a little more Krypton?" At the same time, in the world of Record of 10,000 Beasts, quack. Just a few minutes after landing on the ground, Jiang Yuan encountered a frog. Although frog wasn't even considered entry-level in the exotic beast system, Jiang Yuan knew that at this stage, any additional experience would be valuable. Even if there's no strong one, having more is still an advantage. Jiang Yuan's mind raced, and without hesitation, he unleashed a web, easily capturing the frog. "Go!" Jiang Yuan approached, ready to devour it, when he suddenly felt a faint sense of danger creeping up from behind him. Instinctively, Jiang Yuan tensed up and turned around. The source of the danger was behind a large tree. Hiss! With a sound, a massive centipede slowly crawled out from behind the tree. The centipede was as thick as an adult's arm, its back covered in black scales. Its body, with distinct segments and densely packed toes, squirmed on the ground, making one's scalp tingle. It raised its tentacles and slowly approached the source of the river. Race: venomous centipede. Level: E+. Active talents: giant jaws, poison hook. Passive talents: none. The panel that appeared made Jiang Yuan's eyes instantly solemn. This was an opponent on the same level as Jiang Yuan. The next moment, the centipede's speed suddenly increased, and it opened its sharp jaws and pounced. Humph! Jiang Yuan snorted and immediately raised his forelimbs to meet the attack. Bang! The huge impact made Jiang Yuan retreat several steps. Jiang Yuan stared at the poison-tempered centipede intently, and a bloodthirsty light appeared in his scarlet eyes. Snap! Jiang Yuan didn't hesitate, biting down on the poisonous centipede's forehead. However, this bite surprised Jiang Yuan. His fangs failed to penetrate the thick shell, instead sparking a burst of fire. Hiss! The poison-tipped centipede made a mocking sound, half smiling, and swooped down again. Bang! Jiang Yuan quickly spit out a spider web in an attempt to subdue the enemy. At this extremely close distance, the venomous centipede tried to dodge, but was still trapped in the spider web. But just as Jiang Yuan was about to spray venom to finish it off, something unexpected happened. The spider web, struggling with the venomous centipede, only lasted a few seconds before being torn apart. The opponent was incredibly fast, having escaped the battle circle in a matter of seconds, retreating 10 meters away. Hiss! The poison-tipped centipede stared down at Jiang Yuan, as if waiting for its next opportunity. It's indeed an E+ level beast. Jiang Yuan took a deep breath, his expression solemn. The venom-infused centipede was too fast, and without the web to restrain it, it would be extremely difficult to hit it with venom. Furthermore, frequent use of venom skills would be extremely taxing on Jiang Yuan's body. Looks like I'll have to rely on direct injection with my fangs. With this thought, Jiang Yuan quickly formulated a response strategy. Hiss! The poison-tipped centipede attacked again, twisting its body like a curved steel whip as it pounced on Jiang Yuan. Jiang Yuan had no doubt that if it bit him, the consequences would be disastrous. At the critical moment, Jiang Yuan suddenly leaped up, narrowly avoiding the fatal blow. Bang! The centipede's huge body slammed into the tree behind it, shaking the trunk violently and causing leaves to fall. Jiang Yuan seized the opportunity to unleash another web. While the poisonous centipede was entangled in the silk, Jiang Yuan leaped onto its back, pinning it down with his forelimbs. Hiss! The centipede showed no sign of panic. Instead, it began to curl up, trying to wrap itself around Jiang Yuan. Humph! Jiang Yuan snorted coldly, and when it curled up to expose its belly, he opened his mouth and bit down. The fangs pierced precisely. Take advantage of its weakness to kill it. The intense pain made the poison-tipped centipede struggle frantically, its body curling up violently, trying to wrap itself around Jiang Yuan in one fell swoop. Jiang Yuan's expression froze, and he quickly leaped back, avoiding the deadly entanglement. He no longer engaged the attack head-on, but instead continuously spitted out spider silk, leaping between branches to pull himself away from the attack. Jiang Yuan knew the centipede was poisoned. If he could just buy time, victory was within his grasp. A few seconds later, hiss! The centipede's movement slowed, and it finally collapsed to the ground, its body twitching only slightly. Huh! Jiang Yuan's eyes were sharp as blades, but he still didn't move forward. Jiang Yuan knew that exotic beasts were far more cunning than ordinary beasts, and approaching them rashly might lead to a counterattack. As expected, just as Jiang Yuan stood still, the poison-tipped centipede suddenly sprang up and lunged forward. Humph! A dying counterattack. Jiang Yuan sneered, pressing down with his foot, precisely controlling its body. Seeing it still trying to fight back, Jiang Yuan didn't dodge this time. He bit down with his fangs. With a deep injection of venom, the poisonous centipede finally fell to the ground silently, completely losing its life. Jiang Yuan calmly waited a moment, ensuring it was completely dead, before releasing his grip. He then wrapped the poisonous centipede in frog and spider silk and dragged them back to their nest. Hunting outdoors meant they could be disturbed at any time, so Jiang Yuan preferred to return to a safer area to eat. Ding! The host devoured the frog and gained 1 evolution point. Ding! The host devoured the E+ level monster, poisonous armored centipede, and gained 100 evolution points. Ding! The contractor, Space Greymon, has contributed 200,000 gold to you, which is being converted into 2,000 evolution points. Ding! The evolution points have met the evolution requirements. Would you like to start the evolution? The system's continuous notifications left Jiang Yuan frozen in place, unable to recover for a long time. After a few breaths, Jiang Yuan muttered, "Fuck. Godfather, are you serious? From now on, you'll be my adopted parents." Jiang Yuan was deeply moved and immediately used his spider web to write a respectful thank you message on the wall. Afterwards, Jiang Yuan gathered his thoughts and prepared to begin his evolution. Host is evolving. Chapter 4. A Mother's Worry. Is the child a male or a female? With a crisp click, as the system notification sounded, the familiar energy surged through Jiang Yuan's body again. Jiang Yuan's figure rapidly expanded, as if power was exploding within him. Jiang Yuan, who had experience, immediately broke free from his old shell, his movements smooth and swift, as if he was already accustomed to this. This was Jiang Yuan's third evolution, and it gave him an illusion. He was now terrifyingly strong. As expected, this beast was indeed something I had spent money on. Its strength was truly extraordinary. Just as Jiang Yuan was secretly feeling proud, the system notification rang in his ears again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully evolving and gaining the active talent. Evil Spider Eye. Evil Spider Eye can capture souls and disturb the mind, weakening living beings, and even devouring souls to nourish itself. The moment the voice fell, Jiang Yuan felt a warmth in his eyes. When the feeling faded, Jiang Yuan discovered that his originally deep eyes had turned light purple and exuded a sinister aura. Evil Spider Eye, Jiang Yuan muttered softly. Then, the attribute panel appeared before his eyes. Host, Jiang Yuan. Type, Evil Eye Spider, Level, D. Active Talents, Dragnet, Venom Splash, Evil Spider Eye. Passive Talents, None. Evolution Points, 1801/2700. Glancing at the data, Jiang Yuan first looked at the evolution points. The required evolution points were only twice as many as before, which made Jiang Yuan breathe a sigh of relief. It seems that the points required for each level are different, which is actually a good thing. But when Jiang Yuan's eyes fell on the type column, his expression changed instantly. May? How can a grown man have the word May in his name? Jiang Yuan gritted his teeth and snorted coldly. Okay, a seductive look, huh? System, if this talent doesn't work, you just wait. Jiang Yuan jumped down from the nest and landed on the ground with the help of spider silk. After walking a few steps, he suddenly felt a faint sense of threat. Although it was not strong, Jiang Yuan was furious at the moment and simply rushed forward to meet it. Soon, Jiang Yuan found the source of the threat in the bushes. Race, Blue Sky Anaconda. Level, E+. Active Talents, Entanglement, Venomous Fang. The Blue Sky Anaconda also saw Jiang Yuan and immediately raised its upper body, spitting out its tongue and hissing, obviously sensing the danger from Jiang Yuan. But the Blue Sky Anaconda didn't take the initiative to attack, and Jiang Yuan had no intention of letting it go. As Jiang Yuan approached step by step, the Blue Sky Anaconda finally couldn't bear it anymore and suddenly opened its mouth and pounced. As the Blue Sky Anaconda approached, a faint purple light shone from Jiang Yuan's eyes. The Blue Sky Anaconda froze in place, seemingly frozen in place, allowing the venom Jiang Yuan spewed out to penetrate it. With a scream, the E+ level beast quickly died. Jiang Yuan stared at its corpse and sighed. Is this the power of the Evil Spider Eye? Fine, it's all for show. This power is worth it. Jiang Yuan dragged his prey back to the nest, secretly delighted. After all, it had taken quite a bit of effort to deal with the E-rank venomous centipede before, but this time, it was almost an instant kill. The system prompt then sounded. Ding! Host devoured the E+ level exotic beast Azure Sky Anaconda, gaining 100 evolution points. At this rate, even that golden-beaked eagle might not be my match. Looking up at the dense forest under the moonlight, Jiang Yuan felt very happy and decided to take advantage of the night to catch more prey to improve his strength. That night, Jiang Yuan had a good harvest, but most of them were small exotic beasts, with a total evolution point of only about 200. Jiang Yuan knew very well that if he continued like this, when the game came into reality, Jiang Yuan would at most be a D-level monster and would still be a character that was controlled by others. We have to find a way to catch some large exotic beasts. Jiang Yuan lay in the nest, avoiding the sunlight while thinking about countermeasures. But thinking of his adoptive father, the man who had given Jiang Yuan 300,000 krypton, Jiang Yuan hesitated again, wondering if he could continue to let him top up. After all, while rich people have plenty of money, they can't afford to be taken advantage of. Meanwhile, Su Ming woke up early in the morning and couldn't wait to log into the record of myriad beasts. Looking at the evolved Jiang Yuan, Su Ming's eyes lit up, Sure enough, after spending money, the little spider has become stronger. But strangely, Jiang Yuan just lay there in his nest, motionless, and didn't talk to Su Ming. Su Ming tapped the screen a few times, but when Jiang Yuan still didn't respond, she couldn't help but pout. Is it hungry? Su Ming tilted her head and thought about it, but it seemed that she could only pay with Krypton gold and could not feed it directly. However, Su Ming suddenly remembered that recharging in the game would give some props. Holding on a hope, Su Ming opened the event interface and indeed found a number of unclaimed rewards. Without hesitation, she claimed them all. Then, Su Ming dumped everything in her backpack in front of Jiang Yuan. Little spider, you have to grow up quickly. At this moment, Jiang Yuan suddenly opened his eyes, and a strange fragrance filled his nose. When he saw the objects clearly, Jiang Yuan's spirits suddenly lifted. Item: D-level exotic beast meat. Devour to gain 150 evolution points. Item: 1000 silk threads. Increases the hardness and velocity of spider silk. These were almost all treasures, and after consuming them, Jiang Yuan's evolution points would directly advance to the next stage. Did the contractor give them to me? Jiang Yuan knew in his heart that these things were most likely exchanged for money. Jiang Yuan suppressed his excitement and quickly wove a few large characters on the ground with spider silk. Thank you, Godfather. Godfather, you are my adopted parents. From now on, if you tell me to go east, I will never go west. I wish Godfather to be the bridegroom every night. Jiang Yuan blushed at the words he had made up, but he quickly consoled himself by saying, it's not shameful to lick my adoptive father. Then, Jiang Yuan buried his head in the food. When Su Ming saw the words on the spider silk, her face turned red. Why is this little spider like this? But soon, Su Ming was attracted by the way Jiang Yuan ate and couldn't help laughing. Wow, the little spider is so cute, even when eating. Su Ming held her chin and looked at the screen, full of joy. It would be great if I could talk to it too. Su Ming blinked and suddenly remembered a question. I wonder if the little spider is male or female. As she spoke, Su Ming secretly glanced down at Jiang Yuan. Chapter 5. Crisis of Ferocious Beasts appears. After watching for a long time, Su Ming looked away, scratched his head, and exited record of 10,000 beasts with some embarrassment. Then, Su Ming quickly opened Baidu and typed a line of words in the search box. How to distinguish male and female spiders. Soon, a large number of bizarre answers popped up on the page, which immediately piqued Su Ming's interest. Su Ming immediately focused and began to carefully browse the information, reading down one by one. Meanwhile, in the game world of Record of Beasts, Jiang Yuan continued to devour the remains of the exotic beasts. System prompts kept ringing in Jiang Yuan's mind, prompting him to devour more and more vigorously. Ding! The host devoured the remains of a D-rank alien beast, gaining 150 evolution points. Ding! The host absorbed spider silk, increasing the hardness of a single strand of silk. Ding! The host absorbed toxins, increasing its venom ability. As the absorption continued, Jiang Yuan tried to spit out a few strands of spider silk, finding it stickier and more resilient. Even the venom was more potent than before. Jiang Yuan's lips curled up with a hint of satisfaction, clearly having gained quite a bit. Cry! Suddenly, a shrill cry exploded in Jiang Yuan's ears, as if a sharp sword split the sky. Jiang Yuan was startled. A strong sense of danger instantly overwhelmed him, far more intense than the one he had felt before when he was attacked by the poisonous centipede. He immediately stopped swallowing, his body tensed, and he quickly looked in the direction of the sound. Not far away, a 3-meter-tall golden-beaked eagle stood on a tree, its sharp eyes fixed on Jiang Yuan. Jiang Yuan had seen this eagle before, but now it was obviously much larger, its claws already embedded in the tree trunk. Especially the eagle's beak, which shone with a cold light and looked like a knife in the sunlight, made people feel nervous. It was obvious that it had become stronger than last time. Jiang Yuan carefully examined it, finally his gaze landing on its body. The halo around it was clearly the mark of a contracted player. Type: Golden-beaked eagle. Level: D+. Active talents: Fierce feather, feather shooting, steel claw, crying. Passive talents: feather immunity to poison. Jiang Yuan's expression changed slightly after seeing the panel's attributes. The contract's bonus had indeed increased significantly. Is it targeting me? Jiang Yuan subconsciously took a step back, alarm bells ringing in his heart. But strangely, the golden-beaked eagle didn't attack immediately. Jiang Yuan's mind suddenly clicked, and he suddenly understood why. He knew Jiang Yuan was no weakling either, and a rash attack would likely result in both sides being harmed, especially since Jiang Yuan was still in his lair. If a fight really breaks out, it will be very disadvantageous to the golden-beaked eagle. But if that's the case, why did it show up? It's not coming for me. It's trying to force me to leave. Jiang Yuan suddenly realized something, and his eyes turned cold. The eagle's real target was the precious treasures in the nest. The thought of these treasures being converted into evolution points filled Jiang Yuan's heart with anger. Jiang Yuan cherished his life even more, but he was even more unwilling to repeat the fate of failure in his previous life. You want these things? You'll have to pay with your life. Jiang Yuan no longer hesitated and began to rapidly spit out spider silk, constructing a web to seal off the entire nest. The reinforced spider silk was extremely resilient, and even a single strand was not to be underestimated. Half an hour later, the nest was completely covered in spider webs. Jiang Yuan stared coldly at the golden-beaked eagle outside. Ding! The host devoured the kiwi fruit and gained 100 evolution points. Ding! The host devours the remaining flesh of a D+ level alien beast, gaining 200 evolution points. Jiang Yuan devoured the remaining treasures while constantly pondering his response strategy. Although the golden-beaked eagle was of a higher rank and could fly, if he could lure it into the underground space, he might still have a chance of winning. Jiang Yuan stared at the golden-beaked eagle's outstretched wings, his eyes gradually flickering with fighting spirit. Cry! As if realizing that the treasures in the nest were decreasing, the golden-beaked eagle became restless. At that moment, in a tigerfish livestream on Blue Star, a man wearing glasses was staring at his phone screen. The image was the first-person perspective of the golden-beaked eagle in Record of Beasts. My dear family, this white spider is so bold that it actually wants to take all the treasures for itself. What do you think we should do? The barrage of comments instantly responded enthusiastically. Plunder it. Swallow it. Isn't this killing two birds with one stone? I'll pay for this natural treasure. All right, then I'll let it know what the price is now. After that, the host gave the order, and the golden-beaked eagle immediately let out a loud cry and launched its attack. Cry! A deafening cry came from the sky, and the golden-beaked eagle swooped down, aiming directly at Jiang Yuan's nest. Bang! The tree shook violently, cracking the trunk and exposing the nest entrance to the sunlight. The golden-beaked eagle's eyes flashed with excitement when he saw the treasures. Jiang Yuan remained calm and immediately sprayed a strand of reinforced spider silk at its wings. Bang! The silk hit the golden-beaked eagle hard, and blood splattered everywhere. That's quite powerful. Jiang Yuan himself was slightly surprised. You have to remember that this is a D+ level beast. If it were a beast of the same level, it would have been pierced long ago. Cry! The golden-beaked eagle roared in pain. Despite being injured, it still endured the severe pain and flapped its wings to attack. Countless feathers rained down on Jiang Yuan like a torrential rain. Jiang Yuan quickly spun a thread of silk close to the ground, dropping rapidly and cleverly avoiding them. Humph! The moment he landed, Jiang Yuan shot out another strand of silk, accurately hitting the other wing of the golden-beaked eagle. Puff! Another burst of blood sprayed. The golden-beaked eagle's body shook, but it still flew in the air, its eyes full of anger. Cry! It flapped its wings and soared into the air again, transforming into a sharp arrow and swooping straight towards Jiang Yuan. Jiang Yuan's face froze, and he sprayed several spider webs in an attempt to stop it. But the golden-beaked eagle showed no fear. It swung its claws fiercely, instantly ripping several spider webs into pieces. Jiang Yuan, however, remained calm and continued to spin silk, secretly mixing in a few strands of tough spider silk. Screech! The golden-beaked eagle was completely unaware and was scratched again by the hidden spider silk, bleeding profusely. Furious, it continued to approach Jiang Yuan, determined to resolve this problem once and for all. At this moment, the golden-beaked eagle's silhouette grew larger and larger in Jiang Yuan's eyes, moving so fast that Jiang Yuan had no time to dodge. Yet, Jiang Yuan's expression remained incredibly calm, a sneer even playing on his lips. He had been prepared for this attack for a long time. Chapter 6. In-depth communication with my foster father. Haha. Now, let's see how it can escape the golden-beaked eagle's pursuit. In the live broadcast room on the Tigerfish platform, the golden-beaked eagle contractor laughed out loud, as if he had already seen the scene of Jiang Yuan's white spider being torn into pieces. The barrage of comments kept scrolling, and many viewers were discussing Jiang Yuan's unfortunate end and showing off their contracted beasts and resources. Some claimed to have venomous snakes, others claimed to have maxed out their venom levels, and some even began to tease Jiang Yuan about the outrageous nature of the white spider. Indeed, the white spider was only D rank, yet it could withstand even higher-ranked beasts, a truly astonishing sight. Unfortunately, The contract rules were rigid. With only one beast, unless one was exceptionally gifted, one had to spend money to improve their strength. Furthermore, if the beast died, one had to buy eggs and start over from scratch. In the setting of Record of Beasts, exotic beasts, like humans, have only one life. Once dead, they are gone, and there is no resurrection. And right now in the game, a golden-beaked eagle is rapidly approaching with a strong, murderous aura, its target being Jiang Yuan. The air seemed to freeze, filled with murderous intent, but Jiang Yuan stood still, his expression surprisingly calm. Suddenly, a sharp cry pierced the air, and the golden-beaked eagle rushed to within half a meter of Jiang Yuan. Just 1 second later, the golden-beaked eagle could launch a fatal attack. But at this moment, Jiang Yuan raised his head, a playful look in his eyes. 8 lavender eyes stared directly at the golden-beaked eagle. That was the evil spider eye activated. The golden-beaked eagle, which had been charging like an arrow, suddenly paused, its wings trembling, and it almost fell to the ground. Although the golden-beaked eagle quickly resumed its flight, fear was still visible in its eyes. Because at that moment, the golden-beaked eagle felt that its soul was almost taken away, and the experience of being on the verge of death made it terrified. Jiang Yuan noticed the golden-beaked eagle's hesitation, but he didn't give it a chance. "Thousand silks," Jiang Yuan whispered softly. The spider silk that had been wrapped around the golden-beaked eagle suddenly tightened. With a whoosh, the golden-beaked eagle's wings were instantly torn apart, blood splattering everywhere. Then, with a bang, it plummeted from the sky like a plane out of control, hitting the ground and screaming in pain. Jiang Yuan showed no mercy, quickly approaching and biting the golden-beaked eagle's vitals, injecting it with deadly venom. The eagle let out a weak wail before completely losing its life force. Jiang Yuan took the opportunity to devour the corpse without hesitation. It wasn't that Jiang Yuan was careless, but he knew that the surrounding beasts had already been scared away by the aftermath of the battle, and now Jiang Yuan was alone. Host devours a D+ level beast, gaining 400 evolution points. Contracted beast receives additional bonus, gaining an additional 400 evolution points. Jiang Yuan's eyes gleamed, and he was filled with surprise. It turns out that the benefits of contracted beasts are actually higher. It seems that Jiang Yuan's goal in the future will not only be exotic beasts, but contracted exotic beasts. Just as he was thinking, the system voice sounded again. "Evolution points have reached the target. Do you want to evolve?" Evolve. He confirmed without hesitation that the golden-beaked eagle was dead, and it was the safest time. As for whether or not he could gain talent during this evolution, that all depended on luck. While Jiang Yuan closed his eyes to evolve, the livestream room on the other side of Blue Star was buzzing with excitement. The audience who were clamoring to see the white spider die beautifully at the beginning were all stunned. No, why did the golden-beaked eagle suddenly stop moving? It exploded? Is this a bug, or am I dazzled? Although no one has figured out what happened, the only thing that is certain is that this white spider is really terrible. Seeing the tragic death of his own golden-beaked eagle, the anchor was so angry that he smashed the keyboard on the spot and roared. The host said, "You bastard spider, how dare you eat my contracted beast? You're dead. Even if Jesus comes, he can't save you." This golden-beaked eagle was the anchor's most cherished treasure that he had spent hundreds of thousands of dollars to carefully cultivate. Now it was gone without a trace, and the anchor was so angry that he almost fainted. The anchor stared at the camera fiercely and swore through gritted teeth. "Brothers, I'm going to kill this white spider. Whoever can find it will get a reward of 10,000. No, 100,000. These harsh words immediately caused the live broadcast room to explode. 100,000 yuan is no small sum for the average person, and the comments instantly filled up with messages like, "Team up and go find the white spider." This was especially true for students, who have plenty of time and are quick to act. For them, 100,000 yuan was a bonanza. Countless people flocked to the Book of Beasts with only one goal, to find Jiang Yuan. At this time, Jiang Yuan was completely unaware that he had a bounty on his head. Jiang Yuan was immersed in the system prompts. Congratulations to the host for successfully evolving and gaining the passive talent. Evil Spider Body. Evil Spider Body, the source of all poisons, immune to toxins, but anyone who comes into contact with it has a chance of being poisoned. Jiang Yuan, having just completed his transformation, slowly opened his eyes, a glint of excitement in them. Not only had his evolution been successful, but he had also gained the coveted passive talent. Not only is it immune to toxins, but even contact with an enemy could poison them. This is simply abnormal. As a result, all poisonous beasts will pose no threat to Jiang Yuan. On the other hand, Jiang Yuan can also rely on poison to counterattack enemies, and even easily fight against enemies of higher levels. Too strong. Jiang Yuan was amazed and opened his own attribute panel to check. Host. Jiang Yuan. Race. Evil Eye Spider. Level D. Active talents. Dragnet. Venom Splash. Evil Spider Eye. Passive talent. Evil Spider Body. Evolution points. 1501/8100. Seeing the current required evolution points, Jiang Yuan was filled with emotion. It is getting harder and harder to evolve. Jiang Yuan thought to himself, hunting monsters alone is not enough. I still need to rely on my adoptive father's Krypton gold. But the problem was, how could he convince his adoptive father to spend more money? A month was running out, and for Jiang Yuan, this was the most critical stage. While Jiang Yuan pondered this, he returned to his lair and continued to devour the remaining natural treasures. Host devoured the baling grass and gained 100 evolution points. Host devoured the flesh and blood of a D-level alien beast and gained 100 evolution points. After an unknown amount of time, Jiang Yuan suddenly had an idea and smiled. There was a way. Jiang Yuan believed that this next move would definitely make his adoptive father spend hundreds of thousands of dollars on him. Thinking of this, Jiang Yuan began to prepare for action. This time, Jiang Yuan would personally find that space Greymon and have a good talk with his adoptive father. Chapter 7. My godfather spends millions on helping me become a god, Blue Star. Good morning, little snake. Su Ming had just gotten out of bed when she saw two beetles fighting again. Su Ming angrily separated them, muttering, Jia, why are you bullying Xiao Jiao again? Didn't I tell you? Good brothers should live in harmony. While training the bugs, Su Ming opened the food delivery app and casually opened the forum of record of 10,000 beasts to see if there were any resources that could be used to feed his little spider. Su Ming flipped through the boxes and muttered, this kiwi fruit looks good. I can buy it for little spider to try. And this piece of D+ level beast meat. It ate it with great pleasure yesterday. Let's take it too. Just as Su Ming was happily clicking, she suddenly caught sight of a post title and was slightly taken aback. Huh? What's going on? Su Ming blinked and clicked on it. A large picture of a snow-white spider caught Su Ming's eye. Hey, doesn't this look like a spider? Su Ming wondered. With a flick of her finger, the post's contents popped up. But unexpectedly, it was a post filled with rage and a manhunt. Hunt for this white spider. Whoever kills it, bring me its head, and a 100,000 yuan reward awaits. The comments below were even more arrogant. Hold on, brother, I'm going to get the bounty. See you at the foot massage parlor tonight after we finish this job. White spider must die. Su Ming subconsciously shrank back when he heard these words. At first, Su Ming thought it was really the little spider from Su Ming's family, but after a careful comparison, she realized that it didn't look alike. They look alike, but their temperament is very different. My little spider is so docile. Apart from eating and sleeping, he never gets angry. Su Ming muttered and casually logged into Record of All Beasts to see if the little spider had woken up today. As soon as she came online, she sat up straight. Jiang Yuan wove a whole paragraph of words with spider silk. The handwriting was remarkably clear. Dear Godfather, if you see this message, please remember, do not go to Xinxing on the 31st. Jiang Yuan said, this is extremely important. Don't ask why. Just trust me. Also, if you want me to become stronger and gain more talents, please continue to spend money. Su Ming stared at the spider silk information with wide eyes and muttered, Xinxing? Today seems to be the 31st, right? There's nothing unusual in Xinxing. Just as he finished speaking, his phone rang. Su Ming subconsciously picked it up and saw a news notification pop up. Xinxing was hit by heavy rainfall, causing the lake embankment to burst, flooding the city, disrupting traffic, cutting off water and electricity, and confirming multiple injuries. Currently, relevant departments are organizing emergency rescue efforts. Su Ming's pupils suddenly dilated, and she froze in place for a moment. Isn't this what little spider said? Su Ming subconsciously compared the news with the spider silk, and the shock on her face became more and more intense. Did it really predict it? Su Ming held the phone in deep thought for a long time, his gaze quietly drifting towards Jiang Yuan in the game, his expression becoming subtle. Could it be that the little spider can see the future? Su Ming tilted her head, biting her fingertips lightly, her cheeks slowly turning red. Suddenly, an embarrassing thought popped up in her mind. Then, does it know that I peeked at it yesterday? Yesterday, Su Ming couldn't resist her curiosity and did some research. Combined with Jiang Yuan's species, the evil spider with seductive eyes, Su Ming confirmed. This is a female beast, definitely a girl. I'm a mother, so it makes sense to want to know if it's a boy or a girl. Su Ming consoled herself, puffing out her chest with confidence. After coming to her senses, Su Ming looked back at the second half of the spider silk message, lost in thought. You mean as long as I continue to spend money on it, it can tell me more things in advance? Then I must spend money. Su Ming did it as soon as he said it. He opened the recharge interface and his hands moved very quickly. But before he could finish paying, there was a knock on the door. Mississippi. The door opened, and a woman in a black leather jacket and with a stern aura walked in. It was Su Ming's personal bodyguard, Sister Lu. Su Ming said, Sister Lu, you're here. Although she was a bodyguard, Su Ming had always treated her like a sister. Sister Lu said, Miss, are you ready to top up again? That's right, Su Ming replied confidently. Sister Lu said, You've spent quite a bit of money on games lately. If the boss knew. Don't worry about it. Su Ming waved her hand to interrupt Sister Lu. Although Sister Lu didn't say anything else, she had already started to murmur in her heart. Miss, is she being cheated? How can a game make her invest hundreds of thousands of dollars? But Su Ming, on the other end, had already successfully topped up her account and was staring at the screen with a grin. Little spider, mommy's feeding you. Grow up quickly, Su Ming said, shaking her legs with anticipation, like a child opening a blind box. Meanwhile, in the record of beasts, the contractor Cosmo Grayman paid the host 500,000 yuan in Krypton gold, which was exchanged for 5,000 evolution points. Obtained item, D-level exotic beast meat. Devour it to get 150 points. Obtained item, Millennium Blood Fruit. Devour it to get 500 points. Holy crap! Jiang Yuan had been dozing off when he was suddenly startled by the system notification and jumped up. 500,000. Jiang Yuan was stunned. He hadn't expected his adoptive father to be so ruthless, spending so much in one go. Jiang Yuan glanced at his inventory and found it was filled with treasures, a whole column full of natural resources. These resources alone were probably enough for Jiang Yuan to complete a new round of evolution. Jiang Yuan was feeling deeply moved when the system notification chimed in again. First time Krypton gold of 500,000 yuan, open online chat function. Jiang Yuan's eyes blurred, and a new window appeared on the right side of the interface. When he opened it, he saw only one contact, Space Greymon. Does this mean I can chat directly with my adoptive father? Jiang Yuan was immediately excited. No more struggling to spin silk. Communication efficiency has skyrocketed. Jiang Yuan rubbed his paws excitedly and began to think about what to say next. Jiang Yuan said, The reason my godfather spent money so quickly was probably because he saw the news from Xinqing. My prediction being proven true will at least strengthen his trust. Then, can you reveal a little bit about the game's arrival? But at this point, Jiang Yuan immediately retracted his decision. It's still too risky. What if I tell him too early and he doesn't believe me? If I lose this source of Krypton gold, I'll be at a huge disadvantage. It's better to brainwash him slowly, starting with small things in real life. Jiang Yuan suddenly had an idea. I remember there was a world-class football match on the 31st. It was a huge upset, shocking the entire internet. Maybe I can use that as a prelude. Jiang Yuan's eyes flickered, and he had an idea. Chapter 8. Players Hunt. Speaking of which, if this matter hadn't been hyped up all over the internet, Jiang Yuan really wouldn't have been able to remember it for a while. Jiang Yuan pondered for a moment, then expressed his gratitude through the chat interface with his adoptive father and took the opportunity to reveal the upcoming game. In Jiang Yuan's view, only by impressing the other party with facts can absolute trust be established step by step. After doing this, Jiang Yuan no longer hesitated and began to devour the precious food with relish. Jiang Yuan's evolution points are already sufficient. This wave of operations is enough to push Jiang Yuan to evolve again. Host devours the remaining flesh of a D+ level alien beast, gaining 200 evolution points. Host devours the chi and blood fruit, gaining 500 evolution points. As Jiang Yuan devoured his food, he checked the forum to see if there were any important updates. Just then, a headline caught his attention. Someone actually contracted a B-rank beast? That's incredible luck. Jiang Yuan's eyes then fell on the recharge list. Seeing the familiar name, he couldn't help but smile. Hey, Godfather actually made it to the top today. However, before he had time to be happy, Jiang Yuan saw another post. Huh? A bounty for me. Jiang Yuan clicked on the post, his expression suddenly cold. 100,000 bounty, want my head? Jiang Yuan's lips curled slightly, but without a trace of warmth. Jiang Yuan said, My life is only worth 100,000? You underestimate me. Since you are seeking death, don't blame me for taking it away. Jiang Yuan muttered to himself, his eyes gradually sharpening as scenes of betrayal and tragic death in his previous life surfaced in his mind. In this life, Jiang Yuan was determined to rewrite his fate with his own hands. Anyone who stood in his way would have to pay the price. The evolution points have met the evolution requirements. Do you want to start evolving? The system's voice sounded, bringing Jiang Yuan back from his murderous intent. Evolve. Jiang Yuan responded without hesitation. He urgently needed strength now and couldn't relax even for a moment. At this moment, Su Meng, who had returned to the computer with her takeaway, noticed Jiang Yuan's condition. Wow, the little spider is about to evolve again. Su Meng was excited and whispered to herself, grow up quickly. I wonder if you will be as beautiful as your mother when you grow up. Su Meng's eyes were full of anticipation, and she clicked the red dot on the interface. But when she clicked on it, she was stunned. Huh? Is this little spider talking to me? Su Meng took several deep breaths, trying to suppress her excitement as she carefully read the message from Jiang Yuan. He said, the football team? Su Meng originally had no interest in sports, but after hesitating for a few seconds, she nodded. Since little spider said so, I'll support him. Su Meng immediately called Sister Lu for help and placed the bets according to what Jiang Yuan had mentioned. After doing this, Su Meng happily sent a few messages to Jiang Yuan, as if chatting with her own pet. Meanwhile, in a university dormitory on the other side of Blue Star, several university students sat together studying a map, clearly eyeing the 100,000 yuan bounty. That area in the live broadcast is where it last appeared. We can find it by looking around. Once we take it down, we'll split the 100,000 yuan prize. I can already smell the money. If I had this money, I would definitely buy a big gift for my goddess. In-game. Ding. Host evolved successfully. Gained active talent. 1,000 layers of demonic shadow. 1,000 layers of demonic shadow. Possesses extremely fast running speed. Can generate phantoms when spiritual power is full, and has 50% of the host's attack power. The system's notification sound made Jiang Yuan's eyes sparkle. This skill is so practical. Su Meng knew that the game was full of experts. Although she had advanced to D+, she was still as weak as a bug in front of A-level and even S-level monsters. Now that I have Demon Shadow Chinchong, at least my escape is safe and I won't die if I encounter an enemy. But it's time to change places. Su Meng stretched his body and looked up into the distance outside the dense forest. Although this area is not small, the highest level of beasts here have already been cleared by Su Meng. Now Su Meng is undoubtedly the strongest here. But Su Meng also knows that the record of 10,000 beasts will come to the real world in the future. If he didn't grow quickly now, he would become a victim of exploitation when the game merged with reality. Without hesitation, Su Meng took a step forward and headed towards the unknown area. Thousands of demonic shadows. The next second, Su Meng exerted force, and with a flick of the spider's silk, his figure flashed through the dense forest like lightning. Yes, this speed is faster than I imagined. Jiang Yuan marveled inwardly. This skill was simply unbeatable for speed. Judging from Su Meng's current spiritual power and speed, even a B-rank beast might not be able to catch up to him. However, Su Meng also tried it. When Su Meng used his spiritual power to create the illusion, he found that it consumed a lot of energy and could not sustain it for long. It seems that it can only be used for a short time, but it is more than enough for traveling. Su Meng galloped while generously releasing his aura. As a result, wherever he went, low-level beasts shrank back, not daring to fight head-on. Jiang Yuan no longer had any interest in these monsters. They gave too few evolution points and were not worth the effort. Just as Su Meng was moving at full speed, he suddenly noticed a change in his vision. A black and white world seemed to emerge before Su Meng's eyes, with red dots flickering in his vision. Is this mental power? Su Meng's heart was shocked. He had only heard of the ability of mental perception before, but now he finally experienced it firsthand. I can now sense the movements within 500 meters around me. Su Meng was extremely surprised. Although the range was limited for strange beasts, this kind of perception was already a big advantage. From now on, Su Meng will be able to lock onto targets more accurately and won't have to run around aimlessly anymore. It's just that I lose my sense of direction after more than 1,000 meters. I need to continue strengthening my mental strength. Just as he was thinking, Jiang Yuan suddenly noticed a red that was noticeably brighter than the others. That's interesting. Su Meng judged the opponent's strength to be around D-, not strong, but not weak either. It seems to be approaching me. Jiang Yuan's eyes narrowed, and he immediately restrained his breath and quietly hid aside. Not long after, a tiger shadow appeared in front of Su Meng. It was a sturdy, fang-bearing tiger. Type: Giant Crimson Tiger. Level: D. Active talents: Tiger Roar, Tiger Pounce, Heaven's Tail, Sprint, Double Speed when fleeing. Passive talent: Crimson Body. The longer the battle, the more crimson blood will flow from the body. increasing attack damage by up to 50%. Jiang Yuan's eyes flickered, and the corners of his mouth slowly lifted. Chapter 9. The 3-in-1 Pursuit of Players, Roar. When the giant red tiger came to the place where Jiang Yuan had just hidden, it suddenly stopped, pricked up its ears, and looked around vigilantly. Jiang Yuan narrowed his eyes and noticed the faint glow of the contract on Qihu's body. He immediately understood something. Is he being driven here? Jiang Yuan's eyes turned cold, and he guessed that this D-level monster was most likely sent by a contractor to assassinate him after seeing the bounty. Jiang Yuan sneered. You only sent people of this level to deal with me. You are underestimating me. Jiang Yuan used the 1,000 shadows without hesitation. The shadow under his feet flashed, and he approached Qihu in an instant. However, Jiang Yuan did not attack directly. Instead, he poked Qihu lightly with his front paw, as if teasing him. Roar! Qihu instinctively turned to look at Jiang Yuan. Just as he reacted, Jiang Yuan suddenly spat out a strand of spider silk. Puff! The silk, so fast it was almost invisible, instantly struck Qihu's body, sending the massive figure flying backwards. The blood mist exploded in the air, as beautiful as fireworks. Roar! The red tiger howled in pain and fell heavily to the ground, his eyes filled with fear. Qihu knew full well that he was no match for the white spider and had no chance of winning. He shuddered, struggled to his feet, and fled, desperately seeking support. Meanwhile, the contractor in reality was already panicking, shouting in the dormitory. Damn it! This white spider has gotten stronger again. Why is it chasing me so fiercely? Hurry up! I can't handle it alone. It will be over if you don't come soon. Don't worry, don't worry. We are online and will be there soon. Several companions responded immediately. Their eyes were filled with excitement and greed. After all, killing Jiang Yuan would earn them a bounty of 100,000. However, the closer they got, the more anxious the red tiger contractors became. Jiang Yuan was too fast, and they couldn't close the distance at all. In the game, Jiang Yuan chased and laughed, his eyes filled with mockery. So you want to play a siege? You're so brave. Within Jiang Yuan's range of perception, 2 bright red dots were rapidly approaching. They must be 2D plus level monsters. If he had encountered them in the past, Jiang Yuan would have had to hide. But now, Jiang Yuan was eager for a tough fight. Here they come. Jiang Yuan narrowed his eyes and saw the 2 huge figures speeding towards him in the distance. One is a silverback gorilla with bulging muscles and a fierce look. The other is a giant black snake covered with scales. The snake was 7 or 8 meters long and as thick as a grown man's thigh. It also had a large dark green tumor on its head, making it look extremely strange. Both beasts had a clear aura of contract, clearly not wild beasts. Jiang Yuan glanced at the system information. Type: Silverback Gorilla. Level: D+. Active talents: Meteorite Fall, Mount Tai, Hands of Steel. Race: Black Scale Viper. Level: D+. Active talents: Viscous Acid, Heaven's Tail, Invincible Sawtooth. Passive talent: Iron Body. Oh, it's you too. Jiang Yuan's eyes suddenly turned cold. Jiang Yuan remembered that the contractors of these 2 strange beasts in his previous life were one of Jiang Yuan's biggest troubles. After the game came into being, the 2 of them relied on their powerful contracted beasts to run rampant and even hunted Jiang Yuan many times. Unexpectedly, Jiang Yuan would run into these 2 enemies before the game officially arrived. Then take this opportunity to collect some interest. Jiang Yuan's gaze locked onto the frantically fleeing red tiger, his coldness growing even stronger. The red tiger, however, saw hope. 2 powerful reinforcements were galloping towards them, and it sped up desperately, trying to pounce on them. As long as it rushed past them, it would be safe. Puff! Suddenly, a white flash of light cut through the air and shot out from behind Qihu. Qihu was stunned. There was no thunder in this weather. So where did the lightning come from? And it was white? Qihu's heart tightened, and before he could react, his body was completely pierced by the white light. Puff! Blood spurted out from Qihu's body like a spring, spilling onto the ground, leaving a long mark clearly visible. Roar! Qihu screamed, his vision black, and his head fell to the ground in the next second. Qihu struggled to open his eyes and looked ahead. It wasn't a silverback gorilla, nor was it a black-scaled venomous snake. Instead, the white spider, completely white, stood there silently, its 8 eyes cold and ruthless. The red tiger's body twitched, as if it was still trying to escape, but it was unable to move. Your contracted beast is dead. In the dormitory, the contractor stared at the red words that popped up on the screen, stunned, unable to speak for a long time. He slammed the table and stood up, roaring, "Damn it! He could have taken action earlier, but he waited until you were almost here. This is so humiliating. You must avenge me. Don't worry, brother. Leave it to us. We won't be human if we don't kill this white spider today. After we're done, I'll take you to a bath to relax and calm you down. While comforting him, several people stared at the screen of Record of Myriad Beasts with serious expressions. They all knew that this white spider should not be underestimated and must be fought with caution. In the game, Jiang Yuan's white spider stood quietly, while the silverback gorilla and black-scaled viper, facing him, were already poised for battle. The three beasts faced off, and the atmosphere was extremely tense. Jiang Yuan's expression was indifferent, and he glanced back and forth between the two, as if he was trying to decide who would make the first move. The two beasts were also on guard, and it was obvious that the other party's method of killing the red tiger had left a great shadow on them. In the silence, the silverback gorilla suddenly roared, as if about to attack. Hiss! But it wasn't him who attacked, but the black-scaled venomous snake. It spat out its tongue, its body moving along the ground like lightning, suddenly rushing towards Jiang Yuan. Chapter 10. A monster comparable to a natural disaster arrives. Hiss! The black-scaled venomous snake moved close to the ground. When it reached Jiang Yuan, it suddenly raised its upper body and opened its mouth to bite. The black-scaled snake's fangs were sharp, and its mouth emanated a strong smell of blood, making Jiang Yuan feel a wave of stench. You have some aura. Jiang Yuan stood still, seemingly unfazed by the other party's attack. But unfortunately, you ran into me. Jiang Yuan didn't sneer until the poisonous snake was about to bite him. Then he suddenly raised his claws and clamped the snake's head. Hiss! The black-scaled snake froze for a moment, clearly not expecting its attack to be so easily stopped. After reacting, it began to twist its body violently, lashing out at Jiang Yuan with its tail. At the same time, the black-scaled serpent opened its mouth, baring its fangs, intending to strike Jiang Yuan with a two-pronged attack. A trifle, Jiang Yuan spat out coldly. He twisted his body, released the snake's head, and grabbed the black-scaled serpent's tail. His movements were so quick and decisive, so swift that it took him no time to react. Roar! The snake tried to resist again, suddenly raising its head and biting Jiang Yuan again. But Jiang Yuan didn't fight the black-scaled venomous snake any further. Jiang Yuan flicked his front paw and threw the black-scaled venomous snake into the air. The venomous snake twisted and tumbled in midair, its body tracing a parabola through the air like a long strip of cloth. Bang! The black-scaled serpent slammed to the ground, sending up a shower of dust and smoke, and for a moment it was unable to move. Hiss! The black-scaled venomous snake struggled to its feet, its face in disarray and its eyes filled with rage. It uttered a sharp cry and then spit out a stream of dark green venom from its mouth. Jiang Yuan saw it, but instead of dodging, he smiled. This is a good time to test out my passive talent, Body of All Poisons. The venom had no effect on Jiang Yuan, and he didn't even move. The black-scaled viper was stunned. He knew the power of his venom all too well. He had achieved D+ status through this method, but it turned out to be ineffective against Jiang Yuan. Roar! The silent silverback gorilla suddenly roared, pounding his chest with both fists like the sound of a war drum. The silverback gorilla picked up a nearby boulder and hurled it at Jiang Yuan with a force so staggering it was truly astonishing. It's over. The three people in the dormitory shouted almost simultaneously. They thought this wave of attacks would definitely kill them, and even smiled. But soon, their smiles froze. Before the boulder could fall, Jiang Yuan swung out with one claw, breaking it in half. Amidst the flying dust, Jiang Yuan stood upright. At the same time, the areas on Jiang Yuan's body that had been stained by the venom showed no signs of change. The three of them felt a chill running down their spines. This white spider is too weird. We must attack together, otherwise we will never be able to kill him. Let's do it. In fact, they didn't need to remind them. The two strange beasts had already prepared to join forces. Roar! Hiss! The gorilla and the viper roared, charging towards Jiang Yuan from either side, launching a pincer attack. The silverback gorilla seemed to transform into a chariot, roaring and lunging, its fists like hammers. Meanwhile, the black-scaled viper swiftly moved, weaving across the ground, attempting a sudden attack from the side. Think you can kill me if you all attack together? Jiang Yuan sneered, suddenly opening his mouth and spewing out several strands of spider silk. A flash of silver light appeared. Puff, puff, puff. Several fine threads burst through the air, so fast that no one could react. The gorilla and the snake instinctively tried to dodge, but they were too slow. Puff! The spider silk pierced through their bodies, blood splattering in a scene as brilliant as fireworks. Roar! Hiss! The gorilla and the venomous snake roared in pain, blood spurting violently from their wounds. Jiang Yuan stood there, his expression calm, as if he had just done something insignificant. Jiang Yuan shook his head and murmured softly, "I could have ended the battle earlier." Jiang Yuan just wanted to test his limits through these two strange beasts. Now, Jiang Yuan had come to a conclusion. It seems that D+ level is not good enough. Jiang Yuan estimated that his current strength was at least comparable to sea level, and might even be close to that of a sea level beast. It's a level that can be considered a challenge for those above your level. Jiang Yuan nodded with satisfaction, his eyes fixed on the two struggling beasts. "You have accomplished your mission well." Upon hearing this, fear flashed across the eyes of the silverback gorilla and the black-scaled viper. But the next second, a faint purple light flashed across Jiang Yuan's 8 eyes. In that flash of purple light, the silverback gorilla and the black-scaled viper frozen in place as if unconscious. Swoosh! Jiang Yuan activated the Thousand Shadows technique, and in a flash, he came to the silverback gorilla and the black-scaled venomous snake. He opened his mouth and injected venom into the silverback gorilla and the black-scaled venomous snake. Hiss! Roar! The intense pain made the silverback gorilla and the black-scaled viper roar again, but before they finished their voices, they all knelt on the ground and became completely motionless. Jiang Yuan looked at the silverback gorilla and black-scaled venomous snake on the ground and whispered, "A D+ level beast is only this good." Jiang Yuan walked forward, ready to devour the two beasts and gain evolution points. Combined with the red tiger he had killed earlier, Jiang Yuan would have a significant harvest this time. In the dormitory, the three contractors stared at the screen, their faces filled with shock. Dead. They stared in amazement as Jiang Yuan single-handedly slew 3 beasts, unable to accept it. They were clearly of the same level. So how could the gap be so huge? How did they train this white spider? But even more heartbreaking news was yet to come. With their contracted beast dead, they would have to start over. Contracting another D-rank beast would be nearly impossible. "We've lost a lot of money this time." The 3 of them looked livid, their hearts sinking to the bottom. "Wait, something's coming." Suddenly, Chihu's contractor exclaimed, eyes wide open, pointing at the screen. "Look, it's them." Hope rekindled on his face, his eyes gleaming with madness. "With them attacking, that white spider will definitely not survive. Although we can't kill it ourselves, seeing it die is enough to satisfy our hatred. We will still have a share of the bounty when the time comes." His words made the other 2 people's eyes light up, and they all came over to see. In the picture, a black mass of strange beasts attacked like a tide, their breath cold and their eyes flashing crimson. And at the end of that black torrent was the source of the river. Chapter 11. The Uses of Spider Silk. Meanwhile, just as Jiang Yuan in record of 10,000 beasts was about to start devouring, a chilly breeze suddenly blew around him. The wind began to grow louder, at first only gently brushing past his ears, but soon it grew violent, as if some presence were approaching. Jiang Yuan frowned, suddenly looking up, his gaze cast towards the edge of the distant forest. Jiang Yuan's keen perception revealed a group of rapidly approaching red dots. These red dots moved incredibly fast, closing in dozens of meters in the blink of an eye, like a raging tide rushing towards him. Soon, a mass of dark figures emerged into view, their bodies pitch black, their eyes crimson, and they looked extremely bloodthirsty. They rushed out of the forest, and from a distance, they looked like a dark wave sweeping in, carrying with them a breath of destruction. Jiang Yuan suddenly felt an uneasy premonition. Type: Wind Wolf. Level: D-. Active talents: Wind, Bite, Rage. Passive talent: Teamwork. When in a team, the overall level will be increased by 1 level. Rows of attribute panels appeared before Jiang Yuan's eyes, and he quickly scanned them. Hundreds. This sheer number was so overwhelming that the mere visual impact was enough to make his scalp tingle. Jiang Yuan had seen swift wolves in his previous life. They were incredibly ferocious, appearing wherever there was bloodshed. While individually they weren't particularly powerful, when they formed a pack, even A-rank exotics would struggle to withstand them. Jiang Yuan had witnessed with his own eyes an A-rank beast being torn to pieces by a B-rank swift wolf after being surrounded and torn to pieces. Jiang Yuan said, "But fortunately, the leader of this group hasn't appeared yet." Jiang Yuan quickly scanned the room and finally spotted a piece of good news. The leader was a common swift wolf transformed from a common swift wolf, having emerged through internal battles. After the promotion, they will change their form and become a half-human, half-beast werewolf with overwhelming dominance. Woo! Just as Jiang Yuan was thinking, the wolves let out a loud and piercing howl. The sound was like waves, shaking the surrounding trees rustling, as if the forest itself was trembling. Jiang Yuan looked up and saw that he was surrounded by them, forming an airtight circular encirclement. Each of the swift wolves bared its fangs and claws, ready to pounce and tear him apart at the command. If that's the case, then come. Jiang Yuan's eyes were slightly cold as he glanced at the unprocessed corpses of the exotic beasts and gritted his teeth, ready to fight. Jiang Yuan didn't want to give up these prey. What a pity. What's more, Jiang Yuan also had demon shadow Qianchong, so if he really couldn't defeat him, the worst that could happen was that he would just run away. Hiss! Jiang Yuan growled, then opened his mouth and spat a ball of venom at the wolves. The venom splashed onto the ground, and two of the swift wolves were unable to dodge it. They were stained by the venom and immediately howled in pain. Whoa! Their bodies were obviously twitching, but they still managed to stand, their eyes fixed on Jiang Yuan. The wolves were completely enraged, and after a series of wolf howls, groups of wind wolves rushed towards Jiang Yuan like a tide. Jiang Yuan tensed his body, staring at the incoming enemy before charging forward. With his nimble form, he used his spider silk and fangs to attack, each strike capable of taking down a swift wolf. In a short time, countless wolves fell beside him, leaving the ground covered in blood. However, these mad wolves did not retreat, but became even more frantic, their red eyes filled with ferocious murderous intent. Jiang Yuan's fighting spirit remained undimmed, and he continued to kill enemies while searching for a breakthrough. Jiang Yuan knew that no matter how strong he was only one man, while the enemy was a whole, well-coordinated wolf pack. Although I can still cope with it now, I will definitely not be able to bear it for a long time. When Jiang Yuan was thinking about his next strategy, a figure suddenly rushed over from the flank. The swift wolf opened its bloody mouth, but its target wasn't Jiang Yuan, but the black-scaled venomous snake corpse at Jiang Yuan's feet. Looking for death, Jiang Yuan's expression changed, and he decisively spit out spider silk, pulling the venomous snake corpse to his feet. Seeing his loot nearly being snatched away, Jiang Yuan's fury intensified. But then, a flash of inspiration struck him. What if I could control these wind wolves and let them fight each other? Jiang Yuan immediately spewed out several strands of spider silk, entangling several of the poisoned swift wolves that had already fallen to the ground. Get up, Jiang Yuan whispered, and with the help of the spider silk, the dying swift wolves slowly stood up. The next moment, they actually pounced on Jiang Yuan, forming a protective posture, protecting Jiang Yuan in the middle. The remaining wind wolves were suddenly shocked, completely confused as to why these companions would suddenly turn against them. Very good. Jiang Yuan raised a sneer at the corner of his mouth. Since you want to bite me, then try the feeling of being betrayed by your companions first. After that, Jiang Yuan pulled the spider silk in his hand, controlling the poisoned wolves to attack the other gale wolves. Aoao. Under the control, these wind wolves that had originally fallen to the ground actually took the initiative to rush towards their former companions, and a melee broke out. Blood splattered, and the battlefield descended into chaos, seemingly transformed into a hellish Shura field. To Jiang Yuan's surprise, the remaining wind wolves seemed hesitant in the face of their defection companions. The swift wolves instinctively didn't want to harm their former comrades, so they simply wanted to rush past them and head straight for Jiang Yuan. Unfortunately, Jiang Yuan didn't give the swift wolves any chance. Jiang Yuan used his tactics to the fullest, easily dealing with the wolves that had slipped through his net. Finally, after the battle lasted a moment, the gale wolves realized that continuing the fight was pointless. They finally turned around, growling and angrily, and slowly retreated from the area. Jiang Yuan finally breathed a sigh of relief as he watched the wolves disappear. But Jiang Yuan did not let go of the controlled wolves and decisively took action to deal with them all. After finishing, Jiang Yuan looked at the wolf corpses on the ground with a strange look in his eyes. This use of spider silk made Jiang Yuan see huge potential. Not only spider silk, all of my talents may have room for development into new abilities. Jiang Yuan was lost in thought when a high-pitched notification chimed in. The record of beasts has been online for 6 days. The new experience realm is coming soon. D-level exotic beast secret realm opening conditions. Only D-level exotic beasts can enter. Opening time, 7th day, remaining time, 24 hours. Chapter 12. The dungeon opens, and the crisis of murder. Blue Star. Somewhere in a university dormitory. Naturally, they also heard the prompt sound and record of 10,000 beasts. Before, they must have been excited. After all, there are many treasures in the secret realm. But now that their contracted beasts were dead, they completely ignored these words. How can this white spider survive among the swift wolf pack? And the method is so weird. Until now, the scene of Jiang Yuan driving away the Gale Wolf pack is still echoing in their minds. They had also encountered the Gale Wolf in Record of 10,000 Beasts, but not to mention them. Even some contractors who had sea-level exotic beasts would choose to retreat when facing the Gale Wolf. That white spider is fine. A mere D+ grade beast. Could it possibly be more powerful than a C- grade beast? Isn't this too fucking outrageous? The three of them looked at each other silently, their eyes filled with bitterness. It seems that we have to rely on ourselves to kill this white spider. We really had wild ideas. It's more than just wishful thinking. I think only Brother Lu's contracted beast can defeat this white spider. Oh, what are you guys talking about? Just as he finished speaking, a funny voice suddenly came from outside the dormitory door. The three of them turned their heads and saw a young man wearing trendy brand clothes walking in with a smile on his face. This person was the Brother Lu they were talking about, and his full name was Lu Fugui. As his name suggests, he is a rich second generation and his family owns dozens of properties for rent. Seeing him, the three of them seemed to think of something and couldn't help but smile lewdly. Brother Lu, you're back so early today. Brother Lu, did you eat last night? What's that girl like in bed? Tell us, guys. Why? Lu Fugui waved his hand and repeated the question curiously. This? The three of them looked at each other and then started talking at once about what had just happened. What? Are you saying that the recently bountied white spider has evolved again? Just now, you used your own strength and a very strange method to make the wind wolf retreat. Is he really that powerful? Are you sure you're not kidding? Brother Lu, someone sighed. Stop mentioning it. The three of us contracted the beasts, and it also dealt with them. Perhaps next time, his strength will be even greater. Interesting. It's just a D-rank beast. It's not worth my showing up for the reward. But since it's so strange, Lu Fugui stroked his chin, his eyes flashing as he said, if my contracted beast can devour this white spider, I'm sure it will be greatly improved. Quick, tell me where this white spider is now. When the three heard this, their eyes lit up. The three of them started playing Record of Beasts day and night after learning that the items in it could be traded with other players, hoping to earn some pocket money. Lu Fugui is completely different from them. To put it simply, in Record of Beasts, he is the legendary elusive Krypton Gold boss. Not long after the launch of Record of Beasts, he had already spent hundreds of thousands of dollars on his contracted beast, the six-clawed void leopard. Currently, his contracted beast is as high as sea level. With him here, a D+ level white spider won't be able to cause any trouble. Thinking of this, several people immediately grabbed Lu Fugui's hands and cried loudly. Brother Lu, you have to avenge us. As long as you avenge us, you will be my real brother from now on. More than just my dear brother. Brother Lu, I'm putting this on hold. From now on, when we get a girl, you get to choose first. In Record of 10,000 Beasts, Jiang Yuan had no idea what was happening outside. At this moment, he was devouring vigorously. The host devoured the D-level alien beast, the swift wolf, and gained 200 evolution points. The host devours a D+ level silverback gorilla and gains 400 evolution points. The silverback gorilla is a contracted beast. Devouring it will grant you an additional 400 evolution points. Accompanied by a series of system prompt sounds, Jiang Yuan fell to the ground and couldn't help but burp. Host, Jiang Yuan. Type, evil spider with charming eyes. Level, D+. Active talents, Heavenly Dragnet, Venom Splash, Evil Spider Eye, Thousand Shadows. Passive talent, Evil Spider Body. Evolution points, 4500/24300. It took devouring so many D-rank beasts to gain over 4,000 evolution points. Looking at the evolution points required on the attribute panel, Jiang Yuan sighed. I am only a D+ level monster now, but I need to consume so many evolution points. He really couldn't imagine how many evolution points would be consumed when he upgraded to a higher level. By that time, it would be extremely difficult to even advance one level. It's still fun to spend money. Not only can you get evolution points for yourself, but you can also get some rare treasures for upgrades. Although you can only get 1,000 evolution points by spending 100,000 yuan, but with the recharge rebate and other activities, the actual evolution points you can get will be much more than 1,000. Shaking his head, Jiang Yuan stopped thinking deeply. He knew in his heart that even though his adoptive father was rich, it was impossible for him to give it all away at once. I have to wait until my adoptive father completely trusts me before I have a chance. During this period, you must also obtain the maximum evolution points within a limited time. This is the only way to prevent problems before they occur. Thinking of this, Jiang Yuan muttered in his heart. So, Should I go to this D-level secret realm? The secret realm is a major feature of Record of Beasts. Simply put, there are many rare treasures in the secret realm, and as long as you can find them, it will greatly improve your own strength. As far as Jiang Yuan knew, there was a rare treasure hidden in this D-level secret realm in his previous life, which was later sold at a high price of 1 million in a trading house. It can be said that this is very attractive to Jiang Yuan. But he also knew that there were definitely more strange beasts heading to the secret realm than just himself. At that time, he might not only have conflicts with the strange beasts in the secret realm, but also with other strange beasts. And he had just hunted down several D-level monsters that had been contracted by players. The video might have already been posted on the forum. If I go there myself, I might have to face a C-level contracted monster. This was definitely not a good experience for Jiang Yuan. First, let's see what kind of sensation I caused in the forum. After thinking for a while, Jiang Yuan still had no idea and decided to go to the forum first. He was talking about how explosive his behavior was. But after browsing, Jiang Yuan found that there was no video about this incident on the forum. Instead, there is a post about challenging someone to a duel. Player who has contracted the white spider, I, Long Out Yin, formally challenge you to a duel at the entrance to the D-level secret realm. If you dare to come, let's have a fair fight and see who is stronger. If you don't dare to come, just tell the whole internet that you're just a cowardly clown. The post is very concise, but the comment section has already been filled with players. Although this white spider is a D-rank creature, I'm pretty sure he wouldn't dare come to this secret realm. That's right, the player who contracted the white spider hasn't shown up yet. He must have known that he was wanted. If I were that player, I would just hide in my den and not dare to come out. Ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. Please don't tell the truth, okay? How embarrassing for others. Look at him now. That player doesn't even dare to show his face. He must have been scared out of his wits. Chapter 13, Attack in Groups. Most of the comments were sarcastic and mocking. Jiang Yuan sneered after reading them. At this moment, he was certain in his heart. Go. While scanning the comments, Jiang Yuan also looked at their contract information. Most of them were players who had contracts with D-level monsters. Although Jiang Yuan didn't know why the players who were brutally killed by him before didn't post the video. But there is one thing he is sure of. That is, the entire network does not know that he has the ability to kill D-level creatures. If you go to the D-level secret realm, the most likely possibility is that you will be surrounded and killed by D-level monsters. To Jiang Yuan, this is no different from giving away evolution points. Thinking of this, he put away the forum, quietly lay on the ground, and prepared to rest for a while. When the D-level secret realm opens, it will give many players a painful blow. At the same time, the post calling out to Jiang Yuan in Record of 10,000 Beasts became popular. Su Ming also noticed it. This white spider is so pitiful. She pursed her lips and shook her head. So many players want to siege it. My little spider is the best. He loves peace and won't be attacked by others. They look the same, but their personalities are different. At this point, Su Ming's voice suddenly stopped, and a trace of nervousness flashed across her little face. Yes, they look the same. She knew that the white spider with a bounty on the post was not her own little spider. But others don't know. It would be terrible if someone made a mistake. No, I have to remind the little spider not to go out recently. When Su Ming boarded the Record of 10,000 Beasts, he immediately saw Jiang Yuan lying on the ground to rest. She couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, no player mistakenly thought Jiang Yuan was the white spider. However, Su Ming felt that necessary reminders were still necessary. Little spider, you have to grow up quickly. Also, today I saw a spider on the forum that can kill animals. It's being hunted down by the entire internet right now. Don't learn from its bad habits. We should be good and peace-loving spiders. During this period of time, if possible, please stay here and don't run around. Tell me what you want to eat, and I will buy it for you. After she finished speaking, Su Ming breathed a sigh of relief, and then a pleasant ringtone came from her cell phone. It was his bodyguard calling. Su Ming pressed the answer button, and a beautiful female voice came from the other end of the phone. Little miss. What's wrong? Hearing the shock in the other party's tone, Su Ming asked gently. Miss, it's like this, you asked me to buy the lottery ticket. I won the lottery, a full 1 million yuan. Wait a minute, it seems the media wants to interview me. Hiss. Su Ming opened her mouth slightly, and was really shocked. Although 1 million is not a big amount for her. But the acquisition of this 1 million yuan can be entirely attributed to Jiang Yuan. Little Spider predicts the future. After a long silence, Su Ming pretended to be calm and said, then go to the lottery shop and cash the money. I'll go over and take a look later. Oh yes, miss. After the brief conversation, Su Ming looked at Jiang Yuan in the record of 10,000 beasts with shining eyes. To be honest, she still feels as if she is in a dream. Little spider, you are so awesome. I really want to see how great you are when you grow up. In record of 10,000 beasts. Jiang Yuan didn't know what Su Ming was thinking, but after receiving the message from her, he checked it out immediately. After reading it, a few black lines flashed across Jiang Yuan's forehead. How can I put this statement? Jiang Yuan felt like he was facing his old mother. And how can I be peace-loving? Don't you know that I'm the one offering the reward in the forum? Have to. Glancing at his adoptive father's online time, Jiang Yuan's eyes flashed with helplessness. Just now, when I was fighting with the player's contracted beast, my adoptive father just missed it perfectly. Jiang Yuan's mind moved slightly, and he really wanted to tell these things to his adoptive father. Forget it, forget it. After the secret realm is opened, my godfather will know what he should know. And explain. To be honest, Jiang Yuan didn't know how to explain it. After thinking for a while, Jiang Yuan finally closed the chat interface and began to recuperate. A few hours later, Jiang Yuan, ready to go, moved quickly towards his destination. When he arrived near the secret realm, in order to avoid being discovered, Jiang Yuan restrained his breath and walked slowly towards the depths of the secret realm. The closer he got to the secret realm, the more strange beasts Jiang Yuan could sense. There are exotic beasts with glowing bodies that have been contracted by contractors, and there are also exotic beasts without contractors. There are many strange beasts, and the only thing that makes Jiang Yuan feel relieved is that none of them have reached the sea level. Since you don't have C-rank strength, then all of you should stay with me. Jiang Yuan took a breath and immediately released his aura completely. Once the aura was leaked, many weak beasts hid from Jiang Yuan, fearing that they would be targeted by him. Jiang Yuan ignored them and arrived at the entrance of the secret realm without any obstruction. From a distance, he saw many strange beasts gathered there. After sensing his powerful aura, those uncontracted beasts panicked and made way for him. As for those who were contracted, after the initial panic, they all stared at him with green eyes. Species: Giant Crocodile. Level: D. Active talents: Death Spin, Shocking Tail, Underwater Breath. Passive talent: None. Type: Flame Bird. Level D. Active talents: Dense Flame, Flamestorm Claws. Passive talent: Flame. During battle, all feathers on the body transform into flames, effectively reducing damage. Glancing at their attribute panels, Jiang Yuan's eyes were filled with a cold light. For him, these are the evolution points that are about to reach his fingertips. Blue Star. A young man was playing Record of Beasts in his bedroom. When he saw Jiang Yuan appear, he was shocked and stared at the screen without blinking. It's that white spider. I didn't expect it to come here too. It still has a contractor. Doesn't its contractor know that a bounty has been placed on it? Never mind, I'll just keep an eye on it for now. There's a 100,000 yuan bounty on it, and I wonder who dares to snatch it from me. This scene did not only happen here. Almost all the players who went to the secret realm dungeon were nervous after discovering Jiang Yuan. To them, Jiang Yuan is a piece of delicious steamed bun. It's not just an ordinary delicious steamed bun. After all, 100,000 yuan is not a small amount. In record of 10,000 beasts. Roar. Just as Jiang Yuan was about to launch an attack, the giant crocodile in the front let out a roar. It moved its strong limbs and took the lead in attacking Jiang Yuan. Active attack. Then I'll start with you. Jiang Yuan's eyes were cold. Instead of retreating, he advanced and launched 1,000 magic shadows to the side of the colorful giant crocodile in an instant. Chapter 14. Sea-level monsters are dispatched, and dangers are lurking everywhere. Snap. Without waiting for the giant crocodile to react, Jiang Yuan grabbed it tightly with his legs, lifted it up forcefully, and bit it with his venomous fangs. Roar. The giant crocodile let out a very dull roar and twisted its body to resist. What followed was a shiver in the body. Finally, he fell to the ground without a sound. Oh my god, this white spider has become stronger again. Outrageous, outrageous. This scene stunned many players who were in the secret dungeon. However, the demise of other players' contracted beasts did not make them want to give up the bounty that was within their grasp. Instead, a common idea emerged in everyone's mind. That is it. Let's go together. They still didn't believe that this white spider was so outrageous. Can you defeat them all? As for the bounty, you have to kill the white spider first to get it, right? In record of 10,000 beasts. The source of the river swallowed the giant, colorful crocodile as if there were no animals around. For him, no matter how many of these D-level monsters come, he is not afraid. The host devoured the D-rank exotic beast, the colorful giant crocodile, and gained 200 evolution points. The exotic beast, the colorful giant crocodile, is a contracted beast and receives an additional 200 evolution points. While devouring, Jiang Yuan's bold action seemed to make the players very unhappy, and even the group of strange beasts became agitated. Finally, a strange beast couldn't help it anymore. It let out a roar and rushed over from a distance. Its actions were like a charge horn. Many contracted beasts that were standing still roared and rushed towards Jiang Yuan one after another. Jiang Yuan raised his head, a hint of murderous intent emerging from his eyes. However, before he could act, a terrifying roar of a beast suddenly sounded in the distance. Ouch! Immediately afterwards, a strong wind suddenly blew up. Along with it, a black figure rushed towards Jiang Yuan at a speed that was difficult to capture with the naked eye. Bang! A sharp collision sound was heard, and Jiang Yuan and the strange beast fought each other. Many players looked closely and found that the black figure was a 5-meter-tall strange beast covered with black hair, with only blood-red eyes. It looks like a wolf, but is not a wolf, like a beast, but is not in beast. Ouch! As the fight between Jiang Yuan and the strange beast became more and more intense, roars rang out. It seemed as if black figures appeared out of thin air around them. It's the wind wolf. Oh my god, why did the wind wolf appear? The one fighting with the white spider seems to be the leader of the wind wolves. The pupils of many players on Blue Star who saw this scene through the game shrank, as if they had seen a ghost. In Record of Beasts, this is the race that players least want to provoke. The wind wolf definitely has a place. It seems that the word revenge is engraved in their bones. Anyone who provokes them will definitely fight to the death. If you dare to provoke it, the best way is to kill the entire family. Otherwise, it's best not to provoke. Just when the players were puzzled, a strange point made them overjoyed. The Gale Wolf Pack did not attack the other strange beasts, but simply formed a circle around Jiang Yuan. They looked so ferocious, as if Jiang Yuan was their mortal enemy. Looking at this, it seems like the Gale Wolves have a grudge against this white spider. In that case, we can just sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. In the end, I'll reap the benefits. The players are not fools. They quickly took actions that were beneficial to themselves based on the current situation. Ouch! Hiss! At the same time, Jiang Yuan and the leader of the Gale Wolves were fighting fiercely. Type: Gale Werewolf. Level: D+. Active talents: Wind Claw, Speed, Storm, Vicious Bite. Passive talent: Crown of the King. When leading a tribe in battle, each ability increases by 50. Looking at the panel of the Wind Werewolf, Jiang Yuan couldn't find a way to deal with it for a while. After all, Jiang Yuan needed to be vigilant against the contracted monsters and the Gale Wolf Pack nearby, so he couldn't let go and fight the Gale Werewolves. The Secret Realm copy is now officially open. D-level monsters are allowed to enter. Just as Jiang Yuan was thinking, a voice suddenly rang out from the sky. Jiang Yuan glanced sideways and found that the originally dim entrance to the Secret Realm had turned into a portal like a whirlpool. The stars are twinkling above, like a dream, as if connected to a fairyland on Earth. Advanced Secret Realm. Come and fight them then. Jiang Yuan also made a decision quickly. After a new round of collision with the Gale Werewolf, Jiang Yuan directly withdrew and stepped into the Secret Realm. Ouch! The Gale Werewolf roared and rushed in, following Jiang Yuan's footsteps. The Gale Wolf Pack did the same. As both parties left, only the contracted beasts remained in the field. The Secret Realm is open. Do you want to go in and take a look? Forget it, there's nothing to do in there. Even if we find rare treasures in there, it's impossible to sell them for 100,000. It's better to wait here for this white spider to come out. If you catch it, you can earn 100,000 yuan. But what if it gets killed by the Gale Wolves in there? On the Blue Star, players looked at the scenes in Record of 10,000 Beasts, and various thoughts emerged one by one. This also caused the players to split into two groups. One group went into the Secret Realm, while the other group remained waiting in the original place, wanting to wait for Jiang Yuan to show up and then kill him completely. At the same time, the news of Jiang Yuan's appearance in the D-level Secret Realm also spread on the Record of 10,000 Beasts forum. In just a few minutes, this post was pushed to the top of the most popular posts in Wanshalu. A bounty of up to 100,000 is enough to excite most players. You have to know that some of the items that can be traded at present are far from reaching Jiang Yuan's value. How dare this white spider appear in the D-level Secret Realm? Its contractor is really not afraid of this white spider dying. If it were me, I would have gone into hiding, evolved slowly, and then come out to shock everyone. Never mind. Its contractor is mentally retarded, which is actually a benefit to us. Brothers, there's a 100,000 yuan bounty. Anyone want to team up? Kill the white spider, and then we'll split the money. The post went viral and was also seen by Lu Fugui, who was preparing to go to Jiang Yuan's original location. Hey, you dare to go to the D-level secret realm? Who gave you the courage? Lu Fugui scanned the post, the corners of his lips curled up slightly. But this is a good thing for me. Six-clawed void leopard. Let's go to the entrance of the D-level secret realm. Roar. In the record of 10,000 beasts, the six-clawed void leopard let out a shocking roar. Immediately afterwards, it leaped up quickly, ignoring the wall in front of it, and rushed forward. Just as it approached the wall, its figure suddenly became illusory, as if it did not exist. The most astonishing thing is that it strangely passed through the wall and reached the other side of the wall directly. Six-clawed void leopard. The solid body is illusory. With this move, Lu Fugui has defeated countless monsters that are stronger than the six-clawed void leopard. This time, it is almost certain that it will take over Jiang Yuan. When the outside world started to move, Jiang Yuan had already stepped into the secret realm. Looking around, Jiang Yuan felt that the secret realm was filled with an oppressive atmosphere and a strong smell of blood. There were several huge beasts over 5 meters tall right in front of us, roaring continuously. It was completely black with some fiery red markings, and it looked quite scary. At this time, they stared at Jiang Yuan closely, as if Jiang Yuan would face ruthless strangulation if he dared to take another step. Chapter 15. The Fire Phoenix Egg Hidden in the Secret Realm. Type, Iron Man. Level, D. Active talent, Fierce Headbutt, Iron Fist. Passive talent, Hardened Body. Under the flames, it strengthens itself. When in a prolonged battle, flames will burst out from its body, burning the opponent when attacked at close range. Looking at the monster in front of him, a hint of contempt flashed in Jiang Yuan's eyes. This kind of creature is like giving him evolution points. Of course, this only applies to Jiang Yuan. For other D-level monsters, this is not the case. Although it has few talents, its passive talents can bring out the advantages of the group, making it a bit difficult to deal with. If you are not careful, you may even die on the spot. After a quick check, Jiang Yuan walked straight forward. Roar. One of the strange beasts roared and rushed over immediately. Its speed was not fast, which matched its huge body, and it looked extremely slow in Jiang Yuan's eyes. Facing its attack, Jiang Yuan directly sprayed out a spider web and then stabbed his fangs into its body. Roar. In less than 2 seconds, the strange beast fell to the ground with an unwilling scream. Roar, roar, roar. Seeing this, the other strange beasts around roared and rushed towards Jiang Yuan. Ouch! Just when Jiang Yuan wanted to kill them instantly, the roar of the wind werewolf made him change his mind. He turned his head and saw that the wind werewolf was leading a large group of wind wolves into the secret realm. As soon as the gale werewolf saw Jiang Yuan, he rushed straight towards him. What an annoying guy. The 1,000 shadow demons were activated instantly. Jiang Yuan dodged it lightly, and a dark look flashed in his eyes. I don't have time to play with you here right now. Roar, roar, roar. Just at this moment, the strange beast behind Jiang Yuan let out another series of roars. Looking at them, and then at the wind werewolf, Jiang Yuan suddenly had an idea. So the next second, when the wind werewolf charged again, Jiang Yuan used spider silk to move the already poisoned Iron Man in front of him. Watching the gale werewolf's attack hitting the strange beast, Jiang Yuan directly activated the 1,000 shadows and left the scene. Ouch! Roar, roar, roar. Soon, Jiang Yuan heard the howling of the wind wolf and the roar of the Iron Man. I think the two sides have already fought together. Wind werewolves, since you want to find me, defeat them first. Jiang Yuan said with a smile. His figure suddenly accelerated, heading deeper into the cave. At the same time, he was also using spider silk to pull the strange beasts in the secret realm towards the location of the wind werewolf. For Jiang Yuan, the strange beasts in the secret realm are the evolution points within his reach. But he can swallow these evolution points at any time. On the contrary, the treasures worth millions of dollars cannot be taken away by other exotic beasts. Otherwise, there will be no place to regret. That's why he thought of using Iron Man to stop the wind werewolf. At the same time, it is also blocking some other strange beasts. In this way, there will be nothing to disturb you when you obtain the treasure. We went deeper and deeper until we reached the source of the river and could no longer sense the breath of any strange beasts. Jiang Yuan then slowed down his pace slightly and began to hunt some exotic beasts in the secret realm to increase his own evolution points. It's not that Jiang Yuan is no longer interested in the natural treasures in the depths, but he knew that he was the first to come in and there was no strange beast walking in front of him. In addition, after what I did just now, it would undoubtedly be extremely difficult for those strange beasts to catch up with me. Along the way, Jiang Yuan devoured evolution points while heading deeper into the depths. When Jiang Yuan had gained 2,000 evolution points, he found himself in a whole new world. He didn't feel it before, but he was getting deeper and deeper. Jiang Yuan felt that the surroundings were becoming increasingly dry. Every time Jiang Yuan took a breath, he felt a little dry in his throat. Not only that, Jiang Yuan also noticed that the ground that was originally sandy had now turned into cracked earth. It looks quite desolate. And why is the soil so dark? It looks like it was burned by fire. Looking around, Jiang Yuan couldn't help but click his tongue and complain. To be honest, if I hadn't known clearly in my previous life that there were good things in this secret realm, Jiang Yuan really couldn't imagine what kind of natural treasures could grow in such a desolate place. Suddenly, Jiang Yuan stopped and looked far ahead. There is a tall tree over there. The tall trees are just like the surrounding environment, bare and without any branches or leaves. This tree is like an old man in his twilight years, and it seems that it may collapse at any time. But on the thickest branch of the tree, there is a conspicuous nest. There is an egg in the nest. Yes, that's right. Jiang Yuan took a look at it and felt that this egg looked exactly like a chicken egg, except that it had some red lines on the shell and was a little bigger. After a quick glance, Jiang Yuan looked around again. After making sure that there was nothing around, he turned his attention back to the egg. Could this be a treasure worth millions? No matter how he looked at it, he didn't think this egg could be worth $1 million. Could it be that the energy contained in it is rich, and as long as you swallow it, you can gain abundant evolution points? Just when Jiang Yuan was confused, the panel given by the system made him breathe hard. Item: Fire Phoenix Egg. Fire Phoenix contains a trace of vermilion bird bloodline within its body. After gestation, it has the chance to evolve into vermilion bird through its bloodline. Active talent: none. Passive talent: immortality. After death, it will transform into an egg and reappear in the world after a period of gestation. Interval: 1 month. Current status: to be hatched. Hatching time: 24 hours. Fire Phoenix Egg? Could this be? Jiang Yuan muttered, a strange look flashing across his eyes. He remembered that after the game came into being, a contractor used the Fire Phoenix he had contracted to commit evil. In his previous life, many people dared not speak out even when they were bullied by him. Jiang Yuan is also one of this group of people. There is no way. After the game came, the Order of Blue Star changed drastically, and everything is based on the rule of the strong. As for the law, in the face of absolute strength, there is not much difference between it and a blank piece of paper. Thinking of this, Jiang Yuan shuddered all over and stared at the Fire Phoenix Egg with bright eyes. You bullied me in my previous life, so I deserve this Fire Phoenix Egg. When the game comes to reality, I want to see, without the Fire Phoenix, what else can you use to enslave others? When he said this, a gleam of light flashed in Jiang Yuan's eyes. He then took a step forward and was about to rush over to take the Fire Phoenix Egg. But when he was halfway there, Jiang Yuan's body suddenly tensed up. At this moment, he felt a sense of crisis. With his current strength far exceeding D+ level, he can be called invincible in this secret realm. Could it be that there are still sea-level exotic beasts in this secret realm? Jiang Yuan frowned tightly. Roar! Suddenly, an earth-shaking roar sounded from the side. Jiang Yuan's body tensed up, and when he turned his head, he saw a bloody mouth biting towards him. At this distance, Jiang Yuan could clearly see the rows of dense teeth in its mouth, and could also smell the strong, fishy smell emanating from its mouth with incredible clarity. As the bloody mouth approached, Jiang Yuan could sense a breath of death instantly enveloping his whole body. Chapter 16. My adoptive father is actually a rich woman. Jiang Yuan was shocked and retreated without hesitation. That bloody mouth obviously didn't want to let Jiang Yuan go. Fortunately, Jiang Yuan reacted quickly and pulled out a spider silk to pull himself back, thus escaping the attack range of the bloody mouth. At this moment, his body was tense and he looked at the figure in front of him with horror. It is 10 meters long and looks like an enlarged lizard at first glance. The difference is that its entire body is covered with crimson scales. Type: Red Phosphorus Fire Dragon. Level: D+. Active talents: Jet of Fire, Flame Headbutt, Flame Claws. Passive talent: Fiery Scales. During combat, the scales on the body will dance like flames, burning those in close contact. Roar! As soon as the attribute panel appeared, Jiang Yuan's pupils shrank. But soon, a smile appeared on Jiang Yuan's face again. He found that the red phosphorus fire dragon did not attack him again, but was guarding the dead tree. Jiang Yuan possessed human intelligence and quickly figured out the whole situation. He could sense the threat posed by the red phosphorus fire dragon, and it could naturally sense the crisis it brought. In other words, As long as you don't want to take the fire phoenix egg or set foot in its territory, it will not appear. So it's guarding this fire phoenix egg? Or are you defending your territory? With this in mind, Jiang Yuan tentatively tried to approach the fire phoenix egg from the other side, but was soon faced with the attack of the red phosphorus fire dragon. But after passing a certain range, it will stay where it is and not attack again. As long as Jiang Yuan's purpose is not to go after the dead tree, the red phosphorus fire dragon will not attack him, but will only look at him vigilantly. I see. The successive tests made Jiang Yuan clear about his idea. He just didn't want to let this red phosphorus fire dragon get close to the fire phoenix egg. It's a pity, the fire phoenix egg is also something I've set my eyes on. Jiang Yuan shook his head and was about to use the 1,000 layers of magic shadow to snatch the fire phoenix egg. The contractor, Space Greymon, has paid you 1 million Krypton gold, which is being converted into 10,000 evolution points. Item, fragrant grass. Swallow to gain 500 evolution points. Dragon flame flower. Swallow to gain 300 evolution points. But the sound of the system following up made him stop. Godfather, did the wind blow your money? He looked up at the natural treasures that appeared out of nowhere around him, and his whole body was shaking with excitement. Through his calculations, he found that as long as he swallowed these treasures of heaven and earth, he would usher in a new round of evolution. When the time comes, he has already entered the sea level. With his methods, it can be said that he has the ability to protect himself in record of 10,000 beasts. Roar! Just at this moment, the red phosphorus fire dragon roared. Jiang Yuan turned his head in anger and saw the red phosphorus fire dragon staring straight at the treasures around him. Obviously, this also has a strong appeal to it. But the red phosphorus fire dragon was still hovering around the fire phoenix egg as before. It is obvious that although the treasures of heaven and earth are tempting, they are nothing compared to the fire phoenix egg. TSK, TSK, TSK. Do you really want to be by the fire phoenix egg side? Then I'll see how long you can keep craving it. Seeing this, Jiang Yuan opened his mouth and bit the treasures around him. The host devours the dragon flame flower and gains 300 evolution points. As the system's sounds rang out, Jiang Yuan, who was observing the red phosphorus fire dragon, felt a little bored. The red phosphorus fire dragon did not move as before, and in the end it turned its back, trying to avoid seeing it and getting bothered by it. Boring. After looking for a while, Jiang Yuan shook his head silently. Follow. He received a message from his adoptive father. Little spider, you guessed it right. I actually won the prize. Oh, my little spider is awesome. The words sent by his adoptive father gave Jiang Yuan a flash of enlightenment. At the same time, I can't help but wonder what will happen in the future. Jiang Yuan understood that it was unrealistic to expect his adoptive father to keep spending money on him. You must show your own strong abilities and predict the future. This is the powerful ability that Jiang Yuan has built for himself. Jiang Yuan thought for a moment and finally chose to open the system to connect to external news media to take a look first. Although he remembered many things that happened in his previous life, he didn't know what happened and what didn't happen at this moment. One person spent 500,000 yuan on lottery tickets and won a 1 million yuan grand prize. As soon as he opened the news, a very hot development caught Jiang Yuan's attention. Could it be my foster father? Out of curiosity, Jiang Yuan couldn't help but click on this post. When Jiang Yuan clicked on the video, he didn't see his adoptive father, but instead saw a woman wearing a black leather jacket and leather pants. This woman has a dashing temperament and looks quite stylish. But she was very cold and only said from time to time during the interview. Is this my adoptive father? Jiang Yuan's eyes suddenly widened. Did I misunderstand? Is the adoptive father actually a cold and arrogant lady? So I am being kept by a rich woman? Just as Jiang Yuan's eyes were getting wider and wider, the voice from the video brought him back to his senses. In the video, at the host's request, the lady began to talk about the experience of buying lottery tickets. Actually, I'm not interested in buying lottery tickets. This time it was just my family who asked me to buy this lottery ticket. It looks like she should be my adoptive father's daughter. Just a few words made Jiang Yuan understand. But who is that little girl? She's prettier than my adoptive father's daughter. Jiang Yuan glanced around, and his gaze suddenly stopped not far from the camera. There stood a girl wearing a long pink dress and pigtails. She had a smile on her face, as if she was the one receiving the award. Jiang Yuan couldn't help but look at her carefully for several times. It was not until the end of the video interview that Jiang Yuan came back to his senses and paid attention to the date. Today is the 1st, and nothing major seems to be happening. But I remember that there seems to be an antique that was found next to my godfather. I can go and try it. As he murmured, Jiang Yuan's eyes lit up slightly. He thanked him sincerely as before, and then told his adoptive father about this matter. Number 2. Going to buy antiques? Su Ming also received Jiang Yuan's message as soon as possible. Okay, then number 2 will go and take a look. Su Ming nodded, with anticipation in her eyes. She was about to tell Jiang Yuan when she suddenly saw a white light blooming around Jiang Yuan in the record of 10,000 beasts. Little spider has evolved again. Very nice. I don't know what the little spider will evolve into this time. It's best to change it a little bit. It would be nice to be a little different from that vicious little spider. Otherwise, it would be bad if other players thought my little spider was that spider. My little spider is such a peace-loving person. She even wanted to share her food with the big lizard just now. Roar! Su Ming looked at Jiang Yuan, muttering from time to time, and suddenly a roar came from her ears. Oh! Su Ming turned her head, and a look of panic suddenly appeared on her little face. Little snake, that's the new neighbor your mom found for you. You two should love each other and don't fight. As she spoke, she lifted her smooth, white little feet and ran towards the transparent side box. It was at this time that Jiang Yuan's evolution had reached a critical point. Hiss! Jiang Yuan roared one after another, and his body underwent a huge change when he stepped from the D level to the C level. At this time, cracks appeared on his body, and his snow-white figure was struggling to get out of it. But at this moment, roar! A roar suddenly exploded from a distance. From a distance, Jiang Yuan saw the red phosphorus fire dragon rushing towards him with its fangs and claws bared. Obviously, it sensed Jiang Yuan's sudden increase in strength and wanted to kill him first. Chapter 17, Sudden Submission. You want to deal with me now? Jiang Yuan frowned, and a sinister smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. I have to admit, it's a good idea. I knew I should take advantage of the most dangerous moment, but unfortunately, it came a little too late. Hiss! As it came over, Jiang Yuan's head had already emerged from the old shell. Congratulations to the host for successfully advancing to level C. Gain exclusive talent, language mastery. Host evolved successfully and obtained the innate blazing blade. The forefoot undergoes a mutation, evolving into a sharp blade, and can emit terrifying flames from it. The system's prompt sound made Jiang Yuan feel refreshed. Unfortunately, before Jiang Yuan could investigate carefully, a roar came from behind him. Looking closely, he saw the red phosphorus fire dragon with its mouth wide open heading straight for the source of the river. A sneak attack from behind? Do you think you can win? Jiang Yuan let out a cold shout, twisted his body, raised his front paws and attacked directly towards the red phosphorus fire dragon. Phew! A crisp sound. Before Jiang Yuan received the amplification, the scales that the red phosphorus fire dragon was so proud of became as pale as tofu dregs. Jiang Yuan's front paw penetrated most of the way, causing bright red blood to spurt out on the spot. That's not all. Hot flame. Jiang Yuan let out a low hum. A scorching flame instantly rose from the front paw that pierced into the dragon, causing the body of the red phosphorus fire dragon to sizzle with a burning sound. Roar, roar, roar. Under the raging fire, the red phosphorus fire dragon let out a series of extremely miserable roars. But before it could roar anymore, Jiang Yuan bit down with his venomous fangs. The red phosphorus fire dragon twitched all over and died. Jiang Yuan did not devour the red phosphorus fire dragon first, but checked his own changes first. His body shape has changed greatly. The size has increased several times. Jiang Yuan feels that if the game comes now, anyone who sees my appearance would probably be scared to death. After all, who has ever seen a spider that is 5 meters long? Not only that, after obtaining the latest talent, Jiang Yuan's 2 front legs also underwent obvious changes. A few fiery patterns were added to the original snow-white color of the forefoot. At this time, the lines were still emitting a faint light, as if they were swimming. Blazing blade. Host, Jiang Yuan. Type, red flame demon spider. Level, C. Active talents, dragnet, venom splash, evil spider eye, 1,000 shadows, blazing blade. Passive talent, evil spider body. Evolution points, 0/30,000. He took a quick glance at the attribute panel, and when he saw the type change, a hint of joy appeared in his eyes. When Jiang Yuan saw the required evolution points, he was overjoyed. It seems that the evolution points required to reach rank C have changed. This is a good thing for me. After all, with my current abilities, I can kill a large number of exotic beasts without wasting too much spiritual energy. Jiang Yuan was so confident because the blazing blade required very little spiritual energy to be consumed. As long as the heat contained within it is not released, it is as if no consumption has occurred. But then again, I can go settle accounts with the wind werewolf now. Let it feel the power of the blazing blade. The blazing blade had already demonstrated its power when facing the red phosphorus fire dragon. Even the scaly fire dragon couldn't stop it, so the pack of wind wolves could be killed one by one with one sword. Having made up his mind, Jiang Yuan first devoured the red phosphorus fire dragon and then brought down the fire phoenix egg from the tall tree. This time, there were no strange beasts to disturb us. After Jiang Yuan wrapped the fire phoenix egg into a cocoon with spider silk, he quickly returned the same way. On his way back, Jiang Yuan was naturally blocked by strange beasts from the secret realm. However, facing them, Jiang Yuan raised the blazing blade and killed them one by one. In less than half an hour, dozens of strange beasts died at Jiang Yuan's feet. In response, Jiang Yuan continued to devour and slaughter. There are many strange beasts in the secret realm, and these are all hard-earned evolution points for Jiang Yuan. It would not be easy to find so many exotic beasts at once after going out. Roar! While searching for the Gale Wolf pack in Jiang Yuan, a roar suddenly sounded. It's the wind werewolf. But its condition is not very good now. The bloodstains on its fur make its originally black fur look even darker. This is normal. After all, under Jiang Yuan's interference, it can be cared for by the strange beasts in the secret realm. And he himself does not have Jiang Yuan's strength. Hiss! Jiang Yuan let out a roar and revealed his sea-level aura. Roar! After a period of turmoil, the Wind Wolf pack quickly stabilized under the leadership of the Wind Werewolf. The Gale Werewolf stared at Jiang Yuan with a ferocious look on his face, but he stepped back little by little. "Want to leave? Who dares to let you go without my permission?" As soon as Jiang Yuan finished speaking, he saw the Wind Werewolf, who was originally aggressive, suddenly glared and couldn't help shaking all over. Did you sense my presence? No, that's not right. Recalling what just happened, Jiang Yuan rejected it. Is it because I spoke? As Jiang Yuan was muttering, he suddenly found that the Gale Werewolf in front of him slowly lowered his head, lay on the ground, and nodded several times. Before he could understand what it meant, the system prompt sound made him dumbfounded. The system detects that the Gale Werewolf is submitting to you, whether the host has signed a contract with him. What's going on? After confirming it, Jiang Yuan was a little amused. He originally came to settle accounts with the Wind Werewolf, but he didn't expect it to express its submission to him. So do we need a contract? After thinking for a while, Jiang Yuan's eyes hardened, and he prepared to sign the contract. After all, whether in Record of 10,000 Beasts or after the game comes out, fighting alone is always better than having the support of a force. Moreover, the surrender of the Wind Werewolf also allowed him to find a completely new direction. Now he was in the Record of 10,000 Beasts, just like a fire phoenix that had not yet hatched, and there were still many powerful beasts that had not been contracted. If I get there first, then when the game starts, those who bullied me in my previous life with the help of powerful monsters will be gone. Without the strange beast, he is just a clown that can be crushed to death at any time. As soon as Jiang Yuan responded, he felt that there was a mysterious connection between him and the Gale Werewolf. Master. As the attribute panel appeared, a jerky female voice sounded in Jiang Yuan's mind. It was that of the Gale Werewolf. Jiang Yuan widened his eyes and looked up and down at the Gale Werewolf. For some reason, after learning that the Wind Werewolf was a female, he actually had a feeling that the werewolf was also handsome. Is this the after effect of being reborn as a beast? Jiang Yuan suppressed his thoughts and asked, "Why do you want to submit to me?" He really found it strange that when the Wind Wolf realized his C-rank strength, it had no intention of surrendering and only wanted to retreat. It is clear from this that the Wind Werewolf is not someone who is willing to surrender. Why did he suddenly surrender again? Chapter 18. The First Subordinate, Jiang Yuan. The Master is an A-rank exotic beast. It is my honor to follow the Master. Does it mean that only when an A-rank alien beast gets involved in an A-rank alien beast can it speak? But why is it that in my previous life, I saw many people who had not reached the A-level being able to speak? The words of the Wind Werewolf made Jiang Yuan feel uneasy. There are two conditions for the alien beast to speak. One is that the alien beast can speak after reaching rank A. One is that there is a unique bloodline in the body, which is present at birth. I see. After receiving the systematic explanation, Jiang Yuan did not refute the Wind Werewolf. For him, it was the best thing that the Wind Werewolf considered himself an A-level monster. Type: Gale Werewolf. Level: D+. Active talents: Wind Claw, Speed, Storm, Vicious Bite. Passive talent: Crown of the King. When leading a tribe in battle, each ability increases by 50. 2000/8100. Loyalty: 100. After taking a quick look at the Gale Werewolf's panel, Jiang Yuan's fierce eyes softened a lot. Jiang Yuan can be cold-blooded when facing his enemies, but he is completely different when facing his subordinates. Okay, what's your name? What's your name? The wind werewolf tilted his head, a hint of suspicion flashing in his eyes. Since you don't have a name, I'll help you choose one. Looking at its appearance, Jiang Yuan immediately realized that the wind werewolf probably didn't have a name yet. He thought for a moment and said, "It said that wolves belong to the moon, and the wind werewolf is known for its swift wind. From now on, I'll call you Zhiyue, right? Chasing the moon? My name is Zhiyue." The wind werewolf repeated it several times, and there was a hint of joy in his cold eyes. It is obvious that it is very satisfied with the new name. Since you have no objection, it is decided. Seeing this, Jiang Yuan waved his hand and made the decision. "Zhiyue, you get up first." Ouch. Hearing this, wind werewolf. No, it should be called chasing the moon now. Instead of getting up, it looked up to the sky and let out a long howl. Follow closely. Jiang Yuan saw the swift wolves behind her imitated it, kneeling on the ground and bowing to him. Ouch, ouch. They spoke in unison, making a deafening sound. Faced with such a scene, Jiang Yuan couldn't help but feel a little excited. After all, he has been reborn to the present day, from a weak spider to where he is now. Moreover, having power and fighting alone will undoubtedly make a force more feared. Just think about it. After you gain power, anyone who dares to touch you will have to think carefully about not only your own strength, but also the thousands of strange beasts behind you. Of course, Jiang Yuan also knew that even if the game became a reality, his current strength would not be enough to intimidate other powerful beasts or even humans. But Jiang Yuan believes that in the future his power will grow to a scale that will make everyone fear him. That time won't be long. He was reborn earlier, but it took him a lot longer than others. Get up. Thinking of this, Jiang Yuan suppressed the passion in his heart and slowly said, "Since you have submitted to me, I can let bygones be bygones for what happened before that. Now I will give you a task. Anyone who sees a contracted beast entering the secret realm, kill them for me. As for the strange beasts in the secret realm, leave them to me." As Jiang Yuan finished speaking, the Gale Wolf Pack roared in response. Next, under the leadership of Zhiyue, the Gale Wolf Pack quickly disappeared from Jiang Yuan's sight. Jiang Yuan also took action immediately. At the same time, another place in the secret realm, muffled sounds continued to echo in the area. Anyone who comes here can see two contracted beasts cooperating with each other and fighting against the Iron Man in the secret realm. At this time, the two contracted beasts were not in good condition. Their bodies were covered in blood, and they looked like they had crawled out of hell. And at its feet lay the remains of several Iron Men. They are the spoils of these two strange beasts. Bang! When a muffled sound was heard. The only remaining Iron Man was killed on the spot by the two beasts. Damn it, the creatures in the D-level secret realm are really not that easy to deal with. That's not nonsense, but we've got so much flesh and blood from D-rank monsters. If we trade them, we'll probably get a lot of money. On the Blue Star, two people saw this scene and wiped the non-existent sweat from their foreheads. But no matter how hard it was, it's finally solved. The secret realm is too dangerous. Why don't we go out now? Ouch. As the two were thinking about their next strategy, a roar suddenly rang out. It's the Wind Werewolf and the Gale Wolf Pack. Oh my god, why are they here? One of them had his pupils shrink and couldn't help but exclaim. The Gale Wolf Pack and Jushu are a race that they don't want to provoke. Don't worry. The man next to him seemed much calmer. He shook his head and said, "The Gale Wolves entered this secret realm to find the white spider. As long as we don't provoke them, we'll be fine." That's true. The other person looked much calmer after hearing these words. In just a few seconds, looking at the scene in record of 10,000 beasts, the Gale Wolves, led by Zhiyue, were approaching. The man became nervous again. Why are the Coco Gale Wolves rushing towards us? Don't worry. Someone faced the Gale Wolves before, and they didn't actively attack the beasts. At most, they were attracted by our spoils. Before he could utter the word, "Fing," the man's eyes suddenly condensed as he looked at the interface of record of 10,000 beasts. When the Gale Wolves approached to a certain distance, they attacked the two contracted beasts without any warning. Unprepared, the two strange beasts didn't hold out for long before they were completely killed. Your beast has died in the record of beasts. The contracted beast died, and several red words appeared in front of the two people. Oh my god, my strange beast. Why did the Wind Wolf Pack become so crazy? This scene seemed to drain all their strength and make them collapse. His eyes were lifeless, and he could only mutter to himself. It's no surprise that they would have such a reaction. Except for some extremely lucky players who can contract D-level monsters, the rest have more or less spent money. This death cannot be reborn, only starting over. This is equivalent to all the money spent going down the drain. Not long after this, in the forum of Record of Beasts, another post became the second most searched topic. First, it was the post offering a reward for Jiang Yuan. Shock! The swift wolves have changed their habits and are now actively attacking strange beasts. Click on the post, and the video shows the two beasts being besieged by the swift wolf pack. Chapter 19. The mutation of the Gale wolf pack. This situation has also attracted many players to discuss it. How is this possible? This wasn't the case when I encountered the wind wolf in the game before. Yeah, I've encountered them before, and as long as I gave them the prey, nothing happened. So how do we deal with the Gale wolf pack now? Urgent. During the player discussion, some players also gave different opinions. Actually, I think it's just this group of Gale wolves that has changed. Look, this is in a secret place. The only swift wolves that have entered the secret realm are those that are hunting down the white spiders that have been making a lot of noise lately. This swift wolf pack must be going crazy because they couldn't find the white spider. As long as we find the white spider, the wind wolf pack will return to normal. As soon as this comment appeared, it was immediately recognized by the majority of players. Many people gave likes to bring this comment to the forefront. The majority of players have also relaxed a lot about this. Many players waiting outside the secret realm are excited and are looking at the entrance to the secret realm with eagerness. The Gale wolf pack didn't find the white spider, which means they still have a chance. Then just take advantage of the white spider coming out and kill it quickly. You can get a reward of 100,000. 1. 3 heads. 30. Call. After hunting for 3 hours, Jiang Yuan looked at his ever-increasing evolution points, and a look of deep joy appeared in his eyes. Within 3 hours, plus the contracted beasts hunted by the Gale wolf pack, Jiang Yuan obtained 5,000 evolution points. This was a number that Jiang Yuan had never dared to imagine before. Of course, Jiang Yuan also knew that the acquisition of so many evolution points in such a short period of time was largely due to coincidence. First, there are many exotic beasts in the secret realm itself. Second, due to the popularity of the post, a large number of contracted exotic beasts have gathered. Third, it is the Krypton gold of his adoptive father. He spent 10,000 evolution points on himself and added some rare treasures to push himself directly to sea level, thus subduing the Gale wolf pack. Host, Jiang Yuan. Type, Red Flame Demon Spider. Level, C. Active talents, Dragnet, Venom Splash, Evil Spider Eye, Thousand Shadows, Blazing Blade. Passive talent, Evil Spider Body. Evolution points, 5,300/30,000. That's great. Jiang Yuan was very excited looking at the extra evolution points. If there weren't so many coincidences, Jiang Yuan really couldn't imagine how long it would take to gain so many evolution points through his own efforts. Ouch! At this time, Jiang Yuan was awakened by the howling of the Gale wolves. Accompanied by the strong wind, Jiang soon came in front of him. The contracted beasts in the Master's secret realm have been almost hunted down. It knelt on the ground, and its voice rang in Jiang Yuan's mind. The hunt is almost over. Jiang Yuan frowned, looked towards the entrance of the secret realm, and said softly, "Since the hunt is almost over, then it's time to go out and meet those D-rank monsters." Ouch! Jiang's body trembled. Jiang Yuan's tone was very calm, but it could clearly sense a murderous aura rising up. Walk! With a light shout, Jiang Yuan took the lead and walked towards the entrance of the secret realm. Ouch! Jiang roared and followed closely behind him. At this time, the secret realm was dead silent. Only the sounds of the Gale wolves and Jiang Yuan's footsteps could be heard. At first glance, it sounds like the whisper of death. Not long. Led by Jiang Yuan, the group has arrived at the entrance of the secret realm. Jiang Yuan simply lifted his legs and walked out of the secret realm. The air outside was much fresher than that inside the secret realm, especially the group of strange beasts lingering at the entrance of the secret realm and never leaving, which made Jiang Yuan very excited. It's that white spider. This white spider is out. Quick, quick, the reward is 100,000. As long as you kill him, you can get 100,000 yuan. Jiang Yuan's appearance excited the players waiting at the entrance of the secret realm. Roar! One of the strange beasts roared and rushed towards Jiang Yuan first. Seeing this, the other players were also ready to go. After learning about Jiang Yuan's methods, they had already discussed a countermeasure, which was to besiege Jiang Yuan together. But just as they were about to instruct the contracted beast to take action, roar! Accompanied by a beast's roar, a strong sense of crisis swept over in an instant. Everyone subconsciously looked up. It is the entrance and exit of the secret realm. There, dozens of Gale wolves rushed out under the leadership of Jiang Yuan. Ouch! With a roar, Jiang Yuan stirred up a gust of wind and immediately hunted down the strange beast that was about to pounce on Jiang Yuan. Roar, roar, roar. This scene caused the swift wolves at the scene to roar excitedly, as if cheering for their leader. Wait a minute. Don't act rashly. The wolves are targeting the white spider. We'll wait until they're both badly beaten. Then we'll take action. That's right. Let them fight each other first. This is in our best interest. After the initial panic, the players on Blue Star quickly calmed down and instructed the strange beasts to block Jiang Yuan on all sides, leaving it no chance of escape. After doing all this, everyone stared at the scenes in Record of Beasts as if they were watching a show. From the popular post just now, they already understood that the Gale Wolf Pack had been looking for Jiang Yuan and had slaughtered many contracted beasts for this purpose. It's enough to see how angry they are. Now they are angry and have found Jiang Yuan. Can Jiang Yuan still run away now? In everyone's sight. Ouch! Under Jiang Yuan's leadership, many Gale Wolves let out a long howl, and then launched an attack with their fangs and claws bared. Only, unexpectedly, Jiang Yuan did not launch an attack on Jiang Yuan, but instead launched a fierce attack on the monster contracted by the player. Several strange beasts were caught off guard, and their bodies were bitten, with bright red blood gushing out continuously. Roar! Only now did they let out roars of pain. At this time they wanted to resist, but several wind wolves came out together and tore them into pieces at a rapid speed. At this moment, the originally peaceful entrance and exit of the secret realm was covered by a pungent smell of blood. What's going on? Shouldn't the wind wolf pack attack the white spider? Why are you attacking us instead? On Blue Star, many players panicked when they saw this scene. However, there were still some players who calmed down immediately after a brief panic and began to instruct the contracted beasts to unite and resist the attack of the Gale Wolf Pack. Roar, roar, roar. Whoa! For a moment, the entrance to the secret realm was filled with noise. The Gale Wolf Pack and the contracted beasts fought fiercely. Jiang Yuan, who had originally attracted much attention, now attracted little attention. He looked at everything calmly, like a spectator. But as more and more contracted beasts reacted, the Gale Wolf Pack, which had the upper hand, began to gradually lose the upper hand. There was a hint of coldness in Jiang Yuan's eyes. Chapter 20. Are you crazy? This is why you offer a 100,000 yuan reward. Bullying my men in front of me. You don't take me seriously enough. With a low murmur, Jiang Yuan revealed the aura hidden within his body. At this moment, rush out. CC level. Damn, how did this white spider become a C rank? What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? What's going on? What's going on with me? When the players on Blue Star felt Jiang Yuan's C rank aura, their eyes widened and their faces were filled with disbelief. They never expected that Jiang Yuan would become a C-level monster after entering the secret realm and coming out. The scene was even more silent. The two fighting parties stopped strangely and stared blankly at Jiang Yuan in the center. Although the C level is only one level away from the D level, every level increase will bring huge improvements to the beast. Simply put, when facing level D, level C is like an adult and a child. Have they all stopped? Looking at everything in the audience, Jiang Yuan curled his lips into a sneer. But you have plans to stop. I don't. You've always wanted to exchange my head for a bounty, so I'd charge a little interest. Isn't that too much? Jiang Yuan, with this thought in mind, let out a roar before they could come to their senses. Hiss! The moment the sound was uttered, Jiang Yuan opened his mouth and sprayed out dozens of spider silks. Puff, puff, puff. The spider silk, as thin as a cicada's wing, is like a sharp sword that kills people. Wherever he passed, countless blood gushed out. Bang! As Jiang Yuan gently flicked the spider silk, the strange beasts that were pierced by the spider silk launched attacks on the contracted strange beasts next to them under the guidance of the spider silk. Yo, you still want to resist? In that case, then you can just die. Seeing that the strange beasts pulled by the spider silk were still struggling, Jiang Yuan showed a cruel smile. At the same time, thick lavender liquid seeped through the spider silk and splashed all over the entrance and exit of the secret realm. Some liquids even got onto the strange beasts. Once they were infected, within a few seconds those strange beasts would let out a cry of inhumane compassion. Immediately afterwards, he fell to the ground without a sound. It seems like spider silk and venom work well together. Looking at all this, Jiang Yuan's eyes flashed with surprise. This is the latest method he has figured out. The venom is too slow in speed, but extremely toxic. Spider silk is extremely fast, but the power of a single strand of silk is limited. Combining the two can complement each other's strengths and make up for each other's weaknesses. Roar, roar, roar. Ouch, ouch. Moo, moo, moo. At this time, There was constant commotion at the entrance and exit of the secret realm, and the cries of countless strange beasts resounded through the sky. But Jiang Yuan, the instigator of all this, showed no mercy at all, but became even more brutal. Accompanied by the roar of the strange beast, streaks of bright red blood splattered all over the scene. At this moment, this area turned into a hell. Jiang Yuan. He is the ruler of this hell. Oh my god, my contracted beast. Oh my god, I'm completely numb. Who can save my beast? For a beast of this strength, the reward is only 100,000. Next time I will never believe in a reward again. Even if you give me 1 million, I won't come to see this kind of beast. On Blue Star, many players looked stunned when they saw the scenes in Record of Myriad Beasts. Although they were not threatened with death, the death of their contracted beasts was no less painful to them than killing them. To become a D-level monster, they have to spend more or less money. Now, not only is all the money I spent on the game wasted, everything has to start all over again. At the same time, on the forum, there are also people who report the situation in the secret realm in real time. When he learned that Jiang Yuan had evolved to level C and was now slaughtering contracted beasts, the players in the entire forum are going to explode. Oh my god, is this the white spider from before? Is it fake? I remember it had a hard time hunting that falcon before. How can we hunt down these D-rank monsters now? It's as easy as eating and drinking water? This combat power is not bad. Lu Fuguei, who had been paying attention to the news from the secret realm, naturally knew the situation. He watched the scenes in the video and couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. This white spider's methods are truly extraordinary. But to cultivate it to this level in such a short time, its contractor must have spent a lot of money. Lu Fuguei whispered, a perverted murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Only such a powerful beast is worthy of my hunting. I hope its contractor won't cry after I hunt it down. As he spoke, Lu Fuguei instructed the six-clawed void leopard to speed up. At the same time, he also posted the news that he was about to arrive on the forum. Everyone, don't panic. I'm very close to the secret realm now. Hold on until I arrive. I will definitely kill this white spider for you. As soon as his remarks were made, they attracted the attention of countless players. After all, this is the real deal, a big boss who owns a C-rank contracted beast. You have to know that the game has only been launched for a short time, and there are not many players who own C-level monsters. Fuck, the boss has come forward. This is stable. Boss, I'm at the scene now. Please come and rescue us quickly. We really can't hold on any longer. I lost, captured a new boss alive. Boss, are you still missing any accessories? I'm a girl. I don't have any special abilities, but I'm beautiful, kind, and I can warm your bed. Lu Fuguei's post also attracted the attention of a large number of players. Many low-level exotic beasts that have been contracted hope that Lu Fuguei can take them with him. In response to this, Lu Fuguei showed a smug smile after reading the comments, and then replied in a particularly pretentious manner. Just watch carefully while I take care of this white spider. If anyone wants to contact me then, please send me a private message. What happened on Blue Star and the Record of Beasts forum? Jiang Yuan didn't know. At this moment, as time passed, Jiang Yuan had already hunted down most of the contracted beasts near the secret realm. In the secret realm, the air was filled with a strong smell of blood. At a glance, all that was seen were the corpses of strange beasts, and even the ground was dyed dark red with the blood of the contracted beasts. Hiss! Jiang Yuan roared continuously. He was very satisfied with the masterpiece he created. Certainly, what he was more satisfied with was the powerful abilities he had acquired. So many D-level monsters couldn't even make a ripple under his hands. But you have to know that Jiang Yuan is only using spider silk and venom now, and his other more powerful abilities have not been used. If he used all his strength, Jiang Yuan felt that even a C-level monster could be defeated. Nothing can make a single wave in front of him. Swallow first. Looking at the only remaining contracted beast, Jiang Yuan did not take any action. He planned to hand it over to Zhueyue, and he went ahead to devour these strange beasts. They are evolution points that are delivered to your mouth. Jiang Yuanzi naturally likes evolution points very much. The host devoured the D+ level monster giant bear and gained 400 evolution points. The giant bear is a contracted beast. Devour it to gain an additional 400 evolution points. The host devoured the D-rank exotic beast, the leopard tiger, and gained 300 evolution points. Exotic beast colorful tiger. Just as Jiang Yuan was carrying out a massacre, his body suddenly tensed up, and his eyes subconsciously looked straight ahead. Although there are no strange beasts there yet, but Jiang Yuan had already sensed that something with an extremely strong sense of crisis was approaching rapidly. Jiang Yuan stared closely, and suddenly all 8 eyes froze. He saw it. A dark black leopard was rushing towards them rapidly. Its body is as big as 10 meters, and it carries a strong sense of oppression all over its body. Leopard? How can it pass through the wall? And it has 6 claws? As it got closer, Jiang Yuan also understood the level of this strange leopard. Sea level. It's 1 level higher than myself. While Jiang Yuan looked solemn, the players in the field became excited, because they recognized that this sea-level beast was the contracted beast of the big guy on the forum. Chapter 21. The Terror of Sea-Rank Monsters. Here it comes. Here it comes. It's the big guy in the forum who contracted a sea-rank monster. With him here, this white spider will definitely fall. Boss, come and save me. I want to give birth to a baby for you. As long as I can kill this white spider, I'll be willing to work like a slave for you. As a powerful sense of oppression swept across the entire venue, the surviving monsters and players shouted with great excitement. Roar! After the 6-clawed void leopard arrived at the scene, it stared at Jiang Yuan closely, moved its powerful limbs, opened its huge mouth, and pounced directly at Jiang Yuan. The sharp claws came whistling, leaving behind tangible air waves wherever they passed. Jiang Yuan's pupils shrank as he watched. Without hesitation, he shot out dozens of spider silks mixed with venom towards the 6-clawed void leopard. Logically speaking, almost no animal could dodge Jiang Yuan's spider silk at such a speed. But the 6-clawed void leopard was 1 step faster than him. It flipped its body and dodged directly. It's so fast. Jiang Yuan was slightly surprised. This was the first time he failed to hit the opponent with spider silk. But he did not hesitate. He opened his mouth and spit out spider webs one after another, completely blocking any direction for him to dodge. Once it is stuck in the spider web, it will face a series of blows from Jiang Yuan. Roar! Seeing the spider web getting closer and closer to the 6-clawed void leopard, an accident happened when Jiang Yuan thought it was doomed. The figure of the 6-clawed void leopard suddenly became illusory, and its huge body passed through the spider web in a strange way. And its figure completely disappeared at this moment, and even the oppressive feeling emanating from its body disappeared without a trace. Its emptiness. I remember this as a unique talent of the void species. Can transform the body between the void and reality. This white spider is definitely doomed. Many players on Blue Star saw this scene and started shouting excitedly. Their contracted beasts had already been killed by Jiang Yuan. It can be said that no one wants the 6-clawed void leopard to kill Jiang Yuan more. Jiang Yuan, who was attracting much attention, raised his eyebrows slightly. Interesting. Although Jiang Yuan was amazed by the 6-clawed void leopard's move, he was not afraid. Instead, he was eager to try and see what his current strength was. Ha, this white spider is dead. I bet it doesn't even know where the 6-clawed void leopard is right now. Ha, even if he knew, could he win? This is a C-rank monster. Here it comes, here it comes. At this moment, many players smiled when they noticed the scene in Record of 10,000 Beasts. Just see. The 6-clawed void leopard appeared from behind Jiang Yuan. Although Jiang Yuan quickly noticed it and used his front paws to block it, the 6-clawed void leopard still caused him considerable injuries in his haste. When Lu Fugue saw the scenes in Record of 10,000 Beasts, the smile on his face grew wider. The 6-clawed void leopard was his most proud weapon, and countless powerful beasts had died from it. Jiang Yuan will be no exception this time. Kill it while it's sick. 6-clawed void panther. It's time to end the battle. In-game. Sensing the injuries to his body, Jiang Yuan's eyes turned cold. Roar! At this time, the 6-clawed void leopard roared and attacked Jiang Yuan again. After seeing Jiang Yuan injured, its movements became much bolder. It even stopped using illusion and launched a series of attacks on Jiang Yuan. You underestimate me. But since you want to do this, let's see if you can hold on first. Jiang Yuan sneered. Facing the 6-clawed void leopard again, he did not activate the 1,000 layers of demonic shadow. He just stared at the 6-clawed void leopard and resisted its fatal attack. Let yourself get some minor injuries. Under such circumstances, Jiang Yuan suffered a lot of injuries in just 1 minute. But he did not panic. Instead, there was a strong murderous intent hidden in the depths of his lavender eyes. Once. 3 times. 5 times. While Jiang Yuan was defending against the attacks of the 6-clawed void leopard, he was silently counting the number of times it attacked him. Ha. He's already been seriously injured. Then let me take you to heaven. Looking at the scene in front of him, a hint of madness flashed in Lu Fugue's eyes. He seemed to have seen the scene of Jiang Yuan being captured by him. Roar! But just as the 6-clawed void leopard was about to launch the final attack, for some unknown reason, his originally stable body suddenly staggered, and his ferocious face turned even paler. But soon, it returned to normal, just a little slower than before. Now, Jiang Yuan's lavender eyes narrowed, and his figure flashed and instantly activated the 1,000 layers of demonic shadow. Roar! At the same time, the six-clawed void leopard roared, raised its sharp claws and stabbed directly at it. If Jiang Yuan was hit by this attack, even if he didn't die, he would be seriously injured and would not be able to fight. Phew! It was extremely fast, and in an instant its sharp claws pierced into Jiang Yuan's body. But the six-clawed void leopard was not as excited as imagined, and its face was full of horror. Because it found that its sharp claws did not seem to pierce into its body, but rather pierced into the air. Roar, roar, roar. Before he could think too much, the six-clawed void leopard suddenly let out a painful roar, and at the same time, Jiang Yuan's figure appeared beside it. As soon as Jiang Yuan appeared, he raised his front paws like sharp blades and chopped it straight on the back. Does it feel good to hit me? Does being poisoned taste sour and refreshing? Jiang Yuan smiled coldly, and his other front paw rose up to directly restrain the body of the six-clawed void leopard. Then he suddenly opened his huge mouth and sprayed out spider webs. With the double insurance of close distance and being contained, the six-clawed void leopard was directly hit by the spider web. Although no substantial harm was caused to it, it was forcibly wrapped into a cicada pupa in full view of everyone. If the players had not been watching the entire process, none of them would have been able to tell that this so-called cicada pupa was actually the original six-clawed void leopard. How did it suddenly become like this? Is this white spider so fierce? No. Is this white spider really only C-? Why do I feel like it's a sea-level beast? On Blue Star, many players watched all this in amazement. According to common sense, the sea-level six-clawed void leopard should completely suppress the sea-level white spider. How come I'm now entangled like a cicada pupa? Roar, roar, roar. When everyone thought of this, the six-clawed void leopard in the game let out a series of roars. Along with its roar, the cicada pupa shook constantly, and cracks appeared in many areas. It was obvious that Jiang Yuan's spider web couldn't trap it. Seeing this scene, many players on Blue Star became excited again. They seemed to see the six-clawed void leopard breaking out of its restraints and killing Jiang Yuan in one blow out of anger. It's just that they seem to have forgotten. Jiang Yuan, right on the scene. Chapter 22. Increase in reward amount. Still want to come out? Jiang Yuan sneered. He knew that it would be difficult for the spider web to entangle the six-clawed void leopard. After all, even though he is strong and has many talents. But it is also a sea-level monster, and the six-clawed void leopard is a sea-level monster. It is nothing short of a fantasy to think that you can get rid of him with just a spider web. So, he had already made preparations. The next second, Jiang Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly, and he raised his front paws that had evolved with the innate blazing blade and slashed down dozens of times. Puff puff. The front legs upgraded with the blazing blade were like sharp blades. In just a short while, the white cicada pupa was dyed red with blood. Roar, roar, roar. The six-clawed void leopard's roaring at the beginning turned into faint gasps in the end. Until the end, it was completely silent. Silence. Deathly silence. When this scene happened, both the players in Record of 10,000 Beasts and the players on the blue planet were shocked. All fell into an eerie silence. It was obvious that neither the monsters nor the players had ever thought that the final winner of this battle would be Jiang Yuan. Roar. Finally, it was in Record of 10,000 Beasts that Zhuiyue's roar brought the beasts and players back to reality. It roared as if celebrating Jiang Yuan's victory. The swift wolves wandering around also moved quickly at this moment. Accompanied by strong winds, they snatched away lives like the god of death with his scythe. In an instant, the secret realm was filled with the howling of strange beasts. This scene was also posted on the Record of Beasts forum by many players who had been watching the game. It's like a bomb dropped into a mud pit. When many players who were waiting for news learned about the situation here through the forum, the whole place exploded. Many people couldn't believe this scene happened. After all, this time, not only D-level monsters were dispatched, but also C-level monsters. Moreover, Jiang Yuan was only at D-level before, but he was promoted to C-level after entering the secret realm. How could he be a match for the C-rank monster six-clawed void leopard? This made many players curious, and they wanted to find out the information about the player who contracted the white spider. At the same time, the death of the six-clawed void leopard caused Lu Fugue to feel furious. And when I saw the news discussed on the forum, he was like a provoked cat, completely furious. Lu Fugue gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his face. Damn it, don't let me know who contracted this white spider. Depend on. Lu Fugue swept away everything in front of him to vent his anger. following a burst of crackling sounds. Lu Fugue was gasping for breath as he looked at the messy room. He took a deep breath, then picked up the phone angrily. He plans to start over, train the strange beast again, and wait for it to grow up to take revenge. White spider, right? How dare you kill my six-clawed void leopard? I must kill you once. No, not only will I kill you, I'll have someone else kill you. I just don't believe that you, a single player, can surpass all the players in the record of beasts. Said. Lu Fugue immediately opened the forum of record of 10,000 beasts and added a lot of bounty to the original bounty. His actions also caused the already hot forum to explode. Holy crap, what? They raised the reward to 500,000 yuan. This is not a small amount of money. So does this mean that as long as I kill the white spider, I can buy a small house in my hometown? Oh my god, I worked so hard for several years and still can't even earn 500,000 yuan. Damn, this is a shitty job. Whoever wants to do it can do it. I'm going to the record of all beasts to catch a white spider. In record of 10,000 beasts. At this moment, Jiang Yuan was leading a group of wind wolves to devour the hunted monsters. The host devoured the D+ level exotic beast, the tiger snake, and gained 400 evolution points. The tiger snake is a contracted beast. Devour it to gain an additional 400 evolution points. The host devoured the D-level alien beast snow fox and gained 300 evolution points. The snow fox is a contracted beast. Devour it to gain an additional 300 evolution points. Host devours a D-level monster and gains 200 evolution points. The system's voice echoed in my mind over and over again. While Jiang Yuan was devouring, he was also checking the forum. After reading the news on the forum, a hint of solemnity flashed across his eyes. Actually, he had long guessed that this move of his would cause an explosion on the forum. But he didn't expect Lu Fugue to come, and he didn't expect that he would increase the reward in the end. This move of his can be said to have put Jiang Yuan in a very difficult situation. It seems that after this incident, the players on Blue Star will want to hunt me down as soon as they see me. It seems I still need to work hard to improve my strength. Jiang Yuan understood that he could kill the six-clawed void leopard today. Luck actually plays a big part. If the six-clawed void leopard hadn't underestimated the enemy, it would have revealed its killing move at the very beginning. And in the end, he kept trying to kill himself at close range, causing him to be contaminated by his own toxin. Otherwise, even if Jiang Yuan used all his tricks, he would still win in the end. That was definitely a miserable victory. But after thinking about it carefully, Jiang Yuan could quite understand it. He was just a strange beast that had just been promoted to sea level, and the six-clawed void leopard was much higher in level than him. The time it takes to settle in stage C is also longer than mine. But no matter how he understood it, Jiang Yuan believed that as the reward amount increased and the news about the secret realm spread, from now on, no matter what kind of strange beast it is, I will never underestimate the enemy when facing me. But fortunately, my methods have not been fully revealed. And you guys want to kill me, and I'm just trying to use you to gain more evolution points. Then let's see who is better. While thinking, Jiang Yuan slowly stood up and led the Gale Wolf pack away. He couldn't stay in the secret realm anymore. He had to find a new place to stay. Host, Jiang Yuan. Type, Red Flame Demon Spider. Level, C. Active talents, Dragnet, Venom Splash, Evil Spider Eye, Thousand Shadows, Blazing Blade. Passive talent, Evil Spider Body. Evolution points, 15,000/30,000. Good. While walking, Jiang Yuan couldn't help but check the panel. When he saw the extra evolution points, a smile appeared on Jiang Yuan's cold face. This secret realm has yielded a rich harvest. I just don't know how my godfather's stock market is doing. According to my adoptive father's character, if stock trading is successful, I guess I can get another evolution point. Maybe it will evolve again. By then, even if some strange beasts come to cause trouble, I won't panic. Chapter 23, Little Spider's True Face. Luxurious living room. Su Ming was lying on the sofa, staring at the new world of reptiles on TV. When she saw the scary place, her smooth little feet couldn't help but curl up slightly, as if she was very scared. But when you see her sparkling eyes, you will understand. Not only was she not afraid, but she actually enjoyed watching it. Miss, it's late. You should go to bed. At this time, a woman wearing a leather jacket and leather pants, looking cool, walked in. Sister Lu, look at it for a while longer, Su Ming said without turning her head. Sister Lu, her bodyguard. Although he is a bodyguard, Su Ming, who has been away from her parents since childhood, has long regarded him as the closest person. Oh right. Sister Lu, today is number 2, right? As if she thought of something, Su Ming stood up suddenly. Sister Lu thought for a moment, and after realizing there weren't any important holidays, she asked suspiciously, "Yeah, what's wrong? Sister Lu, please help me go to the antique street today. Go buy me a copper coin." "Copper? Right," Su Ming said, then repeated Jiang Yuan's description truthfully. "That copper coin probably looks like this. Let's go to the Tianjie antique market and buy everything I see that looks similar." Hearing this, Sister Lu looked at Su Ming with confusion. She remembered that Su Ming had never liked antiques. "What happened today? Hey, Sister Lu, please help me this time." Seeing this, Su Ming immediately put his arms around her shoulders and rubbed them back and forth. Okay. Seeing this scene, Sister Lu was helpless and finally had to agree. "Sister Lu, where are you going?" When Sister Lu walked downstairs, a man wearing gold-rimmed glasses and a well-fitting suit greeted her. "He is the housekeeper of Su Ming's family. The lady asked me to buy some antiques." Sister Lu replied and turned to walk out the door. "Buying antiques? I went to buy lottery tickets again. Miss, this is..." The butler looked in Su Ming's direction thoughtfully before leaving the area. "It's so cool to watch." After watching New World of Reptiles, Su Ming was still not satisfied and took out her mobile phone to log on to Record of All Beasts. Before logging in, she was attracted by the forum in Record of Beasts. Post after post, all about white spiders hunting players. And the news that the white spider bounty has increased to 500,000. Damn, it's only been a short while since I last logged in, and so many things have already happened in the Record of Beasts. After reading them one by one, Su Ming was extremely excited. The reason? It's also very simple naturally. That is, he looks different from Jiang Yuan. This spider finally looks different from the little spider. Now I don't have to worry about players mistaking my little spider for that spider. Little spider is finally free. I must tell little spider this good news. Muttering to himself, Su Ming immediately exited the forum, then logged on to Record of 10,000 Beasts, ready to go see Jiang Yuan. As soon as he entered, Su Ming found Jiang Yuan beast lying in a cool cave. "Just say it. I, little spider, love peace so much, how can I?" She was about to praise him, but when she noticed Jiang Yuan's changed appearance, her eyes suddenly widened, as if something was stuck in her throat. This. She stared with wide eyes for a long time, and was completely stunned. She discovered that the appearance of her little spider had also changed, and it looks exactly like the beast-killing spider revealed in the forum. The scene before her made her silent for a long time. It would be fine if they were similar at the beginning, but how can they still be similar after evolution? And it was such a short time apart. After a long while, she swallowed and said, "No, it's impossible. My little spider is such a peace-loving person. How could it be that spider? And that spider is accompanied by that werewolf. My little spider doesn't have any around. It should be a coincidence, just a coincidence." In Record of 10,000 Beasts. What's going on? Jiang Yuan, who was taking a nap in the Wind Wolf Cave, suddenly woke up. Just now in his dream, he seemed to have entered a whole new world. The world was completely pitch black. He was conscious, but he couldn't sense his body. It was as if he was in chaos. What on earth is going on? Jiang Yuan looked thoughtful, with a hint of suspicion in his heart. He had this kind of dream as early as the beginning of his journey through time. Jiang Yuan originally thought that it was because he was too excited about his rebirth, but now it seems that it is obviously not the case. So what is going on? While Jiang Yuan was thinking, a scorching light suddenly flashed in the dim room, dispelling the darkness around him. Jiang Yuan narrowed his eyes subconsciously. Click, click. At the same time, a voice sounded in Jiang Yuan's ears. It felt like something was broken. Jiang Yuan, having calmed down, immediately looked over. "I saw a crack appear on the fire phoenix egg next to me. Is it about to hatch?" Jiang Yuan widened his eyes in anticipation. As early as when he was in the secret realm, he learned from the system that the fire phoenix egg would hatch in 24 hours. Now that I think about it, it's indeed time. Jiang Yuan watched intently as the light emanating from the fire phoenix egg became brighter and brighter. He clearly noticed that the temperature around him was also rising rapidly. At the same time, more and more cracks appeared on the fire phoenix egg. Next moment, click. The eggshell made an extremely crisp sound, and Jiang Yuan saw a small yellow claw poking out from the eggshell. Click, click, click. With the little paw twisting hard, the other paw soon came out. And then, the body, head, and wings appeared one by one in Jiang Yuan's eyes. Seeing this, Jiang Yuan understood. The fire phoenix has been successfully hatched. Unlike most birds, the fire phoenix has feathers as soon as it is born. Its feathers are extremely smooth and all crimson in color. Every time it is swung, it is like a burning flame, and the temperature around it will rise accordingly. It seemed that if the fire phoenix exerted a little more force, everything around it would be burned to ashes in an instant. Bah! The fire phoenix let out a crisp cry, then suddenly flapped its wings and flew up. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A strong gust of hot wind swept out, and Jiang Yuan could clearly feel that the temperature around him had risen. Type: Fire Phoenix. Level D. Active talents: Crimson Claws. When attacking, the claws will be accompanied by a layer of scorching fire, causing a strong blow to the enemy. Jet Flame, Meteor Flame, can transform its own feathers into meteor fire, ravaging the earth. Passive talent: Immortality. With a certain amount of sika bloodline, after passing through layers of realms, it is possible to break free from the constraints and sprint towards the sika body. When the Fire Phoenix's panel appeared in front of Jiang Yuan's pupils suddenly shrank. Chapter 24, Phoenix Cry. Isn't this too outrageous? After being stunned for a while, Jiang Yuan smacked his lips in surprise. To be honest, he was a little envious. I have to say, it is indeed a beast with bloodline. It possesses such powerful strength just after birth, which is far beyond the reach of ordinary beasts. Are you my mother? After fanning for a long time, the Fire Phoenix fluttered its eyes and looked at Jiang Yuan. Jiang Yuan burst out laughing. How could he be Huafeng's mother? But think about the animal world. Many animals will regard the first person they see as their mother. I think Huafeng thinks so too. This is not surprising. But I am a man. No matter what, he is still my father. Shaking his head, Jiang Yuan quickly forgave Huafeng. There is no other reason. From the voice, he discovered that Huafeng was a girl. Girls can still be a little more understanding. Is Huafeng a girl just like Zhueyu? So what's a better name for the Fire Phoenix? While Jiang Yuan was lost in thought, Huafeng asked again, Are you my mother? In a sense, I can be considered your father. After thinking for a while, Jiang Yuan gave his answer. Father. The Fire Phoenix flapped its wings and flew to Jiang Yuan's side. It nuzzled his body affectionately and said, Are you my father? Jiang Yuan was about to respond when he suddenly heard a growling sound from Huafeng's stomach. Chasing the moon. Jiang Yuan immediately shouted softly, and a gust of unknown wind swept over in an instant. When the wind died down, a figure that looked like neither wolf nor human appeared beside Jiang Yuan. Give it some food, Jiang Yuan said in a deep voice. When hunting strange beasts at the entrance and exit of the secret realm, Jiang Yuan, who had long known that the Fire Phoenix would evolve soon, first stored a batch of food in order to wait for the Fire Phoenix to hatch successfully. Yes, Master, Zhueyu responded softly. Follow closely. Following its wolf howl, 3 or 5 swift wolves brought in the remains of the strange beast and placed them neatly in front of the Fire Phoenix. Bah! Is this for me? The Fire Phoenix flapped its wings, staring at the remaining flesh with its eyes, and a 3-foot-long curtain of color was hidden in its eyes. Right. Bah! As soon as the words fell, the Fire Phoenix flapped its wings and came to the remaining meat of the strange beast and began to feast on it. The way he ate voraciously looked like a demon that hadn't eaten for hundreds of years. Owner, Zhueyu, who was standing aside, seemed to feel the threat from Huafeng and couldn't help but move his feet a little. When I was patrolling the territory just now, I discovered that there were some strange beasts around the territory that I had never seen before. According to what the master said, these should all be exotic beasts contracted by players. These words made Jiang Yuan feel heavy-hearted. Having read the forum, he naturally knew that these were all exotic beasts contracted by players. I think he wants to find out his position and then let other powerful beasts strangle him. While he was thinking, Zhueyu let out a roar. Another group of gale wolves came in, surrounding an E-level sika deer with vigilant expressions. Jiang Yuan turned his head and was stunned. This sika deer looks very ordinary and is of a very low rank. The reason why Jiang Yuan was stunned was very simple. Because he recognized this sika deer, it was the sika deer he had contracted in his previous life. Why is it still under contract now? After looking him up and down, Jiang Yuan began to murmur. Could it be that my original body is still there, or has this sika deer been contracted by another player? Master, this is the beast whose contract we discovered has been terminated. While he was lost in thought, Zhueyu was the first to speak. How are we going to face them in the future? Leave this sika deer to me. Jiang Yuan came back to his senses and uttered a simple voice. Once you find the rest, kill them all. Good. Zhueyu agreed and hurriedly took his leave, obviously ready to carry out Jiang Yuan's order to the end. Come here. Yo! The sika deer was afraid of Jiang Yuan's momentum and cried out in fear. A few black lines flashed across Jiang Yuan's forehead. He had forgotten about it. Considering the level of a sika deer, its intelligence is estimated to be about the same as that of a 5- or 6-year-old child. How could it possibly speak? Never mind, never mind. Jiang Yuan shook his head, gave up the idea of communicating with the sika deer, and began to think deeply. According to Zhui Yue, it seems that many players want to hunt me down. Then during this period of time, I must first improve my own strength. In the muttering sound, the fire phoenix suddenly let out a cry. Jiang Yuan turned his head and saw that it had finished eating the remaining meat in front of it. Are you still hungry? Jiang Yuan asked with a smile. Huafeng didn't answer Jiang Yuan's words. Instead, he tilted his head back and said, I want to hunt on my own. Wait for me, Dad. Without waiting for Jiang Yuan to answer, the fire phoenix let out a low hum and flapped its wings to fly out. Jiang Yuan saw it, but did not stop it. He knew in his heart that the fire phoenix would not leave. The most urgent task is to think about how to deal with the player's encirclement and suppression in the future. Although he is currently at sea level, he is indeed very powerful. But it would be okay for him to face 1 or 2 sea-level monsters. What if dozens, or even hundreds of them come at once? If it really comes to that, even if I have thousands of tricks, it will be difficult to deal with it. And this is the source of the river thinking. A contracted flying beast is approaching the Gale Wolf Pack step by step under the control of the player. Brothers, look, this is probably where the white spider lives. Now let me take you to uncover the secret of where the white spider is. The player instructed the monster to move forward little by little while shouting to the audience in the live broadcast room. There is no way. Record of Beasts is very popular in itself, and recently the white spider has exploded Record of Beasts, causing many players to start live broadcasts to look for its traces. The strong gimmick makes the live broadcast rooms of these anchors have a large number of online viewers. Among these anchors, there was one who recharged millions in the live broadcast room and directly stated that it was for hunting white spiders. This has set the internet on fire, attracting hundreds of thousands of viewers. When I make some money from live streaming, I'll also top up 1 million. The anchor muttered that it was quite easy to make 1 million from a live broadcast room with hundreds of thousands of people. Simply put, this is an extremely low-risk investment. His top priority now is to stabilize the audience in the live broadcast room. For him, this is not a difficult thing. The strange beasts he contracted were birds, while the Gale Wolf Pack were walking beasts. As long as he didn't fight too long, he thought it would be easy to get rid of them. Bah! But at this moment, a loud cry exploded throughout the live broadcast room. Chapter 25, Firefly. What is that? A bird. You know what? It looks really good all red. The host naturally saw the comments from the audience in the live broadcast room. He breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile, I thought it was something else. It turned out to be an uncontracted beast. This is the territory of the Gale Wolf Pack. I don't think they dare to show off too much. As long as we don't provoke it, it shouldn't attack. As soon as the host finished speaking, he saw the bird circling in the air for a while, and then charging towards his strange beast at a rapid speed. Oh my god, this bird is coming for me. The host screamed and tried to fight back with the strange beast he had been given. However, bah! A cry was the first to sound. I saw the bird circling in the sky. Balls of fire as hot as blazing flames swept towards him like meteorites. Bang bang bang. Dozens of fireballs hit the body of the strange beast, causing it to let out a series of miserable screams. It won't take a moment. Under the scorching fire, the contracted bird-like beast fell to the ground like a kite with a broken string. Immediately following, a large, bright red word appeared in the live broadcast room. Holy crap! What the hell is this bird? Isn't this the territory of the Wind Wolf Pack? How come other strange beasts appear? What the hell? This bird is clearly also a D-rank beast. How can you kill it instantly? In the live broadcast room, the audience was talking about it. Full of unbelievable remarks, but whatever they think. After hunting down the strange beast, the bird that seemed to be on fire floated away from this place. Soon, players on Blue Star will know that it is not just this anchor who has been attacked by the strange bird. Almost all players who have set foot in the territory of the Wind Wolf Pack have been attacked by her fierce attack. Inside the Wind Wolf's lair. You mean other beasts have hunted down the contracted beasts? And most of them are things you haven't discovered yet. Jiang Yuan's eyes were deep as he listened to the report given by the Wind Werewolf. Could it be that there are other strange beasts coming? With doubts, Jiang Yuan immediately opened the forum of Record of 10,000 Beasts to learn more about the matter. Damn, I thought I was the only one who encountered this. It turns out we've all encountered this. I've noticed that whenever I get close to the Wind Wolf Pack's territory, she'll appear. It's outrageous. The key point is, she only looks like she's at D rank, but her strength is clearly more than D rank. What a heavy loss. What a heavy loss. Damn it. Whoever wants to take this reward can go ahead and take it. I don't want it anyway. No strange beast can enter the territory of the Gale Wolf Pack. Once you enter, you're doomed. In the forum, most players were discussing this matter. It turned out to be that girl Hua Feng. Strange bird? TSK, 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 what a name. As he continued to browse, Jiang Yuan, who had been sullen, couldn't help but smile. At the same time, some more thoughts came into his mind. He found a way to deal with these players. Naturally, one's own strength needs to be improved. But when improving one's own strength, one must also expand one's own influence. Only in this way can I become a powerful person after the game comes into reality. The master noticed that Jiang Yuan's mood changes were a bit strange for the Gale werewolf. It's okay, you don't have to worry about this matter. Jiang Yuan smiled. There is something I want to ask you. What's up? What kind of exotic beast territory is outside the territory of the Gale Wolf Pack? Zhu Yue immediately said, there's a D-rank bear-like beast in the east. To the north, there is a giant python, to the west there is. After listening, Jiang Yuan pondered for a moment, and a domineering aura emanated from his body. Go and interact with them. Just say it. Either you submit to me or you die. Monsters are different from humans. The strong are respected. As long as you have the strength to suppress them, they will be your most loyal subordinates. Besides, I have a contract, so I am not afraid that they will be unfaithful to me. Yes, master. After receiving the order, Zhu Yue let out a long roar and hurriedly began to carry it out. It was not until Zhu Yue's back disappeared from his sight that a smile appeared in Jiang Yuan's lavender eyes. Are you a player from Blue Star? I'd like to wait and see until my power is established. How should you respond? Bah! As he murmured, a cry came from afar into Jiang Yuan's ears. From a distance, he saw the figure of the fire phoenix. Dad! The fire phoenix flapped its wings and came over, finally stopping in front of Jiang Yuan. Did you just go to look for those contracted beasts? Don't worry about this anymore. Seeing her, Jiang Yuan put on a serious expression. Although it is very powerful, it has just been born and its strength has not yet been strengthened. And it is estimated that there will be more sea-level monsters coming later. Jiang Yuan must make plans for its safety. I didn't look for it. Hua Feng tilted his head slightly and raised it to refute. How could Jiang Yuan, who had read the forum, believe it? He shook his head and said, the outside world is far more dangerous than the cave. I don't let you run around because I'm afraid you might encounter some powerful beast. I won't be around by then, and I won't be able to save you even if I want to. Oh, Dad, why are you so annoying? Hua Feng's voice softened a lot, but he still refused to admit that he had gone to look for the contracted beast. I said, I was just looking for food. After saying that, she seemed angry and walked out step by step. But she didn't fly, and her steps were very slow. That awkward look seemed to be saying, hurry up and keep me. Otherwise I'll really leave. Seeing her performance, Jiang Yuan raised his eyebrows slightly. After thinking about it for a while, he felt it was normal again. Hua Feng had just spoken a short time ago, and the little girl was in a good mood. Thinking of this, Jiang Yuan said, do you want Dad to help you choose a name? Click. The fire phoenix paused as it raised its foot, then retracted it imperceptibly. Name? What's so good about a name? Hua Feng complained, seemingly not interested at all, but the anticipation that was about to overflow from his eyes betrayed him already. Seeing this, Jiang Yuan ignored her words and said, you are of the fire element and can fly. How about calling you Firefly from now on? Firefly. Fire Phoenix. No, Lu Ying tilted her head high and smacked her lips. Is that the name? It's barely acceptable. Its expression was cold, and it seemed to have a hint of disgust, but its pupils were clearly flickering with joy. Well, Dad, I'm going out first. As Lu Ying said this, she spread her wings and flew out. On the way, it met Zhu Yue, chasing the moon. Lu Ying immediately stopped it and said with a very proud look, now you are not the only one who has a name. I have a name, too. From now on you have to call me Lu Ying. That's the name my dad gave me. Chapter 26, Another Million Gold. Blue Star in the room. Su Ming sat at the head of the bed, a conflicted look written all over her face. She is a peace-loving person and usually doesn't want any fights between the reptiles she keeps. If the little spider I raise is the one that is popular on the forum, she really couldn't accept it. Little spider, it shouldn't be the one from the forum, right? It shouldn't be, otherwise I would have discovered it earlier. My little spider is obviously a peace-loving person. It's probably just that their races are similar, so they look the same. Su Ming comforted herself, and then couldn't help but click on Record of 10,000 Beasts. She wanted to climb up and take a good look at Jiang Yuan. This sight made her feel much more relaxed. Jiang Yuan was seen lying on the ground, not looking like a man who enjoys killing contracted beasts at all. Sure enough, it must have been a coincidence before. Yes, that's right, it's all coincidence. As if to make herself more resolute, she repeated it on purpose. Then look at what Spider Little looks like now. I think he's been listening to me and not showing off lately. Why don't I feed him some food? While muttering softly, Su Ming couldn't help but click on the recharge interface. Jingle. Just as Su Ming was about to recharge, her cell phone rang. It's Sister Lu calling. At this time, Sister Lu stood at the entrance of the antique market. She looked at the coins in her hand, and a few complex emotions appeared on her cold face. Recalling when I took this copper coin from the stall owner, there were only 2 words in her mind. Fraud. Because the stall owner was exaggerating too much. This coin was passed down from 8 generations of ancestors. Very rare. His ancestors said that this was a family heirloom and must not be sold. If something hadn't happened at home, he would have made this decision that went against his ancestors no matter what. It's so exaggerated. If this coin is real, even if you wanted to sell it, you would have already found an antique shop, right? Still want to set up a stall? Sister Lu whispered and exposed the stall owner's explanation. If Su Ming hadn't asked for it, she would have exposed it just now. Beep. At this moment, the sound of the phone being connected brought him back to his senses. Miss, I bought the antiques as you requested, but I feel cheated. Recalling the experience just now, Sister Lu couldn't help but complain. Miss, do you think it is possible that someone wants to cheat you with antiques? Before she finished her words, Su Ming's firm voice reached her ears. Sister Lu, don't worry. Absolutely impossible. If it's fake, you must have bought the wrong one. These words made Sister Lu choke back on her words. She really didn't expect that the young lady would believe what the person said so much. Miss, I just looked at it at the antique market, and this is the only one that looks like what you described. On the other end of the phone, Su Ming said firmly, Oh, Sister Lu, you must have bought the wrong one. Go to the antique market and see if there is anything similar. Sister Lu wanted to say something when a beep sounded from the other end of the phone. Now Sister Lu was really upset. Who is this person? How can the young lady believe him so much? And the record of myriad beasts. Miss, you've recharged so much money recently. You'll definitely be held accountable when the time comes. Forget it. Let's take this coin for identification first. When I have the appraisal certificate, I'll go have a good chat with the young lady. I absolutely cannot let someone deceive the young lady like this. Sister Lu pondered for a while and immediately made up her mind. When Sister Lu went to the antique shop for appraisal, Su Ming, who had hung up the phone, did not hesitate and directly transferred a large sum of money into it. After the charge was completed, she looked at the chat box and typed a few words, wanting to send it to ask if Jiang Yuan was the white spider, but after a moment of hesitation, she deleted the words word by word. She didn't know how to deal with it if Jiang Yuan was really the spider. The contractor, Space Greymon, has paid you 1.5 million Krypton gold, which is being converted into 15,000 evolution points. The evolution points have met the evolution requirements. Would you like to start the evolution? As the system started, Jiang Yuan also discovered that there were some more rare treasures around him. Jiang Yuan understood that these were all gifts from his adoptive father. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Yuan ignored the system's voice. I thanked my godfather sincerely in the chat interface, and then chose to evolve. Ding dong. After Jiang Yuan sent the message, Su Ming, who was still in the record of 10,000 beasts, also received it immediately. Godfather, you are such a kind person. You're always giving me money. I really love you. Here, I wish my godfather to be happy every day. Be a happy person from now on. Finally, I would like to thank my adoptive father for his gift. Phew. When Su Ming saw the message sent by Jiang Yuan, she couldn't help laughing. In a trance, she seemed to see Jiang Yuan moving his body and saying these words in a flattering manner. The imagined scene made Su Ming's face less conflicted, and a faint smile appeared on her face. Little spider, it's so cute here in my place. The ones on the web must be another spider. As she murmured softly, the smile on her cheeks deepened, revealing shallow dimples. At the same time, congratulations to the host for successfully evolving and obtaining the passive talent Frostblade. Frostblade. The forelegs will transform into ice blades, and endless coldness will erupt when slashing, freezing everything around. The moment the system sounded, Jiang Yuan discovered that the other foreleg had become delicate and translucent, and was covered with a layer of light frost. It forms a natural contrast with the other front leg, which is full of red. Especially when he felt the powerful force contained in his body, he couldn't help but get excited. With such powerful strength, if you succeed in creating a force, Jiang Yuan is confident that even if all the players on Blue Star come, He can resist frost, blazing fire. These two are quite good talents. Maybe we can even cooperate with each other. Jiang Yuan looked at his front paws and couldn't help but think in his mind. Ouch! Owner! Just when Jiang Yuan was about to give it a try, Zhu Yue rushed in anxiously. What's going on? Jiang Yuan asked curiously. I've already gone to inform those strange beasts. Most of the alien beasts are not convinced and are threatening to subdue you. Hearing this, Jiang Yuan was not angry. He had just been reborn not long ago, and the strange beasts did not have a forum for a record of 10,000 beasts. They don't know their own situation, so it's obviously impossible to convince them with just words. Don't worry about this matter. Just come with me when the time comes. Master, there is one more thing. What? After learning that the strange beasts were unconvinced, Luing rushed over first, saying that she wanted to teach them a lesson. I didn't stop it. What? Jiang Yuan's calm face showed a hint of nervousness. Then what are you waiting for? Which direction did the firefly go? Take me there to see. Jiang Yuan knew that given the character of the Gale Wolf Pack, the strength of the strange beasts that could survive next to them should not be underestimated. Because weak beasts will never escape the clutches of the Swift Wolf Pack. Chapter 27. The Crisis Facing My Daughter. Walk. Jiang Yuan used the 1,000 shadow demonic techniques and moved at an extremely fast speed. At the same time, he opened his perception to the maximum to detect the location of the firefly. It is worth mentioning that when his level reached sea level, his perception has also been greatly improved. It can be said that no movement within a radius of 5,000 meters can escape Jiang Yuan's eyes. Bang bang bang. As the distance got closer, Jiang Yuan could hear the sound of fighting. Has the fighting started already? Jiang Yuan didn't hesitate and rushed in that direction. But just as he raised his foot, Jiang Yuan's pupils shrank slightly. At this moment, he not only noticed Luing and the D+ level monster, he also sensed a C-rank monster. Its figure coincided with that of Luing and the D+ grade monster. Could it be that Luing provoked a C-rank monster? Jiang Yuan's heart skipped a beat and his speed increased. He never allow anything to happen to Firefly. Not far away, a huge strange beast was flapping its wings and chasing a bird and a fox, making the sound of its hind feet from time to time. This strange beast was extremely huge, at least 10 meters long, and covered with brown hair. It looks particularly strange, with thick limbs and a long tail. It clearly looks like a beast, but it has a pair of huge wings on its back, and its head is almost as long as that of a sharp eagle. One of the two beasts it was chasing was the firefly that Jiang Yuan was familiar with. One is a snow-white fox with 3 tails. At this time, chased by this strange beast, Luing and the white fox could only flee in embarrassment. The strange beast didn't seem to be at all panicked by this. While chasing, it let out cries and flapped its wings. Countless feathers flew towards the white fox and firefly like arrows. Luing was fine, as she was able to dodge a few times thanks to her speed advantage. The white fox below was in trouble, as it was hit by several feathers in an instant. It was nailed to the ground, and its snow-white fur was stained with blood. A woo, the white fox wailed continuously, as if it had anticipated its own fate. At the same time, Blue Star, a live broadcast of a tiger fish. Brothers, this white fox, why don't we deal with her later? But this firebird is completely inferior to my griffin. The anchor communicated with the audience in the live broadcast room with a smile on his face. He was just a small anchor on Tigerfish before. But after the live broadcast of record of 10,000 beasts, his popularity gradually increased. And after riding on the popularity of the white spider, his number of online users has stabilized at 50,000. Of course, he is not the scariest one. The most terrifying anchor directly started the broadcast by recharging 1 million to upgrade the level of the exotic beast and go to catch the white spider, which attracted hundreds of thousands of netizens to stop and watch. This made him very envious. After all, for the anchor, traffic is money. Thinking of this, he said again, "My dear audience, how do you think we can kill this firebird to avenge you? Damn it, my contracted beast was killed instantly by it. Kill her in seconds. I want to kill it in seconds. That's right, let's show the brothers how powerful a C-rank beast is. I agree. I want to know how strong a C-rank is. Is it possible for me to kill that white spider? +1+1+1. Well then, my dear audience. Then you just watch." With the attitude of playing the game, almost all players chose to kill instantly. The anchor immediately responded with a smile. "All right, then kill it instantly." Between voices, the anchor immediately instructed his contracted beast, the griffin, to go all out. Roar. The griffin immediately let out a roar, and then flapped its wings rapidly, stirring up hurricanes. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Supported by the strong wind, the griffin flew behind Firefly like a beam of light. Swish! The griffin opened its front claws and quickly grabbed the Firefly. At the same time, layers of sharp light flashed from its claws, as if it wanted to take advantage of this attack to rip open the Firefly. Bah! The Firefly chirped and looked terrified. It really didn't expect that when it came to fight with the white fox, not only did it fail to kill the white fox, but it was chased by the sea-level monster together with her. Firefly flapped its wings rapidly, trying to get away from the griffin. But the difference in their levels and physical strength made the distance between them closer and closer. It could also feel that a breath of death was rapidly sweeping towards it. Dad! In fear, the Firefly couldn't help but let out a long cry. But it's obvious. Its actions will not stop the griffin. Fuck, is the sea rank so strong? I've seen it. Damn it. I told this firebird to go crazy. Now let's see if it dares to go crazy again. What's the point of it being so arrogant? I guess it's going to perish right now. That's true. Host, can you give me the legs of this bird? When the audience in the live broadcast room saw this scene, they all started discussing what happened after Lu Ying's death. It was obvious that none of them thought the Firefly could survive. However, just as the griffin's sharp claws were about to hit Lu Ying, suddenly a light purple light streaked across the sky and headed straight for the griffin. Bang! The griffin was hit by the light without noticing it. The next moment, the griffin fell backwards madly as if it had been hit by a cannonball. Bang, bang, bang. It was not until it knocked down several large trees in succession that the griffin flapped its wings to steady its body. But compared with its original high spirits, the griffin is now in a very miserable state. Roar! The griffin roared, its eyes fixed on the figure that had just appeared, and its aura suddenly rose. Under this extremely oppressive atmosphere, many creatures were trembling. But the audience in the live broadcast room saw the scenes of Record of Beasts through the camera. After a brief silence, all the audience went crazy. It's the white spider. Oh my god, that white spider is coming. Damn, I never thought that this white spider would be nearby. Hurry, hurry, kill this white spider for me. I've been annoyed with it for a long time. Yes, host, if you kill it, you can get a 1 million yuan reward. It's the white spider. After the anchor saw it clearly, a serious look flashed in his eyes. If you were to ask who casts the biggest shadow on the players in Record of Beasts, who would do so? There is no doubt that it is this white spider, although the strength is not so strong that it is difficult for people to look up to it. But since the launch of Record of 10,000 Beasts, its brilliant achievements cannot be ignored. The anchor also immediately instructed the griffin to be extremely careful. Actually, he didn't need to say anything. The griffin, after being attacked by Jiang Yuan, could already feel the threat posed by Jiang Yuan. Dad. Unlike all the players on Blue Star, Lu Ying's eyes turned slightly red when she saw Jiang Yuan. No matter how arrogant it is, when it is bullied it will just want to find its parents like a child. Fine. Jiang Yuan first comforted him, then looked at the griffin. There was a chill in his eyes. How dare you bully my daughter? Your death is coming. Chapter 28. A fair battle with C rank. The moment the voice fell, Jiang Yuan didn't wait for the griffin to react. Hiss! As the earth-shaking roar erupted, Jiang Yuan's aura had reached its peak. The powerful aura caused the griffin to be slightly stunned. At this moment, Jiang Yuan opened his mouth and spurted out several spider webs. The spider web was incredibly fast, and the griffin had no time to react before being entangled in it. Roar! The griffin spread its wings and struggled to break free. In a few seconds, most of the spider web wrapped around it had been torn off. However, in just a few seconds, Jiang Yuan leaped high into the air, and his huge body turned into a ray of light and rushed straight towards the griffin. Coming to the side of the griffin, Jiang Yuan raised the fiery blade and the frost blade and immediately slashed down. Roar! At this critical moment, the griffin finally reacted. It roared, and its feathers surged towards the source of the river like sharp swords. River source. If he didn't dodge, the blow would definitely hit him. Jiang Yuan's eyes were cold, as if he didn't take the attack seriously at all. It was not until Ling Yu was about to approach him that Jiang Yuan moved. He pushed the demonic shadow 1,000 layers to the extreme, leaving a shadow on the ground that seemed to be materialized. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Dozens of feathers pierced through. This scene stunned the audience in the live broadcast room and the griffin. What's going on? How did you get through? Damn, I remember this white spider also used this attack when fighting the six-clawed void leopard. Quick, host, get the griffin out of the way. Otherwise, it will be terrible. Looking at the barrage, the anchor also immediately instructed the griffin. What a pity. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Yuan's figure condensed from the side of the griffin. He raised his double blades and slashed down at the griffin's body at a rapid speed. Roar! A shrill roar of pain suddenly rang out, and the griffin kept shaking its body, trying to throw Jiang Yuan off. Jiang Yuan didn't think the griffin would do what it wanted. He used his front paws to hold the griffin's body tightly. At the same time, he opened his mouth and spit out strands of spider silk that hit the griffin. Puff, puff, puff. At close range, the spider silk hit the griffin like dense raindrops, and clouds of thick blood mist sprayed out. Roar, roar, roar. This attack made the griffin go completely crazy. It let out a shaking roar, then swung its long, thin tail fiercely towards Jiang Yuan. At the same time, its huge body twisted, and the eagle beak on its head stabbed towards Jiang Yuan fiercely. Hiss! Jiang Yuan was the first to notice its attack and raised his frost-covered front paws to block it. Bang, bang, bang. A loud vibration sound erupted, sweeping across the entire world like a sound wave. This scene made the audience in the live broadcast room even more excited. Beat him to death. I've been annoyed with this white spider for a long time. Host, come on, the $1 million bounty is right in front of you. Host, I've already called all my relatives to watch your live broadcast. Please don't embarrass me. The anchor was also excited by the audience in the live broadcast room and looked very excited. Yes, it's also a C-rank beast. The 6-clawed void leopard was just careless. This time, no one knows who will win. The host murmured, then raised his eyes and continued to look at the live broadcast room. Suddenly, his pupils shrank and his face was full of shock. Just see. The griffin and the white spider were in a stalemate for a moment. Suddenly, a ball of fire emerged from the white spider's other front leg. His front paws were already pressing down on the griffin's body, so one can imagine how bad the fire would be. Roar, roar, roar. The intense pain not only tore the griffin's skin and flesh, but also made it howl in pain like ghosts and wolves. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Jiang Yuan opened his mouth and spewed out a large amount of venom. Sizzle. The venom landed on the griffin's body, causing a sizzling sound and making its howls of pain even more tragic. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Jiang Yuan turned around and landed lightly on the ground. Roar, roar, roar. The griffin stared at Jiang Yuan. At this time, its eyes were already blood red. It roared continuously, and its aura became stronger and stronger. Immediately afterwards, countless feathers on its body shot out towards the source of the river with a terrifying momentum. Swish, swish, swish. A series of sounds of breaking through the air exploded, full of determination, as if blocking all of Jiang Yuan's escape routes. Seeing this scene, Jiang Yuan's eyes were still cold, as if he was ready to die. Roar. Upon discovering this, the griffin flapped its wings, opened its sharp eagle beak, and swooped down towards Jiang Yuan at a rapid speed. Judging from its appearance, it is obvious that it wants to tear Jiang Yuan's tendons and bones apart. It seems that this is the only way to relieve the pain in its body. Seeing this scene, a sneer flashed in Jiang Yuan's eyes. He really didn't expect the griffin to charge at him. Actually, it's normal to think about it. In its eyes, it would be difficult for me to escape, and it had long wanted to attack and kill itself. However, this is a good thing for Jiang Yuan. Breath of frost. Jiang Yuan moved his feet lightly, took a small step forward, and raised his body higher, as if to meet Ling Yu's attack. Next second, boom. Jiang Yuan swung his ice blue front paws one after another, and ice blue light waves swept out and collided with the feathers flying in the sky. Bang, bang, bang. As soon as the light waves came into contact with the feathers, they emitted an extremely terrifying chill, freezing the feathers directly. Snap, clack. The condensed feathers fell to the ground rapidly, making a crisp sound. At the same time, as the condensed feathers accumulated, the chill at the scene continued to surge out. And this is not the end. Jiang Yuan continued to swing down, and light waves continued to form. The griffin that was rushing towards him was hit several times by the light waves in an instant. Puff, puff. The light waves brought bloodstains to his body. This is not the most uncomfortable thing. The griffin discovered that a chill would arise as soon as the light wave was emitted. The raging coldness was so fierce that it not only made its body stiff, but even its blood seemed to solidify. Roar. The griffin roared and quickly increased its own aura, trying to dispel the coldness in its body. But he suddenly noticed a sneer flashing in the lavender eyes of the white spider opposite him. Immediately following. Puff, puff, puff. As the white spider moved its feet lightly, an unknown force swept out instantly, pulling its body up, causing a large amount of blood to splatter. Not only that, one of his wings was also damaged and was torn to pieces in an instant. Bang! The griffin's huge body fell to the ground, creating a huge, deep pit. Everyone was dumbfounded and had no idea what was going on. Only Jiang Yuan, the instigator. 8 lavender eyes looked at the spider silk that seemed transparent in the sunlight. It's time to end it. A light breath sounded. Jiang Yuan let out a roar, opened his mouth, and spewed out powerful spider silk towards the deep pit. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As the piercing sound exploded, a cruel and brutal beast roar was heard. It's a griffin. Hearing the sound, Jiang Yuan did not hesitate. He moved several legs lightly and quickly pulled the intertwined spider silk. Chapter 29, Lu Fugui's Countermeasures. Roar, roar, roar. A deafening roar suddenly erupted, following closely, but it was a thick blood mist. The blood mist dripped onto the ground like rain. At this time, everyone also saw the scene below clearly. It was unknown what force had caused the griffin to be completely disfigured, with its remains scattered everywhere. If no one had been watching, I'm afraid no one would have recognized that these pieces of flesh were the griffin that had been so majestic before. Hiss! Jiang Yuan, the instigator, remained calm. He sprayed out spider webs and wrapped the remaining flesh of the griffin into a cocoon. He then left the scene with the fire phoenix and the severely injured white fox. In the live broadcast room, not only the audience in the live broadcast room, but even the anchor had a dazed look on their faces. It all happened so fast. As a result, the griffin died tragically before they knew what was going on. It wasn't until Jiang Yuan's figure completely disappeared that they reacted. Holy crap, what do I see? Why is this white spider so weird? I can't figure out how it disappeared. Brother, you are not alone. This white spider is so weird. It can spit fire, shoot ice, and has such weird tricks. Thinking of killing this white spider is a fantasy, isn't it? Isn't that nonsense? Do you really think anyone can get 1 million? The audience in the live broadcast room was going crazy, and some people posted the situation here on the Wanshlu forum to gain a lot of traffic. As soon as the post was published, it caused an uproar on the Record of Beasts forum. All the players were talking about it, and what they want to express is also very simple. That is, this white spider is too powerful. It is totally beyond human power to resist. Sea level. This is a lofty existence in the eyes of many players. This white spider was fine. It easily took care of the two. Is there anything more terrifying than this? At the same time, in another live broadcast room of Huyu with hundreds of thousands of people, most of the comments were about what had just happened in Record of Beasts. Brother Lu, this is bad. I feel like there's no hope for your revenge. Brother Lu, why don't we just forget it? This white spider is not something that anyone can resist. Yes, Brother Lu, be a real man. Why don't you admit your mistake to this white spider player? This matter has just passed. My advice is to not seek revenge. I don't know which wealthy player has contracted the white spider. He's really rich. In just a few days, white spider has reached a new level. Lu Fugui took a deep breath and fell silent as he looked at the barrage of comments. Yes, the person called Brother Lu by the audience in the live broadcast room is none other than Lu Fugui. Ever since the C-rank beast was hunted, he has offered $1 million bounty. After starting all over again, he even started a live broadcast of hunting down the white spider, preparing to record the entire process of his road to revenge. The halo of $1 million bounty, $1 million first recharge in a live broadcast, etc. also attracted a lot of attention to him. Now I have just upgraded the level of the alien beast to sea level, and I thought I was getting closer and closer to the source of the river. Now it seems that it is completely different. He felt really uncomfortable just giving up on chasing the white spider. Brothers, I won't give up on hunting down this white spider, and I'm going to completely crush this white spider under my feet. After some thought, Lu Fugui had an idea in his mind. But before he could finish his words, the barrage of comments in the live broadcast room began to pour out. Brother Lu, are you crazy? That white spider, with its strength, is no match for a C-rank alien beast. You have to find a B-rank monster to come here. But how can a B-rank exotic beast be so easy to find? Brother Lu, why don't you just withdraw the reward of 1 million? The audience in the live broadcast room tried to persuade him, saying that it was not that they did not want the 1 million yuan reward, but the $1 million reward seemed hopeless to them. Brothers, I know what you mean, but he's just a strange beast at best, and I still have you. As he spoke, Lu Fugui's eyes hardened and he shouted again. Here, I want to declare war on the contracted player of this white spider. If you have the guts, accept this challenge. Let's see who comes out on top in the end. Brothers, at the same time, I will increase the reward to 3 million. After Lu Fugui finished speaking, the audience in the live broadcast room went completely crazy. I was persuaded by Lu Fugui's words. Many people took action at this time. Among them, There are some players with strong contracted beasts who immediately recruited teammates online and prepared to form a team to capture the white spider. After all, no one thinks they can win alone. But what if all players unite together? At the same time, what Lu Fuguwei said in the live broadcast room was also directly moved to the forum of Wanshlu by fans. For a moment, there are endless reports about Jiang Yuan on the Wanshlu forum. At this time, Jiang Yuan had just returned to the cave with Lu Ying, Zhu Yue, and the white fox. Wu. As soon as it entered, the white fox let out a timid cry and looked at Jiang Yuan with an even more frightened look. It was obvious that Jiang Yuan's behavior just now frightened it very much. What are you shaking for? I won't eat you. Lu Ying glanced at the white fox and shook his body, pretending to be ferocious. Ouch. This almost scared the white fox out of its courage. Firefly. Seeing the carefree fireflies, Jiang Yuan too felt a little painful. Although he hadn't read the forum, he knew that this griffin was a contracted beast. My behavior probably became a hot topic on the forum again. Dad? Lu Ying stuck out her tongue and finally responded obediently. I told you don't. Before Jiang Yuan finished speaking, he noticed that Lu Ying lowered her head and her eyes were slightly red. I didn't mean to do that. These words softened Jiang Yuan's heart. Hey, forget it. Forget it. You must be more careful next time. Yeah, Dad, I knew you were the best. What Jiang Yuan didn't expect was that as soon as he finished speaking, Lu Ying changed her aggrieved look and started shouting excitedly. You? Jiang Yuan shook his head, knowing full well that Lu Ying was pretending. He was about to yell when a roar of an animal was heard outside the door. Roar, roar, roar. Along with the roar of the beast, a wind wolf hurried in and exchanged a few words with Zhu Yue. Then, Zhu Yue's voice echoed in Jiang Yuan's mind. Master, the previously unconvinced beasts have now gathered together and are shouting at the door. Chapter 30. The guy who came to the door. As Zhu Yue finished speaking, Jiang Yuan's eyes suddenly lit up with a faint light. Okay. Jiang Yuan laughed. He didn't go looking for the group of strange beasts, but they came looking for him instead. Really? Don't you know how to write the word death? Come on, take me to see it. Jiang Yuan made a decision quickly. He shouted softly and signaled Zhu Yue to lead the way. I want to go too. Lu Ying spoke immediately. Jiang Yuan glanced at it and agreed. As long as I am here, nothing will happen to the firefly. This is a good opportunity for it to see how cruel the world inside Record of Beasts is. Roar, roar, roar. As they passed by, many of the wind wolves outside bowed slightly when they saw Jiang Yuan, looking at him with fiery eyes. Under Zhu Yue's indoctrination during this period, Jiang Yuan was like a god to them. Jiang Yuan went straight out from the center, and soon he walked out of the cave. At a glance, he saw a group of strange beasts standing at the door. The aura of the three-headed beast is the strongest, far stronger than the ordinary D+ level. It seems that he is just one step away from breaking through to the C level. They were a ferocious, giant python, more than 50 meters long, with a waist as thick as a bucket, coiled in a ball, staring down with a pair of vertical pupils, and spitting out its tongue from time to time. There was also a strange beast that looked like a vulture. Its wingspan was 8 or 9 meters long, and its claws were particularly sharp, sparkling in the sunlight. The last one was a black bear with a huge and strong head, about 10 meters long. It is also the only one that has its family with it, and is followed by several smaller ones. Jiang Yuan glanced at it and nodded slightly. It is indeed a strange beast that can survive near the vengeful gale wolves. All of them are quite strong. It's a pity that I provoked myself. Then even if Jesus came, he could not save them. However, before Jiang Yuan could speak, they started roaring. Immediately following, they actually rushed towards the source of the river and lay on the ground in various shapes. It was like surrendering to him. No, not as if. But it is exactly so. The system detects that the sky python is submitting to you, whether the host has signed a contract with him. The system detects that the exploding claw giant bear is surrendering to you, whether the host has signed a contract with him. The system detects that the steel claw vulture is submitting to you. Is the host related to it? As they crouched on the ground, a system notification sounded in Jiang Yuan's mind. The system's words left Jiang Yuan, who was originally furious, dumbfounded. He couldn't help but look at Zhu Yue beside him. Although he didn't say anything, his eyes seemed to be saying it. Is this what you mean by looking for trouble? Owner. Zhu Yue shrank his neck, looking a little embarrassed. Obviously, it had never expected this kind of scene. Roar, roar, roar. Not getting a response from Jiang Yuan, the three strange beasts looked a little more nervous. He crouched even lower. It seemed to be saying that if Jiang Yuan didn't accept them, they would never rise. Come in first. Jiang Yuan pondered for a while and did not rush to sign the contract. Seeing them stand up, Jiang Yuan took the lead and walked into the cave. Upon seeing this, Zhui Yue, Lu Ying, and other strange beasts hurriedly followed Jiang Yuan's pace. When they reached the deepest part of the cave, Jiang Yuan's beast sat on the highest position in the cave. He looked around at the strange beasts in front of him one by one. There is Zhui Yue, Lu Ying, the white fox, the three strange beasts that have just joined, and a group of wind-chasing wolves. Finally, Jiang Yuan fixed his gaze on the three strange beasts. If you want to join me, I welcome you. Jiang Yuan took a breath and said calmly, I can also protect you. But if you want to join, you have to follow my rules. You guys understand this. Roar, roar, roar. Roar, roar, roar. The three strange beasts looked at each other, and then they all uttered a cry and knelt on the ground. Ouch! Seeing this, the white fox not far away rolled its eyes and knelt down towards Jiang Yuan in a similar manner. Very good. Seeing this scene, Jiang Yuan happily recited the word contract in his heart. Owner. As soon as the contract was completed, for awkward shouts rang out in Jiang Yuan's mind. Jiang Yuan nodded slightly, then said seriously, You can call me king from now on. Lu Ying is your princess, and Zhui Yue is the eldest brother among you brothers. You must obey all my orders. After saying this series of words, Jiang Yuan discovered that except for Lu Ying, the other strange beasts seemed to have not reacted and only nodded subconsciously. The bloodlines of these strange beasts are not very high, and their strength is only at D level. Their intelligence has not been fully developed, so it is normal that they do not understand. But Jiang Yuan still wanted to say that only after branding them first, they would naturally understand what he was saying. And they just need to understand that the game will become a reality. They are your most effective helpers. When Jiang Yuan was thinking about this, he suddenly saw that his adoptive father had sent him several messages in succession. That's enough. This matter ends here. Lu Ying, you can just tell them what I just said next time. If you have any questions, you can ask Lu Ying. These are rewards for you. Jiang Yuan moved lightly, and several spider silk threads dropped some griffin's remains in front of them. Roar, roar, roar. At this moment, the strange beasts in the cave roared excitedly. Accompanied by the roar of the beast, Jiang Yuan returned to the depths of the cave. As the time for the game to become reality becomes shorter and shorter, he must build a good relationship with his adoptive father and try to get him to spend more money. At the same time, Blue Star. Little spider, please don't be in any trouble. The forum of Wanshou Lu has been going viral regarding the recent events surrounding Jiang Yuan. Although Su Ming kept telling herself that the spider on the forum was not her little spider, she couldn't help but worry when she saw the news on the forum. Little spider, mommy really doesn't want anything to happen to you. Su Ming said this, hesitated for a moment, and finally her expression became much firmer. She planned to recharge it again so that Jiang Yuan could safely survive the player's pursuit. No, it's not some player's pursuit. She just wanted the little spider to have some ability to protect itself. After all, it does look very similar to the spider on the forum. Yes, that's right, that's it. Thinking of this, the confusion on Su Ming's face was much less. She gently raised her small hand, which was as thin as a jade lotus root, and clicked on the recharge interface. But at this moment, dingling, the sound of a telephone ringing echoed in the empty room. It's Sister Lu calling. Hello, Sister Lu. As soon as Su Ming answered the phone, an uncontrollable excited voice came from the other end of the line. Miss, you're really right. Right? What's right? Su Ming asked in confusion, but Sister Lu's response made her eyes widen slightly, and a smile unconsciously appeared on her face. Her delicate and white feet could not help but curl up according to her mood. Chapter 31, Millions of Dollars. Miss, you don't know. I just went to an antique shop for an appraisal. Just this tiny coin, how much do you think it can sell for? Without waiting for Su Ming to answer, Sister Lu couldn't hold back her thoughts and said, a full 1.5 million. I only spent 5,000 on this coin. The antique shop owner was vying for it, saying it was an O edition triangular round yuan datu. And they said it was something only found in Gansu. As she spoke, Sister Lu couldn't help but recall her experience of going to the antique shop. She originally just wanted to get a certificate of authenticity to show that it was fake. That's all. Unexpectedly, not only did he not get the appraisal certificate, but he also scared the owner of the antique shop. Thinking about it now, she still feels that this incident is like a dream. Especially the stall owner seemed to be trying hard to sell it to himself. For a moment she thought it was fake. Now that I think about it, maybe the stall owner also thought that this coin was fake? Thinking of this, Sister Lu felt a surge of fear in her heart. Even the stall owner didn't know, but Su Ming somehow knew that this was true. Is everything I said true? I didn't lie to you, did I? The more Su Ming listened, the more the smile on her face grew. She then smiled and said, "Okay, Sister Lu, please come back first." After hanging up the phone, Su Ming couldn't help but feel happy, swinging her little feet back and forth. With her slightly red cheeks, she looks extremely cute and attractive. This is what Little Spider earned himself, so let's give it all to Little Spider. After being excited for a while, Su Ming immediately made up her mind. It's as if 1.5 million is not a lot of money at all. The truth is actually similar. For others, 1.5 million is a huge sum of money. But for Su Ming, who has lived in a privileged environment since childhood, 150W, sprinkle some water. At the same time, Jiang Yuan, who had come deep into the cave, was investigating the message sent by his adoptive father. There wasn't much news, only 5 or 6 sentences, but the words contained in them shocked his heart. Little Spider, recently on the Forum of Record of Beasts, there are many people hunting down strange beasts like you. You must be careful. Please don't let anything happen. Stay still, I'll find a way for you. After briefly reading the chat history, Jiang Yuan was slightly shocked. He knew that after hunting down the C-rank monster, there would definitely be posts about him on the forum. But now, judging from what my adoptive father said, the situation seems to be much more serious than I thought. Let's take a look first. Having made up his mind, Jiang Yuan immediately opened the Record of 10,000 Beasts forum. What caught my eye were several extremely popular posts. The killer spider once again hunts down a C-rank monster. Its brutality can be imagined. The bounty has been increased to 3 million. Anyone want to join me in killing the killer spider? That player who contracted the killer spider, if you have the guts, come out here. Every post is about myself. Some of them even mentioned his adoptive father. But Jiang Yuan is not worried about this. It was obvious that my godfather had no interest in responding to these posts, so naturally he would not be found. For Jiang Yuan, he can let go and do what he wants. Otherwise, Jiang Yuan didn't want to transfer the anger of the other players to his adoptive father. Jiang Yuan then clicked on the most popular post, and his heart sank suddenly. This is a player with a C-level contracted beast recruiting teammates. There are a lot of comments below. Without exception, all of the comments were from players who said they wanted to team up to kill him. The contracted beasts displayed by these players are all quite strong. Most of them are C-level. Some have even reached B-level. In order to hunt themselves, they also came up with a high-sounding reason. Only by killing themselves can these players avoid being tragically killed in Record of 10,000 Beasts and better maintain the game environment. Interesting. They actually wanted to form a group to hunt me down. After reading all the posts one by one, a hint of murderous intent emerged in Jiang Yuan's lavender eyes, raging out. In an instant, it swept through the entire cave. The fierce murderous aura made all the strange beasts in the cave tremble, and their eyes unconsciously looked towards the deepest part of the cave. There. This is where their king resides. The contractor, Space Greymon, has paid you 2 million Krypton gold, which is being converted into 20,000 evolution points. At the same time, the system sound in Jiang Yuan's mind pulled him back. Godfather gave me Krypton gold again. As he murmured, Jiang Yuan came back to his senses. He didn't see his godfather respond to the relevant post just now, but now it seems that his godfather also knows about the post. But no response has been given yet. Jiang Yuan opened the chat interface with his adoptive father and wanted to chat for a few minutes. But when he saw his adoptive father say that he had successfully found an antique, Jiang Yuan thanked his adoptive father as usual, and then frowned secretly. He thought back to his past life and found that there was no news worth picking up recently. Host, Jiang Yuan. Type, Red Flame Demon Spider. Level C. Active talents, Dragnet, Venom Splash, Evil Spider Eye, Thousand Shadows, Blazing Blade, Frost Blade. Passive talent, Evil Spider Body. Evolution points, 25,000/60,000. After taking a quick look at his attribute panel, Jiang Yuan shook his head. Finally, his eyes fell on the required evolution point. For his part, players want to hunt him. Naturally, he also wanted to hunt the players' contracted beasts, because only in this way can he obtain higher evolution points. And after the game comes, it will be able to further establish its dominant position. If all the powerful exotic beasts are hunted down, when the game comes, he will be the master of the world. It seems that in the eyes of the Blue Star players, I am now regarded as prey. Little did they know, a true hunter always appears as prey. Thinking of this, Jiang Yuan walked out of the cave. Master. As soon as he entered, Jiang Yuan heard several trembling voices in his ears. Jiang Yuan looked up and saw that except for Lu Ying, all the other strange beasts were lying on the ground trembling. When Jiang Yuan saw them, an idea suddenly came to his mind. He suddenly had an idea. Yue, come with me. Yes, master. Yue straightened his body and immediately responded in unison. Master, what is it? Wait a minute, you come out with me, just like this. Yes, master. I promise to complete the task. When Yue heard this, he immediately let out a long roar and made a promise. What if you fail to complete the task? Jiang Yuan asked with a smile, looking at Yue's serious face. If I can't complete it, Yue muttered, but soon his expression hardened and he immediately said, the task assigned by the master cannot be left unfinished. Hearing this, Jiang Yuan laughed a lot. Compared with Lu Ying, this subordinate he recruited was a little too serious. But it was Yue's look that made Jiang Yuan feel playful. He looked Yue up and down and joked, if you don't finish it, I'll spank you. Spanking. As soon as he finished speaking, he noticed that a blush unconsciously appeared on Yue's serious face. Chapter 32, Conspiracy. In a meadow, the night gradually deepened. At this time, a wounded monster was running away frantically. Its jet-black fur was stained darkly with blood, and its aura became particularly unstable. It was Yue, Jiang Yuan's first subordinate to surrender. Woo! Yue let out miserable cries and turned his head to look behind him from time to time. Behind it, there was a huge figure. It was a D+ rank tiger monster. The aura emanating from his whole body is particularly strong. The most striking thing is that there is a faint luster underneath its body. This is a sign of being contracted by the player. Ha 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 ha. I didn't expect to come out for a stroll. At this moment, a young man on Blue Star was looking at the screen of his mobile phone, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and he made a light sound from time to time. If I kill this Gale werewolf, I'm guessing I can earn a few $1,000s from her flesh and blood. And if I remember correctly, this Gale werewolf was hanging out with that white spider. If I kill it, I think my fame will rise even more. Ha 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 ha. Muttering softly, he instructed the strange beast he had contracted to quicken its pace. Roar. The tiger beast let out a roar and quickly quickened its pace. With its powerful pursuit, it caught up with Yue in a short while. Roar. The tiger-like beast suddenly leaped up, opened its claws and attacked Yue at a rapid speed. It was so fast that it arrived next to Yue in an instant. Whoa! Facing the sharp claws of the tiger monster, Yue let out a wail. My whole body was shaking. It was so exhausted that it became injured and could no longer function. However, just when all the creatures in the field thought that Yue was doomed to die, hiss! Accompanied by a roar, a very strong aura suddenly swept across the entire world. Roar! The terrifying aura made the tiger beast feel as if it was facing a formidable enemy, and its entire body instantly froze in place. It turned its head with difficulty and looked towards the source of the breath. In the light of the night, it could see clearly. 8 lavender eyes seemed to appear out of thin air behind him. Next second, a blazing sharp blade instantly pierced through its body. Phew! Bright red blood kept gushing out. And in the light of the fire, it could clearly see the owner of the eyes. It was a spider that was completely snow white, with only its 2 front legs emitting a strange glow. It trembled all over and wanted to say something, but the blood that kept gushing out was eroding its last bit of life. Final. The majestic tiger beast could no longer support its body and fell to the ground with a bang. Your contracted beast has died. At the same time, several large red words soon appeared on the player's phone interface. White spider, it's that white spider. How could it be here? On the blue planet, the player muttered to himself, looking dazed. In record of 10,000 beasts. After the tiger monster died, Yue, who had originally had a weak breath, instantly returned to normal. It looked at the white spider behind it timidly and said, Master, you won't spank me, will you? No, you did very well this time. Jiang Yuan looked at it calmly. These belong to you. As he spoke, Jiang Yuan gave a small half of the D+ tiger to Yue, and then wrapped the remaining meat with spider silk into a cocoon. After gaining power, Jiang Yuan would take out some of the remaining meat from hunting powerful beasts and store it as expenses for his power. Thank you, Master. A hint of surprise flashed in Yue's eyes, and his mind gradually relaxed. If I get spanked, Yue feels like she'll want to die? That's the 5th one tonight. At this time, Jiang Yuan looked up at the full moon hanging in the sky and silently calculated in his heart. In fact, facing these strange beasts, Jiang Yuan can also carry out simple hunting by himself. But finding prey yourself is not as fast as waiting for it to come to you. Moreover, this method of waiting for the opportunity can not only be used by himself, but also by the monsters under his command. When all the strange beasts act together, the number of strange beasts they hunt is definitely an extremely terrifying number. When Yue finished eating, Jiang Yuan said lightly. Go on. Yes, master. Zhui Yue responded and quickly ran away. And when Jiang Yuan was hunting indiscriminately. On the forum of Record of Beasts, many victims have posted online to demand justice. Brothers, don't be fooled. That killer spider is using the other weaker monsters to lure us players. The killer spider's latest hunting method, don't miss it if you pass by. The killer spider is so tough that it's trying to be soft with us. These posts gathered some players whose contracted beasts were hunted by Jiang Yuan. Damn it. This killer spider is actually trying to seduce me with other exotic beasts. Damn, who is its contracted player? Come out here right now. You dare to kill my beast? Come out and fight me in reality. You don't dare to speak up in the forum, so you do this kind of thing behind my back, right? Don't let me know who you are. The comments below are all similar and full of foul language. Come to think of it, this is normal. After all, those who can improve the strength of their contracted beasts to level D or even higher have more or less spent a lot of money. Now that the contracted beast is dead, their money is undoubtedly wasted. How could these players do this? Su Ming was sitting in the living room watching TV, and she naturally saw these posts on the forum. After reading it, she pouts and her cheeks turn red with anger. They themselves had to hunt those weak alien beasts first, so how could they be hunted by other alien beasts now? Miss, please don't be angry. Her butler, who was wearing a suit, consoled her by saying, as bystanders, we can just watch and forget about this matter. But don't get angry at yourself. Su Ming opened her mouth and told the truth if it were in the past. She wouldn't have any idea. But now, for some reason, it is something that has not been confirmed. She had been denying it in her heart, but then she learned about what happened to the spider on the forum. But she started to worry about the little spider for no reason. Never mind. Finally, Su Ming pursed her lips and just shook her head and said, forget it. It's none of my business. Su Ming said as she walked towards the room. She planned to find her cute reptile and play with it to relieve her mood. Hey, little snake, it's been a while since I last saw you. Why have you grown a little bigger? Hey, little lizard, how come the little snake is getting bigger? Do you feel like you've gotten a little bigger too? After Su Ming entered the room, she devoted herself to raising her reptile. But she didn't know that the butler in a suit was staring at her back. It wasn't until Su Ming walked into the room that he pushed his glasses away. He murmured in a low voice, Miss, during this period, she has been buying lottery tickets and antiques. I didn't keep a single cent of my earnings. I put it all into the record of myriad beasts, and sometimes even a lot more. Is her winning the prize related to the record of myriad beasts? And isn't the white spider on the forum the young lady's contracted beast? What is hidden in here? His voice became lower and lower, and a hint of greed gradually flashed in his eyes. Not only did Su Ming see what was happening here, but some people also gathered together not long after the post was published, seemingly plotting something. Chapter 33, Golden Eyes. In a restaurant box, a man and a woman were sitting opposite each other. They are players who are connected through the post of Wan Shou Lu. The purpose is to kill the killer spider and divide the 3 million equally. Are you sure it's the same as what we talked about on the forum? You don't want the 3 million reward. The man looked at the woman in front of him curiously. The woman was wearing trendy branded clothes and certainly didn't look like someone who was short of money. It's only 3 million, which is a lot of money, so he couldn't help but ask for clarification. Certainly. The woman wrapped her legs around her legs and nodded calmly. 3 million. I've spent more than 3 million training exotic beasts. I want to hunt this killer spider because I just can't stand its misdeeds in the game. This beast that hunts players every day is so disgusting. The man nodded, then frowned and said, So, how can we find the hiding place of that killer spider? The contracted player of that killer spider should have known about the post a long time ago. He must also know that someone is forming a team to hunt down his beast. To be honest, if it was mine, I wouldn't be in the spotlight lately. Isn't that true? The woman responded, causing the man to fall silent. Yes. The recent posts are all about those killer spiders using weak monsters to lure out the other contracted monsters. It never showed up. This made all players unclear about where the killer spider was. Thinking of this, he suddenly had an idea and slapped his thigh and said, Got it. Oh, tell me. The woman looked up at him with curiosity in her eyes. The man sneered. Didn't his contracted player instruct that killer spider to use the weak to lure out the powerful beast? And let that killer spider take care of it. Us. At this point, the man's voice became much softer, as if he was afraid that someone might have ears. But as he continued speaking, a hint of joy clearly appeared on the woman's face. To the end, she clapped her thigh and said with a smile, Okay, I'll do as you say. I think the player who played the killer spider couldn't imagine that we would use this method. At the same time, in record of 10,000 beasts, the hunt continues. Jiang Yuan was quietly lurking on the side, and naturally, he also saw the news on the forum. But after a quick glance, he closed the forum. For him, reading these posts would be more comfortable than waiting for Zhu Yue to bring the prey over. However, Jiang Yuan didn't know that the Zhu Yue he was waiting for was being hunted down at this moment. That was a real chase. Why did a strange beast suddenly appear? Zhu Yue analyzed the situation calmly, while rushing towards Jiang Yuan's location at the fastest speed in his life. Logically, I should go find my master now, but my master is a beast that needs to be contracted. If he sees me bringing an uncontracted beast, will he be angry? When Zhu Yue thought of Jiang Yuan's angry look, he couldn't help but shiver all over. Meow. But at this moment, an angry roar came from behind. Zhu Yue turned his head and saw a tiger-like creature approaching it at an extremely fast speed. This giant cat is very strange. Its body is pitch black, but its pupils are flashing with golden light, making it look quite majestic. Oh, I can't get rid of it. Seeing the distance getting closer, Zhu Yue really wanted to rush up and fight with this giant cat. It's just that reason keeps telling it. I am no match for him. So what should I do now? Take it to the owner first. After a calm analysis, Zhu Yue quickly made a decision. If you don't complete the task, the master will beat you. Thinking of this, its usually serious face turned red. It's really embarrassing. But it has no better solution now. Thinking of this, Zhu Yue let out a whistle, and then could no longer hold back and ran towards Jiang Yuan. She kept speeding up her pace. However, the giant cat behind it clearly had no intention of letting it go. As her speed continued to increase, the giant cat's figure was getting closer and closer. This time was not like last time where he was pretending, but he was actually caught. Why do you keep chasing me? Do you really want to see me get spanked? No, I must dump you. Seeing the giant cat chasing him relentlessly, Zhu Yue's eyes jumped, and his slender limbs ran back and forth quickly. At this time, it has already used all its strength to suck milk. After a while, she had come to a meadow. This is the place she and Jiang Yuan agreed to meet. Looking at the grass, there was a hint of embarrassment in her eyes, because the giant cat was not thrown off. Meow. At this moment, the giant cat chasing behind seemed to sense the threat and stood there hesitantly without moving. Oh, you actually have such a keen sense. You sense the master's presence? This discovery immediately made Zhu Yue raise an eyebrow. Meow. The giant cat let out a deafening meow, but did not retreat, but just kept meowing, as if trying to find a hidden enemy. D+ level, this cat hasn't left yet. After keeping a safe distance, Zhu Yue watched calmly. The other side of the grass. Jiang Yuan suddenly opened his eyes and quickly rushed to the source of the sound. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Yuan saw the cowering Zhu Yue and the roaring giant cat. When Jiang Yuan saw it, the giant cat also turned and looked at it. This moment, the giant cat's hair all over its body stood up, and it was obvious that Jiang Yuan was giving it a great sense of oppression. Jiang Yuan looked at it with interest, feeling a little surprised. It was the first time he had seen a strange beast that was so frightened that it did not escape. A woo. Zhu Yue, who was standing by, trembled when she saw Jiang Yuan, but she finally suppressed the weirdness in her heart and raised her but obediently. Forehead. A few black lines flashed in Jiang Yuan's eyes. He didn't expect Zhu Yue to take his joke seriously. Even an animal would know that this is a joke, right? How can I be so serious about chasing the moon? You should step back first. Jiang Yuan spoke in a deep voice, then turned his gaze to the giant cat. He soon discovered a streak of bright red on its back, and judging by the wound, it must have been bitten by something. This wound looks like it was made not long ago. It can injure a D+ giant cat. It seems there are some powerful monsters nearby. Type, giant cat. Level, D+. Active talents. Bite, claws, golden eyes, can capture souls and see through illusions. Iron tail. Passive talent. Beast might. The longer you stay in combat, the higher your fighting spirit becomes, increasing your damage by up to 50. Oh my god. When Jiang Yuan saw the giant cat's attribute panel, a hint of surprise flashed across his eyes. Golden eyes. It looks more like a weakened version of the evil spider eye. Jiang Yuan couldn't help but mutter and saw through the illusion. This is an ability that even he doesn't have. Meow. At this moment, the giant cat roared. Follow closely. It swung its limbs and took the lead in attacking Jiang Yuan. Interesting. Jiang Yuan smiled coldly, and a faint light instantly bloomed in his lavender eyes. Chapter 34. How to upgrade the evil spider eye. Evil spider eye. Jiang Yuan hasn't used it for a long time. But when facing this giant cat, Jiang Yuan had some thoughts of using it. Brush. As the evil spider's eye was activated, the giant cat trembled all over, and its entire body shook like a sieve. Meow. However, it only lasted for a few seconds. A gleam of light flashed in the giant cat's eyes, and it came back to its senses and continued to absorb energy from Jiang Yuan. It's quite interesting. Jiang Yuan raised his eyebrows slightly and gently raised his front paw. Bang! With a crisp cry, the giant cat flew backwards in an instant and finally fell heavily to the ground. The strength of D+ level is indeed very good compared to other strange beasts. It's a pity that it is facing Jiang Yuan. He is a true C-rank monster. Meow. After falling, the giant cat stood up again and attacked Jiang Yuan. Boring. Jiang Yuan shook his head, although the giant cat's courage was commendable. But he can't win by courage alone. The giant cat's behavior is tantamount to humiliating itself. Then, next second, hiss. Jiang Yuan raised his front paws and slashed down at the giant cat like a sharp blade. Phew. With a crisp sound, Jiang Yuan's front paws split the giant cat's huge body into two halves without any hindrance. Your courage is commendable. Looking at the giant cat, Jiang Yuan's eyes flickered slightly. In that case, I will also give you the corresponding respect. As he spoke, he lightly walked to the giant cat, opened his huge mouth, and began to devour it. The host devours the D+ level monster giant cat and gains 400 evolution points. Detected that the giant cat has the innate golden eyes, which match the host's innate evil spider eyes, and is devouring it. Jiang Yuan's heart moved slightly when he heard the completely different prompt sound for the first time. Is this a devouring talent? Jiang Yuan was guessing in his heart and couldn't help but speed up the pace of swallowing. When he finished swallowing, the system's voice sounded at the right time. Swallowed, the golden pupils merged successfully. The moment the sound was heard, Jiang Yuan felt a warm feeling coming from his 8 lavender eyes. When the warmth dissipated, he discovered that one of the eyes had a faint golden glow. Evil spider eyes, purple eyes, can capture souls and spirits, disturbing the minds of living things, eating the souls of animals to nourish its own spirit. Golden eyes can see through all illusions in the world and understand yin and yang. The introduction to the evil spider eye is different. Evil spider eye. Jiang Yuan shouted softly and attacked directly, wanting to see what was going on, accompanied by the golden light flashing on that eye. The scene before Jiang Yuan was different. His eyes seemed to be able to see through the obstacles in front of him and see behind them. Even if you hold your breath and concentrate, you can still hear sounds in the distance. That's not all. He also discovered that his mental strength had increased significantly. Previously, after successive evolutions, it could only detect creatures within 5 kilometers, but now it can detect even farther. And unlike before, the symbol for living things is no longer a small red dot. Instead, it is more three-dimensional, as if you are in that area. However, opening the evil spider eye consumes more spiritual power than before. Is this fusion? So, can the rest of my talents also be integrated? Jiang Yuan fell into deep thought, but his eyes flashed with brilliance. If you have the corresponding talent, then fusion will be enough. Not all talents can be fused. Jiang Yuan suddenly recalled that he had swallowed many poisonous creatures before, but he did not fuse them. Then, judging by the 2 talents of golden eyes and evil spider eyes, they should require a close match. For example, if I want to increase my venom, swallowing weaker ones is useless. I can only swallow those of equal or even stronger toxicity. Or is it that only the evil spider eye can fuse talents because I have 8 eyes? Just as Jiang Yuan was speculating in his mind about what it would take to achieve fusion, he sensed through the enhanced evil spider eye that 2 C-rank monsters were rushing towards him at a rapid speed. Oh, a strange beast is coming? One contracted by a player. One of them is hiding its presence. Is it trying to hunt me? Isn't this too much of an underestimation of me? Only 2. But it also happens to be a good way to nourish me. Jiang Yuan sneered, and purple and golden light flowed continuously in his 8 eyes. After using his perception to confirm that only these 2 strange beasts were coming, he did not leave, but squatted quietly in the same place. After a while, a strange beast appeared in Jiang Yuan's field of vision. This is very similar to the Komodo dragon in the previous life, except that its size is obviously much larger than that in the previous life. Not only is its body about 15 meters long, but its smooth back is dark and shiny, and the dense forest is like a thin layer of armor. Species, Komodo dragon. Level C. Active talents. Death's eclipse mucus in the mouth. Mainly corrodes everything, claws, giant tail. Passive talent. Hard scale armor. Corrosion? Looks like I can't get bitten. While Jiang Yuan was thinking, he was also observing the Komodo dragon. I just don't know if swallowing it will allow my venom to evolve. While he was thinking deeply, he also saw that after the Komodo dragon arrived at the scene, it stared around vigilantly with its eyes as if searching for something. This scene made Jiang Yuan sneer. I couldn't even tell where I was. How could it have the courage to chase and kill me? What are you looking for? Jiang Yuan didn't even wait for it to find him and simply rushed out by himself. Roar! Jiang Yuan's voice exploded, frightening the Komodo dragon greatly. Its body was tensed and it turned its head with difficulty. When the Komodo dragon saw Jiang Yuan behind him, it staggered and almost fell to the ground. Meanwhile, on Blue Star, its contracted players kept shouting to the people around them. Hurry, hurry! I found him, come quickly! Come quickly! Don't be impatient. A male voice sounded. You deal with this killer spider first. I'll find its weakness later, so I can destroy it with one strike, right? Hurry up then. The woman, who was the player who contracted the Komodo dragon, hesitated for a moment and finally agreed with his decision. It seemed that she also thought this was a good way to deal with Jiang Yuan. Little did they know. With Jiang Yuan's powerful perception, none of their little tricks seemed to be able to hide. Now, Jiang Yuan looked at the Komodo dragon and sneered. He didn't expect that a C-rank monster could be so timid. At the same time, he also sensed that another strange beast was still lurking on the side, with no intention of taking action. Yo, I've already come out, but that strange beast is still hiding behind me. Then I'll have no choice but to kill you first. Chapter 35, The Terror of Jiang Yuan. As if sensing the change in Jiang Yuan's aura, the Komodo dragon let out a shocking roar. Follow closely. He dodged quickly and ran away. This should prevent us from having to fight this killer spider. Lan Xing, the Komodo dragon's contracted player, saw this, and instead of blaming him, he breathed a sigh of relief and said, Hurry up. I can't beat this killer spider. Okay, I'm coming. A deep male voice sounded beside him. However, right at this moment, boom. Suddenly, a muffled sound brought the woman's thoughts back to the scene of Record of Beasts. She looked down and saw that the Komodo dragon had a spider silk thread piercing its tail. As Jiang Yuan's legs gently turned the spider's silk, the Komodo dragon's body not only retreated, but was also being pulled back little by little. Holy crap! Can you play like this? The woman screamed, her eyes filled with horror. Gritting her teeth, she forced herself to calm down, then said in a low voice, It seems that we have no choice but to fight. As she spoke, she conveyed her thoughts to her contracted beast. Roar, roar, roar. The Komodo dragon seemed to know that this was not going to work. Then it let out a roar, twisted its huge body, and while being pulled by the spider's silk, it rushed towards Jiang Yuan at an accelerated speed. Jiang Yuan smiled coldly. He had no intention of retreating. He just gently raised his forefoot that had long been transformed by his talent. Bang! The Komodo dragon was running so fast that in just a few breaths, its huge body collided with Jiang Yuan. It was also quite smart. It did not use the scales on its body to block Jiang Yuan's double blades. Instead, it opened its big mouth and bit his front paws tightly. Tick-tick. Lines of mucus with a corrosive smell kept dripping onto Jiang Yuan's forefoot. What a pity. The corrosiveness in its saliva did not cause any harm to Jiang Yuan's forefoot. Quite clever. Jiang Yuan commented in agreement. It's just that using these things is a big deal for me. In my eyes, it's like showing off one's skills in front of an expert. Hiss. Jiang Yuan let out a roar. Above the double blades, scorching flames and frosty air continuously spewed out from the front feet. Sizzle. Click, click. At this moment, two completely different sounds came out of the Komodo dragon's mouth. At the same time, a lot of air came out of his body. It's just that one side is hot from the scorching fire, and the other side is covered with frost. Roar, roar, roar. The Komodo dragon roared and twisted its body in constant struggle. It wanted to break free, but it completely forgot that Jiang Yuan's front paws were covered with barbs. At this moment, it has been deeply restrained and cannot escape at all. It hurts, doesn't it? Don't worry, this is just the beginning, Jiang Yuan murmured. Just as he said, Jiang Yuan did not rush to deal with the Komodo dragon, but started a series of tortures. He spit out spider silk and attacked the Komodo dragon continuously. The scales on the Komodo dragon's body are like tofu and cannot withstand the thin spider silk at all. As each strand of spider silk becomes embedded, a blood flower will appear on the Komodo dragon's body. Just a few seconds. The blood flowers that have grown on the Komodo dragon's body have dyed its body extremely red. Quick, quick, come and save me. If you don't come soon, my contracted beast will be ruthlessly killed by this killer spider. Hurry up. On the blue planet, The woman's pupils contracted, and she urged the man beside her in a trembling voice. She realized that if reinforcements didn't arrive, there is a high possibility that your contracted beast will die on the spot under this torture. Don't worry, I'm coming. Roar, roar, roar. In record of 10,000 beasts, Jiang Yuan also heard the roar coming from not far away. Are you finally here? You've been keeping me waiting for so long. But come on, the show has officially begun. Jiang Yuan glanced at the strange beast rushing towards him from a distance. That's a cow? Its whole body is brown, and its body is particularly huge. When it ran and its 4 hooves trampled the ground, the earth was triggered to cause a series of vibrations. What attracted Jiang Yuan's attention most were the 2 long, scimitar-like horns on its head. The sharp light flashing from the tip seemed to tell the world how strong his attack power was. Jiang Yuan also had no doubt that if he was hit, he would definitely be hurt. But that would have to hit me. Jiang Yuan kept watching until it came close to him. He moved. His figure left a trail of afterimages on the spot, and Jiang Yuan jumped over. Bang! In a hurry, the bull couldn't stop at all and crashed into the Komodo dragon behind it. The sharp horns immediately made the Komodo dragon let out another shrill scream. Roar, roar, roar. The giant bull seemed to realize that he was being fooled by Jiang Yuan. It gave a concussive roar and was about to pull out its horns and take action at this moment. Don't be impatient. There's still a good show to come. Roar, roar, roar. As soon as Jiang Yuan finished speaking, a shocking sound suddenly exploded. Immediately following, the spider silk on the Komodo dragon's body suddenly stretched tightly and pulled together. Under this force, the Komodo dragon only had time to let out a wail before its huge body was instantly torn in two. Half of it is ice blue, which is the mark of being covered by frost, and the other half is steaming hot, which is the mark of being roasted. At the same time, a large amount of blood was flowing, covering the body of this giant bull. The hot blood made the cow's whole body steam, as if it had just taken a hot bath. Roar. At this moment, it can be clearly seen that the cow's eyes are filled with fear. Especially when it looked at Jiang Yuan, its body couldn't help but tremble. At this moment, Jiang Yuan was no less than a devil in its eyes. The devil crawling out of hell. What? Are you scared? Do you want to run away? Jiang Yuan danced with his 2 completely different front legs and let out a low groan, like the call of the god of death. Roar, roar, roar. The giant bull roared. The next moment, it twisted its legs hard, trying to leave this place. It was really scared. Not to mention Jiang Yuan's cruelty. Jiang Yuan's strength alone was enough to terrify it. As it is at rank C, it already has a lot of intelligence. It understood that if it attacked Jiang Yuan on its own, it would be like a sheep walking into a tiger's mouth. On the blue planet. Fuck, is there a bug? The man noticed the giant bull's actions, and his face froze for a moment. He never expected that without his own orders. My contracted beast actually ran away. Isn't this too outrageous? Come back to me right now. Come back. Fight for me. His words did not bring the giant bull back, but Jiang Yuan in record of 10,000 beasts seemed to know his thoughts and made it come true for him. Chapter 36, Devouring. Why are you all so anxious to leave? A soft sigh. Jiang Yuan's figure has disappeared from the spot. 2 seconds later. Hiss. A crisp roar came from right in front of the giant bull. Roar. The giant bull, who had turned his head to see if Jiang Yuan had caught up with him, looked back subconsciously. This look. Its pupils contracted. Jiang Yuan seemed to appear out of nowhere right in front of it. And there was also a huge net rushing towards it quickly. Bang. The spider web hit it, and the strong stickiness made it stagger and fall to the ground instantly. Under the original force, its body rolled several times before it hit something and barely fell down. In a daze, it shook its head, trying to clear its head. But look up. But he saw Jiang Yuan lowering his 8 eyes and looking at him coldly. Looking again, the giant bull realized that he had bumped into Jiang Yuan's legs. Without my permission, who gave you the courage to escape? Jiang Yuan let out a soft shout, and his frosty front paws struck the giant bull's head like sharp blades. Roar, roar, roar. The giant bull's eyes were filled with fear. It tried to stand up in a hurry, but it was not as fast as Jiang Yuan. But, fortunately, I don't know if it was because I twisted my head in a hurry or what. Jiang Yuan's front paws were not stuck in his head, but only in the ground on one side. Enjoy your last moments. But before the giant bull could rejoice, Jiang Yuan let out a low groan. Next second, he raised his front paw slightly, but the ground was covered with layers of frost centered on the point where he had just pierced. In an instant, a layer of frost covered the giant bull's body. Roar! The giant bull was so frightened that its whole body was shaking. But soon, Frost came and completely froze its body. Bound by the spider web, it had no chance to struggle at all. After killing the two beasts, Jiang Yuan did not stop there. He also left a few large words on the ground with spider silk. After doing all this, he was ready to devour, wanting to try whether he could complete the talent evolution as before. The host devoured the C-rank alien beast Giant Bull and gained 600 evolution points. Giant Bull is a contracted beast and gains an additional 600 evolution points. The host devoured the C-rank Komodo Dragon, gaining 600 evolution points. Komodo Dragon is a contracted beast, additional gain. As Jiang Yuan devoured it with relish, the two people in the hotel box were dumbfounded. The entire battle process was so intense that the two of them had no idea what to say. They were all C-rank, but it looked like a battle between C-rank and D-rank. That killer spider was just too overwhelming. Little did they know that these monsters, which they had purchased with in-game money, had no experience fighting against beasts of the same level. How could they defeat Jiang Yuan, a spider that had been hovering between life and death from the very beginning? Not to mention, Jiang Yuan also possesses many powerful talents, and his bloodline, blessed by a series of rare treasures and talents, is no longer that of an ordinary spider. Oh my god, what the hell does he mean? At this moment, the man noticed a string of words woven from spider silk appeared on the screen of his mobile phone. What a rubbish! How dare you bring out this kind of stuff and embarrass yourself? Not many words, but extremely insulting. It must have been instructed to do this by the contract player behind it. Damn it! How dare you bully me like that? I'll dig you out. As the woman spoke, she couldn't help but take out her cell phone. She was going to take action now. In fact, 3 million was not a lot for her, and she was not too sad about the death of her contracted beast. But these words really made her angry, and her fairly large breasts heaved up and down violently with anger. Without a doubt, whenever news about Jiang Yuan is posted on the Wanshou Lu forum, it will trigger a lot of discussion among players. Not to mention, this time, two sea-level monsters worked together to hunt Jiang Yuan. After watching the video post published by this woman, almost all players became nervous. It is true that Jiang Yuan is too cruel. Sea-level monsters can be said to be the top combat power that players can contract in record of 10,000 beasts. But what does this video show? Even two C-rank monsters are no match for that white spider. Damn, this white spider is really strong. No, we had no problem defeating two C-rank monsters. Can we really handle this white spider? Honestly, whoever wants the 3 million reward can take it. Anyway, I don't hold out any hope. Brother, you are not alone. Many players discussed this post, and many players who had already formed teams disbanded their teams immediately. Huh, not disbanding? What kind of joke is this? Neither of the two sea-level monsters was a match for this white spider. If you think you are stubborn, then go ahead. Not only this post, but another post posted by the woman offering a reward for players who have contracted the killer spider was also very popular. It is obvious that the contracted beast in the game was hunted by Jiang Yuan, which has already aroused the anger of countless players. They didn't dare to use their contracted beasts to find the killer spider in the game, but they still dared to target the contracted players. What a pity. Since the player of contract killer spider has never made a public appearance, no one knows him. All they can do is vent their dissatisfaction under the post. Among these players, a considerable number of them also flocked to the live broadcast room of the bounty seeker, Lu Fugui. Brother Lu, something terrible has happened. Please check out the latest video on the forum. Fuck, Brother Lu, I don't want your reward anymore. If this continues, I feel like all the money I put into Record of Beasts will be wasted. Brother Lu, it's not that I don't want to help you. It's true that this white spider can't be killed easily. What's going on? Glancing at the uniform barrage of comments, Lu Fugui opened the Wanshou forum with a puzzled attitude. It's better not to watch it. As soon as he saw it, his whole face fell. Damn it, is this white spider so perverted now? Lu Fugui raised his eyebrows, and a huge wave of fear suddenly arose in his heart. How long has it been? From the time the white spider hunted the falcon to now. At most it will only take a few days, right? How did it grow so outrageous? He was horrified in his heart, but he didn't show this emotion. On the surface, he smiled happily and said, Tisk, brothers. I thought it was something else. Isn't it just a small matter? Let me analyze this for you. It must be that the player who contracted the white spider got anxious after hearing about what happened on the forum. So, I've been spending a lot of money on this white spider recently, hoping to use it to fend off our pursuit. At this point, Lu Fugui would sneer and say, but I want to say that he made a wrong calculation. This won't make me surrender. It will only make me more competitive. After a pause, Lu Fugui stretched out his hand and said, Isn't the contract player of this killer spider going to compete for money? Then I'll compete with it to see who has more money. Here, I'll increase the bounty on this killer spider to 5 million. When he said this, a trace of pain flashed through his heart. Although he is a rich second generation, he is now also a host here. But it would be a lie to say that I don't feel bad about spending so much money out of thin air. But I have to swallow this breath. There are so many people in the live broadcast room. He can't afford to lose face. Chapter 37. A bounty from my adoptive father. Damn it, please don't let me catch you. Otherwise I will make you pay back the principal with interest. Lu Fugue swore secretly in his heart, and at the same time said solemnly to the camera in the live broadcast room. Not only will the bounty amount be increased, I will also call on all players on the internet to cooperate together. Anyone with a C rank can send me a private message. Then we can form a team together to hunt this white spider. I just don't believe that with so many C rank warriors like us, we can't defeat a white spider. As long as we can hunt him down, the 5 million bounty will remain valid. One stone can cause 1,000 ripples. Lu Fugue's words completely caused an uproar in the live broadcast room. Brother Lu, I want to sign up. Brother Lu, you are right. As long as all of us work together, I don't believe we can't take down this killer spider. In record of 10,000 beasts. I didn't get the fusion talent this time. After swallowing it all, Jiang Yuan grumbled. It seems that we need to conduct more experiments to find out whether only the evil spider I can be integrated, or the rest of the talents can be integrated. Shaking his head, Jiang Yuan didn't think much about it. Instead, he turned to Zhu Yue and said, "Let's go, pack up, and go back." "Yes, master." Zhu Yue returned to his original serious appearance, and agreed with a serious look. When he returned to the cave, the strange beasts under his command had already returned. Everyone was squatting on the side, like workers waiting for a meeting. "You guys talk first." Jiang Yuan glanced at Zhu Yue, then looked around. When Jiang Yuan saw the firefly, it quickly turned its head, flapped its wings, and hummed something in its mouth, as if it was singing. After taking a look and making sure that there was nothing wrong with Lu Ying, he said to Zhu Yue, "Come in when you're done." "Yes." Following Zhu Yue's response, Jiang Yuan was the first to return to the depths of the cave. "Hey, Zhu Yue." Seeing Jiang Yuan leaving, Zhu Yue became serious. It first looked around the entire place, then turned to look at Jiang Yi, Jiang Air, Jiang San, and even Jiang Si. These are the strange beasts that surrendered to Jiang Yuan not long ago. During this period of time, how many exotic beasts have you hunted in total? 5. 6. I have fewer, only 3. Several beasts gave the number of kills their teams had made. Zhu Yue nodded one by one, and then continued. Later, you will collect the corresponding rewards according to the exotic beasts you hunted. Besides, after finishing everything, Zhu Yue was about to go deep into the cave to find Jiang Yuan, but was blocked by Lu Ying. It flapped its wings, staring at Zhu Yue with its black eyes, and asked casually, "Firefly." Zhu Yue bowed slightly to show respect. "What did you do with my dad today?" Zhu Yue thought about what happened today and was about to repeat it truthfully when Lu Ying's eyes rolled and she opened her mouth again. "Just that. Did anything special happen today? Otherwise, why would my dad call you deep into the cave so late at night?" When Lu Ying said this, she emphasized the words special things. Its words instantly brought Zhu Yue back to the scene where she was sticking her butt up and begging Jiang Yuan to spank her. It had obviously been a long time ago, but when Zhu Yue recalled the scene at that time, her face still flushed. "No, owner, it's okay. Lu Ying, if you're okay, I'll go find the master first." Before it could finish its words, it started walking deeper into the cave, as if it was afraid that the fireflies would notice it. Humph. Looking at Zhu Yue's back, Lu Ying's eyes were full of ambiguity. "Zhu Yue, this is with my dad. Then I have to call her from now on." At this point, Lu Ying's eyes widened, and even a few feathers fell off in fright. No, I don't want to." "Zhu Yue, you'll never succeed." As he spoke, Firefly flapped its wings and flew quickly into the depths of the cave. It wants to stop Zhu Yue, who is trying to take the throne. "Hey, Lu Ying, what are you doing here?" Before Lu Ying walked deep into the cave, a voice suddenly sounded in her ears. "It's the Moon Chaser." Oh. Whenever he saw Zhu Yue, Lu Ying always felt as if his secrets were exposed. It didn't dare look at Zhu Yue at all, and only asked in a low voice, "You've been here for so long. Why don't you go in? Didn't my dad call you?" "I." Zhu Yue opened his mouth and his face turned red again. It didn't think much about it at first, but after hearing what Lu Ying just said, its head was a mess. "My mind is full of indescribable things." It even couldn't help but wonder what the owner would really do. What should it do? How to deal with it? For a moment, It couldn't figure out what to do. As such, it never dared to go in. Fortunately, facing Luiying, Zhu Yue hummed and said, "I'll go in later." "But you, why are you here?" When asked this question, Luiying also started to stutter. After all, it was not caught in the act, so it was too embarrassed to reveal its thoughts. But when she met Zhu Yue's gaze, Luiying panicked for no reason and opened her mouth to give an explanation. "I came here to see the scenery." As soon as he spoke, Luiying thought something was wrong. Where does the scenery come from deep in the cave? But just when she thought she was about to be exposed, unexpectedly, Zhu Yue only responded lightly and said nothing more. Sure enough, something is happening." Listening to Zhu Yue's words, Luiying seemed to have discovered a shocking secret. "No, I can't let Zhu Yue go to see Dad alone. Zhu Yue, it absolutely cannot be my mother." Thinking in her heart, Luiying did not leave and looked around reluctantly, as if, as she said, she just came to the depths of the cave to see the scenery. But if you look closely, you can see that the slanting light in its eyes is staring at Zhu Yue vigilantly. "These two, what are you doing outside?" Sensing that Luiying and Zhu Yue were both outside, Jiang Yuan became a little confused. He didn't use his mental power. After all, it is quite a waste of energy to keep your mental power on all the time. Of course, Jiang Yuan understood more that Luiying and Zhu Yue would never betray him. Forget it, leave them alone. Jiang Yuan shook his head and then opened the forum of record of 10,000 beasts. Although he knew that killing the sea-level monster today would trigger discussion among other players. But he also had to take a good look at the situation. Only by knowing yourself and your enemy can you win every battle. When Jiang Yuan saw that Lu Fugue had increased his bounty and was forming a team to hunt him down, his expression didn't change at all. For him, as long as the B stage does not come out, he is invincible. Even if it is rank B, he can still give it a try. Of course, Jiang Yuan would not choose this way if possible. After all, if he fights against a B rank, he has a chance of winning, but he himself might get hurt. But with my current mental strength, even if rank B comes, I can also know it immediately, and then I can leave early, so I don't have to worry about it. As he spoke, Jiang Yuan continued to look down. When Jiang Yuan saw that someone had offered a reward for his adoptive father, his brows furrowed slightly. Chapter 38. The Secret Behind the Record of Myriad Beasts. These players, just forget about wanting to rip off my godfather before. Are you still offering a bounty now? Jiang Yuan frowned, even though his adoptive father hadn't shown up yet. But Jiang Yuan was still a little worried that his adoptive father would be exposed. In the final analysis, human hearts cannot withstand the test. Jiang Yuan had a deep understanding of this when the game came in his previous life. It is very likely that the person closest to you will betray you, but it should be able to slow down a bit. Jiang Yuan shook his head and muttered again. When the game comes, it will be my home court. If anyone comes, I won't panic. Then talk to my godfather first. The contractor, Space Greymon, has paid you 2 million Krypton gold, which is being converted into 20,000 evolution points. As soon as Jiang Yuan opened the chat interface, a system prompt sound suddenly rang in his mind. Along with it, there were also a lot of natural treasures all around. Godfather gave me Krypton gold again. Jiang Yuan raised his eyebrows slightly. Host, Jiang Yuan. Type, Red Flame Demon Spider. Level C. Active talents, Dragnet, Venom Splash, Evil Spider Eye, Thousand Shadows, Blazing Blade, Frost Blade. Passive talent, Evil Spider Body. Evolution points, 55,000/60,000. I still need 5,000 evolution points. I should finish eating the treasures given by my adoptive father, and then I'll be almost there. When Jiang Yuan saw the required evolution points, he felt a little ashamed. If it weren't for his adoptive father continuously spending money on him during this period, his level would definitely not be as high as it is now. Apart from lottery tickets and antiques, I didn't bring any benefits to my adoptive father at all. My adoptive father was so kind that he returned all the money from the lottery and antiques to me. At this time, Jiang Yuan noticed that the chat interface was flashing a little more. He looked up and saw the message from his adoptive father. Little spider, you must not go out during this period of time. You must listen to me. If you're hungry, tell me right away. Jiang Yuan was deeply touched by the caring tone. What surprised Jiang Yuan was the tone of his adoptive father's voice. Doesn't he still know that the killer spider on the forum is himself? No, whether I know it or not. I have to remind my godfather. At the same time, Blue Star. Inside the luxurious villa, Su Ming's little face was filled with worry early on. She saw the news on the forum. It was also because he knew that Lu Fugue had increased the reward amount and was going to form a team to hunt the killer spider. She then became anxious and simply gave Jiang Yuan a large sum of money. To be honest, her mood was very strange. She was clearly trying her best to deny in her heart that little spider was not the killer spider, but a peace-loving guy. But when she saw the post, she still felt worried for no reason. This worry was not the same as before, that Jiang Yuan would be mistaken, but rather that he was worried about whether Jiang Yuan could escape the pursuit. In fact, she can also go online frequently to find out whether Jiang Yuan is the killer spider. But she didn't dare. Or rather, I don't want to. Little spider, Mommy's head is so confused. Gently shaking his head, Su Ming looked at Jiang Yuan in the record of 10,000 beasts and murmured softly, "Ding dong." At this time, several small red dots flashed on the chat interface. It was a message from Jiang Yuan. Godfather, first of all, thank you for your Krypton gold. Also, let me report the situation to you. I'm doing fine here. But you, Godfather, you should also pay attention to safety. I'll protect you later. Looking at the news, Su Ming, who originally had a complicated expression, curled up the corners of her lips into a slight smile. She held the phone in her arms, as if she was holding Jiang Yuan. Little spider, no matter what you are like, you are your mother's good daughter, right? At the same time, Daxia. In an unknown place lies a newly established department of Daxia. Security Department. They were established because not long ago Daxia discovered that many wild animals, domestic livestock, and pets on the blue planet were growing in size. Not only that, even some humans have special abilities. At this time, in a meeting room of the Security Department, several figures sat aside with serious expressions, carefully watching the scene of two sea-level monsters fighting Jiang Yuan in a record of all beasts forum. They looked very carefully, without blinking. After they finished watching the entire video, the atmosphere on the scene fell into an eerie silence. Boss, so what you're saying is that the changes that happened on our blue planet are related to this game. Finally, an old man in his 60s looked at the person next to him and broke the silence first. His name is Mr. Qin, and he is the Minister of Security. Yes. The man called Old Dong nodded, but before he could continue, an uproar broke out in the conference room. How could the changes on Blue Planet be related to the game? Old Dong, have you been tired and confused recently? Old Dong, it's not that I don't want to believe you, but what you said is a shame. The doubts raised by the crowd did not change the boss's expression much. He casually released another video. The video shows a private room where a man and a woman are playing Record of the Beasts. The interface on the phone was exactly the one for the battle against Jiang Yuan. Fuck, is there a bug? Come back to me right now. Come back. Fight for me. In the video, a few male voices were heard. Lao Dong continued. In this video, it's clear that the player doesn't want the contracted beast to leave. But the contracted beasts in the Record of Beasts seemed to have intelligence and ran away. And I looked up the developer of the game Record of Beasts. What's weird is that this game didn't go through any registration process. It seemed like it appeared out of thin air. And I tried, and even if I wanted to remove the game, I couldn't. Also, according to some players' descriptions, if the strange beasts inside die, it's as if they're really dead. It won't appear in this game again. At this point, Lao Dong paused and continued. Suppose it really is related to the game Record of Beasts. Then whether these exotic beasts in the game will come to Blue Planet in the future is a question mark. If so, the powerful beasts inside are enough to make all countries feel apprehensive. These remarks caused the expressions of everyone in the audience to change one after another. That's true. Especially the killer spider they just saw. If such a ferocious guy appeared on Blue Star, the consequences would be unimaginable. After a long silence, Old Qin finally stood up and glanced at everyone in the room. He said in a deep voice, "If that's the case, this game is really a bit weird. Now, tell me, what do you think about the game?" Mr. Qin's words sparked a lively discussion among the people in the conference room. Soon, based on their opinions, Mr. Qin made the final decision. Reality is that animals are evolving, so they still need to be monitored. This is to prevent any misfortune from happening to our citizens. As for some citizens who have demonstrated special abilities, we will still focus on recruiting them. As for the Record of Myriad Beasts, even though we can't yet clearly indicate what's going on, we still need to arrange for some players. After a pause, Mr. Qin's tone became a little heavier. In short, before the new era of Blue Star arrives, our Dragon Nation must be fully prepared. Chapter 39, New Heaven-Defying Talent. At this time, Jiang Yuan has devoured all the natural treasures that came to him. Host, Jiang Yuan. Type, Red Flame Demon Spider. Level C. Active Talents, Dragnet, Venom Splash, Evil Spider Eye, Thousand Shadows, Blazing Blade, Frost Blade. Passive Talent, Evil spider body. Evolution points. 59,000/60,000. Still need 1,000 evolution points. But I've stored quite a bit of leftover meat. If I eat a little more, I should be almost ready for evolution. Think of this. Jiang Yuan immediately shouted softly, Zhui Yue, owner, dad. As the sound came from outside the door, Zhui Yue and Lu Ying walked in one after another. But Jiang Yuan noticed that Lu Ying looked at him and Zhui Yue with a strange look in her eyes. Zhui Yue's face turned red and he looked a little nervous. What a strange pair of beasts. Jiang Yuan complained in his heart, but without further thought, he said softly, Zhui Yue, go get some of the remaining exotic beast meat that we stored earlier. Yes. After receiving the order, Zhui Yue subconsciously straightened his posture, and the redness on his face faded a lot. He seemed relieved, but his expression was somewhat resentful. Dad. Seeing Zhui Yue leave, Lu Ying took a long breath, but she also knew that Zhui Yue would be back soon. So it immediately flapped its wings and came to Jiang Yuan and said, Do you have some feelings for Zhui Yue? Lu Ying wanted to ask, but felt a little ashamed. What happened? Jiang Yuan was completely confused. Dad, do you want to find a mother for me? After holding it in for a long time, Lu Ying finally uttered a word. Jiang Yuan looked at Lu Ying in surprise. Could it be that Lu Ying lacks maternal love? You want a mother? Jiang Yuan asked. No, ouch. Lu Ying was about to explain when Zhui Yue's voice came from outside the door. Master, I have brought you what you wanted. Yeah, okay. Jiang Yuan said softly and turned to look at Lu Ying. She didn't say anything, just flapped her wings and flew away, as if she was not communicating at all. Although Jiang Yuan felt it was a little strange, he didn't think much about it. He turned to look at the remains of the exotic beast that Zhui Yue had brought and said, Then you guys can go out first. Lu Ying saw Zhui Yue leaving and wanted to ask something, but after hesitating for a while, I finally followed Zhui Yue and left. How strange. Looking at the backs of the two people, Jiang Yuan didn't know what the two beasts were trying to say. Forget it, let's evolve first. Anyway, no matter how much I blame them, they won't betray me. With a low moan, Jiang Yuan devoured the remaining flesh of the strange beast in front of him like a whirlwind. After a while, the evolution points have met the evolution requirements. Would you like to start the evolution? The familiar system voice sounded, and Jiang Yuan quickly responded, Evolve. Evolving for the host. The system sounded, and a powerful force poured into the body. Jiang Yuan couldn't help but let out a series of roars. Click, click. Jiang Yuan, who had already undergone several evolutions, was very clear about the process. As cracks appeared on the old shell, Jiang Yuan crawled out of it with ease. Hiss, hiss. Feeling the powerful force contained in his body, Jiang Yuan couldn't help but let out a long roar. At the same time, the aura of his whole body emanated unconsciously. A powerful aura swept through the entire cave, causing all the strange beasts in the cave to lie prone on the ground, looking into the depths of the cave with horror. This moment, they could sense that Jiang Yuan's aura had become stronger again. Congratulations to the host for successfully evolving and obtaining the active talent clone. Clone. Using one's own mental power as a medium, the stronger the mental power, the more clones there are. Each clone has 50 of one's own abilities. A prompt sounded in Jiang Yuan's mind as the evolution ended. Only, he hadn't had time to experience the wonder of the clone. A mysterious feeling suddenly arose. Everything in front of his eyes became pitch black. Pitch black covered everything. Even his own body could not be seen or sensed. It seems, he became a creature with only spiritual intelligence. What is this? The dream from before. Am I dreaming again? Just like in his previous dream, Jiang Yuan couldn't help but want to feel his own body. However, this time the plot was completely different from the dream. He saw it clearly. A ray of light is tearing the darkness before our eyes bit by bit. His ears were no longer silent, but instead became filled with sounds that gradually solidified. Doctor, doctor, the patient is moving. Doctor, doctor, come over and take a look. Miracle, miracle. I didn't expect that just a few days after being diagnosed as a vegetative state, the patient actually woke up. When the voice became completely solid, Jiang Yuan opened his eyes with difficulty, only to find himself in an unfamiliar environment. The glaring sunlight. White walls. There was a faint smell of mixed medicine in the air. Are you awake? How are you feeling? At this moment, the sound beside him made Jiang Yuan turn his head to look over. I saw several people wearing masks and white coats looking at me with surprise. Is this the doctor? So this is a hospital? While muttering, Jiang Yuan suddenly widened his eyes and looked at his body. Hands, legs, and torso. Jiang Yuan was stunned by the familiar structure. This is my original body, So what I had before was all a dream. Jiang Yuan shook his body and tried hard to stand up. But he found that his hands were stuck to the bed and he couldn't get them off. Is this spider silk? My spider silk? After taking a closer look, Jiang Yuan's eyes widened again. Jiang Yuan, right? This is the 5th day since you became a vegetable. Oh, but you're awake now. Do you mind if I take you to a treatment? At this time, a soft voice sounded from Jiang Yuan's ears. He suppressed his fear and looked towards the source of the sound. Although the woman was wearing a mask, her face could not be seen clearly. But Jiang Yuan understood because of her extraordinary temperament. This woman must be a great beauty. What on earth is going on here? Jiang Yuan closed his eyes slightly, eager to understand what was going on. Was it a dream when I became a spider? Just as he thought of this, Jiang Yuan's consciousness suddenly reverberated. Hiss! Jiang Yuan let out a roar. At this time he found that he had turned into a spider again. What is this? Jiang Yuan took a deep breath and closed his eyes tentatively to sense. The next moment, an image appeared in his mind, which was the scene of the beautiful nurse taking him for examination. Jiang Yuan tentatively imposed his own ideas on the human. Then, Jiang Yuan made a surprising discovery. His thoughts are just like those of humans. He will do whatever you tell him to do. Chapter 40. Kill to your heart's content. So this is actually my clone? Jiang Yuan smacked his lips after a period of manipulation. He finally figured it out. That human body is my original body. Now it has completely become his clone. When he descends into that person's consciousness, he can control it. If he had not descended, the clone would have been an ordinary person. This talent is too terrifying. After finding out the truth, Jiang Yuan was shocked. Don't think that you just have an extra clone. But this clone is of infinite use to Jiang Yuan. He still remembered that in his previous life, with the advent of the game, the beasts and humans were almost divided into 2 camps. And because he has a human body, he can use it to escape into the human camp. Think about having your own undercover agent in the human camp. Although he is a strange beast, he can know human actions one step ahead. TSK, TSK, TSK. Thinking of this, Jiang Yuan felt uncontrollable excitement in his heart. After the excitement wore off, Jiang Yuan couldn't help but start delving into his new abilities. But can my original body create another clone? Just as this thought came to mind, an illusory light and shadow suddenly rose up. Immediately following, under Jiang Yuan's shocked gaze, the illusory light and shadow gradually solidified, eventually forming a brand new him. However, the aura of this spider was obviously weaker than his. He now possesses the strength of C+ class, while this spider is at most equivalent to Jiang Yuan, who has just entered the C class. Although its strength is a little weaker, it's still very scary. Jiang Yuan sighed and closed his eyes slightly. The moment he closed his eyes, 2 completely different perspectives appeared in his mind. One is his own human body. The other one is the clone beside him. Jiang Yuan controlled his spider body and kept moving away from his location. Jiang Yuan discovered that he could control it no matter how far away it was. As he gets further and further away from his main body, the amount of mental energy he needs to consume increases exponentially. If his consciousness returns, it will be like his previous human form, and he will be unable to control it. But as long as he can give the order, the clone will follow his order, and he can also see the perspective of the other side by closing his eyes. Unfortunately, Jiang Yuan also noticed that his mental strength would be weakened to a certain extent every time he split himself. If there were any more, Jiang Yuan felt it would be a huge burden on his spirit. It's hard to say, the clone hasn't come out yet. I became mentally ill first. That's a good talent. After understanding everything, Jiang Yuan pondered in his mind. If my mental power is strong enough, then wouldn't I be able to have hundreds or even thousands of clones? Even if I don't have such strong mental strength, I can still release a clone to escape when I encounter a crisis. At this point, Jiang Yuan's eyes sparkled. If you put it that way, it's like having an extra life. But this is too far away for me. Right now, no player's monster can pose a threat to me. In that case, Jiang Yuan shook his head, then gave an order to the spider clone in his mind. Go ahead and kill as much as you want. As long as you see a contracted beast, kill it. Hiss. Jiang Yuan whispered, and his clone took action immediately. Since players want to hunt him down every day on the forum, he naturally wouldn't let them go. Moreover, using a clone can not only prevent yourself from being injured, but also allow you to try out the true strength of your clone. At the same time, he took a deep breath and asked Jiang Yuan to bring over the sika deer that he had contracted in his previous life. Yo yo yo. As soon as this low-level sika deer sensed Jiang Yuan's powerful aura, it couldn't help but tremble all over. The truth is, the level difference between it and Jiang Yuan is too big. The sense of oppression it brings is too strong. Too weak. Seeing it, a hint of helplessness flashed in Jiang Yuan's eyes. If I hadn't known that the original body was still there, I would have just left the sika deer there. But now, the original body is still there. Jiang Yuan can't just leave it alone. When the game comes into reality, no matter how weak this sika deer is, it is still equivalent to a part of the combat power. Zhui Yue, bring it some leftover meat. Shaking his head, Jiang Yuan had no choice but to give instructions to Zhui Yue, who was standing beside him. Yes. Zhui Yue didn't understand what Jiang Yuan meant by this, but he still nodded in agreement. Yo. When a pile of leftover meat was placed in front of the sika deer, Jiang Yuan clearly noticed that a glimmer of desire flashed in the eyes of the sika deer. But perhaps it was afraid of its own aura, so it didn't dare to come forward. It's okay, you can eat it. Jiang Yuan shook his head and let out a soft cry. Yo. After getting approval, the sika deer began to approach the remaining meat timidly. It didn't start to eat voraciously until it realized that Jiang Yuan really had no intention at all. Jiang Yuan looked at it quietly. I was constantly thinking in my mind how to quickly upgrade its level. The sika deer's strength is too weak to be considered at all. Even if you feed it the leftover meat of exotic beasts, it is a fantasy to expect it to be upgraded in a short period of time without spending money. Looks like I still have to try to find out if I can spend real money in the real world. It's just that my original body didn't have much thought. So how can I get more money? Jiang Yuan fell into deep thought. With this, the night gradually deepened. But in the record of 10,000 beasts, Jiang Yuan's clone was moving quickly according to orders. It is very efficient. With the perception of a sea-level monster, it can discover many relatively weak, contracted monsters. For a while, in record of 10,000 beasts, contracted beasts are constantly targeted by Jiang Yuan's clones. Once they are targeted, the only fate that awaits those contracted beasts is defeat. And a sea-level monster started killing without any scruples. This is absolutely extremely terrifying for the weak alien beasts. This also directly leads to the fact that it is late at night, and it is a good time to go to bed. The forum of Record of Beasts is extremely lively. Countless players who were attacked by Jiang Yuan's clones complained about everything related to Jiang Yuan on the forum. Holy crap, that killer spider is making its move. Damn it, I was just attacked by that killer spider. It must be that its contracted players got restless after seeing the news on the forum. Brothers, where are you? Condemn it severely. I'm so fucking convinced. This killer spider, you gotta pay me. Jiang Yuan had seen all these messages on the forum of Record of 10,000 Beasts. But in the face of condemnation, he did not look panicked at all, but instead a cruel smile appeared on his face. You're allowed to hunt me down? Put a bounty on me. You won't allow me to hunt you? How can this be possible in this world? Chapter 41, The Betrayer. Early in the morning of the next day, Jiang Yuan, who had kept his eyes closed, suddenly opened them. In his sight, a spider that looked just like him was speeding towards him. A night of killing. My clone is quite powerful, definitely at C rank. Jiang Yuan's voice was filled with emotion. That night, his clone was out looking for contracted beasts to slaughter. Jiang Yuan also watched from the perspective in his mind all night. On several occasions, he encountered sea-level monsters, but Jiang Yuan never controlled them himself and completely let the spider clone's subconscious mind fight. And every time it faced a sea-level monster, the spider clone finally won the final victory without any danger. This is still solely based on the subconscious if I am controlling it. Perhaps it is possible to kill a C-rank monster. Thinking back on everything, Jiang Yuan couldn't help but think. Although it is the same body, the difference in combat experience will ultimately lead to a change in the outcome of the battle. Boom. Just as Jiang Yuan was sighing, the spider clone had already come to his side and merged with it again. This moment, Jiang Yuan's head was buzzing, as if everything the spider clone had experienced was exactly what he was experiencing. This feeling is completely different from viewing through a perspective, and it goes far beyond that. As the spider clone merged, a voice sounded in Jiang Yuan's mind at the right time. Detected that the host's clone devoured the alien beast and gained 5,000 evolution points. Transforming for the host has successfully obtained 5,000 evolution points. Is it possible? Jiang Yuan was slightly stunned, and an indescribable brilliance burst out of his eyes. I didn't expect my clone talent to have such a function. It seems that this clone's talent is truly terrifying. As Jiang Yuan spoke, an idea came to his mind. If it is your own human body, can it be integrated with yourself? Can you gain from it what you have plundered from others? Jiang Yuan is still not clear about this, but the answer will soon be revealed. After all, when the game comes into reality, he will be able to meet his real body. Hiss. Thinking of this, Jiang Yuan let out a series of roars and split into another clone. Go kill, so that we can get more evolution points. Hiss. Jiang Yuan's clone roared at Jiang Yuan. Immediately following, he quickly left the place. Following Jiang Yuan's orders, the killing began again. In this situation, time passes slowly. Several days passed in the blink of an eye. The day when the game comes out is getting closer and closer. During this period, Jiang Yuan has been controlling his original body in order to gain a greater sense of familiarity. The others always let their spider clones go out and show themselves to kill the contracted beasts. The locations he chose were all far away from his main body, which meant that not many players discovered Jiang Yuan's hiding place. During the massacre, Jiang Yuan also obtained extremely rich evolution points from his clone. Not only that, the massive massacre during this period also caused the forum to be filled with posts about Jiang Yuan. Almost all the players wanted to kill Jiang Yuan as soon as possible. There are even many players cursing him. Jiang Yuan just sneered at this and hunted even harder. The only thing that worries Jiang Yuan is that many players have started offering a bounty for his adoptive father, and the amount of the reward is getting higher and higher. Fortunately, just like before, my godfather did not show up in public, and no one knew his background. Godfather, I will definitely compensate you after the game comes. Jiang Yuan secretly swore in his heart. He really felt that this was a bit unfair to his adoptive father. But he had to do it. He still remembered all the misery he had experienced in his previous life. He now has to harvest the most evolution points within this limited time. Meanwhile, Blue Star. Damn it, this killer spider appears again. Are there any brothers nearby? Come and help me. Su Meng, who was watching short videos, suddenly saw a live broadcast. In the live broadcast room, the strange beast contracted by the player is being chased by a spider. This little spider. When Su Meng saw it, her face turned pale. What's wrong with you lately, Spider Little? Su Meng murmured subconsciously, but soon she shook her head. No, my little spider has always been peace-loving. This spider is not my little spider. After saying that, she simply quit Douyin and stared blankly at the Record of Beasts app on her phone. She really wanted to click it and prove herself to her little spider. But she was also afraid of seeing scenes that she didn't want to see. Little spider, I don't know if you were that spider. But no matter what, Mom loves you. Finally, she stretched out her white jade hand, hugged the phone, and muttered to herself. However, she didn't know that in a corner of the luxurious villa, a man in a suit was browsing the forum of Record of Beasts. He is Su Meng's butler. He didn't read the posts about Jiang Yuan. His eyes were always on the post that offered a bounty for the killer spider player. Recently, the amount of the reward has been getting higher and higher. A low murmur was heard, and the butler immediately exited the Record of Beasts forum and dialed a mysterious number. Hello. A beautiful female voice soon came from the other end of the phone. That's the player you're putting a bounty on for the killer spider, right? Right. I know who the player of the killer spider is. As the housekeeper's voice fell, the woman on the other end of the phone's breathing became noticeably faster. After a long while, the woman's voice finally stabilized. Name your price. 1 million. The butler was silent for a moment and gave a number. He knew that the players of Record of Beasts were all quite rich. And with so many players offering a reward, he felt that the price was not excessive. Thinking of this, he added, as for the bounties offered by other players, I won't care about them anymore. I'll just pretend I don't know anything about them. Make a deal. A response came quickly from the other end of the phone. I can call you part of it first. Wait for you to tell me the information of the contracted player of the killer spider, and then I will give it to you. Good. The butler's throat rolled, and he quickly made a sound. Next, after a while, there was an extra 100,000 renminbi in the housekeeper's bank account. Huff, huff, huff. The butler looked calm and immediately sent the message in his hand to the owner of the phone. After a while, the remaining money was deposited into the account. He took a deep breath, looked at the location of Su Meng's room from a distance, and sighed softly. Miss, it's not that I want to make it public. You have truly done something that is outrageous to both humans and gods. I'm just getting rid of harm for the people. Chapter 42, Su Meng's Choice. Oh, so she's still a girl. On the other side, the woman received the message from the housekeeper and checked it immediately. I never thought a young girl could be so vicious. Whispering, she casually opened the Record of 10,000 Beasts forum, and after coming up with a title, she directly uploaded all the information there. Humph, the strange beast that dares to hunt us. Then you have to pay the price for it. Without a doubt. As soon as this post was published, it attracted the attention of countless players and immediately ignited the entire Wanchalu forum. Tens of thousands of players seemed to have found an outlet to vent their anger, and they kept leaving messages below. In record of 10,000 beasts. A new post. At this time, Jiang Yuan was staying in the cave and refreshing the forum. When he found hundreds of posts appearing after refreshing his app, he thought his spider clone had done something outrageous again. But when he saw it clearly, Jiang Yuan was suddenly stunned. These fresh posts are not about him. The title of the post is simple. Killer Spider Player. When I clicked on it, I saw photos of cute girls below. In the photo, the girl is wearing a pink knee-length skirt with 2 pigtails hanging on the sides of her head. Her cute appearance is extremely eye-catching. Jiang Yuan believes that if this post is moved to other platforms, it is estimated that it will attract a large number of bootlickers. But under this post, most of the comments are dirty words. Damn it, is this the guy? He looks so cute, but he has such a vicious heart. They actually let their own contracted beast hunt my contracted beast. This is really fucking awesome. How disgusting. Looking at her like this, she might be some rich man's mistress. Brothers, blast it, blast it. There are many more comments below, but most of them are disgusting. Jiang Yuan was also a little dumbfounded after watching it. Isn't my adoptive father a man? Does this mean I've always been kept by a rich woman? Jiang Yuan was filled with doubts. Suddenly he paused. He seemed to know this girl. She was standing by when he received the award before. But originally he just thought she was just a good-looking passerby. Could it be that this is my real adoptive father? Jiang Yuan shrank his neck, but he didn't think about it for too long. Because he saw that many players below had begun searching for news about that lovely woman in real life, wanting to expose her completely. What's worse, some even threatened to go to the house to ask for an explanation. Ask her to hand over her contracted beast so that the player who loses her contracted beast can receive a 5 million bounty. Snort. A cold murderous intent flashed in Jiang Yuan's eyes. These people are so hypocritical. If it weren't for my strong strength, I would have perished under their repeated encirclement and suppression. Now that the encirclement and suppression has failed, you still want an explanation. Just wait for me. When the game comes, I will go to see you one by one on behalf of the god of death. Jiang Yuan let out a low groan and quietly closed his eyes. At the same time, call. Blue Star. Inside a rental house, Jiang Yuan's original body shuddered. His consciousness returned. I'm back. He looked at the familiar scenes around him, opened his hands, and took a deep breath. Long before, he was taken for a physical examination after he came back from his vegetative state. Since the physical examination showed no problems, he naturally left the hospital and went home for treatment. Let's take a look at the post first. Has anything been exposed? After getting familiar with his body, Jiang Yuan opened his phone and clicked on the forum of record of 10,000 beasts. At this time, as the comments from players became more and more popular, the owner of the post also quickly posted a second post. This post is even simpler, with only a string of addresses. But if you just think about the previous post, you can easily understand what this means. And under this post, many players have stated that this happened near them, and they must go there to ask for an explanation. Snort. Seeing this, Jiang Yuan put away his phone and accelerated towards the address. Although he didn't know whether the girl was his godfather, Jiang Yuan felt it was necessary to investigate. If not, this woman would have endured all this for her adoptive father. When it comes to his enemies, Jiang Yuan usually chooses to retaliate 100-fold. Jiang Yuan also feels the same way about favors. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Using spider silk, Jiang Yuan quickly shuttled through the alleys of the city. At the same time, in a luxurious villa, Su Meng, who was always observing Jiang Yuan's every move on the forum, naturally noticed the post about herself. Especially when she saw many people scolding her, her rosy little face turned a little paler. Little spider. She murmured, her voice dazed. Although she didn't want to believe it, the reality had already dealt her a painful blow. The spider on the forum was none other than his own little spider. Su Ming's face became paler and paler as she stared blankly at the insults directed at her. But when he saw a player asking him to hand over the little spider, her pale face showed a bit more strength, and she murmured, little spider is not like that. Little spider, it is peace-loving. When I saw it before, it was peace-loving. Little spider, but if you do something wrong, you have to admit it. But don't worry, Mom will protect you. Murmuring, she took a deep breath and then posted on the forum of Record of Beasts for the first time. I think the killer spider contractor you're looking for should be me. I'm deeply sorry about this, but I also knew it wasn't long ago. As for you asking me to hand over the little spider, I want to say that the little spider is my contracted beast. As its contractor, I don't want it to come to any harm. But to show my sincere apology, anyone who was accidentally hunted by the spiderling can ask me to compensate them for the loss. Here, I hope everyone will give Little Spider a chance to reform. After editing, Su Ming checked it several times and only published it after confirming that there were no problems. As soon as the post was published, it instantly sparked heated discussions among countless players. Only, contrary to what Su Ming expected, most of the comments were sarcastic. I'm dying of laughter. I didn't know how to stand up before, so what's the point of standing up now? And he was hunted accidentally? Who are you talking about? Are we still intentionally being hunted? It really made me laugh out loud. Damn it, compensation? It's that simple. What about my mental damages? And what about my time? Isn't it all money? As Su Ming scanned the extra comments under the post one by one, her face turned paler and paler. She didn't expect these players to be so hostile towards little Juju. Come to think of it, weren't they the ones who came here to hunt the little spider in the first place? Then put a bounty on the little spider? Su Ming pursed her lips and bit the corners of her lips tightly with her teeth. Taking a deep breath, she didn't read the posts and went straight to the record of beasts. At a glance, she saw Jiang Yuan lying on the ground as usual. Little spider, don't worry, Mom will protect you. The contractor, Space Greymon, has paid you 3 million Krypton gold, which is being converted into 30,000 evolution points. At the same time, Jiang Yuan, who was rushing to his adoptive father's house, suddenly heard a system sound. Chapter 43, The Great Siege underway. Host, Jiang Yuan. Type, Red Flame Demon Spider. Grade, C+. Active talents, Dragnet, Venom Splash, Evil Spider Eye, Thousand Shadows, Blazing Blade, Frost Blade, Clone. Passive talent, Evil Spider Body. Evolution points, 72400/90,000. While opening the attribute panel, Jiang Yuan noticed that his godfather had sent him a series of messages in the chat interface. Little Spider, listen to me. You absolutely must not go out during this period of time. You must stay in the cave honestly. After this period of time, Mom will come to see you again. After reading a few sentences, Jiang Yuan discovered through his perspective that he had many rare treasures on his body. Godfather, why are you telling me this? Could it be that Godfather has seen the post on the forum? Then you shouldn't continue to pay me for Krypton gold. The doubts in his heart made Jiang Yuan check the record of 10,000 Beasts forum. It doesn't matter if you don't watch it. At the sight, Jiang Yuan's mind froze, and a raging chill burst out from his body. Damn it. So that's how it is. You still expect me to just sit there and wait for death? Ridiculous. Amidst the cold voice, Jiang Yuan felt a warmth in his heart. Unexpectedly, at this juncture, my godfather not only apologized to me, they also bear the players' losses and give themselves Krypton gold. Godfather. With a soft murmur, Jiang Yuan quickened his pace. Before I knew it, the sun was slowly setting. After a long journey, Jiang Yuan also arrived at his destination. Here stands a luxurious villa. This is also the address that was leaked. Is this the place? Jiang Yuan looked around, but he didn't go in. Instead, he sat aside and closed his eyes to rest. At the same time, he exerted his mental strength to the maximum. In the villa, there were a lot of people, including several maids. The lovely girl was among them. What surprised Jiang Yuan was that he sensed that there were many cold-blooded animals where the girl was. They live in transparent boxes one by one. The lovely girl was staring at them blankly at this moment. For some reason, he looked a little dazed. I didn't expect that such a cute-looking girl would actually like these strange reptiles. But judging by her love for reptiles, this girl might actually be my adoptive father. After a simple guess, Jiang Yuan continued to explore the villa. He discovered that in addition to the girl and the maid, there were 2 other people in the villa. One of them was a woman, not far from the girl, and looked like a bodyguard. Jiang Yuan remembered what she looked like. It was the woman who had received the lottery ticket before. It seems that the lovely girl might really be my adoptive father. Or rather, she is my adoptive father's daughter. Jiang Yuan was guessing in his heart, but his perception did not stop. In his perception, he discovered that the other person was a man. He was dressed in a suit and gold-rimmed glasses and looked quite elegant. At this moment, he was directing the maids. It looks like he should be a butler. It depends on the situation. Those players haven't arrived yet. Jiang Yuan said this in his heart and waited quietly. If no one comes, this is of course the best. If someone comes over, they will undoubtedly enter Jiang Yuan's restricted area. After all, judging from the current situation, the people in this villa are indeed closely related to my godfather. But Jiang Yuan didn't know that basically no one nearby would come over. Because they were looking eagerly at another place. In Lu Fugue's live broadcast room. Brothers, we have gathered 6 players now. These 6 players are all C+ level bosses. Most of them came here because they felt that the killer spider had gone too far. So send me a private message to sign up. This is to give justice to our players. Now let me report to everyone who these players are. As Lu Fugui reported one by one, the audience in the live broadcast room suddenly fell into frenzy. Oh my god, it's actually him. I had the good fortune to run into him before when I entered the secret realm. He can easily kill a C+ level monster. With him here, that killer spider is definitely going to die. Not only him, but also the other four are very strong. More than just strong, I feel like one of them alone could easily take out that little spider. Ha, I can finally kill that killer spider. I've been waiting for this day for who knows how long. While the audience was discussing, Lu Fugui was in a good mood after finishing his report. He said to the camera in the live broadcast room, "Brothers, I will leave it to you from now on. Anyone who finds the killer spider, just tell us, and we'll be there as soon as possible. Of course, if you provide the correct clues, I will also give out an additional 100,000 yuan reward." The video of Lu Fugui's live broadcast was also immediately uploaded to the Wanshlu forum by players. After watching the video alone, countless players were moved to tears. Oh my god, such a luxurious lineup. No, I've been squatting in Brother Lu's live broadcast room these days. I must see Brother Lu kill this spider with my own eyes. +1. Brothers, have you tried to track down the killer spider? Hurry up and sign up. I want to get the reward from Brother Lu. My contracted beast has died, so I've contracted a new one. It can be used to track down the whereabouts of that killer spider. While many players were commenting, many players had already begun a carpet search for Jiang Yuan's location. The reason is very simple. They couldn't defeat the killer spider, but could they not find him? As long as we find it, even if the contracted beast is sacrificed, won't there still be a 100,000 yuan bonus? This is a huge attraction for those who haven't spent much money in Record of Beasts. For a moment, the entire Record of 10,000 Beasts became extremely lively because of Lu Fugui's live broadcast. 6 C+ level monsters are teaming up to hunt me down. Jiang Yuan, who was bored and casually browsing the Record of 10,000 Beasts forum, also saw the post. And if you find me, you can get a 100,000 yuan reward. What a grand gesture. Jiang Yuan sighed. A hint of teasing flashed across his eyes. It's just that I have a clone, no matter how hard you try to find it. It's all in vain in the end. As soon as he finished speaking, a flash of inspiration suddenly appeared in Jiang Yuan's mind. If I die, it means someone has received a 5 million yuan bounty. In that case, why not let the contracted beast in my human body kill me? This will solve the problem of having to pay for a contracted beast. Also, I can go meet those 6 C+ level monsters and see how powerful they are when they burst out at full power. In the end, as long as it's killed by the contracted beast in human form, that's all that matters. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Yuan's eyes became brighter and brighter. As for what happened after he found out that he was not dead and had received the reward, why did he care about anything else? Chapter 44, Encounter. Thinking of this, Jiang Yuan curled up a cold smile. Then he gave orders to the people not to let any suspicious persons into the villa. Then his consciousness returned to his body, and he gave the latest orders to his spider clone that was attacking outside. Go, attract the attention of all the contracted beasts, and then bring them to me. After the order was given, Jiang Yuan called Zhu and Lu Ying and asked them to watch over the cave. Jiang Yuan quickly rushed to a place far away from the cave. When they arrived at the destination, Jiang Yuan closed his eyes slightly. While resting, he also watched the spider's every move through the clone's perspective. At this time, the spider clone is executing its own orders. As he rushed towards him, he was also hunting along the way. As the distance got closer, he increased his aura to the extreme, as if he was afraid that the other contracted beasts would not be able to detect him. Good. Seeing this scene, Jiang Yuan cheered repeatedly, and the bloodthirsty light hidden in his eyes became more and more intense. Now he can't wait any longer. Inside the luxurious villa, Lu Fugui's live broadcast became very popular, and Su Ming, who had been staying in the villa, naturally saw it as well. She watched the live broadcast nervously. I was praying in my heart that the little spider would not be discovered. However, what you fear will come to you. At this time, Lu Fugui said in the live broadcast room, "What? Did you find the killer spider? Okay, brothers, I'll take you there now." As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Fugui took the lead and instructed his contracted beast to head towards Jiang Yuan's location. Behind his contracted beast, there was a huge group of strange beasts. There is no doubt that these strange beasts were picked out by him, and each of them is a top-notch fighter. Little Spider. Seeing this scene, Su Ming suddenly became anxious. She didn't want anything to happen to Little Spider. How can I help the Little Spider? As if she thought of something, Su Ming's eyes lit up slightly. Oh right, Krypton Gold. As long as you Krypton Gold, the little spider can improve its strength. Just as she opened the record of 10,000 beasts, a voice was heard outside the door. Miss, the boss called. The person who came was the butler. My dad. Su Ming was a little confused, but still took the phone. Miss, I'll be out first. The butler left the room in a gentle voice. But, after walking out of the room, he took out a pair of peculiarly shaped headphones from his pocket. As soon as I put it on, it flashed with a series of electric sounds. The conversation between Su Ming and her father began. Xiaoming, the housekeeper told me that you were exposed online for playing games. No. Su Ming shook her head. That's good, that's good. You worried me to death. Su Rufflin was full of relief. Just the next second, he changed the subject and said, Xiaoming, the housekeeper said that all this is because you played the record of myriad beasts. Without waiting for Su Ming to answer, he continued, listen to me on this matter. We won't play record of myriad beasts anymore. As for the strange beast inside your thing, leave it to him. He'll take care of everything. When the butler heard this, he was very excited. It seemed as if he had conquered the spider, and through the spider's magical abilities, he won big prizes one after another and reached the top. I don't. But at this moment, Su Ming's stubborn refusal came from the headphones. Xiaoming, you. Dad, you haven't been home all the time. Little Spider is my pet. He is also a life. You can't. Life. Su Rufing's voice became much louder. Xiaoming, record of myriad beasts is just a game. Xiaoming, you must listen to me this time. I knew you put a lot of money into it before, and I thought it would be okay to spend a little money. But now, because of the huge event that happened with Record of the Beasts, if you don't give it to Butler Zhao, then don't even think about adding a penny to the Record of Myriad Beasts. Su Rufing's words made Su Ming anxious. Dad, no, Beep, beep, beep. Su Ming had just raised her voice when the other end of the phone was disconnected with a beep. Snap. Su Ming's body softened, and she almost fell to the ground. She couldn't spend money, so one can imagine the fate of the little spider who was besieged by all players. No, nothing must happen to the little spider. Little spider, don't worry. Mom will never sit idly by. Su Ming shook his head vigorously, and his expression gradually became firm. The other side of the villa. The butler slowly put down his headphones and couldn't help but murmur, Miss, are you so unwilling to hand over the record of myriad beasts to me? But don't worry, this spider will be mine sooner or later. As he spoke, he slowly picked up his phone and made a call. Record of beasts. When Lu Fuguei started to take action, Jiang Yuan already knew everything through the post. Come on. I can't wait any longer. Jiang Yuan lay quietly on the ground, calling out in his heart. He was very excited when he thought that 500W was right in front of him. Hiss! After an unknown amount of time, Jiang Yuan's 8 eyes suddenly opened and all looked straight ahead. There, a huge, snow-white spider was rushing towards them at a rapid speed. This is Jiang Yuan's spider clone. At the same time as he saw him, Jiang Yuan also sensed a powerful aura approaching rapidly. If what he expected was correct, the one emitting these auras was the C+ level monster that was chasing Jiang Yuan. Hiss! The spider clone came to Jiang Yuan and quickly merged with him. Detected that the host's clone devoured the alien beast and gained 5,000 evolution points. Transforming for the host has successfully obtained 5,000 evolution points. Another 5,000 evolution points added. One step closer to evolution. Hiss. Sensing that they were getting closer, Jiang Yuan could no longer control himself and let out an earth-shaking roar. In Lu Fuguei's live broadcast room, when the roar that shook the earth and sky resounded, all the audience couldn't help but tremble. This voice sounded like the call of death. This sound is that killer spider. Oh my god, that sounds horrible. Luckily, this is just a game. If this were real, I'd be so scared I'd pee myself. To be honest, I was frightened and peed myself. The comments in the live broadcast room froze for a few seconds before suddenly pouring out like a tide. Let's go. Lu Fuguei's eyes lit up as he watched the barrage of comments. He immediately shouted, Quick, let's go. As he spoke, Lu Fuguei had already instructed the contracted beast to rush over quickly. A group of strange beasts followed closely behind him. A moment later, they were getting closer and closer to the source of the sound. Everyone looked over there. From a distance, they saw a white spider standing there, about 15 or 16 meters tall. He was covered in snow white, with barbs all over his back, especially his 2 front paws, which emitted a completely different light and looked very scary. And this is not the scariest thing. The most terrifying thing is his 8 eyes, which are staring at this side. There was a bloodthirsty look in his eyes, as if anyone who came close would be devoured by him without mercy. Chapter 45. The Great Encirclement and Suppression. This scene not only made the audience in the live broadcast room freeze. Even the strange beasts in the record of 10,000 beasts became agitated. Killer spider. It appeared. Damn, it finally appeared. Oh my god, this power looks really scary. Why do I see him? I don't think I can handle him. Damn it. Brother, you are not alone. I always have this intuition in my heart that says, hey, I'm not going to do this any longer. This time the whole army will be annihilated. The audience was talking a lot, not that they wanted Jiang Yuan to win. This is just the feeling that this momentum gives them. No matter how strong he is, can he be as strong as all of us? Brothers, come with me to hunt this killer spider. Lu Fuguei let out a strange cry, and the contracted beast began to move. Roar, roar, roar. With a roar, the strange beast contracted by Lu Fuguei let out a shocking roar, revealing its C+ level aura. This is a strange beast that Lu Fuguei cultivated again. At first it was just a monkey of 1 meter in height, but after Lu Fuguei's continuous spending of money, it had turned into a giant ape that was 20 meters in height. Jiang Yuan glanced at the monkey, and then his eyes locked on the 5 strange beasts behind it. Species, Liger. Grade, C+. Active talents, Lion's Fury, Deadly Fangs, Hungry Tiger Pounce. Passive talent, King of Beasts. In battle, there is a high probability of intimidating the enemy, reducing the power of the enemy's active talent by 50. Type, Giant Elephant. Grade, C+. Active talents, Earth's Fury, Angry Fangs, Nose Dance. Passive talent, Thick Skin. Glancing at them one by one, Jiang Yuan discovered that the 6 strange beasts had very different styles. As the ape moved, its palms glowed faintly, making it look very powerful. The giant elephant looked thick-skinned and had tusks that were 5 or 6 meters long, which was extremely terrifying. Not only are ligers sturdy in size, they are also incredibly fast. It is difficult to capture it with the naked eye while running. Roar. Just when Jiang Yuan wanted to check the other 3 strange beasts, a deafening roar sounded from the front. Jiang Yuan looked up and saw that the lion-tiger beast had arrived first. It soared high into the air, opened its huge mouth and pounced towards Jiang Yuan from the sky. Looking at its sharp fangs, if Jiang Yuan were bitten by it, he would surely be seriously injured. Blazing Blade. A hint of bloodthirsty intent flashed in Jiang Yuan's 8 eyes. Next, he stretched out his front paw and chose to attack the lion-tiger beast that pounced from the sky. Bang! A loud collision sound was heard. Dazzling sparks kept bursting out from the place where the fangs touched Jiang Yuan's front paws. Roar! At this time, another beast shadow came. It's the giant elephant. It bared its fangs and rushed straight towards the source of the river. Jiang Yuan waved his 2 front paws to resist. Under the terrifying weight of the giant elephant, the ground under Jiang Yuan's feet was cracking inch by inch. Hiss! Jiang Yuan roared. His eyes became fierce, and a huge spider web shot out from his mouth, heading straight for its head. Crash! The giant elephant was stuck tightly under the spider web. Hiss! Seeing that the giant elephant was trying to struggle, Jiang Yuan raised his front paws and was about to rush over to help it. Roar, roar, roar. Suddenly there was a roar, and then Jiang Yuan felt his body become heavier. It feels like there is a mountain pressing down on my heart. What's going on? Jiang Yuan frowned and looked over, only to see a strange beast with a sheep's head and a human body raising its arms high. Type, Human Sheep. Grade, C+. Active talent, Manipulation, can control gravity within 100 meters. Passive talent, Levitation, while strengthening gravity within a 100-meter range. It can also reduce its own weight, thus enabling flight. It's a support-type monster. When Jiang Yuan saw the displayed attribute panel, his brows raised sharply. Roar! At this moment, the monkey contracted by Lu Fuguei rushed over. He stretched out his arms, which were longer than his knees, and grabbed Jiang Yuan like a pair of pliers. Hot flame! Jiang Yuan suddenly let out a roar. Boom, boom, boom. As soon as the voice fell, Jiang Yuan's front feet suddenly flashed with flames. Once the flames appeared, the temperature at the scene continued to rise. Roar! The monkey closest to him let out a painful roar, and then retreated continuously. However, Jiang Yuan had no intention of letting it go. His lavender eyes suddenly lit up with a faint light. Roar! The monkey, which had just been running away, suddenly shook. His expression became even more terrified. Because, right at this moment, it felt as if its soul was being pulled by an inexplicable force. It seems like it wants to fly away alone. Although it was only for a moment, it still made its face full of horror. After all, once the soul is extracted, it means destruction. This is the skill of that killer spider. Lu Fugui shouted in panic in the live broadcast room. He immediately began to instruct the monkey, trying to force it to come back to its senses. Only, it's too late. Jiang Yuan quickly shot out several spider silks as thin as cicada wings. Phew! The spider silk penetrated into the body, and blood gushed out from the monkey's huge body. Roar! Only then did the monkey come back to its senses and let out another painful cry. Fighting 1 against 4, he still has the upper hand. Lu Fugui was shocked when he saw this scene through the screen. Damn, this killer spider is really strong. Could it be that we still can't defeat this killer spider this time? Good fellow. Brother Lu, should we retreat? Yeah, Brother Lu, it would be bad if we fell into the hands of the killer spider again. The barrage of comments from the audience made Lu Fugui snort coldly. He shouted coldly, "Brothers, don't hold back anymore. Let's go together and get rid of this killer spider once and for all." Good. He was responded with a series of solemn responses. Just as everyone finished speaking, the audience in the live broadcast room saw that the remaining strange beasts that had not yet been dispatched all attacked Jiang Yuan. The shocking scene made all the audience in the live broadcast room open their eyes wide. They didn't even blink, for fear of missing any exciting scene. Only Su Ming, who was hiding in the live broadcast room, had an anxious look on his face. Even though Jiang Yuan had the upper hand just now, but it can also be seen that he is not much stronger than the others. Now the remaining 3 strange beasts move out together. Anyone with a decent brain can see it. Jiang Yuan, there is no escape. No, we can't let them continue. Little spider, mommy is here to help you. Su Ming gritted her teeth, and finally her expression hardened. Now she doesn't want to care about what her father says at all. She only knew that if she didn't care about the little spider, that little spider is bound to perish. The little spider will not be allowed to die, even if it costs everything. In record of 10,000 beasts, Jiang Yuan saw the movement of the strange beasts. He raised his eyebrows slightly, and the bloodthirsty look in his eyes became more intense. Want to join us? All right, then let me see how strong you are. Chapter 46, The Massacre Continues. Sag. This time, the first to rush towards the source of the river were 2 mantises. These 2 mantises look exactly the same. The only difference is the color of their bodies. One is dark green and the other is brown. Species, Scyther. Grade, C+. Active talents, Cross Scissors, Flying Attack, Shadow Clone, Scythe Hand. Passive talent, Insect Premonition. In battle, you can foresee what will happen next second. Oh, even the attribute panels are similar. Jiang Yuan was slightly surprised, but he didn't panic. Instead, he commented with relish. You can even predict what will happen in the next second? That's quite a talent. It was at this time. These 2 slime mantises are coming to attack. They stood one in front and one behind, raising their sickle-like arms high in the air, and the overwhelming sharp, roaring energy attacked Jiang Yuan. The attack hadn't even landed yet, but it seemed like Jiang Yuan was about to be cut into pieces. Interesting. A cold smile appeared on Jiang Yuan's lips. Next second, he suddenly raised his front feet. Bang! With a simple and decisive blow, Jiang Yuan single-handedly defeated the 2 beasts. He was not at a disadvantage at all, and even seemed to be suppressing others. But that's not all. Roar, roar, roar. Following closely behind them, 2 more figures arrived. It was the monkey and the lion-tiger that had just been knocked away by Jiang Yuan. Here we go again. Jiang Yuan raised his eyebrows, and completely different lights burst out from his 2 front legs, directly forcing back the 2 singing mantises. Then, Jiang Yuan turned around and directly took the attack from the monkey and the lion-tiger. At this time, the 4 beasts attacked Jiang Yuan one by one with their most ferocious attacks. But Jiang Yuan seemed to be at ease from beginning to end. I still have many moves that I haven't used yet. If we use all of them, it shouldn't be difficult to defeat them one by one. During the fight, Jiang Yuan was also analyzing his own strength. At the same time, Jiang Yuan's unusually ferocious behavior also caused a lot of discussion among the audience in the live broadcast room. Oh my god, this spider's strength is really outrageous. 1 against 4, no gap at all. He can actually handle it so easily, as expected of a guy with a 5 million yuan bounty. But don't forget, there are still players who haven't taken action yet. While the audience was discussing, Lu Fugui also shouted, "Quick, increase the gravity for him. Increase it 50 times, maximum. Then giant elephant, you go hit him." Good. Following the human sheep contract, the players responded. In record of 10,000 beasts, The man-goat raised his hands high. Suddenly, Jiang Yuan staggered and felt his body become heavier. Roar! At the same time, the giant elephant that had been waiting for a long time roared. It moved its powerful body and rushed towards Jiang Yuan like a speeding truck. Its huge body even made the ground tremble. As the target of attack, Jiang Yuan also saw the giant elephant galloping towards him. However, he had no intention of hiding. Instead, he smiled coldly and said, "In that case, I will send you to hell first." With a cold shout, Jiang Yuan rushed towards the giant elephant and slashed at its front paws covered with frost. "How dare you compete with the giant elephant in strength? You're looking for death," Lu Fugui shouted coldly. He had previously used his contracted ape to compete with the giant elephant. In terms of strength alone, his monkey is no match at all. That time, he almost killed his contracted beast. Bang! In the blink of an eye, the two collided with each other. Jiang Yuan flew backwards in the blink of an eye, but as he flew backwards, a hint of frost spread out from his forefoot. In an instant, the frost froze the giant elephant into an ice sculpture. Click, click. In just a few seconds, a powerful force burst out from the ice sculpture, and several cracks appeared on it. I think it won't be long before the giant elephant will be able to completely escape from the ice sculpture. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Just at this moment, Jiang Yuan in midair shot several spider silks at the giant elephant, directly pulling his flying body onto the giant elephant's head. Ahem. Jiang Yuan took a deep breath. He felt uncomfortable after being hit by the giant elephant just now. I paid too much to fake my death. Jiang Yuan sighed. Bang, bang, bang. At this time, seeing more and more cracks on the giant elephant's body, Jiang Yuan's front feet were covered with a layer of hot flames. But this way, I can find a reason to deal with you. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly raised his sword and chopped it directly on the elephant's head. Roar, roar, roar. At this moment, huge flames covered the entire head of the giant elephant. Under the thick flames, one could see that the giant elephant's eyes were filled with fear. It frantically tried to put out the flames on its face, but it didn't put it out. Instead, the flames grew more and more fierce until it swallowed up its entire body. Roar! With a final shrill roar, the giant elephant's huge body collapsed. No, he solved it already? Can this killer spider really be solved? Are you kidding me? I rely on it. I rely on it. I rely on it. The audience in the live broadcast room were dumbfounded when they saw this scene. Brother Lu Wei, don't retreat. Before the player could finish his words, Lu Fugui shouted. He was just hit by the giant elephant. He must be feeling bad. If you miss this opportunity, it's gone. Don't worry, if anyone else's contracted beast dies later, you can ask me for compensation. Brother Lu, since you said so, let's go together. Roar, roar, roar. In record of 10,000 beasts. Led by Lu Fugui's monkey, the rest of the strange beasts attacked Jiang Yuan one after another. The beasts supported each other, and Jiang Yuan would always choose to fight one of them. Then you will fall into endless blows. That's a good method, but why should I fight you? Jiang Yuan looked at the beast that was rushing towards him, but his dark eyes were fixed on the human sheep not far away. The next moment, the 1,000 shadow demons were activated instantly. He was under tremendous pressure and had already come to the side of the human sheep. Me. The man-goat's face changed drastically, and it jumped with its legs, trying to fly into the air. But how could Jiang Yuan let it do as it wished? Several spider silks flew out instantly. Phew! A pool of blood burst out from the human goat body in midair, and its body fell down extremely unsteadily. Hurry, don't let the sheep die. In the live broadcast room, Lu Fugui roared. No, it's too late. But when he saw Jiang Yuan and the human sheep figures getting closer and closer, Lu Fugui gritted his teeth. Instead of rescuing the human sheep, he instructed the monkeys to attack Jiang Yuan. Besiege way to save Zhao. Jiang Yuan understood Lu Fugui's thoughts at the first moment, but he did not choose to dodge. Instead, he used his body to withstand the monkey's attack, and at the same time shot several spider silks at the sheepman in midair. Bang! As the spider silk exerted force, the sheepman in the air turned into a ball of blood mist. Snap, clack! As a bloody smell spread, bits of flesh fell to the ground. Chapter 47. The battle is underway. Dead. Another one died. When the audience saw this scene, they were so dumbfounded that they couldn't be more dumbfounded. The 6 strange beasts attacked together and dealt 2 blows to Jiang Yuan. But these 2 blows were paid for with 2 lives. Run! He's about to make his move. At this moment, in the live broadcast room, Scyther's contracted beast let out a roar. Subconsciously looked at the live broadcast screen. Just see. After Jiang Yuan dealt with the human sheep, he did not stop. Instead, his figure flashed and he disappeared like a ball of light. The next moment, the sound of a strange sharp blade piercing through the body suddenly rang out. When everyone looked up, they saw a streak of frost on the lion tiger's body. The frost just went from its head to its tail. Click! With a crisp sound, the lion tiger beast didn't even let out a scream, and its huge body split into two and fell directly to both sides. From this point of view, it is obvious that the liger is dead. I'm stupid. The audience in the live broadcast room really didn't know what to say. Just a few simple moves, and the 3C+ monsters were destroyed. Can this killer spider really be killed by sheer numbers? There are 3 more beasts left. It's time. Jiang Yuan had no idea what the players in the live broadcast room were thinking. He only knew that now was the perfect time for him to perform the fake death technique. This time, it's really over. How can we fight this? My God, this killer spider is too powerful. Anyway, I don't dare to covet this reward. From now on, just pretend you haven't seen it. There were only a few comments, and the meaning expressed was very desperate. Lu Fugue looked pale as he watched all this. 6C+ level monsters came out to fight, and the final outcome was like this. If anyone else were to do this, they probably wouldn't be able to accept it. Brother Lu, why don't we retreat? I think if we evacuate, we won't be completely wiped out. Beside him, the voices of players were heard. Retreat? Lu Fugue's face was gloomy. It could be said that no one at the scene wanted to kill Jiang Yuan more than him. No, he's just holding on. If we continue, he'll be unable to bear it soon. Suddenly, Lu Fugue, who was staring at Jiang Yuan, cried out in surprise and immediately instructed his contracted beast, "Quick, go and finish him off." Roar! The monkey shrank back, but finally chose to obey Lu Fugue. He pointed his toes, and his whole body shot towards Jiang Yuan like an arrow. Roar! When it came in front of him, the monkey let out a roar, and suddenly golden light burst out from his palms. Boom! There was a loud roar, and this blow directly knocked Jiang Yuan away. His huge body flew hundreds of meters and finally fell heavily to the ground, splashing up a cloud of dust. This killer spider must have run out of power. Otherwise, with the skills he just displayed, he would definitely be able to withstand this attack. Lu Fugue looked at the scene in front of him, his eyes shining brightly. Let's go? Let's go together. In fact, Lu Fugue didn't need to say anything. His teammates also analyzed the situation on the scene through the pictures. The other two shouted loudly one after another, and the 2 slime mantises rushed towards the center of the dust one after another. Hiss! A hissing sound echoed from the dust. Immediately afterwards, one ball after another of deadly venom splashed out from the dust. Sag sag! The 2 flying mantises flashed and turned into afterimages to avoid the attack. Immediately following, it raised its 2 sickles high and slashed at the killer spider like the god of death who was taking lives. Bang! The killer spider raised its front legs to resist, and although it was clearly flesh, there was a sound of metal clashing. Sag sag! The 2 slime mantises did not stop there. Their strength continued to increase. Under this force, the killer spider's body retreated little by little. Roar! Seeing this, the monkeys who had been watching the battle immediately joined the battlefield. Its joining instantly broke the originally delicate balance, and the killer spider could no longer hold on and flew backwards. Ha 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 ha! He's dead now. Lu Fugue was very excited to see his victory. Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! It's that simple, but the killer spider can't do it. I thought it was very powerful. Brothers, shout with me, Brother Lu is awesome. If it weren't for Brother Lu's foresight, this killer spider would have escaped again. The audience in the live broadcast room was even more excited and applauded. Only Su Ming looked anxious. She originally wanted to recharge, but after seeing Jiang Yuan out of danger, she finally held back. But now she really couldn't sit still. Little spider, I'm coming right over. She murmured and quickly opened the recharge interface. In the huge live broadcast room, everyone's emotions were deeply affected by the killer spider. But they didn't know what the killer spider they were talking about was. In other words, Jiang Yuan had already escaped from the battle when he flew backwards just now. The one fighting with him at this time was just his spider clone. It seems that with the strength of the spider clone, it is still a bit difficult to take down these 3 strange beasts. But with me here, it's not a big problem. Looking at the battle not far away, Jiang Yuan analyzed calmly. The contractor, Space Greymon, has paid you 1 million Krypton gold, which is being converted into 10,000 evolution points. The evolution points have met the evolution requirements. Would you like to start the evolution? Suddenly, a system sound rang out. Godfather, what does this mean? However, this is not over yet. As the battle on the scene became more and more intense, the spider clone was increasingly at a disadvantage. The reminder sound in his mind continued to ring. The contractor, Space Greymon, has paid you 1 million Krypton gold, which is being converted into 10,000 evolution points. The evolution points have met the evolution requirements. Would you like to start the evolution? The contractor, Space Greymon, has paid you 1 million Krypton gold, which is being converted into 10,000 evolution points. The evolution points have met the evolution requirements. Would you like to start the evolution? This series of voices also made Jiang Yuan speculate. Godfather, don't you think I can't beat you? So you want to pay me to improve my strength? Boom. As soon as the words fell, a shocking sound erupted in the venue. Jiang Yuan looked up and saw that the battle on the field seemed to have entered a white-hot stage. Without his control, the spider clone was no match for Lu Fugue and his group. I'll explain to my adoptive father later. I'll deal with them first. Jiang Yuan was slightly relieved. Roar, roar, roar. At this time, after throwing the spider clone away again, the three strange beasts roared one after another and rushed towards Jiang Yuan quickly. Judging from their actions, they seemed to want to take advantage of this attack to completely destroy Jiang Yuan. Chapter 48, Reincarnation and Fake Death. It's time. Seeing this scene, Jiang Yuan's eyes lit up, and spider silk wrapped in venom instantly cut through the air and blasted towards the three beasts one after another. When the three beasts' attacks all fell on the spider clone, Jiang Yuan's attack came suddenly. Puff, puff, puff. With a few crisp sounds, blood flowers suddenly appeared on the bodies of the three beasts. Immediately afterwards, Jiang Yuan pulled the spider silk and tore off a large piece of flesh from the three beasts. Roar, roar, roar. The three beasts roared continuously, obviously seriously injured by the attack. In the tense battle, no one noticed Jiang Yuan's secret actions. But compared to them, the clone spider is even more tragic. His entire body was covered with palm and knife marks, not to mention that his snow-white body was stained red. My body felt like it was about to break apart, and I was really afraid that if I continued, it would completely fall apart. Brothers, victory is at hand. Hurry, hurry. Go, go, go. Good guy, I just call him good guy. This killer spider is finally dying. God knows how long I've been waiting for this scene. The audience in the live broadcast room was very excited. Brothers, let's kill him while he's sick. Lu Fugue roared even more excitedly. He completely ignored the injuries on the contracted beast and immediately ordered an attack on Jiang Yuan. Jiang Yuan looked at the scene in front of him calmly. Now that the three beasts have been injected with venom by himself, they probably won't be able to hold on for much longer. Even if I can hold on, don't I still have myself? Thinking of this, Jiang Yuan smiled and said, "It's time for my contracted beast to appear." Jiang Yuan immediately closed his eyes and began to instruct his human body to enter the record of 10,000 beasts and asked the low-level sika deer he had contracted to come quickly. After finishing, Jiang Yuan looked at the scene again. At this time, the battle has reached a white-hot stage. Bang, bang, bang. Loud collision sounds continued to explode. The spider clone's condition was getting worse and worse, with blood constantly oozing from its entire body. It looks like it will be over soon. Compared with the spider clone, the situation of the three strange beasts is not optimistic either. Under Jiang Yuan's occasional attacks and the erosion of toxins, even though they were C+ monsters, they were still greatly affected. If we continue, we will most likely end up facing three strange beasts and Jiang Yuan's clone, and both sides will suffer losses. I was the only one who held them back at the beginning, and I also helped them behind the scenes afterwards. Otherwise, my spider clone would have been defeated long ago. Looking at the scene, Jiang Yuan continued to analyze. After all, it is a good thing for Jiang Yuan to know his own strength accurately. Oh, are we here? At this time, Jiang Yuan sensed a familiar breath coming from a distance. The owner of this breath was none other than the low-level exotic beast, the sika deer, with which he had contracted his human form. Now that we're here, let's end it. With a mutter, Jiang Yuan closed his eyes and began to take control of the spider clone. Hiss! Jiang Yuan stretched his body and realized that his injuries were much more serious than they appeared. It's worthy of the collaboration of 3C+ grade monsters. Jiang Yuan sighed. But that's where it ends. Hiss! Jiang Yuan let out a shocking roar, and two completely different bright lights burst out from his two front paws. Then he used the 1,000 shadows of demon to mobilize the remaining spiritual power in his body to the maximum extent. The three beasts on the other side also noticed Jiang Yuan's intention. However, Jiang Yuan was too fast, and the two slime mantises could barely dodge him. But the monkey contracted by Lu Fugue was not that fast. Quick, let's go together, three of us. Lu Fugue's heart skipped a beat, and he was the first to shout. If he takes this blow, he'll be gone. I just don't believe that even if we three work together, we still can't withstand this blow. Okay. Lu Fugui's words were immediately recognized by the other two players. The three beasts roared one after another, then released their own aura to the maximum extent and rushed straight towards the source of the river. Good job. Jiang Yuan smiled freely, and two completely different auras rose up. A chill rushed to the sky, and a heat like fire. Boom. Immediately afterwards, there was a loud bang. The golden palm light, the crimson flames, and the icy blue frost light illuminated the entire darkness. The powerful aura fluctuations caused the surrounding earth to shake continuously. In the live broadcast room, even though the light was dazzling, all the audiences still watched intently and held their breath for fear of missing anything. Even Su Ming, who has been spending money on Jiang Yuan, is the same. Little spider, please don't be in any trouble. Boom. After an unknown amount of time, the light gradually faded away. Faintly, everyone saw the shadow of a beast inside. Who won in the end? The audience in the live broadcast room all looked over. Next second, everyone's expressions became dull, because they noticed that the beast standing in the light was Jiang Yuan. At this time, his body was so broken that it looked like it would be destroyed by a gust of wind. And beside him, there were three huge bodies lying. One was covered in ice, and the other was scorched black by the heat. The last one is the most amazing. It looked like it had been blown up by a bomb, and there was not a single intact spot on its body. One could only roughly identify it as the monkey contracted by Lu Fugui by its face. Oh my god, did the killer spider win? 6 magnificent beasts joined forces to surround and kill him, yet he still won? Who will ever be able to defeat this killer spider? I was completely numb. The player who contracted this killer spider, please come out. I solemnly declare this. I want to apologize to you. Great, little spider won. Su Ming clenched her fists tightly, her little face full of excitement. Just the next second. Dingling. A bell rang. What is displayed on the screen is my dear father. Oh no, my dad found out again. Su Ming's breathing stopped when she saw the caller. Xiao Ming, are you turning a deaf ear to my words? You're charging me one payment at a time. Do you think I can't find out? I'm telling you, from now on, I'll suspend all your credit cards. As soon as the call was connected, a burst of angry curses came from the other end of the phone as expected. Su Ming pursed her lips. The card suspension had no effect on her. Anyway, there are housekeepers and maids at home, so they can arrange whatever you want to eat. But, seeing Jiang Yuan covered in wounds, Su Ming took a breath. Little spider is so badly injured now. I want to help him recover. Thinking of this, Su Ming kept thinking about how to get his father to agree to let him spend money on Krypton gold. I got it. Suddenly, Su Ming had an idea. The other side. As the strange beast died, a string of bright red words appeared on the live broadcast interface. We lost. Lu Fugui stared blankly, completely lost in thought. This killer spider actually won. Yo! A voice suddenly came from the record of 10,000 beasts. Lu Fugui looked up and saw a sika deer running towards him quickly in the distance. A hint of anticipation appeared in his eyes, but it quickly dimmed, because he saw that this sika deer was only E-level. In record of beasts, it's like running meat. No, there's still a chance. Brother, you should be watching my live broadcast, right? As long as you kill this killer spider now, I will give you an additional 5 million yuan reward. After Lu Fugui finished speaking, he stared at the screen of record of 10,000 beasts. Chapter 49, Successful Fake Death. After Lu Fugui finished speaking, he gasped for breath. My mind was filled with thoughts of killing this killer spider. Yo! In record of 10,000 beasts, I don't know if Lu Fugui's words had any effect. When the sika deer encountered the killer spider, it did not retreat. Instead, it bravely ran away quickly. When it came to my side, it jumped high, raised its front hooves, and stepped down directly. Bang! The killer spider wanted to resist, but he was too slow. At last, the deer kicked him, and he flew backwards. Hiss! He neighed and tried to stand up with difficulty. But just as he stood up, he fell to the ground again and didn't move. With this, in the live broadcast room, the entire scene fell into dead silence. After a period of silence, the barrage of comments poured out like a tide. Oh my god, the arrogant killer spider is gone. Just one last push, one last push. Why wasn't I the one who killed him just now? 10 million, I rely on it. Why didn't I take this 10 million? Help, it must be fake. In the end, it was picked up by an E-rank sika deer. This is more painful than killing me. Unlike the audience in the live broadcast room, Lu Fugui's tense mood instantly relaxed. Although he suffered heavy losses, he felt extremely happy when he saw the killer spider he hated die. I just don't know how he would feel when he found out that Jiang Yuan was not only alive, but had been hiding not far from the battlefield. I didn't expect that blazing fire and frost would cause an explosion when activated together. Jiang Yuan shook his head and muttered, "If it wasn't my clone just now, it would have been my real body that used it. I'm afraid all the strange beasts present will be destroyed." Jiang Yuan smacked his lips, a little surprised. If used properly, this is an amazing skill. Lu Fugui is really a good person. Not only does it allow me to discover new skills, but it also allows me to collect bounties. Call out. With laughter, Jiang Yuan instantly activated the 1,000 shadows of demons and left the battle scene. Here, it is enough to let your own body clean up. Hiss. After rushing back to the nest, Jiang Yuan could no longer hold back and shouted, "System, evolve for me." Evolving for the host. Along with the sound of the system, Jiang Yuan's voice made a crackling sound. Hiss. Jiang Yuan, who had evolved many times, kept roaring while quietly waiting for the end of the evolution. At the same time, "Dad, I want to tell you a secret." In the luxurious villa, Su Ming waited for Su Ruffing to finish scolding. She took a deep breath. "Oh, what?" Su Ruffing replied subconsciously. "That is." Su Ming was about to speak when her eyes inadvertently noticed Lu Fugui's live broadcast. The live broadcast room was filled with cheers for Jiang Yuan's demise. Looking again, there was no trace of the little spider at the scene, only a sika deer standing there. This moment, she was stunned and stood there in a daze. "Xiaoming, what did you say?" Nothing. Su Ming panicked and said incoherently, "Dad, I'm going to hang up first." Beep, beep, beep. As the voice fell, she hurriedly opened the Record of All Beasts forum. She didn't know what had just happened, but she knew that some news must have leaked out on the Record of Beasts forum. After all, Jiang Yuan is the most popular character in Record of 10,000 Beasts. Sure enough, as soon as she logged into the forum of Wanshou Lu, at a glance, I saw dozens of newly published posts. The content of the post was also very simple, all celebrating the death of Little Spider. No, the little spider was obviously fine just now. Su Ming shook her head in disbelief and clicked on a post with trembling hands. There is a video in this post. It was the scene of Jiang Yuan being hunted. After reading it quietly, Su Ming's little face turned pale. She never expected that so many things would happen in the moment she answered the phone. Little spider is gone," she murmured, her eyes blank. Jiang Yuan, who is still evolving, has no idea about Su Ming's situation. At this moment, the system prompt sounded in his mind. "Congratulations to the host for successfully evolving and obtaining the active talent plunder. You can plunder his talents from other exotic beasts." Oh, as soon as the system's voice sounded, Jiang Yuan couldn't help but grin. Plundering is a good talent. Roar, roar, roar. Congratulations, Master. Dad, you seem to have become stronger again." As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw the two beasts, Zhuiyue and Luiying, standing in front of him. The fireflies flapped their wings, looking ecstatic. Compared to her, Zhuiyue seemed much more frightened. "It seems that I startled them when I evolved." Thinking of this, Jiang Yuan slowly gathered his aura and said, "You guys go down first." After the two beasts left, he immediately opened the attribute panel. Host, Jiang Yuan. Type, Flame Frost Spider. Level, B. Active talents, Dragnet, Venom Splash, Evil Spider Eye, 1,000 Shadows, Blazing Blade, Frost Blade, Clone, Plunder. Passive talent, Evil Spider Body. Evolution points, 30,000/120,000. Frost Demon Spider? Was it caused by my skill? Jiang Yuan looked his body up and down. Suddenly, he made a new discovery, for some reason after entering the B level. Not only were his two front legs emitting light, but even his walking legs were glowing. The right leg glowed with a fiery light, while the left leg emitted a faint ice blue light. It seems that it's not the skills, but my body. Jiang Yuan smiled, and he looked even more handsome now. He could also sense that his own strength had become stronger. After studying for a while, Jiang Yuan put his thoughts aside and opened the chat box with his adoptive father. "Hey, why isn't my godfather online?" Seeing that his adoptive father was online an hour ago, Jiang Yuan left a message of thanks in the chat box as usual. By the way, it's only about a week away from the game's release. Should I explain to my godfather about the advent of the game? After editing, Jiang Yuan couldn't help but think again. At present, his strength is already very strong in the eyes of the majority of players. But Jiang Yuan was not satisfied with this. After all, When the game comes, he will stand on the opposite side of humans. Humans, however, do have some extremely lethal weapons. For example, the mushroom egg. Jiang Yuan honestly felt that he could not resist it at all at the moment. Forget it. Let's wait until my godfather comes online. But when he saw that his godfather was not online yet, he had no choice but to give up the idea. Now let's take a look at the posts on the record of all beasts. Having made up his mind, Jiang Yuan opened the forum of record of 10,000 beasts. One glance. He saw countless popular posts. There is no doubt that these posts are all celebrating Jiang Yuan's death. Ha, that damn killer spider is finally dead. Thank you, Brother Lu. You've really put in a lot of effort to provide a good environment for us players. Brother Lu, I love you. Hey, I wonder if that cute female player saw her contracted beast die. Will you cry? Chapter 50, Potential Murder. Snort. Jiang Yuan snorted coldly. How could his adoptive father be as stupid as them? Moreover, once my godfather logs into the record of all beasts, he can see himself. Suddenly, Jiang Yuan let out a light exclamation and looked at one of the posts with interest. The post clearly stated that Lu Fugui offered a reward of 10 million for killing the killer spider, but it was eventually picked up by an E-level sika deer. After clicking on it, Jiang Yuan finally understood the whole story. This Lu Fugui really wants to kill me, and he even increased the bounty at the last minute. Jiang Yuan smacked his lips, a smile breaking out on his face. If that's the case, then it's time for me to collect the bounty. At the same time, outside the luxurious villa, Jiang Yuan opened his eyes. Call. He looked back at the luxurious villa, then took out his cell phone and contacted Lu Fugui first. After confirming that he was a player of sika deer, Lu Fugui called hurriedly. Brother, thank you so much. If it weren't for you, this hunt for the killer spiders would have been a failure. Hearing this, Jiang Yuan laughed a lot. It's really hard to imagine how Lu Fugui would feel if he knew that he was the killer spider he wanted to hunt. I'm only here for the reward. Ha. Lu Fugui smiled brightly and said, Don't worry, brother. 10 million. I, Lu Fugui, will do what I say. Where are you? I'll take it to you. I'm in Guanghan province. Jiang Yuan quickly reported the address. Hey, you're right here near me. Wait, I'll come find you soon. I'll talk to you when I get there. Okay. Let's talk then. Seeing Lu Fugui so interested, Jiang Yuan was so happy that he almost laughed out loud. Lu Fugui, you don't really think of yourself as a benefactor, do you? If he knew the truth, wouldn't he be furious? After that, Jiang Yuan chatted with him for a few more words and then hung up the phone. Once the bounty arrives, I'll be able to upgrade the sika deer. 10 million should probably be enough to raise my level by a few ranks. When Jiang Yuan thought of this, he couldn't help but feel relieved. But just as Jiang Yuan was about to leave, his brows suddenly frowned. Something strange. At this moment, Jiang Yuan saw a van speeding towards him. Several big and strong men got out of the van. Jiang Yuan could sense that one of them was very strange. The aura he exudes is completely different from that of ordinary people. But before he could think too much about it, he saw a man in a suit and tie walk out of the villa and greet the group of people one after another. Know him? Strangeness. It's a pity that this is just a clone, and its mental strength has been greatly weakened. Otherwise I could hear them all. Sighing, Jiang Yuan hesitated for a moment and did not choose to leave. To be honest, these people were too weird, and he was a little worried about his godfather. Let's wait. It won't take me long anyway. In the villa, after the housekeeper welcomed the group into the villa, he whispered, Don't blame me for not reminding you. My lady has a bodyguard. She used to be a special forces soldier, and she even won first place in a martial arts competition. Be careful. The unshaven middle-aged man in the lead said with disdain, A mere special forces soldier is nothing to me. Said. He suddenly exerted force with his palm, and his arm suddenly swelled up, with veins bulging on his arm, looking extremely terrifying. Then he raised his hand slightly, and someone next to him tactfully brought him an iron rod. Click, click. As he exerted force, the iron rod was twisted into a twist shape as if it were made of plastic. What is? The butler looked horrified. You don't know this, do you? This is our boss's ability. When his full power is unleashed, even a speeding car can be forced to stop. No matter how strong that bodyguard is, can his killing power be as fast as a speeding car? The three younger brothers beside him looked very proud, and the butler shook his head subconsciously as he listened. To be honest, this was the first time in his life that he had seen someone with such strength. But this way, I may not be able to take the spider from them. After pondering in his heart, the butler smiled and nodded, saying, Since you have such strength, I am relieved. But you must never forget our cooperation. Ha. The bearded man laughed heartily and said, "Don't worry, as long as we capture that female player, we will immediately control her to log into the record of beasts, and then we will hunt down that killer spider. I'll give you 1 million. Hearing this, the butler laughed inwardly. Give me 1 million? And hunt down that killer spider? You guys have a really good idea. These are all mine. Okay, then I'll wait here for your good news." The butler looked cheerful on the surface, but he was looking upstairs with a frown on his face. It was obvious that he meant to say, Su Ming was upstairs. "Let's go." The bearded man waved his hand and walked upstairs excitedly with a few of his younger brothers. As soon as they reached the second floor, they saw a cold-blooded woman in a leather jacket and leather pants. There was a hint of heroism between her brows, and her eyes were particularly sharp. "She is Su Ming's bodyguard, Sister Lu." "Who are you?" "Ha ha. I didn't expect this beautiful girl to be so pretty. Looking at her figure, you can tell she's trained. I wonder if it would be more comfortable if I clamp it. Ha ha ha. Be careful or she'll pinch you off." Several of the younger brothers did not respond to Sister Lu's words. Instead, they looked at her legs in an obscene manner and commented on them with relish. "Court death." Sister Lu shouted coldly and took a step forward with her long legs. Her figure flashed out like the wind and rushed straight towards one of the younger brothers. The younger brother raised his fist and hit her hard. Sister Lu squatted down and knocked the younger brother to the ground. Ouch! A cry of pain caused the other two brothers to look at each other, and then they rushed towards Sister Lu shouting. But they came quickly and left quickly. In just a few seconds, they were all knocked to the ground by Sister Lu. One last time. "Who the hell are you?" Sister Lu glanced coldly at the people below her, then looked at the bearded man. She knew that this was the boss. "Hey, little beauty, why are you so hot-tempered?" The bearded man smiled lightly and said, "I just wonder if you're this hot in bed too." Court death. With a light shout, Sister Lu took the lead in action. She pounced towards the bearded man. The bearded man seemed to have no reaction and did not offer any resistance at all. Good opportunity, Sister Lu thought to herself, and her movements became much more ferocious. Chapter 51. Who are you? The bearded man seemed to have no reaction and did not offer any resistance at all. Bang. But when Sister Lu thought that this attack could knock him away. After being hit, her expression kept changing with fear. When she hit him just now, it felt like she was hitting steel. The bearded man didn't move at all, but she was the one who felt the pain. Little beauty, is this all the strength you have? The bearded man laughed. Snort. Sister Lu snorted coldly, raised her hand, and a short blade appeared in her hand. With the short blade in hand, she jumped up lightly and stabbed at the bearded man like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey. Her movements perfectly illustrate what it means to be fast, accurate, and ruthless. At this moment, the bearded man moved. He roared, and all the muscles in his body swelled up instantly. Roar. He let out a roar like a wild beast. Immediately following, he raised his hand and lightly grabbed Sister Lu's arm. Sister Lu moved slightly, but felt as if she was clamped by a pair of pliers. But she did not sit there and wait for death. She turned around and kicked the bearded man at high speed. However, she had just raised her foot when the bearded man moved his arm and knocked her out. Bang! Sister Lu hit the wall with a resounding roar. Ahem! Falling to the ground, a trace of blood flowed from the corner of Sister Lu's mouth. She looked at the bearded man who seemed to have changed completely, and a look of horror could not be suppressed on her face. Sister Lu, what happened? Just as Sister Lu was horrified, a voice reached everyone's ears. Following the sound, I saw a pale-faced girl. Even though her face was pale, one could still tell from her three-dimensional facial features that she was a great beauty. Sister Lu. When Su Ming saw everything clearly, her eyes widened. Catch her. As soon as the bearded man saw her, his eyes lit up and he immediately gave orders to his men. Because he knew that this was the player who was being bountied. As long as they catch her, log into the record of beasts, and instruct the killer spider not to resist, they can get a reward of 5 million. Miss. Sister Lu gritted her teeth and pretended to stand up. But before she could stand up, a huge force suddenly hit her. The bearded man grabbed her and threw her aside like trash. Bang! After suffering heavy blows one after another, Sister Lu could no longer hold on and collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. When Su Ming saw them coming, she trembled all over. She tried to escape, but was caught in the blink of an eye. Let me go. Su Ming kept struggling. Don't worry, little beauty, we won't hurt you. The bearded man smiled and said, We're looking for you. It's not for anything else. I just want you to hand over the killer spider in the record of myriad beasts. Just hand it over, and I promise nothing will happen to you. Hand over the killer spider? Su Ming was stunned, as if she had not expected that they came here for this purpose. How's it going, little beauty? What's more important, life or that killer spider? Think about it yourself. The bearded man spoke again at this time. The little spider is gone, Su Ming said subconsciously, her beautiful eyes becoming even dimmer. She blames herself. If she hadn't been afraid of being discovered by her father and had done it earlier, perhaps little spider would have been fine. Dead. The bearded man was stunned and looked at each other with his men. Impossible. The bearded man rejected it first. But when he saw Su Ming's dim eyes, a hint of suspicion flashed across his eyes, and then he gestured to one of his men to check the record of 10,000 beasts for him. Go and take a look. Good. One of his men immediately opened the record of 10,000 beasts for him. Without searching, he saw a lot of hot posts above. 6 C+ beasts joined forces to besiege the killer spider, completely solving the player's hidden dangers. Who was the killer spider deer that died? In the end, it was picked up by the E-level sika deer. The final reward for the killer spider reached 10 million yuan. Boss, she didn't lie to me. That killer spider is really dead. After a while, after browsing, the subordinate raised his head slightly and said, "What?" The bearded man exclaimed and snatched the phone away in disbelief. When he saw this, he was stunned. Dead. Really dead. Bang. The reward is gone. Do you believe it now? I don't have what you want. Looking at the expressions of several people, Su Ming pursed her lips and didn't take them seriously at all. After all, the little spider is gone. They can't grab it at all. It was just her thought that came into being. The bearded man threw his phone aside angrily and said, "Fuck it. Now that the killer spider is dead, you fucking give me the money. Otherwise I'll take your life." The bearded man's eyes became fierce, and he raised his hand to grab Su Ming. Oh. Su Ming trembled all over and closed her eyes in fear. Miss. Sister Lu wanted to save Su Ming, but she was so injured that she couldn't stand up at all. Bang. Ouch. However, after waiting for a few seconds, Sister Lu's voice stopped abruptly. Su Ming didn't feel any pain, but instead heard a muffled sound and wailing in her ears. She bravely opened her eyes. Just then, I saw a thin figure standing in front of me. The bearded man who was about to attack him was now covering his arm and wailing on the ground. She looked at the figure in front of her, and for some reason, she felt an extreme sense of security in her heart. It seems that behind him is the safest area. She stared blankly, a little dazed for a moment. Damn it. Boy, you're looking for death. At this time, the bearded man lying on the ground reacted. He roared, raised his fist as big as a casserole, and rushed forward. Careful. Su Ming was just about to remind the figure in front of her. Before she could finish her words, her eyes suddenly widened. Just see. The figure in front of me moved. His speed was so fast that it could not be caught by the naked eye. Su Ming just felt dazed, and the figure in front of him seemed to be standing still. The bearded man who rushed towards him fell to the ground again. Boss. At this time, 2 more roars sounded behind Su Ming. Only. Su Ming had just turned her head to look when she saw the 2 men flying backwards rapidly, as if they were hit by a cannonball. Finally, he fell to the ground, coughed up a mouthful of blood, and fell to the ground unconscious. Looking at the figure next to him, he seemed to have been standing there all the time. What's going on here? Su Ming was shocked and had no idea what was going on. Fuck it. At this time, the bearded man lying on the ground cursed, then immediately stood up and ran outside. After suffering one blow after another, he realized that he was no match for this man. If I continue like this, I might end up dying here. Wanna leave? With a light shout, the figure blocking Su Ming chased out. Who are you? Su Ming couldn't help but ask, because she felt that this person was a little familiar. Like I've seen it before. Chapter 52, The Gifted. I. The figure shook his head and smiled, but did not respond for a long time. Because he was Jiang Yuan who had been staying outside. He also knew it when he arrived. The girl in front of him was his contractor, the godfather he called himself. But facing her, Jiang Yuan really didn't know whether he should call her godfather or Jiang Yuan. Jiang Yuan simply told his real name and then chased after the bearded man. In fact, if the bearded man hadn't been afraid that his godfather wouldn't be able to accept it, he wouldn't have been able to run away at all. Jiang Yuan. At this time, Su Ming looked at Jiang Yuan's back and murmured softly, "Am I having an illusion? Why does it feel a bit like a little spider?" Bang bang bang. The bearded man strode downstairs and soon met the butler who was waiting outside the door. "How's it going, brother? Did you get the reward?" "What the hell?" The bearded man was furious when he saw the housekeeper. "There is such a powerful guy in the mansion. Why didn't you tell me in advance? Do you want me to die? And there's a bounty on the table. Damn, he was killed in the game a long time ago and didn't even know this." The more the bearded man thought about it, the angrier he became. The butler was still confused when he was greeted by an angry punch from the bearded man. Bang! The butler screamed after being hit by a punch. He fell to the ground, his eyes went black, and he lost consciousness. Snort! Jiang Yuan snorted coldly, and then continued to chase the bearded man. Although he didn't know what the butler's situation was, bringing this group of people in was enough to sentence him to death. Now that the bearded man has attacked him, he doesn't have to do it himself and cause bloodshed in his adoptive father's family. After running out of the villa, Jiang Yuan looked at the bearded man who was fleeing and gave a cold smile. After leaving the villa, you should also report to Huang Quan. With a light shout, Jiang Yuan's figure mysteriously disappeared from the spot. Bang! Immediately afterwards, a muffled sound was heard not far away. Who the hell are you? The bearded man fell to the ground, spitting blood. Right now? He looked at Jiang Yuan with eyes full of fear. He was obviously very strong, but facing the figure in front of him, he seemed to be facing a blood-sucking beast. Go to hell and ask. A soft voice came into his ears, and Jiang Yuan had already taken a light step forward. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, a strange noise came from the ground. The bearded man looked down and saw a road of ice rapidly extending from Jiang Yuan's feet towards him. He was terrified and was about to scream, but the spreading ice instantly froze him into an ice sculpture. Boom. At this time, Jiang Yuan stepped lightly on the ground, and the ice sculpture seemed to be affected. It instantly turned into broken ice and fell all over the ground. Just then, his cell phone rang. When I opened it, I saw it was Lu Fugui calling. He should be here. I'll go collect the bounty first then. After taking a look at the villa, Jiang Yuan answered Lu Fugui's call. Just as he expected, Lu Fugui had already arrived nearby. After agreeing on a location with him, Jiang Yuan hung up the phone and rushed to the destination. Jiang Yuan didn't know that it had not been long since he left. A graceful figure came here. Hey, the fluctuation of spiritual energy? It's the bearded man's, and the other one is someone with ice attribute talent. When he saw the broken ice scattered below, his pupils shrank. At this time, Jiang Yuan had already walked into a restaurant. After reporting Lu Fugui's name, a waiter took him to a private room. As soon as he reached the door, Jiang Yuan's powerful mental power made him hear a few subtle sounds. Brother Lu, this is 10 million, Brother Lu You think I want to give it to you? Lu Fugui scolded him without waiting for him to speak, but I already said it in the live broadcast room. If I don't give it to them, netizens will blast me to pieces. Lu Fugui paused for a moment and continued. Do you know why I asked you to come here? What? Wait until he comes, and we'll trick him into putting all his money into the record of myriad beasts. We'll promise him some benefits then, and I'll have him join me in the secret realm. That way I can increase the popularity of my live stream, and also take the opportunity to kill his contracted beast. Kill two birds with one stone. Coco, where did our secret place come from? Fool, if there is no secret realm, don't you know how to set it up yourself? In the box, the discussion continued. Jiang Yuan outside the door narrowed his eyes slightly. So, he still has this idea in mind. Jiang Yuan smiled, and a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. It's just that you underestimate me. Boom, boom, boom. Thinking of this, Jiang Yuan knocked on the door. The noise inside stopped immediately, and the door opened quickly. Jiang Yuan approached, and immediately noticed Lu Fugui, who was wearing a trendy brand. There were 3 people sitting next to him, who seemed to be his lackeys. Hey, brother, I didn't expect you to be so young. As soon as he saw Jiang Yuan, Lu Fugui smiled kindly. He acted very well. If Jiang Yuan hadn't just heard about their private desires, it would have been difficult for him to associate the two of them together. This is the 10 million I promised you, brother. You have to keep it well. After Jiang Yuan sat down, Lu Fugui was the first to present him with a bank card worth tens of millions. Brother, how are you going to spend this money? Seeing him get to the point, Jiang Yuan immediately said, he must have topped up the record of myriad beasts. After all, 10 million is enough for my contracted beast to upgrade many levels. As long as I hunt exotic beasts in there and trade them, I will definitely gain more than 10 million. Jiang Yuan's words stunned everyone at the scene. Everyone looked at Jiang Yuan in confusion. Obviously, they didn't expect that Jiang Yuan would be the first to tell the result before they even made any effort. Ha 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 ha. After a moment of hesitation, Lu Fugui burst into laughter and enthusiastically patted Jiang Yuan on the shoulder, saying, Little brother, your idea coincides with mine. I really wish we had met too late. Well, I discovered a secret place in there before, but unfortunately, I didn't have time to explore it because I was hunting the killer spider. How about we go together in a few days? If there's any reward, we'll share it. Boss, The treasures in that secret realm are worth at least 1,000,000. You, shut up. It's just a mere million. Just think of it as a meeting gift for my little brother. So what? Watching the two people's performance, Jiang Yuan sneered in his heart. But on the surface, he put on an expression of gratitude and said, Brother Liu, you really think highly of me. In that case, I'll take advantage of Brother Liu. Ha 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 ha. Liu Fuguei laughed heartily and became even more enthusiastic towards Jiang Yuan. After 3 rounds of drinks, Jiang Yuan and his group said goodbye one by one. Jiang Yuan did not choose to go back, but found a place to live near his adoptive father's house. The appearance of the bearded man served as a wake-up call to Jiang Yuan. He can't let anything happen to his adoptive father. After entering the hotel room, Jiang Yuan directly boarded the record of 10,000 beasts. He saw his contracted sika deer staying in the cave. He took a look and immediately transferred all the money in his bank card into record of 10,000 beasts. You have recharged tens of millions, and it is being converted into evolution points for you. Conversion successful. Current evolution point balance, 100,000. The evolution points have met the evolution requirements. Do you want to upgrade your contracted beast? Sure. Give me some more. Fill them all up. Along with Jiang Yuan's shouts, the sika deer in the cave are constantly undergoing strange changes. Chapter 53, Reaping the Bounty. Inside the record of beasts cave. Yo. An earth-shaking cry was heard, and countless rays of light bloomed on the sika deer's body. The aura emanating from its body also rose wildly at this moment. Roar. Its mutation caused the strange beasts present to stir. Liu Ying and Zhu Yue both ran over and looked at the deer with horror on their faces. Hiss. At this time, Jiang Yuan's consciousness returned to his body, and he slowly walked out from the depths of the cave. Master, Dad, what happened to this sika deer? Leave it alone. Just watch carefully. Jiang Yuan's voice was calm, but his 8 eyes were shining with excitement. Even if he recharged tens of millions, he didn't know what kind of glory his weak, contracted beast in his previous life would become. Yo. I don't know how long it took. The light around the sika deer gradually dissipated. At this moment, its appearance has changed drastically. The originally brown hair was shining, with faint green and red lights. It looks like an ethereal being, a true auspicious beast. As soon as it appeared, a faint fragrance filled the air in the cave. Wow, it smells so good. So refreshing. What on earth is going on? Not only does it smell good, I feel like I'm about to have a breakthrough. Oh my god. Liu Ying and Zhu Yue spoke in horror, but with a hint of intoxication on their faces. Actually, not only them, but also some strange beasts outside the cave had intoxicated expressions on their faces when they sensed this breath. Even the aura emanating from his body showed signs of breaking through. Among them, Jiang Yuan was the calmest. But even he was a little surprised by the mutated sika deer. Yo! At this time, a loud deer cry was heard. The sika deer, whose appearance had changed drastically, opened its eyes slightly and looked at Jiang Yuan with gratitude. Follow closely. Its body shook and the antlers on its head fell to the ground. It arched its body slightly and pushed its antlers in front of Jiang Yuan. 2-colored deer horns. Eating it can enhance one's abilities and grant the power of the divine deer. Yo! When Jiang Yuan investigated, it slightly bowed its body towards Jiang Yuan to show its submission. Owner. Huh. Jiang Yuan was a little surprised. Not only because of the female voice that this sika deer gave birth to. More importantly, it knows its own identity. Species, bicolor deer. Level C. Active talents. Divine listening. The ears of the divine deer can capture any clues to track down the truth of things. Divine deer's tread. The ability is determined by the different lights that appear on the body. Divine deer's arrival. The ability is determined by the different lights that appear on the body. Passive talent. Dual color light. Green for vitality, red for fury. When you see a sika deer. No, when Jiang Yuan saw the panel of the 2-color deer, he realized why it could discover him. Gifted listening. Jiang Yuan nodded slightly, then read the subsequent introduction to its talents. A look of astonishment appeared in his eyes. Why is it that he can't understand this talent introduction? 2-colored deer, use your talent. Yes, master. The 2-colored deer nodded, and then let out a loud deer cry. Immediately following. Then a touch of emerald green light bloomed from the 2-colored deer's body. Wherever it passed, spots of light sprinkled down, and many new buds appeared on the ground, as if all things were reviving. That's not all. Jiang Yuan could sense that the spiritual energy around him was also growing. Ouch! At this time, Zhu Yue let out a roar. Looking up, I saw a green light gathering around it. Under this light, its aura suddenly grew. Its body becomes straighter, making its curves more graceful, and its originally jet-black fur becomes translucent. With its graceful curves, it looks like a noble lady in black. Is this evolution? Jiang Yuan couldn't help but widen his eyes when he saw this scene. A moment later, ouch! Jiang Yuan let out a long roar, and a panel appeared in front of Jiang Yuan. Type: Gale Werewolf. Level: C. Active talents: Wind Claw, Speed, Storm, Vicious Bite. Passive talents: Crown of the King, Howling Moon. You will be blessed by the moonlight and gain extremely strong self-healing abilities under the moonlight. Oh my god! Looking at the panel, Jiang Yuan's eyes flashed. He knew that all this was caused by the two-colored deer. It seems that its innate skills are terrifying. It only takes 1000 W to get promoted to C rank. I want to improve my rank, so I have to find another way out. Jiang Yuan pondered in his heart, and Zhui Yue's eyes flashed with brilliance after sensing his own abilities. You just evolved. Eat something to replenish your energy first. Jiang Yuan shook his head, and rays of light suddenly appeared in the field. These are all rare treasures given as gifts after spending tens of millions of gold. As soon as these things appeared, the fireflies flew forward and devoured them with big mouthfuls. Looking at it, it looked like an evil ghost that had not eaten for hundreds of years. While she was devouring the treasures of heaven and earth, her eyes would occasionally look in the direction of Zhui Yue. Why can Zhui Yue evolve, but I can't? No, I must improve my strength as soon as possible. Only in this way can I keep an eye on it. Otherwise, it will really become my mother. The secret words in his heart made Lu Ying shudder, and the speed of swallowing increased a lot. Jiang Yuan smiled at this. Although he didn't know what Lu Ying was thinking, this was naturally a good thing. After all, as the time for the game to come into reality is getting closer, the higher the strength of Lu Ying, Zhui Yue, and the others improves, the better. Only in this way can you survive after the game comes. But why hasn't my godfather come online yet? Thinking of the game coming, Jiang Yuan's mind showed a chat interface with his adoptive father. The godfather's latest online time shown above is still the previous one. How can I tell my godfather about the advent of the game if he's not online all the time? And at this time, inside a villa, Lu Fugue was with his 3 lackeys. After the death of the strange beast last time, his luck was pretty good this time. I contracted a D+ level monster, and after spending some money, this monster has been promoted to C level. Brother Lu, I found a place in the record of myriad beasts that can be used as a secret realm. At this time, the lackey beside him suddenly spoke. Oh, where? Take me there. Lu Fugue exclaimed and hurriedly followed. Not long. They came to an area. This area is completely different from the surrounding area, and it exudes a refreshing fragrance. When they first came here, they could still feel a commotion coming from their own strange beasts, as if they were eager to step in. It's a nice place. Lu Fugue looked around and gave a fair evaluation. Go check it out. If it's feasible, place a few expensive natural treasures here, and then we'll call that person over. Hunt him down here. Chapter 54, Eyes Behind the Scenes. Good. As soon as Lu Fugue finished speaking, the two of them instructed the strange beasts to observe around. Damn, it's the Gale Wolf Pack. A moment later, when they followed the smell to the entrance of a cave, the lackey let out a cry of surprise. It's just a low-level Gale Wolf Pack, without a leader yet. Just a bunch of trash. As Lu Fugue spoke, he instructed the C-level monster that had been recontracted to reveal its aura. When the powerful aura rushed out, the originally gathered wind wolves were a little frightened, but they did not leave. They all waited at the entrance of the cave. Huh? Aren't you leaving yet? It seems there are some real treasures in there. Lu Fugue raised his eyebrows slightly, feeling ruthless in his heart. Since you're not leaving, don't blame me for being ruthless. However, they didn't know that when they arrived at the entrance of the cave, a powerful mental force easily locked them down. C-rank monster? A horse and a centipede? Huh, it's still under contract. Was it attracted by the two-colored deer? Master, do you want me to deal with them? Zhui Yue stood up and shouted coldly. Don't be impatient. First, have your men go deeper into the cave. Jiang Yuan's eyes flickered as he issued an order. Even if Zhui Yue has advanced, if he wants to deal with 2 sea-level monsters, there is a high probability that both sides will suffer losses. And he also wanted to know what these 2 strange beasts were here for. The talent of the two-colored deer and its strong attraction to exotic beasts. With this in mind, Jiang Yuan locked onto them with his powerful mental strength, in case they suddenly riot. With this, Brother Lu, they must have been frightened by your aura, but they haven't left yet. Do you want me to go deep inside and deal with them? Then take out the treasures of heaven and earth. On the other side, seeing the Gale wolves fleeing into the depths, the lackey beside Lu Fugui flattered him. Need not. Lu Fugui said thoughtfully. This group of Gale wolves is not very strong. It doesn't matter to us. And the natural treasures inside can be taken at any time. Instead of taking it now, why not take it a few days later? We can treat this place as a secret place. When that kid's contracted beast dies, we can frame it on these swift wolves. Of course, in order to prevent the swift wolves from being killed, you should take the others and hide inside. Just think of it as the other players discovering a rare treasure and then fighting over it. If the contracted beast died during the fight, he can't blame us. The more Lu Fugui spoke, the brighter the light in his eyes became. It was as if he had already seen the scene of Jiang Yuan's demise. I just don't know what he would think if he knew that this was Jiang Yuan's place. Boss, you're so smart. I see. I'll set it up now. The lackey's eyes lit up, and he immediately threw out a few extremely valuable treasures and began to arrange them. After hiding all the treasures, he restrained his breath and hid aside. After a while, 2 more sea-level beasts walked into the cave and waited inside. With this, Jiang Yuan, who sensed all this through his mental power, was a little dumbfounded. The reason was simple. He could sense through his spiritual power that the natural treasures he placed all carried a strong aura. Although he didn't look closely, he knew that these things were definitely worth a lot of money, even enough to sell for $1 million. Dispersing the Gale wolves from entering the cave, throwing away the treasures, and arranging for people to hide. What on earth do these players want to do? Wrong. Confused, Jiang Yuan seemed to have thought of something. Could this be the secret realm that Lu Fugui and the others set up for me? You're squatting here. Are you planning to slaughter me? Speak of Chow Chow, and here comes Chow Chow. As soon as he finished speaking, he discovered through the perspective of the human body in his mind that Lu Fugui had called. He instructed someone to connect the phone, and Lu Fugui's voice came in. Little brother, it just so happens that I have time today. Do you have time? How about we go explore the secret realm now? It was really him who arranged it. Upon hearing this, a strange look flashed in Jiang Yuan's eyes. What a generous gesture, tempting me with so many natural treasures. In that case, I will gladly accept it. With this in mind, Jiang Yuan directly instructed the person to agree. Well, good brother, I'll start the live broadcast first, and I'll invite you later. In the villa, as soon as the phone was hung up, Lu Fugui warned the other 3 people in the room, hide well. I'm going to start the live broadcast now and take him with me. Seeing the 3 lackeys nod in succession, Lu Fugui met up with Jiang Yuan's contracted beast nearby, and then they headed towards the location of the secret realm together. At the same time, he started a live broadcast. As soon as the live broadcast started, countless viewers flocked in. Sofa, I'm number 1. Fuck, brother Lu, what's that strange beast next to you? It looks so good. Yeah, with light, oh my god. Brother Lu, now that the killer spider has been destroyed, where should we go now? In response to the question from the live broadcast room, Lu Fugui smiled and said, Brothers, you don't recognize this deer, right? It's what earned me the 10 million yuan reward. And after I met its players, I felt that we had met too late. So, today we've agreed to explore a new secret realm together. His words made the audience in the live broadcast room boil. Oh my god, that's how it is. The sika deer was very ugly before, but now it has turned from an ugly duckling into a white swan. Yeah, it looks like this deer is so sacred. I don't know how much its contractor spent. While the audience was discussing the 2-colored deer, Jiang Yuan also investigated the exotic beast that Lu Fugui had recently contracted. The one he contracted was a horse. It was 15 meters tall, extremely large in size, and its sideburns flickered like flames. It seems that he is not only strong, but also handsome. Now, Lu Fugui smiled slightly and said, Brothers, this is where the secret realm is. You can take a look. His words stopped the audience's thoughts, and everyone looked over. What comes into view is a green shade and full of vitality. Moreover, there was a faint green light rising from the ground, making it look like a fairyland on earth. Little brother, let's go in now. Okay. Through the perspective in his mind, Jiang Yuan immediately gave instructions to the human body. Then Lu Fugui and the 2-colored deer stepped into the secret area. At the same time, Jiang Yuan, who was deep in the cave, suddenly opened his eyes. In front of him, Zhu Yue, Lu Ying, Jiang Yi, Jiang Er, Jiang San, and Jiang Si were waiting patiently. It's up to you now. Then we'll go first. Jiang Yi, Jiang Er, and the other 4 beasts looked at each other and rushed out first. Master, I'll go see them. Seeing this, Zhu Yue asked Jiang Yuan for permission. Can. After he finished speaking, Jiang Yuan closed his eyes slightly, and his consciousness gradually shifted. Chapter 55, The Hidden Conspiracy. The Other Side. At this time, Lu Fugue's contracted beast had just entered the cave with the two-colored deer. I can feel that there are natural treasures in here, and it's definitely worth a lot of money. As soon as he merged into the human body, Jiang Yuan heard Lu Fugue's excited voice in his ears. What a great performance. Jiang Yuan sighed, and Ning echoed him, saying, I think so too. The two exchanged a few words and began to investigate. It won't take a moment. Lu Fugue feigned shock and exclaimed, Holy crap! Look! The audience in the live broadcast room were attracted by his voice and turned to look. Oh my god, good stuff, good stuff. I've seen this thing traded before, but it cost $1 million. I can tell this secret realm is extraordinary at first sight. But this thing actually came out. As the audience exclaimed, Jiang Yuan also saw it. Item, Luo Shui duckweed. Water-attributed creatures absorb it and become greatly enhanced. Other creatures devour it and have a chance to awaken their water-related talents. Nice one. With just a simple glance, a gleam of light flashed in Jiang Yuan's eyes. Lu Fugue hit a lot before, and I don't know if the other things are the same as this one. Brother, let's split this thing up. I think if we go deeper, there will definitely be more good stuff. Good things are real. But there are people hiding inside. Do you really think I don't know? Jiang Yuan's eyes flickered, and he pretended to be kind as he reminded her. I think we should be careful. The more precious the things in the secret realm are, the stronger the creatures guarding it will probably be. Oh, don't worry, I'm here. Lu Fugue smiled, and then instructed his contracted beast to walk boldly into the depths. Looking at him, he seems to be fearless. You arranged all of this, so of course you're not afraid. Jiang Yuan said quietly. But wait, let's see if you're still afraid. Brother, come quickly. I can feel that there must be something better deep down. Seeing the two-colored deer staying in place, Lu Fugue uttered a sound of concentration. Be careful, it could be dangerous. Hearing this, Lu Fugue became a little anxious. If Jiang Yuan didn't go in, how could he let his lackeys pretend to kill people and steal treasures? Thinking of this, he instructed the contracted beast to stomp hard on the ground, causing a noise. At the same time, he opened his mouth and said, See, I was right, wasn't I? There's really no danger here. Only, he had just finished speaking. Ouch! A wolf howl like a ghost suddenly exploded. Look up. Then, one after another, pitch-black wolf shadows, led by 4 strange beasts of different colors, emerged from the depths of the cave. They are each a ferocious, giant python, a huge black bear, as well as a snow-white fox and a vulture flying in the sky. Oh my god! Lu Fugue was confused. Not only did he feel that they were D+ level monsters, but he also couldn't figure out why these monsters appeared here. Isn't the wind wolf very exclusive? How did this get mixed up with the other strange beasts? Roar, roar, roar. At this moment, the 4 strange beasts had already rushed to the front of his contracted beast, the fiery horse. One of the giant pythons opened its bloody mouth and bit towards the wild horse. This is the sky-lifting python, also known as Jiang Air. The white fox, the giant bear with exploding claws, and the steel-clawed vulture behind it are Jiang Yi, Jiang San, and Jiang Si. Huff! Facing Jiang Air's attack, the fierce horse neighed, turned sideways and kicked it. Boom. There was finally a class gap between D+ and C. Jiang Air cried out in grief and flew backwards at a rapid speed. Roar, roar, roar. But before the wild horse had time to catch its breath, the roar exploded again beside it. That's a giant bear. It opened its huge paws and pressed down on the wild horse with all its might. The wild horse twisted its body and soon collided with it. This is not the end yet. A vulture and a white fox also rushed over at this moment. The 4 beasts used each other as horns to launch a fierce attack on the fierce horse, while the wind wolf pack was raiding on the side. Although the fiery horse is a sea-level exotic beast, it is unable to withstand the siege of so many exotic beasts. Damn, so many strange beasts all besieging one person. Do you really have the nerve to do that? Damn, are you so cunning? What a cunning fellow. They have exotic beasts, don't we? Don't forget, we still have a 2-colored deer here. When the last barrage was sent out, the audience saw that the environment where the 2-colored deer was located suddenly stopped. The 2-colored deer in the game seemed to be in another time and space. Not to mention any strange beasts attacking it. Not even a fly came close to it. The completely opposite scenes left all the audience breathless. Oh my god, what's going on? Why don't these strange beasts attack the 2-colored deer? Outrageous. This is outrageous. It's outrageous. It's outrageous. Damn, what's this 2-colored deer doing standing there? Hurry up and help Brother Lu. The audience saw that Lu Fugue naturally also discovered this strange situation. But unlike the audience, he didn't call Jiang Yuan for help. Instead, his eyes lit up and he said, "I'll hold the fort here. You go in quickly and see if there are any other rare treasures. Let's get it and leave." Lu Fugui's words left many viewers with comments of praise. That's really interesting. Only Jiang Yuan, who knew everything, had a flicker in his eyes. How could he understand Lu Fugui's thoughts? He thought that as soon as he entered, the hiding players would rush out to attack him. And then, even if he dies, he can still leave behind a good reputation. What a great plan. It's just that fantasy and reality are different. Jiang Yuan thought to himself, and then instructed the two-colored deer to go deeper according to Lu Fugui's words. Seeing the two-colored deer's actions, a hint of joy flashed in Lu Fugui's eyes. Since I've put so much thought into this, it's a worthy death. At Jiang Yuan's instruction, the two-colored deer stepped into the depths, following the captivating fragrance emitted by the treasures of heaven and earth, and soon found a flower with fire-colored patterns at a corner. Flower of fire. Swallowing it can awaken the fire attribute talent. If the fire attribute talent is consumed, it will greatly enhance their own abilities. Another good thing, it's just right for Firefly. It was at this moment that Jiang Yuan's eyes lit up. Through his powerful mental strength, he felt a dangerous aura behind him rapidly approaching the two-colored deer. Can't you wait any longer? Jiang Yuan secretly raised his eyebrows, but pretended to be ignorant and said, "Brother Lu, I didn't find it." "It's okay if you didn't find it. Keep looking deeper." Lu Fugui quickly took over the conversation, the smile in his eyes growing brighter and brighter. Because through the game interface of Record of Beasts, played by his lackey, he understood that the lackey had taken action. This two-colored deer is doomed. Chapter 56, Live Showdown. "Fuck, little brother, there's something behind you. Run." As the strange beast contracted by Lu Fugui's lackey got closer and closer, the uninformed audience couldn't help but remind Jiang Yuan. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yuan immediately instructed the two-colored deer to look back. Right in front of me, there was a huge scorpion covered with black armor. Now it was approaching the two-colored deer, raising its crescent-shaped hook and stabbing towards Jiang Yuan at a rapid speed. At this moment, Jiang Yuan was stunned. Its contracted beast didn't seem to have much combat experience and was also stunned. Go to hell. Noticing the situation over there, Lu Fugui was extremely excited, as if he had already seen the scene of the two-colored deer's demise. However, just as the hook was about to pierce the body of the two-colored deer, ouch, a loud whistle suddenly erupted. Then a cold light suddenly flashed from the side and rushed towards the black scorpion. Bang! The two collided. Hiss! The powerful force knocked the black scorpion to the side, and this also caused its attack to deviate a little, narrowly missing the body of the two-colored deer. The stunned two-colored deer also reacted. It stamped its forehooves and ran quickly to the safe area. Hiss! The black scorpion roared and immediately gave up the idea of hunting the two-colored deer. Because, through its breath, it could sense that the strange beast that appeared was not weak. Staring intently, the black scorpion saw the whole appearance of this strange beast. It's a werewolf. His entire body was covered with jet black, translucent hair, except for his pair of eyes, which were extremely red. And it turned out to be Jiang Yuan's subordinate Zhui Yu. Ouch! Zhui Yu roared, then moved his limbs and attacked it at high speed. The wind wolf has always valued the team, and the two-colored deer can be considered its benefactor. This black scorpion wants to hunt the two-colored deer. How could Zhui Yu let it go? At the same time, Lu Fugui was dumbfounded when he looked at the record of 10,000 beasts. He really didn't expect that his plan would be disrupted by a strange beast at the critical moment. The key is, this strange beast is a werewolf with black hair and red eyes. He vividly remembered the first time he encountered this image, when he first hunted the killer spider. Fuck it. Lu Fugui cursed inwardly. He found that things were a little out of his control. Fortunately, I have a backup plan. In the live broadcast room, Lu Fugui winked at the other two lackeys. As long as we kill the two-colored deer, we can rely on our 3 C-rank beasts. It's easy to defeat them. Lu Fugui thought to himself that the audience in the live broadcast room also recognized Zhu Yue. Oh my god, this strange beast is the wind werewolf that followed the killer spider before. How did it get here? I rely on me, brothers. Could all the strange beasts in the cave be the killer spider's minions? The damn killer spider's men. Brother Lu, hurry up. You can't let the killer spider's men go. The audience in the live broadcast room was very excited, and Jiang Yuan was also a little excited watching everything on the scene. To be honest, if he hadn't been concerned about the occasion, he would have applauded. Oh, you can't hide it anymore. Suddenly, Jiang Yuan raised his eyebrows slightly. Through his powerful mental power, he sensed that the two strange beasts that had been hiding had also begun to move. Firefly, you go too. Deep in the cave, Jiang Yuan opened his lavender eyes and spoke to the firefly beside him. Good. Firefly's eyes lit up, and it immediately flapped its wings and left the depths of the cave. In fact, when it heard Zhu Yue's roar outside, it couldn't help but want to rush out to prove that it was no worse than Zhu Yue. With this, Jiang Yuan took a deep breath and activated his extremely strong mental power. Although Zhu Yue, Lu Ying, and even Jiang Yi, Jiang Er, and Jiang San are not weak, but their opponents are all sea level. Jiang Yuan didn't want anything to happen to the manhwa he had just built. At the same time, the two-colored deer, which had been instructed by Jiang Yuan early on, looked around intently. Roar, roar, roar. With special vigilance, it quickly sensed two dangerous auras approaching quickly with its keen hearing ability. The next moment, it saw two extremely ferocious figures flashing by like lightning not far away, attacking it one after another. This is a centipede with fangs and scales. When he ran, his upper body was slightly arched, revealing the densely packed legs on his abdomen. Next to it is a humanoid beetle with a single horn on its head. It is clearly an insect, but walks upright like a human. Although they look a bit strange, they are extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he rushed to the two-colored deer. At this time, a beast pressed towards the two-colored deer like Mount Tai. With one hand lowered, he pointed his sharp horn at the huge body of the two-colored deer. Obviously, they wanted to take advantage of this attack to completely kill the two-colored deer. Yo! It's just a pity that the two-colored deer has been keeping its body tense. When they approached, it suddenly exerted force with its limbs, and its whole body dodged the attack of the two beasts like an arrow. Boom! With a loud bang, the wall behind the two-colored deer was directly smashed into pieces by the two beasts. Oh my god, why are there more strange beasts? And he's so ruthless when he sees a two-colored deer, my god. What the hell is going on? In the live broadcast room, some people were confused, and some careful viewers noticed that these strange beasts were different from the ones just now. Brothers, look, these two beasts and the one just now seem to be contracted beasts. So these are all players. If they're not players, can't their contractors tell the difference? And he attacked the two-colored deer. What a scum. Looking at the barrage, Lu Fugui's expression changed slightly. The audience didn't understand, but to him this was undoubtedly an insult. Brothers, I think they want the treasures in the secret realm. That's why they attacked us. Lu Fugui explained quickly, and then in a place where the camera couldn't reach, he stared at his lackey with a fierce look. Although he didn't say anything, the meaning in his eyes was very clear. That is to let them quickly get rid of Jiang Yuan's contracted beast, the two-colored deer. Roar, roar, roar. Just as Lu Fugui signaled to end it, the centipede and the humanoid beetle in record of 10,000 beasts let out earth-shaking roars. At the same time, powerful aura surged out of his body. However, just as they were about to attack the two-colored deer, suddenly a loud cry exploded from the sky. As the sound rang out, a firebird with crimson feathers, like the incarnation of fire, rushed out from the depths of the cave. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As they appeared, feathers with a blazing glow shot towards the centipede and the humanoid beetle like arrows. Roar! The expressions of the two strange beasts changed, and they could only choose to dodge. But as they dodged, the firebird in the sky let out another cry. It swooped down towards the two beasts quickly, with flames wrapped around its body. At first glance, it looks like a meteorite falling from the sky. Chapter 57, one after another. Oh my god, this firebird. I remember the killer spider saved it before. Damn it, why is it here too? Did they discover this secret realm first? The killer spider is dead, yet it still dares to act so recklessly. Brother Lu, kill them. The appearance of strange beasts one after another drove the audience in the live broadcast room into complete madness. They were shouting so loudly, completely unaware that Lu Fugui was in extreme pain at the moment. Fuck it. How can they just pick a random place? And it has to be the killer spider's territory. It seems we can't stay here any longer. Thinking of this, a look of pain flashed across Lu Fugui's face. You should know that in order to create this place into a secret place, he placed 3 natural treasures worth millions here. Now things are different. These natural treasures can't be taken back at all. Fuck it. Even though I can't get it back, it's still worth it to be able to hunt a two-colored deer. Lu Fugui muttered to himself, and then immediately signaled one of his lackeys to go out and kill the two-colored deer. Roar! In record of 10,000 beasts, after receiving the signal, the humanoid beetle flashed, and quickly rushed to the side of the two-colored deer after a fight with the firefly. Only, the two-colored deer, which had already received instructions, seemed to have no intention of fighting with the humanoid beetle. Its slender limbs kept flashing, avoiding the attacks of the humanoid beetle. At the same time, under Jiang Yuan's instruction, his human body also shouted to Lu Fugui, "Brother Lu, this humanoid beetle is targeting me. I've just advanced, and I'm not familiar with combat yet. Come and help me," etc. Lu Fugui was secretly pleased, but on the surface he said, "I have some troubles here too. I'll help you once I'm done with this." "Well, since I want to see a dog-eat-dog show." Jiang Yuan, who knew everything from deep within the cave, blinked and said, "Then let me help you solve the problem." At the same time, inside a luxurious villa, "Miss, you can't be like this all day long. You should eat something." Sister Lu looked at Su Ming, who had a vain face, and tried to persuade her earnestly. Ever since the little spider, the pet that the young lady contracted in Record of All Beasts, died under siege, she often stared blankly and even lost her appetite after a few bites of food. Sister Lu, she saw it all, and it really hurt her heart. "Sister Lu, do you think the little spider will go to the underworld and be reborn as a human?" Hearing Su Ming's words, Sister Lu suddenly stopped. Although she knew that Su Ming loved reptiles very much, she would also feel sad about the death of the reptiles. But that's fine in reality. The reptiles contracted in Record of Beasts are nothing more than a bunch of game data, right? Return to the underworld? Reborn as a human? Have you read too many fantasy novels? Although she was complaining in her heart, Sister Lu still persuaded her on the surface. "Mississippi, don't worry. Your little spider will definitely be reincarnated as a human. Miss, how about this? We go to the Record of Myriad Beasts and contract a pet." Without waiting for Su Ming to answer, Sister Lu picked up her cell phone. She thought that she just needed to contract with another one. "Su Ming's condition will be much better." "Contract." Su Ming's face was full of bitterness, and her originally bright eyes were dim. I only want my little spider." But just as she said this, Sister Lu, who had just appeared on the Record of All Beasts, widened her eyes and froze in place. After a while, she finally said in surprise, Miss, look. It's alive. What's alive?" Su Ming looked up subconsciously. In the interface of Record of 10,000 Beasts, there was a spider lying on the ground. Compared with the original small spider, this spider is much larger in size, and even its legs have undergone drastic changes. "Little spider, this is my little spider." But the moment he saw it, Su Ming recognized it at first sight. "My little spider is alive. As she spoke, one could tell that her soul seemed to have been revived. Not only did her dull eyes brighten, but the aura she exuded had also changed drastically. "Little spider, Mommy is sorry. You are lying here now. Are you injured? Mom is here to help you. Wait for me." Su Ming grabbed the phone and clicked on the recharge interface. Little Sister Lu opened her mouth to remind Su Ming not to recharge, otherwise she would most likely be scolded by Su Ruffung. But having witnessed Su Ming's transformation with her own eyes, she couldn't find any reason for a moment. If this pet can bring happiness to Su Ming, why would she refuse it? Record of Beasts. Jiang Yuan still doesn't know what's going on with Su Ming. Deep in the cave, he was controlling the entire situation through his mental power. "We have to hurry up, otherwise Lu Ying may not be able to stop us." Jiang Yuan raised his eyebrows, weighing the matter in his mind. There is no way. Although Firefly has great potential, its current level is still too low. Thinking of this, Jiang Yuan sent a telepathic message to the four beasts. "Jiang Yi, Jiang Air, Jiang San, Jiang Si, pretend to be defeated and quickly fall to the ground. Next, you find the right opportunity to deal with Lima. Roar, roar, roar." As soon as he finished speaking, the situation in the live broadcast room suddenly changed drastically. The fierce horse, which was originally very anxious under the siege of the four beasts, trampled on Jiang Yi and knocked him down easily, sending him flying. A gap appeared in the siege of the four beasts, and the fierce horse roared. Like a nimble and cunning rabbit, it used the terrain to leap back and forth to avoid attacks while using its four hooves to kick the other three beasts madly. In just a short while, the three beasts were kicked to the side. "Oh my God, Brother Lu." Awesome, breaking voice. "Brother Lu, as expected, your strength is still the strongest. Brother Lu, hurry up and take care of them now. These are all the killer spiders, men. None of them are good. Why did they all fall down?" Lu Fugui looked strange, but he didn't think much about it because of the audience's flattery. "I want to take this opportunity to completely resolve these 4 weeks. Brother Lu, you are so awesome. Hurry, come and help me. I can't do it anymore." But just as he instructed the horse to move, Jiang Yuan's shout was heard. Lu Fugui turned his head and saw that the two-colored deer had no intention of fighting at all and was just constantly dodging the attacks of the humanoid beetle. With the two-colored deer trying its best to dodge, the humanoid beetle didn't have any chance at all. Damn it, it still hasn't been solved. What a waste. Just wait for me to put on a show. I'll deal with you later. Lu Fugui cursed inwardly, but facing the vast audience in the live broadcast room, he had no choice but to rescue his teammate, the two-colored deer. Roar. The humanoid beetle roared, then changed its target and engaged in a fierce battle with the wild horse. Brother Lu, this humanoid beetle is quite strong. I'm no match for him. You deal with it. I'll hold back those 4 strange beasts. Remember to come and help me after you finish it. Taking advantage of this gap, Jiang Yuan shouted hurriedly, and then instructed the two-colored deer to rush towards the 4 strange beasts. Fuck it. When Lu Fugui's eyes swept over, his veins suddenly popped up. Are you kidding me? The humanoid beetle is his subordinate. How can he kill him? Chapter 58, Lu Fugui's Tragedy. But this seems not bad. After thinking about it, Lu Fugui felt that it was not bad. He had just fought with those 4 strange beasts, and their strength was among the best in the D+ level. For the two-colored deer to fight against them is undoubtedly like a sheep walking into the tiger's mouth. If it is solved, everyone is happy. Thinking of this, Lu Fugui immediately shouted, "Brother, it's okay, you go. I'll come help you once I finish this humanoid beetle." As he said this, he signaled his lackey beside him to start acting. But what made him extremely uncomfortable was that he was the one who was performing. The battle between the two-colored deer and the 4 beasts was even more horrible to watch. The two-colored deer remained the same as before, with no intention of attacking at all. After the 4 beasts discovered this, the wind wolf pack howled and turned to attack him and the humanoid beetle. Immediately afterwards, the sky python and the steel claw vulture turned around and launched an attack. For a time, Lu Fugui's pressure increased exponentially. Fortunately, the humanoid beetle was his teammate and did not attack him too harshly. Otherwise, Lu Fugui felt that he would not survive for more than a few seconds. Looking at the two-colored deer on the other hand, it seemed like it was having fun with the white fox and the giant bear with explosive claws. Damn it, Lu Fugui's eyes were gloomy. At this moment, he even suspected that it was not he and his lackey who were playing Jiang Yuan, but he and the strange beast in the cave who were playing him. Brother Lu, I can't hold on any longer. At this moment, Jiang Yuan suddenly let out a startled cry. Lu Fugui, who was fighting hard, felt happy and looked in the direction subconsciously. He originally thought he would see a scene in which the two-colored deer was in trouble. But what appeared before his eyes was the two-colored deer narrowly avoiding the attacks of the white fox and the giant bear with explosive claws. What's wrong with this? Lu Fugui's brows jumped violently, and his movements froze. And in this brief pause, the contracted beast fiery horse and the humanoid beetle beast that were originally besieging him launched an attack on fiery horse almost at the same time. Phew! With a crisp sound, 3 bloody claw marks were left on the back of the wild horse by the steel-clawed vulture. Immediately following, the swift wind wolves followed closely behind like maggots on the bones, biting the body of the fiery horse directly. Huff! The wild horse let out a cry of pain, and blood continued to ooze out of its body. However, at this moment, the sky python opened its bloody mouth and bit the fierce horse. It swung hard and sent the wild horse flying. Final. The wild horse hit the wall heavily and fell to the ground at a high speed. Huff huff. At this moment, the wild horse kept screaming in pain, and it almost lost its life due to the continuous severe blows. It happened in the blink of an eye. In fact, it only took a few breaths. I've finally figured it out. These strange beasts don't want to fight the two-colored deer at all. They just want to fight Brother Lu. Of course, Brother Lu is so strong. If I were in his place, I would target him too. Let's go, Brother Lu. These beasts are quite ferocious. Damn it, to be honest, if it weren't for this two-colored deer. How could Brother Lu be injured so seriously? In the live broadcast room, the audience was talking about it. Everyone expressed different emotions, but no one doubted that the two-colored deer was in the same group as this group of strange beasts. Now that the fun is over, sensing this scene through his mental power, Jiang Yuan opened his eyes slightly, and a cold look flashed in his eyes. Then it's time for you to wrap up. Roar, roar, roar. At the same time, under the transmission of Jiang Yuan's spiritual consciousness, all the strange beasts exerted their strongest abilities at this moment. Meteor flame. The firefly was the first to chirp. Immediately following, all the feathers on its body instantly caught fire. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. There were continuous sounds of breaking through the air, and suddenly feather-like flames emerged from the firefly's body and smashed towards the ground. Ouch! Jiang Yuan roared towards the sky, and under its claws, an invisible hurricane was rapidly rolling up. Swish, swish, swish. In a flash, two small tornadoes formed in Jiang Yuan's claws. It was thrown out suddenly, and the two small tornadoes merged into one, suddenly expanding together and sweeping towards the humanoid beetle and centipede. The other four beasts also used their own unique skills, intending to take down the humanoid beetle, the centipede, and the black scorpion in one go. The expressions of the other three beasts changed drastically, and rays of light flashed around their bodies in an attempt to block the attack. Rumble. When all the attacks are over, the shrill roars continued to ring out between heaven and earth. Not long. When the attack was completely over, the figures of the three beasts reappeared. They were still alive at this time, but their bodies were covered with scars. As for Lu Fugui's contracted beast, it had already died without anyone protecting it. The only one that did not suffer any injuries was the two-colored deer contracted by Jiang Yuan. This group of strange beasts seemed to know that the two-colored deer would not fight, so they did not consider it within their attack range at all. Run, run. The scenes presented in the live broadcast room made Lu Fugui feel very painful. The strange beast that he had just contracted died just like that. But he knew that now was not the time to be sad, so he kept yelling. On the surface, he was reminding Jiang Yuan, but in reality, he was reminding the lackeys around him. At his reminder, the two-colored deer and the other three strange beasts fled outside. The strange beasts in the cave wanted to chase, but they had consumed so much spiritual power that they were unable to catch up for a while. It seems that the strength of Lu Ying and the others is too weak after all. Deep in the cave, Jiang Yuan sighed as he watched the three beasts escape. The next second, Jiang Yuan changed the subject. You've already come to my territory. Why do you want to leave? Where in the world is there such a good thing? As soon as he finished speaking, three spider silks as thin as cicada wings shot out from his mouth. Target. It was the fleeing black scorpion, the humanoid beetle, and the centipede. Finally, we're escaping. At this time, Lu Fugui saw that the three beasts of his lackey were getting closer and closer to the cave entrance, and his heart ached and felt relieved a lot. After all, the death of one contracted beast is different from the death of four contracted beasts. He can still tell which one has a higher cost. Just as they were approaching the cave entrance and about to go out. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, there were slight vibrations in the air. Follow closely. Phew. The three beasts that were originally running away suddenly stiffened, and a ball of thick blood exploded all over their bodies. Phew. At this moment, they could no longer hold on and fell to the ground. This strange scene made all the audience in the live broadcast room open their eyes wide. What's going on here? Weren't we going to run away? Why did blood suddenly explode? Oh, but they died, and the two-colored deer actually ran away. Did he run away? Those strange beasts simply didn't consider him a fighting force. Although I wanted to laugh, at least the two-colored deer ran away. We're not completely wiped out. Brother Lu, take it easy, it's okay. Looking at the stunned Lu Fugui, the audience in the live broadcast room did not forget to comfort him. But how could they know that Lu Fugui was standing there in a daze? It was not only because of the death of his contracted beast, but also because of the death of three rare treasures worth millions, as well as the three exotic beasts of his lackeys. Not to mention that all his men were gone. The two-colored deer that was targeted is still alive and well. Chapter 59. Call me next time for such a good thing. Brother Lu, I just advanced to the secret realm this time and don't know any combat techniques yet. I'm so sorry. Just at this moment, Jiang Yuan's guilty voice sounded in Lu Fugui's earphone. Huff, huff, huff. Jiang Yuan's words made Lu Fugui want to curse. But facing the huge audience, he could only hold back and said with a smile that was uglier than crying, It's okay. Little brother, no one expected that there would be the killer spider's former men in the secret realm this time. Next time, I'll take you to explore a great secret place. So good, there will be a next time? Jiang Yuan was happy in his heart, but on the surface he said with guilt, Brother Lu, don't worry, I will definitely not do the same thing next time. In record of 10,000 beasts. Bring back all the spoils. After hunting down three strange beasts with spider silk, Jiang Yuan spoke to his men through telepathy. While Lu Ying and Jiang Yuan were searching for spoils, Jiang Yuan also opened the record of 10,000 beasts forum to check it out. After his fake death, Lu Fugui, the killer of the killer spider, became the hottest figure on the forum. At this time, there are already quite a few posts on the forum about the live broadcast room just now. The remnants of the killer spider gather in the secret place. In the secret realm, the player and Brother Lu fought against each other, and the remnants of the killer spider took advantage of the situation. Why are the remnants of the killer spider in the secret realm? He clicked on one of them to check, and found that there were quite a few comments from players. Oh my god, I didn't expect that after the killer spider died, his men were still active. TSK, what are you guys worried about? The killer spider is dead, and his men are just balls. You can't say that. Didn't you see that Brother Lu's 3 C-rank monsters all died in the end? Especially the last move, it's so weird. Death out of thin air. I think we should hunt them down if we have a chance. And I feel like there are a lot of good things in the secret realm. Humph. You hunted me, and now you want to hunt my men? Jiang Yuan frowned, and a cold look appeared in his eyes. That being said, Jiang Yuan was actually feeling worried. Now most of the players don't know about the arrival of the game yet, and they are just thinking about hunting themselves and their subordinates. If the game really comes, Jiang Yuan doesn't think they will let him go. After all, monsters and humans are born to be on opposite sides. Looking at the post, Jiang Yuan fell silent, which was unusual for him. After a moment, he smiled and said, "It seems that faking my death was the right decision I made. At least after solving my big problem, Lu Ying and Zhu Yue haven't received much attention given their current strength. It's a good opportunity to take advantage of this final period of time before the game arrives to improve their strength." After the game came, it helped me even more. With a soft murmur, Jiang Yuan made up his mind. Not only must you be strong yourself, we also need to create a powerful force. Only in this way can he gain a foothold on the blue star when the game comes. Continuing to read, a new post appeared, which made Jiang Yuan look a little strange. Shock. According to my analysis, the secret realm is the killer spider's treasure. Jiang Yuan clicked it and couldn't help laughing. What this post said was very simple. That is, he leveled up so quickly. In addition to Krypton Gold, he must have some rare treasures or something that could improve his strength. This is how he was able to subdue those strange beasts of different races. Although he is dead now, the treasure is still in the secret realm. That's why the Gale Wolf Pack and the like never left. How interesting. I almost believe the analysis. This post almost made Jiang Yuan laugh out loud. I have to say that some marketing accounts really don't care about anything for the sake of traffic. The key is, under this post, many players are discussing whether it is true or not. Come on, isn't this a fake thing? Even if there is, I have digested it all. Okay. The contractor, Space Greymon, has paid you 1 million Krypton Gold, which is being converted into 10,000 evolution points. Just as Jiang Yuan was reading the comments with great interest, the long-lost prompt sound brought him back to his senses. Godfather, you're finally online. In that case, let's first tell our Godfather about the advent of the game. While murmuring, Jiang Yuan had already opened the chat interface and started editing his words. Inside the luxurious villa, Su Ming swung her white legs and looked at Jiang Yuan in record of 10,000 beasts with great interest. She was really happy when she knew that little spider had come back to life. At the same time, he was secretly hating himself for never logging into record of all beasts again after seeing Xiao Zhuzhu's death in the post. Otherwise, she would have discovered that the little spider was still alive. Little spider, this time it was Mommy who was wrong. But now Mom is back. You should get better soon. As she whispered, her chat box suddenly flashed. Little spider, do you want to chat with me? Su Ming's eyes lit up and she couldn't wait to open the chat box. There are not many messages in the chat box, only a few words. Godfather, I'm telling you something serious. Blue Planet is no longer safe. Soon, the strange beasts from the Book of Beasts will descend upon reality. What? Su Ming was suddenly stunned, his eyes widened. If it were anyone else, she would have laughed so hard that her stomach would hurt. After all, the game has come into reality, and the world has changed? Even fantasy novels wouldn't dare to write like this. But when she realized that the message was sent by Xiao Zhuzhu, she actually believed it a little. Miss, what's wrong with you? Sister Lu noticed Su Ming's change and asked curiously. Whoosh. Su Ming came back to her senses and took deep breaths to digest the news. Sister Lu, it's okay. After a while, she pretended to be calm and said, I'm full. I'll go back to my room first. Da-da-da. Su Ming walked back to the room with her white and tender legs and nervously closed the door tightly. At the same time, she hurriedly asked Little Spider about the arrival of the game. Jiang Yuan answered this truthfully. So you need to spend money to make Spider-Man even more powerful? Then when the game comes, you'll be even more powerful. After figuring out the whole story, Su Ming immediately started to recharge Jiang Yuan. At the same time, inside the Record of Beasts cave, the contractor, Space Greymon, has paid you 1 million Krypton Gold, which is being converted into 10,000 evolution points. The contractor, Space Greymon, has paid you 1 million Krypton Gold, which is being converted into 10,000 evolution points. Listening to the system's voice, Jiang Yuan was indeed a little surprised. The first is that my godfather believed it so easily. This made the words he had prepared in his mind useless. But as long as my godfather believes in me, forget it. Why do you have to top up your account one payment at a time? Of course Jiang Yuan was complaining, but he had no intention of asking questions. To him, it was nothing more than the system's sound lasting longer. Chapter 60, A Difficult Journey to Earn Gold. Owner, Dad. At this time, a voice sounded in Jiang Yuan's mind. Jiang Yuan came back to his senses and looked, only to see Jia leading a group of strange beasts kneeling in front of him. Only the firefly flapped its wings, and whether intentionally or unintentionally, it pretended to be a few inches closer to the moon. In front of them were 4 bodies of strange beasts and 3 natural treasures that emitted a fragrant aroma. Jiang Yuan had already looked at the first 2 plants. Jiang Yuan's gaze fell directly on the last rare treasure, Millennium Dragon Rock Grass. Taking it can gain a large number of evolution points and increase your own spiritual power capacity. They're all good stuff. Jiang Yuan sighed and looked at Zhu Yue and Lu Ying. He could see that although the 2 beasts did not make any excessive movements, their eyes were full of desire for the other 2 rare treasures. It seems these rare treasures are extremely attractive to Zhu Yue and Lu Ying. Jiang Yuan muttered to himself and placed the 2 natural treasures in front of the 2 beasts, saying, "You performed well in the battle just now. Take these. It's a reward for you." In fact, Jiang Yuan was also a little curious about the natural treasure that had such a fatal attraction to the 2 beasts. After they take it, how much will their strength be improved? Thank you, Dad. The firefly flapped its wings excitedly and came to Jiang Yuan, kissing him on the face affectionately. After she finished, she couldn't help but glance at Zhu Yue, her expression full of provocation. Owner. Zhu Yue stood there in a daze, her face flushed slightly. But in the end, it imitated the firefly and came close to Jiang Yuan, then stretched out its tongue and licked his face affectionately. Jiang Yuan was stunned for a moment. He didn't know why he didn't feel anything when Lu Ying kissed him. After being treated like this by Zhu Yue, his heart actually felt a little agitated. Does it mean that after becoming a strange beast, my orientation has also changed? While Jiang Yuan was muttering, Lu Ying beside him widened her eyes. Hey. I was just showing you who's closer to Daddy. Who told you to copy me? Perhaps knowing that he was no match for Zhu Yue at the moment, Lu Ying took a deep breath and then quickly pecked at the fiery flower beside him. Ouch. Master, thank you. Seeing that the firefly had already started to devour, Zhu Yue blushed and thanked Jiang Yuan, then hurriedly started to devour it. Hee, I'm not even red. How could your balls be red? Jiang Yuan couldn't help but complain in his heart. At the same time, he turned his gaze to Jiang Yi, Jiang Er, Jiang San, and Jiang Si. In the battle just now, although you didn't shine as brightly as Lu Ying and Zhu Yue. But even if there is no credit, there is also hard work. At this point, Jiang Yuan directly picked out 2 C-rank beasts and placed them in front of them, saying, "Divide these among you. If you make outstanding contributions in the future, I will reward you accordingly." Jiang Yuan wasn't sure if they could understand such a long sentence. But he just needs to make these strange beasts understand. Just follow him, and you will have meat to eat. Bah! The firefly that had devoured the fiery flower suddenly let out a loud cry. Jiang Yuan turned his head and saw that the feathers all over its body were blooming with a red luster. Bah! The chirping sound exploded again, and the firefly's body suddenly grew larger, and its light became more dazzling. It is like a slowly rising sun. The light illuminated everything in the cave, and the temperature around it became higher and higher, as if it was going to turn this place into a barren land. Type: Fire Phoenix. Level: D+. Active talents: Crimson Flame Claw, Jet Flame, Meteor Flame, Fiery Explosion, can absorb the heat of the scorching sun and transform it into energy, shooting it out. When it hits the enemy, it will burst out with terrifying high temperature to devour the enemy. Passive talent: Immortality. With a certain amount of Sika bloodline, after passing through layers of realms, it is possible to break free from the constraints and sprint towards the Sika body. A flaming flower actually increased its level by 2 levels, as expected of a creature with bloodline. When Jiang Yuan saw Lu Ying's brand new panel, he couldn't help but be speechless. You know, it hasn't even reached the C level yet. I really don't know how graceful it will be when Lu Ying reaches rank C. How powerful it is to get involved in a higher class. Roar, roar, roar. At this moment, Jiang Yuan suddenly heard the anxious sound of a strange beast. They looked at the fireflies in the sky, their eyes full of fear. Is being roasted too hard? Jiang Yuan murmured softly, and his ice-blue legs moved slightly. Brush. In an instant, a chill surged out, condensing streaks of frost on the ground. This also caused the high temperature in the venue to ease sharply. Ouch! At this time, another roar came into Jiang Yuan's ears. It's chasing the moon. It roared at Jiang Yuan, who had devoured the 1,000-year-old dragon rock grass, as if a thunder had exploded out of thin air. At the same time, a powerful spiritual power overflowed from its body. Jiang Yuan took a quick look and found that Jiang Yuan had not been upgraded. However, the spiritual power it currently displays is already vastly different from before. Dad, I'm going out for a while. Just as Jiang Yuan was about to nod, the fireflies in the sky flew out at a rapid speed. At the same time, he left a simple voice message. Jiang Yuan, come out here. Jiang Yuan looked up and didn't quite understand what Luing meant. But accompanied by a breeze, it followed out. Rumble. Not long after, Jiang Yuan heard a very loud sound of fighting coming from outside the door. Through his mental perception, he found that Luing and Jiang Yuan were fighting each other. No, not so much a fight. It would be better to say that Luing unilaterally wanted to fight Jiang Yuan. These two little guys. Jiang Yuan smiled, but didn't mean to stop him. Although he didn't understand why Luing always wanted to beat Jiang Yuan, he could see that Luing didn't kill him. Since they are just joking, let them have fun. How about the double-colored deer? How can I earn gold? Jiang Yuan fell into deep thought. He had already explained everything to his adoptive father. The adoptive father also believed what he said. Then we have to consider how to solve the problem of Krypton gold on the two-colored deer side. 10 million is enough to reach rank C. If I want to spend money, I'll need a lot of money. So where can I earn this money? How about robbing a bank? Jiang Yuan thought deeply. There was nothing he could do since his original body had no money. If you want to make a large sum of money in a short period of time, robbing a bank is undoubtedly the most convenient way. But if I use my talent, I might run into other talented people. Thinking of this, Jiang Yuan frowned. Although he didn't know about the existence of gifted people in his previous life, through the bearded man, he was able to conclude that the human world had already undergone some changes. Although no news has leaked out, it is possible that various countries have already noticed it and secretly organized their forces. If I go, there's a high probability that I'll fight them. I don't know if I can defeat them with my human abilities. Or slip away. Blue Star. Luxury Villa. He was worrying about how to make money for Shuangsalu and had no idea that Su Ming's family was in the midst of a major earthquake. Boom, boom, boom. Su Ming, who was staying in the room, suddenly heard a knock on the door. Come in. Su Ming fixed his eyes on the record of 10,000 beasts and shouted without turning his head. Da-da-da. Along with the footsteps, a low voice sounded. Xiaoming. Su Ming looked back and saw a man in a well-fitting suit and with his hair neatly combed walking in. Next to the man was her bodyguard sister Lu. Dad. She was stunned for a moment, with a hint of joy on her face. Su Ruffing is away from home all year round because of his business. As a child, Su Ming undoubtedly missed his father very much. But before she could move, she heard a deep voice. Didn't I tell you not to continue to top up the record of myriad beasts? Why did you add money to it again? Did you not take my words to heart? Chapter 61, The Killer Spider's Treasure. The low voice seemed to pour a bucket of cold water on Su Ming. She looked at Su Ruffing, opening her mouth, but not knowing how to start. Since she was a child, she has never liked the way Su Ruffing spoke. But Su Ruffing has always been like this. Xiaoming. Seeing that Su Ming didn't say anything, Su Ruffing was silent for a moment, then sighed and said, Xiao Lu told me everything that happened to you these past few days. Why did you put so much into the record of beasts? It's fine if you just paid, but you also caused so much trouble on the record of myriad beasts. The repeated questioning made Su Ming pout and turn her head slightly to the side. It's like, go away, I don't want to talk to you. Xiaoming. Seeing Su Ming acting like this, Su Ruffing was silent for a moment and said, I know I don't spend much time with you in the past. So if you top up the game, it doesn't matter if you spend a little money. But you can't just ignore your own safety just for the sake of recharging. Our housekeeper is still lying in the hospital. Sister Lu understood that Su Ruffing, a grown man, had many things he couldn't say, so she took over the conversation and said, Mississippi. Actually, after knowing that someone broke into our house. The boss rushed back from abroad overnight. I'm just worried you'll be in danger. Xiaoming, can you let Daddy accompany you during this time? At this time, Su Ruffing's continued words made Su Ming's eyes slightly red. She turned her head and looked at Su Ruffing and said, Dad. It's okay, it's okay. Xiaoming is the best. Su Ruffing's stern face softened. But the little spider is my partner. I can't give up on him. Su Ruffling was silent for a moment, and finally sighed and said, Okay, Xiaoming, you can play, but don't put yourself in danger. Good. Hearing this, Su Ming responded decisively. At the same time, Blue Star. Inside a studio, 3 people were sitting together around a small round table. They are players in Record of Beasts. The popularity of Record of Beasts not only gave rise to the profession of anchor. More often than not, players have formed an organization similar to an alliance. While they gather together for warmth, they also form teams to hunt powerful beasts in the Record of 10,000 Beasts and search for rare treasures to trade and sell. At this time, the leader glanced at the 2 men below him and said, Brothers, I think we can do something big. Boss, tell me. Yes, boss, whatever you say, we will listen to you. The leader immediately said, I don't know if you have noticed. In the secret place that Lu Fugue had originally discovered, the sound of fighting could be heard. After a pause, his eyes flashed with a gleam as he said, In my opinion, those 2 beasts must have been fighting over an uneven distribution of the spoils. Before, there was the killer spider blocking them, but after the killer spider died, they became chaotic internally. So, boss, what you mean is, don't you understand yet? Those strange beasts had fought with Lu Fugue before, and now the 2 beasts are fighting again over the matter of natural treasures. As soon as these words were spoken, the eyes of everyone present lit up. Boss, are you saying that we can go over there and steal the treasures? That's right. The leader nodded heavily and continued. With the help of my dead beast's death eye, we will be able to sneak into that secret realm. Maybe we can even hunt down those 2 strange beasts. Okay, time is money. Let's act now. Having said that, the leader called on the people present to open the Record of 10,000 Beasts. I just saw the 2 strongest beasts still fighting. Let's get the killer spider treasure first, and then we can sit back and watch the fight. And then deliver the fatal blow. And not long after they and their group headed for the secret realm with the strange beasts they had just contracted. Deep in the cave, Jiang Yuan, who was wondering whether to rob a bank, came back to his senses. 2 strange auras? What are you doing here? A hint of doubt flashed across Jiang Yuan's brows. Or is it a beast contracted by a player? Golden eyes. Full of doubts, Jiang Yuan instantly activated the golden pupil in the evil spider's eye. Swish. A golden light flashed, and Jiang Yuan's eyes penetrated the walls and locked onto their position easily like a missile. At this time, he felt as if he was standing next to the 3 strange beasts, and his eyes were filled with images of the 3 strange beasts. These strange beasts. They are quite powerful, not to mention that they are all sea-level monsters. And they are all contracted by players. Type, Yasukaki Beast. Level C. Active talents, claws, branches, mallets. Passive talent, wooden bear body. Although an animal, it resembles a plant and can transform its own aura into that of a plant, holding its breath and concentrating. Type, dead beast. Level D. Active talents, Eye of Death, parasite. Passive talent, none. Is it him? If I remember correctly, the contractor of the dead beast should be called Lin Yi, right? When Jiang Yuan saw the ability of the last strange beast, a hint of greed flashed in his eyes. Although the dead beasts were not strong, Jiang Yuan remembered that when the game came out in his previous life, players who contracted the dead beasts could always get close to strong people with the help of them and lived a very happy life. Ultimately, it was because the dead beast's talent was extremely extraordinary. The gift of the Eye of Death not only affects reality, but also has the ability to restart. The talent of parasitism is a perfect match with its Eye of Death. After parasitism, its talent of the Eye of Death can restart the parasitic beasts and even humans together. The Eye of Death. Now that I've encountered it, this talent belongs to me. Jiang Yuan did not forget that he also had a talent for plundering. Now seems like a perfect time to plunder the Eye of Death. If placed on a dead animal, it can only use it to cling to a strong and strange beast. But if it happens to yourself, it will undoubtedly increase the upper limit of survival. For example, if he really goes to rob a bank, he will have an extra layer of protection. Not to mention, after the game comes into reality. Restart yourself, understand? Oh, while thinking, Jiang Yuan also understood their purpose through the golden eyes. Want to use your rebooting talent to seize the killer spider treasure? I didn't expect that someone would actually believe it. With a light laugh, Jiang Yuan suddenly had an idea. The killer spider's treasure, even though it's fake, doesn't seem like a bad thing to me. If we can spread the news about the treasure, we can attract more contracted beasts. And because I've already perished in the eyes of the players, there won't be any particularly powerful monsters around. With me watching over them, It's a good opportunity for Luiying and Zhiyue to develop. As Jiang Yuan murmured softly, a gleam of light suddenly flashed in his eyes. It's possible, but it requires planning. Huh. At this time, through his powerful mental power, Jiang Yuan realized that the two beasts, Luiying and Zhiyue, who were originally fighting, had also discovered the group of dead beasts. In that case, let them first enjoy the treasure of the killer spider. Thinking of this, Jiang Yuan's heart sank, and he immediately stopped the two beasts, Luiying and Zhiyue, through telepathy. Let them in first. Chapter 62, Treasure Hunt. At the same time, Jiang Yuan called out to the two-colored deer in his heart. After a while, the two-colored deer walked into the cave. Owner, you come and arrange the place, and make it almost like a secret place. Yes. The two-colored deer bowed slightly in response. Yo! The green light all over the two-colored deer suddenly surged. As it ran, the light on its body flew to all parts of the cave like a dandelion dancing in the wind. Yo yo yo! The two-colored deer continued to exert its strength, and the entire cave instantly became brand new. Especially in the depths of the cave, the spiritual energy is extremely rich. Feeling the spiritual energy of the air, Jiang Yuan exhaled and asked Jiang Yi to gather up a wave of rare treasures and place them deep in the cave. After doing all this, Jiang Yuan nodded with satisfaction. This way, it feels a bit like the killer spider's treasure. Now we just have to wait for them to arrive. At the same time, a few minutes before Jiang Yuan made the arrangements. Chasing the moon. What's the point of hiding all the time? Luiying was very distressed. Zhiyue kept dodging with his speed advantage, so they didn't fight at all. Luiying, aren't we on the same team? Why do you want to fight with me? Zhiyue tilted his head, very curious. You. Luiying glared at him. Its idea is very simple. That is to defeat the fish and make it recognize itself as the big sister. That way it will never be able to become its own mother. But how could Luiying possibly say what was in her heart? Suddenly it raised its head and looked towards the cave, frowning slightly. There were three strange auras. A strange beast is coming? Luiying looked up at Zhiyue and found that it was frowning like her. Obviously it had noticed it too. Chasing the moon. She rolled her eyes and came up with a good idea. Since you won't fight me, how about we have a competition? Comparing what? Zhiyue asked. Luiying looked towards the cave and said, it's better than hunting them. Can. Upon hearing this, a desire for blood flashed in Zhiyue's red eyes. Luiying is in the same camp as it, so it doesn't want to compete with Luiying. But when it comes to killing enemies, Zhiyue is more active than anyone else. The other side. The group of dead beasts contracted by Lin Yi had no idea that their tracks had been clearly detected before they even entered the cave. At this time, as they got closer to the cave, the three beasts slowed down, holding their breath and concentrating to reduce their aura to the lowest level. Be careful, don't let them find you. Lin Yi looked at the swift wolves lying at the entrance of the cave, took a deep breath, and said, Third brother, you just stay outside and watch those two strange beasts. The second brother and I will go in and check out the killer spider treasure. Okay, the player called the third one responded. Then he instructed the strange beast to hide aside. The strange beast he contracted was a mouse. Its strength is only sea level. Although its level is not high, its strength is a bit outrageous. Simply put, it means being able to hide in the shadows so that others cannot find you. It can also use this to launch a powerful offensive. On both sides of it stood a strange beast that was only 8 feet tall and looked like a plant, and another strange beast that was floating in the air. The strange beast floating in the air seemed to be wearing a black robe. It was pitch black to the eyes, with only a pair of eyes flashing with a faint light. Dead beast go. While the few of them were discussing tactics, the dead beast floated onto the body of the 8-foot wooden beast like duckweed, and finally merged completely with it. Roar! The Yasukaki beast let out a low roar, and then it moved cautiously towards the cave. As it moved, its breath slowly decreased. In the end, its breath was barely detectable. If you don't look for it specifically, it is extremely difficult to find it. I have to say that the combination of the three beasts is really good at doing these stealing things. It's a pity that this time they met Jiang Yuan. Under its extremely abnormal mental power, no matter how the three beasts hid, they had nowhere to escape. Certainly, just because Jiang Yuan can discover it doesn't mean that other strange beasts can discover it. For example now, the 8-foot wooden beast carefully carried the dead beast through the cave entrance without being noticed by any strange beasts. Wow, the atmosphere in here is so rich. As soon as he came in, Lin Yi couldn't help but sigh. No wonder that killer spider was so strong before. If I lived here regularly, my strength would definitely not be lower than his. As he spoke, the greed in his eyes became more and more obvious. But it seems that there must be a lot of good things in there. If we take it out, we will make a fortune. As he said this, he instructed his contracted beast to continue walking deeper into the cave. The further you go inside, the thicker the spiritual energy in the air becomes. Not long, the Yasukaki beast had brought him to the deep entrance. What a rich spiritual energy. Linyi felt like he was getting drunk. He could feel the increase in the bodies of the Yasukaki beast and the dead beast in this spiritual energy. Let's go in and take a look. Lin Yi's eyes were fixed on the depths of the cave. His intuition told him that since it possessed such spiritual energy, the treasures inside must be worth a fortune. Just as they were about to instruct the strange beast to enter, suddenly, a strange cry came from my ear. Boss, it seems that the fight between the two strange beasts has been completed. They are back. Fuck, that firebird seems to have discovered it. His words startled the two people beside him. Lin Yi and the man called the second brother immediately turned their heads to look at the screen on his phone. In the picture, bah! With a cry, the firebird twisted its body without even looking, and flames continued to burst out from her body, hitting the ground like a torrential rain. Bang, bang, bang. The intense flames hit the ground, creating a continuous and resounding sound. The mouse hiding in the dark finally couldn't stand the high temperature and had to flee from the shadows in panic. The shadows of fireflies running on the ground are clearly visible. Bah! That actually came right. But it's mine. Glancing at Jiang Yuan, who was running towards the mouse quickly, Lu Ying didn't think anymore. As the cry exploded, it flapped its wings and dived rapidly towards the ground. The mouse was fast, but the firefly was even faster. It flapped its wings, like the incarnation of the scorching sun. Immediately following, squeak, 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 a shrill scream was heard. Under the fierce attack of the firefly, the mouse had no time to dodge, and its body was pierced by its red sharp claws. When the bright red words, "Your contracted beast has died," appeared on the phone, the three people who saw everything were stunned. How could she have discovered my contracted beast? Boss, the firebird has rushed into the cave. Should we retreat? The second brother on the side also spoke hurriedly. Although his 8-foot wooden beast is better at hiding his breath. But it is better to be safe than sorry. If you are discovered, you will lose everything. Don't be impatient. Lin Yi took a deep breath and calmly analyzed. The firebird didn't find the third brother. Otherwise, she definitely wouldn't have waited for the third brother's contracted beast to appear before attacking. So my idea is to keep going deeper. Chapter 63. Competition under hunting. Without waiting for them to speak, Lin Yi continued. And, think about it, a natural treasure that can make the firebird so anxious must be a good thing. With the secret treasure here, it definitely won't dare to attack us. Let's take advantage of this opportunity to get the secret treasure and make it rich. Okay, boss. I'll listen to you. The third brother gritted his teeth and agreed directly. In record of 10,000 beasts, the Yasukaki beast walked deeper into the cave more cautiously. As we walked along, it seemed to be consistent with what Lin Yi said. The firebird, which had been extremely fiery, had calmed down a lot after entering the cave. This made Lin Yi and the other person feel relieved. Only, they didn't know that Lu Ying and Jiang Yuan had already discovered their presence at Jiang Yuan's instruction. They didn't take action until now, entirely at Jiang Yuan's instruction. Let them discover the killer spider treasure, and then kill them. Jiang Yuan, you better be prepared this time and accept me as your big sister. Lu Ying stared at the Yasukaki beast and the dead beast, while being wary of Jiang Yuan beside her. Let Jiang Yuan understand. I am the big sister. You still want to be my mother? Dream on. Just when Lu Ying thought of this. Ouch! Jiang Yuan, beside him, let out a long roar, turned into a black light, and walked towards the depths of the cave. Ah! Jiang Yuan, you attacked from the dark. The firefly screamed, and seeing Jiang Yuan's expression, it seemed that it understood everything. These are the two beasts entering the depths of the cave. At the same time. Oh my god! They are all secret treasures. As soon as they stepped into the depths of the cave, Lin Yi and his party were stunned. Not only is the spiritual energy in the depths extremely rich, but there is also something as tall as a hill appearing before one's eyes. With just a quick glance, they discovered that many of them were rare treasures that could be sold at high prices in the trading house. A whole mountain of natural treasures. Hurry, move it before the firebird notices. As long as we move a few things, we won't lose money this time. Lin Yi hadn't finished speaking yet. Bah! Ouch! Two extremely penetrating sounds rang out, shaking even the depths of the cave. The two turned around and saw a werewolf with a body as black as ink and red eyes, and a firebird with a body shining with bright red light flying towards them. It was accompanied by a strong storm and a thick light of scorching fire. At this moment, the two beasts they had contracted stood there in a daze, their whole bodies trembling uncontrollably. Damn it, damn it! We were about to move out, and now we've been discovered. Lin Yi couldn't help but curse, and at the same time instructed the dead beast to activate its talent. Boom! A strange sound exploded. Zhuo Yue's attack was faster, covering both beasts. How could Zhuo Yue win? Lu Ying watched helplessly, stunned on the spot. Chasing the moon wins. Doesn't that mean that I can't be its big sister? It wants to become its own mother? Just when Lu Ying was disappointed, it suddenly sensed a strange aura rising. Bah! The furious firefly opened its sharp red claws and grabbed it without thinking. Roar! A painful roar was heard, and Lu Ying, who looked over, was stunned again. Because it discovered that it had hit the Yasukaki beast that was trying to escape. What's going on? Aren't they dead? Despite the doubts in its heart, it also became excited. Because then it doesn't count as a loss. But before the joy in my heart could fully emerge, a strange aura rose up again. Looking up, it looked as if it had seen a ghost. How come you're still alive? Ouch! Before she could react, Zhuo Yue let out a long howl. Lu Ying suddenly became anxious and rushed forward with her claws waving without even thinking. Bang! Both attacks hit at the same time. This time it seems to be over. The figure of the Yasukaki beast did not disappear, and its entire aura was gone. I won. Lu Ying looked excited. But at this moment, a pitch-black monster appeared out of nowhere beside the Yasukaki beast. It was running out like crazy. The excited firefly noticed it, but its speed was still slower than Zhuo Yue's. In a flash, Zhuo Yue caught up with the strange beast and delivered a fatal blow. Mimi! Lu Ying's eyes widened and the corners of her mouth twitched. Just one step away. Just one step left. If she hadn't gotten carried away, she would have won. Lu Ying, how do you account for this? Zhuo Yue turned his head to look at Lu Ying. Lu Ying took a deep breath and tried to remain proud and said, This time you killed him once, and I killed him once. Before, I hunted that rat, and you hunted this thing. Let's just call it a draw. Lu Ying raised her head and continued in a calm tone. Jiang, I didn't expect you to be quite skilled. I only used 80 of my strength, and you managed to catch up. It seems I underestimated you before. All right, enough talking. Dad said he wants this black thing. Go give it to him. After saying that, Lu Ying quickly left the cave. She urgently needs to vent the discomfort in her heart. When it flew out of the cave, it suddenly sensed a throbbing coming from afar. Humph, you dare to hit the tip of my gun. I want to see what it is. Lu Ying's eyes turned, and she quickly headed over there. At the same time, Lin Yi and the other two stared blankly at the images on their phones. Is he dead now? Is this the end? Holy crap, my dead beast. Lin Yi let out a roar. His voice was extremely desolate. In the past, every time the three beasts worked together, they could find a lot of good things. But now, completely gone. All three strange beasts died, and their source of income was completely cut off. Boss, what should we do now? One of them asked helplessly. Lin Yi fell silent. What to do? He also wants to know what to do now. Damn it, boss. How about I post this news on the forum? Someone said coldly. Although we can't get our hands on the killer spider's treasure. But they killed our alien beasts. We must not let them go. His words were immediately echoed by another person. Zhuo went to the Wanshou Lu forum and wanted to publish this matter, etc. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration came to Lin Ye's mind. Facing the two people's puzzled looks, he opened his mouth and said, Go contact the players you know in Record of Beasts. Just say we have a big secret. If you want to know this secret, you have to trade it for 1 million. As long as we have money and continue to contract exotic beasts, I don't believe we can't sustain this. His words made the others' eyes light up. Boss, are you saying that we shouldn't publish it on the forum, but sell it to other people? Yes, and you have to hunt the firebird and the werewolf for us. A hint of coldness flashed in Lin Ye's eyes, which made the other two people's eyes light up, and they immediately started to contact each other. They had been trading with outsiders before and got to know many players who spent money on the game Record of Beasts. After a while, they contacted a big spender. This person is also their loyal customer, and the transactions between them are worth several million. He can definitely afford 1 million, and with his strength, it is more than enough to kill the firebird and the werewolf. Chapter 64. The Value of the Killer Spider Treasure. Ding, 1 million yuan has been credited to your bank card. Bank card balance 200,0010 yuan. After a while, a notification sound came from the phone. Okay. Lin Yi cheered repeatedly. Let's continue. As long as we sell more, we can make the money back. And the firebird and the werewolf will surely die. Okay, boss. Damn, boss, you're awesome. I can think of this method. Upon learning of the transfer, the two men quickly turned their grief and anger into strength and took quick action. But they didn't know that Jiang Yuan, who was deep in the cave, was very dissatisfied. We've been hunting for so long. Why hasn't there been any news on the forum yet? Jiang Yuan felt confused. Normally, after a player's exotic beast dies, news of the killer spider treasure should spread throughout the record of beasts in an instant. Could it be that he is just like those people before, still thinking of taking it all for himself? Suddenly, Jiang Yuan recalled the situation when he encountered the first wave of enemies from his previous life. Those players did not post to the forum. Is he still thinking about my killer spider treasure? Jiang Yuan frowned. Then wouldn't my efforts have been in vain? Jiang Yuan kept scanning the posts on the forum, seeming to be thinking about something. Then, his frown slowly relaxed. Forget it. Since you guys don't want to send it, then I'll send it for you. A player who wants to keep the killer spider treasure for himself is not a good player. As Jiang Yuan spoke, he closed his eyes slightly and then, through the perspective of the human body in his mind, instructed him to release the news about the killer spider treasure in record of 10,000 beasts. Although Jiang Yuan is already dead, news about him will inevitably attract the attention of players. Once published, the post naturally attracted the attention of countless players. Jiang Yuan also edited the content of the post very simply. It is nothing more than a retelling of the deeds of the previous beasts, and then adding a few screenshots. Damn it, a whole mountain of natural treasures. Do I dare to covet this? Damn, I also saw what the OP said about the firebird and the gale werewolf. I saw them about to fight in the record of myriad beasts, but before they could start fighting, they suddenly rushed to the cave. It seems that he knows that the host has gone in. Brothers, since this is true, are there any people who want to team up together? The killer spider is dead, and those two beasts are still fighting among themselves. This is a perfect opportunity. Jiang Yuan smiled as he saw more and more players leaving messages under the post. Come on, let's go find the killer spider's treasure. I promise you will never forget this treasure. Master, this is the exotic beast you requested. Just at this moment, Zhuiyue walked in with the dead beast. Jiang Yuan nodded and said, talk to the other strange beasts later. Some strange beasts may come here recently, and your mission is to kill them. Yes, Zhuiyue thought to himself and quickly agreed. Then master, I'll go down first. After Zhuiyue left, Jiang Yuan looked at the dead beast with interest. Dead beast. What a strange race. They can awaken such a talent. But overall, I still have to thank you. With a chuckle, Jiang Yuan opened his mouth and began to swallow. Host devours a dead D-level alien beast and gains 300 evolution points. Dead beasts become contracted beasts. Devour them to gain an additional 300 evolution points. Detected that the dead beast has the innate death eye, parasitic, whether to plunder. Plunder the eye of death, Jiang Yuan said softly. Plundering for the host. Host plundered successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the active talent Death Eye. The Eye of Death is merging. As soon as the system sounded, Jiang Yuan felt something strange happen in one of his eyes. The originally lavender light suddenly bloomed, and then quickly faded away, and then a strange scarlet light emerged from the eye. Eye of Death fusion completed. Evil spider eyes, purple eyes, able to capture souls and spirits, disturbing the minds of living things, and feeding on the souls of animals to nourish one's own spirit. Golden eyes can see through all illusions in the world and discern yin and yang. Red eyes can turn illusions into reality, can reset everything within a 25-meter radius of itself, restoring it to the state it was 10 minutes ago. Note, this consumes a huge amount of spiritual energy, and after the area is reset, it will enter a 3-day period of weakness. It seems that the Eye of Death has become stronger after the fusion. Jiang Yuan recalled the introduction of the dead beast just now and murmured secretly. He moved his eyes restlessly, and the red eye looked left and right, looking extremely weird. I know what restarting is. What about illusion and embodiment? As Jiang Yuan murmured, his red eyes narrowed slightly. Boom. An extremely strange scene happened. Within Jiang Yuan's sight, the terrain deep in the cave was changing strangely. It was as if the terrain began to distort and change according to his gaze. Roar, roar, roar. The change in terrain also caused the strange beasts in the cave to roar continuously. This sound made Jiang Yuan immediately retract his red eyes and smacked his lips in surprise. The eyes of death, this is really a bit perverted. You have to know that this is just moving the cave. What if it's a living thing? Can it be twisted directly when it is activated? If that's the case, he probably won't even have to take action in the future. A quick glance is enough to kill the enemy, right? It seems that this talent must be carefully considered in the future. No, I have 8 eyes. If everyone had talent, how terrifying it would be. Forget it, these are too far away. I just hope that this talent can be realized in humans. Jiang Yuan smacked his lips, then quietly closed his eyes. He was eager to know whether humans had also acquired this ability. This is related to his plan to rob a bank. As for restarting, this will be Jiang Yuan's trump card. I will never take it out unless it is absolutely necessary. At the same time, another area of Blue Star. Boss, we've made a ton of money. Someone beside Lin Yi excitedly said, we are selling the treasure of the killer spider. I've already made 5 million in such a short time. 5 million. This makes money much faster than robbing treasures from the heavens and earth in the record of myriad beasts. Hearing this, Lin Yi and the other person showed excited smiles on their faces. 5 million. If it were before, although the 3 of their exotic beasts were extremely compatible, but it is undoubtedly a fantasy to think that you can earn so much money in a short period of time. Hurry up. Finally, Lin Yi put aside the smile on his face and said in a deep voice, otherwise, this news would be worthless. By the way, who are the people you are selling? They are all big spenders. Hearing this, Lin Yi nodded and snorted coldly. Then when they go to find the killer spider treasure, they will definitely be able to kill the firebird and the damn werewolf. This can be considered as revenge for us. Damn it, you dare to kill my contracted beast. I'm going to kill you. Chapter 65, announcing the game's reality. Boom, boom, boom. Just as the other 2 were about to agree, there was a knock on the door. Who is it? Someone asked. There was no sound coming from outside the door, but the knocking became a little more intense. Fuck. Who is it? Lin Yi let out a roar, stood up, and opened the door. Bang. As soon as the door opened, Lin Yi was greeted by a strong kick. He fell to the ground instantly due to the huge force. Boss. His 2 men were shocked and hurried to Lin Yi's side. Ahem. Who are you? Lin Yi looked up with difficulty and found that the person who hit him was a burly man wearing a vest with dragons and phoenixes carved on it. Behind him followed a group of burly men dressed in black. You bastard, you dare to play tricks on me? I'll beat you up. At the command of the sturdy man in the lead, the strong men behind him rushed towards Lin Yi and his group. The 3 of them couldn't even last a few rounds in the hands of this group of burly men, and were beaten until they were covered in blood. Big brother, let's talk it over. You. Lin Yi spoke with difficulty, but was interrupted by the burly man in the lead. Fuck, can you please talk it over nicely? The killer spider treasure is all publicly available on the forum, and you dare to use it to fool me. What? It was made public. Lin Yi glared. This big brother, it's not me. It's definitely not us. Damn it, you're still being stubborn, huh? The burly man in the lead snorted coldly and directly opened the Record of 10,000 Beasts forum to find the news posted by Jiang Yuan about the killer spider treasure. Open your fucking eyes wide and take a good look. What? When he saw the content on the phone clearly, Lin Yi opened his eyes wide. The events depicted in the picture are exactly the same as what he experienced. This can be called a coincidence. The key point is that even the pictures above have the figures of these 3 beasts. Fuck you. Beat him up. Beat him up hard. Seeing that Lin Yi didn't say anything, the burly man shouted again. Bang, bang, bang. Fists as big as casseroles came flying at him, and in an instant Lin Yi was beaten all over, but his mind was full of things about the post. Who on earth dares to challenge me? I can't kill you. The strong man in the lead became even angrier when he heard this. He spat fiercely and shouted angrily. How dare you yell at me? Beat him up. Beat him into the smoke. At the same time, Jiang Yuan didn't know what was going on with Lin Yi. She didn't even know that he already held a grudge against her. However, even if you know, Jiang Yuan could only clap and cheer. I let you in just to spread the word, but you're so different. Are you hiding it and thinking about making money? Why don't you give it to me? What's going on? Now, as his consciousness slowly merged, a gleam of light flashed in Jiang Yuan's eyes. Eye of death. Jiang Yuan shouted softly, but no unusual changes occurred. As expected, Jiang Yuan's expression did not change much in response to this situation. Jiang Yuan discovered this as early as when he was creating a clone in Record of 10,000 Beasts. The strength of the clone will not change due to the enhancement of the original body. Only by merging with each other and then continuing to split can one inherit the latest power of one's own body. So it seems that my current strength is still at the stage when I gained the talent of clone. Jiang Yuan frowned slightly, without a look of death in his eyes. Not knowing the strength of the talented people on Earth today, if he rashly robs a bank and causes the destruction of his clone, it would be a waste of time. We have to find a way to have the best of both worlds. Just as Jiang Yuan was thinking, a prompt sound suddenly rang in his mind. The contractor, Space Greymon, has given you 5 million Krypton gold, which is being converted into 50,000 evolution points. Huh? My godfather gave me Krypton gold. As he was talking, Jiang Yuan also found that his adoptive father had sent him 3 messages. The first 2 are inquiries on the forum regarding the killer spider treasure. The last one caught his attention. Little spider, can I announce the news of the end of the world? Jiang Yuan shook his head and smiled. In fact, he could understand his adoptive father's feelings. After all, he had always lived in a peaceful era and had never experienced the tragedy of the reality that came from the game. After learning about the end of the world, everyone would probably think about preventing more people from dying. But Godfather, even if you make it public, no one will believe it. Just like him, he didn't dare to tell his adoptive father about the game coming into reality. Isn't it because you're afraid that your adoptive father won't believe you? Jiang Yuan was just about to discuss his thoughts with his adoptive father when he suddenly became distracted. Indeed, the general public won't believe it, but what about some of the top figures in the country? If they know, they will definitely show up. I can negotiate with them. It's a good opportunity to see the strength of the gifted people who haven't yet entered the game into reality. This helps me when I'm robbing banks, and even when the game comes. If you don't know, Jiang Yuan smiled, not knowing wouldn't cause any losses. Thinking of this, Jiang Yuan began to edit his reply. Inside the luxurious villa, Su Ming stared at the chat interface, her pretty face full of nervousness. In fact, after knowing the end of the world, her heart was very anxious. She is a peace-loving person and wants to tell others about the end of the world so that they can prepare for it. But after all, it was little Juju who told her this, and she couldn't tell whether little Juju was willing to share this secret. But she didn't tell anyone, and she would think about it every time. This is not. Today she couldn't help but ask. I wonder if little spider will agree. What if it disagrees? Su Ming whispered, and the tension on her little face became more and more. Beep. At this moment, a red dot suddenly appeared on the phone. Su Ming immediately looked up and saw an additional message on the chat interface. Very simple. It all depends on my adoptive father. Yeah, Spider-Man agreed. Seeing this message, Su Ming's originally nervous face suddenly showed a lovely smile. Even the white feet began to shake. I knew that little spider is also a peace-loving person. Hee hee. Little spider, thank you, Mom. After leaving a final message, Su Ming immediately edited the good news online and posted it. She seemed afraid that others would not see it, and even spent money to buy hot searches. Swish, swish, swish. After Su Ming purchased the hot search, the news she posted was quickly noticed by many netizens. In just a short while, her post attracted countless comments from netizens. When Su Ming saw many red dots on the post, she couldn't help but click in to check it out. She even fantasized in her heart about telling many netizens how to save themselves in the doomsday. Chapter 66, Human Gifted. After clicking on the post, Su Ming was dumbfounded. There were no panic comments under the post. Instead, people were joking with each other. No, the game descends into reality. Strange beasts descend? The end of the world. OP, with your imagination, it's a shame you don't write a novel. Don't talk nonsense. What if the world really does end? Save your life. If the apocalypse really comes, I'll livestream myself washing my hair while standing upside down. No, washing my hair is too easy. I'll stand on my head and eat shit. Good brother, screenshot taken. +1 +1 +1. Just intercept it. Who's afraid of who? Is the world really going to end? Why don't these people believe it? Scanning all the comments from netizens, a look of concentration flashed in Su Ming's eyes. How can I prove this is true? How can I make them believe it? Su Ming, who was frowning and thinking hard, didn't know that netizens did not believe what she said in the post. But within the Daxia Security Department, her remarks triggered a huge earthquake. Kyoto, Ministry of Security. Old Sheen sat in his office, looking at the latest document presented to him with serious eyes. This document is very simple, so simple that it is just a post on the internet. But such a simple post made Old Sheen frown, because what the post showed was clearly about the game Record of Beasts coming to reality. You know, they have only been discussing the matter of Record of 10,000 Beasts for a short time. They are just suspicious. This post seems to confirm that Record of Beasts will become a reality. Old Sheen fell into deep thought, muttering, being able to post it online, it seems he really wants to tell the public about this. It's just that the general public knows everything, which is not necessarily a good thing. At least now we don't have to wait any longer before the announcement. Call. Old Qin took a deep breath and then said to the person next to him, "Have you found out who posted this?" "Old Qin, it has been found out." A middle-aged man beside him said in a deep voice. According to the IP location, it came from Wulong Bay in Guanghan Province. At present, time is limited, and we can only find out the approximate range. In a delicate location, it takes some time. Hearing this, Old Qin nodded slightly and continued, "Guanghan Province? Isn't Jiang Yuan in charge of that place? Ask him to send someone to check out what's going on." After a pause, Qin Lao continued, "Remember to tell him not to act impulsively. No matter what his thoughts are, I think there are not many people in Daxia, or even in the world, who can have such insights. He's a talent." "Yes." The man beside Old Qin straightened his posture and immediately went down to make arrangements. Mr. Qin sat in the office, looking at the document in his hand. The record of myriad beasts has come to life, and humans are undergoing a transformation, awakening their talents. The beast's body exploded. Every country has taken corresponding measures. It seems that the entire blue planet is about to enter a brand new era. Old Qin shook his head, and a gleam of light gradually gathered in his slightly cloudy eyes. "I hope that with our efforts, Daxia can go further on this road of the new era." At the same time, the night gradually deepened. The surroundings were extremely quiet. Jiang Yuan's gaze was deep, falling on Su Ming's villa in the distance. The place was brightly lit, and nothing looked out of the ordinary. It seems that the officials of Daxiao may not know about the record of 10,000 beasts. Jiang Yuan shook his head and sighed. It has been a while since Su Ming posted the post. The fact that no one from Daxiao officials has come yet actually explains something. After all, as a Daxia person in his previous life, Jiang Yuan knew very well how swift the Daxia officials were in taking action. I originally wanted to see what the so-called gifted people were like before the game came. It seems that this won't work. As Jiang Yuan finished speaking, his gaze suddenly shifted from the villa to another direction. He felt two auras carrying spiritual fluctuations coming towards him one after another. Is it finally here? Well, then let me see the true strength of the gifted people whose game hasn't yet come to reality. Jiang Yuan grinned, and the 1,000 Shadows of Demons was activated instantly. He disappeared into the rental house in an instant. Not far from here, there were two figures chasing one after the other. The man in front was a bald man wearing black clothes and had an ugly centipede-like scar on his forehead. Behind him followed a woman. She has a pretty face and a pair of eyes that seem to hide the sea of stars. This is not the most attractive part. Her most attractive feature is undoubtedly her extremely hot body. But her cold face and the short blade in her hand were totally inconsistent with her hot body. Damn it, didn't he just kill a person? Is it necessary to chase so closely? The bald man turned his head to look at the woman who was chasing him, and a solemn look flashed across his ferocious face. "If you hadn't been injured during the siege last time, I would have made you sing Conquer under my crotch a long time ago." Ahem. Just as he was thinking this, he suddenly stumbled. He frowned and covered his chest with his hands. There was a conspicuous knife wound there, and blood was constantly flowing out of the wound. Damn it, the injury from last time is starting to come back. No, I have to find a chance to get rid of her, otherwise I'll really end up here. The bald man thought to himself, and suddenly his eyes lit up, and he quickly turned around and ran to the left. He saw a man's figure on the left. As long as I take this man hostage, my chances of escaping will increase a lot. Hey, go away. Don't get caught. The woman behind the bald man noticed his actions and immediately warned him. At the same time, she quickened her pace, wanting to rush over to protect the man. Unfortunately, she was already lagging behind and couldn't catch up at all. In the end, he could only watch helplessly as the bald man ran to the man. The bald man quickly dodged behind the man and restrained him with his powerful arms. At the same time, he said to the woman in front of him, "Stop right there. Otherwise I'll kill him. Am I being taken hostage?" The man was caught, but he was not nervous at all. Instead, he asked with interest. The two men looked a bit odd, but the man who was caught was even odder. He was Jiang Yuan, who had come rushing over. "You let him go." Another delicate voice sounded at this time. Jiang Yuan looked up, a look of surprise on his face. Jiang Yuan knew the woman holding the short blade. If he remembered correctly, this woman should be the beautiful nurse when he regained consciousness. Looking at the surprised look of the beautiful nurse in front of him, Jiang Yuan understood. He didn't admit his mistake. "I didn't expect to see you again. It's such a small world." Jiang Yuan completely ignored the man behind him and smiled at her. The woman hadn't responded to Jiang Yuan's words yet, but the bald man holding him was delighted. Since they knew her, his chances of escaping were even greater. So he put more strength on his shoulders. Damn it, kid, don't try to trick me. If you don't want to die, then be quiet. Don't be impulsive, the beautiful nurse said hurriedly, her expression nervous. He is just an ordinary person. You must not hurt innocent people. The two of them were confronting each other tensely, and neither of them noticed that a hint of coldness had flashed across Jiang Yuan's face. Chapter 67, Ice Sculpture. You know what I hate most is people blackmailing me. Jiang Yuan was very calm, and his words were chilling to the bone. What the hell? I'm threatening you, so what? Before the bald man could finish his words, he suddenly felt unusually cold. Damn, why is it suddenly cold? He looked down, his eyes widened instantly, and a look of intense fear emerged. The arm that he was holding the man with was strangely covered with streaks of frost. The frost spread rapidly, and in a flash the bald man turned into a human-shaped ice sculpture. In a blink of an eye, he was silent. One could only see through the lifelike ice sculpture that his hideous face was distorted and filled with fear. Jiang Yuan patted the bald man's body like an ordinary person. Click! Like a fragile object, the bald man's body instantly turned into pieces of ice and fell to the ground. Jiang Yuan looked at him calmly. If he hadn't mistakenly thought that the bald man was an official from Xia at first. This person died a long time ago. Of course, it's just a little late now. This. The beautiful nurse opposite was staring at the scene in amazement. It all happened so fast. So fast that her emotions haven't responded yet. After a moment, the beautiful nurse exclaimed, "You've awakened an elemental talent." Oh my god, elemental talent. Jiang Yuan's abilities as a human body are completely inherited from his original body. In addition to frost, he has many other talents. But what are my other talents? Looking at this woman, it seems that elemental talent is a very remarkable talent. Of course, although Jiang Yuan was confused, he was not stupid enough to tell this to a strange woman. While Jiang Yuan was thinking, the beautiful nurse in front of him spoke again. You awakened the ice element. Did you kill that bearded man earlier? Bearded man. Jiang Yuan came back to his senses and shrugged. I guess so. Why? Are you going to attack me? Jiang Yuan raised his eyes and looked at her playfully, looking at these two talented people and the bearded man from before. Although he still had many questions, he had a general understanding. These talented people are not particularly strong. They can only be considered as humans with special powers. Not to mention their original bodies. Even their own clones cannot compare to them. You've done a great thing for us by dealing with them. The beautiful nurse adjusted her facial expression and said with a smile, Now let me solemnly introduce you. I am Yi Ling, a gifted person from the Daxia Security Department. My ability is to blend in. As she spoke, the beautiful nurse's figure flashed and then disappeared from Jiang Yuan's sight. Blend in? Blend into the darkness. Jiang Yuan raised his eyebrows. Interesting. Isn't it similar to that mouse? It's just that her talent is more advanced, and it's not just as simple as blending into the darkness. With some human technology, he could be a good assassin. While Jiang Yuan was commenting, Yi Ling's figure had already appeared in another direction. She smiled and said, How about it? My talent is pretty good, right? Although it's not as good as your elemental talent, it's still extremely powerful. Jiang Yuan nodded and said, Not bad. If it's all right, I'll leave first. Etc. Yi Ling called out to Jiang Yuan and continued, Your talent should be the one you awakened when you woke up from your vegetative state last time, right? A vegetative patient awakens his talent. Jiang Yuan frowned slightly again. As if seeing Jiang Yuan's confusion, Yi Ling explained, Recently, a group of gifted people with supernatural powers have emerged around the world. As for becoming a gifted person, we have already made a preliminary guess after analysis. That is, in order to awaken your talent, you must break through the limits of the human body. Of course, not everyone is so lucky. Some people, even if they have broken through the limits of the human body, cannot awaken and eventually die from overdrawing their bodies. And not all gifted people are good people. When Jiang Yuan nodded in agreement, Yi Ling continued, Since you have a talent, it means you are not an ordinary person. I would like to invite you to join the Daxia Security Department. Jiang Yuan looked thoughtful, as if joining the official team was more cost-effective than robbing a bank and then being hunted down. And after joining, you can also know the latest news about humans through your human body. In fact, joining the Daxia Security Department is no different from being a normal person. As long as you join, you will receive generous treatment from the Daxia government. Seeing that Jiang Yuan didn't answer, Yi Ling, fearing that he would not join, spoke again hurriedly. Jiang Yuan's thoughts returned. He looked at Yi Ling, smiled, and said, I need to discuss this with your leader. That's what determines whether or not to join. Okay, no problem. Yiling agreed readily. But you have to wait for me first. I need to investigate something. Is it about the record of myriad beasts? Jiang Yuan asked with pretended curiosity. You know about the record of myriad beasts? Yiling looked shocked. Jiang Yuan thought about it, and neither denied nor rejected it. After all, he was not the one who announced this matter, so it was difficult for him to admit it. However, he didn't say anything. Yiling was the first to confirm it, and said, Come to think of it, not many people know about the record of myriad beasts. And the IP address is right here. How could it be anyone else? Come with me. I'll take you to see the boss right now. He'll be so happy to know this. Can. After uttering a few words lightly, Jiang Yuan followed Yiling's footsteps. On the way, after getting Jiang Yuan's consent, Yiling also reported his news. Daxia Security Department branch in Guanghan Province. What? Yes, I'm in the security department. Okay, Yiling, bring him here quickly. Chen Jiangwo, director of the Guanghan Provincial Security Department, hung up the phone. His expression was filled with an uncontrollable excitement. Just now he received a call from Yiling, saying that he would bring over a person with awakened frost talent. And this person also knows about the record of 10,000 beasts. This must have excited him to death. Frost talent. That's an elemental talent. Up to now, in such a vast country like Daxia, only 1 in 10,000 people can awaken their talents. Even fewer have awakened their elemental talents. Even if it's him. The director of the Guanghan provincial branch has only awakened the talent that can transform his body into a sharp blade. But this talent alone is enough for him to sit in the position of director of the Daxia Security Department in Guanghan Province. And those with elemental talents just need to grow up. The future is limitless. There is no doubt that Guangzhou Province has found a treasure this time. Night Spirit, Night Spirit. You really gave me a big surprise. With emotion, he stared at the clock on the wall with bated breath. This moment. How he wished time could pass faster, faster. Fortunately, Jiang Yuan and Yiling didn't let them suffer for long. After a while, he received a call from Yiling, saying that they had arrived. It's finally here. A gleam of light flashed in Chen Jiangwo's eyes, and he jumped up and left the office directly. At the same time, he ran out. His body was changing rapidly. He wanted to test the legendary elemental talent to see how powerful it was. Chapter 68. The Hospitality of the Daxia Government. At this time, Jiang Yuan and Yiling stood in front of a rolling door, side by side. This is it. While waiting for the door to open, Yiling introduced Jiang Yuan. Jiang Yuan, be careful later. Jiang Yuan raised his eyes and looked at Yiling in confusion. After walking for a while, he and Yiling became somewhat familiar with each other. Our Guanghan Provincial Security Minister is a man obsessed with martial arts. If you see him later and he wants to spar with you, remember to refuse him. According to the rank classification, he has the strength of C rank, but he is one of the best masters in Guanghan Province. I guess it's too late. After hearing the explanation, Jiang Yuan smiled. Too late for what? Crunch. Just as Yiling was beginning to feel doubtful, she saw a middle-aged man with his hands transformed into sharp blades rushing out from the rolling door. As soon as he saw Jiang Yuan, he raised his double-edged sword and slashed straight at him. Watch this. Interesting. Jiang Yuan chuckled and stepped lightly. Swish. The temperature in the air dropped sharply. At the same time, a little bit of frost flashed around Jiang Yuan. Especially under his feet, the surging cold suddenly created a road covered with frost. And at the end of the road, there was Chen Jiangwo, who was frozen by the frost. Fuck. Yiling beside him couldn't help but swear. She had seen Jiang Yuan in action and knew that he was very powerful, but she never expected him to be so powerful. Chen Jiangwo. Not to mention in Guanghan Province. Even if you look at the entire Daxia, or even Blue Star, he can be considered a first-rate strongman. Just frozen like this? Click, click. At this moment, a shrill sound was heard. I saw a strong spiritual power surging out from the ice sculpture. Then cracks appeared on the ice sculpture, and it seemed that it wouldn't take long for Chen Jiangwo to break free. Jiang Yuan watched quietly. After all, it was not a life-and-death duel, so there was no need for him to take action. At this moment, he was thinking in his mind. Jiang Yuan found that the aura revealed by Chen Jiangwo just now was similar to the sea-level aura in record of 10,000 beasts. But if a beast of the same level fights a gifted individual, the beast is more likely to win. After all, the powerful physiques of exotic beasts are not comparable to those of human talents. Jiang Yuan kept analyzing the gap between the two in his mind. With a bang, Chen Jiangwo broke free. Good fellow. He looked at Jiang Yuan with eyes full of horror. As expected of someone who has awakened elemental talent. His strength is really abnormal. Seeing his shocked expression, Jiang Yuan smiled and said nothing. I don't know how he would feel if he knew that he didn't just have frost talent. At this time, he stretched out his hand and said, "My name is Chun Jiangwo, and I am the director of the Guanghan branch of the Daxia Security Department." Jiang Yuan. Jiang Yuan shook hands with him. Jiang Yuan, you have awakened frost, an S-level elemental talent. At this time, Chun Jiangwo took a breath and continued, and my talent is only B-level. If you join us, with your powerful talent, in the near future, your strength will be greatly improved. By then, I'm afraid you'll be able to easily freeze an entire world, or even an entire city. Elements are S-level. Jiang Yuan couldn't help but speculate in his mind. Then how are my other talents divided into different levels? Although he was confused, Jiang Yuan smiled calmly on the surface and said, "To me, these are all empty words. I have only one request." Chun Jiangwo immediately said, "If you have any requests, just ask. Even if I cannot meet their requirements, I will report to the higher-ups as quickly as possible." Jiang Yuan nodded and said, "I need money." Oh, Chun Jiangwo was slightly surprised. After a moment, he said, "I heard from Yi Ling that you also know about the record of myriad beasts. So you want to spend money?" "That's right." Jiang Yuan nodded and explained, "Actually, I have a secret. Before I gained this ability, I had just contracted the strange beasts in the record of myriad beasts. But just after the contract was signed, I suddenly became a vegetable for some unknown reason. When I woke up, I gained this ability." Jiang Yuan's words were half true and half false, but only this kind of words were easier for others to believe. And this is consistent with Yi Ling's previous explanation. He broke through the limits of his vegetative body and awakened his talent. Thinking of this, he continued, "After waking up, I've been studying the record of myriad beasts. The more I study, the weirder it seems. What kind of game is it where you have to start over again when you die? And it costs so much money." Seeing that Chun Jiangwo's expression was becoming more and more solemn, he uttered the last sentence. "So I felt the need to give it a try." Seeing that Chun Jiangwo didn't show any intention of speaking for a long time, Jiang Yuan didn't urge him and just waited quietly. After a long silence, Chun Jiangwo finally spoke. "Jiang Yuan, to be honest, we in Daxia have already been gradually researching the record of myriad beasts. Because we discovered that the strange beasts inside are suspected to have intelligence." As expected, Jiang Yuan understood, but with a look of surprise on his face, he asked, "Possessing wisdom?" "Right." Chun Jiangwo nodded solemnly and continued, "This is a long story. Let's talk about you joining the security department first." Chun Jiangwo continued, "Although I can't give you money, we in Daxiao are arranging people to act as players of the record of 10,000 beasts. As long as you join, I guarantee that one of the spots will belong to you. And no matter what you do, we in Daxiao will not intervene. There's only one thing. When Daxiao is in crisis, you must help." Hearing this, Jiang Yuan's heart was moved. With a country as its backing, Jiang Yuan couldn't imagine how powerful his contracted beast would be. By then, the game is here. With the spider body and powerful clones, who can be your opponent? As for the fact that Daxiao was in crisis and that Jiang Yuan had to help, this had almost no binding force on him. As a Daxia person in his previous life, how could he not have feelings for Daxia? Thinking of this, Jiang Yuan extended his hand with a smile. "Okay, I'll join." As soon as Jiang Yuan finished speaking, Chun Jiangwo smiled. "Jiang Yuan, welcome to join us. Wait a moment before you leave. I'll report your information first. Yi Ling, take Jiang Yuan for a walk first and explain the current situation to him." "Yes." Yi Ling nodded immediately, her pretty face filled with excitement. Obviously, Jiang Yuan's joining made her very happy. After getting the answer, Chun Jiangwo ran back to his office quickly. After closing the door, he immediately turned on the air conditioner to the maximum. Then he lay down on the chair, his whole body shaking, his teeth chattering from the cold. "Damn, it's worthy of the elemental talent. Ouch, I'm freezing to death. Luckily, I didn't fight anymore. Otherwise it would be a huge loss of face." It took a long time for him to feel the coldness dispelled a little. Only then did he pick up his phone and mutter, "If Elder Qin knew I recruited someone with a talent for the frost element, he would probably be shocked for a long time. No, it's not just old Qin. I guess the entire Great Xia, and even every country in the world, will be envious of this. Ha 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 ha." As he spoke, he had already dialed Mr. Qin's number, ready to report the situation here truthfully. Chapter 69, Daxia's Foundation. The other side. Yi Ling brought Jiang Yuan to a mysterious place. This place is very spacious, as big as dozens of basketball courts, and is divided into several rooms. Jiang Yuan was amazed. He had never expected that the Guanghan Province Daxia Security Department branch, which did not look very luxurious, had such a hidden world inside. Jiang Yuan, let me show you our newest weapons room first. Seeing Jiang Yuan looking around curiously, Yiling smiled and took him into a room called the weapons room. After entering, Jiang Yuan was faced with a wide variety of weapons. There are modern technology firearms and other cold weapons such as long swords and short blades that look similar to ancient ones. The bullets fired from these guns are all different. Some of them can limit the spiritual power of gifted individuals and even ferocious beasts. Yiling acted as an interpreter, pointing at the weapons in front of him and explaining them to Jiang Yuan one by one. There are also fog bullets that can weaken muscles. Most of these are given to the Daxia military for use. And those cold weapons and the like are used by those with strong physiques and talents. Each type of cold weapon is made of different materials and methods, and the abilities it can exhibit are also different. Just like my short blade, it looks ordinary, but it is made from meteorites from outer space. After infusing spiritual energy into it, its armor-piercing ability will be greatly increased. The short blade also has complex blood grooves. Once struck by the short blade, blood will gush out like a fountain without stopping. It also perfectly suits my talents. These are all the latest weapons developed by our great Xia to target beasts, gifted people, and the like. The more Jiang Yuan listened, the more nervous he became. Fortunately, he didn't rob a bank. Otherwise, it would not be easy to escape by yourself if you don't know anything. After introducing the weapons room, Yiling took Jiang Yuan to other places. Simply put, it is everything you need. There are places for talented people to train, and there are also places for various newly developed medicines. According to Yiling, each potion has different effects, some enhance spiritual power, some restore it, and so on. So, what is the current extent of the mutations in humans and even wild animals? After listening quietly to Yiling's explanation, Jiang Yuan couldn't help but ask. He must understand these things clearly before the game becomes reality. Only in this way can you be invincible after the game comes. To be honest, it's not optimistic. Yiling sighed and said, I can't explain this kind of thing clearly. Let me take you to the archives room to have a look. Okay. After Jiang Yuan responded, Yiling took him into a room filled with various documents. You can see for yourself, they are all marked. Jiang Yuan nodded upon hearing this and casually flipped through the documents inside. The more I looked at Jiang Yuan, the more my heart started to beat faster. What shocked Jiang Yuan the most was a file about the alienation of wild animals in the zoo. In the archives, one night, the wild animals in the zoo became mutated. They united with each other and brutally killed the humans inside. Although this matter was suppressed, it was resolved by the teams sent by Daxia. But in the end, a gorilla escaped and its whereabouts are still unknown. Of course, what shocked Jiang Yuan was not the transformation of the beast. These mutated beasts are no match for some of the D-level beasts under his command. What shocked Jiang Yuan was that the gorilla ran away and has not been found until now. This is something that ordinary beasts cannot do, unless you have extraordinary wisdom. It seems you've thought of this too, Yiling said in a serious tone, and this is just the beginning. Perhaps in the future, the situations we will face will be much more terrifying than now. However, various countries have also taken corresponding measures in this regard. It's said that the island nation is studying changes in biological genes, and they seem to have created a strange snake with 8 heads. And over in the United States, what kind of mechanical beast are they making? After nodding one by one, Jiang Yuan understood a lot. It seems I have to be invincible when the game comes to reality. Just because I'm a powerful beast won't be of much use. I must hurry up and build up my power. While continuing to listen to Yiling's introduction, Jiang Yuan was thinking in his mind how he should respond. Jiang Yuan, I don't know how long I stayed in the archives room before Chen Jingwo walked in. He excitedly handed Jiang Yuan a bank card and said, Your place has been approved. There is 10 million in this bank card, and it will be transferred to you first. There will be more to come. By the way, what kind of beast did you contract? I need to report it. 2-color deer. Jiang Yuan took the bank card and said truthfully. Okay. Chen Jingwo nodded, and Jiang Yuan said, Then Minister Chen, if everything is fine, I'll leave first. Good. After returning to the rental house, Jiang Yuan first checked Su Ming's villa and found nothing unusual. Only then did he prepare to open the record of myriad beasts and spend some money on his contracted beast. Suddenly, Jiang Yuan's eyes narrowed. He noticed that there were a lot of news about the killer spider treasure on the forum of record of all beasts. Have any players gone exploring during this time? Jiang Yuan randomly clicked on a post. This is a post about a player who failed to steal the killer spider treasure. At this time, Many players have gathered under the post. Who told me that the Firebird and that Gale werewolf were fighting? And he's still suffering from severe injuries? I went over there, and it felt like they were even stronger. What a pity I'm a C-rank alien beast. Brother, you are not alone. I originally wanted to pick up a bargain, but I didn't expect to lose both the wife and the army. I'm really impressed. It's all the fault of that damn guy who leaked the information before. Although these comments were insulting to him, Jiang Yuan was very happy to read them. Of course, it's not because he is mean, but because he knows how to make players so angry. There is no doubt that the strange beast they contracted has fallen. After checking a few more posts, Jiang Yuan discovered that many angry players threatened to unite to explore the treasure of the killer spider. While snatching the killer spider's treasure, he also has to eat Lu Ying and Zhu Yue alive. It seems that Lu Ying and Zhu Yue have gained a lot while I was away. Jiang Yuan's lips curled up slightly, and suddenly a system voice sounded in his ears. The contractor, Space Greymon, has paid you 5 million Krypton gold, which is being converted into 50,000 evolution points. The evolution points have met the evolution requirements. Would you like to start the evolution? Holy crap, another 5 million. Godfather, what are you doing? Never mind, evolve first. Jiang Yuan murmured softly, and after instructing his human body to spend as much money as possible into the record of 10,000 beasts, he separated his consciousness and returned to his main body. System, hurry up. I want to evolve. Add some points. With a light shout, Jiang Yuan's body suddenly burst into a strong light. At the same time, the two-colored deer beside him also made crisp sounds. With the help of Krypton Gold, the two-colored deer also started to evolve. Chapter 70. Covetousness Brought by Evolution. During the evolution of Jiang Yuan and the two-colored deer, Su Ming was looking at Jiang Yuan's real body carefully. Little spider, why are you injured so badly? You haven't moved for such a long time. You have to get better soon, otherwise it will be terrible. The more Su Ming spoke, the lower her voice became, and the worry on her face became more intense. After posting the post online, Su Mingbin has been thinking about how to make the audience believe him. What a result. Before she could figure it out, she saw a group of players on the Record of Beasts forum looking for some killer spider treasure. At first, when Su Ming saw that the other players had gone and never returned, she was not too worried about Little Spider. But when she turned around, she saw many players expressing their desire to team up to search for the killer spider treasure. Su Ming suddenly became worried. After all, Jiang Yuan is currently injured and cannot resist the contracted beasts of those players. If they discovered Jiang Yuan while searching for the treasure, they would be doomed. Little Spider, you didn't provoke those players this time. Why would they even look for your treasure? Isn't it good to live in peace together? In record of 10,000 beasts. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At this time, both Jiang Yuan and the two-colored deer emitted balls of shining light. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Yo, yo, yo. Deep in the cave, the roars of the two beasts continued to explode. A terrifying aura burst out from the two beasts, causing all the strange beasts in the cave to tremble and look into the depths of the cave. These two auras were indeed too terrifying for this group of D-level creatures. Yo! The first to complete the evolution was the two-colored deer. It let out a roar towards the sky, and at the same time a brilliant ochre light emanated from its body. Yo yo yo! As if aware of the powerful energy contained in its body, the two-colored deer roared and ran back and forth in the cave. As it ran, 3 different lights on its body switched back and forth. The light was so dazzling that it not only illuminated the entire cave, but also the brilliant light emitted by it could be seen even outside the cave. Hiss. Now, Jiang Yuan's aura continued to rise. It was not until they reached an extremely terrifying area that Jiang Yuan's breathing gradually stabilized. At this moment, he was surrounded by frost and fire, and the 2 completely different lights were raging in an area of dozens of meters centered on him. Swish. As Jiang Yuan opened several pairs of completely different eyes, all the strange phenomena around him seemed to have never happened, and the scene instantly returned to its original appearance. Congratulations to the host for successfully evolving and obtaining the passive talent, Undead Spider. Immortal Spider. The soul is immortal and indestructible. Even if it perishes, it can be reincarnated successfully through a clone. After reincarnation, your life and spirit will drop significantly. Jiang Yuan's eyes lit up when he heard the system's voice. This Undead Spider has quite a talent. Although the side effects of this talent are obvious, possessing this talent plus the Eye of Death obtained previously, Jiang Yuan is confident that there are very few creatures that can destroy him. This would be the case even if the game came to reality. But if possible, I don't want to perish. This can only be regarded as an additional means of saving lives. Jiang Yuan nodded, feeling very happy. Host, Jiang Yuan. Type, Undead Demon Spider. Level, B. Active talents, Dragnet, Venom Splash, Evil Spider Eye, Thousand Shadows, Blazing Blade, Frost Blade, Clone, Plunder. Passive talent, Evil Spider Body, Undead Spider. Evolution points, 30,000/360,000. As I evolve, the evolution points I need are increasing. After looking at the attribute panel, Jiang Yuan sighed. If the full 360,000 yuan is converted into Krypton gold, 30 million yuan would not be enough to spend. This is not a small amount. Yo! At this time, the two-colored deer, which had finished running, also returned to the cave. Jiang Yuan took a look and found that the appearance of the two-colored deer had also changed greatly. The antlers, which were originally only a small piece, became much larger, and the light flowing on the body also had an ochre light. 3 completely different kinds of light flowed over it, making it look incredibly beautiful. It seems you have evolved too. Species, tricolor deer. Grade, C+. Active talents, listening, trampling of the divine deer, advent of the divine deer. Passive talent, dual color light, green for vitality, red for fury, earth for the earth. So just because there's one more kind of light, it counts as evolution? Jiang Yuan raised his eyebrows, seemingly not knowing what to say about this. Owner, the 3-colored deer pursed his lips and continued. Look. Boom. The 3-colored deer stomped lightly on the ground. Suddenly, a deafening sound came from the ground, and then a wall of earth appeared out of thin air in front of the 3-colored deer. It looks pretty good. Seeing the scene before him, Jiang Yuan couldn't help but nod his head. From the current situation, your subsequent evolutionary abilities may be what they will be like in the future. Could it be possible that you can eventually evolve into the 9-colored divine deer? And every time you evolve, you gain different abilities? When Jiang Yuan was guessing randomly, Zhui Yue's voice came to his ears. Congratulations, Master, your strength has been enhanced again. When she came in, she first congratulated Jiang Yuan, and then continued, Master, many strange beasts have been trying to break into our territory recently. But they were all resisted by me, Lu Ying, Jiang Yi, Jiang Air, Jiang San, and Jiang Si. We even hunted a lot of exotic beasts for this. Good, well done. Jiang Yuan nodded. Remember, give each exotic beast a corresponding reward based on their merit. Yes, Master. Huh? Where's Lu Ying? Jiang Yuan nodded and suddenly asked. He didn't sense any scent of fireflies in the cave. Lu Ying hasn't been in the cave often lately, Zhui Yue replied truthfully. According to her, she went out to fight. After hearing this, Jiang Yuan didn't ask any more questions. For him, this is actually a good thing. Anyway, Lu Ying has a passive talent, so she can't die even if she dies. Okay, you guys go down first. After Sansalu and Zhui Yue left, Jiang Yuan's eyes fixed. A ray of light suddenly burst out from his body, and when the light dissipated, a strange beast exactly like him appeared beside him. This is his clone. As Jiang Yuan reached level B, the strength of his clone also reached level C+. Go. Go find new and powerful beasts and bring them back as your subordinates. Hiss. The spider clone let out a hissing sound and quickly disappeared. Jiang Yuan kept watching its departing back. In fact, he had been thinking about this matter since he learned about the changes in the human world. Now, relying on the 2 beasts, Firefly and Moonchaser, is not enough to support a huge force after the game comes. Without the support of any power, no matter how powerful he is, he will never be feared by humans, but will instead be coveted. This is something Jiang Yuan cannot tolerate. He must improve his own strength and the strength of his forces as soon as possible. Only in this way, when the game comes into reality, only then can he be confident and laugh and chat while making enemies with the whole world. Chapter 71, The Great Siege. However, Jiang Yuan didn't know. At this time, a group of Krypton Gold bosses have set their eyes on the killer spider treasure. In the huge room, 3 people sat opposite each other. All 3 of them were wearing trendy brands, and the table was filled with luxury car keys. There is no doubt that each of these people has a very strong family background. At this time, the 3 of them looked at each other, and no one spoke first. Da-da-da. At this time, footsteps were heard outside the door. Immediately afterwards, a strong man pushed the door open and walked in. He was the strong man who had gone to Lin Ye's house before. Boss Lu. When they saw him, the 3 people sitting down shouted respectfully. Boss Lu nodded slightly, then sat down in his seat. He then turned on his cell phone and threw it on the table, motioning them to look over. The The three of them subconsciously looked at their phones. The phone displayed a newly published post about the killer spider treasure. There are already many player comments below. I lost it. I wonder if you noticed it. Just now, there was a strong light flashing in the killer spider's original cave. I think something good has definitely come to light. It's more than just a good thing. I even felt the ground nearby shaking. Damn, it's worthy of being the treasure that the Firebird and the Gale Werewolf are willing to protect with their lives. If it were me, I would definitely protect him. No more talking, brothers. Is there anyone who wants to team up? Let's go explore together. Looking around, the comments from the players below were all about the appearance of the killer spider treasure. Boss Lu, what do you mean? One of the three asked. I know you've all been cheated by Lin Yi. Now all his money is with me. Boss Lu said calmly. I mean, we should search for the killer spider's treasure together. Boss Lu grinned and said. Anyway, that Firebird and that Gale Werewolf, I think if the four of us join forces, they won't be a threat, right? I'm not worried about the Firebird and the Gale Werewolf. Someone shook his head and said, I've read those posts. Those who went there before were just like Lin Yi and his gang. They wanted to steal the killer spider's treasure. Their strength is not a concern, so it's normal for them to be dealt with. After a pause, his tone gradually became serious as he said, I'm worried that it will attract other powerful players. That's a threat. So I need you to help me. Boss Lu sneered in response. The four of us have C+ rank contracted beasts, enough to kill all the players who come our way. Then we can split the killer spider treasure equally among the four of us. How about that? As soon as these words were spoken, the box fell into silence. There was a thoughtful look on everyone's face. Boss Lu didn't care about this at all. After all, the 1 million yuan they gave to Lin Yi was in his hands. He was not afraid that this group of people would not agree. Really? The other three looked at each other and said, Boss Lu, since you said so, then let's team up and do it. Ha 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 ha. Hearing this, Boss Lu's slightly menacing face lit up with a smile as he said, if that's the case, then let's team up first. When the time comes, the 1 million will be returned, and we will divide it equally, whether it's the player's contracted beast or the killer spider treasure. As they were talking, the four of them had already boarded the record of beasts. There were many scenes similar to this one. The rich light that burst out from the killer spider's original cave attracted the hearts of countless players of Record of Beasts. The killer spider that was once very popular, how many good things are in its treasure? As long as you plunder it, you can save at least hundreds of thousands of Krypton gold. Record of 10,000 beasts, deep in the cave. Jiang Yuan was suddenly startled. Under the control of his extremely strong mental power, he sensed that a group of strange beasts were rushing towards this side in groups of 3 or 5. However, the aura of this group of strange beasts is not very strong. Most of them are only C level, and a few have reached C+ level. The only thing that is the same is that they are all exotic beasts contracted by players. What do they want to do? Confused, Jiang Yuan quickly opened the Record of 10,000 Beasts forum. With so many players acting together, there must be some movement on the forum. Sure enough, as soon as he opened it, he saw a lot of information about the killer spider treasure. After clicking on a few and checking them one by one, Jiang Yuan felt a little amused. No way. The commotion caused by the evolution of the three-colored deer and me was actually regarded by the players as a sign of a rare treasure being born. And it's in the killer spider treasure? It's fine if you just want to take the treasure, but why are there so many players here? They come in waves, but there's only one of these rare treasures. After watching it, Jiang Yuan sighed. So many players came together. Are they planning to fight till there's a bloodbath? Jiang Yuan clicked his tongue, looking reluctant, but the smile hidden in his eyes was about to overflow. Well, now that you're here, as the host, I have no choice but to leave all of you players here. Hiss. After exiting the forum, Jiang Yuan let out a roar towards the sky. Ouch. At the same time, Zhu Yue outside the cave was slightly startled, and a bloodthirsty light flashed across his eyes. Call out. The next second, Zhu Yue rose into the wind and ran out of the cave to inform all the strange beasts in the cave of Jiang Yuan's latest order. Roar, roar, roar. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Ouch. After a while, countless strange beasts in the field let out roars. They received Jiang Yuan's orders from Zhu Yue. Guard the cave entrance tightly and never let any strange beasts in. Jiang Yuan, I want to treat them to a good show. Despite their intelligence, they still don't quite understand what it means to see a good show. But as loyal subordinates, they will definitely carry out Jiang Yuan's orders to the end. Jiang Yuan, who was on high alert, remained motionless deep in the cave. After an unknown amount of time, Jiang Yuan suddenly opened his tightly closed eyes. His eyes looked far into the distance. and through the layers of walls there would be the entrance to the cave. At the entrance, Jiang Yuan could sense that two waves of contracted beasts were gradually converging together. Soon, through his golden eyes, Jiang Yuan saw two waves of strange beasts merge and confront each other vigilantly. Jiang Yuan also sensed that behind the two waves of strange beasts, dozens of other waves of strange beasts were following closely. I think it won't be long before these waves of contracted beasts will completely gather together. After a while, the two waves of strange beasts seemed to have sensed the movement behind them and began to roar at each other anxiously. Roar! As the waves of strange beasts behind him got closer and closer, a strange beast on one side suddenly let out a shocking roar. Over there, a strange beast launched an attack. The show is finally starting. Then let me see who can finally take my treasure. Right now, Jiang Yuan, who had lived deep in the cave for a long time, had a hint of human amusement on his face. Chapter 72. A strange beast that speaks human language. Roar, roar, roar. It was a giant tiger. It is huge, 15 meters tall. As it moved forward, it was like a gust of wind, whistling past. Faced with such a huge beast, the alien beast opposite it didn't dare to take it head-on and could only dodge to the side. Roar, roar, roar. The giant tiger obviously had no intention of letting it go. It roared and rushed towards it with its fangs and claws bared. Moo! Next to that strange beast was a cow-shaped beast with thick hair on its neck. Seeing the giant tigers attacking one after another, it roared and charged forward with its horns. As it entered the field, the other strange beasts in the field could no longer sit still and rushed to join the battle. The attacks from both sides were particularly fierce. They obviously wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to defeat the monster on the opposite side, and then loot the killer spider's treasure before the monsters behind came over. Soon, as their fierce fight unfolded, within half a minute, blood began to flow from the bodies of several strange beasts. Ouch! Hiss! Roar! At the entrance of the cave, the strange beasts under Jiang Yuan watched the battle intently and roared from time to time as if they were the ones fighting. Shut up, the master said. Look carefully and don't talk. Jiang Yuan, who was standing by, heard the roar and let out a long howl to alert the group of strange beasts. Some players have already started fighting. At the same time, the three Krypton Gold bosses also came to the vicinity of the cave under the guidance of Boss Lu. However, they were not worried at all about the killer spider treasure being taken away. He did not step forward to join the battle, but just watched quietly from the side. Watch carefully first. When the time is right, we'll go up. That's right. Someone echoed Boss Lu, saying, they haven't even killed the killer spider's previous subordinates yet, and they're already starting to fight. These people are really stupid. Boss Lu shook his head and said, this is the best. If something really happens to the Firebird and the Wind Werewolf, we will be the ones to worry. After all, if we just sneak in while the players are fighting, we can grab the treasure. Okay, let's take a closer look. I'm afraid there will be another tough battle waiting for us next. Boss Lu took a deep breath. He could sense that there were many players hiding in the dark like them. This play is really boring. Deep in the cave, Jiang Yuan couldn't help but complain after watching for a while. I originally thought all players had to join. So that's it. Looks like we have to force them. Jiang Yuan was about to take action when he suddenly looked off into the distance, a smile forming on his lips. It seems someone knows I'm bored. Let's step up the intensity. Roar. As Jiang Yuan was speaking, an earth-shaking roar suddenly came from a distance. Accompanied by a roar, a white light flashed by. His speed was so fast that the fighting beasts were pierced by the white light one after another before they could react. Bang! A subtle sound suddenly came out, and the strange beasts that were passed by the white light stopped, with fear and disbelief in their eyes. But this couldn't stop their bodies from falling to the ground. Hiss! As the white light remained motionless, everyone could see the figure of this strange beast clearly. It is huge in size, but if you ignore the hideous barbs on its back and only look at its head, it looks quite cute. But the moment it appeared, the players hiding in the dark really took a breath. The reason is very simple. They recognized this strange beast. It was a C+ level strange beast. This beast's strength is considered strong among C+. That would be fine, but the key point is that its players are very high profile online. I will go wherever there is heat. And because the strange beast he contracted looked very much like a hedgehog, people jokingly called him and the hedgehog Bidaxian. Is it this? Bidaxian. Oh my god, he was also attracted by the killer spider's secret treasure. Looks like there's a change of plan. We have to act fast. It's too late. It's already heading towards the cave. We must hold it back. It's too fast. If we get rid of the Firebird and the werewolf, We can immediately grab the killer spider treasure and leave here. Seeing Daxian walking towards the cave, the players who were hiding in the dark could no longer sit still. In the blink of an eye, 3 or 4 waves of strange beasts roared and rushed towards it from the darkness. Hiss! Daxian seems to be trying to force the players hiding in the dark to show up. When he saw them appear, Daxian let out a roar, turned around, and rushed directly towards the group of strange beasts. Bang bang bang. The entry of so many strange beasts caused a series of shaking sounds to be heard at the entrance of the cave. The key is that this group of contracted beast players are not united. After stopping Daxian, many contract players attacked the other contract players, hoping to weaken the strength of the other players so that they could reap the benefits. For a while, the roars and screams of strange beasts continued to be heard. Terrifying spiritual power and blood raged out. At this moment, the scene has fallen into a huge melee. That's a little more interesting. Deep in the cave, Jiang Yuan sensed all this and raised his head. But just when Jiang Yuan was watching with great interest, near a lake somewhere in Record of Beasts, a strange beast covered in flames was fighting with a strange beast near the lake. But this strange beast stained with fire is not another beast. It was Firefly. Bah! Lu Ying roared, and a flame gushed out towards the strange beast below. Roar! The strange beast on the ground roared at Lu Ying, and spiritual power continued to burst out from its body, forming a light mist around it. Bang! At this moment, the flame spewed out by the fireflies hit the water mist. The water mist surged continuously, creating ripples. But in the end, the flames did not disperse the water mist. Bah! The firefly glared and chirped again. Its body twisted, and fierce flames continued to emerge from its body. But just as it was about to attack again, it suddenly heard the roars of strange beasts coming from the distance behind. Is this the direction of the cave? Is there another strange beast coming? Without me here, Yue will definitely not be able to hold on with such a big commotion. I have to go back and check. Lu Ying frowned slightly when she heard the noise. Forget it. Lu Ying slowly withdrew her attack, flapping her wings and shouting to the strange beast below. Our battle today ends here. We'll fight again next time. As he spoke, the firefly turned into a red light and rushed towards the cave. The strange beast below looked at the direction where the firefly left from afar. Only when its figure disappeared from sight did it turn its gaze towards the cave. Fireflies can hear the noise of fighting, so it naturally heard it too. Fight! I'll go take a look too. After a moment of contemplation, the strange beast spoke human language and then slowly followed the steps of the firefly. Chapter 73. Greed Hidden in the Eyes. When Lu Ying rushed back, the battle at the cave entrance had reached a white-hot stage. Not only Daxian was under siege, but the contracted beasts of other players also suffered many injuries. Each beast had bloody wounds on its body, and a strong smell of blood filled the entire scene. Bah! And at this moment, a cry was heard in the sky, and the temperature in the air continued to rise rapidly. Call! Before he even reached the venue, he saw a huge pillar of fire rushing towards the earth like a gushing spring. Is it the Firebird? Fuck, why is it outside? Fuck, get out of the way. Many players saw the pillar of fire through their mobile phone screens, and their hearts were startled. They also quickly instructed their contracted beasts to dodge. Swish! Several animal shadows immediately left the battle and tried to dodge Hong. But the speed of the fire pillars was so fast, and they were gathered together, so it was inevitable that some of the strange beasts would be hit while dodging. Even though they avoided the fatal attacks, many strange beasts were injured by the flying sparks. For a moment, the roars and screams in pain in the field shook the sky. Roar! The white immortal who was being besieged at the beginning roared, and his body stood tall, suddenly shooting out several long thorns like arrows from a bow towards the firefly. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Bah! Lu Ying roared and dodged quickly. But its appearance seemed to have angered the players, and everyone tacitly began to instruct the beast to kill the firefly first. For the players, Firefly is not outside the cave, so even if the problem is solved, no one will be able to take the opportunity to get the killer spider's treasure. In that case, why not solve it first? In the final analysis, the others are also players, so any fight they make is just an internal fight. Re. The firefly flaps its wings, and its whole body turns into a lifelike flame. While dodging the siege of the players, it was also checking the many strange beasts below. Soon she was dumbfounded, because she didn't see Yue at all. No, not just chasing the moon. There wasn't a single familiar face, and all below were strange beasts contracted by the players. I was too impatient. The firefly was in tears and wished it would go away right now. It's a pity that its idea is good, but players don't give it any chance at all. When all the players besieged Lu Ying, Jiang Yuan also noticed it. Alas, Lu Ying, you are too impatient. Jiang Yuan sighed to himself. He had already noticed the figure of the firefly rushing towards him. He wanted to warn the firefly, but it was too fast. Before arriving at the scene, a column of fire was first ejected. Master, Lu Ying is in danger. I'm asking for permission to go out and help. At this time, a breeze blew by, and Zhu Yue appeared in front of Jiang Yuan, shouting urgently. In that case, let's go. Jiang Yuan was in a state of confusion and had no choice but to agree. At the same time, he increased the release of his mental power. After all, he couldn't watch the show now. If Zhu Yue and Lu Ying are defeated, he will naturally have to step in to rescue them. Roar, roar, roar. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Moo. Under the siege of many beasts, even though Lu Ying had the bloodline, its level was still too weak. If it hadn't been able to fly, it would have been defeated long ago. However, just when Lu Ying thought she could hold on for a while and wait for the opportunity to escape, several more long thorns flew back. Just when it was about to dodge, a group of strange beasts emitting an extremely terrifying aura leaped up and rushed straight towards it. Although it was not flying very low, the 2 or 3 strange beasts could jump up again as soon as one of them did. Bah! Lu Ying's eyes widened and she cried out in surprise when she saw several waves of strange beasts following her example and leaping up, blocking all her escape routes. No, you can still play like this? The scene before her made Lu Ying's heart sink. It knows that its only advantage is that it can fly, but it will be hurt if it gets hurt. Then the flight will drop sharply, and the real crisis will come. But what should I do now? It seems like there is really no place to hide. Damn, who was that guy just now? You actually thought of this method. Ha. I've been annoyed with this firebird for a long time. I must take advantage of this blow to drag it to the ground and rub it hard. While Lu Ying was feeling anxious, the players who were playing Record of 10,000 Beasts became excited. It seemed as if he had seen the firefly falling to the ground and being trampled by all the strange beasts. The players, who were completely focused on Lu Ying, did not notice that the cave door, which was originally closed, opened wide. A group of fierce figures flew out quickly. The one leading is Zhu Yue. At this time, under the illumination of the night light, its jet-black fur was stained with a faint silver glow, and its already crimson eyes became even more blood-red. As it ran, the sharp claws on its hands continued to extend out, revealing a terrifying aura. Ouch! A wolf howl suddenly sounded, and Zhu Yue accelerated suddenly. When it approached him, it leaped up boldly and swung its claws, creating waves that seemed to be real. Swish, swish, swish. The wind and waves seemed to tear the air apart, making sounds like sonic booms. I'll go. The Wind Wolf Pack. It's the Wind Wolf Pack. And that werewolf. Oh my god. Many players were shocked and wanted to resist, but they were in midair and had no place to gain leverage. It was difficult for them to twist their bodies, so how could they resist? Swish. At this moment, the wind and waves hit the group of strange beasts like light waves, leaving wounds on their bodies like sharp blades. At the same time, Zhu Yue suddenly arrived. It raised its claws without hesitation and swept across the air. Many strange beasts were pierced through the body by the claws before they could react. Bang, bang, bang. Countless strange beasts fell to the ground, and there was a shocking roar, as if a huge earthquake had been triggered. Roar. Ouch. Some of the beasts that were not too seriously injured struggled to stand up, looking at Zhu Yue and Lu Ying with red eyes. After being beaten one after another, they were really angry. After each of them let out a shocking roar, they activated their strongest talents and attacked Zhu Yue and Lu Ying. For a moment, the field was filled with the roar of beasts, and all kinds of brilliant lights became even more dazzling. Let's go together. Zhu Yue's face was serious, and he roared at Lu Ying and the strange beast behind him. Not only did it counterattack, it also took the lead in charging forward. Bah! Lu Ying was also not vague, and heat continued to appear and gush out from her whole body. However, even though Lu Ying and Zhu Yue are powerful and have a group of D-level monsters to help them, they are ultimately facing monsters above sea level. Among them is an extremely ferocious white immortal. Under their siege, Firefly gradually fell into a disadvantage. Watch your timing. All the strange beasts in the cave should have come out by now. It's time we went looking for the killer spider treasure. At the same time, Boss Lu, who was involved in the siege, quickly spoke to the people around him. His contracted beast was fighting, but his eyes had long since fallen into the empty cave. There was greed in his eyes. Chapter 74, The Turtle with Full of Style. Looks like I still have to take action. Deep in the cave, Jiang Yuan sighed. Of course, Jiang Yuan was already very satisfied that the two beasts, Lu Ying and Zhu Yue, could hold on for so long. After all, the highest level they have is only sea level, and most of the ones they face are higher levels than them. Jiang Yuan opened his mouth and was about to shoot out spider silk, but suddenly his expression was stunned. Through its golden eyes, it saw a strange beast that looked like a turtle rushing towards it. It has a ferocious face, with barbs on its shell and dark lines carved around the barbs. It looks quite strange. Why is there another strange beast coming? And it's not contracted yet. Jiang Yuan was also a little curious after observing it. With so many strange beasts fighting, if it were the other strange beasts that had not been contracted, they would have run away far away for fear of being affected. But this strange beast was actually moving forward. I want to see what you are here for, Jiang Yuan murmured secretly, while tensing his body and locking his eyes tightly on the battle scene. It is just in case, if an accident happens, you can rush to the scene as soon as possible. Battle scene. Roar, roar, roar. Hiss, hiss, hiss. A group of strange beasts are launching the most fierce attack on Zhu Yue and Lu Ying. Roar. Zhu Yue glared and subconsciously wanted to dodge. But when he saw the group of gale wolves following closely behind him, Zhu Yue let out a roar and swung his claws, quickly sweeping out several waves of wind. Bang, bang, bang. The herd of strange beasts let out a shocking roar, but did not dodge. Instead, they rushed towards it with their bloody mouths wide open. Bah! Lu Ying, who was not far away, glared with her eyes. She wanted to stop it, but she was also entangled by the strange beast and could not get away at all. Ouch! Zhu Yue let out a long roar, and his body stood tall as if he had already made the decision to use his body to resist. Looks like I still have to take action. Then I'll show you how terrifying I am after I've been promoted to rank B. Jiang Yuan murmured, and his 8 eyes radiated an extremely cold and fierce light. Roar! However, just as he was about to make a move, a roar sounded first. It's the turtle. It rushed straight to block Zhu Yue. Facing the siege of many beasts, it opened its mouth and sprayed out streams of water mist. Once it appeared, the mist quickly turned into a light water ball that enveloped it and Zhu Yue's group. Bang! At this moment, the group of strange beasts, some bit, some used their claws, and some sent out barbs, but were all blocked by the water mist. But this also caused the water mist to produce ripples, and the ice blue light faded down as if it was about to shatter. Roar! But before the group of strange beasts could react, the turtle's aura surged, and the dark patterns on its shell suddenly shone with a light blue light. Swish, swish, swish. Suddenly, cracks appeared on the ground in front of them. Before the beasts could panic, huge columns of water rose from the ground. Rumble. The sound of water rolled, and countless strange beasts were instantly blown away by the water column, and then swallowed up by the surging water in an instant. The cracked earth and surging water mist made it seem as if a huge flood had occurred on the scene. Hey, are you here? Before the other beasts woke up, the turtle turned around and said to the firefly in the air, Hurry, firefly, land on my back. You're here again. Lu Ying glared, turned around and snorted. But considering that you just protected my little brother, I'll just satisfy you once. Little brother? What is this turtle going to do? Zhu Yue on the side was a little curious. Next second, it was stunned. After the firefly fell onto the turtle's shell, the turtle raised its front limbs, which were as thick as pillars, high up and let out a shocking roar. It looks a bit fierce, but considering its size, it is really hard to stop laughing. Phew. Zhu Yue had just laughed when the turtle next to him looked at him coldly. What? Don't you think this is cool? And cool? Is that how you look upon your savior? Tall and very handsome. Zhu Yue nodded in agreement after hearing this. It was not afraid of the turtle, but just thought what it said made sense. I shouldn't have laughed at my savior like that. Good. You are very classy. When the turtle heard this, the coldness on his face disappeared and he revealed a complacent smile. If you encounter any problems in the future, you can come to me. Ahem. As soon as these words came out, Zhu Yue couldn't help but twitch the corner of her mouth again. But this time she hid it very well and was not discovered. Roar. At this time, the contracted beast that was knocked unconscious by the water finally came to its senses. They were all panting and looking at the group of fireflies with red eyes. Every time he was about to succeed, he was blocked by other strange beasts one after another. Whether it was the contracted beasts or the players, everyone was already about to explode with rage. Be careful. They're very powerful. Lu Ying cautiously shouted to the turtle, who was still looking up. Hurry up and get ready to attack. I know, but it's more impressive to look down on them like this. Roar. Naturally, the players could not hear the discussion between Lu Ying and her group. But as the alien beasts took the lead in launching the attack, the rest of the players also prepared to instruct the contracted beasts to launch attacks. Yo! But at this moment, a roar was heard first. It came from deep within the cave. Many players couldn't help but turn their heads to look, only to see a three-colored deer rushing out from the depths of the cave. It didn't rush towards this side, but ran in the opposite direction. This deer? It looks like the sika deer that had a 10 million yuan bounty on it. I didn't expect it to be here too. No, why did it run away? Shit, it can't have gotten the killer spider's treasure and is trying to escape. When Boss Lu saw the scene in front of him, he was stunned at first, then he reacted quickly and instructed his monster to turn around and fly towards it. After he reacted, the other players also reacted one after another and instructed their contracted beasts to hunt down the three-colored deer. After all, able to walk out of the cave and go in the opposite direction. They couldn't think of any reason other than to get the killer spider treasure inside. Even if they racked their brains, they probably wouldn't know that the three-colored deer contracted by the player was in cahoots with Jiang Yuan. And when they came chasing it, it had already quietly returned to the cave under Jiang Yuan's guidance. Well, just say I'm high class. As he watched the departing herd of strange beasts, the turtle held his head high, exuding an air of dominance, and said, "They are ultimately afraid of my aura. That three-colored deer is ours." Lu Ying rolled her eyes at this. Your friend is my friend, Firefly. Let's go after him. Etc. Lu Ying stopped Wu Guwei and shook her head, saying, "It must be my father's idea. We don't have to worry about it. How about I take you to meet my dad?" No. The turtle shook his head. "Are you sure you don't want to go?" Lu Ying raised an eyebrow and said with a half-smile, "Then you won't be able to meet a beast with a higher status than you." "What?" The turtle glared and said, "Is there anyone who is more sophisticated than me?" Then it seemed to realize that it had lost its composure and put on a masterful demeanor and said, "You are my best friend. You invited me so kindly. It would be awkward for me not to go." Chapter 75. Being handsome is a lifelong thing. Fuck, where did that three-colored deer go? Lu Fuguei had a gloomy face, and he was the first to rush out. Seeing the three-colored deer disappear was like a cooked duck flying away. He felt so sad. How could it disappear so suddenly? Fuck, you're a three-colored deer, right? How dare you swallow my treasure? Just wait for me. The more Boss Lu spoke, the gloomier his expression became. Not only did he not get anything good this time, but his own strange beast was also severely injured. It will cost a lot of money to treat it. The more I think about it, the more uncomfortable I feel. There are many players who share the same sentiment as Boss Lu. They were all players who had not gained any benefits in this melee. So many of them posted the three-colored deer on the forum of Record of Beasts. Contractor of the three-colored deer, come out here. If you want the killer spider treasure, come out and get it if you can. What's the big deal about sneaking around behind people's backs? Related posts appeared one after another, and the comments section was filled with players. I found it last time when I was hunting the killer spider. This time we've seized the killer spider treasure, and we're still hoping to pick up some leftovers. This kind of person is disgusting. I'm so sick ugh. In Lu Fuguei's live broadcast room, many netizens also told Lu Fuguei the latest news from the forum. Looking at the barrage of comments that appeared one after another, Lu Fuguei looked very strange. It turns out that the place I randomly found was the place where the killer spider was before. Is there really a killer spider's treasure inside? This is impossible. Although he had seen the post before, he just thought that someone wanted to hunt the firebird and the werewolf. Because although he had never been to the depths of the cave, the aura of having natural treasures and not having them were two completely different things. How could he be wrong? But so many players believed it. Is anyone still grabbing treasure now? The doubts in his heart made him eager to open the One Show Lu forum to find out the truth. When Lu Fuguei saw the three-colored deer coming out, he was stunned. I felt certain in my heart. There really is a killer spider treasure. Because he noticed that the two-colored deer's aura had changed. Others have never seen the contractor of the three-colored deer, but he has. He was wearing very ordinary clothes, which showed that his family was not well off. As for spending money, Lu Fuguei has spent a lot of money, so he knows how difficult it is to upgrade his level. He should have squandered all that money last time. Fuck. As soon as this thought came to his mind, Lu Fuguei couldn't help but swear. Fuck, is this even possible? As he exclaimed, his eyes kept moving. In that short time, the three-colored deer certainly didn't eat all the natural treasures. There's definitely a lot of it left, and I have a pretty good relationship with him. Now it seems that if we can really hunt down the three-colored deer, not only will we get the killer spider's rare treasure, but we can also get back the reward I offered before. This is an opportunity. An idea came to his mind. There is no way around it, The Krypton gold requirement for Record of Beasts is really too serious. Although he is rich, he is not a fool. If it were not for the purpose of making a profit from live streaming, he would have given up playing Record of 10,000 Beasts long ago. Deep in the cave, Jiang Yuan was also reading the Forum of Record of 10,000 Beasts. After reading it, he let out a sigh of relief. In fact, he originally wanted to make a move secretly, but then he thought that if he made a move, it would definitely attract more players to compete for the killer spider treasure. By then, I will not be able to hide it, and it will be exposed. Being exposed is not a good thing for Jiang Yuan at the moment, because the time for the game to become reality is getting shorter and shorter. If he were to be exposed, he might be strangled in the real world. How could Jiang Yuan be so stupid when he knew that the human world had powerful weapons? Although with his abilities and talents, he may not necessarily gain any benefits. But there are risks after all. Jiang Yuan doesn't want to put himself in danger. Right now, developing power and strength is the most important thing. Jiang Yuan thought to himself. Also, the appearance of the three-colored deer has attracted the attention of the players. This is more conducive to my development. Dad. Owner. At this time, Luiying and Zhu Yue came in with a large amount of flesh and blood of exotic beasts. Jiang Yuan glanced at the two of them, and his gaze fell on the turtle behind them, which was raising its head like Long Out Yin. It looked as though he was trying to act condescending, but it was matched only by his affected demeanor. I always feel it's a bit funny and naive. Type: Mutated Black Turtle. Level: C-. Active talents: Hydrotherapy Shield. Water can be used as a shield to defend against enemies while healing yourself. Black Turtle's Fury. A powerful column of water bursts out from the ground. Water Column. A powerful column of water can burst out from the mouth. Passive talent: Black Turtle Body. Contains vast spiritual power. Hey, what a nice little guy. Jiang Yuan came back to his senses when he saw the attribute panel and raised his eyebrows. Little guy, please submit to me. Just surrender to me, and it will be yours. As Jiang Yuan was speaking, a natural treasure appeared in front of the black turtle, as if out of thin air. It was a light blue grass. The whole body is glowing with a light blue light, which looks very beautiful. And this is the duckweed of Luoshui that Jiang Yuan had obtained before. Now it seems to be just the right thing to give to the mutant black turtle. However, to Jiang Yuan's surprise, the black turtle's eyes only lit up for a moment at first. Then he shook his head and said, "Just a few rare treasures. What's that? I don't want to." Jiang Yuan was a little confused. Looking at the firefly's previous appearance, it was obvious that they were extremely attracted to things of the same nature, but this black turtle didn't want them. And surrender? What a nasty word. I don't want it. Jiang Yuan frowned, and light flickered in his 8 eyes. Can I ask for it? No. Can I ask you a favor? At this time, the black turtle looked up again and said, "Oh." Jiang Yuan raised his eyebrows slightly. Interesting. Not only does he not submit to me, he also wants to ask me for a favor. For Luiying's sake. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Yuan said, "I'll give you a chance to speak. I heard from Luiying that you are very cool. Can I take you as my master and teach me how to improve my status?" As the black tortoise spoke, he kept kowtowing to Jiang Yuan. "Master, please accept my disciples' greetings." At the same time, Jiang Yuan was confused. The reason is very simple. As the black turtle kowtowed, a voice sounded in his mind. The system detects that the mutant black turtle is submitting to you. Whether the host has signed a contract with him. Interesting. After taking a deep breath, Jiang Yuan finally calmed down. I used rare treasures to lure him into submission, but he refused. And when you ask it to become your disciple, it becomes submissive. The key point is not just to become a disciple, but to teach me how to improve my status. Seeing this strange beast for the first time, Jiang Yuan twitched his lips and couldn't help asking, "Why are you trying to raise your game?" "Because he's handsome." The black tortoise said as a matter of course. Strength is a temporary thing, and being handsome is a lifelong thing. Chapter 76, Shocking Secret. This made Jiang Yuan not know what to say. If he had to say it, Jiang Yuan could only nod in agreement. After all, this mutant black turtle submitted to him because of this. Thinking of this, Jiang Yuan did not hesitate. "Then I will accept you as my disciple." As the voice fell, Jiang Yuan also felt a mysterious power coming. Having already known all this, he knew that this meant that he and the black turtle had completely signed a contract. Master. Once he succeeded in becoming a disciple, the black tortoise could not help but say, "Teach me how to improve my status. I must study hard." This. Jiang Yuan pondered for a moment, placed the Luoshi in front of him, and said, "Eat this first." Master. Unexpectedly, The black tortoise didn't even look at Luo Shui Jiping. Instead, his eyes sparkled as he asked, "How can I learn from you to bring things out of thin air?" "Eat first, we'll talk about teaching later." "Yes, master." Upon hearing this, the black turtle nodded immediately and then devoured the duckweed of the Luo River. Roar, roar, roar. Just as the black turtle finished swallowing, its body suddenly trembled violently, and the dark lines on its back suddenly burst into strong blue light. Whoosh, 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 accompanied by a strong sound of water. Is it the same as the firefly from last time? As if to confirm Jiang Yuan's words, cracks suddenly appeared on the ground. Crash! With a muffled sound, several towering water columns broke out of the ground and were about to rise into the sky. Bah! Ouch! Zhui Yue and Luing let out a scream of surprise. They had seen this move before. However, before they could make any move, a calm shout was heard. Thousands of miles of ice. Swish, swish, swish. In the sight of all the beasts, they saw a cold light emerging from Jiang Yuan's feet and spreading rapidly along the ground. Snap, snap, snap. In the blink of an eye, the dim cave was covered with a thin layer of frost, and those water columns that had just broken through the ground solidified in an instant. The master's strength has grown stronger. Zhui Yue, who was standing by, took a deep breath and looked shocked. It still remembers the scene when it first saw Jiang Yuan, and now. Roar! Just as it was thinking, a roar was heard. The faint ice blue light on the black turtle slowly subsided. It is the black tortoise. Compared to before, its body looks thicker. The barbs on the back are very solid, and there is a faint flash of light blue light at the tip. And its originally thick limbs also have some light blue lines. Species, Luo Shui black turtle. Level C. Active talents. Hydrotherapy shield can be used as a shield to defend against enemies while healing oneself. Black turtle's fury shoots a powerful column of water from the ground. Water column can shoot a powerful column of water from the mouth. Passive talent. Luo Shui divine turtle contains vast spiritual power and has a natural affinity for water as Luo Shui. Its strength is increased by 20 in water, and it is good at controlling water. The passive talent and race have changed. With his current strength, he would be able to fight even in the C+ rank. Looking at the attribute panel, Jiang Yuan gave a heartfelt exclamation of admiration. "Hello, master." "Thank you." Jiang Yuan's words brought Luo Shui black turtle back to his senses slightly. He first glanced at the changes around him, and a hint of horror flashed across his eyes. Then he excitedly bent his front legs and knelt down towards Jiang Yuan. "Not bad, not bad." Jiang Yuan smiled and said, "Since you are my disciple, I will give you a new name. Luo Shui, Luo Shui. I will call you Luo Xian from now on." "Luo Xian." "Thank you for the name, master." Luo Xian roared, his expression full of joy. "But master, I want to go back first." "Can." Jiang Yuan agreed without hesitation. There was nothing wrong with him keeping Luo Xian here. Besides, he has already surrendered and the contract has been signed. What reason does Jiang Yuan have to refuse? "Thank you, master. Once I have arranged everything, I will come to learn from my master." Luo Xian responded excitedly. Then he turned to Luing and the others beside him and said, "Luing, as for the wolf and the deer, I'm leaving now." Before he even walked out of the cave, Jiang Yuan heard Luo Xian muttering, "Luing really didn't lie to me. The master is really impressive. I made a fortune by becoming his disciple this time. No, when I get back, I must learn from my master's style." Just now, it seemed like the master just moved his feet and the cave turned into ice. Damn, that's much cooler than my previous random yelling. As long as I study hard and stay with my master, I will definitely be the most handsome guy in the future. No, the most handsome one is the master. I can just be the second one. Ahem. Although Luo Xian's voice was small, Jiang Yuan's spiritual perception was very strong. When he heard this voice, a few black lines flashed across Jiang Yuan's face. Luo Xian, what a guy. I don't know how Luing knows such a weird guy. As Jiang Yuan sighed, Luing acted as if to take credit and said, "Dad, I was the one who found Luo Xian." Okay. Luing looked proud of Jiang Yuan's praise, but her eyes couldn't help but glance at Zhui Yue. She looked like a favored princess. Look carefully. I am the most favored. Don't even think about arguing with me." "Luing, how do you know this guy?" Zhui Yue didn't quite understand Luing's expression, but still asked curiously. It really wants to know. After all, this is the only way to expand the team. "Why should I tell you?" "Tell you, so you can find one too, and then continue to want to be my mother." Damn Zhui Yue, do you really think I can't see through your little tricks?" As the firefly was thinking, it fluttered higher and looked at Jiang Yuan first. That look seems to be saying that even if I tell you everything, you can't catch up with me. Then it said, the last time I went out to play, it thought I was cool. So he wants me to teach him some cool stuff. That's how we met. Good fellow. What a good fellow. These few words made Jiang Yuan cry out in his heart. To be honest, before Lu Ying spoke, it thought a lot in its heart, but it never thought that it was because of the status. Inside the luxurious villa, Su Ming was carefully watching her reptile in the room. Hey, little snakes, they seem to have grown bigger again. Is this because I've been feeding it too well lately? Very nice. You have to eat well so that you can grow taller. As she spoke, the smile on Su Ming's little face grew even wider, and her little head couldn't help but twist back and forth, causing her two pigtails to swing back and forth. It seemed that she was very happy because her reptile had grown fat. This is indeed the case, but it only accounts for a small part, and more of it is due to the little spider. Because, just now, she received a shocking piece of news. Chapter 77. The ability to predict the future. Just now, Su Ming saw a post on the Record of 10,000 Beasts forum. The post clearly stated that the killer spider treasure had been taken away, and it was taken away by that three-colored deer. When she heard the news, she was excited for a while. Now that the treasure is gone, players won't know that Spiderling is still alive. Then no one can disturb the little spider from recovering from her injuries. Whenever Su Ming thought of this, she couldn't control her emotions. Boom, boom, boom. But at this moment, Su Ruffeng walked in with a slightly gloomy expression. Xiaoming. Dad. Su Ming raised her eyes and smiled. Xiaoming, did you recharge the Record of Myriad Beasts again? Dad. Su Ming's expression flashed with a hint of panic of a little girl having her secrets exposed. Su Rufeng's voice was low. Just when Su Ming thought she was going to be scolded again, his voice gradually softened. Xiaoming, I don't object to you paying. After all, paying will give you a better gaming experience. But you can't be treated like a leak. Su Rufeng said earnestly. You know, our family is in the gaming business. Those lucky draws and other things in there are all scams. Listen to me. Don't recharge money to participate in the lottery anymore. Dad. Su Rufeng pursed her lips and said softly, I didn't draw a lottery. I just wanted to give little Zhu a better life. As soon as these words came out, the corner of Su Rufeng's mouth twitched. Could it be that what I just said was all nonsense? No, you absolutely cannot put another penny into it. Upon hearing this, Su Ming suddenly became anxious. If I can't spend money, if the little spider gets injured, I won't be able to save it. Thinking of this, she said with a stiff upper lip, Dad, no, I must. I don't want the little spider to get hurt again. Little spider, it's just a string of data in the game. No. Su Ming immediately retorted. Little spider, it is a living being. It has emotions, it's just like us. Looking at Su Ming, whose face turned red due to stiff neck, Su Rufeng smiled. Life? Mood? Still the same? Well, come on, tell me, what are the similarities between it and us? As long as you can convince me, I will let you continue to spend money. If you can't, then don't put money into it anymore. Su Ming pursed her lips, knowing in her heart that Su Rufeng was giving her an ultimatum. So she thought about everything about Jiang Yuan and said, it's really not a pet. It eats, sleeps, and chats with me. Su Rufeng on the side sneered in his heart. These are just things that take a little time to figure out. Oh right. As if thinking of something, Su Ming smiled faintly and said, I bought football betting and antiques before. It was all told to me by Little Spider. Before, bad guys came to our house, and someone came to save me. I feel that person is also related to Little Spider. As Su Ming spoke, a smile appeared on her face unconsciously. What? However, before she could finish her words, Su Rufeng suddenly screamed in surprise. Su Ming stopped talking and looked up at Su Rufeng. His face was filled with shock and his breathing became more and more rapid. Xiaoming, are you sure that Little Spider told you all this? Yes, it told me before. You can also ask Sister Lu. Sister Lu knows all this. Su Rufeng shrank her neck, a little surprised that Su Rufeng was so shocked. As if worried that Su Rufeng wouldn't believe it, Su Ming said as he boarded the Record of Myriad Beasts, Dad, look. Although I don't know if that mysterious person is the real one, I still have chat records with Little Spider about football betting and antiques. Su Rufeng subconsciously looked up. For a moment, he was completely stunned, his eyes widened, and the shock on his face almost overflowed. After a long while, he finally managed to calm down the shock on his face and murmured, Predict the future. This is predicting the future. We're going to make a killing. The more he spoke, the more excited his voice became. Xiaoming, this is a bank card. There is 100 million in it. You take it. Spend as much money as you can on that Record of Beasts, and spend it well. Then can you ask him indirectly what will happen to him in the future? For example, which game will be more popular? Ha 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 ha. Su Rufeng shouted excitedly in the room. Su Ming stared at Su Rufeng blankly, muttering to herself, "Fortunately, I didn't tell anyone about Little Spider's doomsday. Otherwise, judging by Dad's expression, he'd probably be rushed to the hospital in a frenzy, right? Is it really necessary for Dad to be so excited?" Su Mingqiong wrinkled her nose slightly, somewhat confused about Su Rufeng's change. "But Dad finally doesn't object to me spending money, Little Spider, so you have to grow up well." Su Ming looked at Jiang Yuan in Record of Myriad Beasts, with a smile on her lips, which made her cheeks look dimpled. Then, she immediately opened the recharge interface. She had always been worried that Su Rufeng would object, so she didn't dare to give Jiang Yuan too much money. Now it's fine, no need to worry at all. Then spend a little money first to replenish the Little Spider. Record of Beasts. The contractor, Space Greymon, has paid you 10 million Krypton gold, which is being converted into 100,000 evolution points. Fuck. Inside the cave, Jiang Yuan was stunned when he heard the voice from the system. "I have to say it, my adoptive father is really a rich woman. 10 million, just quietly spend it like that." Jiang Yuan was very excited as he watched the evolution points soaring rapidly. At the same time, he thanked his adoptive father as usual. He asked Yue to take out a batch of rare treasures and the remains of exotic beasts to devour. "Since my adoptive father is like this, how can I let her down? Of course, it is better to devour and evolve as soon as possible before the game comes. After all, it won't be long until the game comes out." Why is Yiling calling? While devouring, Jiang Yuan used the perspective in his mind to observe where the clone spider had gone. As a result, before he realized where the spider clone was, he saw Yiling's phone ringing on the human body. Go and see what's wrong with her. Having made up his mind, Jiang Yuan let his main body devour peacefully in the cave, and then he put his consciousness into the human body. "Hello." The phone was connected, and Jiang Yuan spoke in a cold voice. "Jiang Yuan, where are you now? Our detection department has detected a group of ferocious beasts heading towards where you live. We are chasing them now. If you are here, please help us stop them." While Yiling was speaking, Jiang Yuan seemed to have discovered something and looked out the window from afar. There, he sensed a fluctuation of spiritual power. That's right, not just one line, but one stream. A mutated beast from Blue Star. Then I'd like to go and see what exactly makes them different from the beasts in the Record of Myriad Beasts. Jiang Yuan raised a cold smile at the corner of his lips, and then said to Yiling, "Leave it to me." After saying that, Jiang Yuan hung up the phone. Jump out of the window and run. Chapter 78, The End. Not far from the source of the river, what comes into view are strong and ferocious beasts. Unlike ordinary beasts, they are several times larger. In particular, they all had hideous faces, red eyes, and their bodies were covered in blood. At first glance, it looks like a beast crawling out of hell. Leading the group was a crocodile. Unlike ordinary crocodiles, it was huge in size, and its back was covered with sharp scales. That mouth was full of sharp teeth. Not only that, there was also a bit of black air on its body, which looked quite strange. Roar. It let out a long roar, and the beasts behind it responded. Behind this group of ferocious beasts, there were more than a dozen well-equipped soldiers chasing them closely. We must not let them escape. Otherwise, the people will be in danger. Fire! Fire! Suddenly a female voice sounded in the darkness. Swish, swish, swish. More than a dozen soldiers pulled the triggers, and countless tongues of fire spewed out. Bang, bang, bang. Right in front of us, the fleeing beast let out a series of miserable howls, and blood continued to spurt out of its body. Obviously, these beasts cannot resist human firearms with their physical bodies. Roar. However, at this moment, the crocodile that was originally in the front roared. Then it turned around and opened its huge mouth to pounce on the soldiers in front. Fire, fire. In the darkness, the woman's cold voice rang out again. Da-da. Countless fire snakes appeared, but the powerful bullets did not penetrate its armor. Instead, a soldier was bitten by its bloody mouth. At this moment, blood mist filled the air. Oh! The soldier let out a scream, and the crocodile raised its head and threw the soldier out like a sack. Bang! With a dull thud, the powerful force caused him to crash directly into the wall not far away, and he was completely out of breath. Compared with the mutated beasts, human power is really too weak. Roar! After making this attack, the crocodile did not stop. It turned its body and swept its huge tail towards the warrior beside it. Snort! A delicate moan flashed in the darkness. Immediately following, I saw a pretty figure solidify in front of the soldier. It's Night Spirit. She raised her short blade and quickly blocked the attack. Bang! The short blade collided with the crocodile's tail, strangely producing a series of sparks. You are no match for this crocodile. Leave it to me. The night spirits retreated backwards one after another after removing the crocodile's power. She snorted coldly and commanded the soldiers behind her. What was surprising was that the crocodile seemed to understand what she said. Roar, roar, roar. The crocodiles roared, and the fleeing beasts ran even faster. It also turned around and pounced towards the group of soldiers. I said, your opponent is me. Yi Lingjiao shouted, and spiritual power surged in her body. She quickly raised the short blade in her hand and attacked the crocodile head-on. Roar, roar, roar. The crocodile's eyes narrowed, as if it knew it couldn't move unless it dealt with Yi Ling. Then he let out a beastly roar and twisted his strong body to press towards Yi Ling. Bang! Yi Ling was completely unable to resist the crocodile's powerful force. Her internal organs seemed to be displaced, and she kept retreating backwards. The power is too great. After the attack, Yi Ling quickly withdrew, with an indescribable heavy look in his eyes. In fact, with Yi Ling's talent and the weapons in his hands, he is not very good at confronting the enemy head-on. Her intuition told her that her best move was to blend into the darkness and wait for an opportunity to deliver a fatal blow. If she really continued, she would not be able to last more than a few rounds. But facing the crocodile who only wants to kill the warriors, Yi Ling can only choose to fight hard. But as long as I dodge when it attacks, if it's about to leave, I'll appear and hold it back. It should be able to hold out for a while. Roar, roar, roar. At this time, the crocodile roared, opened its bloody mouth, and attacked Yi Ling. Snort. This time, Yi Ling did not choose to resist head-on. His figure flashed and immediately merged into the darkness. Roar. Seeing this scene, the crocodile seemed to understand Yi Ling's thoughts, and a hint of human mockery appeared in its eyes. Then it swung its body, and its powerful tail hit the surrounding buildings like a whip. Boom. With a loud bang, the building collapsed suddenly. Roar. At this moment, the crocodile swung its tail, and the huge building block collapsed in the air instantly, turned into countless broken stones. Under the influence of the force, these stones shot towards the soldiers in the distance like bullets. What? Yi Ling, who was hiding in the dark, looked serious. What a high level of wisdom. As she spoke, she gritted her teeth and walked out of the darkness. He used the short blade in his hand to quickly catch the flying stone. Bang, bang, bang. The short blade collided with the stone, and countless stones shattered one after another. There were so many stones that some of them penetrated Yi Ling's defense and hit him hard. Phew. In an instant, Yi Ling's body inevitably had several scars on it. No, the night team can't hold on any longer. We have to go help them. Well said. If we have problems, the night team can't have any problems either. Brothers, charge. The soldiers in the distance noticed the situation here, and several of them immediately gritted their teeth and rushed towards Yi Ling. Don't come over here. Before he had taken a few steps, Yi Ling stopped him and said, I can stop it. If you really want to help me, get rid of those beasts as soon as possible. Then we'll deal with it together. Night team, no, keep going. A soldier wanted to retort, but Yi Ling's expression turned cold and he shouted, I'm the captain. Everything is under my command. As soon as these words were spoken, the original warrior stopped abruptly. Brothers, listen to the night squad. Kill. This time, the soldiers gritted their teeth, turned around, and lit countless tongues of fire at the still fleeing beasts. That's right. Yi Ling nodded, but before she could smile, the crocodile in front of her roared. Roar, roar, roar. The death of the beast seemed to have greatly stimulated it. Its tail was like a long whip, smashing the collapsed building even faster and attacking Yi Ling. In a flash, the stones attacking Yi Ling were like a swarm of locusts, blocking out the sky. Seeing this, Yi Ling gritted his teeth and raised his hands to wave them continuously. Bang, bang, bang. One stone after another was shattered by the short blade. However, the recoil force from the short blade also caused Yi Ling's tiger mouth to vibrate continuously. In just a short while, her injuries worsened, and the blood that spurted out dyed her entire body red. Roar. At this moment, the crocodile shook its body and moved its powerful body away quickly. When it came to Yi Ling, its bloody mouth opened wide, and it was obvious that it wanted to swallow Yi Ling in one gulp. Ahem. Looking at the bloody mouth so close to him, Yi Ling wanted to control his body to dodge. But the constant crushing of stones just now consumed a lot of her spiritual power and physical strength. This caused her speed to be extremely slow, and she was no match for the crocodile that was rushing towards her. Is this the end? Yi Ling's heart trembled, but at this moment, she felt a chill raging from afar. Chapter 79, Parasitic Talent. This chill was extremely cold. The temperature around dropped sharply, and in a trance, it felt like you had come to a world of ice and snow. But Yi Ling, who sensed all this, was delighted. Through the chill, she knew that help was coming. As expected, swish, swish, swish. A tremendous chill surged in all directions, and the crocodile that was rushing towards it suddenly had a little frost on its body. No, it's not just alligators. The ground, the surrounding buildings, and the beasts not far away were all silently covered with a layer of frost. Roar! At the same time, the crocodile felt a strong sense of crisis. It turned around and immediately gave up the night spirit it had obtained. Bang! Just as the crocodile's body landed safely on the ground, it was accompanied by a strong chill. A figure suddenly appeared beside Yi Ling. It was Jiang Yuan who came here. Of course, his consciousness now is Jiang Yuan's real body. Roar! When the crocodile saw Jiang Yuan, its eyes suddenly widened, and then it immediately turned around and attacked Jiang Yuan. Oh! Looking at the crocodile that was attacking him, Jiang Yuan thought to himself, have we met before? You have such strong murderous intentions towards me. Suddenly, Jiang Yuan's voice stopped, and an incredible scene appeared before his eyes. Species, crocodile. Level, DD+. Active talents, trample, bite, giant strength. Passive talent, thornback. Type, human lineage. Level D. Active talent, parasitism, can merge itself into the opponent's shadow, gradually eroding the opponent's mind. After parasitism, the host will gain some unique abilities and can also increase the host's physical fitness. Note, the stronger the opponent's mental power, the more difficult it is to parasitize. If you fail, you are very likely to perish. And with long-term parasitism, you will replace the opponent's consciousness. Passive talent. How interesting. Jiang Yuan's lips curled up into a playful smile. Parasite? The ability of dead beasts? Is he Lin Yi who contracted the dead beast? Jiang Yuan moved while murmured. His legs were like springs, and he easily dodged to the side. Yi Ling, you're injured. Rest here first. I'll play with him. After saying that, Jiang Yuan turned around and ran quickly into the distance. Jiang Yuan, it won't chase you. Yi Ling was about to remind Jiang Yuan, but saw that the crocodile seemed to be blinded by anger and chased after him at a rapid speed. Yi Ling suddenly felt like there was something stuck in his throat. Isn't this crocodile supposed to protect those beasts? Why did Jiang Yuan leave just like that after he appeared? Yi Ling didn't think too much. The roar of the beast behind her brought her back to her senses. Not far away, a ferocious beast was pouncing on the soldiers beside it like a hungry tiger. The warrior was fighting the beast and didn't notice it at all. Jiang Yuan is more talented than me. He should be able to hold on for a while. I'll help them first. As he spoke, Yi Ling took out a white pill from his pocket and swallowed it directly. This is a spiritual power potion developed by Daxia. Swallowing it when you have no spiritual power can slowly restore your own spiritual power. Roar! When the beast approached, the warriors immersed in the battle noticed a dangerous aura approaching. Oops! He turned his head and saw a cheetah very close to him. His face changed drastically, but he had no time to dodge at such a close distance. Just when the soldier felt that he could not escape death. Phew! The sound of a sharp blade cutting through flesh was heard first, and the cheetah's movements suddenly stopped, and it let out a terrible howl of pain. Immediately afterwards, under the gaze of this warrior, an illusory figure gradually solidified from the side. It's Night Spirit. Bang! With one kick, she kicked the cheetah in front of her several meters away. Let me take care of them first. While the soldier was stunned, Yi Ling's cold voice rang out. Then come with me to support Captain Jiang. At the same time, Jiang Yuan ran all the way and arrived at a deserted suburb. He slowly stopped and waited quietly for the crocodile to rush towards him. The reason he came here was just to verify whether he could subdue humans. Jiang Yuan's purpose in doing this is very simple. He was attracted by Lin Yi's talent. Otherwise, how could Lin Yi be alive until now? When the crocodile came near, Jiang Yuan raised the corner of his lips and asked curiously, Lin Yi? Jiang Yuan. Roar. A harsh voice, like a ghost crying, uttered from the crocodile's mouth. You were the one who posted about the killer spider before. You entered a long time ago and were afraid of being discovered, so you posted a message asking us to hunt the firebird and the werewolf. Then you can let the contracted beast absorb the killer spider treasure inside. Damn you. Damn you. Hearing this, Jiang Yuan's smile widened. Although all of this was indeed done by his own hands, Lin Yi's guess was too inaccurate. But before he could reply, Lin Yi said like crazy, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't be in this state. Go to hell. As soon as he finished speaking, the crocodile opened its bloody mouth and rushed towards Jiang Yuan. That's really interesting. Jiang Yuan spoke coldly, and a surge of chill instantly surged out of his body. Snap! He raised his hands suddenly to resist. Court death. Seeing this, a hint of madness flashed in Lin Ye's eyes, and then he opened his bloody mouth and bit Jiang Yuan's arm directly. He felt that the sharp teeth in his mouth were enough to tear Jiang Yuan's arm into pieces. But when he really bit it, Lin Yi was stunned. It felt as if his teeth, which had always been invincible, had bitten into steel. That's not all. He could also sense a chill emanating from Jiang Yuan's hands, spreading out at a strange speed. Roar! Lin Yi was alarmed, and wisps of black air flowed out of his mouth to stop the spreading frost. Lin Ye's move surprised Jiang Yuan. How about it? Do you feel like you can't use your talents anymore? I want to see what tricks you have without any talent. As it spoke, its body turned, and a huge tail instantly attacked Jiang Yuan. Is this strange ability suppression? It's really a good ability. Jiang Yuan murmured, then smiled. But who told you that I only have one talent? When the cold shout was heard, Lin Yi suddenly had a bad thought. Really? Jiang Yuan's other hand suddenly gave rise to a blazing flame that was completely different from the extreme frost. Roar! Roar! At this moment, Lin Yi let out a painful howl. There was no other way. He could only rely on the black energy to stop one ability, but he was completely unable to suppress both abilities. Forgive me, please forgive me. Jiang Yuan, as long as you forgive me, I will never cause you any trouble again. And if you tell me to go east, I definitely won't go west. Hearing this, the coldness in Jiang Yuan's eyes did not diminish at all, because he didn't hear any sound from the system. In other words, Lin Yi doesn't really want to surrender. It seems you're still not convinced. As Jiang Yuan was speaking, he suddenly noticed that the crocodile that had been struggling violently suddenly stopped making any sound, and at the same time, a black figure strangely merged into his own shadow. That's Lin Yi. Ha! Jiang Yuan, so what if you have two talents? I will destroy your consciousness now, and then completely possess your body. As Jiang Yuan noticed this, Lin Ye's excited voice rang in his mind. From now on, I am a gifted person with two great talents. Chapter 80, The Last 7 Days. Ha 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 ha. Lin Yi became more and more excited as he spoke, and Jiang Yuan also felt that a new consciousness seemed to have been born in his body. That's Lin Yi. It seems the method is not bad. Jiang Yuan didn't have any worries. Instead, he commented with great interest. It was as if he was not the one being invaded. He was just a spectator. Jiang Yuan, you're about to die, and you don't even realize it. His reaction made Lin Yi feel a strong sense of frustration. He shouted coldly, if that's the case, don't blame me for being rude to you. As he spoke, Lin Yi had already taken action. He wanted to take this opportunity to completely possess Jiang Yuan. But the moment he started to act, hiss, Jiang Yuan suddenly let out a strange roar. At the same time, a lavender light bloomed in his eyes. This is Jiang Yuan's talent. Evil Spider Eye can capture souls. Facing Lin Yi in his spiritual form would undoubtedly be the most devastating blow. Sure enough, the next second, Lin Yi let out a painful scream. Then Jiang Yuan's shadow moved, and a figure emerged from it. What kind of monster are you? Lin Yi covered his head and trembled all over. At this moment, he didn't even dare to look at Jiang Yuan. For some reason, when he wanted to devour Jiang Yuan's consciousness just now, he strangely saw 8 eyes emitting purple light. His eyes were evil yet extremely cold. He had no idea who the owner of the 8 eyes was. But just 8 eyes had a strong impact on his spirit. You don't even know what I am, yet you dream of parasitizing me. With a low voice, Jiang Yuan slowly walked in front of Lin Yi. He looked down at Lin Yi, his pupils filled with an evil lavender light. You. Lin Yi was terrified. He was really scared. It's not just because Jiang Yuan is stronger than him. It was also because of the creature with 8 eyes. When facing it, Lin Yi felt that he was as small as an ant that could be crushed to death at any time. And for some reason, he was looking at Jiang Yuan at this moment. Suddenly, I felt that Jiang Yuan was the owner of the 8 eyes. Submit. Or die. Jiang Yuan didn't give him much choice, and a voice as cold as ice sounded at the right time. I surrender, I surrender. Lin Yi's whole body was shaking like a sieve. He was really scared. The system detects that Lin Yi is submitting to you, whether the host has signed a contract with him. Contract. As soon as Jiang Yuan finished speaking, he realized that there was a mysterious connection between him and Lin Yi. Master. Lin Yi knelt on the ground and shouted subconsciously. Very good. Jiang Yuan smiled. Lin Yi looked at Jiang Yuan, and was completely unable to connect the man in front of him with a bright smile and the owner of the 8 eyes just now. Someone's coming. Suddenly, Jiang Yuan sensed a breath rushing towards him. It's Night Spirit. Hide first, Jiang Yuan said immediately. Lin Yi is his newest recruit. He didn't want anything to happen to Lin Yi. Where am I hiding? Just hide in my shadow. Hearing this, Lin Yi trembled all over. Now, whenever this matter is mentioned, Lin Yi feels an indescribable panic in his heart. Yes, master. But he also knew that this was the best option at the moment, so he finally answered with a trembling voice. Sizzle. As he spoke, he cautiously approached Jiang Yuan's shadow, and in the blink of an eye, he merged with it. Jiang Yuan looked at the shadow and found that except for the shadow being a little darker, it seemed unchanged. Even Lin Ye's breath disappeared. This parasitism is actually a good hidden talent. Jiang Yuan smiled and walked in front of the crocodile. Now that Lin Ye has been dealt with, it's time to deal with this crocodile. At the moment, he doesn't want the fact that he has other talents to be exposed. He gently stroked the crocodile's back, feeling its back covered with thorns and barbs. Looks like I have to hurry up. The beasts on Blue Star have also undergone mutations. Although it's not as powerful as the beasts in the record of myriad beasts, it's still worth paying attention to. As he spoke, a touch of frost suddenly appeared and instantly covered the entire body of the huge crocodile. Snap! Jiang Yuan gave the crocodile a light kick, and it turned into broken ice and scattered on the ground. Jiang Yuan, are you okay? The crocodile. In a moment, Yi Ling led a group of warriors to Jiang Yuan. But before she finished her words, her body suddenly shook. She saw broken ice not far away. The broken ice was scattered all over the ground, and you could vaguely see the frozen flesh and even blood inside. The soldiers on the side also obviously noticed this, and they couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Holy crap, this broken ice? A crocodile. But honestly, don't you feel the temperature around you is very low? I can tell there's a big battle going on here. Although I didn't see the battle, I knew how strong Team Jiang was just by looking at the scene. More than that, it's frozen. Look at that crocodile. Not only is its body frozen, even its blood has solidified. Damn, is Captain Jiang really that strong? The shouts of the crowd brought Yi Ling back to her senses. She smiled and said, just finish dealing with this crocodile. Otherwise, it would be a big trouble if they ran away. Where did this come from? Jiang Yuan asked curiously. Zoo. Yi Ling sighed and said, we have recently sent a lot of people to zoos in various places. But I didn't expect this crocodile to be so strong that it's not even afraid of bullets. Jiang Yuan smiled, but didn't say anything since he knew the truth. To be honest, if it weren't for Lin Yi, this crocodile would not be so powerful. At this time, Yi Ling exhaled heavily and said, perhaps when the spiritual energy revives next time, the matter about the beasts and the gifted people will no longer be concealed. Spiritual energy revival. Jiang Yuan raised his eyebrows curiously. Yi Ling explained, spiritual resurgence is the general term used by our various countries to refer to these mutated beasts and gifted individuals. Because every time there is a change, Blue Star will send out a signal in advance. From our perspective, this signal is spiritual energy, which corresponds exactly to the spiritual power within us gifted individuals and mutated beasts. In fact, we humans and even wild beasts already have spiritual power, but it's so weak that it can be ignored. During this period, the spiritual energy on Blue Star has continued to intensify. According to monitoring, the spiritual energy will reach its peak in 7 days. By then, spiritual energy will be completely revived. Perhaps by then there will be more mutant beasts and talented people. Then the entire blue planet will enter a brand new era. Isn't that the time when the game Record of Myriad Beasts is coming? Jiang Yuan thought to himself, how come I haven't heard of this in my previous life? Is it because of the butterfly effect of my rebirth? Chapter 81, The Crazy Butler. Come to think of it, just like Lin Yi, he did not awaken his talent in his previous life, and he only relied on the contracted beast to bully others. This time, his contracted beast died, and he awakened his talent, and by some strange coincidence, he even took it into his own hands. After figuring it out, Jiang Yuan's eyes showed a hint of solemnity. I believe that when the spiritual energy revives, a chaotic world will come. It is not easy to survive in troubled times. Although he is currently in Daxia, his original body has also established a force in record of 10,000 beasts and released Lin Yi, who has extraordinary talent. But this is far from enough. It seems that I must use this last period of time to quickly improve my own strength and that of my forces. Only in this way can we survive safely in troubled times, and even become the final king. Jiang Yuan, do you want to go back with us later? At this time, Yi Ling asked again. You guys go back. He did not forget that he still had to settle Lin Yi. Besides, even if it wasn't for Lin Yi, he also has too many things to do. That's fine. Yi Ling nodded and continued. Then I'll leave first. After taking a few steps, Yi Ling suddenly stopped, turned to look at Jiang Yuan, and said, Oh, right. There is something Minister Chen asked me to tell you. What's up? In that bank card, Da Xiao approved another wave of money. Okay. Hearing this, Jiang Yuan's eyes showed an indescribable joy. The record of 10,000 beasts is about to become a reality, which is definitely good news for him. After waiting for Yi Ling to leave, Jiang Yuan also quickly left the scene. Call. With the activation of Demonic Shadow 1000, Jiang Yuan quickly returned to his rental house. After carefully checking the surroundings and making sure there were no outsiders, Jiang Yuan said softly, Come out. As he spoke, a thick dark hue appeared on his shadow and gradually separated from it. Finally, it turned into Lin Yi's appearance. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Lin Yi was panting heavily, but he immediately knelt down in front of Jiang Yuan and said, Thank you, master. Jiang Yuan raised his head slightly and asked, Can you parasitize now? This? Lin Yi's face flashed with embarrassment, and he said, Master, my mental strength has been severely damaged. If I want to parasitize again, I'm afraid I can only parasitize children. If my mental strength were any stronger, I'd probably be attacked back. Hearing this, Jiang Yuan frowned. Child, it's of no use to him. Owner, seeing Jiang Yuan frowning, Lin Yi trembled all over and said hurriedly, Just wait for me to recuperate. Then I'll be able to parasitize again. Jiang Yuan thought for a moment and said, If someone's mental strength is similar to that of a child, you can also parasitize them, right? Yes. Lin Yi said firmly, fearing that Jiang Yuan would be dissatisfied. Okay, that's enough. You take a rest here, I'll be back soon. As he spoke, Jiang Yuan had already left the rental house and headed towards a hospital. He remembered that the housekeeper who had brought the gifted person into his adoptive father's villa was injured and hospitalized because of the previous incident. Although he didn't know which hospital the butler was in, he must not forget that he had extremely strong mental power. You dared to betray your adoptive father. Now is a good time to collect some interest. Swish, swish, swish. After activating the 1,000 shadows, Jiang Yuan moved at an extremely fast speed. It is completely invisible to the naked eye, and even a high-definition camera can only capture an extremely blurry image at best. Jiang Yuan traveled along the way, passing one hospital after another. Soon, through his powerful mental power, he sensed a familiar breath. Guanghan Provincial First People's Hospital? Jiang Yuan paused for a moment, looked at the hospital entrance, and then walked into the darkness. Not long. Following the familiar scent, Jiang Yuan walked into a ward. The ward was a single room, probably because it was late at night. The housekeeper was the only one sleeping in the room. This makes it easier for Jiang Yuan to operate. So he quietly walked over and patted the butler on the head. Who is it? He opened his eyes dazedly. What came into view was a face full of coldness. This scene made his pupils shrink suddenly. Help. Before he could finish his cry, a spider web instantly covered his mouth. I say you do. Otherwise die. Jiang Yuan's voice was not loud, but it carried an indescribable chill. The housekeeper felt a chill running from the soles of his feet to the top of his head, and his whole body couldn't help shaking. Do you understand what I'm saying? The butler nodded in panic. He was sure that Jiang Yuan was not just talking. He would really take his own life. Call someone who looks like that bearded guy. Whatever you say, you have to ask him out to a place where there's no one. If you don't do what I say, you will die. After seeing the butler nod repeatedly, Jiang Yuan finally let go of the spider's silk in his mouth. He didn't break his promise and directly dialed the number. As if to prove something to Jiang Yuan, he even turned on the speakerphone. Hello. A slightly gloomy voice soon came from the other end of the phone. How dare you call me? My brother still doesn't know whether he's dead or alive because of this mission. Brother, this matter really can't be blamed on me. The housekeeper laughed awkwardly and said, I don't know what happened either. But don't worry, I will take responsibility for what I should take. Humph, that's more like it. Brother, this time I came here to find you for another mission. Help me kill another person. This person is a bit tricky. Remember to send someone who is a little stronger. Mission? Sure, but the price will have to be doubled. There was silence on the other end of the phone before a reply was given. Okay. The butler nodded immediately upon hearing this, and then gave the agreed location as Jiang Yuan said. Okay, just wait. Beep, beep, beep. Listening to the sound of the phone being hung up, the housekeeper said nervously, Brother, I have done everything you ordered. Very good. I promise not to let you die, and I definitely won't let you die. Hearing this, The housekeeper felt relieved. He looked up and was about to say thank you, but he saw a pair of lavender eyes suddenly light up in the darkness. His eyes were staring straight at him. Ghost. At this moment, the butler's face showed a hint of deep fear, as if he had seen something extremely terrifying. What's wrong? Did something happen to bed number 3? The screams attracted the hospital staff on duty, but when they rushed into the ward, they saw nothing but the housekeeper. Only the butler, who had recovered relatively well, seemed to have gone crazy and refused to let anyone get close to him. He kept screaming, "Ghost! There's a ghost! There's a ghost! Help! Gue is trying to kill me." Chapter 82, Parasitism. The staff on duty looked at the housekeeper and each other in confusion. There was something indescribably strange about his expression. Ghost? Where did the ghost come from? It's a technological age. Why do people still believe in these things? They were confused and couldn't figure out that Jiang Yuan was the cause of all this, even if they racked their brains. Jiang Yuan, the instigator, had already rushed to the agreed location. In fact, if he wanted to find a gifted person, he could have asked Yiling. As a member of Daxia's security department, she must know a lot about the inside story, but that would inevitably increase the risk of exposure. So after thinking about it, Jiang Yuan still went to find the housekeeper. At least when facing the butler, he was fully confident that he could reduce his influence. For example, just now, under the eyes of the evil spider, the butler completely became a madman. It seems that the evil spider eye is quite effective. Just now when he used the evil spider eye, it seemed like a dark substance floated out from his head. Thinking back to what happened just now, Jiang Yuan began to have some doubts. You came here before me. Confused, Jiang Yuan suddenly seemed to realize something and looked into the distance. There, it was extremely quiet. There was only a big and strong human squatting there. Just by looking at it, you can feel a fierce aura coming towards you. This guy is a gifted person. But before becoming a gifted person, he definitely killed people. And there are quite a few of them. Otherwise, there would definitely not be such a strong sense of hostility. After a quick glance, Jiang Yuan had already made an analysis. It looks like he's quite strong. It's just right for Lin Yi to be a parasite. Who? Come out here. As Jiang Yuan got closer, the strong man also noticed it. The sturdy man glared, stomped his feet, raised his fist, and rushed towards Jiang Yuan without hesitation. Jiang Yuan raised his eyebrows slightly, not because this attack contained a particularly lethal move. Instead, a panel appeared in front of him. Type: Human Lin Yin. Level D. Active talent: Shadow, can manipulate and utilize the surrounding shadows to form effective means of attack and defense. Passive talent: Nice talent. When it grows up, it will be absolutely terrifying. If Lin Yi can make good use of it, it may become a great help to me in the future. Court death. While Jiang Yuan was speaking, Lin Yin let out a loud shout. He suddenly raised his hand in midair and waved it. The shadows on the ground gradually gathered into a long whip and hit Jiang Yuan. Blazing fire. Jiang Yuan smiled and quickly activated his own spiritual power. An extreme flame rose from his body, and the temperature around him rose rapidly. The darkness was also dispelled by the scorching flames at this moment. Sizzle. The flames directly passed over the shadow whip and flew towards Lin Yin at a rapid speed. Oh no, it's someone with a fire elemental talent. His aura is even stronger than mine. I'm definitely no match for him. Before the raging flames even came close to him, Lin Yin felt as if he was being roasted in the fire. Run, run. A strong sense of crisis grew wildly in Lin Ye's heart. He roared madly, then wrapped the shadows around him and fled out at a rapid speed. Running away before the fight? Waste of life. But no matter how far he ran, Jiang Yuan's voice kept echoing in his ears. He suppressed his fear and looked back to find that Jiang Yuan was still standing there. What's going on? Just as Lin Yin was beginning to have doubts, the intense flames behind him came towards him like a fire dragon, swallowing him up. In an instant, Lin Yin turned into a man of fire. Through the thick flames, a figure struggling could be vaguely seen. That's Lin Yin. Jiang Yuan completely ignored his screams and just watched quietly. After a while, when his voice gradually faded, Jiang Yuan stood up and said, "Can't you bear it? I thought it was amazing. Who the hell are you?" The flames gradually dissipated, and Lin Yan's figure reappeared. At this moment, his whole body was charred, and he looked extremely terrifying. But for Lin Yan, the injuries on his body were far less serious than the fear brought to him by the man in front of him. "Who I am? You can call me master." With a light laugh, Lin Yan suddenly trembled. He saw a pair of eyes emitting a faint purple light. Those eyes were extremely evil, yet seemed to be branded into his mind. Help. After a while, Lin Yan's whole body stopped shaking, and he only let out strange cries. It's so noisy. Jiang Yuan shook his head, used spider silk to wrap Lin Yan like a dumpling, and then quickly took him away. Not long after Jiang Yuan took Lin Yan away from this area, a group of armed and well-equipped soldiers came over. The leading soldier first carefully surveyed the surroundings, then quickly pulled out a cell phone and said, "Report to Minister Chun. The gifted one has left. According to the on-site investigation, there should be 2 gifted people fighting, one of whom is gifted with fire abilities." "Okay, I understand." On the other end of the phone, Chun Zhengwo calmly hung up. Another elemental talent. It seems that with the approach of the spiritual energy revival, the number of talented people in various places is increasing. Chun Zhengwo muttered to himself, but his gaze towards the computer in front of him became increasingly serious. On the computer was a full map of Guanghan province, with a very strong red dot slowly fading away. If Jiang Yuan was here, he would notice that the red dot was where he and Lin Yan fought. This is a monitor. The ability to monitor fluctuations in spiritual energy in various locations is precisely due to this. Only the Daxia Security Department can know where the crisis is and where it is safe at the first time. We still have to find him. Otherwise, an unknown elemental talent will be a potential danger to ordinary people and even Daxia. Thinking of this, Chun Zhengwo immediately issued some orders. No matter what, we must find the person with fire attribute talent. Another elemental talent appears. When this order was issued, the entire Guanghan Security Department was shocked. You know, they are from the same unit as Jiang Yuan. He is a person with a talent for frost element, and his strength is obvious to all. At this time, Jiang Yuan had already taken Lin Yan back to his rental house. Bang! Jiang Yuan threw Lin Yan in front of Lin Yi like throwing away garbage, and said, "See if this can parasitize." This. Hearing the noise, Lin Yi immediately looked at Lin Yan. When Lin Yi sensed Lin Yan's breath, a look of difficulty appeared on his face. Such a powerful existence, let alone his current. While he was lost in thought, he was suddenly stunned. Jiang Yuan tore off the spider silk. He found that the man was completely black, as if he had been burned by flames not long ago. Logically speaking, being burned so severely would definitely be extremely painful. But he showed no sign of pain. Instead, he laughed like a child and said, "You clap once, I clap once. A kid on a plane. You clap twice, I clap twice, 2 kids." His words cast an eerie silence over the room. Lin Yi opened his mouth wide, looking at Jiang Yuan with a look of horror. Chapter 83, Lu Fugui's Plot. This is his mental power. Lin Yi was a little incoherent, and the look he gave Jiang Yuan was filled with horror and shock. Looking at his appearance, it was not difficult to see that Jiang Yuan had dealt him the same blow as he had dealt himself. "It's just that I endured it, but this person didn't. What are you still standing there for? Isn't this person capable?" Seeing that Lin Yi was still not moving, Jiang Yuan shouted, "Ah, master, no need. This body is already pretty good." Lin Yi's heart skipped a beat, and he spoke immediately. "Thank you so much, master." As he spoke, Lin Yi let out a strange scream, and then his spiritual power surged, and his body turned into a sticky black mass. Gradually, this black thing kept moving on the ground, and finally merged with Lin Yan's body. Oh! At this moment, a few rays of clarity flashed across Lin Yan's dull eyes. He seemed to have realized something and shouted loudly. The spiritual power in his body rushed out wildly, as if he wanted to drive Lin Yi out. Snort. However, just as his spiritual power was unleashed, a cold snort was heard. Swish. Lin Yan's eyes, which had just regained their composure, quickly fell into despair again, and even his entire body began to tremble uncontrollably. Only a pair of demented eyes emitted a thick purple light. It was obvious that Jiang Yuan activated the evil spider eye. Under the shock of the evil spider's eye, Lin Yi acted quickly. Lin Yan's shadow twitched, his face became hideous, and his whole body twitched. It seemed as if something extremely painful had happened to him. But under Jiang Yuan's intimidation, although his mouth was wide open, he couldn't utter a word. Gurgle. After an unknown amount of time, a dark aura crept into Lin Yan's demented eyes. "Thank you for the reward, master." Lin Yan climbed up and quickly knelt down in front of Jiang Yuan. "Ha ha ha, good." Jiang Yuan burst into laughter. He understood that Lin Yi had succeeded at this time. "Since you have successfully parasitized, then I will give you a task." Hearing this, Lin Yi lowered his body even lower. "The first task I give you is to create or occupy a power. You must not let me down." Lin Yi's reply rang out at the right moment. "Lin Yi, I must obey the master's orders." "Okay, go ahead." With a wave of Jiang Yuan's hand, spiritual power surged, and Lin Yin, who was originally kneeling on the ground, disappeared out of thin air in the rental house. I should have done everything I could do now, right? I don't know if my spider clone has found a suitable beast to be contracted. Jiang Yuan murmured, a gleam in his eyes. He doesn't want to repeat the mistakes of his previous life, so in this life, he must become the master of the doomsday. Now that everything is done, let's give it to the double first. No, tricolor deer, get some gold. Although 10 million is not a lot, it is enough to upgrade the 3-color deer to B-level. In a sense, it also enhances the strength of one's own forces. I think these 2 B-rank beasts will be a force that cannot be ignored even if the game really comes to reality. Besides, with the rebate for top-up, I should be able to win a lot of rare treasures. This can also be eaten by Zhu Yue and the others. After a simple plan, Jiang Yuan opened record of 10,000 beasts and prepared to recharge. Just at this moment, his cell phone suddenly rang. It was Lu Fuguwei calling. What does he want from me? You're not going to ask me to explore the secret realm again, are you? Recalling the news about the secret realm, Jiang Yuan immediately answered Lu Fuguwei's call. After all, if someone offered him evolution points, why wouldn't he accept them? Jiang Yuan, I heard that you stole the killer spider's treasure? Luck, just good luck. Jiang Yuan responded gently. Ha 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 ha. Sure, you kid. Lu Fuguwei smiled and continued. It's like this. I found another good place recently. Of course it's not a secret place, it's an exotic beast. I want to invite you to hunt it together. I promise it has a lot of good stuff in it. Jiang Yuan frowned slightly. If he went, not only would he have to act with Lu Fuguwei, but he would also not get much in return. It would be better to improve your own strength in the cave. After thinking for a while, Jiang Yuan refused and said, Brother Lu, forget about hunting exotic beasts. You also know that my 3-color deer is not very strong. Oops. Upon hearing this, Lu Fuguwei hurriedly advised, Jiang Yuan, just consider it as doing a favor for your brother. That strange beast has what I want. I really haven't found any good teammates recently. Your presence will increase the popularity of my live stream. Lu Fuguwei's words were full of sincerity, if you didn't know who he was. Jiang Yuan was almost deceived. Seeing that Jiang Yuan didn't say anything, Lu Fuguwei said again, Brother, I told you the truth. I hunted that turtle. That's the turtle who came to help last time when we killed the spider treasure. That turtle. Jiang Yuan showed a hint of surprise. Yes. Lu Fuguwei nodded and smiled. I guess you didn't take all the treasures when you went to look for the killer spider last time. I saw that turtle go in there, and when it came out it had already evolved. So it must have gotten a portion of the killer spider treasure. Right. Hearing this, Jiang Yuan was happy. I didn't expect Lu Fuguwei to be so meticulous and be able to analyze so many things. But his guess was completely wrong. How about this? Hunt the turtle, and all the killer spider treasure it takes away will be yours. And all you need to do is stay in the live broadcast room, accompany me on the live broadcast, and help me increase my popularity. After hearing this, Jiang Yuan changed his mind. Luo Xian is his subordinate. Moreover, the conditions offered by Lu Fuguwei were so generous that Jiang Yuan felt it would be unreasonable not to go. So he nodded and said, Okay, Brother Lu, then I promise you. But after you kill the turtle, you have to give me the remaining treasure. Okay, Lu Fuguwei agreed. Then tomorrow, let's go hunt that turtle together. Jiang Yuan nodded and hung up the phone. You miss me so much. It seems that you are not only coveting Luo Xian, but also coveting me, right? You want to use this to completely take the killer spider's treasure, right? What a smiling tiger. It's a pity that you are facing me. Jiang Yuan looked at his phone and grinned. He has seen many people who are trying hard to find a breakthrough opportunity. But I haven't seen it yet. You're asking for death. Jiang Yuan shook his head slightly and said nothing more. He turned to look at the 3-colored deer in the record of beasts. He is now going to undergo another wave of evolution. I don't know what abilities the B-level, 2-colored deer can gain. While mumbling, Jiang Yuan had already opened the recharge interface and recharged 10 million. Chapter 84, Premonition of Doomsday. As soon as the recharge was completed, the 3-colored deer in the cave glowed with brilliance. Yo! The 3-colored deer let out a loud roar. The light on its body kept flowing, immediately attracting the attention of the other strange beasts in the cave. Dad, is this deer going to evolve again? Lu Ying's words were filled with indescribable envy. If she could evolve so quickly, she would have surpassed Zhu Yue long ago. But luckily it was a 3-colored deer, not a moon chaser. Otherwise, I really won't be able to defeat Zhu Yue. While Lu Ying was looking at the 3-colored deer, her eyes would occasionally glance at Zhu Yue, who was standing beside her. Ouch! Compared to it, Zhu Yue's eyes were full of joy. Obviously, she was extremely happy about the breakthrough of Sansalu. Yo! Buzz buzz buzz. The three-colored divine light continued to twist on the three-colored deer and finally extended out an extremely bright light. It's light blue. At the same time, the three-colored deer let out a shocking roar, and the aura of its whole body continued to rage out. Lu Ying and Zhui Yue's expressions suddenly changed. At this moment, they could sense how powerful the aura emanating from the three-colored deer was. Roar, roar, roar. In fact, these two beasts were fine, but the other strange beasts outside the cave roared as if their lives were threatened. Jiang Yuan looked at it indifferently. He had already expected this. After all, a three-colored deer with B-rank strength. No, it should be called four-colored deer now. The gap between his strength and those D-level monsters in the cave is too huge, so it is reasonable for them to react like this. Yo! As the last sound fell, a faint gleam of light burst out from the four-colored deer's eyes. It seemed that it sensed the commotion of the strange beasts in the cave. Although it was very excited about having just broken through to the four-colored deer, it immediately retracted the aura of a B-level strange beast and knelt down to Jiang Yuan. Thank you, master. Get up. Jiang Yuan smiled and looked at the four-colored deer with a look of satisfaction. Oh, by the way, tomorrow a contracted beast will go with you to hunt Luo Xian. You should know what to do, right? I know. The four-colored deer nodded immediately after hearing this. Now that it has broken through the B-level, its wisdom is no longer weak. Dad, Luo Xian is my good friend. Upon hearing this, Lu Ying immediately flapped her wings and said, I want to go too. No. Jiang Yuan simply refused. Lu Ying was a little surprised, then pouted and wanted to say something. Before she could speak, Jiang Yuan interrupted her and said, with the four-colored deer and Luo Xian alone, they won't be in danger. I have something more important to give to you and Zhui Yue. Lu Ying clicked her tongue and glanced at Zhui, who was standing solemnly, like a soldier waiting for orders. It was a little unconvinced and immediately learned to stand up straight, then raised its head high and said, Yes, Dad, I promise to complete the task. Looking at the two beasts, Jiang Yuan secretly rejoiced in his heart. This little guy Lu Ying is really no different from a little girl. Although he didn't understand why it had to fight with Zhui Yue, Jiang Yuan knew that it had good intentions. Dad, please tell me. At this time, Lu Ying urged, and Jiang Yuan smiled and said, Eat. Eat. Lu Ying obviously didn't expect this answer, and confusion was written all over her little face. The face that was originally full of fighting spirit also drooped. Anyway, just listen to me, and you'll understand when the time comes. Okay then. Hearing this, Lu Ying nodded in agreement. As for chasing the moon, it left the scene after hearing Jiang Yuan's words. A moment later, Zhui Yue came in with a bunch of sealed remains of exotic beasts and asked, Master, are you going to eat these? That's right. Yes, master. As Jiang Yuan finished speaking, Zhui Yue had already started to devour him. Hey, Zhui Yue, what you ate before doesn't count. Lu Ying immediately pounced on him upon seeing this. It only counts after we say we've started. Jiang Yuan had a faint smile on his face as he looked at the two beasts, but if you looked closely, you would find a dark color in his pupils. I hope that in this final period of time, you can all improve your strength to the maximum extent possible. This way we can better face the coming chaos. Jiang Yuan muttered to himself and closed his eyes. It took over the control of the spider clone, hoping to see if it could find some powerful beast to make a contract with. As Jiang Yuan searched, the night passed quickly. Several mornings. Blue Star. Su Ming's family was not in a particularly good mood. Because early in the morning, they learned from the hospital staff on duty that the housekeeper had gone crazy. For some reason, he kept saying things like there were ghosts. And on the way home after seeing the housekeeper, compared to the silence of Sister Lu and Su Rufeng, Su Ming had a tense face, and no one knew what she was thinking. Little spider, this isn't the sign of doom you mentioned, is it? Will I go crazy in the future? When Su Ming thought about going crazy, her little face became more and more tense. Girls all love beauty. She is no exception. The thought that she might become crazy after the end of the world gives her a headache. No, I'm going to ask Spider-Man later. After secretly making up his mind, Su Ming took a deep breath to avoid losing his defense. Dad, I'm going up first. When the car arrived home, Su Ming put on a serious face, raised her white and tender little feet, and immediately ran back to her room. Little spider, I feel like the end of the world is coming. Jiang Yuan, who was in record of 10,000 beasts, was the first to see the news about Su Ming. Hearing this, his heart suddenly felt relieved. Is the mutation developing so quickly? Didn't Yi Ling say there are still 7 days left? How did Godfather notice it? With this in mind, Jiang Yuan did not hide it, and simply told his adoptive father the date he learned from Yiling. Ah, is it only such a short time? Su Ming's face tensed again, and her big eyes were filled with panic. After taking several deep breaths, Su Ming asked with a tense face, "Then, little spider, will I go crazy?" Crazy? Crazy about what? Jiang Yuan was completely confused. It was not until Jiang Yuan heard Su Ming's complete explanation that he couldn't help but laugh. It seems that my adoptive family discovered that the housekeeper had gone crazy. I just wonder what's going on in my godfather's brain circuit. How can you connect madness with the end of the world? Jiang Yuan laughed secretly in his heart, but he did not tell his adoptive father that it was he who caused the housekeeper's misfortune. But when it came to talking about the end of the world, he also wanted to talk to his godfather about the end of the world. Jiang Yuan wanted to take advantage of the apocalypse to continue spending some money. Try to raise the strength of yourself and the monsters under your command to a higher level. After thinking about his words, Jiang Yuan said, "Godfather, can I borrow some money from you?" Jiang Yuan didn't ask his adoptive father to spend money on him because what he needed was really a lot. Speaking of Krypton, it's really shameless. Who knew? Just as he sent the message, a familiar yet unfamiliar system voice sounded. The contractor, Space Greymon, has spent 9,000 W Krypton gold on you, which is being converted into 900,000 evolution points. The evolution points have met the evolution requirements. Would you like to start the evolution? Chapter 85. A turtle as lonely as snow. Fuck. Even though Jiang Yuan had seen how much money his adoptive father had spent, he was still stunned. There was no other reason. The truth was that 90 million was an amount of money that Jiang Yuan had never seen before, even in this life. So my adoptive father's family is as rich as a country. At this moment, several flickering red dots on the system brought Jiang Yuan back to his senses. That's all I have right now. If you need more, I can ask my dad. Let him take some more. Oh, okay. In response, Jiang Yuan just replied in a daze. Looking further, he found that his adoptive father had gone offline. It was obvious that she was asking her father for money. I lost it. Forget it, evolve. Jiang Yuan sighed deeply. As for the great kindness of my adoptive father, I can only repay her after the reality comes. Buzz, buzz, buzz. As Jiang Yuan finished speaking, an extremely terrifying aura officially spread. The evolution has officially begun. While evolving, Jiang Yuan also moved his consciousness into a human body. He didn't forget that he had to trick Lu Fugui today. With this, in Lu Fugui's live broadcast room. Guys, I know you've been talking about the killer spider's treasure lately. Today, we are honored to invite Jiang Yuan, the winner of the killer spider treasure, to our live broadcast room. He'll come with us to hunt the turtle this time. Lu Fugui's words completely shocked the audience in the live broadcast room. There are many players who have been lurking and have come out. Damn, that lucky guy. I've been looking for that three-colored deer these past few days, but I haven't found it. I thought he would be hiding all the time, but I didn't expect that Brother Lu would invite him here. Brother Lu, why did you invite such a person? He hides away after grabbing the treasure. I really can't stand this kind of scavenger hunt. To be honest, if we hadn't held back the firebird and the werewolf, we might not have been able to get it. Now look what happened. You won't even come out and say anything. Each comment made Lu Fugui very happy. Jiang Yuan has angered the public, and I think if I kill his contracted beast openly, the audience, and even the players will stand on my side. After all, this is to eliminate harm for the people. Thinking of this, Lu Fugui immediately invited Jiang Yuan to join the call and asked him to join the team. Fuck. Four-colored deer. Brother Jiang, have you evolved again? Looking at the four-colored deer with constantly changing light, Lu Fugui felt extremely regretful. Before that, he went to explore deeper into the cave. The killer spider's treasures might soon fall into his hands. But it's not too late. A hidden light flashed in Lu Fugui's eyes. Jiang Yuan will die soon. Alas. Jiang Yuan sighed and said, evolution is useless. I still don't have any combat experience. I feel like my beast is totally unsuitable for combat. Brother Lu, I'll still rely on you later. It's okay, just cheer him on from the side. Lu Fugui smiled and said, now let's go meet that turtle. He paused, glanced at the comments, and said in a voice that only Jiang Yuan could hear, Jiang Yuan, don't blame the players. I'll explain this matter once, and it'll be over. Are you afraid that I'll run away? Jiang Yuan chuckled secretly, pretending not to care. Along the way, Jiang Yuan and Lu Fugui were talking and laughing. He was also observing the strange beast that Lu Fugui had recently contracted. This strange beast is very strange. Humanoid, but with a snake-like head. And it has more than one head. It has 3 heads in total. two of which are grown on its arms. At first glance, it looks like it's hands, but when you look closely you can see that they are actually two heads. Type: three-headed human snake. Grade: C+. Active talents: 3 heads siege, 3 heads attack together, capable of firing destructive beams from their mouths. 3 heads treble, 3 heads emit a long, penetrating howl together, capable of causing a threat. Snake tail. Passive talent: 3 heads. As long as the 3 heads are not destroyed, it can be restored and even reborn in a very short time. The 3-headed human snake looks quite powerful. Jiang Yuan raised his brows slightly, if it weren't for the contract. To be honest, Jiang Yuan wanted to recruit this strange beast into his army. But since you have surrendered to Lu Fugui, all I can do is send you to hell. Jiang Yuan muttered to himself, a hint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. The other side. Next to a lake. Boom, boom, boom. A terrifying aura spread across the place. It can be vaguely seen that there is a strange beast in the center of this aura. This strange beast is a turtle. It was Jiang Yuan's apprentice Luo Xian. Now, Luo Xian looked at the lake calmly and stepped lightly on it. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, huge columns of water rose from the calm lake. Fortunately, there were no birds flying over the lake. Otherwise, this one strike would be enough to knock down the birds in the sky. Not bad. Luo Xian, who was in the middle, murmured softly, and the lines on his back suddenly lit up with a light blue light. Crash. The water column that rushed across the sky instantly turned into raindrops, and each raindrop hit the lake at a speed as fast as a gendarme, splashing layers of ripples. Seeing this scene, Luo Xian said with great satisfaction, "Master is indeed very impressive. Just these few moves, I don't know how much higher my level is than before." As he spoke, he looked at the lake that was gradually fading into tranquility and said with the look of a peerless master, "Now, apart from my master, there is no beast more handsome than me. It's really lonely like snow. How could this world have a turtle as handsome and powerful as me?" Suddenly, Luo Xian's eyes focused and he looked at a place in the distance. There, he felt a familiar breath. It was the 3-colored deer that I saw in my master's cave last time. "Are you here?" He murmured softly, his eyes filled with coldness. Early this morning, Lu Ying told it that 2 strange beasts would come to hunt it today. One side is your teammate, and the other side is the target you need to kill. "Umph, you came just in time." As he spoke, Luo Xian had already dived into the water and straightened his body. A moment later, hiss. With a hissing sound, it saw 3 human snakes rushing towards the lake. Seeing this, Luo Xian quickly activated the spiritual power in his body. A blue light surged from the carapace, and a powerful column of water suddenly rose from the calm lake. Bang! The defenseless 3-headed human snake was immediately hit by the water column and flew backwards high. Huh! At this time, Luo Xian slowly floated up from the center of the lake like a master. It wanted to show off, but when it saw the figure above the water column, its eyes became more solemn. Because it found that its attack did not cause any harm to the strange beast. It's like just taking a simple bath. It seems that this itchy pussy is quite powerful. I have to be serious. As he murmured, a bright light appeared on Luo Xian's back. Chapter 86, Hunting Under Siege. Roar. As Luo Xian sighed, the 3-headed human snake turned around and attacked Luo Xian as fast as an arrow. It opened its mouth wide and bit Luo Xian decisively. "Hey, trash!" Luo Xian shouted lightly. "Water!" With a muffled sound, the lake water below Luo Xian quickly condensed around him into an egg-shaped shield. Bang! At this time, 3 human snake heads attacked. There was a violent collision between its bloody mouth and the shield. But the shield only showed a few ripples, and other than that there was no other change. Roar, roar, roar. The 3-headed human snake was not discouraged. The other 2 snake heads opened wide, revealing sharp teeth, and continued to attack Luo Xian. Snort. Luo Xian was not at all flustered, with a light blue light flashing on his back, and he once again rolled up waves from the lake and attached them to his body. When the 3-headed human snake's heads all bit forward, the water shield finally couldn't hold on after holding on for a few seconds and turned into raindrops that fell into the lake. However, these few seconds allowed Luo Xian to turn around and dive directly into the water. In the live broadcast room, Lu Fugui's eyes were gloomy, and he shouted coldly, "3-headed human snake, come at me quickly. This is a turtle and no match for you. Get rid of him as quickly as possible." Roar. The 3-headed human snake roared after receiving the instruction, but before it could continue to act. Boom. There was a loud bang, and a column of water rushed up into the sky and hit the 3-headed human snake head hard. Roar, roar, roar. This attack did not cause a strong blow to the three-headed human snake, but it knocked it away dozens of meters. Roar. At this time, Luo Xian's head emerged from the lake. It opened its huge mouth and immediately spat out a mouthful of thick water bullet at the three-headed human snake. This water bullet was extremely fast, but it was obvious that Luo Xian was not focusing on attacking. As soon as it came into contact with the three-headed human snake, it turned into raindrops and drenched it like a drowned chicken. Hey, rubbish. After doing all this, Luo Xian smiled and dived directly into the lake. Roar, roar, roar. The three-headed human snake's eyes were red and its body was heaving violently. It's angry. So it no longer cared about anything else and followed Luo Xian into the lake. It was obvious that it wanted to kill Luo Xian in the water, so that it knows who is the real king. At this time, it can be seen clearly through the screen of the live broadcast room. Don't think that Luo Xian is a turtle and is slow. On the contrary, its body is extremely flexible in the water, and from time to time it twists the water waves to attack the three-headed human snake chasing behind it. Although it did not cause much damage to the three-headed human snake, it was undoubtedly even more angry. Damn, this turtle is so disgusting. I don't dare to fight head-on at all. I'm dying of laughter. Does it think it can win by dragging it out? The beast that Brother Lu contracted is a C+ rank beast. It's a C rank monster. What can it possibly do? Just wait quietly. I'm sure this turtle will eventually fall. That's right, if you don't die, I'll eat shit. Brothers, don't worry. Lu Fuguei glanced at the comments and said with a smile, this is just the beginning. Later, I will show you what thundering tactics are. While Lu Fuguei was speaking, Jiang Yuan, who had been observing, smiled. He saw it. Luo Xian in water and Luo Xian not in water are two completely different concepts. Although Luo Xian's strength was no match for the three-headed human snake, thanks to his control over water, the three-headed human snake could not do anything to him for a while. This is similar to the views of the audience in the live broadcast room. But the difference is that Jiang Yuan thinks Luo Xian will be the winner in the end. Protracted warfare is Luo Xian's strong point. Jiang Yuan smiled as he scanned the comments. He did not forget Luo Xian's passive talent. In the water, Luo Xian didn't say that he could defeat the three-headed human snake, but he would definitely have no problem wearing it down to death. Well, now we just have to wait for the person hiding behind to show up. Jiang Yuan thought secretly. Although he had not sensed any other aura, Jiang Yuan did not believe that Lu Fuguei would be so kind as to bring him to form a team. There is definitely a conspiracy behind this. Thinking of this, Jiang Yuan couldn't help but smile. I really don't know what their expressions will be when that group of players come over and I show my strong side. It seemed just as Jiang Yuan expected. In the live broadcast room, Lu Fuguei glanced at the cunning Luo Xian, and his gaze gradually shifted to the four-colored deer standing aside. It's time to start. A thin, mosquito-like voice came out of his mouth. Immediately afterwards, several people outside the camera began to act quickly. After these people quickly boarded the record of 10,000 beasts, they quickly rushed to the location of the live broadcast room. If Jiang Yuan were here, he would definitely say that the world is too small. Because this group of people turned out to be none other than Boss Lu and his group, who had previously wanted to seize the killer spider treasure. At the same time, the four-colored deer in record of 10,000 beasts seemed to have sensed something and began to pace back and forth in place. Is it here? Jiang Yuan turned his head and looked at the source of the breath. I didn't expect Lu Fuguei to get involved with them. When Jiang Yuan realized that the breath belonged to a strange beast, he couldn't help but laugh. Although he couldn't see the figures clearly, Jiang Yuan could already sense that they were running towards him. Judging from his appearance, it was obvious that he couldn't wait to kill himself. It's a pity that your plan is coming to an end. Roar. As he was speaking, Jiang Yuan heard an angry roar coming from the phone. Looking up, he saw a huge monster rushing towards the four-colored deer at an incredible speed. It was a crocodile dragon with a triangular head and a body that looked like a lizard. Although it is fast, the four-colored deer, as a B-level, is even faster. The four-colored deer stepped back lightly and dodged with great ease. Roar, roar, roar. The crocodile dragon missed its attack and stared at the four-colored deer with fierce eyes, as if it wanted to eat it alive. This scene also made the audience in the live broadcast room freeze for a moment. Obviously, they never expected that another strange beast would suddenly appear. When will those three heads hiding in the dark come out? Just as the audience came back to their senses and wanted to post comments, Jiang Yuan's laughter suddenly came from the live broadcast room. The audience in the live broadcast room, who had just come back to their senses, was stunned again. What's going on? Is there anyone else? However, It seemed to confirm Jiang Yuan's words. After the crocodile dragon let out a roar, the audience in the live broadcast room saw three huge figures rushing towards them from a distance. After a while, the three-headed strange beast stood beside the crocodile dragon, staring greedily at the four-colored deer in front of it. These three strange beasts are an upright walking ant, a humanoid beast with a green face, fangs and sharp nails, and a huge tree with a human face. What is most worth mentioning is that the three strange beasts that appeared, like the crocodile dragon, exuded a fierce aura that only C+ level strange beasts possessed. The appearance of the three strange beasts made the atmosphere in the entire live broadcast room solemn. After all the audience knew that although the four-colored deer was at B level, it was not good at fighting at all. In their eyes, the only thing worth praising about the four-colored deer is its ability to hide and run fast. No matter how fast it runs, how can it escape from the blockade of 4C+ level monsters? Chapter 87. I can't help it. Fuck. 4C+ level monsters, what are they doing here? Although the four-colored deer is a B-rank beast, he's not good at fighting. My intuition tells me that he will definitely die here today. Although, I feel inexplicably relieved in my heart. Ha ha ha. Brother, I won't hide it from you. Me too. After a brief moment of stunned silence, the audience in the live broadcast room all began to gloat over the misfortune. In fact, this is normal. After all, the rise of the four-colored deer has made many players of Record of Beasts envious and jealous. Lu Fuguwei naturally saw the barrage, and his face turned pale. This was because he was trying hard to suppress his laughter in his heart. Especially when he imagined Jiang Yuan's embarrassed expression, he was even more delighted. After a long pause, he pretended to be sad and said, Jiang Yuan, please wait for a while. Once I've dealt with this turtle, I'll come help you. Roar, roar, roar. In Record of 10,000 Beasts, after a confrontation, the crocodile dragon roared, then leaped up with its huge body and attacked the four-colored deer first. Beside it, the other 4C+ beasts mobilized their entire body's aura. They did not attack, but stood aside, staring at the four-colored deer, ready to wait for an opportunity to strike. Hey. Lu Fuguwei could no longer hold back, and a cold smile appeared on his lips. This time, the four-colored deer is definitely dead. I guess Jiang Yuan wants to die now. I spent tens of millions on a strange beast, but in the end, I still couldn't escape death. However, he didn't know that Jiang Yuan wasn't feeling as bad as he thought. Looking at the strange beasts rushing towards him, a cold smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. They all want to kill me. In that case, let me show you how terrifying the bee monster is. Four-colored deer. Jiang Yuan was about to instruct the four-colored deer to attack, but suddenly he noticed a white streak of light rushing towards him at a rapid speed. It was extremely fast, like a stray bullet. Before it got close to him, Jiang Yuan saw several flying spikes shooting towards him like cannonballs. Bang, bang, bang. The excited crocodile dragon seemed not to notice the attack. By the time it reacted, the flying spear was already approaching it. Roar. The crocodile dragon let out a shocking roar and mobilized the spiritual power in its body to resist. Only, its move was completely unable to withstand the flying thorn. In just a blink of an eye, several streams of blood gushed out of its body. What's going on here? Why is there another strange beast coming here, and it's attacking the crocodile dragon? Shouldn't we take action against the four-colored deer? Oh my god, it's by Daxian. Why is it joining in the fun? When the figure of the flying thorn owner appeared, the audience in the live broadcast room went crazy. As it got closer to him, the white light gradually dissipated, and inside was the high profile by Daxian in the Record of 10,000 Beasts. By Daxian? Why would it come to help me? Is there a grudge between them? That doesn't make sense. I didn't see them fighting at the cave entrance. Like the audience, Jiang Yuan was also very surprised. Whether it is his original body or his clone, he doesn't recognize any players of Record of 10,000 Beasts. Roar, roar, roar. While Jiang Yuan was puzzled, the injured crocodile dragon roared and immediately turned around and pounced towards Daxian. It opened its bloody mouth, looking as if it wanted to swallow Daxian whole. It was obvious that the crocodile dragon wanted to tear apart the guy who had hurt it. Roar, roar, roar. Facing the charging crocodile dragon, Daxian was not at all panicked. It twisted its body and simply rolled itself into a ball before attacking the crocodile dragon. Especially its speed was so fast that the crocodile dragon had no time to react. Bang! Roar! A heart-wrenching sound was heard, and Daxian did not retreat but advanced, falling directly into the bloody mouth of the crocodile dragon. But surprisingly, the crocodile dragon did not cause any injuries to it. Instead, It was stabbed by Baidaxian's vertical thorns, and its mouth was full of blood. Roar, roar, roar. Baidaxian's move seemed to have angered everyone. The strange beasts led by the crocodile dragon roared and launched a fierce attack on Baidaxian. The upright walking ants turned into a stream of light and quickly flew towards Baidaxian. Behind it was the humanoid beast. It raised its 10 sharp claws and rushed towards Baidaxian with its fangs and claws bared. The sharp claws left traces of sharpness in the air. It seems that if it grabs you even lightly, you will be ripped open. As for the big tree, it controlled countless branches and surrounded Baidaxian like poisonous snakes lurking in the dark, trying to find an opportunity to launch a fatal attack on him. Roar, roar, roar. At this time, the crocodile dragon, which had recovered its shock, also let out a shocking roar. It did not open its mouth, but stabbed towards Baidaxian with the 3 sharp horns on its head. Faced with the powerful attack of the 4 beasts, the audience in the live broadcast room were somewhat excited. Everyone stared at the live broadcast screen, watching the battle carefully. Damn it! Why did this Baidaxian thing appear again? Looking at Baidaxian fighting fiercely with the 4 beasts, Lu Fugue couldn't help but curse inwardly. If there's a hot spot somewhere, then just go there. Can't you see I'm doing serious work here? Although he complained a lot, his mood remained relatively stable. Because even though Baidaxian was very powerful, he gradually fell into a disadvantage under the siege of the 4 beasts. I think it won't be long before it is completely defeated. It seems to be just a small episode. Just as he was thinking of this, a towering column of water suddenly emerged from the water invisibly. Boom. With a loud bang, the 3-headed human snake's body was instantly washed into the air by the water column. Roar. The 3-headed human snake roared, and its expression was extremely embarrassed. Although the water column did not cause much damage to it, over time it not only made it angry, but also felt a little pain. Damn it, damn turtle. If you have the guts, don't hide. Lu Fugue scolded and immediately instructed the 3-headed human snake to act quickly. At the same time, Jiang Yuan was observing the battle on the field. Jiang Yuan was not particularly worried about the battle between the 3-headed human snake and Luo Xian. With the powerful spiritual energy and Luo Xian in the water, the 3-headed human snake couldn't do anything to it for a while. On the contrary, the Baidaxian who was standing in front of him, although strong, was still within the C+ range. Under the siege of 4 C+ monsters, its body suffered some injuries and its breath gradually weakened. A quick glance and it's obvious it's dying. Roar. At this moment, while avoiding the attack of the 3 beasts, Baidaxian found an opportunity through a big tree nearby. Its powerful branches came across the sky and immediately threw Baidaxian away. Bang! There was a loud bang, and Jiang Yuan could already see blood flowing from the corner of Baidaxian's mouth. His entire body was covered with countless bruises. Those were all caused by the attack of that strange big tree. It seems that this so-called Baidaxian is dying. Although I don't know why you helped me anyway. Leave the rest of the battle to me. Seeing that the 4 beasts were about to launch an attack at this time, Jiang Yuan couldn't help it. Chapter 88. The Tyranny of the 4-Colored Deer. Damn it. This hedgehog really thinks that just because people call him Baidaxian, he should be called Baidaxian. Kill it for me. I've been fed up with it for a long time. Damn it. I didn't look for it, but now it dares to come looking for us. I'm so fucking tired of living. At this moment, Boss Lu, the crocodile dragon's contractor, was looking at the game screen of record of 10,000 beasts with a cold and fierce light in his eyes. Okay, this is actually a benefit for us. After all, Baidaxian is also a powerful beast. If we kill it, we can also gain considerable benefits. Beside Boss Lu, a group of rich friends began to persuade him. Snort. Boss Lu snorted coldly and said, Damn it, you're right. Get rid of it now, and then we'll take care of that 4-colored deer. Good. They nodded one by one, as if to let their strange beasts attack again. Roar, roar, roar. However, just as their contracted beast's attack was about to arrive, boom, with a muffled sound, they saw a mud wall suddenly rising in front of Baidaxian. The ochre light flowing on the wall easily blocked their attack. What's going on? Why did a mud wall suddenly rise up? What the hell? What the hell happened? Boss Lu and his group expressed doubts, and then looked up. Behind Baidaxian, the ochre light on the 4-colored deer was flowing continuously. It seemed that the earth wall just now was built by it. Is it this? The 4-colored deer? Boss Lu and his group were stunned. They had no idea that this sturdy earth wall was built by the 4-colored deer. The audience in the live broadcast room also shared the same sentiment as them. Now, watching the 4-colored deer build a wall out of the earth to resist the attacks of the 4 beasts, After a brief silence, barrage of bullets poured out like a tide. Oh my god, what's going on? No way. This four-colored deer is going to take action again. I was so busy watching the show that I had forgotten about it. To be honest, if I were Jiang Yuan, I would have run away a long time ago. Without any strength, what else can we expect from staying here except being destroyed? Ha ha ha. Lu Fugui was even more happy in his heart. It's just that he hit it very well and didn't show it. Lu Laoda and his group also shared the same sentiments as the audience and Lu Fugui. A cold look flashed in their eyes as they looked at the four-colored deer. Charge. Together. Get rid of him. In record of 10,000 beasts. At the instruction of Boss Lu, the four beasts let out a series of shocking roars, and then rushed towards Baidaxian and the four-colored deer. Roar. Seeing this, Baidaxian tried to stand up with difficulty. However, the four-colored deer that had been hiding behind it rushed out first. Fuck, what is Jiang Yuan going crazy about? Is he so eager to die? No, it's a B-rank monster that can't fight. He wouldn't think that rank B would be enough, would he? Are you trying to make me laugh to death? The audience in the live broadcast room was talking about it. But soon, all the barges stopped abruptly, and the audience in the live broadcast room couldn't help but stare at the live broadcast screen with wide eyes. Just see. In the picture, the four-colored deer ran out, and as the distance between it and the four beasts got closer and closer, the red light surrounding it suddenly bloomed, covering up the rest of the light on its body. In a trance, the four-colored deer seemed to have turned into a divine deer with a body as red as fire. Not only that, as the red light grew thicker, a heart-pounding aura swept out from it. That's it. The terrifying aura of a B-level monster. Yo! Who? Accompanied by a roar, the four-colored deer's red hooves kept trampling the ground. Rumble. Every time its long hooves stepped down, it was like a meteorite hitting the earth. The earth roared and cracks appeared in an instant. Not only that, the surface of the earth seemed to be dyed by its red light, and the ochre ground turned crimson. And it continued to collapse towards the location of the four beasts. Roar, roar, roar. When the land around the four strange beasts turned red, they suddenly let out a series of miserable cries. Rolling on the ground, screaming. It seemed as if the ground was extremely hot magma. It seems to be true. As they rolled, their huge bodies were covered with a layer of extremely scorching flames. Just a short moment. The four strange beasts were completely transformed into charred corpses. When this scene unfolded before their eyes, all the viewers in the live broadcast room were stunned. Time seemed to stand still. There wasn't a single comment in the live broadcast room with hundreds of thousands of people. Ho! Yo! After doing all this, the four-colored deer turned around and looked at Baidaxian. It let out a beast roar and quickly moved towards Baidaxian. Just when everyone thought that Baidaxian was doomed to die, the red light on the four-colored deer flashed and was instantly replaced by a green light. Yo! The four-colored deer's cry returned to normal, and as it cried, bits of green light continued to emerge from its body and landed on Baidaxian. Immediately following, an extremely horrifying scene appeared. Under the care of the green light, Baidaxian's body, which was originally seriously injured, was recovering at a strange speed. In an instant, its breath returned to normal. Oh my god, what did I see? No, this is really not an illusion. Is this really what I can see? What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? What happened to the four-colored deer who said they wouldn't fight? Their strength is so ridiculous, are you kidding me? With a light step, the four beasts were reduced to ashes. With another move, the beasts on the verge of danger were restored to their original state. Is this the strength of a B-rank monster? After a long silence, the audience in the live broadcast room went completely crazy. Lu Fugui, the host of the live broadcast room, was also stunned. He didn't know what to say about this. Roar. Just then, a painful roar of an animal attracted his attention. It is a three-headed human snake. Luo Xian found an opportunity while the three-headed human snake was stunned. It swam over, opened its huge mouth, and bit it hard. An extremely strong stream of water shot out from its mouth and hit its injured body. Jiang Yuan, come over here and help me. Let's kill this turtle together. At this time, Lu Fugui panicked and shouted loudly. Help you? Sure. Jiang Yuan nodded, a cold light flashing in his eyes. Thinking of this, Jiang Yuan immediately began to instruct the four-colored deer. Yo! Along with it, the red light on the four-colored deer reappeared. Seeing this scene, many viewers held their breath deeply. They want to see the four-colored deer's powerful and strange abilities again. Chapter 89, Weird Lin Yi. Roar. As it ran, the four-colored deer suddenly emitted a very bright red light. Sizzle. When the four-colored deer approached the amber, The water in the lake seemed to boil, and streams of hot steam came out. Hiss! Upon seeing this, the three-headed human snake immediately walked out of the lake. Seeing this scene, Lu Fugui smiled. Being able to deal with Luo Xian first is also a good choice. As for Jiang Yuan, this is their relationship. How could the four-colored deer possibly run away? But just as Lu Fugui was thinking about this, Jiang Yuan suddenly exclaimed, "Not good. What's wrong?" Lu Fugui felt a little confused, looked up, and suddenly his whole body shook. Just see. As soon as the three-headed human snake appeared, the four-colored deer seemed to go crazy and charge towards it with its long hooves. Before it got close, cracks appeared on the ground where the three-headed human snake was, and a red light spread rapidly from the direction of the four-colored divine deer. What's going on? Shouldn't we take action against that turtle? Jiang Yuan, why did you attack Brother Lu? Fuck, Jiang Yuan. You're not going to repay kindness with enmity, are you? Jiang Yuan, you hit the wrong person. Hurry up, I want you to kill that turtle. Lu Fugui's heart skipped a beat, and he shouted anxiously. He was present throughout the entire process, and his contracted beast, the three-headed human snake, would never be a match for the four-colored deer. Brother Lu, I'm not going to attack you. But the four-colored deer is out of control. It seems as if the red light will make the four-colored deer lose control. Jiang Yuan responded quickly, his voice filled with panic. Four-colored deer, hurry, stop right there. Jiang Yuan's voice echoed in the live broadcast room, but the four-colored deer did not stop. Instead, the red light emanating from its body became more and more intense. Even the eyes of the four-colored deer were dyed red, like a bloodthirsty beast. Roar, roar, roar. The four-colored deer made a series of sounds, and the aura it emitted became more and more intense with the sounds. Fuck it. Run. Run. Seeing this scene, Lu Fugui's heart trembled. Without time to say anything, he hurriedly instructed the three-headed human snake to escape. Only, no matter how the three-headed human snake ran, the four-colored deer kept chasing it closely. It was as if the three-headed human snake was its enemy. As for Bai Daxian and the turtle hiding in the lake, the four-colored deer seemed not to see them. Under the terrifying high temperature, the three-headed human snake let out screams one after another. Obviously, the high temperature of B-level is not something that a C+ level monster can withstand. Damn it. This scene made Lu Fugui furious, and he wanted to scold Jiang Yuan. But Jiang Yuan's voice of exclaiming and instructing the four-colored deer to stop continued in the live broadcast room for a long time. He couldn't find any reason to scold Jiang Yuan, and instead, in order to maintain his own image, he could only comfort Jiang Yuan and say, "It's okay. It's okay. It's not your fault. I believe the three-headed human snake will be able to escape safely. Brother Lu, I told you that my four-colored deer is not good at fighting. I didn't expect it to go crazy after consecutive battles." Jiang Yuan shouted in panic, but in fact he was so happy inside. Four-colored deer. As Jiang Yuan's contracted beast, how could it possibly lose control? He was just directing and acting in all this. There is no way, as the time for the game to come is getting closer. I have now joined the Daxia Security Department, so naturally I cannot do whatever I want in my personal life as my original body. But there is no way. Jiang Yuan needs this identity as a human being. Under Jiang Yuan's pursuit, the three-headed human snake fled in panic. At this time, it is using all its strength to suck milk. But despite this, it still couldn't get rid of the out-of-control seat-side deer. While the four-colored deer was chasing the three-headed human snake, Boss Lu and his group, who had fallen under the hooves of the four-colored deer, were sitting in a private room. The expressions of the four of them were not very good, and each of them was filled with the emotion of the monster's defeat. The atmosphere in the box also froze to freezing point. Damn that four-colored deer. In the end, it was Lu Fugui who broke the silence first. His eyes were red as he shouted angrily, "Damn it! I will never let him go. That four-colored deer is so strong. How can we possibly defeat it?" One of them spoke bitterly. "Can't beat them." Boss Lu snorted coldly. "We can't beat the four-colored deer. Can't we defeat its contractor? Fuck, he caused my crocodile dragon to die. So what's wrong with me asking him for some compensation? The crocodile dragon cost me millions." The more he talked, the angrier Boss Lu became. In his opinion, if the four-colored deer had not attacked, his crocodile dragon would not have died. Click. But just as Boss Lu was shouting angrily, the door of the box was suddenly pushed open. "Fuck you. You came in without knocking. Do you want to die?" Boss Lu, who was worried about having no place to vent his anger, suddenly roared, but when he turned around and saw the figure, his body trembled violently. A figure came in. The figure was completely covered in a black robe, with only a pair of completely black eyes showing. If it wasn't broad daylight, Boss Lu and his group would have thought they had encountered a ghost. Fuck, are you pretending to be a ghost to scare me? Do you really think I was brought up by fear? After coming back to his senses, Boss Lu rushed to the figure to hide his embarrassment of being frightened. Then he raised his big hand and immediately pulled off the mask covering the figure, and shouted, "If you dare to scare me, I will make you live a life worse than this." Before he could finish his words, Boss Lu's voice stopped abruptly as his mask was taken off. The originally ferocious face was instantly replaced by fear. As soon as one looked, the man's face was covered with marks of burns from flames, with no trace of healthy skin or flesh to be seen. "You bully me and bully my master. You deserve to die." At this time, the figure spoke with a rolling throat. His voice was very hoarse, like the howl of a ghost from hell. "Damn it, you're still my master, and you're playing tricks on me. I'm going to kill you." Boss Lu suppressed the fear in his heart. His expression became stern, and he raised his hand as if to hit the figure. But before his hand fell, a black shadow suddenly condensed on the ground and lightly caught his hand. "Follow closely." Then I saw a rope made of black shadows tightly wrapped around its neck. You. As the rope began to tighten, Boss Lu's eyes widened, and he opened his mouth to make a sound. But his throat was pinched, and he couldn't make a sound. He tried to break the rope, but found that no matter what he did, the rope was like a part of his body and could not be pulled off. Final. Boss Lu's face turned ashen, and he fell to the ground unwillingly. The figure lowered his head and looked at Boss Lu, whose eyes were wide open. His face, which had been burned by fire, showed an extremely strange smile. "Boss Lu? I, Lin Yi, am here to claim your life." Not far away, three rich guys who initially thought nothing was wrong saw this scene. Their bodies were shaking violently, and they subconsciously wanted to scream. However, a dark shadow quickly rose from under their feet and covered their mouths. Then, under the horrified gazes of the three people, the figure slowly walked towards them with a strange smile. Chapter 90. Difficulty of advancing to rank A. "Hello, we meet again. Let me introduce myself. My name is Lin Yi." When he walked up to them, Lin Yi introduced himself with a smile. But combined with his horrified face, it looks extremely terrifying. Oh, at this moment, Lin Yi seemed to realize something. He shook his head and sighed. "Is it here so soon?" He looked at the three people in front of him and said, "I wanted to say something more to you. It's a pity that people arrived too quickly." As they were talking, a rope transformed from a black shadow had already climbed up their necks. Woo woo woo. As the ropes tightened, the faces of the three men turned increasingly grim. Lin Yi ignored them and simply climbed out the window and left. Bang. However, just as he approached the window, a short blade suddenly came out of nowhere. Phew. With a dull thud, Lin Yi climbed out of the window, his body brushing past the short blade, but still leaving a scar. "Girl, just wait for me." After leaving a final word, Lin Yi disappeared into the box. Snort. With a delicate cry, Yiling's figure emerged from it. She first glanced out the window, then turned to look at the four people lying on the ground. The four men were lying on the ground in a mess, their eyes filled with fear, and there was a bruise on their necks. Yiling walked over one by one and sighed. The more she sighed, the more solemn her expression became. When she reached the last person, a bright light flashed in her eyes. "There is still breath." As he spoke, Yiling hurriedly took out his cell phone and called an ambulance. After doing all this, she took a deep breath, left some soldiers to guard the scene, and then turned and walked towards the Guanghan Provincial Security Department. Her face was very solemn as she walked back. In fact, this is not an isolated case. As the revival of spiritual energy approaches, many people with awakened talents come out. When ordinary people acquire special abilities, they are likely to use them to do something. At this time, the most untestable thing is human nature. After returning to the Daxia Security Department, Yiling reported everything that had happened to Chen Jiangwo. Chen Jiangwo took a deep breath and recorded everything word by word in a document. Talent, shadow. Strength assessment, D+. Ability to manipulate shadows. From the time he first appeared until now, he has used his talent to kill 6 people. Wanted, B. After finishing the document, Chen Jiangwo placed it on a shelf on the side. There are piles of documents over there. These are all documents about the alienation and chaos of gifted people and wild beasts since the revival of spiritual energy. Looking at the thick document, Chen Jiangwo said nothing and just let out a long breath. At the same time, Jiang Yuan has ended his hunt for the 3-headed human snake. Nothing else. The 3-headed human snake's recovery ability is really terrifying. There were several times when the 4-colored deer wanted to burn it. But as soon as the three-headed human snake showed the slightest sign of weakness, Lu Fugue would frantically feed it some rare treasures that could restore its spiritual power. However, due to the natural treasures and the terrifying recovery ability of the three-headed human snake itself, the four-colored deer has never been able to completely kill it. Maintaining a red body all the time is also a burden for the four-colored deer. Especially in order to appear out of control, it wasted too much spiritual power. Of course, that doesn't mean it can't be killed. But if he really did that, it would be bad for Jiang Yuan. His current identity is that of an official of Xia, and he also knows about the record of 10,000 beasts. But Lu Fugue is its friend on the surface, so how could it kill such a person? Never mind, maybe next time. Anyway, as long as it's in the record of myriad beasts, it can't escape from my grasp. Finally, Jiang Yuan made a decision with a flicker in his eyes, and then slowly let his consciousness fall into his body. Record of 10,000 beasts, deep in the cave. Hiss! Jiang Yuan let out a whisper like the god of death. As it opened its eyes, an extremely terrifying aura emanated from its body. This is an indescribable powerful aura. After Jiang Yuan regained consciousness and felt the powerful energy contained in his body, he sighed. Hiss! I broke through again. It's only 90 million, and he hasn't even been promoted yet. Realizing the current level, Jiang Yuan went to check the required evolution points in disbelief. A full million? Does it take so many evolution points to advance to rank A? Jiang Yuan's pupils shrank. A full million evolution points, converted into RMB. That's a full 100 million. How can this be so easy to obtain? But with my current abilities, even if I were to come to reality, not many people would be my match. As if he thought of something, Jiang Yuan's eyes slowly regained their calmness. Then, he turned his head and looked at Jiang Yuan and Luing, who were eating the rare treasures not far away. After this period of devouring, the strength of both beasts has increased. Although he hasn't broken through yet, the aura emanating from his body has become much stronger. I want to come. When the game comes into reality, it will not be difficult to upgrade them all to C level. Even at level B, it is very likely to be touched. Luing, go call Luo Xian over. Let it devour it all at once. Jiang Yuan's eyes flashed, and he called out to Luing. He did not forget his apprentice Luo Xian. Yes, Dad. Upon hearing this, Firefly immediately flapped its wings and flew away happily. Seeing it leave, Jiang Yuan closed his eyes slightly. Now he has undergone a series of promotions. I really want to test how terrifying my current strength is. If he continued to endure it, Jiang Yuan felt that he would really get sick. But there is no way, there are too many players in Record of Beasts. He is currently in a dead state if he shows a little. With its current strength, it is bound to attract the attention of players. That's when the game comes. There is a high possibility that I will be attacked by a group of humans. Even if he is a monster with a player's contract, this result cannot be avoided. After living his life over again, Jiang Yuan understood very well how terrifying the human form hidden in the hearts of human beings is. Even though he could survive in the cracks by relying on the identity of a player's contracted beast. But, when facing humans, he dares not reveal his true self. That's not the life Jiang Yuan wants. But it will be soon. Jiang Yuan suppressed his urge and slowly closed his eyes. The game is about to become reality. The other side. Inside the luxurious villa, Su Meng was staring blankly at Jiang Yuan in the record of 10,000 beasts. Is the end of the world really coming? Thinking back to the crazy butler, Su Meng still couldn't help but tremble. No, I absolutely don't want it. And the whole world has become like this. Taking a deep breath, Su Meng murmured, as long as the country pays attention to me. With Daxiao's means, this should be avoided. As Su Meng said this, she wanted to post this matter online again, just like she did last time. There is no way, as a little flower growing in a greenhouse. This was the only solution she could think of. But this method brought about a result that was in stark contrast to the previous one. Chapter 91. A new era where everyone is in danger. Su Meng took a deep breath and started editing. She was very serious, and what she said was exactly what was happening around her. After editing, Su Meng checked it carefully again before posting it online. Perfect. You must believe me. After publishing it, Su Meng took a deep breath. Just as she was about to invest some money in promoting the post as before, she suddenly saw several small red dots appear below the post. Subconsciously, Su Meng clicked on the little red dot. As soon as he clicked on it, he saw several comments below. These comments are in stark contrast to the comments posted on previous posts. To be honest, my pet dog has also grown bigger in the past few days. I used to think I was raising a good child. Later I discovered that all the beasts had grown larger. There's a zoo near my home, and I often see military personnel stationed here recently. My intuition told me that something big was going to happen. I'm abroad, and I'm experiencing the same thing as you. When Su Ming saw the comments below the post, her breathing stopped. She didn't expect that there were so many people with similar experiences as her. And she found that as long as she casually refreshed the page, the number of comments would increase several times. Without exception, the comments about these increases were all similar. So many people are like me. So this is the manifestation of the end of the world? After checking all the comments one by one, Su Ming looked at the reptile kept in the transparent box in the room, with a complicated expression on her face. At first, she wanted netizens to save themselves. But judging from the current situation, the end of the world doesn't seem like a big deal. On the contrary, because of these, people gain superpowers. And the reptiles you raise can also grow up. As for the game coming to reality, it hasn't happened yet. But Su Ming was still very happy when she thought about meeting the little spider. No way. Living in a peaceful era, Su Ming is like a flower in a greenhouse. There is absolutely no connection to anything deeper. If only Doomsday didn't go crazy. After staring for a long time, Su Ming withdrew his gaze and sighed. I wonder if Daxia has anything to deal with madness. Should there be? If there is, then the end of the world doesn't seem like a big deal. At the same time, Kyoto Daxia Security Department. Mr. Qin, that account has posted news about the end of the world again. In the office, a young man placed the post published by Su Ming in front of Mr. Qin with a serious expression. It's this again? Didn't Xiao Chen say they had found that person? He's also a gifted person with the gift of frost. The young man smiled awkwardly. That person with the frost talent should have also guessed something about the record of myriad beasts. So they mistakenly believe that the gifted person is the one who posted online. That means that many people have already speculated about this matter. Old Qin looked thoughtful. Minister, how about I ban her post? Seeing that Mr. Qin didn't say anything, the young man asked hurriedly. After hearing this, Mr. Qin did not answer for a long time. After a moment's thought, Old Qin raised his head, a gleam of light flashed in his cloudy eyes, and he said, no need. It's not a good idea to keep the spiritual energy revival a secret. Ordinary people also have the right to know. After a pause, Qin Lao continued. As for the matter of the record of 10,000 beasts, someone in other countries has also discovered this. Then let's announce it all. Of course, just state it's just speculation. Hearing this, the young man became serious and hesitated to speak. The matter of record of 10,000 beasts is still just speculation. It would be terrible if it were announced, and it didn't happen. Although it has been stated that it is just speculation, if someone spends money on it, there will be no follow-up. The national prestige of Daxia will inevitably be damaged as a result. After all, the news was released by the official Daxia. Mr. Qin this. As if he knew what he wanted to say, Old Qin spoke first. As the Minister of Security of Daxia, I need to be responsible for the ordinary people of Daxia. So now things are getting serious. They have to know everything. Go down and get ready. Yes. The young man was silent for a moment, and finally gritted his teeth and agreed. After the young man left, Old Qin let out a sigh of relief. This is all I can do. The situation here was released not long ago. In just a short while, the official Daxia released a message. Discussion, Blue Star's spiritual energy is resurrecting. The title, consisting of simple words, instantly caused a sensation on the internet. It also attracted countless netizens to click in to check it out. The content inside is full of explanations and progress of the revival of spiritual energy and speculations about record of 10,000 beasts. After reading it all netizens forwarded it and left comments below. Does that mean I can become the legendary superpowered person? Don't think so well. Brother, my family recently had an incident where a pet dog mutated and injured someone. I advise everyone to be careful. Yes, our village used to be a livestock farm, and when those animals mutated, our village was reduced to ruins in the blink of an eye. Hearing what you said, I feel like I'm about to become a powerful person who saves the era. Fuck, just take off. The post attracted countless comments from netizens. However, despite the horror described in the dynamic video, most netizens did not take it seriously. Nothing else. Previously, it was under the protection of the Daxia officials. Even if there were transformations of ferocious beasts or even talented people doing evil, they would be quickly suppressed. Most people did not have a clear understanding of this. For this reason, Daxia wants the people of Daxia to know the seriousness of these matters. They also released videos of some talented people hunting wild beasts. However, in the face of this, some netizens realized the seriousness of the situation. But the vast majority of netizens are still very excited. After all, These things that originally only existed in fantasy can actually happen in reality. How can this not be exciting? It was just the 6th day after Daxiao announced the revival of spiritual energy. As the number of talented people in various places increased, and various mutated beasts launched riots in multiples, the official army of Daxia came out of the troops one after another and came to the masses to lead them to experience a hail of bullets. Only then did everyone understand the tragic reality. There are less than 1 in 1,000 people who can become gifted. Although the physical fitness of most ordinary people has improved with the revival of spiritual energy, they are still far from being a match for those mutated beasts. At least not in the short term when you are no match for the strange beasts. After realizing this idea, ordinary people began to feel insecure. After all, according to the official speculation of Daxia, the doomsday is only 1 day away. At that time, how can they, as ordinary people, survive? Chapter 92. On the eve of the game's arrival. Fuck, I didn't expect the spiritual energy revival to be so severe. I've seen quite a few military personnel deployed in the past few days. Those beasts are especially gifted. How can we ordinary people be their opponents? How could it be? I'm now trying to persuade my family to put all their assets into the record of myriad beasts. The record of myriad beasts? That's just a guess. If it's not the whole family, we're doomed. In just a few days, the internet was completely filled with discussions about the topic. As for other things, the popularity is plummeting. After all, the revival of spiritual energy is a matter that concerns all of humanity. Jiang Yuan naturally knew the news on Blue Star. The Daxiao authorities were quite ruthless in this move. Jiang Yuan smacked his lips, feeling somewhat speechless. To be honest, he had thought about Daxia's official announcement of the revival of spiritual energy. But I never thought that the matter of record of 10,000 beasts would be made public. But this doesn't seem like a bad thing to me. Hiding in the cave, a gleam of light flashed in Jiang Yuan's eyes. With the crazy devouring of rare treasures during this period, the strength of Luoying, Jiue, Luo Xian, and even the strange beasts under him has increased exponentially. For example, the fire phoenix reached the sea level after accumulating a large amount of natural treasures. The two beasts, Jiue and Luo Xian, have also seen corresponding improvements, with Jiue just breaking through C+. Luo Xian also came to C+, but its aura was much stronger than Jiue's. Jiang Yuan had a feeling that Luo Xian might break through to the B stage at any time. Everyone on Blue Star is in danger right now, and many are choosing to save themselves. Whether ordinary people or people from various countries, they are all taking action to respond to the revival of spiritual energy. Jiang Yuan murmured, his eyes gleaming with bloodshot. Then I should take action on this last day. Hiss. After saying this, Jiang Yuan asked Jiue, Luoying, and Luo Xian to lead some of the strange beasts in the cave out to hunt. That's right. It's hunting, and he has set his hunting target on the contracted players of record of 10,000 beasts. Only in this way can he maximize his own interests. Although this makes Jiang Yuan seem a bit selfish, how could Jiang Yuan, who has lived a second life, be a saint? And now there is only 1 day left until the game comes out. How could I not seize this opportunity? Hiss, hiss, hiss. When seeing Luoying, Jiue, and even Luo Xian taking action immediately, Jiang Yuan quietly hid deep in the cave. Jiang Yuan did not move because his original body was out hunting exotic beasts, and the benefits and risks were too disproportionate. And he has more important things to do. The game is about to become reality, and he has to find a place to settle down. Only in this way can he better develop his own power. At the same time, Blue Star Luxury Villas. Inside the luxurious villa. According to our report, the mutation of wild beasts on Blue Planet is becoming increasingly serious. Bing Bing would like to seriously explain several issues to the audience. According to expert speculation, Blue Planet may enter a phase of spiritual energy recovery tomorrow. Please take precautions and avoid it. If you discover a mutated beast or even a gifted individual committing evil, please remember to hide safely and call the Daxia Security Department at 1XX immediately. When the TV report ended, Su Rufeng, Su Ming, and several people sitting in the living room seemed a little silent. In the past few days, things related to gifted people and mutated beasts have happened in every corner of every city. Although there were sanctions from officials of Daxia, they acted very quickly, but it will take some time to come over. In that short period of time, the ordinary people were completely one-sided in the face of the group of mutated beasts. Xiaoming, taking a deep breath, Su Rufeng raised his head and said, "Shall we leave here for the time being? Come back later. Although we haven't been attacked by wild beasts yet, but it's not safe to stay here." And, hearing this, Su Ming was silent for a moment. She raised her head and said, "Dad, I won't leave. Su Rufeng, who was about to leave to pack up, was stunned and looked at Su Ming in disbelief. Xiao Ming you. Just when Su Rufeng wanted to persuade Su Ming, she took the initiative to say, actually, I already knew about the spiritual energy revival a long time ago. How did you know? Su Rufeng asked in surprise. Sister Lu at the side also looked over in surprise. The two looked at Su Ming with eyes full of disbelief. Suddenly, Su Rufeng seemed to have thought of something. Is it the spider's ability to predict the future? That's right. Having said that, Su Ming didn't hide anything and simply said, little Zhu told me this. Su Ming spoke for a long time, and when her voice fell completely, the shock on Sister Lu and Su Rufeng's faces increased instead of decreasing. After a long silence, Su Rufeng, who had experienced many ups and downs, was the first to come back to his senses and said, Xiao Ming, you mean to say that the spider had already told you about the end of the world? Besides, he also said that he would come to reality at that time? This. After simply repeating it once, Su Rufeng's mouth twitched. To be honest, if the end of the world wasn't imminent, the first thought in his mind would be that this was a complete scam. The blue planet has been operating for so long. How could the end of the world happen? But now the facts are before his eyes, and he has no choice but to believe it. Just a few days ago, it seemed that the little spider also felt it, and it even borrowed money from me to play with it. Snap! As soon as Su Ming finished speaking, Su Rufeng simply put a bank card in front of Su Ming. What is this? Su Ming looked up in surprise, not quite sure what Su Rufeng meant. Xiao Ming, there should be another 500 million or 600 million in here. That's all the cash I can take out right now. Give all your money to that spider. Before Su Ming could speak, Su Rufeng continued, although I don't know whether the arrival of the record of myriad beasts is true or not. But I think I can take a gamble. Boss, what if it's fake? Sister Lu on the side wanted to persuade him. Regardless of whether it's true or not, there's no need to bet all your money on it, right? If it's fake, then we just lost some money. Everything can start all over again. But if it really is the end of the world, will money really be money? Hearing this, Sister Lu fell silent. Su Rufeng smiled and said, Xiao Ming, you go and give that little spider a try. As for whether it's true or not, we can only leave it to fate. In fact, Su Rufeng still has a lot to say. Assuming all of this is true, then wait for the strange beast from the record of beasts to arrive. Will the strange beast really listen to the contractor? Su Rufeng, who has been in the business world for more than 10 years, doesn't believe that he can restrain a strange beast with wisdom and powerful strength by relying on a simple contract in the game. But he was willing to give it a try. At least it left Su Ming with a last ray of hope. Chapter 93. Lu Fugue wants to steal. Record of beasts. Deep in the cave. There are only a few hours left before the game comes to reality. Where will I be located then? When Jiang Yuan was frowning and thinking, suddenly a system sound rang in his ears. The contractor, Space Greymon, has spent 400 million Krypton gold on you, which is being converted into 4 million evolution points. Your evolution points have met the evolution requirements. Do you want to evolve? 400 million? Godfather, you are truly my god. It's the last day, and you still have to pay me. As Jiang Yuan spoke, he couldn't help but say, System, evolve for me. There is no way, as the time for the game to come into reality is getting closer. Jiang Yuan also urgently wants to improve his own strength. Hiss. As Jiang Yuan's voice fell, the aura emanating from him became stronger and stronger. Hiss. Jiang Yuan roared one after another. The sound was so penetrating that it caused the cave to shake continuously. Fortunately, there were no strange beasts in the cave. Otherwise, the shockwaves would be enough to cause some weaker beasts to explode and die. At the same time, Su Ming, who had just recharged 400 million in one go, suddenly froze in place. She even forgot to check Jiang Yuan's evolution. Because at the moment the recharge was completed, a strange voice sounded in her mind. Congratulations to player Space Greymon for reaching a cumulative deposit of 500 million in Record of the Beasts. Gain the innate ability, Spiritual Fountain. Spiritual Power Fountain. The main body produces spiritual power all the time, which can be fed back to the contracted beasts and even the surrounding talented people. Bang! The moment the voice fell, green rays of light appeared around Su Ming. Countless rays of light poured into his body crazily, but because of this, an even stronger green light bloomed from her body. From a distance, she looked like an elf walking out of a painting. It was not until a moment later that the green light around Su Ming gradually faded. Fountain of spiritual power. I have also become a gifted person. Su Ming's face had a naive look, as if he had not yet recovered from his shock. Xiaoming, what's wrong with you? Outside, Su Ruffing and Sister Lu rushed into the room. He came in and yelled, but the two of them were suddenly stunned. It seemed that the already beautiful Su Ming had become even more beautiful. Just like a delicate porcelain doll, one can't help but feel pity and love for her at first sight. The most important thing was that when they inhaled the air in this room, their bodies began to tremble for some reason. Sister Lu, who trains regularly, doesn't feel this very much, but Su Ruffeng, who has a lot of health problems from years of smoking and drinking, can clearly feel that as he inhales air, his body seems to become younger. Xiaoming, what's wrong with you? I seem to have awakened. Su Ming looked at his hands with a dazed expression. As she waved her hand, a light green light evolved. What? Jueju is awake. After these words were spoken, Su Ruffing and Sister Lu were stunned. Su Ming was fine just now. How come she suddenly woke up? I want to tell this to the general public. As if he had thought of something, Su Ming's heart moved, and he immediately took out his mobile phone and started editing. She has not forgotten how she acquired this talent. In Su Ming's opinion, as long as everyone can acquire talent, then the end of the world may no longer be the end of the world. At the same time, at Lu Fugui's home, now, he was carefully browsing the news on the Record of Beasts forum. After the Daxiao official announced that it might be related to Record of 10,000 Beasts, the original players have been concentrating on exploring it. After a few days of exploration, many players have published a series of posts regarding Record of 10,000 Beasts. Record of Myriad Beasts. The strange beasts may possess wisdom. In the Record of Myriad Beasts, if a contracted beast dies, it will no longer be found in the Record of Myriad Beasts. My roommate and I tested it and found that Record of Beasts is a real world. These highly gimmicky posts also attracted many players to view and comment. Brothers, based on my observations, the creatures in the Record of Beasts seem to truly possess intelligence. I didn't believe it before, but after my roommates and I did some experiments. I let his beast bite my beast to death, and then I made a new contract with the beast. Guess what I discovered? After I signed the contract, I could even see the corpse of the monster I had previously contracted. I always feel that the information given by the Daxiao authorities is correct. Is there anyone willing to spend all their money to give it a try? As he scanned the comments below one by one, a trace of confusion flashed across Lu Fugui's face. To be honest, he wanted to recharge money to try it out, but he was afraid that he would not get any return at all. Although he is an anchor, it is almost the end of the world. Who would have the time to watch the live broadcast when he can't even protect himself? And if there is no return, the loss will be much greater. The killer spider's former subordinates are fully mobilized, wantonly slaughtering the contracted beasts in the Record of Myriad Beasts. Is this a decline in morality, or do the beasts also know something? Just when Lu Fugui was struggling, he suddenly noticed a newly written update. When he saw this update, Lu Fugui's eyes suddenly lit up. Have all of the killer spider's former subordinates left the cave? He looked at the post and let out a sigh. He remembered that the four-colored deer had completed its evolution by seizing some treasures from the killer spiders. The turtle also completed its evolution after entering the cave, and the strange beast that recently walked out of the cave has also obviously improved a lot. This is enough to show that there must be a lot of remaining treasures in the killer spider cave. Thinking of this, a gleam of light suddenly flashed in his eyes. Now that they have all left, does that mean there are no more terrifying beasts in the cave? If I go, maybe I can find some remaining killer spider treasure. As he muttered this, the gleam in Lu Fugui's eyes became even deeper. That way, he wouldn't have to keep spending money and worry about it going down the drain. And if the game really comes, with the treasure he got from the killer spider, he will not be afraid of any exotic beast or even a gifted person. Thinking of this, Lu Fugui immediately boarded the Record of 10,000 Beasts and then headed in the direction of the killer spider cave. After a while, under his instructions, Record of Beasts has arrived in front of the killer spider's cave. Sure enough, there aren't any strange beasts in there. When Lu Fugui raised his eyes slightly, his eyes showed deep joy. No, I have to order it quickly. While those strange beasts are away, we should plunder the killer spider's treasure first. This way, no matter where I go to devour, I will be safe. As he spoke, Lu Fugui had already instructed his contracted beast, the three-headed human snake, to move rapidly towards the depths of the cave. Only, Lu Fugui, who was full of joy, did not know that all the strange beasts in the cave had left. But inside the cave lies a most terrifying beast. That's it, Jiang Yuan, who has just been promoted to A level. Chapter 94, Disaster Rain and Fog. Hiss. Deep in the cave, Jiang Yuan had slowly restrained his aura. At this moment, he finally completed his evolution. From level B to level A. As an A rank, even if the game comes into reality, I will have a place. Feeling the surging power in his body, Jiang Yuan let out a series of roars. This latest talent I've acquired seems a bit scary. Disaster Rain and Fog. You have been promoted to rank A, becoming the king of the Spider Clan. You are also the embodiment of disaster. You can release rain and fog within a certain range, effectively concealing powerful auras and creating disasters within the rain and fog. Any creature that enters the calamity rain and fog will be cursed by the calamity. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Unable to hold back, Jiang Yuan let out a long roar, urging his powerful spiritual power to release this terrifying rain and fog. Sizzle. A misty aura visibly spread from Jiang Yuan's body, and in just a few tens of seconds it expanded to an area of hundreds of kilometers. At this moment, a layer of rain and fog covered the area within hundreds of kilometers. The rain and fog obscured the road ahead, and you couldn't even see your hand in front of you. Whenever I take a look at it, I will feel a strong sense of discomfort in my heart, as if the rain and fog are evil disasters. Jiang Yuan closed his eyes and sensed all of this. He discovered that not only could he observe with a god's perspective, he could also use his mental power to perceive everything that happened in the rain and fog with incredible keenness. Under the influence of rain and fog, the consumption of his mental energy was almost negligible. Like now, he sensed that at the moment when the disastrous rain and fog passed, a weak and strange beast living in the cave seemed to have encountered a huge crisis. Immediately afterwards, its body began to tremble, and its breath weakened, as if it was rapidly walking from youth to old age. Is this the calamity rain and fog? Jiang Yuan opened his eyes slightly and couldn't help but take a breath. Although the strength of that strange beast is very low, if I come to the reality now, with the help of this rain and fog, I think the people in the city will soon die under the curse. After all, not everyone is like a dragon. But Jiang Yuan quickly came back to his senses, because he found that outside the cave there was a strange beast walking cautiously towards the depths of the cave under the cover of fog. Jiang Yuan knew this strange beast. It was Lu Fugui's contracted beast, the three-headed human snake. Is he here trying to steal my killer spider treasure? Unexpectedly, he didn't give up and always thought there was a killer spider's treasure here. But if that's the case, don't blame me. It just so happens that I haven't been active for so long. With a soft murmur, Jiang Yuan began to move. At the same time, Lu Fugui instructed the three-headed human snake to walk inside cautiously. What's going on? Why is there so much fog rising suddenly? For some reason, Lu Fugui had a bad thought in his mind, and he felt that the air around him was much more oppressive. Never mind. Soon Lu Fugui made up his mind. Anyway, as long as I find the killer spider's treasure, I'll leave. As he said this, he instructed the three-headed human snake to continue rushing inside. However, Lu Fugui did not notice that as the three-headed human snake went deeper inside, many tiny spots appeared on its body. These can be called age spots, or even death spots. That is to say, the three-headed snake is quite powerful, otherwise it would have perished in the fog long ago. But just as the three-headed human snake was getting closer and closer to the depths of the cave, he sensed an unusual aura. This breath always feels familiar to him. It was just a moment, he didn't remember. Phew. But at this moment, as a very strange sound suddenly came out, the three-headed human snake's figure suddenly fell backwards rapidly. Hiss! The three-headed human snake let out bursts of mournful cries. At the same time, Lu Fugui clearly noticed a bloody hole on its body. Spider silk? Is this sent from a killer spider? Lu Fugui, who had fought with Jiang Yuan many times, narrowed his eyes and spoke in shock. This is not the end yet. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several sounds of breaking through the air were heard again, and several blood holes appeared on the three-headed human snake's body again. Blood flowed out uncontrollably, dyeing the ground blood red. Spider silk, it must be spider silk. Lu Fugui's face was filled with fear. Let's go quickly, don't stay here. Lu Fugui said this and quickly instructed the three-headed human snake to leave. Fortunately, the head of the three-headed human snake was not destroyed, and its recovery ability is still amazing. After just a moment, it returned to normal and ran out of the cave as if escaping. Only, just as the three-headed human snake was about to arrive outside the cave, it seemed to have seen something, and its hurried body suddenly stopped, and its whole body began to shake like a sieve. Lu Fugui looked in the direction he was looking and saw 8 eyes faintly visible in the foggy picture. These 8 eyes have different lights and look extremely evil. Next second, sizzle. A strange sound was heard, and suddenly a frost condensed on the head of one of the three-headed human snake. Frost, Lu Fuguei exclaimed. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The three-headed human snake then let out a loud cry of grief. I saw a small flame fall on its other head. At that moment, the small flame instantly turned into a red rage, devouring the head completely. Oh shit, it must be that spider. That spider must still be alive. Fuck it. Lu Fuguei's eyes were filled with fear, and he screamed. But why did he feel that the killer spider had become stronger? It was not so powerful before. Roar, roar, roar. At this time, another roar came from the three-headed human snake. Before it recovered from the frost and fire, a dark purple substance like raindrops dripped onto its last head. Tick-tick. The moment the sound was heard, the three-headed human snake's body twisted, and its face became hideous. The last remaining head of it quickly turned black and blue, and finally lost all vitality. In less than a second, the three heads of the three-headed human snake were completely destroyed, and it completely lost the hope of resurrection. Watching the large blood-red words appearing on the record of 10,000 beasts, Lu Fuguei stood there in a daze, his lips twitching, and he had no idea what to say. After a full moment, he murmured, "The killer spider is still alive. Damn Jiang Yuan, how dare you cheat me out of 10 million? And to the players who previously contracted the killer spider, I will definitely expose you online." With this, Jiang Yuan didn't know what Lu Fuguei was thinking, but even if he knew, he wouldn't take it seriously. Because Jiang Yuan, who was able to do all this, had already thought it over carefully. At the end of the world, he was not afraid of Lu Fuguei's counterattack at all. After killing the three-headed human snake, Jiang Yuan closed his eyes again. According to the time the game is coming out, it should only be an hour or two now, so I have to hurry and prepare. The game comes to reality. It can be said that no one would take it more seriously and be more excited than Jiang Yuan. Chapter 95. Waiting for the battle under the mutation. The other side. Jiang Yuan also received a call from Chen Zhangwo. It is said that after the spiritual energy is revived, it is necessary to prevent the beasts from mutating and causing riots. He is needed to maintain order in Guanghan province. Jiang Yuan readily agreed to this. All departments in place. The next step is the estimated time for spiritual energy to revive. By then, we must do our utmost to maintain order in the city. At the same time, in a city, a middle-aged man with a general star on his shoulder was standing in a large square and shouting loudly. Below him stood rows of soldiers in military uniforms. They all had solemn expressions and sharp eyes. These are warriors sent by the Daxia government to prepare for the upcoming revival of spiritual energy. Not only this city, but all the cities in Daxia have stationed some powerful troops, waiting for the arrival of the revival of spiritual energy. In fact, it was not only Daxia. As early as after Daxia announced the revival of spiritual energy, various countries also rushed to announce it. And today, with the advent of the revival of spiritual energy, warriors from every country dressed in full gear and waited with bated breath. Because they understand, if this matter is not handled properly, it will be a fatal blow to mankind. With this, in record of 10,000 beasts, Jiang Yuan also made preparations early. His 8 eyes calmly looked at the strange beasts below. There are Luiying, Zhuiyue, Luo Xian, Jiang Yi, Jiang Er, Jiang San, and even Jiang Si. Behind them, there are wind wolves. These are all the subordinates Jiang Yuan recruited since his rebirth in record of 10,000 beasts. "Dad, why did you call us over here?" Luiying, Jiang Yuan's daughter, asked first, and her voice attracted the attention of Zhuiyue, Luo Xian, and a group of strange beasts. "It is expected that in an hour, something major will happen." Jiang Yuan took a breath and said, "We will enter another world." "Another world? What is that?" Luo Xian asked puzzledly. To put it simply, it's a whole new world. Jiang Yuan didn't know how to explain things about Blue Planet to them. All he could say was, there will be aboriginal people there. All you have to do is see where it is located. If you can sense my presence, then just kill as many beasts as possible. Then find me. If you can't sense my breath, then kill me. Kill without mercy. The bigger the noise, the better. Then I'll come looking for you. Jiang Yuan remembered that when the contracted beasts in record of 10,000 beasts came into reality, they would land near the contracted players. If you follow me to Daxia, then this is all I can do as a Daxia person in my previous life. However, Jiang Yuan was not aware that he was not considered a contracted player of Luo Xian, Luiying, and even Zhuiyue. If they can't keep up with me, they are likely to land at random in any corner of the Blue Planet. If that happens, Jiang Yuan won't care. Jiang Yuan has no good feelings towards other countries, especially Sakura and the Free Federation, whether in his previous life or now. The louder the noise they made, the easier it was for Jiang Yuan to spot them. There is no way. The entire blue star is too big. With Jiang Yuan's current mental strength, he cannot cover the entire blue star. Yes, I will follow my master's orders. Zhuo Yue was the first to stand up and express his opinion. Me too. Seeing this, Lu Ying immediately followed Zhu Yue, glanced at Luo Xian who seemed to be in a daze, and patted Luo Xian's head with its wings to remind him. Master, no problem. After being hit, Luo Xian nodded repeatedly. I've only just arrived in another world. If I can't make a big noise, how can I look impressive in the eyes of the proud natives of that world? After saying this, Luo Xian murmured to himself and fell into deep thought. After seeing them nod one by one to show that they understood, Jiang Yuan closed his eyes again and silently counted down the time for the game to begin in his heart. To be honest, the time when the game comes into reality is getting closer and closer. For some reason, after experiencing a series of events, Jiang Yuan's mood became tense. There was nervousness about coming to Blue Star, and also nervousness about seeing his adoptive father in person. I don't know if my adoptive father would be afraid of my appearance if he saw me in the real world. As everyone waited intently, time passed quickly. Just after midnight, the blue planet arrives at this second of a new day. Rumble. There was a sudden and deafening roar from the sky. Along with it was a rich nine-colored light. The light is extremely brilliant and dazzling. The darkness of the entire city fades away, as if dawn is coming. It's just completely different from the beautiful scenery. Roar, roar, roar. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Moo, moo, moo. At this moment, all the beasts, whether domestic or wild, roared and their bodies grew in a way that was difficult for ordinary people to understand. At the same time, they seemed to sense something and rush towards the area of nine-colored light like crazy. They were very crazy and didn't care what was in front of them at all. They just charged forward. Even if there are people, they cannot stop them. Why is my cat mutated? Help, help. Someone come and save me. In the city's residential buildings, there are many domestic pets that have mutated and started to attack their former owners crazily. Stop them. Qianhua, don't let them affect ordinary people. As for the city's pets, send people to stop them as soon as possible. At the same time, the soldiers stationed in the city took action immediately. In an area of Guanghan province. Swish, swish, swish. As a figure walked quickly towards them, the temperature around them dropped sharply. Bang, bang, bang. He moved quickly through every corner of the city. Wherever he passed, countless pets that had just undergone mutations were instantly frozen into ice sculptures. Who was that then? A figure? Could he be a gifted person? Oh my god, it's a gifted person from Daxiao official. Many people in the city stared at the figure in amazement, their expressions extremely excited. In fact, this figure is Jiang Yuan's human body. Of course, Jiang Yuan is not controlling him at the moment. Everything is done by the clone based on the orders given by Chen Zhangwo. As the Minister of Security of Guanghan Province, Chen Zhangwo gave Jiang Yuan the order to protect the security of Guanghan Province. As for the wild, it was left to the Daxiao warriors to handle. Some people in the city were attacked and killed by their pets. Some also gained great benefits from the revival of spiritual energy. Their physical fitness began to grow, and they also gained some incredible abilities. They are the talented people who were born out of necessity. What's going on? I suddenly felt much better. Fuck, I think I just awakened my talent. I just jumped and actually jumped 10 meters high. Is this the legendary revival of spiritual energy? OMG. At the same time, countless netizens expressed their excitement online. This scene did not only happen in Daxia. This is true for every country on the blue planet. When the blue star experienced a sudden change, Jiang Yuan, who had been waiting for a long time in the record of myriad beasts, also led a group of strange beasts to embark on a journey to the blue star. Chapter 96. Murderous Intent Under the Whirlpool. Hiss. Suddenly, a nine-colored light rose in the cave. The light instantly enveloped Jiang Yuan and his group. After we get out, you must see if you can detect my presence. If you can, come to me first. Jiang Yuan raised his eyes and looked at his subordinates who were surrounded by nine-colored light and let out a roar. Then, he and his men completely disappeared from the spot along with the nine-colored light. In record of 10,000 beasts, there are countless situations like Jiang Yuan's. When the spiritual energy on Blue Star was revived, they were also teleported there. On the other side, inside the luxurious villa, looking at the nine-colored light on the distant mountain, Su Ming felt that the already rich spiritual energy in his body had risen to a higher level. She understood that it was the spiritual energy nourishing her body. Spiritual energy has revived, Su Ming watched from afar, and her hand holding the phone tightened a lot. As early as when she awakened, she had actually spread the abilities she had acquired. But not many people believed her. Instead, they all laughed nonstop. He also said that she was possessed by a demon. How could one possibly gain talent from this? After all, this is completely different from the way of obtaining talents announced by the official daxia. Miss. Just as Su Ming was recalling everything that had happened, a loud buzzing sound suddenly came from outside the door. It's Sister Lu. Su Ming came back to his senses and looked outside subconsciously. I saw Sister Lu outside the door, her whole body covered in a layer of colorful light. Her cold face was filled with pain, and even her bones were crackling. This is exactly the same as what Da Xiao officially announced about ordinary people gaining talents. Sister Lu is developing a talent. When Su Ming saw Sister Lu, she was stunned. We are both born with talent from ordinary people, so why does Sister Lu seem to have it so much harder than me? What's going on? Forget it, never mind. Su Ming quickly shook her little head. Although she didn't know why Sister Lu's situation was different from hers, she understood one thing. I must help Sister Lu. Spiritual spring. Thinking of this, Su Ming shouted softly, and green light continued to flow out from his hands and fell on Sister Lu. This is Su Ming's innate ability. He can dissipate the spiritual power in his body and transform it into various abilities to nourish the talented people and even strange beasts around him. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At this moment, Sister Lu's face, which had been ferocious due to pain, gradually relaxed, and the spiritual energy she carried became a little richer. However, when Su Ming was trying her best to help Sister Lu, she did not notice that the reptiles that were originally locked in the transparent box in the room began to grow rapidly in size. Looking at the nine-colored light outside the window, their eyes were gradually replaced by a touch of red. But soon, they seemed to sense something, and their eyes all fell outside the room. It seems that the outside of the room is more attractive to them. Huff, huff, huff. Outside the room, after a while, Sister Lu's ferocious expression slowly calmed down. Miss. Her body tensed up, and the raging spiritual energy in her body gradually subsided. Seeing this scene, Su Ming asked curiously, Sister Lu, what ability have you awakened? I should be awakening. Sister Lu was about to speak when her expression suddenly froze. Miss, behind you. Su Ming subconsciously turned her head and saw a series of huge figures rushing towards her. She was extremely familiar with these figures. It was the reptile that he raised. Little snake? And little lizard? You've mutated too. Su Ming's eyes lit up when she saw this. But when she walked over, she saw that the group of reptiles opened their big mouths and bit her after they came to her. It seemed as if it was going to devour her. As the reptile continued to grow in size before his eyes, Su Ming, who had never experienced such a scene before, had a blank mind. Miss, be careful. Fortunately, Sister Lu, the bodyguard, reacted very quickly. She took a step forward and stood beside Su Ming. Bang! She raised her foot quickly, and a flash of golden light flashed, kicking the charging reptile to the ground. But before she could rest, the rest of the reptiles came running towards her again. Miss, you go first. Sister Lu's face changed, her legs moved, and she flashed with flashes of light as she headed towards the group of reptiles. No, I can't leave. Su Ming was a little scared, but she didn't want Sister Lu to deal with it alone. Sister Lu, let me help you. She let out a delicate cry, and light surged in her hands. When it fell on Sister Lu, it could be seen that her spiritual power had become a bit stronger, and even the damage caused was a lot more. Bang, bang, bang. Under Sister Lu's powerful attack, the group of reptiles really couldn't do anything to Sister Lu and Su Ming. Only, it was obvious that the target of this group of reptiles was not Sister Lu. While fighting with her, they also attacked Su Ming frantically. There were so many reptiles that even though Sister Lu had been strengthened by Su Ming, she was unable to stop all of them by herself. This is not. Hiss. The newly mutated snake-like reptile found an opportunity, pounced on it, and attacked Su Ming directly, bypassing Sister Lu. In less than a second, the snake-like reptile had approached Su Ming and opened its bloody mouth to bite Su Ming. If bitten, Su Ming would not die, but would definitely suffer serious injuries. Xiao Ming. At the stairs, Su Rufeng had just gone upstairs when he suddenly saw this scene. He exclaimed and subconsciously rushed towards Su Ming. Miss, be careful, get out of the way. Sister Lu let out a scream and turned to rush towards Su Ming, but her figure was dragged down by the other reptiles, and she was completely late. As for Su Rufeng, even though he has the blessing of spiritual power, he is still an ordinary person after all. How can he catch up with that mutant little snake? But just as the little snake was getting closer and closer to Su Ming's body, suddenly a strange vortex rose behind her. The whirlpool is so deep that the bottom cannot be seen from afar. Hiss. As the whirlpool emerged, a very low hissing sound was heard. Along with this voice, a terrifying aura raged out from the vortex. The reptiles around all trembled after sensing this breath. Even the snake-like reptile that was about to attack Su Ming lay on the ground, as if it had encountered something terrifying. Hiss, hiss, hiss. As the hissing sound became louder, a frost-covered leg slowly stepped out of the vortex, and then an extremely red leg extended out of the vortex again. Seeing this, Su Ruffing and Sister Lu tensed up their bodies, with beads of sweat the size of beans dripping from their foreheads. Looking at those reptiles, they understood that these were definitely extremely terrifying creatures. If this problem is not solved, they might die. Solvable. Even before the beast appeared, the mere presence it exuded filled them with fear. Chapter 97. First Meeting. When his figure was fully revealed, only then did everyone realize that it was a spider. He was so huge that he even broke the roof. Looking at him up close, you can't make out his entire appearance at all. All that could be seen was that his body was snow white and had barbs on his back. The legs on one side are icy blue, while the other side is crimson. The strangest thing is his eyes. There are 8 eyes in total, but they shine with different lights. Hiss. As soon as Jiang Yuan appeared, he stood beside Su Ming and glanced fiercely at the group of reptiles in front of him. With just a simple glance, the reptiles that were originally shaking like sieves seemed to have encountered a huge crisis. Their bodies trembled violently, and finally they exploded with a bang and died. Hiss. Jiang Yuan let out a neigh, turned slightly, and looked at his adoptive father. That is the lovely little girl, Su Ming. Jiang Yuan looked at her. It was their first formal meeting, and he didn't know what to say for a moment. On both sides of Su Ming, when Jiang Yuan turned his head, Sister Lu and Su Ruffeng were shaking all over. Horrible. So scary. Where on earth did this mutant beast come from? Only Su Ming seemed to ignore this terrifying aura. A pair of eyes filled with joy said, "Little spider. Is that you, Spider Little?" After saying that, Su Ming jumped lightly and ran towards Jiang Yuan. "Miss Xiao?" Sister Lu screamed subconsciously, but before she could finish her words, her voice stopped abruptly. The spider did not act violently towards Su Ming, but let her lie on it. "Little spider, Mommy misses you so much. Mom finally sees you." When Jiang Yuan felt Su Ming's soft body, he was stunned. It's not that Su Ming's body is so soft. But Su Ming was not afraid of him. You know, spiders themselves are not cute creatures. What's more, his current body is extremely huge, and it would be a blessing if most people don't get scared away when they see him. Su Ming actually came close to me intimately, especially calling herself Mom. Although I was raised by her, it is true that she is right to call herself Mom. But to be honest, Jiang Yuan did feel a little ashamed. Godfather, Jiang Yuan had no choice but to transmit his telepathy to Su Ming. Hearing the sound, Su Ming's beautiful eyes widened a little, her expression filled with joy. Then she hugged Jiang Yuan tightly and said with a smile, "Little spider, Mommy can hear you talking, my lovely little spider." "Little spider, call your mother. I've never heard you call me that." Looking at his adoptive father who was wearing a pink dress and had a face as delicate as a doll, Jiang Yuan fell silent. I even regretted in my heart that I shouldn't have spoken just now. Roar. Fortunately, at this moment, a deafening roar sounded. It's Bai Daxian. From a distance, Jiang Yuan saw Bai Daxian, whom he had met in record of 10,000 beasts, chasing after him rapidly. There was another person sitting on his back. Jiang Yuan didn't know this person, but he was wearing the uniform of the Daxiang military. It turns out this hedgehog was contracted by the Daxiang military. No wonder he helped the 4-colored deer before. Jiang Yuan suddenly understood. After all, he was now considered a member of the official Daxia government, so his contracted beast could naturally be considered one as well. It is perfectly normal for the Daxia government to help me. But since Bai Daxian is an official of Daxia, it is better not to conflict with him. Jiang Yuan quickly made a decision in his heart. After all, Bai Daxian helped him last time, and now his godfather is here. If possible, he still doesn't want to see too much blood. Hiss. Godfather, someone is coming. I'll take you away first. Seeing that Bai Daxian's figure was getting faster and faster, Jiang Yuan instantly used the magic shadow 1,000 layers and left the area with Su Ming on his back. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Jiang Yuan used the 1,000 shadows technique, and his speed was so fast that it was almost impossible to catch his sight with the naked eye. While traveling through the city, Jiang Yuan was also emitting his powerful mental power to find Lu Ying and his group. After searching for a while, Jiang Yuan soon sensed their presence. Fortunately, it is not too far away from me. Even the farthest firefly is only a few hundred kilometers away. Thinking of this, Jiang Yuan felt relieved, and his eyes fell on the mountain in the distance that was emitting nine-colored light. When Jiang Yuan used his mental power to detect just now, he found that many beasts that had undergone mutations were rushing towards that direction like crazy. Is that the source of the so-called spiritual energy revival? If that's true, it seems like it would be a good place to use it as my nest. Little spider, that place seems to have a special attraction to me. Su Meng, who was lying on her back, also looked over there from a distance, with a hint of doubt in her eyes as she said, "It's like my whole body is boiling." Hiss! Looking up at Su Meng, whose whole body was shining with green light, Jiang Yuan let out a roar and then rushed straight towards the mountain. Although I don't know if that mountain can be used as my nest, but he had a hunch that it would definitely not do any harm to himself or even his adoptive father. But when he arrived at the foot of the mountain of nine-colored light, Jiang Yuan was a little surprised. The higher we went, the more ferocious beasts were fighting each other. Blood was all over the ground. Fortunately, these beasts still had some rationality left. Feeling the terrifying aura emanating from Jiang Yuan, no one attacked him. But Jiang Yuan also noticed that when he got closer and closer to the mountain, his body began to jump slightly, as if the spiritual energy in his body had increased. Jiang Yuan looked up at Su Meng and found that her changes were even greater than his own. At this moment, her whole body was covered with a faint green light. For some reason, when Jiang Yuan felt the green light emanating from Su Meng, he felt as if a force was being infused into his body. Is this the revival of spiritual energy? A hint of horror flashed in Jiang Yuan's eyes, and then the demonic shadow thousand layers suddenly reached its extreme. Be the first beast to reach the top of the mountain. At the same time, he also used his powerful mental power to send signals to the fireflies and go together to the area with nine-colored light. The higher he went, the stronger the beasts Jiang Yuan encountered became. Among them, many of the beasts were not as brave as before and did not dare to attack him. Instead, they seemed to be ready to make a move. In that case, then don't blame me. A cold light flashed in Jiang Yuan's eyes, and then a misty aura spread rapidly around him with his body as the center. This is the disastrous rain and fog. Although these beasts are quite powerful, they have just undergone a mutation and cannot withstand the disastrous rain and fog at all. Really, after the disaster rain and fog were launched, many ferocious beasts fell to the ground once they were touched, and their bodies were twitching, as if their lives were about to be extinct. Jiang Yuan ignored them and used the Thousand Shadows magic technique to quickly shuttle towards the top of the mountain. Not long. He has reached the top of the mountain. At this moment, he also clearly saw the source of the nine-colored light. Chapter 98. Actions in Various Places. The nine-colored divine light here did not come from the mountain, but it burst out from the sky. It's like a beam of light. When he came near the nine-colored light, Jiang Yuan could feel the spiritual energy raging wildly. After the spiritual energy is infused into the body, it can be easily converted into evolution points. Just like now, Jiang Yuan found that his evolution points were constantly increasing. This is a good place. Jiang Yuan's eyes flashed, and then he looked at Su Meng, who was lying on his back. At this moment, her whole body was covered in green light. The spiritual energy lingering around her seemed to have turned into substance. At first glance, all I could see was the swirling spiritual energy, and I couldn't believe there was a person inside. Could it be that my godfather can't withstand this spiritual energy? Jiang Yuan's heart tightened, and he immediately started to investigate. After investigation, Jiang Yuan soon breathed a sigh of relief. Su Meng, who was wrapped in spiritual energy, did not show any pain on her face, but instead had a sense of tranquility. It seems that these spiritual energies have not caused any harm to my adoptive father. In that case, let's stay here for a while. Seeing this scene, Jiang Yuan made a decision in his heart. After all, the number of evolution points required for each upgrade is a huge number. He didn't want to give up this opportunity. Hiss! At the same time, Jiang Yuan let out a series of roars. He was using his mental power to send a signal to Luying and the others that he was here. With this Daxia security department, Old Qin looked tense, his eyes fixed on the computer in front of him. On the computer was a map of Daxia's territory. At this time, the map is full of dense red dots. These red dots are big and small. Looking at these red dots, Old Qin's expression became more serious. Because this computer is a monitor and the red dots on it represent powerful beasts and even unregistered talented people. The spiritual energy revival has begun in full swing, and a new era is finally coming. Looking at the monitor, Old Qin took a deep breath. In fact, it is not just Daxia. He also knows that countries around the world are facing a similar situation. Beasts mutate, Humans gain talents, and the strange beasts in the Book of Beasts come into reality. This is a whole new era. The more Mr. Qin spoke, the heavier his tone became. Guanghan Province, what's the situation? Suddenly, old Qin seemed to notice something, and his pupils shrank suddenly. I saw a very conspicuous red dot in an area within Guanghan Province. This red dot is much larger than the other red dots shown on the map. Could it be that a powerful monster has descended upon Guanghan Province? If they are contracted players, they must be recruited. If not, then it must. As he spoke, the look on old Qin's face grew more solemn. But when he picked up his phone and wanted to let someone investigate the matter, there was a flash on the monitor, and the originally conspicuous red dot became flickering again and finally disappeared completely. What's going on? No, we must send someone to investigate. After thinking it over for a while, Mr. Qin quickly made up his mind. In Guanghan Province, although Daha had already taken measures to deal with the mutation of wild beasts and the arrival of strange beasts from the record of 10,000 beasts due to the revival of spiritual energy. But with the revival of spiritual energy, there are too many cases of wild beasts mutating and strange beasts from the record of beasts arriving. As a result, most areas are still trapped in the tragic situation of the arrival of strange beasts and the mutation of wild beasts. Roar, roar, roar. In a resident's home, the whole house was filled with a strong smell of blood. Several bloody figures were lying around the house. Near these figures, a ferocious-looking teddy bear bared its teeth at the only remaining human. The human was trembling all over, his eyes filled with fear. Teddy sitting opposite him was the complete opposite of him. Teddy's body was covered in blood, and even his sharp fangs were dripping with blood onto the ground. The ticking sound was very harsh in the silent room. Its ferocious appearance made it look as if it had walked out of hell. But you can see that there are still fragments of clothes on its blood-stained body. It is obvious that this teddy was originally the pet of this resident. Under its continuous pressure, the human kept retreating and finally hit the wall and had nowhere to go. Shout shouty, I am your master. You, don't come over here, don't come over here. Help. The teddy bear kept pressing forward, even as the human screamed for mercy. Roar, roar, roar. When it reached a certain distance, it barked loudly, jumped up with its legs, and bit its former owner directly. Roar. Help. The human was so frightened that his legs went weak and he collapsed to the ground. Seeing the mutated teddy getting closer and closer, he was so scared that he closed his eyes. However, just when he thought he was doomed, suddenly, a roar of beasts was heard. Immediately afterwards, a sound of water splashing was heard. A woo. In a moment, he heard a scream. After waiting for a second or two and hearing no more sound, the human couldn't help but open his eyes. I saw that the ferocious teddy had fallen into a pool of blood at some point. Only the water stains on its body, as if it had been washed by water, foreshadowed what it had just experienced. What's going on? Seeing this scene, the human was stunned. But soon, a huge turtle appeared in his sight. Help! He screamed subconsciously, but the turtle spoke first. There's no need to say thank you. I'm just following the master's instructions. Please remember, I am a good person. My name is Luo Xian. Turtle talking. His eyes widened, and his whole body trembled uncontrollably. Hey, that's strange. There was clearly a spiritual energy fluctuation here just now. Why is it gone now? At this moment, a figure flew over. He uttered a puzzled sound, suddenly noticing the dire situation in the room. The soldier's eyes suddenly darkened, but when he saw Teddy's body, he was stunned again. After a few seconds, the soldier finally reacted and asked softly, Hello, I'm from the Daxia military. I'd like to ask what happened here. Help me, you guys are finally here. It's finally here. When the surviving humans saw the warriors of Daxia, they seemed to have found their backbone and immediately fell on him and burst into tears. It's okay, we are here for you. The Daxia warriors patted his back repeatedly to comfort him. What on earth just happened? Only after his emotions gradually calmed down did the soldier ask curiously. The turtle that talks is the turtle that talks. Chapter 99, Talking Turtle. Talking Turtle. Hearing this, the soldier fell silent. In fact, this is not the first time that the Daxia warriors have heard of similar things. Long before, soldiers who were rescuing civilians reported that a werewolf was leading a group of strange beasts and rescuing ordinary people. The key point is that after identification, the Daxia officials have already known that these strange beasts are not contracted by players and have completely independent consciousness. Moreover, they only help ordinary people. They don't even look at the other talented people fighting with other strange beasts. To be honest, everyone was very confused when they found out. Because not only in Guanghan province have the strange beasts from the record of 10,000 beasts descended, but the same is true in other places. But the strange beasts that descended from various places were wreaking havoc everywhere. Why does it change completely when it comes to Guanghan province? Unable to figure it out, the soldier had to comfort the man first, and then report what he had experienced truthfully. Guanghan Provincial Security Department. Strange beasts help humans? And it's a beast that hasn't been contracted by any player yet. Chen Jiangwo, who was sitting in the back and commanding everything, frowned and looked at the area where the huge red disappeared in Guanghan province. His intuition told him that this matter was most likely related to the red dot. After a moment of silence, his frown gradually relaxed. Although I don't know if they are friends or foes, they are, at least in a sense, helping us right now. That's enough. As if he had figured it out, Chen Jiangwo immediately issued an order. If you see the strange beasts led by the turtle and the werewolf, as long as they don't take the initiative to attack, Daxia warriors should not attack them. In this critical moment, everything must be centered around rescuing the people of Daxia. After Jiang Yuan finished speaking, his gaze fell on the last place where the huge red dot on the monitor disappeared, and he murmured, I wonder if Yi Ling and Jiang Yuan can find out the secret of that huge red dot. I hope to bring good news to Daxia. The decision made by Chen Jiangwo was undoubtedly correct, because the strange beasts that helped humans in Guanghan province were Zhue and Luo Xian, and they did this undoubtedly in accordance with Jiang Yuan's instructions. Now that the Daxia government is not actively attacking them, it is certainly good news for them. But compared with them, the Firefly situation is much worse. Now, in a vast sea, dozens of fully armed warships were firing in unison towards the sea ahead. Along with the sound of gunfire, you can also hear the tragic howls of wild beasts in the sea. The sea surface suddenly turned blood red. It was all the blood of the mutated marine creatures. And at the edge of the group of mutant creatures, there was a very huge shark with a faint luster under its body. It is not a native creature, but a strange beast contracted in the record of 10,000 beasts. Now it has become a reality. The humans on the battlefield looked at the blood-red sea and roared even more excitedly. Baka! Baka! Hold back these sea beasts and don't let them come ashore. Our supreme great Sakura nation will surely be able to resist these despicable beasts. A mere mutant beast thinks it can overthrow us, huh? Yes, that's right. This is in a sea area near the Sakura country. Unlike Daxia, which is mostly landlocked, Sakura country is surrounded by the sea, so the biggest threat to their country also comes from the sea. For this reason, the Sakura country had pulled warships to the sea long before the revival of spiritual energy. Fortunately, they made the right decision. Now it can perfectly resist the fierce attack of sea beasts. Captain, those sea beasts seem to be retreating. On the warship in the middle, a Sakura warrior respectfully reported to a man carrying a general star. His name is Miyamoto Nobuta, and the Miyamoto clan he belongs to is one of the best in Sakura country, and many members of the clan hold high positions in Sakura country. Miyamoto Nobuta is no exception. With the support of his family, he has become one of the senior leaders of the Sakura country army at a young age. Especially after the revival of spiritual energy, he not only awakened a talent, but also contracted with the strange beasts in the record of 10,000 beasts. Although neither of them is particularly strong, when the two are combined, his momentum is already on the verge of becoming a major military leader. Retreat. Chase them now. I'm going to kill them so badly they won't even dare to fart. Captain, the task assigned by the clan leader. Baka. Miyamoto Nobuta glared and slapped him, saying, Now is the critical moment of the battle. Follow my instructions. Go chase them down. If they escape, each of you must commit seppuku and apologize to the emperor. Giant Shark King, charge. Charge now. Roar. As soon as Miyamoto Nobuta finished speaking, the shark that was still swallowing let out a roar and rushed towards the sea level in front. Apparently this giant shark is his contracted beast. Seeing this, the soldier didn't dare to say anything and had to convey his order. However, not long after they set off. Bah! Suddenly, a cry exploded above the sky. Everyone on the warship trembled all over, and from afar they saw a huge bird in the sky rushing away into the distance. Its entire body was crimson, and although it did not reveal an overly terrifying aura, it exuded a noble aura. Dad sent us over there. I have to speed up. The giant bird in the sky saw the warships below, but it just flew away quickly. Because its father told it that as long as it could sense the other party's presence, it should try not to attack the indigenous people. Yes, it is the firefly that came with Jiang Yuan. This is the strange beast from the record of myriad beasts. However, Miyamoto Nobuta, who was under the warship, became excited when he saw Liu Ying speeding up. It must be scared. It's not very strong. Quick, quick, shoot it down for me. My giant shark king is hungry and needs meat. Yes. All the soldiers responded in unison. This was not the first time they had done these things after the revival of spiritual energy, so they pointed their guns at the giant bird in the sky with ease. 3, 2, 1. Launch, launch. Following the voice spoken by Miyamoto Nobuta, several warships suddenly made loud noises. What followed was a burst of artillery shells shot towards the giant bird in the sky amidst the smoke. Bah! At the same time, the fireflies flying in the sky felt a strong sense of crisis suddenly growing from the bottom of their hearts. It frowned and realized that the source of the crisis was caused by the group of indigenous people below. You actually attacked me. Although Dad told me to try not to do anything. But if they want to attack me, it's not my fault. Bah! As the shells were getting closer, a loud cry exploded from the sky. The feathers on the firefly's body then evolved into a few more hints of red. This is the most obvious sign that it has entered combat mode. Chapter 100. A powerful enemy is at hand. Bang bang bang. Countless shells poured down. The firefly flapped its wings and flashed to the side at the fastest speed. But the distance was too close, and several missiles passed by each other. Still, a missile hit it. Bah! The intense pain came, and the firefly couldn't help but let out a shrill cry. It seems that the weapons of these indigenous people are really strange. After a moment of relaxation, a hint of murderous intent flashed across Liu Ying's eyes. Bang bang bang. At this moment, Liu Ying saw dozens of things exactly the same as the previous ones burst out from the pitch-black hole. Bah! Seeing this, the firefly's pupils shrank, and it flapped its wings rapidly and left the spot directly. Then it opened its mouth wide, and a flash of red light gushed out from its mouth towards the warship below. Baga! Fire! It's a fire-attributed beast. When Miyamoto Nobuta saw this scene, he screamed in fear. Quick hide! He roared desperately, trying to dodge the attack. But the flames ejected by the firefly were too fast. Rumble! Along with the high temperature rising all around, a red light appeared in an instant. The raging flames instantly ignited the warship, turning the blue sea red. Help! Fire flame! This giant bird actually has elemental talent. OMG! Baga, Baga, I don't want to die here. As the warship was ignited by flames, many soldiers screamed in the scorching heat. Many soldiers could not bear the flames and jumped into the sea to seek shelter. Among them, the talented Miyamoto Nobuta is no exception. Although he has talent, but his talent for aerial attacks is almost zero. Since his warship was destroyed, he naturally had no means of defense. Snort! Seeing this scene, Liu Ying had no intention of stopping. Its wings flapped violently, and its mouth opened again. The rich flames gathered in his mouth, and finally shot straight towards the blue sea like a beam of light. Boom! The collision between fire and water made a loud noise, and wisps of white mist rose up. The temperature underwater also rose to its peak in an instant. The water is so hot. I feel like I'm getting cooked. Baga, Baga, help! There were constant sounds of horrific suffering from below. They were filled with regret. If they had known that this giant bird possessed elemental talents, they would not have dared to act even if they had hundreds of courage. As for the shark known as the king shark, as soon as the firefly revealed its breath, it immediately escaped into the deep sea. Because it can sense that firefly is a sea-level monster. But it is just a D-level monster. If it faces Liu Ying in the record of 10,000 beasts, the only fate waiting for it is death. In this case, how could it dare to show up in public? Humph! How dare you touch me? This is what happens. Liu Ying looked at the red horizon below, snorted coldly, and flew quickly towards Guanghan province of Daxia. The most important thing for it at the moment is to find its father. As for the battle with the indigenous people below, it was just a small episode not worth mentioning. At the same time, at the foot of the mountain, Jiang Yuan and Yi Ling were looking up at the mountain. At this moment, the mountain was covered by a layer of dark rain and fog, and they could not see what the scenery was like above. The only thing that could be seen was that there seemed to be a 9-colored light falling from the sky under the sky at the top of the mountain. Apart from that, they could only see a number of mutated beasts nearby heading towards the 9-colored light on the top of the mountain. This 9-colored light. There's something strange. Yi Ling stared at it for a long time, then finally looked away and said, "There's even a voice in my heart telling me to go over and find out what's going on. I think the big red dot from before was attracted by this 9-colored light. What are you waiting for? Let's go up and take a look." Jiang Yuan's eyes flashed. Others may not know what creatures are in the mountains, So how could he not know? Okay, Yiling nodded and headed towards the mountain first. Looking at her running figure, Jiang Yuan immediately followed. Is it finally here? On the top of the mountain, Jiang Yuan saw the scene below the mountain through the perspective in his mind. In fact, as early as when Jiang Yuan knew that Daxia had discovered its traces, he understood that someone would come to investigate. The only thing Jiang Yuan didn't expect was that the person who came was his own body. This gives me an opportunity to cover up a little bit. Jiang Yuan chuckled. To be honest, he didn't want to be exposed so soon. The reason is very simple. Although his strength is very strong, the spiritual energy is currently reviving. The strange beasts in the Book of 10,000 Beasts are descending, and even human talents are all appearing. The endless changes have made it impossible for Jiang Yuan to understand the current situation of the entire Blue Star. The beasts that have just experienced the revival of spiritual energy are okay, but humans who have always been the rulers of Blue Planet are not so easy to deal with. Even though their gifted people may not be strong, how can the technological means developed by mankind so far be so easy to deal with? Just like the latest weapons he had seen before in the Daxia security department. Which one? Doesn't it move him? The first bird to stick its head out gets shot. Let's first see what the world situation is like. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Yuan withdrew his thoughts and glanced at Su Ming, who was still filled with rich spiritual energy. His eyes turned and his consciousness escaped into his own body. Call. When his consciousness descended into the human body, Jiang Yuan looked at Yiling beside him, with a hint of thought in his eyes. Oh my god! Just at this moment, Yiling let out a cry of surprise. Jiang Yuan looked up and saw that there were many newly mutated beasts lying on the ground on the road leading to the mountain. The aura emanating from its body was also very decadent, completely unlike that of a ferocious beast that had just mutated. What's going on with these beasts? Rain and fog. Jiang Yuan pretended to take a look, then quickly gave a piece of information. Look, the closer we get to the mountain, the thicker the fog in the air becomes. And looking at the rain and fog, I have a bad feeling in my heart. Jiang Yuan simply said it clearly, because he knew that even if he didn't say it, the disaster rain and fog would have nowhere to hide after Daxia's investigation. Me too. Yiling withdrew his gaze and nodded in agreement. What should we do now? Jiang Yuan was about to ask. Roar, roar, roar. Suddenly a long howl caught his attention. It's the strange beast that descended from the record of myriad beasts. Yiling beside him pointed to the distance and said at the right moment, Be careful, this is still an uncontracted beast. Jiang Yuan looked up and saw a turtle rushing towards him from the bottom of the mountain. And this turtle is not some other animal. It was his apprentice Luo Xian. No. Oh my god, there's more than one. At this time, Yiling exclaimed again. Looking around, I saw a group of ferocious-looking beasts following closely behind Luo Xian. These strange beasts are of different types, but they all seem to be dominated by the wolf walking upright in the front. Jiang Yuan knew all of these. It's clear that they are all strange beasts under his command. So many exotic beasts. He knew Yiling, but the one he didn't recognize was tense, holding the short blade tightly with both hands, in a fighting posture. Chapter 101, Disaster Level Beast. Don't be impulsive. Seeing this, Jiang Yuan whispered a reminder. Don't you find these strange beasts look familiar? Yiling took a breath, and suddenly his eyes widened and asked, Are they those who helped ordinary people in Guanghan province? That's right. Jiang Yuan nodded and said, Let's see what they want to do first. Okay, Yiling nodded. Boom, boom, boom. At Jiang Yuan's signal to concentrate and hold their breath, Luo Xian and his party quickly arrived beside Jiang Yuan. Luo Xian, Zhuai Yu and their group came in a mighty force, and the aura they exuded was even more terrifying. As they got closer, Yiling could clearly see the hair on their bodies. Her expression was tense and beads of sweat appeared on her face unconsciously. It was true that the sense of oppression this brought to her was too strong. He even had a vague feeling that these strange beasts were more powerful than Guanghan Province and Security Minister Chen Zhangguo. Fortunately, for some unknown reason, these strange beasts did not attack her and Jiang Yuan. He just took a quick glance and continued to rush up the mountain. Seeing this scene, Yiling breathed a sigh of relief, not knowing that Jiang Yuan on the mountain had already sent them a message. Jiang Yuan, what on earth is going on? After Luo Xian and his group walked 40 or 50 meters, Yiling couldn't help but ask. So many uncontracted exotic beasts united and headed towards the mountain. Recalling the big red that had disappeared earlier, Yiling's pupils shrank again and again. What kind of strangeness does this mountain contain? Jiang Yuan was thinking about how to give Yiling an answer. Bah! A loud voice suddenly cut through the sky. He and Yi Ling subconsciously looked up and saw a giant bird flying across the sky and quickly flying towards the top of the mountain. The giant bird was stained with crimson light, which dispelled the darkness around it. Especially this giant bird seems to have an evil aura all over its body. If it were an ordinary person, he would probably be frightened to the point of collapsing on the ground by this momentum. But even Yi Ling couldn't help but tremble slightly all over. This is not to say that the aura of the previous strange beasts was not just as powerful, but it is the aura emitted by this giant bird that can be clearly perceived. It's angry. The consequences are serious. Jiang Yuan, do you think they are here for the 9-colored divine light on the top of the mountain? At this time, Yi Ling seemed to have thought of something and spoke in surprise. Jiang Yuan was secretly happy. He didn't expect Yi Ling had already found an excuse. Then, he pretended to be solemn and nodded. I think the same as you. This 9-colored light definitely has an inexplicable attraction to strange beasts and mutant beasts. But now I think we should go down first. After thinking for a while, Jiang Yuan said, this place is filled with rain and fog, and there are so many strange beasts up there. It's not enough if we just rely on the two of us. Hearing this, Yi Ling pondered for a moment and agreed with his decision, saying, okay, let's go back and report to Minister Chen first and ask him what he plans to do. As for this place, send someone to guard it first and see if these strange beasts will come down. Hearing this, Jiang Yuan nodded in agreement, then summoned the 4-colored deer to take Yi Ling back. That's right, it's a summon. All contracted players of record of 10,000 beasts will have telepathy with their contracted beasts after the game comes. No matter how far apart they are, players can summon their contracted beasts to their side through summoning. Certainly. As for whether or not to come, it all depends on the will of the contracted beast. If the contracted beast is unwilling, no creature will appear even if the player summons it, and then return to the security department of Guanghan Province. Jiang Yuan and Yi Ling then realized that Chen Jiangwo had been waiting for a long time. No, not just Chen Jiangwo. There was another one with white hair, who looked like a second-rate young man. But his eyes were full of determination. Jiang Yuan knew this person. It was the player who had contracted with by Daxian. Jiang Yuan, nice to meet you. When Jiang Yuan looked at him, he was also observing Jiang Yuan. My name is Bai Feng. This is not the first time we meet. Oh, Jiang Yuan raised his eyebrows and asked curiously, who are you? Little Tiger BOD document anti-piracy. Find, book machine people select Little Tiger, stable reliable, don't step into pits. Oh, in the record of myriad beasts, I'm the player who has a contract with by Daxian. Seeing him introduce himself, Jiang Yuan suddenly realized and said, so it's you. Next, Jiang Yuan, Yi Ling and Bai Feng exchanged a few simple greetings and then, under the guidance of Chen Jiangwo, got down to business. Tell me, what did you discover during this spiritual revival? Bai Feng's expression also became more serious as he said, I also encountered a strange beast. But that strange beast seems to have been contracted by a player. Its aura is very strong and it runs very fast. I didn't catch up, but I have a feeling that even if he catches up to me, he will definitely not be his match. Hearing this, Chen Jiangwo's face darkened a little, and then he looked at Jiang Yuan and Yi Ling. Yi Ling immediately said, Jiang Yuan and I went to the mountain, but we didn't reach the top. Yi Ling truthfully told everything he saw and heard on the mountain. This made the brows of the people present frown a little. A group of strange beasts gathered not far from Guanghan Province. This is definitely not a good thing for Guanghan Province, or even Daxia. How can I allow others to sleep soundly next to my bed? Not to mention, they are not human. But it is a strange beast with unknown temperament and extremely terrifying strength. You three, tell me how to deal with the strange beast up there. After a moment of silence, Chen Jiangwo asked, those who are not of my kind must have different hearts. Kill. A hint of murderous intent flashed in Bai Feng's eyes, and he spoke bluntly. Chen Jiangwo was silent for a moment and then said, I just received the news. Our situation is relatively good. Many areas in other countries are on the verge of collapse due to the rampage of wild beasts and strange beasts. Oh, yes, there's also Sakura country. It is said that their warships encountered a giant bird at sea. This giant bird is not afraid of missiles and can breathe fire. In an instant, the warship was destroyed. According to the ratings from Sakura country, its strength is already close to the dangerous level. Dangerous level? Jiang Yuan thought to himself. After the revival of spiritual energy, humans made a simple classification of ferocious beasts and even exotic beasts. Dangerous level means that there is danger, but it is not enough to kill the population of a city. There are also natural disaster levels and even destruction levels. Natural disasters mean that if they are not stopped in time, they are enough to destroy a city in a short period of time. The S level is even more terrifying, and its strongest level is enough to destroy an entire country. According to Jiang Yuan's estimation of himself, his current body is a level, which should be at the disaster level according to human classification. Seeing that no one spoke, Chen Jiangwo took a breath and said, "According to the latest news, the direction that the giant bird left was exactly our great Xia." What? After these words were spoken, everyone lost their desire to gloat over the misfortune of others, and their hearts began to beat violently. A dangerous monster. If it is not stopped, the consequences will be disastrous. Chapter 102. Su Ming's Ability. Minister Chen, please don't tell me that giant bird is crimson all over. As if he had thought of something, Yiling spoke nervously. How do you know? Chen Jiangwo was stunned. Upon hearing this, Yiling's face paled, and then he said, Jiang Yuan and I saw it just now. It's on top of the mountain too. What? As soon as these words were spoken, Chen Jiangwo could no longer sit still. There was a dangerous beast nearby, and he was really worried. After all, if there is any problem, it is the ordinary people of Guanghan province who will suffer. I'm going to the mountain now to see what's going on. Bai Feng stood up and prepared to leave, but Jiang Yuan stopped him. Wait. Jiang Yuan's voice made everyone in the office look at him. Faced with everyone's opinions, Jiang Yuan's mind raced. He didn't want people from Daxia to go up, because it would be bad if they were discovered. After all, as a Daxia person in his previous life, he still has some feelings for Daxia. If possible, he really doesn't want to conflict with Daxia. After thinking about it for a while, Jiang Yuan suddenly had an idea and made a decision. So he faced everyone and said directly, I have a different opinion. Not only is it on the mountain, but there are also strange beasts that helped us before. They are all quite powerful. Especially, I don't know what the huge red dot on it is. Acting rashly will not be a good thing for us. Jiang Yuan's words silenced everyone in the office. Indeed, there is some truth in this. If you act rashly, you may face more than one beast. Seeing everyone's calm expressions, Jiang Yuan realized that he had touched their hearts, so he struck while the iron was hot, and said, I have a good idea. I can go up and see what's going on. No, it's too dangerous for you. Yiling refused without thinking. You go up. Why don't you let me go? I can at least perform the fusion. Before she could finish her words, Jiang Yuan interrupted her, saying, I have the four-colored deer, and I have natural talent. If anything unexpected happens, I can escape. And you can't. After he finished speaking, he saw that no one spoke. Jiang Yuan smiled and said, Okay, wait for my good news. At the same time, on top of the mountain, hiss, hiss, hiss. With the arrival of Luo Xian, Zhu Yue, Lu Ying, and a group of strange beasts, the mountain was already full of Jiang Yuan and his group. The beasts and Su Ming were all bathed in nine-colored light. As the nine-colored light gradually faded, Jiang Yuan's consciousness returned to his body. Bah! Suddenly, the firefly let out a long cry. I saw strands of nine-colored light appearing on the red body of the firefly. When I sensed the past, I felt that Lu Ying's whole body was filled with a very sacred aura. The change of firefly caused the strange beasts around to open their eyes. Is the firefly going to evolve? Jiang Yuan immediately looked at the firefly beside him. Beside him, Zhu Yue and Luo Xian were staring at Lu Ying intently, each of them with a look of deep excitement. Bah! The next second, Lu Ying's eyes widened and a scorching light flashed in her eyes. It flew up, and the flames shining from its body were dazzling and bright, just like a slowly rising sun. Type, Fire Phoenix. Grade, C+. Active talents, Red Flame Claw, Jet Flame, Meteor Flame, Fiery Explosion. Passive talent, Immortality. With a certain amount of Sika bloodline, after passing through layers of realms, it is possible to break free from the constraints and sprint towards the Sika body. Jiang Yuan looked at the figures circling in the air, a hint of joy on his face. I didn't expect that the first thing to evolve after arriving on Blue Star would be Firefly. But it finally caught up with the main group. Roar, roar, roar. Ouch, ouch. Luo Xian and Zhu Yue couldn't help but shout excitedly when they saw the changes in Lu Ying. It seemed as if they were happy for the fireflies from the bottom of their hearts. Wow, a little bird with flames all over its body. Just when all the beasts were excited, suddenly a somewhat honest human voice sounded. And the giant turtle. Wow, a standing wolf. Is this the werewolf from the Book of Beasts? It's Su Ming. She woke up. At this time, she stared with wide eyes at Lu Ying, Luo Xian, and Zhu Yue. Finally, as if he couldn't hold back any longer, He went up and touched them. Roar, roar, roar. A woo, a woo. Neither Jiang Yuan nor Luo Xian showed any hostility towards this. It's not just that they knew Su Ming was lying on Jiang Yuan just now. Moreover, for some unknown reason, they always felt that Su Ming had a very special smell on her body, which made them want to get close to her. Even the fireflies that were originally flying in the air couldn't help but land and rubbed back and forth on Su Ming's body affectionately. Hee hee. Su Ming seemed to be having a lot of fun playing with them, giggling the whole time. At this time, Jiang Yuan was the only one watching on the mountain. If anyone else saw this scene, they would probably be stunned on the spot. It's not because of the size difference between Su Ming and them, but the aura emanating from these strange beasts all indicate that they are extremely ferocious beasts. How come in Su Ming's hands, it's no different from a domestic pet? Type: Human Su Ming. Level: D+. Active talents: Fountain of spiritual power. The main body generates spiritual power all the time, which can be fed back to the contracted beast and even the surrounding talented people. Contract summoning. Passive talent: Spirit body. A passive talent given after spending 500 million in record of myriad beasts, formed after being nourished by the 9-colored light. Spiritual body. The spiritual body can store a huge amount of spiritual energy and emit spiritual energy at all times, allowing nearby beasts and gifted people to gain a certain amount of energy and increase their cultivation speed. Jiang Yuan watched quietly from the side, with a strange look in his eyes. How come Su Ming hasn't even broken through to sea level after staying under the 9-colored light for so long? But when he saw her talent, Jiang Yuan suddenly realized something. It seems that she didn't break through because of her passive talent, which caused her to store her spiritual energy. But when Jiang Yuan saw the introduction about the spring of spiritual power, he was stunned. What does it mean to be able to give back to the contracted beast? Is this referring to me? Little spider. Just when Jiang Yuan was puzzled, Su Ming, who was playing, seemed to have thought of something and suddenly turned her head to look at him. Then she trotted over to Jiang Yuan, stretched out her fair and tender little hand, and hugged one of his legs. Little spider, I have something for you. When Jiang Yuan was still wondering what Su Ming would give him, he saw a green light suddenly flash from her white and tender hands. Immediately following, the green light seemed to be guided and instantly fell on Jiang Yuan. Buzz. The contractor, Space Greymon, has transferred 10,000 spiritual power points to you, which is being converted into 10,000 evolution points. What the hell? What the hell? The long-lost system sound in his mind made Jiang Yuan stunned for a long time. He originally thought that Krypton Gold was of no use to him after he came into the Book of Beasts. I didn't expect my adoptive father. Su Ming also has this skill that can directly feed spiritual power back to herself. This is really too outrageous. Chapter 103. This revenge must be revenged. How about it? As if sensing Jiang Yuan's emotions, Su Ming spoke with a smile. Very strong. Jiang Yuan came back to his senses and spoke sincerely, his eyes shining with a gleam of light. With Su Ming's talent, he was not afraid of lack of spiritual power at all. After all, her talent is to absorb spiritual energy all the time and store it in her body. And if she saves up to a certain level, she will give it all to herself. Jiang Yuan felt that he would evolve in an instant. Suddenly, Jiang Yuan's eyes moved slightly, and he looked towards the bottom of the mountain. Just see. A figure slowly walked up from the foot of the mountain. Roar, roar, roar. As soon as they saw this figure, the expressions of Luo Xian and Zhua instantly became ferocious. Because they just heard from Lu Ying that some indigenous people had attacked it. And he uses very strange weapons. Is it you? However, Su Ming raised her eyes slightly, and then seemed to be afraid that Luo Xian and Zhua would attack her. She walked over to the figure, swinging her white and tender feet, and said, Little bird, big turtle, little wolf, please don't do this. Let me introduce you. I know this person. He saved me before. Hearing this, Luo Xian and Zhua Yu looked at each other, and only when they saw Jiang Yuan's face was calm did they put away the fierce look on their faces. Oh right, Spider-Man. I thought he was you before. Su Ming smiled and said something. Then suddenly she turned her head and asked innocently, what's your name? Roar. Not far away, Lu Ying, Zhua Yu, and even Luo Xian were stunned when they heard this. Good job. It turns out that the person Su Ming was talking about as an acquaintance didn't even know his name. Godfather. As they were sighing, the figure's words made them freeze on the spot. Both eyes widened a little. Even Su Ming, as a human being, is the same. At this moment, the figure slowly walked to Jiang Yuan's side, and finally appeared in the sight of all creatures. The bodies of the man and the beast were strangely merged together. I was dumbfounded. At this moment, they were really dumbfounded. I have no idea what is going on. After merging with this, Jiang Yuan felt a powerful force bursting out from his body. This power was previously stored in the human body and has been completely integrated with him with the fusion. Hiss. It seems that if I have enough clones, sending them out to practice can also increase my evolution points. Looking at the evolution points that had increased significantly, Jiang Yuan couldn't help but sigh again. Split. After pondering for a moment, Jiang Yuan let out a low cry. As the light surged, a figure gradually separated from his body. It's Jiang Yuan. From the outside, everything seemed to be the same, but the aura he exuded was much stronger than before. Especially in those eyes, there were 3 completely different lights hidden in the depths. This is because his human body inherited the strength and talent of the A-level original body. Not bad. Jiang Yuan took a look and felt a slight movement in his heart. Although the human body cannot completely inherit the power of the original body, it now possesses the strength of B-level. On the current blue star, which has just experienced a spiritual energy revival, it has already become a powerful generation. Little spider, this is yours. Seeing the figure appear again, Su Ming next to him came back to his senses. She covered her mouth, shock written all over her slightly innocent face. Actually, this is my clone. Jiang Yuan was not worried that his secret would be discovered. Both Lu Ying and her group and Su Ming were the people or animals he trusted the most. How can I explain to my adoptive father that I had a clone before the game came? Jiang Yuan looked thoughtful. Lu Ying and her group were just casually mentioned, and it was over, but his adoptive father was different. Wow, Spider-Man, are you saying this is your clone? I was wondering why he looks so much like you. Just as Jiang Yuan was thinking, Su Ming's scream was the first to sound. Then she was seen jogging all the way to Jiang Yuan's front, turning around and looking at him. From time to time, she would reach out and poke and pinch Jiang Yuan's body. Wow, it feels so good. Little spider, your clone gives me the same feeling as a real person. As she spoke, Su Ming couldn't help but jump onto Jiang Yuan's back. Seeing this scene, a few black lines crossed Jiang Yuan's forehead. Okay, since my godfather is like this, it seems there is no need for explanation. So Jiang Yuan didn't explain any further and simply changed the subject, saying, Foster father, my clone came here because someone from the Daxia government sent someone to investigate. Because Daxia and even the entire human race currently have a bad view of exotic beasts. But that's a small matter. Jiang Yuan smiled and said, Father, do you want to stay on the mountain or leave here? Of course it's here, Su Ming said without thinking. She especially likes the little birds, big turtles, and little wolves here. Leave here? Where can I find such a good place? But I want to go down first and pick up Sister Lu and my dad. Little spider, they've known you for a long time and are full of praise for you. Okay. As soon as Su Ming opened her mouth, Jiang Yuan immediately agreed. Although he didn't have much contact with Sister Lu and Su Rufeng, he knew that they were Su Ming's closest people. Moreover, Su Ming's family has made great contributions to his ability to possess such strength after the advent of the game. Godfather, please follow me down first. Pick them up when the time comes so we can come up together. After Jiang Yuan finished speaking, his human body smiled slightly and spoke. Good. Su Ming nodded, then waved to Luo Xian and the others behind him and said, Big turtle, little bird, little wolf, see you later. Roar. Hearing this, Luo Xian and his group nodded in agreement with her with smiles. Call. Jiang Yuan's eyes only grew a little serious after Su Ming and himself left. When he merged with the human body just now, he also knew what the human body had experienced recently. Apart from the global changes, a lot of news about the revival of spiritual energy has also been circulating online. The most widely spread news is from the contract players of Record of 10,000 Beasts. After the arrival of the strange beasts, their status was elevated to an extremely high position. In order to seek the protection of those powerful beasts, many people would like to work like slaves for them. Jiang Yuan had experienced this in his previous life. There hasn't been much change. The only thing that made Jiang Yuan think was a wanted warrant issued by a country. Sakura country. Our General Miyamoto Nobuta was injured in a battle with a giant bird in the sea, and our country was shocked. It is currently known that the giant bird has gone to the kingdom of Daxia. If anyone finds any trace of it, please contact XXXXXX. We, Sakura, will avenge this grudge. Chapter 104, Daxia's response. Sakura country? Miyamoto Nobuta? Jiang Yuan's eyes flickered, revealing a gloomy light. Miyamoto Nobuta of the Sakura country was a famous figure in his previous life. Not only did he awaken his own talent, he also contracted a megalodon in Record of Beasts. Although the megalodon's level is not particularly high, the contract with it is much stronger than without it, especially since he has the support of the Miyamoto family in Sakura country. With the allocation of resources, he became a powerful man. I didn't expect that he would be the one fighting against Liu Ying. Thinking of this, Jiang Yuan felt that time was running out. According to the nature of the Sakura country, they will definitely come to hunt down Firefly. And how could he let them succeed? It seems that I have to be on guard against Sakura country early on. And Lu Fuguwei. As if he thought of something, a cold look flashed across Jiang Yuan's eyes. Lu Fuguwei knew that he was still alive. There is always a risk in his life. Even though the risk is extremely low, Jiang Yuan doesn't want to put himself in a dangerous situation. Shaking his head, Jiang Yuan let go of the thought. He will solve these problems one by one. Right now, the main focus is to find a place to stay. This mountain is quite nice. But this is not suitable for the alien beasts and my adoptive father to live in. This needs to be remodeled. As he murmured, a scarlet light suddenly lit up in Yuan's eyes. The scarlet light was so dazzling that it enveloped everything around it in a red glow. The next moment, rumble. Suddenly, loud noises came from the quiet mountain, like a major earthquake. What's going on? Zhueyue looked around vigilantly with a serious expression. Bah! The firefly made a loud noise and pretended to fly up into the sky to find out what was going on. It just flapped its wings when Luo Xian suddenly exclaimed, "Holy crap! Look at the terrain." The beasts subconsciously looked around, only to see that the terrain around them was changing rapidly as Jiang Yuan's eyes moved. It's as if an invisible hand in heaven is shaping the mountains at will. But after a moment, they saw a familiar scene appear on the mountain. That's the cave of the record of beasts. That's not all. A deep voice rang out. We still need some space for training and for humans to live. The mountain roared and then changed again. I saw cracks on the ground like spider webs. Then a huge building emerged from the ground. That's a house. It's entirely made of mud. Is this the master's style? Oh my god! Turning the terrain. How powerful is the master? Unlike the other beasts who were filled with shock, Jiang Yuan looked around. After a moment, he nodded lightly, as if he was very satisfied with his masterpiece. Come on, all of you, choose a place to stay. This will be our base in the blue alien world. Okay, Dad. Liu Ying was the first to take action after hearing this. She didn't even look at the other caves and only chose one close to Jiang Yuan cave. After making her choice, she finally breathed a sigh of relief and glanced awkwardly at Jiue, who had not yet taken any action. I feel more comfortable living here, so I choose to live here. As if trying to hide something, Liu Ying opened her mouth to explain. Really? But I feel like it's more comfortable here. Luo Xian looked at Liu Ying and said subconsciously, from my cave, I can just see the sea across the way. It's exactly the place I've always dreamed of. As Luo Xian spoke, he didn't notice that Liu Ying's expression had become extremely unnatural. In fact, she also liked the cave that Luo Xian mentioned. There, it can fly by just lifting its wings slightly. But looking at Zhueyue, standing beside her, Liu Ying felt that enduring this was no big deal. In short, as long as she is around, there is no way Zhueyue can be her mother. Su Ming and the others are coming up? Jiang Yuan looked at the fireflies and was about to speak when suddenly it seemed to sense something. Then I should go and see the attitude of Daxiao officials. As Jiang Yuan spoke slowly, he slightly closed his eyes and gradually let his consciousness fall into his human body. At this time, Jiang Yuan didn't know that the unusual movement of the mountain had already spread on the internet. Oh my god, did you just feel that? Earthquake, big earthquake. It is said that it came from a mountain near Guanghan province. It's more than just a massive earthquake. I heard there are many strange beasts descended from the record of myriad beasts. And have you seen the news from Sakura country? They say the giant bird is inside the mountain. That giant bird was slaughtering players crazily in the record of beasts before. What the hell? Doesn't this mean we're in danger? The news about the unusual movement of the mountain spread very quickly online, causing many people to discuss it. Guanghan province has the largest number of people. There is nothing we can do about it. The mountain is located in Guanghan province. Whether it is the great terror hidden inside, the giant bird that attacked the Sakura country, or a group of powerful beasts. Even what they did in Record of Beasts. Any one of these points would be a king bomb, let alone all of them added together. Guanghan Provincial Security Department. Jiang Yuan, you mean that even you can't penetrate that calamity rain and fog? And you can feel a lot of eyes watching you from inside, but they didn't attack you. So, you think those strange beasts stationed on the mountain will not attack Daxiao for a while? Yes, that's right. At this time, Jiang Yuan, who had sent Su Ming and his party back to the mountain, was recounting everything that happened inside the mountain in his office. Of course, most of the above words were made up by Jiang Yuan. The only thing that is true is that they will not attack Daxia. After receiving Jiang Yuan's affirmation, Chen Zhengwo fell silent. Forget it, just take a look at these documents. Then we can discuss how to deal with the strange beasts in our Guanghan province. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yuan immediately picked up the document in front of him and quickly browsed through it. The content of the document is concise. It can be roughly divided into 3 categories. One category is the impact of this spiritual energy revival on Daxia and even countries around the world. In this operation, Daxia acted very quickly, so it did not cause many consequences. However, there were some remaining strange beasts and even ferocious beasts stationed in various places in Daxia, which would come out from time to time to attack and kill ordinary humans. Compared with Daxia, the situation of other countries is not so good. Some countries are almost completely overthrown by powerful exotic beasts and even mutated beasts. After roughly understanding the first piece of news, Jiang Yuan simply passed it by. His current form is a spider, and he doesn't care at all about the fact that the human kingdom is occupied. On the contrary, he can only profit from it if the conflict between them becomes more and more serious. The second category is about some people who have awakened their talents but did not choose to join, but instead formed their own faction, specializing in illegal and criminal activities. It is completely similar to the Black Society in ancient times. Codename Shadow, Linyi. Jiang Yuan suddenly saw a familiar name on the document. It seems he's doing pretty well. Jiang Yuan smiled and continued reading. His eyes became more focused. The last one is about the mountain where his body is located. Chapter 105, Beware. Just now, a major earthquake occurred on the mountain, causing turmoil in the surrounding area within 100 miles. The Sakura country has learned that the giant bird has descended on Guanghan province in Great Xia and is currently in contact with it. Should they go and destroy the strange beast on the mountain? This piece of news made Jiang Yuan feel relieved. Come to think of it, it's actually quite normal. The person that Liu Ying attacked this time was Miyamoto Nobuta. The family behind this man cannot be underestimated, so it is not surprising that Sakura country acted quickly under their urging. Have you finished reading it? Tell me what you think about this matter. Seeing that Yi Ling, Bai Feng, and Jiang Yuan were all in the document, Chen Zhengwo asked in a deep voice. Bai Feng snorted coldly and said, Sakura country? They are just a group of people, and they still want to condemn our country? Who gave them the courage? That's right. Yi Ling also quickly agreed. It's as if the giant bird is what we want to let into the country. What's the point of going on a crusade? Not to mention the giant bird. I wonder how powerful the other creatures are. Can we rashly attack this? No. These beasts love to slaughter players in the record of beasts. I think it's necessary to subjugate them. This is not for the Sakura country, but for the people of Guanghan province. Chen Zhengwo nodded one by one, and finally his eyes fell on Jiang Yuan. Jiang Yuan pondered for a moment and said, In my opinion, the strange beasts on the mountain have not caused any damage to our Great Xia so far. It would be better to just leave it alone, relocate the people nearby, make it a dangerous restricted area, and not let anyone get close. That would be enough. As for the Sakura country, after a pause, Jiang Yuan gave the same answer. Okay. Hearing this, Chen Zhengwo smiled and said, Actually, I think the same as you. Although the strange beast on the mountain is a time bomb, it hasn't exploded yet. All we need to do is be on guard. The problems we face right now are more on their side. Bang. After he finished speaking, Chen Zhengwo slammed his hand down on the document. The area covered by his hand was right in the middle of the message about the shadow in the document. In fact, for us, the biggest uncontrollable factor at the moment is still them. So your first priority is to eradicate this force. Hearing this, Yi Ling, Bai Feng, and Jiang Yuan all nodded. Then Minister Chen will go down first, Bai Feng said and walked out first. Yi Ling followed closely behind. As an official of Daxia, what she could not tolerate the most was the ordinary people of Daxia being harmed. Jiang Yuan was about to leave when he saw this, but Chen Zhengwo stopped him. Minister Chen, is there anything else? Jiang Yuan turned around and asked. I have something else for you. Chen Zhengwo walked over to Jiang Yuan and said, During the revival of spiritual energy, we in Daxia discovered a spiritual mine. It's currently being occupied by mutant beasts. My idea is for you to go and see it. Jiang Yuan was stunned. He knew about the spiritual mine in his previous life. With the revival of spiritual energy, many things on Blue Star that can store spiritual energy have evolved into spiritual stones. The spiritual mine is where these things are mined. For example, jade itself contains spiritual energy, And after the spiritual energy is revived, it contains even more spiritual energy. Of course, it's not just jade, but all kinds of strange things have undergone qualitative changes after the revival of spiritual energy. Some contain spiritual energy, and some contain elemental power. Seeing that Jiang Yuan didn't say anything, Chun Jingwo thought that he didn't understand the meaning of spiritual, so he patiently explained it to him. Then his voice deepened a bit as he said, spiritual, it's not only good for mutant beasts, but also for us humans, and even the alien beasts. You possess elemental talent, and have contracted a powerful beast. Even Yiling and Bai Feng are no match for you. If you go, you can better avoid the covetousness of some powerful beasts and even gifted people. After hearing this, Jiang Yuan understood. Perhaps the group of mutated beasts is not difficult to deal with, but the crisis lurking behind the scenes is difficult to deal with. Yiling is good at assassination, but frontal combat is her weakness. Although Bai Feng has a contract with Baidaxian, his character is too righteous. Thinking of this, Jiang Yuan nodded gently and said, Minister, where is this spiritual mine? Growing up in Guanghan province. As soon as these words came out, a hidden light flashed in Jiang Yuan's eyes. It's right in Guanghan province, which is a good thing for him. Okay, Minister, leave this matter to me. People from Sakura country also have spiritual minds. At the same time, Jiang Yuan on the top of the mountain opened his eyes. These two things are not trivial matters to him. As a person from Desya in his previous life, he would not attack Desya for no reason. Just spiritual, to be honest, Jiang Yuan also has many interests. After all, he couldn't become stronger, and as a strange beast, he couldn't escape death in the end. You can say he is selfish. In short, Jiang Yuan will not let himself die for the sake of justice. Having lived this life again, he knows the preciousness of life better than anyone else. Send someone over to see what's going on first. Then I'll see if I can do it. Little spider, don't stay there alone. Quick, come together. Just when Jiang Yuan made up his mind, Su Ming's smiling voice suddenly came to his ears. He turned his head and saw smoke rising from a cooking stove not far away. A group of strange beasts surrounded Su Ming, Su Ruffing, and Sister Lu. At this moment, none of the strange beasts spoke a word, but just stared at Su Ming and his three companions. Luo Xian was fine. He held his head high and maintained the appearance of a master, but the gloomy look in his eyes had already betrayed him. Compared to it, Zhu Yue is still trying to control the group of people under his command. Only Lu Ying's eyes almost drooped, and she looked like she was longing to the extreme. Little bird, add some more fire. It'll be ready soon. At this time, Su Ming looked at Lu Ying beside him. Tick. Firefly responded immediately, then opened her mouth and carefully spit out a flame. Looking at the happy scene, Jiang Yuan couldn't help laughing. He didn't expect that barbecue would be such a great temptation for humans. I didn't expect that it would also be a great temptation for strange beasts. Yes. At this time, Su Ming, Sister Lu, Su Ruffing and their group were having a barbecue. It smells pretty good when it's roasted. Jiang Yuan smacked his lips and couldn't help but walk over. Speaking of which, he hasn't eaten barbecue since the arrival of the strange beast in his previous life. I really miss the smell of barbecue. When it got closer, Jiang Yuan could already hear Lu Ying's impatient voice. It smells so good and looks delicious. Isn't it baked yet? I'm so anxious. It's almost time, little bird. Su Ming patted Lu Ying's head with a smile and said, when it's roasted, I'll give you the first one to eat. Okay. Lu Ying curled her lips and said, but you can't steal the first one from me later. As she spoke, she looked at Luo Xian warily. It doesn't know whether others will snatch it away. But Luo Xian, that toad, is about to crawl into the ground. If you say it doesn't steal, you can't believe it. Chapter 106, Eating Seafood. After waiting for a while, the barbecue started to sizzle with oil, and the tempting aroma it exuded made people salivate. Su Ming quickly sprinkled some cumin and some seasonings to bring out the aroma of the barbecue to the greatest extent. It's finally baked. After putting down the rice cake, Su Ming said with a smile, roar, roar, roar. As soon as he finished speaking, the firefly flapped its wings and tried to pick up a piece. Hold on, little birdie. I'll make things more delicious. Su Ming hurriedly stopped it. Lu Ying forced herself to close her open mouth. Luckily, Su Ming stopped her. If it were Luo Xian or Zhu Yue, Lu Ying really couldn't help but want to teach them how to become a beast. At this moment, green light surged on Su Ming's hands, and it was sprinkled on the barbecue like chopped green onions. Okay, eat now. After doing all this, Su Ming clapped his hands and smiled. Sai, don't fight with me. Upon hearing this, the firefly immediately chirped, then quickly pecked at a piece of barbecue and swallowed it. Hey, So delicious. As soon as he took a bite, Lu Ying couldn't help but praise it with relish. The grilled meat itself is very crispy and delicious. After Su Ming covered it with a layer of spiritual energy, it not only became more delicious, but also enhanced its own strength. Ouch! Seeing this, Zhu Yue, who was standing by, quickly picked up a piece of barbecue and started to taste it. Humph! You don't look like a master at all. Luo Xian swallowed his saliva and was a little disdainful at first. But when it noticed that Lu Ying and Zhu Yue had swallowed a few pieces in a flash, it no longer cared about its superior image and shouted, "Hey, slow down. Leave some for me too." Hey, why are you eating so fast? As he spoke, Luo Xian also joined the scramble. Ha 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 ha. Seeing them eating happily, Su Ming said with a smile on her face, "Eat slowly. If it's not enough, you can always do more. Don't be impatient." When Su Ming was speaking, Su Ruffing and Sister Lu beside her looked at each other, and a smile unconsciously appeared on the corners of their mouths. When they first saw the fireflies, they were almost frightened to the point of falling to the ground. Actually, this is normal. Just imagine, an ordinary human being facing huge and ferocious beasts would be lucky if he didn't get scared to death. But after such a short period of contact, Su Ruffing and Sister Lu had let go of all their worries. Because they can see that although this group of strange beasts look extremely terrifying, their personalities are no different from those of little kids. Especially the giant bird named Firefly. She has the mind of a little girl. It was that giant spider. They were a little confused, but they could only tell that he had no ill will towards them. Little spider, eat quickly too. Otherwise it will be gone. Su Ming saw that Jiang Yuan hadn't moved, so she quickly picked up a piece of barbecue and motioned Jiang Yuan to start. Good. Jiang Yuan smiled and did not refuse. He opened his mouth and swallowed it all. The long-lost taste of barbecue made him linger on the taste. Not only that, at the moment of swallowing it, a voice sounded in Jiang Yuan's mind at the right time. Host devours ordinary beef and gains 1 evolution point. Aura detected in the beef, converting it into 100 evolution points. The barbecue made by my godfather is really good. Jiang Yuan paused slightly. 100 evolution points are equivalent to the meat of E+ level monsters in record of 10,000 beasts. I didn't expect that Su Ming's little skills could reach such a level. You know, this is just ordinary beef. If the meat of some mutated beasts passes through Su Ming's hands, doesn't that mean it can be taken to a higher level? Moreover, this small piece of beef is not even leftover meat when placed on the record of 10,000 beasts. If it were a whole cow, the evolution points it contained would probably be even more terrifying. Wow, anything else? Anything else? I want to eat more too. After a while, the pieces of barbecued meat were all eaten up by Luo Xian, Lu Ying, Zhu Yue, and the other strange beasts below. They all looked at Su Ming with an unsatisfied look. Luo Xian, looking at the beasts' expressions, as if they had thought of something, Jiang Yuan said, "Do you still want to eat?" Ahem. Luo Xian hurriedly put on an air of mastery, but in the end he couldn't help but nodded and said, "Of course. Then I'll give you a task. To the sea." Jiang Yuan turned his gaze slightly and looked at the sea behind the mountain. "Little spider, do you want to eat seafood?" Before Luo Xian could say anything, Su Ming jumped up first. "Seafood is delicious. Seafood is delicious. I want to eat seafood too. Big turtle, let's go catch some seafood together." Okay. Although he didn't know what seafood was, Luo Xian still agreed with Su Ming. "Yeah, then let's go now." Su Ming smiled, then quickly jumped onto Luo Xian's back and shouted, "Let's go. Big turtle, let's go." Miss, now the sea. Sister Lu wanted to say something, but Jiang Yuan seemed to have guessed what she was going to say and said calmly, "Don't worry. With Luo Xian here, Godfather will be fine." Yes, little spider is right. Su Ming frowned. In fact, Su Ming really dislikes the title of Godfather. She also corrected the little spider several times and asked it to call her mother. Unfortunately, little Zhu always called her Godfather. Forget it, they are all my little spiders anyway." Muttering to himself, Su Ming continued, "Let's go. Big turtle, let's go catch some seafood." Roar! Luo Xian roared at the right time, and then moved forward and rushed directly from the mountain peak to the sea behind. "Xiaoming, be careful." Seeing this scene, Su Ruffling was shocked. The mountain is 100 meters away from the sea. If someone jumps down, he will be killed. "Don't worry, with Luo Xian here, everything will be fine." Lu Ying spoke quickly, and then her eyes kept moving between Jiang Yuan, Zhu Yue, and even Su Ming in the distance. If Su Ming becomes my mother, then does that mean Zhu Yue will have no chance? She looked thoughtful. The food Su Ming cooked was so delicious. She would be lucky enough to be her mother. and it can completely isolate the desire to pursue the dream of becoming a mother. The more I think about it, the brighter the light in Firefly's eyes becomes. Although Su Rufeng heard Lu Ying's words, he still ran over subconsciously. When he reached the edge of the mountain, he saw a scene he would never forget. However, when he ran to the edge of the mountain, he saw a scene that he would never forget. The huge Luo Xian flew across the sky at a height of 100 meters and landed on the sea at a rapid speed. But even though his body was huge, he didn't make even a splash in the sea. Su Rufeng was stunned. Although he knew that spiritual energy was reviving as an ordinary person, he couldn't change his mindset for the time being. In fact, Sister Lu, who is a gifted person, was also stunned. She believed that it would be okay to jump from 100 meters. But Luo Xian's huge body didn't even cause a splash of water. She just found this incredible. Jiang Yuan watched Luo Xian leave silently. In fact, what he said about catching seafood was just a gimmick. More importantly, he wanted Luo Xian to meet the people from Sakura country. The Sakura country condemned them so quickly, and Daxia did not negotiate with them. Jiang Yuan felt that the Sakura country would most likely send people over on its own. This way it can be handed over to Luo Xian. Even if he didn't encounter any, Luo Xian could still bring back some seafood. As for Su Ming, Jiang Yuan was not worried about her, not to mention that he had Luo Xian who had strong defensive capabilities. As a player, she can summon strange beasts easily and efficiently when encountering a crisis. This way, my adoptive father can also witness the world where spiritual energy is revived. Chapter 107, Turtle Predation. The other side. There is a military camp stationed in a mountain range. Well-trained soldiers can be seen everywhere in the military camp. They wore green military uniforms and carried sophisticated equipment. It turned out to be an official from Daxia. Click, click. But at this moment, the temperature in the air suddenly dropped rapidly. Something's happening, be careful. Seeing this, the soldiers in the barracks tensed up and held the spears at their waists tightly with both hands. Bang! Just as they were looking around, a figure suddenly appeared at the gate of the military camp. Click! The soldiers were startled and subconsciously raised their rifles and pulled the triggers. Only after they saw the figure clearly did they straighten their bodies and salute the figure. Hello, sir. Hello, sir. Captain Jiang, it's you. I thought it was some ferocious beast. The leading officer took a few steps forward. That's right. The person who came this time was Jiang Yuan, who was called by Chen Zhangwo. Facing their salute, Jiang Yuan looked around and sneered. It seems your awareness of vigilance isn't very good. Captain Jiang. The officer was stunned for a moment, and a trace of difficulty covered his smiling face. Captain Jiang, our soldiers are absolutely well-trained. They are the elite among the elite. Otherwise, they wouldn't have sent us to guard the spirit mine. Yeah. Jiang Yuan sneered even harder, his eyes suddenly becoming fierce. In an instant, wisps of frost appeared on Jiang Yuan's body, and the temperature around him dropped to freezing point. The soldiers on the side were all chattering with cold, but they all held their chests high and looked fearless. Captain Jiang, do you think our soldiers are worthy of the word elite? As if sensing Jiang Yuan's ill intentions, the officer's expression became much colder as he said, although we don't have awakened talents. But we are not afraid of those with talent. Captain Jiang, do you want to compete with us? Jiang Yuan looked up at him and chuckled. I'm not that boring. As he spoke, the frost on Jiang Yuan's body dissipated instantly, and the air temperature returned to normal. Jiang Yuan walked slowly towards the barracks and said slowly, 500 meters to your left. There's a man who's been squatting there for who knows how long. Didn't you notice? We can still catch him now, otherwise he will run away. Impossible. The officer's pupils shrank, and he retorted subconsciously. At the same time, he immediately asked people to explore in the direction Jiang Yuan mentioned. Team leader. A moment later, a scream was heard from outside the door. The officer and the soldiers around him turned their heads to look. But the two soldiers who had gone there were coming back, dragging an ice sculpture. Looking at the shape of the ice sculpture, it looks like a person lying on the ground. Click. At this moment, cracks appeared on the ice sculpture. When the ice sculpture was completely shattered, everyone saw an unconscious figure inside the ice sculpture. The slow-motion scene before their eyes made all the soldiers in the field dazed. Thinking back to when they were angrily facing Jiang Yuan just now, they all felt their faces burning. In addition to this emotion, there is also a sense of solemnity. This person, you can tell at a glance that it has been lying there for who knows how long. Jiang Yuan was caught only after he came over. Doesn't that mean that he saw everything that happened in the military camp before? He should be a gifted person. After a long silence, Jiang Yuan's voice was the first to ring out. It's normal that you didn't notice. But he's been observing for so long. Maybe the news about the spirit mine has spread. Speaking of this, Jiang Yuan couldn't help but brag a little. Although spiritual energy has just revived, humans are at a disadvantage. But humans are too sensitive. Just like this spiritual mine. Only the mutated beasts that originally lived here know about it. But what about humans? As soon as I came over, someone was following me. Who knows? There will be more and more people coming later. And what about the mutant beasts? Not to mention they know. Even if they do, they may not come to fight for it. That's the difference. Over time, this difference will become wider and wider. Captain Jiang, I'm sorry. The officer came back to his senses and apologized to Jiang Yuan with a red face. Seeing this, the other soldiers also prepared to speak. Jiang Yuan seemed to have anticipated this and spoke first. I told you, it's normal that you didn't notice. Next, you should discuss how to deal with potential enemies. Four-colored deer. Come out. With a light shout from Jiang Yuan, a whirlpool condensed from his side. Yo! The moment the deer's cry was heard, a deer carrying four-colored divine light appeared beside him. Four-colored deer, you stay nearby and don't let any unfamiliar faces in. Jiang Yuan emphasized this and said to the officer, Come, take me to the spiritual mine first. Yes, Captain Jiang. The officer immediately responded upon hearing this, if his previous respect for Jiang Yuan was simply out of respect for his superior. With this move, Jiang Yuan completely convinced him. And in this certain sea area, roar. A series of roars were heard, and an extremely huge turtle was seen swimming slowly on the sea level. It is worth mentioning that in this uninhabited area, there is a girl in a pink long dress on its back. This strange combination is Luo Xian and Su Ming, who left the mountain. Wow, big turtle, we've caught quite a bit of seafood now. Su Ming stood on the turtle's back, looked around, and jumped up with excitement. Huge figures were floating on the sea level on both sides of him. These are obviously mutated beasts in the sea. Now we can go back. Little Bird and Little Wolf will be so excited when they see us bringing back so much seafood. When Su Ming thought of Luiying and Zhueyue, a few more smiles appeared on her little face. Although Firefly and Zhueyue are not reptiles, but they can talk. This alone is what attracted Su Ming so much. Roar. I'll do as you say. Luo Xian nodded slightly to show his agreement. But just when Luo Xian was about to take Su Ming back, boom. A sudden roar in the distance attracted its attention. Following the sound, I saw three huge figures moving slowly on the sea level. This figure surprised Luo Xian very much. Not only does it look strange, but despite being so huge, it doesn't emit any breath of life. However, there are many subtle breaths of life in its body. Yes, it's a battleship. The roar not only attracted Luo Xian's attention, but also made Su Ming turn her head to look over. She seemed to have seen something, and suddenly exclaimed in surprise, It's from Sakura country. How could they appear in this sea area? Chapter 108, 100-meter waves. Sakura country? Luo Xian frowned. Is it the group of people who chased Luiying before? Yeah. Su Ming thought for a while and nodded. As soon as these words were spoken, a fierce look flashed across Luo Xian's dark eyes. Bully its friends. Doesn't this mean that you don't take me, a peerless master, seriously? No, they must be taught a lesson. Luo Xian quickly made up his mind. Just when Luo Xian made up his mind, in the warship not far away. Beasts. Lots of mutant sea beasts. Why are they all floating? Shit, is there an extremely powerful mutant beast here? Will he attack us later? It's in the sea, we can't see it. On the deck of the battleship, the soldiers of Sakura country looked at the corpses floating on the sea surface, trembling all over and making loud noises of fear. Baga, what are you afraid of? Our Sakura nation is the most powerful in the world. At this time, a bald man of medium build, about 30 years old, walked out of the captain's cabin and said, Are you afraid of a mere mutant sea beast? Don't forget our mission on this trip, which is to find that giant bird. He spoke angrily, spitting out of his mouth and spraying on everyone's face. But for this, the soldiers of Sakura country didn't dare to get angry at all. They just lowered their heads and shouted in unison, Hey! Because this man is called Miyamoto Oyama, and he is the supreme commander of their warship. He is also a member of the Miyamoto family. Although it is only a side branch, his prominent background is enough to look down on most people. Report to the commander. At this moment, a soldier suddenly ran over in a hurry. Baga, what are you in such a hurry for? Haven't I taught you this before? No matter what happens, you must face it with a calm attitude. Commander, a strange beast appeared not far ahead. What? After hearing these words, Miyamoto Daesan was so frightened that he took several steps back. Others may not know, but he is well aware of Miyamoto Nobuda's miserable situation. The giant bird simply breathed out a breath of fire, causing Miyamoto Nobuta to be burned 90 of his body by boiling water. Although he came to this sea area to look for the giant bird, his idea was just to swim around the sea surface and then go back. Where is it? After taking a deep breath, Miyamoto Daison asked. Sir, over there. The soldier pointed in a direction to the side and considerately took the binoculars for him. Miyamoto Oyama picked up the camera and saw a huge turtle swimming slowly on the sea level. Sitting on its back was a delicate girl wearing a pink long dress. Is it a contracted beast? Seeing this scene, Miyamoto Oyama breathed a sigh of relief. As we all know, the general strength of contracted beasts is not very strong. After all, no fool would invest tens of millions into it, right? He could figure it out without a second thought that the girl and her contracted beast must have been attracted by the floating corpse of the mutant sea beast and wanted to steal some flesh and blood from it to eat. But this is a good deal for me. I need to get rid of them so that I can go back and report to my superiors. Thinking of this, Miyamoto Daison shouted loudly. A contracted beast scared you like this? This is a disgrace to my country of Sakura. How dare you claim to be the bravest warrior in our Sakura country? Quick, get rid of them for me. Hi. Upon hearing this, the soldiers nodded immediately and moved the muzzles of their guns to aim at the turtle. Report to the commander. Everything is ready. Fire. Following Miyamoto Daison's roar, he fell. Boom, boom, boom. The muzzles of the 3 warships erupted with deafening noises. One after another, the pitch-black shells rushed into the sky at a high speed, and then bombarded Luoxian like dense raindrops. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, shells poured down. Roar. Luoxian's pupils shrank, and the spiritual power in his body surged out, and layers of mist instantly covered his whole body. It's the spa shield. It can effectively alleviate most of the attacks. Big Turtle, I'm here to help you too. On the turtle's back, a brilliant light bloomed from Su Ming's body, shining on Luoxian like afterglow. Rumble. At this moment, the shell exploded. It was like an angry dragon venting its tremendous rage, and Luoxian was instantly engulfed by the anger. Even the sea surface was rippling, and the aftermath created layers of waves, causing the stable warship to sway back and forth. There is no doubt that this attack was extremely terrifying. I think no matter how mutated the beast is, it will die in these artillery shells. Ha 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 ha. I'm sure the turtle was scared silly just now. Don't even dare to move, if it suddenly dives into the seabed. Humph, so what if we drill into the seabed? Could it possibly survive under these layers of bombardment? Are you kidding me? On the deck, the soldiers looked at the sparks exploding in the distance and couldn't help laughing, their minds completely relaxed. Snort. Miyamoto Oyama also looked confident of victory. When the smoke from the artillery shells clears, go find that turtle. Then, roar, roar, roar. Before he finished speaking, a deafening roar suddenly rang out from the center of the shell. What's going on? Is it not dead yet? On the deck, the soldiers' laughter stopped abruptly, and they all stared blankly at the smoke-filled sea in the distance. Roar. Another burst of roars erupted. Everyone saw the turtle slowly walking out of the smoke. There was only a light layer of mist in front of it. Now, the mist was covered with cracks like spider webs. But it's obvious. It finally withstood this attack. And at this time, everyone can feel its raging rage that seems to have become material. This turtle obviously has no intention of letting them go. Baka, beat him hard. I just don't believe it can still hold out. Miyamoto Daison was terrified and spoke quickly, fearing that if he was a step late, he would go to hell. But he was still a step too slow. Before the soldiers could react, Luoxian let out a shocking roar. The patterns on the tortoise shell also became brightest at this moment. Roar, roar, roar. A series of roars were heard, as if the sea god was angry. It was visible to the naked eye that the originally calm sea surface was now filled with huge waves. The waves were extremely terrifying, reaching a height of 100 meters, and their huge shadows completely enveloped the area of the 3 warships. At this moment, it seemed as if even the scorching sun was blocked. What the hell is this? How can this strange beast control the sea water? Baga, how is that possible? Oh my god, how could there be such a powerful beast here? I must be dreaming. Roar. The soldiers on the warship howled in fear, but this could not reduce the anger in Luoxian's heart. Crash. As it roared again, huge waves as high as 100 meters rushed towards the 3 warships neatly. Chapter 109. The Girl on the Turtle's Back. The surging waves made many soldiers panic. Hurry. Run. Run. Baga, help. Someone, please save me. The soldiers collapsed and ran around the warship, begging for a place to shelter themselves. However, Crash. Huge waves came in an instant. Although water is invisible, the powerful impact of the waves caused the warship to become violently turbulent. Many soldiers on the deck fell to the sea level. You know, this is the sea. Falling here is, in a sense, a death sentence. Run quickly. This beast is too powerful. We are definitely no match for it. Quick, run away. It was not until the huge waves gradually subsided that the warship reappeared. There were still some remnants on the battleship. They were not carried into the sea by the huge waves, but they were also soaked by them. Just when they wanted to leave. Roar. Another roar. Crash. The still turbulent sea suddenly swept out. Bang. Immediately afterwards, a towering column of water rose from under the warship, causing the warship to shake continuously. Baga, what's going on here? Quick, run away. Why isn't the battleship moving? The surviving Miyamoto Oyama felt something on the seabed constantly hitting the warship and screamed like a madman. Beep, beep, beep. Before a reply was received, a rapid ticking sound came from the battleship. Report, sir. The battleship's kinetic energy system seems to have suffered damage. I can't move. Report to the commander. There's a hole in the hull, and a lot of water has already rushed in. Listening to the panicked reports, Miyamoto Daishan trembled all over, and his face was filled with fear. The damage to the battleship undoubtedly means that they have no room to escape. Baga, activate the safety device quickly. Just as he finished speaking, a terrifying collision sound was heard from the warship. It came from the bottom of the sea. Next second, then a huge column of water rose up into the sky, overturning the warship directly onto the sea level. After a while, as the sea level gradually subsided, the three dilapidated warships slowly sank to the bottom of the sea. Snort. You dare to hit me? Do you really think I'm a sick cat? Luo Xian looked at this scene and snorted in dissatisfaction. Big Turtle, you are so awesome. On the turtle's back, Su Ming looked at Luo Xian with shining eyes. Although she loves peace, she is not indiscriminate about right and wrong. Especially for the people of Sakura country, Su Ming, as a person from Xia, could not feel any sympathy for them. Is he handsome? Luo Xian was delighted, but he pretended to be calm and nonchalant and asked, is he cool? Isn't it classy? That's right. Very impressive. Su Ming nodded repeatedly in praise. Luo Xian just felt like he was about to take off. Woohoo! He could no longer control his excitement and roared, then said, hold on tight. I'll take you back first. As it spoke, it turned around and headed back with Su Ming. And behind, the sea seemed to have formed an invisible giant net, pushing the corpses of mutated sea beasts scattered everywhere to follow closely behind. Guanghan Provincial Security Department. Chen Jiangwo sat in the office, looking at a report with a frown on his face. This report is the latest intelligence from the spirit mine. I didn't expect that there were already talented people from the civilian world lurking near the military camp. It seems that taking over this spiritual mine is not an easy task. Chen Jiangwo sighed heavily. He could already predict how many people would covet the spiritual mine. Boom, boom, boom. Just then, there was a sudden knock on the door. Please come in. Chen Jiangwo said in a deep voice after adjusting his facial expression. Minister. A middle-aged man in military uniform came in, his face extremely solemn. We captured a battle that took place at sea level a while ago. According to the information transmitted by the satellite, the targets of the battle should be the Sakura Kingdom's warships and a turtle. And that turtle is the same turtle that helped us in Guanghan province before. When these words were spoken, Chen Jiangwo was shocked. But before he could say anything, the soldier added, Sakura country has already condemned this incident online. As he spoke, he took out his cell phone, scrolled down a message, and placed it in front of Chen Jiangwo. Looking up, what caught my eye was an official announcement from the Sakura country. As of today, our Sakura country's warships were attacked by strange beasts again when entering the sea. Moreover, there was a young girl standing on the turtle back of this strange beast. Our Sakura country battleship had no hatred towards it, but that girl commanded the contracted beast to rashly attack our Sakura country. And the final direction of departure was Daxia. We in Sakura have always advocated peace. Daxia calls for peace on the surface, but secretly engages in such petty actions. In view of this incident, we Sakura have reason to suspect that the giant bird before was also a contracted beast created by Daxia. The purpose is to disgust us, the Sakura country. In view of Daxia's despicable tactics, I call on all countries to join me in exposing Daxia's wolfish ambitions, and ask him to hand over the murderers who persecuted our Sakura country, and give our Sakura country corresponding compensation. Otherwise, we at Sakura will definitely get to the bottom of this matter. This update was not released for long, but it was officially released by Sakura after all. So there are already many Sakura citizens and people from some countries that have friendly relations with it who have commented below. Basically, they all echo the official statements of the Sakura country. Obviously, they want to use this to put pressure on the Daxiao officials. Looking at these messages, Chun Jiangwo's face darkened. He scolded coldly, "Humph. Sakura country really plays a good hand." Chun Jiangwo took a deep breath and said, "What does Mr. Qin say about this matter?" Old Qin said that the turtle and the giant bird are in Guanghan province after all. Everything in Guanghan province is entirely at your disposal. Hearing this, Chun Jiangwo took a breath and coldly scolded, "Humph. A country can't even distinguish between contracted beasts and uncontracted beasts. Are you blaming us, Daxia? You go and reply and say they are pure rumor-mongering. If you dare to post a statement online that is detrimental to our Daxia, then you will suffer the consequences. We in Great Xia have always been a nation of propriety, but if we face an enemy, we in Great Xia will never show mercy." Yes. The soldier became serious and immediately went down to make arrangements. After he left, Chun Jiangwo took a deep breath and looked at the picture under this dynamic post. Indeed, it is obvious that there is a girl in a pink long dress standing on the turtle's back. It's just that the distance is too far and I can't see the girl's face clearly. There are no contracted beasts that can live so peacefully with humans. How is this possible? It seems there is something strange about this mountain. A low voice sounded, and Chun Jiangwo's brows furrowed deeper and deeper. I need to talk to Yiling, by phone or Jiang Yuan about this when they come back. Chapter 110. Prepare for a rainy day. The statement issued under Chun Jiangwo's instructions was naturally known to the people of Sakura country at the first time. In a conference room full of people. "Baga, bastard Daxia. How dare you do it, but not admit it?" An old man looked at the official statement released by Daxia. Compared with the calmness of the other people in the meeting room, he no longer cared about his image and started cursing. He is the patriarch of the Miyamoto clan, and his clan members have suffered one after another at the hands of giant beasts. Moreover, he knew that the strange beast was in the territory of Daxia, but he had no way to deal with it. How could he not be angry about this? "Miyamoto-kun, calm down." "That's right, Miyamoto-kun, please don't get too angry and get yourself into trouble." "Miyamoto-kun." In the conference room, many people stood up and admonished him. "Baka," he roared, "this matter must not end like this. Immediately send someone to Daxia to look for relevant traces. I will make Daxia pay the price for this." Hi. Jiang Yuan still doesn't know about what happened in Sakura country. At this time, he and the officer were exploring around the spiritual mine. "Captain Jiang, the deepest part is where the spiritual mine is. But after investigation, we found that there was a very powerful mutant beast hiding inside. We haven't gone in to explore yet." Jiang Yuan nodded slightly, and his mental power also detected this. Certainly, this ferocious beast is nothing to Jiang Yuan at the moment. What attracted Jiang Yuan the most was that he could feel the rich spiritual energy emanating from the spiritual mine. It would be great if my foster father could absorb such rich spiritual energy. Jiang Yuan felt it carefully and couldn't help but think to himself. Even though my godfather absorbed most of the spiritual energy created by the nine-colored light, but no matter how strong the spiritual energy is, it will run out one day. Only by continuous absorption can the spiritual energy stored in my godfather's body increase. This will undoubtedly give back to him better. Wait for my adoptive father to come back and ask him if he is interested in this spiritual mine. If you're interested, you can ask your godfather to come over and try it. Jiang Yuan secretly made up his mind and nodded. Okay. Show me the intelligence you've detected later. We must hurry up and get this spiritual mine. Otherwise, there's a high chance that talented people from the public will come and snatch it away. The facts were pretty much as Jiang Yuan expected. As early as when the gifted person lost contact with the ice sculpture, several powerful figures suddenly appeared from a remote area. They did not speak to each other, but looked in the direction they were running. It was on the mountain range with spiritual mines near Guanghan province of Daxia. If Jiang Yuan saw them, he would definitely be shocked, because this group of people are his old acquaintances. While Jiang Yuan and the officer were browsing the information about the spiritual mine, his consciousness also returned to his body. He planned to ask Su Ming for her opinion. As soon as he regained consciousness, he saw Su Ming and Luo Xian returning to the mountain with a pile of mutated sea beasts not far away. Wow, is this seafood? I smell it, and I think it must be delicious. Seeing the aura emanating from the mutated sea beasts, Lu Ying swallowed her saliva. Hurry, hurry, I want to eat, I want to eat. Okay. Facing Lu Ying's excited shouts, Su Ming smiled. Then he called Su Rufeng and Sister Lu and started to take action. A huge mutated sea beast was completely disintegrated under the sharp claws of Firefly, and then Firefly immediately spewed out large mouthfuls of flames to roast it. In just a few moments, the huge mutated sea beast turned into barbecue with an extremely rich aroma. Gurgle. Lu Ying swallowed her saliva, waiting for Su Ming to spread the spiritual energy. She could no longer hold back and swallowed it in big gulps. How is it? Is it delicious? It's delicious, delicious, so delicious. Lu Ying nodded subconsciously, her face full of joy. As she spoke, Lu Ying glanced at Jiang Yuan beside her and suddenly said, "Your name is Su Ming, right?" "Yeah." Su Ming nodded naively. "Su Ming, can you be my mother?" "Great." Su Ming was stunned, and then she became happy. Unexpectedly, the little spider didn't call her mother. "I now have a daughter." "Mother." After receiving Su Ming's reply, Lu Ying was so excited that she almost took off. I have a mother. Finally, I don't have to worry about Jiang Yuan becoming my mother. Chasing the moon. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but look over and shouted. When Jiang Yuan turned around to look over, Lu Ying immediately turned around and shouted to Su Ming, "Mom, Mom, Mom." "Hey." Su Mingle laughed heartily. Not far away, Jiang Yuan looked at Lu Ying and then at Su Ming. Her brows couldn't help but furrow. Seeing this, Lu Ying was even happier. But she didn't know that Jiang Yuan frowned not because she called Su Ming Mom. Instead, I was thinking about what this had to do with me. It obviously has nothing to do with me. Jiang Yuan couldn't help but mutter in his heart. Why does it sound like Lu Ying is calling out to me? Firefly so weird. Xiaoming, according to the news online, you have encountered people from Sakura country. Are you okay? Unlike the happy animals, Su Ruffling looked at Su Ming back and forth, with a hint of worry in his expression. Although he is currently in the mountains, he often goes online to follow the news of human society. So I also know what's going on between the official Sakura country and Daxiao on the internet. Fine. Su Ming turned around and said with a smile. They were all taken care of by the big turtle. Big turtle is so powerful. Seeing this, Luo Xian, who was standing by, immediately put on an air of mastery and said, Lu Ying, I avenged you just now. Revenge. Lu Ying tilted her head and glanced at Luo Xian curiously. Seeing the beasts looking at him, Luo Xian couldn't help but immediately told them about his glorious achievements. Not far away, Jiang Yuan's eyes moved slightly as he listened to Luo Xian's words. So, my godfather has been discovered. Then we can make something of this matter. At this moment, a roar of an animal brought him back to his senses. Roar, roar, roar. Oh woo. It's Jiang Yuan and Lu Ying. There was a cold light in both of its eyes. Them again. It seems the lesson we taught them last time wasn't enough. The firefly stopped devouring, and the more it spoke, the more the fire hidden in its eyes grew stronger. As soon as he arrived in the other world, he suffered a powerful blow. It can be said that she has the least favorable impression of the indigenous people here. And now, after hearing the news that Luo Xian had fought a great battle with him, her disgust in her heart soared. Don't worry. Just at this moment, Jiang Yuan's voice was heard from the side. We have time to settle the score with them. Chapter 111. Comments. Lu Ying, there are not only bad people in the other world, but also good people. Looking at Firefly, Jiang Yuan felt a headache. She has a very hot temper. Jiang Yuan was really afraid that she would hate all of humanity because of the Sakura country incident. In that case, given the Firefly's temperament, it is very likely to arouse the anger of humans. You have to understand that humans are still the dominant force on the blue planet. It seems they need to be taught the most basic concepts. Jiang Yuan's eyes turned and a thought arose in his mind. In the previous life, he was a human being, and his current human body is still in the official position of Daxia. He knew very well what kind of strength humans possessed. If you don't have strong strength, you will enter the human vision. Then there is only one ending waiting for them. That is a path to defeat. Dad, seeing Jiang Yuan, Lu Ying finally put away her thoughts, but she also said indignantly, but we can't just let them bully us like this, right? Don't worry. I promise it won't be long before you have a great time. Okay then. Hearing this, Lu Ying pouted and finally agreed. He glanced at Lu Ying and said nothing. From afar, his gaze turned towards the direction of Sakura country. He understood that the Sakura country would never give up just because of the official attitude of the Great Xia. They must have a backup plan. Whatever. If the Sakura country dares to come again, I don't mind taking you as the first ones to be attacked. Let me show you that strange beasts are not something to be trifled with. A cold light flashed in Jiang Yuan's eyes, and then he looked at Su Ming and said, Foster father, I have a request. Su Ming looked up at Jiang Yuan in confusion. That's right, Jiang Yuan immediately recounted the story of the spiritual mine. He had just finished listening to the explanation and didn't wait for Jiang Yuan to make a request. I don't know if it's because of his talent, but Su Ming has an inexplicable desire for spiritual energy or something else. Her eyes lit up and she immediately asked, "Spiritual mine? A place with a lot of spiritual energy. Little spider, I want to go and take a look." Xiao Mengyu. Su Ruffing opened his mouth and wanted to say something. Now that mutant beasts and strange animals have arrived, many cities have evolved into battlefields. Ordinary humans are just cannon fodder if they weren't supported by the officials of Xia. It is a big problem for ordinary humans to even survive. So although he really wanted Su Ming to be safe, but Su Ruffing understood deeply that from the moment he awakened his talent, Su Ming's life was destined to be extraordinary. There will be more and more similar things happening in Sakura country in the future. Boss, I will keep an eye on the young lady. Sister Lu on the side seemed to know Su Ruffing's concerns and spoke up. Dad, Lu Ying beside him immediately said, "If Mom goes, I want to go too." Mom. Jiang Yuan looked at Lu Ying in astonishment, with a rather strange expression. Lu Ying calls Su Ming Mom and also calls herself Dad. That doesn't mean that my godfather and I are. She is my mother. Lu Ying didn't know what Jiang Yuan was thinking, and she deliberately moved closer to Su Ming. You? These words brought Jiang Yuan back to reality. He took a breath and wanted to tell Lu Ying that you can't call your mother casually. But thinking that he couldn't explain it clearly in a short time, Jiang Yuan shook his head and said, "No, you can't go. I have something else for you." "Oh, Mommy is fine. Just listen to what little spider says." At this time, Su Ming didn't seem to react at all, and even said something. "Dad, don't worry, I will be fine." Then she said something to Su Ruffing, then turned to look at Jiang Yuan and said, "Little spider, when should I leave?" "Let's do it now," Jiang Yuan said, his eyes flickering slightly, and he instantly activated the demonic shadow 1,000 layers, carrying Su Ming and Sister Lu away from the mountain. Su Ruffing looked at the foot of the mountain from afar, silent. "Rest assured, with my clone here and my adoptive father can still summon me, she'll be fine." A moment later, Jiang Yuan returned to the mountain. He looked at Su Ruffing who had been sitting there and spoke calmly. "I hope so." Su Ruffing nodded. In fact, he knew that it was not dangerous for Su Ming to go to the spiritual mine, but as a father, he couldn't help but feel a little worried. "Dad, if you have anything to do, leave it to me." As soon as Lu Ying saw Jiang Yuan coming back, she ran over and asked curiously. Jiang Yuan didn't reply to Lu Ying, but said to Su Ruffing, "By the way, can you help me with something?" "What's up?" "Help me educate them so they have a basic understanding of Blue Planet." Hearing this, Su Ruffing was slightly stunned. But soon, he smiled and nodded. There was nothing for him to do on the mountain. At this moment, the teacher has found something to do for himself. And you can also build good relationships with these strange beasts. There's nothing wrong with that. "Dad, tell me, what do you want to teach me?" "Study." Jiang Yuan gritted his teeth and said. Then he directly brought Lu Ying to Su Ruffing and said, "Just remember what he said." After finishing, Jiang Yuan turned around and walked towards the martial arts training ground. Previously in Record of Beasts, he was afraid that the sensation he caused would be too big and he would be discovered by the players. Now, with the cover of the disastrous rain and fog, he didn't have to worry so much. You can start showing your strength and talent without restraint. Jiang Yuan had not forgotten the powerful force unleashed by the combination of the Frost Man and the Blazing Blade. We should develop as many abilities as possible like this. After instructing his original body to begin experimenting with his talent, Jiang Yuan's consciousness fell back into his human body. As soon as he regained consciousness, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows while sitting in the military camp. Because he sensed 3 auras rushing towards him from a distance. These 3 auras were very strange and obviously not familiar to him. "Are you here? A civilian gifted person?" Jiang Yuan said secretly, a smile flashing across his eyes. Now that they are here, Su Ming and Sister Lu should be here soon. In this case, it's time to start attacking the spiritual mine. Thinking of this, Jiang Yuan immediately stood up and said, "Let's go and check out the spiritual mine." "Yes." Upon hearing this, the officer immediately nodded at Jiang Yuan. When he arrived at the entrance of the spiritual mine, even without using his mental power to detect, Jiang Yuan could feel a faint aura emanating from it. That is a mutated beast that occupies the spiritual mine. "Captain Jiang, do you want us to go in together?" Seeing Jiang Yuan about to step in, the officer outside spoke nervously. "No need." Jiang Yuan waved his hand and said, "Just guard the cave in trance." After saying that, Jiang Yuan stepped directly into the spiritual mine. The deeper they went, the more excited Jiang Yuan became. He could clearly sense the spiritual energy emanating from it. I didn't expect the spiritual energy in here to be so rich. Jiang Yuan took a breath and walked deeper with a little caution. Because when he felt the spiritual energy becoming thicker, he could also clearly feel the energy emitted by the beast inside. Chapter 112, Thunder Rhino. Moo, moo, moo. The beast seemed to be aware of Jiang Yuan's threat and continued to emit warning roars. Probably the strength should be C+ level. Listening to the roar, Jiang Yuan was also trying to discern it through the breath. It's just that the aura isn't steady. It seems like it might have been affected by some of the spiritual or roar. Just as Jiang Yuan was analyzing, a deafening roar came from the depths of the spiritual mine. Immediately following, the ground of the spiritual mine began to shake. A giant beast of enormous size quickly rushed out from the depths, charging straight towards Jiang Yuan with its sharp horns. Rhino. Jiang Yuan looked up and saw that it was a rhinoceros rushing out. It was very large in size, and what surprised Jiang Yuan was that it was yellow all over. The most noticeable feature is the long, pointed horn on its head. Not only is it sharp, but there is also a faint flash of arc. A thunder-attributed mutant beast? A smile appeared on Jiang Yuan's lips, and then his body tensed. He did not choose to dodge, but instead charged directly at the rhinoceros. Jiang Yuan used his human body to fight against a rhinoceros that was 7 or 8 meters long. It looks like a huge contrast. If someone saw this scene, they would probably only feel that it was under this blow. Jiang Yuan will definitely be blown away. This is normal. After all, no one knows that Jiang Yuan's true form is a spider of the same huge size. Although his human inheritance was not much, it was still not something that a C+ level mutant beast could shake. Boom. When the man and the beast collided, Jiang Yuan was not knocked away as expected. Instead, the rhinoceros gradually retreated under his force. I still have enough strength. During the battle, Jiang Yuan did not forget to comment. But compared to me, you are not qualified. The next second, Jiang Yuan's arm strength suddenly increased. He lifted the rhino by its sharp horns and threw it out. Bang! With a loud noise, the rhino hit the wall behind it and finally fell to the ground. Moo! The rhinoceros shook its body and stood up, panting and staring at Jiang Yuan with its eyes. Obviously, this attack did not cause much damage to the rhinoceros with thick skin and flesh, but instead filled its heart with anger. Sizzle! Suddenly, a slight sound was heard, and then yellowish-brown lightning appeared on its sharp corners. Moo! Then it let out a roar and rushed straight towards Jiang Yuan. Although it is huge in size, its speed is not slow at all, but rather as fast as lightning. Good strength and decent speed. Not only does it have a monopoly on the spiritual mine, but it's also a thunder-attributed beast. It's a pity that you met me. Facing this attack, Jiang Yuan was not nervous at all and commented calmly. It was not until the rhino approached that Jiang Yuan's eyes became sharp. Phew! A huge spider web instantly spewed out from Jiang Yuan's hand. Moo! The rhinoceros that rushed forward was like entering a cage and was instantly fixed to the ground by the spider web. Moo! The rhinoceros roared and leaped with its huge body, trying to struggle out of the spider web. Jiang Yuan chuckled and walked towards the rhinoceros very calmly. It seemed that Jiang Yuan was not worried at all that the rhinoceros would break free and give him a painful blow. This is indeed the case. Although he is a human, his level is higher than that of this rhinoceros. Even if the rhino is given a day, it will not be able to break free. Moo moo moo. Seeing that Jiang Yuan was getting closer and closer to itself, the rhinoceros kept roaring and its huge body kept shaking. The spider web was like a maggot on the tarsal bone, with no signs of breaking at all. Stop arguing. Jiang Yuan frowned as he walked in front of the spider web. As his voice rang out, the temperature in the air dropped suddenly. The spiritual mine was suddenly covered with frost. If an ordinary person were in such a space, not only would his body be damaged, but his blood would probably coagulate in an instant. Although the rhinoceros in front of him is a mutant beast with C+ level strength. But layers of frost were still spreading out from the ground at a speed visible to the naked eye. It quickly spread along its limbs to its body. Moo! Sensing something was wrong with its body, the rhino trembled all over, its eyes filled with extreme fear. However, his actions were completely unable to limit the speed of frost condensation. In just a moment, its body was instantly frozen under the frost. Only one head was left that was not covered by the frost. Moo! At this moment, the rhino's eyes looking at Jiang Yuan were no longer fierce, but were completely replaced by fear. Little guy, you look pretty good. Submit to me, okay? Jiang Yuan smiled and patted its head gently. Swish! At the same time, A hint of lavender light suddenly appeared in Jiang Yuan's eyes. This is the purple eye among the evil spider's eyes. It can capture the soul and shock the mind. Moo moo moo. When the rhinoceros met Jiang Yuan's eyes, his expression became even more frightened. It seemed as if it had seen something extremely terrifying and couldn't help but tremble one after another. If its body had not been frozen at this moment, I think it would have turned around and fled into the distance. Submit. Or die. Facing the frightened rhinoceros, Jiang Yuan seemed to ignore what was happening. Still stroking his head, the smile on his lips grew wider and wider. At the same time, the entrance to the spirit mine. Fuck that sound. Although I didn't go in, I could already feel how fierce the battle inside was. Yeah, it seems that mutant beasts are not so easy to deal with. Several soldiers trembled all over when they heard the noise coming from inside. The sound was like thunder exploding. It was really amazing. Sir, do you think we should go in and help Captain Jiang? At this time, one of the soldiers asked. Let's go in and take a look. The officer hesitated for a moment and made up his mind. Listening to the roar, he was really worried that something might happen to Jiang Yuan. However, before the soldiers could respond, suddenly, several voices were heard in the venue. Go in and take a look. What are you looking at? This spiritual mind belongs to us. Who? Who is it? The officer tensed up and looked around while yelling. The rest of the soldiers were standing firm, waiting at the entrance of the spirit mine. What? Why can't I see it? Since you asked, let me tell you. At this moment, a strange sound of footsteps came from all directions. Immediately afterwards, a figure suddenly appeared right in front of them. This is a human figure. He was wearing a loose black robe that covered his entire body. It was also wearing a mask with fangs, so its face could not be seen at all. Fortunately, it is broad daylight now. Otherwise, seeing this scene, you would probably have a heart attack. Stop right there. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude to you. The soldiers were startled and quickly raised their guns. However, facing the spears in their hands, the black shadow seemed not afraid at all and just took light steps towards them. He took one step after another, bringing the distance between the two sides closer and closer. Chapter 113, Unknown Attack. Fire. Seeing this, the leading officer immediately shouted an order. Click. The sound of bullets being loaded was heard, and tongues of fire suddenly lit up from the spears in the soldiers' hands. Bang bang bang. In an instant, countless bullets hit the black shadow. However, when the bullet hit him, it instantly passed through the black robe. But it didn't sound like the bullet hitting the body as imagined. Instead, it was more like hitting a thick steel plate, making a series of metal clashing sounds. What the hell is this? The bullets are useless? The officer's expression froze, as if he had not expected such a scene. You guys, stop wasting your time. The talent he awakened is the iron body, which means his body is like steel. At this time, another faint laugh was heard in the darkness. Who? The soldiers were shocked and immediately turned around to look. But there was no one there. There was not a single person in sight. Roar. At this moment, the man in the black robe roared and rushed towards the soldiers in front like a speeding car. Bang. There was a loud bang, and the soldier was unable to stop himself and was directly knocked against the wall. When he fell to the ground, he vomited blood, his eyes turned black, and he fainted. Get started. Seeing this scene, the officer was shocked and rushed towards the man in black robe while yelling. Inside the spirit mine. At this time, the frost has retreated. The originally aggressive rhinoceros rubbed against Jiang Yuan like a pet. There is no doubt that Jiang Yuan has tamed this mutant beast. Are you here? Listening to the noise outside, Jiang Yuan patted the rhino and said, Lei Shi, you stay here first. Wait until I go out and take a look. Come out again in 10 minutes. Rhino. No, it's time to change the name to Thunder Rhino. After all, this is the name given to it by its owner Jiang Yuan. Moo. Lei Shi seemed to understand Jiang Yuan's words and murmured in a simple and honest voice. Jiang Yuan smiled and ran towards the entrance of the spiritual mine. Captain, no, he's a gifted one. We're no match for him. Even if we are not their opponents, we still have to stop them. Outside the spiritual mine, several soldiers huddled together back to back. At this time, each of them was in a bad condition. They were all in a mess and covered in blood. To be honest, if it weren't for the belief in my heart, they were already unconscious. But as ordinary people, how could they possibly defeat the gifted with just their faith? It is obvious that it is only a matter of time before they fall. Stop us. Just forget it with you guys. At this time, another voice sounded in the void. Immediately following. Roar. The figure wrapped in a black robe roared and rushed towards them again. The officer's face darkened, and he really wanted to block the attack for the soldier. But if you ask yourself honestly, he can't stop it. Fuck it. His mind raced, but he finally gritted his teeth and charged forward with his fist raised. At the same time, he did not forget to shout to the soldiers behind him, "Stop them. No matter what. We must wait for Captain Jiang to come out. Team leader. Team leader." Seeing this, the expressions of several soldiers trembled and their eyes were red. As a soldier of Daxiao, why are you crying? Just as the black-robed figure was about to press down on the officer, a voice suddenly sounded from behind them. Click. Immediately afterwards, a frost swept out and froze the man in black robe in place. As soon as they saw this scene, a figure came in front of these soldiers. "Captain Jiang, it's Captain Jiang. Captain Jiang, you're finally here." When the soldiers saw Jiang Yuan, they felt like they had seen a savior. Jiang Yuan was not surprised by their words. What surprised him was that the black-robed man suddenly trembled all over and exclaimed, "It's you. Do you know me?" Jiang Yuan pulled the mask off his head. Seeing his face, Jiang Yuan raised his eyebrows slightly. Jiang Yuan did know this person. It was the enemy who had made a contract with the silverback gorilla in the previous life. Unexpectedly, after he killed the silverback gorilla, he actually gained some abilities. But this happened in my previous life. How did he know me in this life? Unable to comprehend, Jiang Yuan asked doubtfully, "Do you know me?" Oops. The man's eyes turned when he heard this, and he continued, "Jiang Yuan, we are not the Dragon King temple that has been washed away by the flood. Me, Lu Fugue's roommate. Aren't you and our brother Lu good brothers? I didn't expect you to join the Daxiao official. Brother Lu? Good brother?" Hearing this, a hint of murderous intent flashed across Jiang Yuan's eyes. So that's what's happening. It seems that although their contracted beasts died, they all gained talents like Lin Yi. Is it the same for Lu Fugue? Where is he now? With thoughts in his mind, Jiang Yuan said in a cold voice, "You attacked the Daxiao warriors. Brother or not, I must hand you over to the Daxiao officials." As he spoke, frost instantly spread from the soles of his feet upwards. In just a few seconds, he was frozen into an ice sculpture. Seeing this scene, the soldiers looked a little nervous. Although Jiang Yuan was doing this for revenge, it was seen as a shame by the other soldiers. It's completely Jiang Yuan who is sacrificing his own family for the sake of justice. And it's for them. Oh, by the way, Captain Jiang, there are more people. Besides him, we heard someone else making a sound just now. Yes, just now. I felt someone hitting us. He seems to be able to become invisible. Jiang Yuan thought of this and immediately exerted his mental strength to the maximum. "Wanna run?" Jiang Yuan turned his gaze slightly and looked at an open space not far away. There. Although it was an open space, it was in Jiang Yuan's golden eyes. He easily saw an illusory figure fleeing at high speed. Frost. With a light shout, the temperature around Jiang Yuan suddenly dropped sharply, as if he had come to a world of ice and snow. Click, click. Not far away, visible to the naked eye, layers of frost quickly condensed into a human figure. There. That's where the invisible man is. Seeing this scene, the soldiers around Jiang Yuan couldn't help but exclaim, "What the hell? What the hell? Is this frozen? Is this the strength of Captain Jiang? To be honest, I have no idea where he is." Facing the exclamations of the soldiers, a hint of surprise flashed across Jiang Yuan's eyes. As his mental power expanded, he discovered that there was another person squatting in the distance. No, not only his presence could be heard from that direction, but also Sister Lu and Su Ming. They met. Hey, they're fighting again. A golden light flashed in his eyes, and Jiang Yuan saw a scene in the distance. Perhaps because that gifted person had just awakened recently, his strength was at most equal to Sister Lu's. Not to mention that there is Su Ming assisting on the side. Under Sister Lu's fierce attack, it was only a matter of time before that person was defeated. Chapter 114, Absorption. After analyzing the situation, Jiang Yuan withdrew his gaze. He had no intention of helping. Sister Lu is fine, as she is a bodyguard herself. However, Su Ming is different, although her two major abilities allow her to hide aside and watch the battle. But it never hurts to train to improve her physical skills. Not to mention being able to rely on physical skills to beat others. At least in certain situations you can use physical skills to avoid other people's attacks. Then it's time to let the Thunder Rhino riot. Jiang Yuan first used his spiritual sense to transmit his thoughts to Lei Shi, and then pretended to be calm and said to the soldiers in front of him, "Forget it, ignore them. Let's get out of here first." The mutant beast guarding the spiritual mine has a talent for lightning and has absorbed a lot of spiritual ore. It's very powerful. It can fight against me without any disadvantage. I can't defeat him alone. What? Jiang Yuan's words made the soldiers' expressions freeze. They have seen Jiang Yuan's strength. I didn't expect that the mutated beasts in the spiritual mine would have such powerful strength. Moo. As if to confirm Jiang Yuan's words, a thunderous roar echoed from the spirit mine. The sound was like thunder. Just listening to it is deafening. If it were an ordinary person, he would probably collapse to the ground after hearing the sound. Moo. As the roar resounded again, the soldiers subconsciously looked into the spirit mine. From a distance, they saw a huge rhinoceros with a yellowish-brown body charging forward at lightning speed. The sharp horns above the head flashed arcs of lightning that were enough to suffocate people. Boom, boom, boom. Before it got close to him, a flash of lightning shot out from the sharp corner. Without waiting for everyone to react, he enveloped them. Sizzle. Oh. Lightning arcs flowed through the whole body, and the soldiers trembled all over and their eyes drooped. At last, when they saw Jiang Yuan fighting fiercely with the rhinoceros whose body was flashing with arcs of lightning, they could no longer control their eyes and closed them tightly. Seeing the soldiers closing their eyes, Jiang Yuan had a smile on his face. Then the rhino that had been fighting him happily began to rub back and forth between his legs like a clingy puppy. You did a good job. Jiang Yuan patted its head and immediately summoned the four-colored deer. You come and heal them. Don't put their lives in danger, and don't leave them with sequelae. Yo! The four-colored deer received the order, and the spiritual power in its body surged. A layer of emerald green light burst out from its body and fell on the soldiers. Just take a rest here. Don't worry, the spiritual mind belongs to me this time, and I will do my best to give back to Daxiao later. With a soft murmur, Jiang Yuan looked into the depths of the spiritual mind. The spiritual energy inside is extremely rich, all emitted by the spiritual ore. I don't know how much improvement Su Meng will get after absorbing it all. I waited for a while. Jiang Yuan had already seen two figures rushing towards him from a distance. One of them is Sister Lu. The other person is Su Meng. Little Spider. From a distance, Su Meng couldn't help but shout when she saw Jiang Yuan. You don't know, we just met a gifted person. We clearly had no intention of attacking him, but he attacked Sister Lu as soon as he arrived. How can there be such a person? When she came to Jiang Yuan's side, Su Meng immediately complained to him about what had just happened. Jiang Yuan had been listening quietly. He noticed that Su Meng's face looked a little depressed. It seemed that this experience was different from the peace-loving life she had imagined before. However, Jiang Yuan had no intention of comforting her as the recovery of spiritual energy intensified. Similar things will definitely not be uncommon, and Su Meng will sooner or later have to face this treacherous world. Huh. Little Spider, this big rhino is. Su Meng's emotions come and go quickly. A pair of beautiful eyes were quickly attracted by the Thunder Rhino. Its name is Thunder Rhino, and it will be one of us from now on. As soon as Jiang Yuan finished speaking, Su Meng immediately stepped forward and looked Lei Shi up and down. Finally, she blinked her big eyes and looked at the sharp horn of the Thunder Rhino. Wow, it glows. It's so pretty. As she spoke, she stretched out her little hand to touch it. Miss, this is Lei. Sister Lu next to her wanted to stop him, but she saw Jiang Yuan shaking his head calmly. Although the sharp horns of the Thunder Rhino can produce lightning, the lightning also varies in strength. Just like the lightning arc it was emitting now, it could not cause any harm to Su Meng at all. Wow, really? After Su Meng touched the sharp corner, she didn't feel any discomfort, and even uttered a surprised cry. It feels numb and tingling, and it feels a little comfortable to touch. Big horns. Such beautiful big horns. Su Meng's face was full of smiles, and she seemed to be unable to let it go. Lei Shi showed no sign of resistance when she touched him, and even rubbed against Su Meng affectionately. Lei Shi doesn't sound very nice. I still call you Bighorn. Although you are not as cute as the little spider or the little bird, you look quite strong. Su Meng played with the sharp corner back and forth, looking extremely excited. Let's go in and take a look first. Jiang Yuan smiled, then carried Su Meng on the back of Lei Shi. Big Jiao Jiao charge. Su Meng was naturally very happy about this. Moo. Lei Shi responded at the right time, and then took Su Meng straight to the depths of the spirit mine. You go in. Facing Sister Lu beside him, Jiang Yuan said, I'll just guard the door. Good. Seeing Sister Lu leave, Jiang Yuan's eyes moved slightly. He didn't go in. One reason was that he was a clone, and it would be better for Su Meng and the others to improve than for him to absorb the spiritual energy in the spiritual mine. The second is that he needs to disguise the scene. This will make things better, right? Thousands of miles of ice. With a cold shout, Jiang Yuan frantically activated the spiritual power in his body. The temperature of this world suddenly dropped to nearly 100 degrees below zero. Layers of frost, centered at the source of the river, swept across the sky and earth like waves. In an instant, streaks of frost sprouted from the ground, turning everything around into snow. These are all the frost emitted by Jiang Yuan. Inside the spirit mine, ignoring everything along the way, Su Ming and Sister Lu followed Lei Shi's lead and arrived at the deepest part of the spiritual mine. The spiritual energy here is extremely rich. As soon as Su Ming walked in, her figure couldn't help but tremble. At the same time, her eyes were completely attracted by the minerals placed randomly around her. These minerals all glow green and look magnificent. In fact, if there were no revival of spiritual energy, most of these ores would be raw stones that have not yet been mined. It was only after the revival of spiritual energy that it evolved into a spirit stone full of spiritual energy. So shiny. These ores. Su Ming stared intently, her eyes full of joy. She couldn't help but walk towards these minerals. The closer she got, the more spiritual energy she could feel emanating from Su Ming. These were what she had stored before under the 9-colored divine light. At this moment, the spiritual energy emanating from her body and the spiritual energy in the spirit stone seemed to attract each other. A wisp of spiritual energy emerged from the spiritual stone and slowly surrounded Su Ming. Chapter 115, Lu Fugui's Measures. When the spiritual energy surrounding Su Ming reached an incredible level, these spiritual energies seemed to have consciousness and quickly poured into her body. Her talent unconsciously began to activate. Rumble. The spiritual energy poured in, and Su Ming's figure was completely covered by the rich spiritual energy. Lei Shi and Sister Lu on the side stared at the scene in front of them in amazement. The eyes of the man and the beast were filled with shock, as if this scene had dealt them a great blow. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Although this spiritual energy did not rush towards them, some of it leaked out. It also caused their aura to begin to rise wildly. Rumble. In a moment, Sister Lu let out a breath with a flushed face. Under this rich spiritual energy, she completed her promotion. Just miss. But she was not happy about the promotion, and there was worry in her eyes as she looked forward. This little bit of spiritual energy enabled her to complete her promotion. What about the lady? Can she withstand so much spiritual energy? Sister Lu knows that not everyone can withstand such rich spiritual energy. Whether it is a mutated beast or a human, there is a limit to the body. If one exceeds this limit, the body will not be able to withstand the spiritual energy and will explode and die. Miss, please don't be in trouble. Indeed, just as Sister Lu realized, the human body has a limit. Even though Su Ming has the talent to store spiritual energy, it is no exception. In the middle of the place full of spiritual energy, Su Ming's face turned red. It is true, there is too much spiritual energy. She had previously absorbed the spiritual energy from the 9-colored light, which had not yet been released, and now she was absorbing the spiritual energy from the spiritual mine. This put a strong strain on her body. I can't do it anymore. Su Ming was panting, with a trace of pain on her little face. Godfather, transfer the spiritual energy to me. Just at this moment, a voice came from Su Ming's mind. Little spider? Su Ming murmured, and the space behind her suddenly began to twist, gradually forming an extremely mysterious vortex. Hiss! Suddenly, a terrifying roar came from the whirlpool. Along with the roar, 8 extremely evil eyes emerged from the vortex. Click, click. The moment the footsteps were heard, several more legs with a chilling chill and a fiery aura appeared at the mouth of the vortex. Then came the snow-white skin and the huge figure. Gradually, everyone could see clearly what the figure that emerged from the whirlpool was. This is a spider. A spider with an extremely terrifying aura. Hiss, hiss, hiss. A loud roar suddenly exploded from the sky and earth. As if unable to withstand his breath, the entire spirit mine rumbled. Sister Lu and Lei Shi were completely frightened by the spider in front of them. I stared blankly, my whole body trembling uncontrollably. Although the aura emitted by Jiang Yuan did not intentionally attack the two of them, this natural fear could not be suppressed. Little spider, you're here. Only Su Ming had a smile on her face. Then she placed her hand on Jiang Yuan's walking legs. At the same time, this spider, that is, a long-lasting voice sounded in Jiang Yuan's mind. The contractor, Space Greymon, has transferred 100,000 spiritual power points to you, which are being converted into 100,000 evolution points. The contractor, Space Greymon, has transferred 100,000 spiritual power points to you, which are being converted into 100,000 evolution points. The contractor, Space Greymon, has transferred 100,000 spiritual power points to you, which are being converted into 100,000 evolution points. The moment the voice sounded, The pain on Su Meng's face was reduced a lot, and the originally violent spiritual energy gradually returned to normal. And Jiang Yuan, his aura continued to rise with the sound of the system. This momentum is so strong, it seems like there is no end. And when Jiang Yuan was absorbing the spiritual aura inside a mansion, Jiang Yuan has awakened his frost talent. He is from the Guanghan Provincial Security Department. Xiao Lin and Xiao Wang have been killed by him. Lu Fuguei stared at his phone intently. He had received this message a long time ago. The first thing Lu Fuguei did when he saw it was to make a phone call. But no one answered the phone for a long time. At that moment, Lu Fuguei froze. No one answered the phone, but he knew what had happened even with his toes. So, the 3 talented people he sent out all died at the hands of Jiang Yuan. Jiang Yuan, damn it, are you always going to go against me? In record of 10,000 beasts. Because of him, he lost exotic beasts one after another. Now that the game has become a reality, Jiang Yuan has awakened his frost talent and joined the Daxiao official. On the other hand, my contracted beast has fallen, and I haven't awakened my talent yet. I was thinking of going to the spirit mine to get some spirit stones to sell. Not only did he encounter them, but he also killed all of his few subordinates. Jiang Yuan, he's from the Daxiao official, right? Just wait for me. I'm going to kill you. As he spoke, Lu Fuguei immediately picked up his phone. Not long. A hot post appeared on the internet. The strange beast lurking on the mountain. When I clicked on it, I saw that the content was one person's autobiography. I am a resident of Guanghan province, but everyone knows that there is a ferocious beast living on a mountain in Guanghan province. Players who have played Record of Beasts know more clearly that they slaughter our exotic beasts crazily in the game. Here, I would like to say something to the Daxiao officials. For the safety of ordinary people, please send troops to encircle and suppress them as soon as possible. The post has just been published, and there are already many comments below. I am also a resident of Guanghan province, and now there is that mountain. I have no desire to live every day. I am afraid that the strange beasts on the mountain will rush out. Yeah, that giant bird and turtle in the news before were so destructive. I used to be a player of Record of Beasts as well. Just like the original poster said, that giant bird slaughtered us players before. Who can guarantee that they won't suddenly launch an attack on Guanghan province? I'm nearby and can hear the roar of beasts coming from inside every night. Someone can come and save me. There is no doubt that the person who posted this was Lu Fuguei. The comments below are also from the internet trolls he hired. Although the method is crude, it is very effective. In just a short moment, some confused netizens clicked on the post. They all felt sympathy for the people of Guanghan province and asked the people from the Guanghan Provincial Security Department to go over and deal with Shan Feng. Jiang Yuan, you're from the Guanghan Provincial Security Department, right? I want to see who is more powerful between you and those strange beasts. Damn it, how dare you ruin my good thing? I'm going to kill you. As Lu Fuguei scanned the comments posted by netizens one by one, a sinister smile appeared on his face. With this, Guanghan Provincial Security Department. Chen Jiangwo looked at his phone with a frown. What caught my eye was a post. This. It was actually released by Lu Fuguei. The more he looked, the deeper his frown deepened. It is undeniable that what this person said makes sense. Although the strange beast on the mountain had helped the people of Guanghan province before, they have not caused any harm to Daxia so far. But strange beasts are strange beasts after all, and he has a previous record in Record of Beasts. This time their butcher knife is in the land of Sakura. Maybe next time it will be in Daxia. Chapter 116, Successful Advancement. Thinking of this, Chen Jiangwo slowly retracted his gaze and said, "Send someone to respond, and say that they have sent people to investigate. Once we have the results of the investigation, we will deal with the mountain. Then let Yi Ling and by phone go to the top of the mountain to explore." As soon as Chen Jiangwo finished speaking, another wave of trouble arose. Beep, beep, beep. Suddenly, a rapid ringing sounded. He raised his eyes, and a look of deep horror instantly covered his face. Just see. On the monitor, in an area not far from Guanghan province, a red dot was expanding infinitely. Spiritual mine? What kind of accident happened there? Didn't Jiang Yuan go there? Chen Jiangwo exclaimed. Could it be that some powerful beast has appeared? His heart sank, and he quickly called the officer and Jiang Yuan. Sorry, the number you dialed is currently unavailable. Please try again later. No one answered. Chen Jiangwo's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly picked up the pager and said, Quick, quick. Send people to the spirit mine. There seems to be a problem over there. Ling Quanku. Jiang Yuan doesn't know what's happening online yet, but he already felt that his real body was deep in the spirit mine. It looks like someone will be here soon. Jiang Yuan took a breath, and his consciousness quickly returned to his body. He knew that Daxia had spiritual energy monitors. If your real body appears, it will definitely be detected. Faced with such a huge threat, he didn't believe that Daha would remain indifferent. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Inside the spiritual mind, under the crazy infusion of Su Ming's spiritual energy, his aura was gradually rising. The evolution points have met the evolution requirements. Would you like to start the evolution? A moment later, when the spiritual energy contained in Jiang Yuan's body reached its peak, a voice sounded in his ears. Evolution, Jiang Yuan shouted without hesitation. Hiss, hiss, hiss. As soon as he finished speaking, the spiritual energy in Jiang Yuan's body surged up like a gushing spring. Under this spiritual energy, a brilliant light bloomed all over Jiang Yuan's body. This is him evolving. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The joy of evolution made Jiang Yuan uncontrollably roar. But you have to know that since he stepped into the A level, even though his godfather spent hundreds of millions of dollars, he has not advanced again. Now, how could Jiang Yuan not be excited about finally being able to advance again? It seems that the young lady's contracted beast has begun to evolve. Feeling the aura emanating from Jiang Yuan, Sister Lu's expression was filled with horror. What kind of aura is this? Just one look at it made her feel suffocated. Looking around, Sister Lu was even more shocked. Under the ravages of this aura, the spiritual mind seemed to have experienced a major earthquake. It caused a huge sensation. However, a vacuum zone seemed to have formed around the source of the river. No matter how loud the spiritual mind makes, it will not affect the area over there at all. Hiss, hiss, hiss. It was unknown how long it took before the violent spiritual energy and Jiang Yuan's violent aura gradually stabilized. At this time, you will find that there is a faint fierce light flowing on Jiang Yuan's body, which looks extremely ferocious due to his huge body. Just one glance at it will make you feel daunted. Hiss. Has the evolution finally completed? Host, Jiang Yuan. Type, Undead Demon Spider. Level A. Active talents, Dragnet, Venom Splash, Evil Spider Eye, Thousand Shadows, Blazing Blade, Frost Blade, Clone, Disaster. Passive talent, Evil Spider Body, Undead Spider. Evolution points, 2010293/60000000. Scanning the current attribute panels one by one, Jiang Yuan's eyes fell on the evolution point. Does it take so many evolution points? Jiang Yuan murmured, but a hint of arrogance appeared in his eyes. He could feel the extremely terrifying power contained in his body during this evolution. I think with my current strength, I can be considered a top-tier expert in Daxia, or even the entire Blue Star, right? Even top-notch. Jiang Yuan let out a long sigh, then looked at Su Ming beside him. At this time, as he completed his evolution, Su Ming's expression gradually calmed down. The extremely rich spiritual energy in the spiritual mind was almost gone at this moment. Obviously, most of it had been absorbed by him and Su Ming. Are they here yet? At this moment, Jiang Yuan's eyes fixed. From a distance, he could detect trucks speeding towards him. Every truck was filled with people. Those are all well-equipped Daxia warriors, and some of them have awakened their talents. It's only been a short time since the spiritual energy was revived, and we've already found so many humans with awakened talents. Then I have to hurry. With a soft murmur, Jiang Yuan sprayed out a spider web to wrap up the Thunder Rhino completely, then quickly cast the 1,000 layers of demonic shadow and was about to leave. Now, it's not the time to engage in direct conflict with humans yet. It's not that Jiang Yuan is afraid, but his power is far from enough. A mutant rhinoceros, with the blessing of spiritual, or can have the strength of C+ and awaken the talent of Thunder attribute. Jiang Yuan couldn't believe that in such a big blue planet, only the Thunder Rhino had such strength. As the Overlord, humans have immeasurable background. His current strength is indeed decent, but the strength of his forces is still a little weak. After Jiang Yuan flew out of the spirit mine, he turned around and looked at his body and the spirit mine. Since we're here, let me set up the battlefield. As he spoke, a scarlet light flashed in Jiang Yuan's eyes. In an instant, a mysterious force suddenly descended. This spiritual mind collapsed instantly, as if it had lost its support. Not just spiritual, or the land within a radius of 1 kilometer was producing a strong buzzing sound, and cracks like gullies appeared. Hiss, hiss, hiss. This way, it looks like a big battle. After doing all this, Jiang Yuan nodded with satisfaction, and then launched the disaster rain and mist and the 1,000 layers of demonic shadow at the same time. Leaving here at a strange speed. The target is his nest. That is the mountain. Jiang Yuan is gone. After a while, a group of soldiers finally arrived. When they saw the scene in front of them, they were all stunned. All I saw was a complete ruin. The ruins were still covered with a lot of frost. It looked like a fierce battle had taken place here. This scene made the soldiers feel a strong sense of powerlessness. What kind of battle could turn the world into this state? I think even if we use missiles to bomb continuously, it would only be this bad, right? What on earth is going on here? Oh my God, why did it collapse here? It's not just this place that's collapsing, but also the ground we just saw. What kind of mutant beast is this? Its strength is so terrifying. Chapter 117, Unveiling the Secret. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's heart sank. Indeed, this battle even affected areas thousands of meters away. It is enough to see how powerful the mutant beast is. The key point is that up to now they still don't know where the mutant beast is. Oh no, Captain Jiang. Quick, open this. Captain Jiang, please don't let anything happen to you. At this moment, the soldiers seemed to have thought of something and their expressions changed drastically. Several of the talented warriors surged forward, ready to move forward. Rumble. Yo. Before they got close, a beast roar suddenly came from the ruins. Immediately afterwards, the debris of the collapsed spiritual mind burst out. In an instant, debris flew everywhere, causing the sky to darken and the earth to become gloomy. The soldiers couldn't help but narrow their eyes. After a few seconds, the strong wind carrying debris stopped. The soldiers immediately opened their eyes and saw a large blank area exposed on the collapsed spiritual mind. Standing in the middle was a deer with an ochre color. At a glance, they recognized that this was the four-colored deer contracted by Jiang Yuan. Behind it were several Daxiao warriors who looked in a miserable state. As for Jiang Yuan, he was leaning on the back of the four-colored deer. He was breathing heavily, with traces of blood at the corners of his mouth. You came just in time. Before they could answer, Jiang Yuan's voice came to their ears. You guys stay here and look after them. I'll go after him. As he spoke, Jiang Yuan jumped onto the back of the four-colored deer and ran in one direction at an extremely fast speed. Several soldiers stared at Jiang Yuan's departing back in a daze until his figure disappeared from their sight. They finally came to their senses. Quick, quick, save them first. At the sound of the voice, all the soldiers immediately took action. Xiaoya, your talent is healing. Go and see what's wrong with them. Good. One of the warriors responded, and the spiritual power in his body surged, and he immediately began to heal these warriors. After a while, these soldiers woke up. How are you? Are you okay? Upon seeing this, a soldier immediately asked about it. It's okay, I just need to take it easy. So what exactly happened here? A soldier couldn't bear the confusion in his heart and asked. Yes. One person heard this, took a deep breath, and immediately began to narrate what had just happened. After listening to his story quietly, the faces of these soldiers were visibly covered with a heavy color. Guanghan Provincial Security Department. In the office, Chen Jiangwo also received the latest news from the Ling mine. His eyes fell on the pictures on the table, and his brows furrowed. One of the pictures showed a ruin covered with condensed frost. It is obvious how fierce the battle was. And on the side of this picture, there is another picture. The earth in the picture is riddled with holes and dense cracks, some of which have formed huge gullies. This is the scenery not far from the Ling mine. A rhino with lightning attributes. There are still some talented people among the people, but were they all dealt with by Jiang Yuan? After taking several deep breaths, his eyes fell on the records of the monitor again. There, it was clearly shown that a huge change had occurred in the spiritual mind during that period of time. But what kind of changes have occurred? How could the scene become like this? Report, Captain Jiang is back. Just then, a reporting voice came from outside the door. Hurry, let him in. Chen Jiangwo shouted immediately after hearing the words. Crunch. The office door was pushed open, and Chen Jiangwo saw Jiang Yuan's figure at a glance. Jiang Yuan, how are you? Are you okay? After Jiang Yuan sat down, Chen Jiangwo asked first. I'm fine, it's just that the four-colored deer was injured. I don't think I'll be able to fight in the short term. But it's not a big deal, just rest for a while. What? Chen Jiangwo was shocked when Jiang Yuan and the four-colored deer were combined together. The strength is one of the best in Daxia. What kind of powerful existence could cause it to suffer such severe damage? After confirming that the four-colored deer was not seriously injured, Chen Jiangwo couldn't help but ask in shock. Then what exactly happened near the spirit mine? How could the four-colored deer be so seriously injured? Minister, I was just about to tell you about this. Jiang Yuan took a breath and said, You should know everything that happened before. Just as I was getting ready to fight the rhino, someone showed up. She is a young girl who walked out from the depths of the spirit mine. The rhino saw her but didn't attack her. It feels like I'm surrendering to her. Chen Jiangwo took a breath and raised his brows slightly. Unexpectedly, Jiang Yuan gave him another heavy blow. Actually, it If it were just the girl and the rhino, I could still hold them off. But I didn't expect that while I was fighting them, two more strange beasts came out from the depths of the spirit stone mine. One of them is a turtle, and the other is a giant bird. What? As soon as these words were spoken, Chen Jiangwo's expression changed drastically. Turtle, giant bird. As a member of the Guanghan Provincial Security Department, he is not unfamiliar with this at all. You mean that the girl is also on the mountain peak? Very likely. Looking at Chen Jiangwo's solemn expression, Jiang Yuan nodded. This. Chen Jiangwo's mouth opened slightly. He really didn't know what to say. The girl and the rhino were already beyond his expectations. I didn't expect there would be strange beasts. Isn't it said that players in Record of Beasts can only contract one exotic beast? But when it comes to her, it's the opposite. And aren't mutant rhinos native to Blue Planet? How did you get involved with that girl again? How could a contractor contract a three-headed beast? No, more than three. Suddenly, the figure of a werewolf appeared in Chen Jiangwo's mind. If the giant bird and the turtle listened to her, then the werewolf before was. Minister. Just as Chen Jiangwo was getting more and more anxious, Jiang Yuan said again, although I don't know what exactly is going on, but I think these strange beasts are related to that girl. And that turtle and giant bird are obviously not under contract. I guess she might have awakened a powerful talent. Based on the fact that she previously instructed the alien beasts to help us, this girl's nature should not be bad. Can we try Zhaoan? Zhaoan. Hearing this, Chen Jiangwo's breathing suddenly became rapid. From Jiang Yuan's description and what he had seen and heard before, it is not difficult to see that the girl's talent and even strength are extremely strong. If she could be summoned here. Not to mention that Daxia can soar into the sky, but at least with the revival of spiritual energy, there will be no problem in gaining a foothold. Looking at Chen Jiangwo's excited expression, Jiang Yuan knew that he had touched his heart. Jiang Yuan couldn't help but feel relieved about this. Certainly, Jiang Yuan had absolutely no intention of being amnestied. After all, he is a monster, not a human. One day he will be born. By then, even if Daxia is willing to live in peace with him. But what about all of humanity? Jiang Yuan doesn't believe that people are kind. The reason why he mentioned the Zhaoan was to cooperate with Daxia. He can help Daxia solve some problems and allow Daxia to better survive the early stage of spiritual energy recovery. He also needs to develop his own power safely under the protection of Daxia. To put it simply, for Jiang Yuan or Daxia, it's a win-win situation. Chapter 118, Eliminating the Crisis. It's over. But just when Jiang Yuan thought Chen Jiangwo would agree, he immediately patted Jiang Yuan on the shoulder and said, "Go and have a look." Not long ago, there was a post online saying that the mountain was dangerous. Is there a post? Jiang Yuan frowned and immediately took out his cell phone to look through it. This person? What does it mean? After reading the post, Jiang Yuan's frown deepened. He did not let his monsters attack the people of Daxia. How could this person have such a strong grudge? Could it be the player who was attacked and killed in Record of 10,000 Beasts? While Jiang Yuan was thinking, Chen Jiangwo said again, I have asked Yi Ling and Bai Feng to go to the top of the mountain to investigate. It would be bad if they clashed. Go and have a look. I'll be there soon. Hearing this, Jiang Yuan was shocked and immediately nodded in agreement. After leaving the Guanghan Provincial Security Department, Jiang Yuan ran towards the mountain while returning his consciousness to his body. At the same time, in the sea near the mountain, in the vast ocean there is a small and inconspicuous ship. The boat was small and could only accommodate 4 people. The oars of 2 of them were unusually strong. A man with a broad back and strong arms, his body was extremely strong. The other man had a warrior hairstyle, a thin body, and a long blade on his waist. Miyamoto-kun, we should be arriving in Daxia soon. We need to prepare early. The man with a warrior's hairstyle looked solemnly at the mountain not far away. As far as I know, Daxia has already deployed personnel on the border. Right now, our sacred beast's brutal gene is not yet complete. Once it is complete and can be awakened continuously, we can have a head-on conflict with Daxia. Don't engage in direct conflict before you wake up. Don't worry about that. The man called Miyamoto-kun nodded calmly. His name is Miyamoto Yu. He is from the Miyamoto family and is also a talented person of his generation. As long as I want to go, no one can stop me. As for you, don't let the Daxia warriors find you and bring shame to our Sakura country. As soon as he finished speaking, he jumped into the sea. Surprisingly, he did not sink, but ran across the sea surface as if he were walking on flat ground. If an ordinary person saw this scene, they would probably think that the world has gone crazy. How can people run on the sea? But the man on the boat looked very calm when he saw this. The reason is simple. Miyamoto Yu's awakened talent is gravity. able to control the weight of your body at will. With this talent, he is well known in the Sakura country. And its unique skill, the Taishan pressure, makes countless people ashamed. Simply put, there is currently no person or beast who can withstand his overwhelming blow and survive. Crash. The man who was staying on the boat at this time had a deep gaze and looked straight at that person. Just see. When he was almost at the shore, he suddenly jumped. The whole person flew up to a height of 100 meters as if he had wings. After floating in the air for a while like a circling eagle, he safely crossed the border. Why are the people of the Miyamoto family always so arrogant? I really don't know. Will being arrogant lead to being struck by lightning? Slowly retracting his gaze, the man sitting on the boat's side, and then he imitated the previous man and rushed out of the boat. Bah! A loud, crisp sound followed. As he ran out, a monster with wings on its back and a red, dog-like face appeared out of thin air. It carried him straight towards the mountain. You guys should disguise yourself later. I'll go see him first. On this mountain peak. Hiss. A hissing sound was heard, and Jiang Yuan opened his eyes instantly. He saw a person or animal not far away at a glance. Su Rufeng sat together with a group of lower-level exotic beasts. Judging from his appearance, he seemed to be imparting some knowledge to those strange beasts. And on the other side, Zhuai Yue was practicing something in the arena. Su Ming was having fun with Lu Ying and Lei Shi, but Luo Xian was standing beside them. I kind of wanted to join in, but I held my head high, looking like I didn't want to be associated with you. Hiss. After a quick glance, Jiang Yuan withdrew his gaze and lowered the disastrous rain and fog that was covering the mountain. In this way, it can reduce the power of the curse while also concealing itself. No way. Bai Feng and Yi Ling are from Dixia, so with their strength they would not die in the disastrous rain and fog. Maybe it would be better if it wasn't contaminated. Now, I just have to wait for them to come find me. After finishing, Jiang Yuan immediately raised his mental strength to the highest level. He wanted to see how far Yi Ling and Bai Feng were from him. At that time, I can consider how to face Yi Ling and Bai Feng. There is no way. His real body cannot show up now. Yi Ling and Bai Feng were completely unaware of Chun Jiangwo's latest orders. Just as he stretched his mental strength to the maximum, Jiang Yuan couldn't help but raise his brows. He noticed that two people had entered the mountain. However, these two people were not Yi Ling and Bai Feng, but two very unfamiliar auras. Not only that, the time and direction of entry of the two people were completely different. Samurai head, wooden clogs. Are they from Sakura country? A golden light flashed before Jiang Yuan's eyes, and he saw the two figures. Yo! After seeing it clearly, Jiang Yuan smiled. Unexpectedly, he has not yet gone to settle accounts with the people from Sakura country. The Sakura country was the first to come and inquire about me. Jiang Yuan slowly withdrew his gaze, and the smile on the corner of his mouth became more and more intense. Since you're here, then let me, as the host, do my best to be a good host. Jiang Yuan thought to himself and looked at Zhu Yue and his group. Dad, I want to go, Lu Ying said resentfully. Before, it thought Jiang Yuan would entrust it with something important. As a result, he was taught a lesson by Su Rufeng in a straightforward and efficient manner. Looking back now, although it didn't cause any harm to its body, it caused great trauma to its person. It turns out that in this strange world, fighting and killing alone won't work. Owner, Master, Mu, Luo Xian, Zhuai Yu, and Lei Shi on the side all shouted out. Okay, Lu Ying, then you go first. After looking at Lu Ying, Jiang Yuan let her do as she pleased this time. Anyway, inside the mountain, no matter what Lu Ying did, everything is under his control. Upon hearing this, the firefly was delighted and immediately flapped its wings and flew down the mountain. Zhuai Yue, take Lei Shi with you to take a look. Yes, Master. Zhuai Yue became serious and immediately took the order to lead Lei Shi down the mountain. With her two going, there shouldn't be any problem. Seeing the three beasts leave, Jiang Yuan slowly withdrew his gaze. Next, all he had to do was wait. Of course, we are not waiting for Yi Ling and the others to come. Instead, wait for your own body to come. No matter what, I am carrying Chun Jiangwo's orders. Under the mountain. Let's go in and take a look. Yi Ling and Bai Feng stood 1,000 meters away, looking at the mountain ahead from afar. The mountain was covered by a layer of black fog, and it was impossible to see any scene inside. There was no aura within a 1,000-meter radius of where he was. Because as early as when it was known that the turtle and the giant bird had entered this mountain, this place had been listed as a restricted area. After all, the reason why there are so few players in record of 10,000 beasts nowadays, or the contracted beasts are not strong, is largely because of them. Be careful when you go in there. After watching for a while, Yiling took a breath and said, "The last time Jiang Yuan and I entered, we discovered that there was something strange about this rain and fog. If you can't hold on, remember to get out as soon as possible. Rest assured, I know what's going on." Yiling nodded and added, "Oh, by the way, unless it is absolutely necessary, you must not conflict with the strange beasts on the mountain. Don't forget the mission the minister has given us. Just came here to investigate." Chapter 119, Crisis Under Annihilation. "Okay, I got it." Bai Feng responded, then summoned by Daxian and stepped straight into the mountain. Seeing this scene, Yiling immediately followed. As she ran, her delicate body began to become vaguely visible, until finally, it completely disappeared in this world. Yiling's figure was looming and moving among the mountains. The mountains were silent, and the sky was covered by a thick fog, as if blocking out the sun, making it impossible to see what was happening outside. She could even feel that her ability to detect had decreased. Yiling was not overly surprised by this. She and Jiang Yuan had entered the mountain last time, so she knew about the thick fog. Where did they go? What Yiling didn't expect was that after walking for a distance, she didn't see Bai Feng and Bai Daxian. Why are they running around? Don't be fooled by the silence of the mountain. There are countless dangers within. Yiling frowned slightly, then seemed to think of something. Her heart suddenly skipped a beat. Would Bai Feng want to fight the strange beasts on the mountain? As soon as the thought came to mind, Yiling had already made up his mind. Unlike her voice, Bai Feng was still in the military camp. The thoughts of its soldiers are deeper in their bones. When facing strange beasts, he adheres to the human standpoint to the end. Those who are not of my race must have different hearts. This sentence can definitely be his motto. Not good. Thinking of this, Yiling secretly thought that something was wrong and suddenly increased his speed as he shuttled through the mountains. She absolutely couldn't let this happen. Otherwise, it would be terrible. At the same time, Bai Feng and his summoned beast were traveling through the mountains. Just as Yiling expected, he didn't come here to find out anything. Instead, he wanted to resolve this crisis for Daxia and Guanghan province. Only in this way can we solve the problem once and for all. Today, Bai Feng, will definitely eliminate the mountain crisis for the common people of Guanghan province. With a cold snort, Bai Feng went into the mountains. As we hurried along, there was silence all around us. It is shrouded in rain and fog all year round. What he saw and heard made Bai Feng frown. Strange? Didn't they say there were strange beasts? Why haven't I encountered anything yet? There aren't even any mutant beasts. How could there be no mutant beasts on such a huge mountain? As soon as doubts arose in his mind, his eyes suddenly focused. He sensed a breath of energy rushing towards him at a rapid speed. Is it finally here? Bai Feng sneered in his heart and secretly made preparations. He was very confident that with the help of Bai Daxian and himself, he could deal with the strange beasts on the mountain. But confidence does not mean arrogance. When facing an opponent, he will give it his all. Just after Bai Feng was ready, a figure quickly rushed out from a distance. The figure was extremely fast, running like a bullet that had just been fired. Not a strange beast. Seeing this figure, Bai Feng's brows jumped. Because this is a person, he did not encounter any mutated beasts or strange beasts in the mountains. Who would believe that he would encounter a human figure first? As the figure gradually became clearer in front of him, a cold look flashed in Bai Feng's eyes. He figured it out. This figure is from Sakura country. There's no way, the people in Sakura country dress too obviously. In the world, only people in the land of Sakura dress like that. Bai Feng's judgment was indeed correct. This figure was none other than Miyamoto Yu, who was the first to enter the mountain. Die. When Miyamoto Yu was approaching, he raised his fist and punched Bai Feng at high speed. It was obvious that he knew about fighting against players who had contracted with strange beasts. The weakness lies in the contracted players. As long as it is killed, the contracted beast will not be a threat. You want to hit me? Bai Feng sneered, although he did not have awakened talent. But having lived in the army for so many years, his physical condition is certainly not comparable to that of ordinary people. Drink. He jumped off Bai Daxian's body to avoid the attack, and then immediately instructed Bai Daxian to attack Miyamoto Yu in midair. If this blow hits, even a gifted person can't escape a serious injury. Drink. But facing Bai Daxian's attack, Miyamoto Yu in midair showed a scornful smile. Smash it for me. With a light shout, his body, which had been flying in the air, suddenly fell rapidly. Bang! There was a loud bang, and Bai Daxian and Miyamoto Yu collided with each other. But he was not knocked away as he expected. Instead, Bai Daxian's huge body shook and cracks appeared on the ground. What is this? Gravity. He awakened a talent related to gravity. Bai Feng, who was standing by, kept analyzing the situation while hurriedly saying, Master Bai, get out of the way. Roar. Bai Daxian roared angrily and immediately moved aside according to Bai Feng's instructions. Bang. He had just dodged when he saw Miyamoto Yu rise up and finally land steadily on the ground beside him. Unexpectedly, instead of finding the strange beast, we encountered Daxia soldiers. Miyamoto Xiong smiled slightly at Bai Feng and Bai Daxian. Then he said, "In this case, let us first deal with you for our great Sakura country." With a cold shout, he completely ignored Bai Daxian and attacked Bai Feng cleanly and efficiently. Roar! Bai Feng's mind was focused, and seeing that his contractor was about to be attacked, Bai Daxian let out an angry roar and leaped towards him. Seeing that Miyamoto Yu was getting closer and closer, Bai Feng had no good way to stop him. I can only retreat to the side. Bang! There was a loud bang, and a huge pit suddenly appeared where Bai Feng had been standing. Gifted! Bai Feng stared intently, feeling very angry, and wished he could have a good fight with Miyamoto Yu. But he knew that this was just wishful thinking. Compared with those with talent, ordinary human bodies are too weak. Even though he is quite powerful in the army, if he is caught, he will not last more than a few rounds. This time when I go back, I must do my best to improve my own strength. I will never be a burden. In fact, Bai Daxian was also helpless because Bai Feng and Miyamoto Yu were too close. As a result, it didn't dare to release some powerful skills, for fear of accidentally hurting Bai Feng. At the same time, not far away. Is there something fighting over there? Lu Ying, who was rushing down from the mountain, suddenly saw something light in his eyes. He immediately flapped his wings and flew towards the source of the fighting sound. This time it doesn't just want to fight. We also have to hold Zhu Yue and the Leishi firmly down. After flying for a while, Lu Ying arrived not far from the battle scene. I saw a beast and two people fighting fiercely inside. Although it was a fierce battle, the battle scene was quite strange. One person was chasing the figure straight away, while the strange beast was protecting the figure everywhere. As for the figure being pursued, after repeated attacks, his body was in a disarray and his face had some scars. Although, he looked a bit pitiful. But at first glance, there is really an inexplicable sense of humor. Chapter 120, Killing Without Pardon. Is that it? When Lu Ying saw the figure of the strange beast clearly, she was stunned. Because there was a figure among them that she recognized. It is Bai Daxian in record of 10,000 beasts. Although it did not have much contact with Bai Daxian, it had heard about Bai Daxian from Sisilu and Luoxian. How did it get here? When Firefly was confused, I saw Miyamoto Yu chasing Bai Feng at a speed that was sometimes fast and sometimes slow. Suddenly, his body circled and rushed towards Bai Feng like an arrow. Snort. Seeing this scene, Lu Ying shouted loudly. Although it didn't know this person, he was Bai Daxian's contracted beast after all. It didn't mind repaying the favor on behalf of the four-colored deer and Luoxian. This is what Su Rufeng taught it. About the human relationships in another world. Bah! With a cry, Bai Feng, who was about to dodge again, saw a giant bird with a scarlet body rushing out from the side and attacking Miyamoto Yu. Bang! The man and the beast collided with each other, and a sound like an explosion was heard. Roar! Seeing this, Bai Daxian, who was not far away, immediately followed Lu Ying and attacked Miyamoto Xiong. Baka! Seeing this scene, Miyamoto Yu's face changed drastically. He hurriedly increased his weight to avoid being blown away. Bang! However, continuous roars were heard. Although Miyamoto Yu was not blown away, his body continued to retreat, leaving traces on the ground. Roar! Bah! This scene did not stop Lu Ying and Bai Daxian from attacking. The two beasts then attacked Miyamoto Yu again. It seems that they want to use this to deal a fatal blow to Miyamoto Yu. Alien beast. Bai Feng's face was gloomy as he looked at the situation of the battle that had completely changed due to Lu Ying's joining. As a soldier of Daxia, he has not forgotten what he thinks. But now this strange beast came to help him. Then should I take action against it later? For a moment, Bai Feng was confused. Roar, roar, roar. CRI re. And at this time, under the joint siege of Lu Ying and Bai Daxian, Miyamoto Yu seemed to know that he was no match for them. You guys are great. But you all go to hell. After the last battle, Miyamoto Yu's eyes widened slightly, and his aura continued to rise. At this moment, his legs seemed to be equipped with springs, and he jumped hundreds of meters. However, just when Lu Ying thought that this person was about to release a big move, but he turned around and shot out in the opposite direction. Is he trying to escape? Lu Ying, who had been tense, was startled and felt that she had been greatly provoked. Go to hell. As the chirping sound was heard, a strong red light quickly rose from the firefly's body. Bah! Accompanied by a final, stirring cry. The red feathers all over the firefly burst out in an instant. He attacked Miyamoto Yu from all directions without any blind spots. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Wherever the feather passed, the temperature in the field continued to rise. And Miyamoto Yu was running very fast. But compared with Ling Yu, the speed is still a little slower. Phew. When a rich blood flower bloomed from the air, Miyamoto Yu, who was originally running, stopped directly and fell to the ground with a click, like a car that suddenly stepped on the foot brake. Seeing this scene, Bai Feng's eyes widened not far away. It's not like he had never encountered Firefly when he was playing Record of Beasts before. But now look at it this way. Why does he feel that Liu Ying's strength has increased a lot? Are I and Bai Daxian really his match? For a moment, Bai Feng fell into self-doubt. Hello. At this time, Liu Ying glanced at Bai Daxian and Bai Feng and said, I will help you solve it this time. You don't have to thank me. After all, this mountain is my territory. Although Liu Ying said this, if she looked at her, you can definitely see that her face is full of, look, I saved you. You have to praise me. Now that he's been dealt with. Liu Ying waited for a moment, and when she heard Bai Feng speak, she raised her head slightly, thinking that Bai Feng was going to praise her. But I didn't expect it. Bai Feng walked straight towards Bai Daxian and said sternly, then the rest of the battlefield will be left to us. You? I will kill you. The sound in her ear made Liu Ying open her eyes wide in disbelief. What's going on? I helped him, and not only did he not praise me, but he also caused trouble for me? This. It suddenly remembered a word, repaying kindness with enmity. This is what Su Rufeng told her. Snort. I took action. Roar. While Liu Ying was thinking, at Bai Feng's instruction, Bai Daxian roared and turned into a white light and pounced towards Liu Ying. In fact, Bai Feng couldn't help but feel a little tormented. After all, no matter what, Liu Ying helped him. But when he thought of their identities, Bai Feng finally gritted his teeth and prepared to fight. The only thing he could do was to fight Liu Ying fairly. As for who will win, it all depends on their own abilities. Looking at the fireflies so close to him, Bai Feng showed no mercy. But he still roared, watch out. After saying that, Bai Daxian took him and jumped up, raised his sharp claws and grabbed the firefly. Bah! Liu Ying reacted and let out an angry roar, then raised her sharp claws and attacked Bai Daxian. Bai Feng's actions made it very angry. It must teach Bai Daxian and Bai Feng a lesson on how to be a beast. How come after receiving such a long education, he is not as good as me, a beast who only received a short education? At the same time, near the mountain, the sound is getting closer. Somewhere in a dark scene, a figure appeared vaguely. This is Night Spirit. The violent noise of the battle was extremely harsh in the silent mountains. Of course she heard it, and the closer she got to the battle scene, her expression grew more serious. I wonder what the battle between Bai Feng and the strange beast on the mountain was like. Did Bai Feng forget about this mission? We're here to investigate, not to make enemies. Despite what he said, Yiling's figure was speeding up step by step. Suddenly, Yiling's expression paused, and he immediately activated his talent and merged into the dim world. Because she noticed a powerful aura sweeping over from not far away. But this is not the direction of the battle. Hiding, Yiling soon saw a beast shadow rushing out from a distance. It has 2 wings on its back and a long nose and a dog-like face. This strange beast is not from the mountain, like a Tengu in the land of Sakura. As she spoke, her face instantly darkened, because she saw a person standing on the back of the beast. He was dressed like a Sakura countryman, with a samurai sword on his waist. This man's name is Musashi, and he was originally a martial arts master from the Sakura country. After his spiritual power was revived, he became a true martial arts master. They're from Sakura country. They actually sneaked into Daxia. Are they looking for death? Yiling's eyes widened slightly, and a murderous intent began to grow wildly in his heart. If facing the group of strange beasts on the mountain that had helped Daxia, Yiling would try his best to avoid conflict. So when facing the people from Sakura country, Yiling had only one thought in his mind. Kill without mercy. Chapter 121, Musashi's Plan. Huff, huff, huff. In the dim sky, Yiling tightly grasped the short blade in his hand, staring at the beast shadow. She was ready to wait until the beast shadow got closer and then give him a fatal blow. Da-da-da. Seeing the beast shadow getting closer and closer, Yiling, who was hiding in the dark, widened his eyes. However, just as Yiling was about to take action, something strange happened. Ouch! Moo! 2 beast roars suddenly came from a distance. Then 2 huge figures rushed out from a distance. Their target was the Tengu monster in front of Yiling. It's the werewolf on the mountain. When he saw the first figure, Yiling said inwardly, another one? A rhino. Is this a mutant beast? How come mutant beasts and strange beasts are mixed together? Suddenly, Yiling noticed that there was a huge figure following closely behind the werewolf. At this moment, her pupils suddenly contracted. I just felt a chill raging from the soles of my feet. Human, what is more powerful than mutant beasts and exotic beasts? Ultimately, it comes down to possessing superior intelligence, but if the mutant beasts and strange beasts knew how to unite, will humans still be the overlords of the blue planet? Ouch! Roar, roar, roar. And when they collide face to face, Jiang Yuan and Leishi didn't give Tengu and Musashi any chance to speak and rushed straight forward. Baka! Musashi roared angrily. He did not retreat, but let his contracted beast go straight forward. When their figures were about to collide, he took out the samurai sword from his waist and slashed at Jiang and Leishi. Bang bang bang. They collided with each other, causing an extremely loud roar. Tengu and Jiang fought each other, neither of them willing to give in. The sharp horns of the thunder rhino collided with Musashi's samurai sword. When the blades and sharp corners collided, conspicuous sparks kept flashing. Call. That katana? It seems to be able to store spiritual energy. Yiling, who was hiding in the dark, just came back to his senses and suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. She discovered that during the collision, spiritual energy continued to condense on the samurai sword. If it weren't for this, Leishi would have already knocked the figure away. Is it because some kind of, or was added that the katana has undergone a mutation? Then can my short blade do the same? While Yiling was analyzing the situation in his mind, the battle in the field continued. A mere strange beast is willing to become my enemy. With a roar, Musashi released a powerful aura, and spiritual power condensed on the samurai sword. With one blow, he knocked the thunder rhino away. At this moment, Jiang and Tengu also ended their collision. At this time, the two sides were not far away and faced each other. Not far from both sides, there was also a loud roar. Ouch! Jiang couldn't help it. It let out a roar and ran towards Musashi and Tengu first. As he ran, his jet black hair gradually turned silver. This is its passive talent, Howling Moon. Under the moonlight, its body will have extremely strong self-healing ability. Good job. Musashi glared and stomped his legs. He leaped into the air, using Tengu's body. Knife cut. As he spoke, he raised his katana high above his head and slashed straight at Jiang. Ouch! Seeing this, Jiang had no intention of defending himself at all. Its eyes widened, and it raised its claws and chose to attack head-on. Court death. Musashi's eyes narrowed, and he showed no intention of dodging. Others may not know how powerful his samurai sword is, but he knows it very clearly. Not only is it sharp, it can also unleash spiritual power to strike. If you get hit by it, even if you don't die, you will be crippled. Oh. Just as the man and the beast collided, Musashi couldn't help but scream. Jiang had scratched a bloody claw mark on his chest. But compared to him, Jiang's situation was even worse. Not only was it cut by its own katana, he also took the opportunity to inject some spiritual power into it. Even if it doesn't die, it will probably be seriously injured. Then next, we just need to get rid of that rhino. Musashi looked at the claw marks on his chest, and the intense pain made him frown slightly. But Musashi still thinks it's worth it. After all, Jiang's injuries must be more serious than his, so this way they can solve the problem as soon as possible and rescue Miyamoto Yu. But when he raised his katana to deal with Leishi, he saw Jiang Yu still standing there, with no signs of being seriously injured at all. Looking at the wounds on its body, they had actually begun to heal. I think it won't be long before everything is back to normal. Baga, how is this possible? Ouch! Facing the frightened Musashi, Jiang roared, and then ran towards Musashi again. Cri. At the same time, everyone in the venue heard a huge roar coming from not far away. It seems that the battle over there has entered a white-hot stage. No, this must be resolved as soon as possible. The noise over there made Musashi's expression slightly gloomy. Looking at this, Miyamoto Yu probably won't be able to hold on any longer. Tengu, let's go together. Deal with them, then go rescue Miyamoto. The words fell. All the spiritual power in his body surged at this moment. Bang! He stepped on the ground, leaving a huge, deep pit underneath, and then he attacked Jiang with a sharp sound like a cannonball breaking through the air. At the same time, an extremely bright light was released from his samurai sword. Crescent Moon Slash. He roared, and the samurai sword and his figure seemed to turn into a crescent moon emitting brilliant light. This is his strongest skill. As the name suggests, no living creature can survive this blow. I just don't believe it. You have a strong recovery ability. Even after being cut in half, he can still recover. Moo. Seeing this, The thunder rhino next to him raised his head high, and endless lightning gathered from his sharp horns, then suddenly jumped out, turning into a dazzling lightning and rushing towards Musashi. This elemental power. Seeing this scene, Yiling's whole body tensed up. She didn't expect that a rhino would awaken rare elemental power. And it is lightning, the symbol of destruction. Roar, roar, roar. As Yiling was horrified, Musashi's pupils also shrank. Tengu, help me block it. Roar. The Tengu monster let out a shocking roar and quickly blocked Musashi's side. At the same time, its wings intertwined with each other, forming a strong shield that wrapped it up. This is the wings of infallibility. Tengu's innate skill, its wings can enhance its own defense and block most attacks. Looking at this situation, it seems that this werewolf may not be a match for that man. In the darkness, Yiling analyzed the situation with bated breath. Ever since I heard from Musashi that the person not far away was from another Sakura country, she was no longer in a hurry, but instead began to analyze it with relish. But just at this moment, the big tree, standing on the mountain peak, suddenly rustled. Is the wind blowing? Yiling frowned slightly. This wind will not come sooner or later. It's really interesting that it happened at this time. Chapter 122, Arrest. No. Wind. Suddenly, Yiling was stunned. If she remembered correctly, the name of this werewolf in Record of Beasts seemed to be Wind Werewolf. Blast. She looked up suddenly and found that there was an invisible gust of wind around Jiua. The strong wind continued to rage outward. Finally, it seemed to be condensed from its claws under the pull of an unknown force. Ouch! With a roar, the strong wind condensed on his claws instantly swept towards Musashi. Moo! At this moment, a painful scream was heard from a distance. It's Tengu. He was struck by the brilliant lightning. Not only did an electric current surge through its body, but its entire body was also trembling. I think this blow caused great damage to it. Baka, why is there still wind? Wind attribute and thunder attribute monsters. Baka, Baka. Seeing this scene, Musashi was alarmed. It took another look at the rushing wind and immediately turned around. It turned into a stream of light and rushed out of the mountain. He didn't dare to fight any further. Perhaps this attack of his can still kill Jiuyue, but under the lightning and strong wind, his contracted beast will definitely die. By then, I will also be seriously injured. How would he face the rhino then? And whether he can kill Jiuyue? With his confidence in this final blow, he only dared to say maybe. Escape. As long as the Green Mountains remain, there will be no shortage of firewood. Remember this. I will definitely seek revenge on you. After saying these harsh words, Musashi rushed out like a madman. Moo. Upon seeing this, Leishi let out an angry roar and chased after Musashi at lightning speed. Obviously, it had no intention of letting him go. Roar, roar, roar. At this time, the strong wind condensed by Jiuyue came roaring down. Tengu wanted to stop it, but his whole body was numb. It was completely unable to move and could only allow the invisible strong wind to cut into its body like a sharp blade. After a while, the strong wind gradually dissipated. The figure of Tengu gradually appeared. Its body was covered with wounds, and its huge body fell to the ground with a thud, dying. Roar, roar, roar. Tengu continued to let out bursts of mournful cries, gazing at Musashi's departing back from afar. It couldn't understand why its contractor would abandon it and run away alone. Ouch! Jiuyue glanced at it indifferently, then turned around and ran towards another battle zone. It wants to go and see how the battle is going on over at Firefly's End. Do you need help? Roar, roar, roar. As Jiuyue left, Yiling, who was hiding in the darkness, was unable to recover for a long time. It can be said that this trip to the mountain had a huge impact on her. In addition to the awareness of his own lack of strength, the most shocking thing was the strange beast lurking on the mountain. One is of wind attribute, one is of thunder attribute, the giant bird is also of fire attribute, and the turtle is of water attribute. Not to mention those who have elemental talents. The most important thing is that they can live in peace and be closely connected. Hiss. It seems that what Bai Feng said is correct. Thinking of this, Yiling couldn't help but take a breath. She had to admit that Bai Feng was right. Those who are not of my race must have different hearts. We must eliminate them while they are weak. She really couldn't imagine how terrifying a mutant beast with such talent would be when it grew up. Being alone is terrifying. What's more, there are so many of them. It should be enough to investigate here. Once we find Bai Feng, we'll go down and report this to the minister immediately. I think Daxia has its own decision on this matter. While sorting out his thoughts, Yiling's eyes couldn't help but fall on the fight in the distance. After thinking about it, she decided to go to the battle scene to take a look. First, she wanted to see if she could find out how many people from Sakura Junior High School had sneaked into Daxia. The second is that she would come over to check whenever she heard a sound. As Baifeng has always had no good feelings towards strange and mutated beasts, he will definitely not miss such a good opportunity. Go check it out, it should be fine. Anyway, I can blend in. Ordinary alien beasts and mutant beasts won't be able to detect me. As he spoke, Yiling's figure flashed, and he rushed towards the center of the battle. As the sound in his ears grew louder and louder, Yiling couldn't help but look up. When she saw everything clearly in the field, Yiling suddenly froze. Just see. There was a werewolf and a giant bird at the scene. The two beasts joined forces and launched a fierce attack on one side. With the two beasts working together, the other side had no ability to fight back. We were suppressed throughout the whole process. By now, its huge body was covered with claw marks and bite marks. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that they were under siege by the two beasts. Their opponents will eventually die? What stunned her was that the party being suppressed was not from the Sakura country, but by Baifeng and his contracted beast by Daxian. Why is it Baifeng? Yiling's heart skipped a beat, and his body tensed up secretly. Baifeng. As one of the current powerful combat forces in Guanghan province, no mistakes are allowed. But how can I rescue him? Yiling was brainstorming frantically, desperate to find a good solution. Roar, roar, roar. Whoa. While she was thinking, the battle on the scene changed rapidly. Zhu Yue and Luing suddenly roared, and then layers of spiritual power poured out. They attacked Baifeng and by Daxian from all sides. Oh no, they want to take this opportunity to get rid of Baifeng directly. Yiling, who was watching the battle from afar, secretly cried out in alarm, a cold light flashing in her eyes. The current situation did not allow her to think too much. However, just when she was about to manifest herself and go forward to help, something strange happened suddenly. The two ferocious beasts seemed to have received some orders and suddenly stopped. Then he did not use any killing moves against Baifeng and by Daxian. He just knocked by Daxian heavily to the ground. Then he took Baifeng and by Daxian straight into the depths of the mountain. Yiling, who was about to take action, saw that Baifeng and by Daxian were not in danger of life. He abruptly stopped his actions. It's not that she doesn't want to save Baifeng, but in this situation, she alone could not save Baifeng. It is very likely that you will get yourself involved. But what's going on? Didn't they want to take action just now? Why did you stop for no reason? Looking at their backs as they left with Baifeng and by Daxian, Yiling was full of doubts, but when he saw their figures getting farther and farther away, the doubts in his heart gradually turned into anxiety. Although by Daxian and Baifeng are not in danger of their lives, what good will they get if they are captured on the mountain? Even if you use your toes to think, you know what the consequences of waiting for Baifeng will be. They are extremely ferocious beasts. At the same time, deep in the mountains, with his strong mental power, he naturally knew everything that happened on the mountain. Even the capture of Baifeng and by Daxian was an order he gave. It's very simple. He wanted to use this opportunity to discuss cooperation with the Daxia officials. Chapter 123, The Girl's Beast. Thinking of this, Jiang Yuan turned his head and looked at Su Ming beside him. Godfather, how about doing me a favor? What help? Su Ming looked over curiously. Wait a moment. Jiang Yuan stated his plan straightforwardly and honestly. Good. After listening quietly, Su Ming's eyes lit up. He seemed to think this was something fun. Then she nodded heavily in agreement. The other side. What on earth should I do? Da-da-da. Just as Yiling was thinking about how to deal with Baifeng, the sound of footsteps was heard again in the silent venue. Who? Yiling suddenly came back to his senses and immediately held his breath and concentrated. When she saw who was coming, she suddenly relaxed. Anxiously, he walked out from the darkness. Jiang Yuan. Baifeng and by Daxian were captured by the strange beasts on the mountain. Yes, that's right. The person who came was Jiang Yuan in person. Looking at Yiling's anxious expression, Jiang Yuan felt amused. Because it was Baifeng and by Daxian who were captured by Luing and Zhu Yue. Jiang Yuan, why aren't you nervous at all? We have to find a way to rescue him quickly. Otherwise, the strength of our Guanghan province will be weakened. Seeing that Jiang Yuan was not worried at all, Yiling was almost anxious to death. It's okay, don't worry. Jiang Yuan smiled and said, Do you know why I am here? This question stumped Yiling. Yes. The mountain is a restricted area. What is Jiang Yuan doing here? Fortunately, Jiang Yuan gave a straightforward explanation. Actually, I came here at the minister's request, because I discovered that the strange beasts on this mountain are not ownerless. What? As soon as these words came out, Yiling exclaimed subconsciously. Not ownerless. But the problem is, there doesn't seem to be any trace of being contracted by players. Yes. Jiang Yuan smiled and said, it is said that the owner of those strange beasts is a little girl. Oh, yes, that mutant beast too. Stunned. Yi Ling was completely stunned, and her eyes widened as she looked at Jiang Yuan. After a long moment, Yi Ling took a breath and said, Jiang Yuan, you are not kidding, are you? Not long ago, the minister discovered a spiritual mine. When I went there, I found a mutant beast in the spirit mine. Later we found out it was her min. I even had a fight with her over this. This. Yi Ling's mouth twitched, and his head became even more confused. What spiritual or what subordinates? How can it mutate into a ferocious beast? To be honest, if I didn't know Jiang Yuan wouldn't lie. She couldn't believe that this was real. So what do we do now? After taking several breaths, Yi Ling suppressed his shock and asked, then of course I'll go find that little girl. Okay. Yi Ling nodded and prepared to walk towards the top of the mountain. You wait. Jiang Yuan stopped her and said, this mountain is so big. Do you know where they are? Watch me. Thousands of miles of ice. With a cold shout, Jiang Yuan frantically urged the spiritual power in his body. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Waves of chill instantly erupted from Jiang Yuan's body, sweeping out in all directions. Just a moment. Everything in sight was covered with a layer of white frost. Just when Yi Ling was wondering why Jiang Yuan did this, a roar suddenly rang out. Looking in that direction, I saw a turtle leaping down from the mountain at a very fast speed. That's it. Yi Ling recognized at a glance that this turtle was from the family that had helped Guanghan province before. But when she saw him, Yi Ling's body couldn't help but tense up. There was no way. The oppressive feeling this turtle brought to her was really too strong. Moreover, Jiang Yuan's blatant actions under their control made it difficult to predict what the other party might be thinking. Roar. When the turtle approached, Jiang Yuan bowed and said, I am Jiang Yuan from the security department of Guanghan province in Great Xia. I have come to see you, Your Excellency. Jiang Yuan did not bow to the turtle, but faced the depths of the mountain. How is it possible to hear this? Yi Ling was shocked. She thought Jiang Yuan had some good idea. It's over. Yi Ling's heart tightened, and she couldn't believe that the other party could hear her. However, roar. The turtle roared, but did not attack as expected. After looking at the two of them, it walked deeper into the cave. No. Did you really hear it? Yi Ling was confused. She was ready for a big fight, but she didn't expect the turtle to just walk away. What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and catch up. Jiang Yuan shouted and took the lead to catch up with Luo Xian. Seeing this, Yi Ling suppressed his chaotic thoughts and followed. Of course, she did not let her guard down, but kept her body tense to guard against danger. Along the way, Yi Ling and Jiang Yuan did not speak, but just followed Luo Xian quietly. Jiang Yuan acted very calm, but Yi Ling was observing his surroundings intently. As he went deeper, Yi Ling could already sense several very fierce auras emanating from the front. There is no doubt that those must be powerful and exotic beasts hiding in the mountains. Are these strange beasts really controlled by a young girl? Even though Jiang Yuan had explained it very clearly, it was still a little hard to believe without seeing Yi Ling with my own eyes. Because each of these strange beasts is too powerful. Just relying on the 3 strange beasts is enough to defeat Jiang Yuan. And there are more than 3 strange beasts hiding on the mountain. Arrive. While Yi Ling was lost in thought, Jiang Yuan's gentle voice brought her back to reality. She looked up and saw a girl in front of her playing with her pet. The girl looked extremely beautiful. She was wearing a pink long dress and playing with her pet, with her pigtails swinging back and forth. This scene is so peaceful. When Yi Ling saw clearly, his face was filled with fear. Because the ones playing with the girl were a giant bird and a werewolf. Although it didn't show any ferocious behavior. But Yi Ling knew very well how terrifying these 2 strange beasts were. Not to mention, there is an equally terrifying turtle next to her. Oh my god! Yi Ling couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. The scene before him truly stirred up a huge wave of shock in his heart. The girl stopped playing when she heard the sound and turned to look over. Are you from the Daxiao official? Yi Ling was so frightened that she didn't know how to respond. Fortunately, Jiang Yuan took over and said, that's right. We are from the Daxiao security department. I came here this time to invite you to join us. The girl frowned, as if thinking about something. Suddenly, she raised the corner of her mouth and asked, is there someone else coming? Big Turtle, go and greet the guests. Roar. Luo Xian responded and hurried down the mountain. What? Someone's coming again. Yi Ling, who had just calmed down a little, was startled again. The girl's aura is obviously weaker than his own. How come she can sense it, but I can't? Is this the girl's method? Yiling was lost in her thoughts and didn't notice that Jiang Yuan had a faint smile on his face. In fact, the reason why Su Ming knew who was coming was because Jiang Yuan told her through telepathy. I didn't expect Minister Chen to come so quickly. But this is also good. Let's discuss the cooperation matters as soon as possible. With Daxia as my backing, I can let go and do something. While muttering in his heart, Jiang Yuan also used his spiritual sense to tell Su Ming what to do next. Yes, Minister Chen is here. Soon, Yiling sensed a breath. The owner of the breath was Luo Xian, who had returned. Minister Chen also came with it. Are you here? Then it's time to formally discuss cooperation. Roar. Just at this moment, a beast roar was heard. Luo Xian is back. When you turn around, you can see that there is a person sitting on its back. It was Chen Zhengwo, Minister of Security of Guanghan Province. Chapter 124. Cooperation with Daxia. This moment, Luo Xian, Chen Zhengwo, Jiang Yuan, Yiling, and Su Ming looked at each other. No one spoke, and the atmosphere in the room was very tense. So many exotic beasts, it's really possible that one human is controlling them. Oh my god. Even though Chen Zhengwo had seen a lot of storms, he was still shocked when he saw this scene. However, he concealed this emotion very well and did not show it. I am Chen Zhengwo from the Security Department of Guanghan Province in Great Xia, and I'm here to pay you a special visit. Chen Zhengwo got off the turtle's back, strode up to Jiang Yuan and Yiling, and shouted in a deep voice. Minister, by phone was captured by her. As soon as Yiling saw Chen Zhengwo, she hurriedly reminded him in a low voice. Chen Zhengwo was stunned, as if he had not expected this to happen. But he didn't ask at the moment, just looked at Su Ming with a smile. Daxia Security Department? Su Ming looked at Chen Zhengwo and then asked, What are you doing here? We would like to invite you to join the Daxia Security Department, Jiang Yuan said with a faint smile. Su Ming pondered for a moment, then tilted her head, tossed her pigtails, and said, I've already said this online before. You don't believe that the strange beasts in the record of beasts will come. Since you don't believe me, I won't go. Is it you? Yiling next to him exclaimed subconsciously. She remembers this incident very clearly. After all, that was why she recruited Jiang Yuan. Later they realized they had caught the wrong person, but the revival of spiritual energy was about to come. Everything is too busy. Su Ming didn't look at Yiling, shook her head, and said, If this is the reason for you, then please go back. Although I will not join the Daxia government, I will not take any action against Daxia either. As she spoke, she walked back with her hands behind her back, etc. Chen Zhengwo became anxious. Although he didn't know what talent this girl had, she was able to make so many exotic and ferocious beasts obey her orders. It's enough to show how strong she is. He doesn't want to let go of Su Ming, such a talent. I can promise you that if you join our Daxia official, you can ask for anything you want. No. Then can I cooperate with you on behalf of Daxia? Chen Zhengwo hesitated for a moment and finally asked. In fact, if it were other talented people, even if they were strong, he wouldn't say that, because that would be a disregard for the safety of the people of Guanghan Province. But Su Ming is different. She can announce the arrival of the strange beasts in Record of Beasts on the internet in advance. She published it twice, which is enough to prove the kindness in her heart. After the game comes, she had so many powerful exotic beasts, but she did not attack the people of Daxia. Instead, she stayed on the mountain. No matter how you look at it, she is a patriotic and good girl. Tell me, how do we cooperate? Seeing Su Ming's interest, Chen Zhengwo said bluntly, There are 3 main points. One is centered on the mountain, and everything within 100 miles will belong to you. We won't bother. Secondly, if we discover a spiritual or that has no owner, it will belong to whoever finds it first. If the crisis in the spirit mine is serious and neither of us can resolve it, we can ask the other for help, but everything in the spirit mine will be divided equally. Third, we in Daxia have established a cooperative relationship with you. You cannot attack our people in Daxia, and the same applies to us. Of course, if you get bored of staying in the mountains and want to go out for a walk, just let us know in advance. That's it. After finishing a long paragraph, Chen Zhengwo looked at Su Ming with sharp eyes. As expected of a provincial minister, he was able to come up with cooperation conditions in a short time. Jiang Yuan, who was standing by, couldn't help but feel emotional. He was still thinking about how to discuss cooperation. Unexpectedly, Chen Zhengwo was the first to speak out. And the conditions offered are so good. We'll discuss the details, and it will be fine. Muttering to himself, Jiang Yuan turned and looked at Su Ming. Can? Su Ming pondered for a moment, then nodded and said, But there is one thing. Third, I won't take the initiative to attack Daxia. Sometimes I will even take the initiative to help Daxia. But if Daxia takes the initiative to attack me, I will not be polite. No problem. Chun Jiangwo didn't even think about it, and simply said, if there is, we and Daxia will get to the bottom of it without you having to tell us. These words made Jiang Yuan's heart move. He knew that Chun Jiangwo had something else to say. If anyone attacks Su Ming, Daxia will track them down to the end. If Su Ming attacks the people of Daxia recklessly, Daxia will also investigate it to the end. As expected of a great nation, Jiang Yuan sighed, and then asked Su Ming to agree. Can. Then it's settled. But according to your agreement, can I do whatever I want with the person who just attacked me? Hearing this, Chun Jiangwo was silent for a moment. He naturally knew who Su Ming was talking about. Sir, the agreement is what we made now. He attacked you before, so this naturally doesn't count. I sent him here because I needed to know whether the mountain was safe or dangerous. Well, Your Excellency, for my sake, let him go. How about we, Daxia, give you corresponding compensation? Can. But within 3 days, I want to see compensation. Su Ming nodded and continued, little bird, little wolf. Please bring them both out. Zhui Yue and Lu Ying took the order and walked towards the depths. After a while, the two of them brought out by Feng and by Daxian. At this time, the man and the beast seemed to have fallen into a coma, and their bodies were covered with bloody wounds. But fortunately, the breath of life emanated from both of them. It is clear that there is no danger to life. You guys take it away. I'm going to rest first. Su Ming said to Luo Xian beside him. Big Turtle, go see the guest off. Roar. Luo Xian answered, bit by Daxian and put him on the turtle's back, then walked down the mountain. Sir, can I publicize the cooperation we have reached? Because only in this way will more people in Daxiao know about it, and won't attack you. Can. Su Ming waved her hand and agreed without thinking. Then may I ask your name? My name is Su Ming. Su Ming, I will dare to call you Miss Su from now on. Okay. Su Ming tilted her head and said, then I'll call you Grandpa from now on. Grandpa. Chun Jiangwo curled his lips. Is he really that old? But after looking at Su Ming, he instantly realized that this was a sign of close relationship. So he said cheerfully, then Miss Su, we'll meet again someday. At the same time, little spider, how was my performance just now? Su Ming returned to the depths of the mountain, gasping for breath. Although it was Jiang Yuan who had been instructing her on what to say and do, but she still felt a lot of pressure when facing Chun Jiangwo. After all, she had never experienced such a scene before. Godfather, thank you so much. Jiang Yuan couldn't help but admire him and said, if it weren't for you, it wouldn't be so easy to reach a cooperation. Jiang Yuan felt a little relieved after the cooperation with Daxiao was achieved. Not to mention that he can use Su Ming's hand to do some drastic things. He also believed that based on Su Ming's previous online personality, as long as Su Ming shows stronger strength, he will help Daxiao from time to time. Daxiao must want to win over Su Ming. By then, asking Daxiao for resources or something is not appropriate. Thinking of this, Jiang Yuan couldn't help but smile. It's really about to take off. Chapter 125, Statements from All Parties. Guanghan Provincial Security Department. After investigation, we found that the strange beasts in the mountains near Guanghan Province are beasts contracted by humans. I think everyone knows this human being. He was the person who posted the news online that record of 10,000 beasts would be coming. After learning about this, we quickly started talking. Now, Daxiao has reached a cooperation agreement with that human. Because she has many exotic beasts under her command, the area on the mountain is designated as her exotic beast living area. Please also let the people of Guanghan Province know that she is a part of our Daxia. It will not cause any danger to our people of Daxia. Here, the Guanghan Provincial Security Department specially praises Comrade Jiang Yuan. If he hadn't discovered that these were all contracted beasts, we will not cooperate with that human genius. Not long after Chun Jiangwo, Jiang Yuan, and Yi Ling returned, a post appeared on the internet. Without a doubt, this post was published by the Guanghan Provincial Security Department. This post caused an uproar on the internet as soon as it was published. Oh shit, it's her. I regret this so much. She warned me twice before that strange beast would appear in the record of myriad beasts. I don't believe this for the life of me. It's her, then it's okay. She was kind enough to remind us how it was possible to attack us. That's right. Even though those strange beasts in the record of beasts are very abominable. But now I should be considered a good person. I can testify that a turtle helped me at that time. With the publication of this post, there is still a small part of the original fear of mountains on the internet. But most netizens still feel very fortunate. No way. In the record of 10,000 beasts, they are exotic beasts that have not been contracted. He is still the killer spider's subordinate, so it is understandable that he slaughters players. And now he has been contracted by someone who has always wanted to help the people of Daxia. Recently, they have indeed not been killing anyone, but have instead been helping Daxia wholeheartedly. This has won the favor of most people. Some are happy, some are sad. Lu Fuguei, who had been waiting for feedback, went crazy after seeing the post from the Guanghan Provincial Security Department, especially the words at the bottom of the post, which had an extremely strong impact on his mind. How is that possible? How could humans have contracted so many exotic beasts? In Record of Beasts, isn't it true that each player can only contract one exotic beast? And these strange beasts, some of them were previously surrendered to the killer spider. Don't they still want to avenge the killer spider? Why are they suddenly being contracted? And how could Jiang Yuan possibly find out that someone had signed a contract? Shouldn't those strange beasts kill him? Lu Fuguei's voice became louder and louder. No, no, all this is fake. It must be fake. No, Jiang Yuan, if you dare to kill my men, I will never let you off easily. As he spoke, Lu Fuguei's eyes became fierce, and then he made a phone call. Hello? The phone was connected, and a very gloomy voice came out. I promised what you said before, but you have to do me a favor. Sakura has the same sentiment as Lu Fuguei. What? You said there are some strange beasts deep in the mountains, and they are all very powerful. An old man roared angrily. Beside him, there was a man kneeling on the ground, his whole body trembling. That's Musashi. He lost one of his hands while being chased by the Thunder Rhino, but he still managed to escape back to Sakura country. The person who scolded him was the patriarch of the Miyamoto clan, who was at the center of power in Sakura country. Miyamoto-kun, calm down. There are so many strange beasts. It's a great blessing that he can escape back. In the conference room, someone couldn't help but try to persuade Musashi. Okay, Miyamoto-kun, I have an idea. At this time, the leader in the conference room spoke. He was about 40 years old and had a very calm expression. As he spoke, the noisy chatter in the conference room suddenly fell silent. Because he is Fujiwara hero from the royal Fujiwara clan of Sakura country. Not only does he have endless power in the Sakura kingdom, but he also awakened a powerful talent with the revival of spiritual energy. Position can easily switch the position between oneself and any creature. To put it simply, if he is in magma, one transformation can make the other person in magma. This is a very, very terrifying talent. Coupled with his status, he is enough to overwhelm everyone in the meeting room. Although Musashi's return alone is detrimental to the dignity of our Sakura country, but he also brought us good news. That's how dangerous the strange beasts in the mountains are. Don't forget, that mountain is within the territory of Daxia. Having said this, Fujiwara hero paused. He glanced at everyone in the conference room with cold eyes. The Miyamoto clan leader was startled, then took over the conversation, saying, So, all we need to do is spread the word online about how dangerous that mountain is and teach the people of Daxia that if they don't destroy the mountain, they themselves will be in danger. Then Daxia will definitely send troops, or even talented people, to launch a siege on the mountain. This way, we can reap the benefits. And I can avenge it, too. After the last words were spoken, the old man's eyes were filled with excitement. Everyone in the conference room was shocked. This is a trick of killing with a borrowed knife. But Daxia couldn't find any reason to refuse. I'll do it now. Upon hearing this, Musashi, who was kneeling on the ground, immediately took out his cell phone and prepared to take action. As soon as he opened his phone, Musashi seemed to see something. His eyes suddenly widened, and he stood there in a daze. Musashi, what are you doing? Seeing that Musashi hadn't spoken a word, the old man roared in extreme impatience, snatched the phone, and prepared to post it himself. But when he snatched the phone, he was also stunned. What is going on here? After a moment, he exclaimed, Baga, how is this possible? Baka! He roared angrily, and many people in the conference room were confused. Many people leaned over to look at their phones. Cell phones seemed to have some kind of magic. When they looked over, without exception, they all stood there in a daze, just like Musashi had been. Just see. A post was clearly displayed on the phone. There's a lot going on in this post. But there is only one thing that is told. That is, all the strange beasts on the mountain are the strange beasts that descended from the record of 10,000 beasts. They are all contracted by humans. The human who contracted them has now reached a cooperation with Daxia, and she will stand by Daxia. A moment later, when everyone came back to their senses, their eyes were filled with gloom. Everyone couldn't help but roar to vent the anger in their hearts. Because this post is for them. It's as if to say that everyone here is a clown. The strange beast on the mountain previously dealt a blow to the Sakura country. What did Daxia say? People who say they don't know the mountain at all. Now things are different. Why not just publish a cooperation statement online? The key point is that it was released after they sent people to investigate. They are not clowns. Then what are they? Daxia. Fuck it. Quick, issue a statement for me. He's insulting our great Sakura. We must compensate. Chapter 126, Legion of Strange Beasts. You want compensation? Snort. When Chen Jiangwo received the message from Sakura country, he snorted coldly. Get them out. Get as far away as you can. He sneaked into our great Xia, and we haven't settled the score with him yet. You still have the nerve to ask for compensation. The words fell. Chen Jiangwo turned to look at Jiang Yuan and said, Tell me, what should we give them this time? Chen Jiangwo was really troubled by this matter. First of all, he didn't know what the other party wanted. Secondly, he didn't know what to give. This time I'm sending something as compensation. But whether the compensation is good or bad can directly affect the cooperative relationship. I think, how about giving some flesh and blood of mutant beasts or some rare treasures? Jiang Yuan said after thinking for a while. She has all the exotic beasts under her command, so she should be more interested in these things. After hearing this, Chen Jiangwo nodded slightly. That's right. Okay, I'll arrange it now. After he finished speaking, he immediately made a phone call. Hey, Mr. Qin. As soon as the call was connected, Chen Jiangwo couldn't help but become a little serious. Because the person he was talking to was Mr. Qin, the Minister of Security of Daxia. He is also one of the few people standing at the center of power in Daxia. Xiao Chen, you did a great job on this. Qin Lao's slightly dignified voice came from the other end of the phone. Since she is from Daxia, she is also a part of our Daxia. If possible, let her return to Daxia as soon as possible. Yes. As soon as these words were spoken, Chen Jiangwo immediately nodded. Mr. Qin, I called you this time to tell you. Bai Feng was arrested, and she wants compensation. The person on the other end of the phone pondered for a moment and then said, This is easy to handle. It's just the flesh and blood of mutant beasts. We in Daxia have also hunted down quite a few mutant beasts recently. It just so happens that these things are not of much use to us in Daxia except for research. I'll have someone send these things over to you later and leave them to you to handle. Anyway, I only have one task for you. We must maintain the relationship between the two sides. Perhaps in the near future, she will be a powerful support for our Daxia. Yes. After receiving the approval, Chen Jiangwo responded immediately with a solemn expression. Early the next morning. You're here so soon? Deep in the mountains, Jiang Yuan, who was trying out new skills in the training ground, raised his brows slightly. He sensed the bottom of the mountain. Led by Chen Jiangwo, a number of speeding trucks came. He could sense a strong smell emanating from the truck. Obviously, this should be the flesh and blood he needs. Godfather. Little spider, what's wrong? Su Ming poked her head out from the firefly she was sitting on. Minister Chun is here, go down and meet him. Oh, okay. Su Ming nodded when he heard this, and then shouted to Lu Ying. Little bird, go. Bah. Lu Ying responded. Mom, you're done. After receiving Su Ming's reply, Lu Ying spread its wings and flew directly to the bottom of the mountain. Zhuiyue, Luo Xian, and Lei Shi, you guys should go down and take a look too. Oh, by the way, take all the other exotic beasts with you. There's a lot of stuff to move down there. Roar. At Jiang Yuan's command, all the strange beasts on the mountain became busy at this moment. At the foot of the mountain. Bah. Just when Chen Jiangwo didn't know how to inform Su Ming, a deafening roar attracted everyone's attention. It's a giant bird. Oh my god, there's such a huge bird. If I'm not mistaken, this should be the giant bird that fought against the Sakura country before? That video was really enjoyable for me. After the initial panic, all the soldiers looked up at the fireflies circling in the sky. Before, they would be afraid. But since Da Xiao announced it, they no longer feel any fear. Grandpa, you're here. Amid the noise, Su Ming had already let the firefly fall. Miss Su. As soon as Chen Jiangwo saw Su Ming, he immediately got out of the car. These are the compensations we give you. He came up to Su Ming and pointed at the rows of trucks behind him and said, most of what's inside is the flesh and blood of mutant beasts. We didn't know what you needed, so we prepared some things that the beasts would like. Yeah, okay. Su Ming nodded. Roar, roar, roar. At this moment, the earth shook violently. It was as if a major earthquake had occurred. Everyone was startled and looked up, only to see huge figures coming straight down from the mountain. Each of them is extraordinary and has a huge body. Oh my goodness, there are so many powerful beasts. It's more than just being strong. I feel like I'm going crazy. So many strange beasts, damn. Watching from afar, the soldiers were shocked. To be honest, if it weren't for the fact that Shanfeng is now cooperating with Daxia, Otherwise, we really have to attack the mountain with so many exotic beasts. It is definitely not an easy task. I'm afraid we really have to capture it. We need to use mushroom eggs, right? As everyone was sighing, they saw that the group of strange beasts had already arrived at the scene. The roars continued and were particularly ear-piercing. Little Wolf, Big Turtle, and Big Horn, you must obey the rules. Come one by one, and don't get these things dirty. Su Ming looked at the group of ferocious beasts, and serious words came out of his mouth. But her voice was unusually gentle, which seemed to bring a very noticeable contrast. However, such a gentle voice sounded like a military order. The strange beasts that were originally noisy and roaring walked towards the truck in an orderly manner. Quick, open it. Seeing this, Chen Jiangwo immediately asked someone to open the trunk of the truck. Immediately following, everyone witnessed an unforgettable scene. Just see. This group of strange beasts, just like humans, transported the remaining flesh of the mutated beasts to the mountain one by one in an orderly manner. It was clearly visible to the naked eye that there was greed in their eyes, but not a single strange beast stole any food. This discipline, is it still a strange beast? Chen Jiangwo looked at the scene and his heart was beating fast. Although this discipline can be seen in any army in Daxia. But don't forget, these are not human beings. But they are strange beasts or even mutated beasts. Grandpa, since you're okay, I'll go back first. At this time, Su Ming's voice sounded in Chen Jiangwo's ears again. He nodded, and then suddenly said, as if he had thought of something, "Oh, right. Miss Su, I have something to tell you." Huh? Su Ming turned her head and saw Chen Jiangwo's serious face. She was a little more curious about what made Chen Jiangwo look so serious. Chapter 127, The Sea's Strange Movements. Seeing Su Ming looking over, Chen Jiangwo also said, "The spiritual energy has been recovering for some time now. Although the mutated beasts on the continent continue to multiply, we have targeted weapons and talented people to control them. It has almost been conquered. But the sea, so far, neither Daxia nor other countries have conducted any exploration. No one knows what the ocean has become like after the spiritual energy has revived. According to the monitoring equipment sent by our Daxia, we have discovered that the current abnormal movement in the sea is getting deeper and deeper. From time to time, we can detect powerful spiritual energy bursts on the seabed. And the mountain where you live is close to the coast, so you need to be careful." Okay, I got it. Su Ming waved her hand and said, "I'll pay attention. Then I'll go up first." As Su Ming said this, she climbed onto Lu Ying's body. Bah! A deafening cry rang out, and the firefly turned into a red light and fled into the distance. Call. Chen Jiangwo looked at it for a long time with a solemn expression. On this mountain peak. Little spider. As soon as Su Ming got off Lu Ying, she immediately told Jiang Yuan everything Chen Jiangwo had said. What do you think this old man means? Why are you telling us this? Trying to win us over. Jiang Yuan explained with a smile, but a sense of vigilance also rose in his heart. Indeed, during this period, Daxia was busy conquering the riots caused by mutant beasts in various places, and had no time to control the changes in the sea. Needless to say, the other countries are naturally similar. This will naturally cause the mutated sea beasts in the ocean to develop wildly. Perhaps, after the spiritual energy is revived, the ocean will be even more terrifying than the land. Roar, roar, roar. A woo. While Jiang Yuan was thinking, the group of strange beasts who had gone down to transport the things had already returned to the top of the mountain. Lu Ying looked at it eagerly, swallowing her saliva. Mom, I want to eat barbecue. Good. Su Ming agreed with a smile and said, Mom, I'll make it for you right away. As they were talking, Su Ming and Lu Ying ran to the first piece of mutant beast flesh and blood that was carried over, and then Lu Ying split the flesh and blood into two halves with one claw. Is this the flesh and blood of the mutated beasts brought from Daxia? Jiang Yuan subconsciously looked up and his mind was suddenly stunned. With the help of his golden eyes, he could sense the energy contained in this mass of flesh and blood with incredible clarity. It can be said that it is not weaker than the B-level monster. Is Daxia now able to kill B-rank monsters? The more Jiang Yuan spoke, the more serious his eyes became. Although, with his strength, no matter how many B-level creatures come, they cannot shake him. But if Daxia can kill B-level mutant beasts, can it not kill A-level monsters? It seems that Daxia is not simple. No, it's not just Daxia. The other countries are not that simple either. Jiang Yuan exhaled deeply, his eyes flashing with brilliance. We still need to improve our strength. And wait, I can also use my human body to trap it. This will help us better understand Daxia's strength. Only by knowing yourself and your enemy can you win every battle. Sizzle. On the other side, Su Ming and Lu Ying had already begun roasting the flesh and blood of the mutated beast. As the barbecue sizzles and releases oil, it emits a fragrant aroma. Lu Ying was swallowing its saliva, and a group of strange beasts that had finished their business were following beside it. All right. After a while, streams of spiritual energy spurted out from Su Mingyu's hands and fell into the roasting meat. Lu Ying couldn't help it and bit off a big piece. Wow, delicious. Delicious. As soon as it was swallowed into his mouth, Lu Ying's expression became more intoxicated. The rest of the strange beasts saw this scene and kept roaring. But no beast came forward to fight for it. They all just watched eagerly. It's not because Lu Ying is so powerful. It's because among all the strange beasts present, only Firefly can spit fire and roast raw meat. Because of this, many strange beasts have a tendency to recognize Lu Ying as their big sister. No way. After tasting the deliciousness of cooked meat, they really can't taste raw meat again. Especially when eating cooked meat, it means that Su Ming will add another step. That is a fun thing that attracts all the strange beasts. Wow, it's delicious, Mom. I want more. After eating everything, Lu Ying opened her mouth and shouted immediately. Little birdie, you've eaten enough by yourself. Big turtle, big horn, and little wolf, they haven't eaten them yet. Leave some for them. Su Ming patted its head, making Lu Ying laugh awkwardly. On the mountain, only Jiang Yuan and Su Ming dared to treat Lu Ying like this. If it were someone else, Lu Ying would have looked fierce. Little spider, do you want some too? After Su Ming fed all the strange beasts, she picked up a piece of meat and ran to Jiang Yuan. During this period, Jiang Yuan actually ate very little food. Because Su Ming would supply him with spiritual energy every day, he would only eat a little food when he needed to satisfy his appetite. After looking at Su Ming, Jiang Yuan did not refuse this time. He opened his mouth and swallowed the piece of flesh and blood. Oh! As soon as he swallowed it, Jiang Yuan felt a burst of energy bursting out of his mouth. The host devours the purified flesh and blood of a B-level mutant beast and gains 2,000 evolution points. Good. Jiang Yuan smacked his lips, his face full of satisfaction. It's not that the food is so delicious, but that Jiang Yuan noticed his own evolution point. I think if Su Ming continues to feed him, it won't take long for him to evolve again. At the same time, Department of Security. Minister Chen, are you back? Under the instruction of his original body, Jiang Yuan's human body had been waiting in the security department for Chen Jiangwo's return. Yes, Chen Jiangwo said with a happy smile. How is it? Is Miss Su satisfied with this compensation? Jiang Yuan smiled and asked. I'm not sure. Chen Jiangwo shook his head and said, but she should be very satisfied. Oh, what? Seeing that Chen Jiangwo fell into the trap, Jiang Yuan continued to ask with a smile. This time we gave the flesh and blood of a B-rank mutant beast. There aren't many B-level creatures on the blue planet right now. How could she not be satisfied? Chen Jiangwo had no doubt about Jiang Yuan's intentions and continued with emotion. For this mutant beast, our great Xia lost hundreds of well-equipped soldiers. This was achieved under the guidance of an S-level talent. That's true. These words made Jiang Yuan nod slightly, and he felt a little relieved. It seems that Daxia and even other countries must have something hidden. But it's not as outrageous as I imagined. Thinking of this, he became curious again. S-level talent. So far, he only knows himself. But he wasn't so stupid as to ask. He believed that he would eventually know this. At present, the most important thing is to improve your strength. Chapter 128. The Actions of the Mutated Sea Beast. At the same time, in a ward. Bai Feng suddenly woke up from the hospital bed. Bai Feng, are you awake? The voice that Yi Ling heard made Bai Feng slowly turn his head to look. Ward? Why am I here? What about the strange beast on the mountain? Has it been dealt with? There are no strange beasts on the mountain. Yi Ling on the side shook his head, and then told Bai Feng everything that had happened recently in detail. What? She's a young girl, and all those strange and mutated beasts are her subordinates? When he heard this, Bai Feng subconsciously retorted, how is this possible? How is it possible that someone could contract so many exotic beasts? There must be something strange here. Yi Ling rolled her eyes and said, I used to think the same as you. But there's nothing we can do about it. This is the truth. Is it true? Bai Feng was stunned and didn't know what to say. But his intuition kept telling him. No one can contract so many exotic and even ferocious beasts. This is something that goes extremely against common sense. What's more, this group of strange beasts were all subordinates of the killer spider in the record of all beasts. They slaughtered players wantonly in record of beasts. How could they possibly surrender to humans? Okay, just focus on healing. During this period, there have been some unusual movements of mutated sea beasts in the ocean. Now that you're awake, I'll go back and continue my vigilance. I'll come see you again when I have time. Yiling didn't know what Baifeng was thinking. She smiled at Baifeng, then turned and walked out of the ward. While Baifeng was recuperating, a week passed in the blink of an eye. That night, on the mountain peak, the mountains were covered with a hazy mist at night. The quiet surroundings felt strange and terrifying. But at this moment, hiss! A burst of roaring sound cut through the silence of the night. Two huge figures emerged from the misty rain. Hiss! A roaring sound rang out, and completely different lights emerged from two huge figures. A touch of heat, a touch of cold. Two rays of light collided and merged from the night sky, bursting out a brilliant light in the air. Rumble. At the moment the sound was heard, spiritual power rushed out into the sky, like a strong wind sweeping across the earth, causing the earth to roar continuously. The space was distorted. Little Spider seems to have become stronger again. Deep in the mountains, Su Ming looked up at the brilliance in the sky and couldn't help but take a breath. It's more than just getting stronger. Sister Lu couldn't help but sigh. If this attack hit the city, it would probably be as powerful as a missile. Yeah. Su Ming's eyes were filled with deep thought, and a sincere smile appeared on her face. She didn't have as much idea as Sister Lu about how powerful this attack was. But knowing clearly that Jiang Yuan's strength had improved, she was only excited from the bottom of her heart. This feeling is like the child that I have raised since childhood has finally grown up. While the two were talking, all the strange beasts on the mountain stopped playing and looked deeply at the brilliance in the sky. Compared with Su Ming and Sister Lu, they can more intuitively feel the threat hidden in the light. That's it. Even a little bit of contamination is enough to be fatal. Not bad. Looking at the brilliant light bursting in the sky, Jiang Yuan half closed his eyes, his expression full of admiration. In fact, this skill was developed by Jiang Yuan's clone when he was surrounded by 6 strange beasts. When it was used for the first time, Jiang Yuan couldn't control it well, and it caused a powerful explosion nearby. Now, after this period of training in the mountains, Jiang Yuan can use it perfectly. But now it is still used by crossing the clone and the original body. If it can be fused around me and then exploded, I think its power will be even more terrifying. Jiang Yuan murmured, and couldn't help but recall a novel he had read in his previous life. The protagonist of the book is the one who merges 2 strange fires, and finally releases extremely terrifying energy. If I can integrate well, I think I'll be similar to him. Jiang Yuan grinned, looking forward to this skill. But just when Jiang Yuan wanted to continue trying, suddenly, his eyes couldn't help but look outside the mountain. There, it was covered by rain and fog. The source of the river can penetrate the rain and fog and reach the deepest part. He saw it. There is a vast ocean there. Under the night sky, the blue ocean reflects the crescent moon, accompanied by the sound of waves hitting the rocks. Everything seemed quiet and peaceful. But at this moment, something strange happened. Roar, roar, roar. With continuous roars, the calm sea surface suddenly became turbulent. Following the sound, I saw a huge octopus, as tall as 5 or 6 stories, floating out of the water. Its forehead was like a mountain under the vast ocean, and its dark eyes looking towards the mainland were filled with a mysterious color. Crash! Suddenly, dozens of huge tentacles rose from the sea level. Roar! With a beastly roar, it raised its eyes to look at the mountain. Then it seemed as if it knew there was something terrible here. It trembled all over and began to swim slowly towards another shore. Looking behind it, there are shrimps and crabs, all of which are slowly swimming towards the mainland in the same way as it does. A mutated sea monster from the ocean? They finally couldn't hold it back anymore. Jiang Yuan slowly withdrew his gaze, with a hint of amusement in his eyes. Ever since hearing what Chen Jiangwo said, Jiang Yuan has been paying attention to Haiyang's movements. It is indeed consistent with what Chen Jiangwo said. The changes in the ocean are becoming more and more frequent. However, although Jiang Yuan knew about it, he had no intention of controlling it. The reason? It's also very simple. The ocean covers 70 of the blue planet, and most countries are adjacent to the ocean. When mutated sea beasts invade the land, he can use this opportunity to see the current level of strength of countries around the world. The drama has begun. Let's see how powerful the countries on Blue Star are. A deep voice was uttered, and a deep gleam of light flashed in Jiang Yuan's 8 eyes. At the same time, he gradually moved his consciousness into the human body. At the same time, the coastal areas of Daxia. Roar, roar, roar. In the dark night, bursts of roars echoed from the bottom of the sea. Immediately following, crash. Mist filled the air, and figures crawled out of the ocean, running towards the mainland along the coastline. It's that octopus. Led by the octopus, countless mutated sea beasts rushed out like a horn of attack. At this time, although it was a quiet night, Daxiao became particularly restless because of this incident. Urgent news. Urgent news. Urgent news. In the security departments of coastal cities across Daxiao, bursts of harsh sounds echoed in the security departments. It's a mutant sea beast. They're starting to move. Quick, stop them. Don't let them land. Otherwise, the consequences will be disastrous. Also, contact the security department in the mainland immediately and have them send soldiers to support us. Chapter 129. Tragedy of the Sakura Country. As instructions were issued one by one, the security departments of coastal cities also organized personnel as soon as possible. At the same time, many inland security departments also received reinforcement news from coastal areas. It is true that there are too many mutated sea beasts landing. Coastal cities need reinforcements to better protect urban safety. Similar scenes not only happen in Daxiao, but also in countries around the world. Especially a country like the Sakura Country, which is surrounded by the sea. Although they had been on guard against mutated sea beasts for a long time, there were also countless mutated sea beasts charging towards their country. There is no doubt that this is an extremely difficult battle for their country. Bang bang bang. Rumble. Under the cover of night, the roar of fighter planes cut through the silence of the Sakura Country. Countless artillery fire flashed in the night, bombarding the mutated sea beasts rushing from the sea with lightning speed. Roar, roar, roar. Faced with the fighter planes flying in the air, the mutant sea beasts were seriously injured for a while. However, just as the mutated sea beasts were wailing in pain, the sea water, which was already producing waves, suddenly began to stir. Crash. The next second, a huge column of water rushed out from the sea level, directly smashing the fighter planes flying in the air. Bang. Countless fragments fell into the sea, causing another huge wave. This scene shocked the soldiers of Sakura Country even more. You know, this mutated sea beast has such powerful power without even showing its true form. How terrifying it would be if all of them were revealed. Roar, roar, roar. This attack seemed to increase the confidence of the mutant sea beasts, and they began to go ashore more frantically. Baka, Baga, increase the firepower. We must stop them. The commander of Sakura Country, who was originally stunned by the destruction of his fighter plane, was terrified when he saw this scene. Da-da-da. Countless tongues of fire streaked across the night sky and roared towards the sea. Roar, roar, roar. However, the mutated sea beast lurking at the bottom of the sea seemed to have been prepared for this. It rolled up a huge tsunami and headed straight for the oncoming missile. Rumble. At this moment, countless missiles exploded without falling. It adds a touch of fireworks to the night. Roar, roar, roar. Taking advantage of this opportunity, some sea beasts climbed onto the shore. They rushed towards the soldiers waiting on the shore like crazy. Baka. Fire, fire. The Sakura Country soldiers stationed on the coast looked stern, immediately raised their guns, and pulled the triggers. Da-da-da. Countless tongues of fire spewed out. Surprisingly, the spewing flames did not cause much damage to these mutated sea beasts. The reason is funny, because most of the creatures that crawled ashore were mutated sea beasts with shells, such as crabs, lobsters, and turtles. These bullets were simply unable to penetrate their thick barriers. Not only that, these mutated sea beasts rushed towards the soldiers madly under the hail of bullets. In just a few seconds, they rushed in front of the soldiers. Click, click. As the mutated sea beasts approached, these soldiers were completely unable to resist the attacks. Just see. A huge turtle jumped and charged towards a soldier cleanly and efficiently. Even though the soldier's defensive equipment was very sophisticated. But after being hit by the turtle, it still fell to the ground. Bang! Under the huge weight of the turtle, the soldier was immediately crushed to the point of bleeding from all 7 orifices, and was deader than dead. There are many scenes similar to this one. For a moment, blood mist filled the air. The scene looked like a huge slaughterhouse, with the air filled with a thick smell of blood. Help! Help! Baga, you filthy bastards, don't come over here. Help, someone save me. Faced with such a brutal mutated sea beast, all the soldiers were like desperate men with bloodshot eyes. Only, when faced with life-threatening danger, they did not act like desperate criminals, but instead ran away like crazy. Obviously, they were scared. They were really broken. Baka, baka, a bunch of trash. To flee without a fight is unworthy of being a soldier of the Sakura Country. In the command room, an officer looked at the projected image and cursed angrily. His eyes were filled with an unspeakable fear. The mutated sea beasts came ashore, and even a fool knew what would greet the Sakura kingdom. This dark night, the Sakura country is destined to never be peaceful. Report. The mutated sea beast was too ferocious, and the soldiers died heroically without being able to stop it. Request reinforcements. Despite the scolding, the commander still reported the situation here as soon as possible. But after not receiving a response from the other party for a long time, he felt despair in his heart. In fact, there are many countries similar to the Sakura country. When most countries suffered severe damage, only Daxia, which reacted immediately, was in a relatively good situation. Just like Guanghan province. Except for Baifeng, who was still recuperating, Jiang Yuan, Yiling, and even Qin Jiangwo, the minister, all took to the field in person and led a group of Daxia warriors to defend. Boom. A terrible roar echoed from far away in the sea. Looking up, I saw countless mutated sea beasts rushing towards the shore like crazy amid the surging waves. They are so densely packed that it would be hard for someone with trypophobia to come here. He would have had a heart attack on the spot. Bang bang bang. Da-da-da. As they approached the shore, countless soldiers, led by Qin Jiangwo, began to launch a fierce attack on the mutated sea beasts in an orderly manner. In an instant, the quiet night was covered by the rich light of fire. Soon they were faced with the same situation as Sakura country. The bullets were completely unable to break through the defensive shell of the mutant sea beast. Roar. At this moment, the mutated beast rolled up layers of sea water and rushed straight to the coast like a tsunami. Minister, bullets posed too little threat to them. At this time, a soldier reported to Qin Jiangwo. Fuck it. Qin Jiangwo had already cursed inwardly. In fact, he had already prepared some firearms to target mutant creatures. However, under the cover of sea water, these weapons cannot play much of a role at all. Do we have to wait until they come ashore before we fight to the death? No. Qin Jiangwo gritted his teeth and immediately denied it. If they were allowed to come ashore, accidentally letting some of them escape would definitely cause a fatal blow to the ordinary people of Daxia. We will never allow such things to happen in the areas under our jurisdiction. Block it. If the effect is poor, then increase the firepower. I just don't believe we can't defeat a group of animals. Yes. The soldier immediately responded, but just as he was about to act, he suddenly cried out, "Fuck! It's Captain Jiang. Captain Jiang is here." Qin Jiangwo looked up and saw the source of the river suddenly rushing towards the coast from the mainland. His speed was so fast that it could not be caught by the naked eye. As he ran over, an icy blue light emanated from his body, causing the temperature around him to drop to freezing point. When reaching the coast, the river's source did not stop. He jumped up and faced the oncoming tsunami. Thousands of miles of ice. When he got closer, I saw the ice blue light on Jiang Yuan's body becoming brighter. The originally ferocious tsunami quickly gave rise to a hint of frost. Chapter 130. The Arrival of the B-rank Octopus. At this moment, the frost completely covered the ferocious tsunami, condensing it in mid-air. Not only that, the frost is still expanding towards the sea level, and wherever it passes, the rushing sea water is instantly frozen. In an instant, the originally noisy scene returned to calm. The first thing you see is exactly what it used to be. It's like you've arrived in a world made of pure white frost. Gurgle. So powerful. Captain Jiang's current strength should be close to B rank. As expected of an S-level talent, this move has completely shocked me for 100 years. This scene caused countless soldiers, and even Qin Jiangwo, to show deep horror on their faces. Obviously, they didn't expect that such a pressing problem could be solved so easily by Jiang Yuan. After a moment, a smile appeared on the faces of the soldiers. Judging from the current situation, the crisis of mutated sea beasts should have been resolved, right? However, they didn't know that Jiang Yuan, who was doing all this, had a completely different expression from theirs. Jiang Yuan was not happy, but gradually became serious. He noticed it. Beneath the frozen sea surface lurks a very powerful mutant sea beast. The strength of that mutated sea beast far exceeds that of other mutated sea beasts. The aura it exudes is at least B-level, just like the octopus that his real body saw on the mountain. Is that it? As soon as he finished speaking, it seemed as if to verify Jiang Yuan's guess. Roar! A deafening sound echoed from the bottom of the sea. Click, click. Immediately afterwards, a huge noise came from the bottom of the sea. It was as if a living creature was knocking on the solidified sea surface. Its strength is particularly strong. Not long after the sound was heard, cracks appeared on the sea surface frozen by frost. Bang! The gaps between the cracks grew larger and larger, and suddenly a sound of breaking was heard. I saw a long tentacle sticking out from the frost. Bang, bang, bang. As if there was a chain reaction, several tentacles emerged in the blink of an eye. The tentacles lashed madly at the frozen surface of the sea. In a short while, the solidified sea level was completely stirred and shattered. Fuck octopus. Giant octopus. Oh my god, I didn't expect there would be such a terrifying mutant sea beast. When the sea level was completely shattered, a huge octopus suddenly floated up from the sea level. The sight of the gigantic beast caused the soldiers to exclaim in surprise. It also revived all the mutated sea beasts that were originally frozen by the frost and charged towards the coast again. B-rank mutant sea beast. Not far away, Chen Jiangwo's pupils suddenly shrank. Quick, quick, fire, fire. We must stop them. Countless soldiers followed the order, and while attacking the mutated sea beasts, many also opened fire on the giant octopus. However, although the giant octopus is not covered with a hard shell, its body's defensive capabilities are not inferior to those of mutated sea beasts. Ordinary bullets flew past without causing any damage to it. This defense. Seeing this scene from afar, Chen Jiangwo took a breath. Immediately afterwards, he shouted, "Yiling, go support Jiang Yuan." Yes. A delicate voice sounded in the darkness, and then a vague figure ran out. As the distance grew farther, her figure completely blended into the darkness. Seeing Yiling leave, Chen Jiangwo, who was worried, issued the latest order, "Go. This giant octopus is enormous, and there's no seawater covering it. Let's send missiles to bite it." Yes. A soldier took the order and immediately went down to make arrangements. The other side. The giant octopus seemed to know that Jiang Yuan was the biggest threat. It ignored the mutated sea beast and stared at Jiang Yuan with its pair of dark eyes. Roar. The next moment, it stretched out a tentacle and hit Jiang Yuan like a whip. The tentacles were so powerful that the air made a buzzing sound. Jiang Yuan's eyes turned cold, and with a wave of his hand, a flash of ice blue light instantly rushed towards the tentacles. Bang! As soon as the ice blue light hit, the tentacle was instantly covered with a layer of frost. Roar! The giant octopus roared in pain, but did not stop there. Instead, it pulled its tentacles towards Jiang Yuan even faster. Jiang Yuan's eyes narrowed, and he immediately jumped, narrowly avoiding the attack. Bang! At the same time, a deep mark was left where he had stood. It was drawn by a giant octopus. Under the influence of the huge force, the frost covering the tentacles was completely shattered. Concentrate for me. Jiang Yuan dodged to the side without stopping. He jumped to the side of the giant octopus and instantly released the cold air in his body. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, half of the giant octopus's body was frozen by frost. Crash. The giant octopus roared, then dived into the seabed with its huge body, while simultaneously pulling its remaining tentacles towards Jiang Yuan. Snort. Jiang Yuan was not nervous and immediately dodged to the side. But what Jiang Yuan didn't expect was that the giant octopus seemed to have known that he would hide. It immediately turned several tentacles and stretched them towards Jiang Yuan. He's quite intelligent, as expected of someone who's genetically locked. Jiang Yuan's eyes turned cold, and he instantly activated the 1,000 shadows of demons, narrowly avoiding the attack. After landing steadily, Jiang Yuan's eyes turned cold, and he was about to rush forward again. Jiang Yuan, step back. Let me. But at this moment, a voice sounded in his ears. As soon as he finished speaking, a figure appeared from the coast in the darkness. Holding a short blade, she leaped straight towards the giant octopus. Roar! The giant octopus's eyes narrowed, and it immediately stretched out a tentacle to resist. Phew! With a crisp sound, the short blade in Yiling's hand suddenly pierced into the tentacle. Explode for me. The moment the blood spurted out, Yiling snorted coldly, and the spiritual energy contained in the short blade instantly burst out. This is the method that Yiling used to improve the Musashi samurai sword. This allows the short blade to draw blood while also dealing internal damage to the enemy. As expected, the giant octopus suddenly let out a deafening scream. But at this moment, the giant octopus stretched out another tentacle and hit Yiling directly. Bang! Yiling in midair was instantly knocked away without any leverage. Finally, her figure drew a perfect parabola in the air and then fell heavily to the ground. Roar, roar, roar. The giant octopus roared in triumph, then retracted its tentacles to attack Yiling again. Night Spirit. Seeing that Yiling was about to be hit, Jiang Yuan ran straight over. At the same time, bang! A deafening sound echoed from the night. Immediately afterwards, a powerful shell streaked across the night sky like thunder and attacked the giant octopus. Chapter 131, Reinforcements. Roar! The giant octopus seemed to sense the danger. Its eyes narrowed, and then it stretched out a tentacle to try to resist. Bang! But how can artillery shells be so easily resisted? As soon as it made contact, the shell exploded instantly. The powerful force directly broke its tentacle. Phew! The moment the tentacle fell into the water, bright red blood spurted out on the spot. The giant octopus let out a shrill scream. But before Jiang Yuan and his group could even smile, just see. The giant octopus suddenly burst out with layers of spiritual power, and then the blood on its injured short limbs quickly coagulated. And the broken tentacles grew back. Shit! Heal yourself. Seeing this scene, Jiang Yuan's face was stunned. The rest of the soldiers also stood there in a daze. Self-healing talent. With this kind of talent and the protection of seawater. With this kind of blow, how can they defeat this giant octopus? Is this a joke? Roar, roar, roar. Although the body healed, the severe pain did not seem to disappear. This is good news and bad news. Just like now. When the giant octopus saw Jiang Yuan rushing towards it, it stretched out its tentacles at a rapid speed like a madman, as if it wanted to kill Jiang Yuan. Snort. Jiang Yuan snorted coldly, and the spiritual power in his body was madly stimulated, turning into layers of frost that swept towards the giant octopus. Roar. However, this time the giant octopus actually learned its lesson. It simply stretched out a tentacle and grabbed the mutant sea beast next to it to use as a shield. So much wisdom. Jiang Yuan's pupils shrank. Next second, however, he was whipped away by the tentacles that came straight at him. Bang! Grasp! Jiang Yuan fell heavily to the ground and felt a burning pain in his body. His eyes were full of coldness. Roar! At this moment, the giant octopus roared and attacked Jiang Yuan again. It seems that in its eyes, Jiang Yuan poses the greatest threat to it. Just need to get it out of the way. Then everything else will pose no threat. Snort. In response, Jiang Yuan snorted coldly. He did not retreat and started fighting with him. Call. Seeing this scene from afar, Jiang Yuan's face was full of worry. The distance was too close to use artillery shells. And we have just seen the effectiveness of the artillery shells. There is absolutely no fatal threat to this giant octopus. Even based on its performance just now, it is very likely that the shells are not approaching yet. It was the first to throw out the mutant sea beast to intercept. No, we have to find a way. We must hold off until the reinforcements arrive. Jiang Yuan frowned tightly, constantly thinking in his heart what to do. The other side. Jiang Yuan also felt extremely uncomfortable. This giant octopus is incredibly smart. As soon as he released the coldness, it would either use its tentacles to resist or fall to the bottom of the sea with its entire body, and he would not fight it head-on at all. Looking back at myself, everything seems stretched under its countless tentacles. Fuck it. The more Jiang Yuan was beaten, the more frustrated he felt. In fact, his body also possessed the strength of B-level. There is no problem in fighting this giant octopus alone. However, he possesses many abilities, but is unable to use them. After all, he is no longer the spider in Record of Beasts, but a human with S-level frost talent. The more you use it, the greater the risk of exposure. Brothers, charge. Stop these mutant sea beasts and don't let them set foot in our Daxia city. Just then, Jiang Yuan heard a roar. He looked back and saw some mutant sea beasts had already come ashore from the ocean amidst the hail of bullets. Although there are only a very small number of them, they will be killed within a few seconds once they reach the shore. But as time goes by, more and more mutated sea beasts appear. I'm afraid that in the end, all the mutated sea beasts will inevitably come ashore. So far, Daxia hasn't made any moves? Is it because they don't have any trump cards? Jiang Yuan frowned and couldn't help thinking in his heart. No, it's not that we don't have a killer weapon, but there are crises in every coastal city. For a while, Daxia was completely unable to spare any manpower. Just like the other S-rank talent, he didn't show up here. I guess he's off to deal with crises in other coastal cities. As for some of the more powerful ones, I guess they won't be used until the nearby residents are dispersed, right? In that case, you can let your godfather come over. As he thought this, Jiang Yuan's consciousness gradually separated from his body, allowing him to fight on instinct. And it returns to its original body. Hiss! A roar erupted from the mountain peak. Jiang Yuan opened his eyes again. Godfather, it's like this. Jiang Yuan immediately came to Su Ming and told her about the situation in the coastal areas of Guanghan province. No problem. Just leave it to me. Hearing this, Su Ming's eyes lit up, and then she climbed onto Luo Xian's back and shouted, Big Turtle, let's go. Let's go to Guanghan province. Good. When Luo Xian heard this, his eyes lit up and he immediately agreed. For it, This is a way to show off in front of everyone. So how could it refuse? Dad, I want to go see it too. Lu Ying, who was standing by, saw Luo Xian heading towards Guanghan province by water. Unable to bear the loneliness, she hurriedly called out. Then, it spread its wings and turned into a red bird, soaring into the sky. Hiss! Jiang Yuan let out a roar, and his consciousness returned to the human body. After all, there was nothing for him to do in the mountains. It would be better to take this opportunity to ask Chun Zhangwo for some benefits. Only in this way can you make yourself and the forces under your control grow stronger, right? Hiss! As soon as Jiang Yuan regained consciousness, he felt a piercing pain. He looked down and immediately noticed something wrong with his body. Without any control, a human being relying solely on instinct would be unable to defeat the giant octopus. Just like now, there are already many scars on the human body. On the other hand, although the giant octopus was also injured, it was nothing compared to the human body. Bang! Just as Jiang Yuan was thinking, a tentacle came out of nowhere. Jiang Yuan frowned and was about to fight back. But he seemed to have noticed something and let the tentacle hit him. He also used this force to create some distance between himself and the giant octopus. Minister, what should we do? It seems Jiang Yuan is no match for the giant octopus in the water. At the command center, a soldier said in surprise. Hasn't the reinforcements arrived yet? Chen Zhangwo asked in a deep voice. Because the situation in many cities is more serious than ours. So they went to help the other cities first, so we can hold off for a while. These words made Chen Zhangwo's face suddenly darken. But he also understood that there was really no other way. Da Xia, we must not only protect the safety of the people in Guanghan province, but also the safety of the people in other cities. But if there is no reinforcement, Jiang Yuan alone cannot stop this giant octopus. Chen Zhangwo took a deep breath and said, in this case, we can only start the second plan. In short, Jiang Yuan must not be there. Roar! Bah! Before he finished speaking, two earth-shaking roars of beasts suddenly rang out. It's Luo Xian and Lu Ying. They're here. Chapter 132, The Suffering of the Octopus. The roaring sound made everyone look over. I saw a huge bird flying from afar in the sky. It is like a bright light in the vast night sea, bringing a sense of peace wherever it goes. Under the illumination of its red light, the soldiers also saw a turtle slowly approaching on the sea level. On the turtle's back stood a little girl. It's Su Meng. Bah! Just at this moment, the giant bird in the sky let out a cry, and its mouth suddenly opened wide, spitting out a blazing beam of light. This was an extremely intense flame, reflecting on the faces of every soldier like a raging flame. Rumble! The flames rose rapidly along the coast, completely separating the continent and the coast in an instant. Some mutated sea beasts that came into contact with the flames suddenly let out extremely shrill roars. High-temperature flames. This is something that no living creature can resist. Roar! Seeing this, the giant octopus in the distance roared. It took a big gulp of sea water, then raised its head and aimed at the raging fire on the shore. Crash! However, before it could spray out, a huge column of water suddenly rushed out and pushed the giant octopus directly into the sky. It's the turtle. That is Luo Xian. After Firefly started to move, it also started. This is not the end yet. Roar, roar, roar. When an explosive beast roar came out of Luo Xian's mouth. Suddenly, its back lit up and a huge whirlpool appeared on the sea surface. Crash! The suction of the vortex was so strong that it sucked all the mutant sea beasts nearby into it. Roar! The beast roared, and the vortex suddenly changed into a waterspout that shot up into the sky. Under the illumination of the rich flames, the soldiers could clearly see the waterspout full of mutated sea beasts. Bah! A cry crossed the sky. Something even more shocking happened. The fireflies in the sky sprayed a flash of hot light towards the waterspout. Sizzle! The water and flames stirred together, and wisps of white mist evolved from water vapor emerged from the sky. This scene looks incredibly stunning. Roar! 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 What made the soldiers applaud was that they heard bursts of wailing coming from the waterspout. It was visible to the naked eye that the bodies of the mutated sea beasts were rapidly transforming into a tender red color. The human warriors understood this very clearly. This is a familiar scenario. What the hell, what the hell? Shock me for 100 years. Miss Su is so awesome. She will be my god from now on. Damn it. I've been fed up with these sea beasts for a long time. Now it's finally refreshing. This is more than just cool. It makes me want to fly to heaven. After a brief moment of stunned silence, an irrepressible sound of excitement spread throughout the night. Good. Inside the command center, Chen Zhangwo, who had been frowning, couldn't help but smile. Miss Su arrived just in time. With these two strange beasts she leads. This giant octopus is definitely not going to make any waves. The scene before them made the warriors of Da Xiao cheer, and also made the giant octopus's dark eyes turn blood red. Roar, 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 roar. A beast roar was heard, and the giant octopus raised its tentacles, ready to grab the firefly in midair. Big turtle, let's charge. Seeing this, Su Ming on the turtle's back immediately patted Luo Xian. In fact, she didn't need to take the photo. How could Luo Xian, who hadn't pretended to be cool yet, miss such a wonderful opportunity to show off? As Luo Xian's back began to shine, a wave rushed out and hit the giant octopus directly, causing it to vibrate continuously. This naturally prevented its tentacles from hitting the fireflies in the sky. Roar! Seeing this, the giant octopus turned and looked at Luo Xian. Immediately afterwards, its body swayed and it quickly pounced towards Luo Xian. Crash! Before it got close to him, the sea level around Luo Xian suddenly exploded and tentacles shot up into the sky. The tentacles intertwined with each other, tightening towards Luo Xian like a cage. This is one of the ways octopuses hunt. Even after becoming a mutated sea beast, its habits have not changed. Roar! Luo Xian was not at all panicked. He controlled the water mist and immediately raised a light blue shield around himself, covering him. Bang bang bang. The endlessly contracting tentacles touched the shield, and the giant octopus continued to tighten, causing ripples to appear on Luo Xian's protective shield. Big turtle, let me help you. But at this moment, a soft light burst out from Su Ming's hand. Buzz! With her blessing, the shield surrounding the man and the beast suddenly lit up, and the ripples gradually became stable. Roar! Luo Xian did not hesitate at this moment. He opened his mouth and bit the giant octopus directly. Click, click. With a crisp sound, Luo Xian easily bit off a tentacle. And this is not the end yet. Luo Xian has no intention of stopping. He immediately opened his huge mouth and bit down. Bang bang bang. In just 1 second, as Luo Xian opened his mouth repeatedly, several tentacles broke off and sank to the bottom of the sea. Roar, roar, roar. The giant octopus let out a shocking roar, and the spiritual power in its body burst out instantly. I saw that the broken tentacles quickly grew new tentacles. This is its capability. Self-healing. So scary. Can it heal itself? Luo Xian's eyes widened, and he was obviously a little surprised. With a mutter, Luo Xian quickly made a decision. Although the spiritual power contained in its body is definitely more than that of the giant octopus, coupled with Su Ming's constant indoctrination, it will definitely be the winner in the end. But after such a long fight, how can one win like a master? Roar! Thinking of this, Luo Xian raised his head and looked at the fireflies in the sky. Then a brilliant light burst out from its back. Rumble! Immediately before the giant octopus could react, a column of water shot straight towards it. Bang! The fierce force of the water column instantly sent the giant octopus flying into the air. Bah! At this moment, the firefly in the air seized the opportunity, stretched out its sharp claws straight out like a barb, and easily pierced its body. Roar! The giant octopus let out a series of shrill screams, twisting its body wildly and struggling, while raising its tentacles to try to wrap up all the fireflies. Unfortunately, it chose the wrong target. Lu Ying, who was almost attacked just now, was furious. Now it seems that the firefly is about to make a chirp as before. Then it raised its sharp beak and pecked straight at the giant octopus. Snap, snap, snap. With each peck, Firefly could accurately peck off the giant octopus's tentacles. The strong tentacles fell on the sea, erupting with roars. But soon, the giant octopus's tentacles will grow wildly again. Only, this will lead to a new round of pecking from fireflies. It seemed tireless, and its head kept pecking at the tentacles like a chick pecking at rice. Now, Firefly is happy, but the giant octopus, which was tightly hooked by its claws, let out a series of shrill screams. Chapter 133, Covetousness of Various Countries. This scene, it lasted for half a while. There was no noisy sound in the venue, only waves of tragic sounds echoing continuously. That was the roar of a giant octopus. Now it seems that being able to heal on my own is not a good thing. Torture, inhuman torture. I can't even imagine what I would be like if this happened to me. The 10 cruel punishments of the Qing dynasty are just like this, right? The soldiers looked at the scene in the sky, and many of them couldn't help but discuss it with the people around them. Different from them was Jiang Yuan, who was standing aside. He stared blankly at the battle in midair. It seemed as if he was paying close attention to this battle. Actually, it is not. Others may not know the strength of Lu Ying and Luo Xian, but he knows it clearly. With these two around, the giant octopus will definitely not be able to make any waves. What stunned him was the killing move that the giant octopus had just used on Luo Xian. Countless tentacles shot up into the sky, transforming into a cage of heaven and earth. Then try your best to shrink and devour the enemies inside. It seems I can do this with spider silk, and it's even better than the giant octopus's killer move. As Jiang Yuan murmured, he suddenly remembered an anime he had watched in his previous life. There's a character in it whose ultimate move seems to be to use a line to turn into a cage to imprison his opponent. It seems that if I have time, I can give it a try. Jiang Yuan took a breath, his eyes gleaming. And I can also add toxins together, which is much more terrifying. Just as he was sure about the feasibility of this ability, a raging flame suddenly erupted from the sky. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Looking up, I saw flames bursting out from Lu Ying's body. Especially on the claws, the flames were rampant, as if penetrating into the bone marrow. Roar, roar, roar. You know, Firefly's claws are still hooked on the giant octopus. So under the raging flames, the giant octopus kept wailing. Its ink-black eyes were filled with fear, and it struggled madly. However, no matter what it did, it could not cover up the smell of burning fire emanating from its head. Without further ado, it does smell a bit fragrant. At this moment, the fireflies in the air seemed to have turned into a ball of scorching sun, and the red light was reflected on the faces of the soldiers from afar. But looking at the scene in the air, the soldiers did not feel any warmth. Instead, their pupils contracted and their bodies felt cold. After a brief silence, unspeakable cries of shock uttered. Good fellow, good fellow. This giant bird can release fire from the beginning, right? It's only been released now. Damn, this giant bird is trying to torture the giant octopus. Oh my god, could it be that this giant bird is holding a grudge because of what happened just now? I rely on it. I rely on it. I rely on it. Inside the command center, Chun Jiangwo was even more excited. He was about to go out and thank Su Meng and his group. But Su Meng had already returned with the turtle and the giant bird. Forget it. I'll thank them properly next time I go to the mountain. After giving up the idea, Chun Jiangwo watched Su Meng and his group from afar. Chun Jiangwo didn't know that he was not the only one like this. 10 kilometers away, a well-equipped special team was watching the fireflies in the sky from afar. This group of soldiers was very solemn, and right in front of them, there stood a tall man. Unlike the well-equipped warriors behind him, he only held a long sword like the Qinglong Yinhua sword. His name is Long Yan. He is another S-level talent in Daxia. His talent is also very strange. Shock. Every move will cause space vibration, causing great damage to the enemy and everything around. Giant birds and turtles. I heard that this is a gifted person who is cooperating with our Daxia. Only after Lu Ying's figure disappeared from his sight did he curl his lips into a smile and said, I heard there's another S-level frost talent in Guanghan province. It is said that a 4-colored divine deer was also contracted. I really want to go and see and experience the powerful people of our great Xia. But let's deal with the danger of the mutant sea beast first. Long Yan sighed, then turned and said to the warrior behind him, we are no longer needed in this crisis. Let's go to the next city. Yes. With the support of the soldiers below, Long Yan rushed out. At the same time, there were continuous loud explosions around him, causing the earth to shake continuously and creating cracks like ravines. With this, what? There are powerful mutant sea beasts in Guanghan province that want to come ashore. In the ward, Bai Feng naturally also received the message. He frowned and made a move to stand up. Captain Bai, you are still seriously injured. You should get some rest. With Team Jiang and Team Yi here, Guanghan province will be fine. Is this something that could cause trouble? Bai Feng glared and roared. My teammates are fighting desperately outside, and I'm staying alone in the ward. What's going on? As he spoke, Bai Feng couldn't help but cough a few times. But he pretended to summon the strange beast by Daxian. However, before he could take any action, the phone suddenly rang. It was Chun Jiangwo calling. He answered the call subconsciously, ready to tell Chun Jiangwo that he was going to join the war. Before he could say anything, Bai Feng stood there in a daze as Chun Jiangwo's voice rang out. What? Already victorious? Did the giant bird and turtle appear from the mountain? What? After a moment's silence, Bai Feng's face showed an extreme shock. The reason was very simple. He learned the whole process from Chun Jiangwo. From the beginning, the various Daxia stations were unable to stop them, but in the end, they were easily solved by Su Meng. Yes. Chun Jiangwo didn't care about Bai Feng's exclamation. Thinking back, he was as shocked as Bai Feng. He could even foresee that countries around the world would be shocked after learning about the situation here. After all, Daxiao itself is a powerful country, and it is so difficult to stop the mutated sea beasts when there are not many coastal cities. Then it goes without saying that other countries will find it difficult to move forward. For example, the country of cherry blossoms. This country is surrounded by the sea. Under the large-scale rampage of this mutated sea beast, life will be worse than death. With this, old Qin, who was far away in Kyoto, also learned about the situation in Guanghan province. The Daxiao warriors were unable to resist, and the Jiang Yuan frost talents were unable to display their full strength due to facing the sea. In the end, it was Su Ming who stepped forward and led the two strange beasts to resolve the crisis for Guanghan province. After reading the report carefully, there was only a hint of joy on old Qin's face. There was more of a serious look. It seems that we must win over Miss Su. Old Qin's eyes flickered slightly. The reason he said this was because after resolving the internal affairs of Daxia, he immediately sent people to investigate intelligence from various countries. It is expected that other countries are no exception. Once they know the situation in Guanghan province of Daxia, they may become covetous of Su Ming. Although he already regarded Su Ming as a part of Daxia. But in the final analysis, the two parties are just partners. Since we are cooperating, why not cooperate with another country? Is it also feasible? As a person in power, he is well aware of the ugly faces of various countries. Chapter 134, Plan. The facts were just as Mr. Qin had expected. Cherry Blossom Country. Fujiwara Hiro looked at the reports from various places with red eyes. His chest heaved violently, and he couldn't help but curse. Baka baka, how could a mutant sea beast turn our great Sakura into this? How did you guys defend our Sakura country? The more he saw the silent people below, the angrier he became. This time, in the fight against the mutated sea monsters, 5 cities in the Sakura country were destroyed. Tens of thousands of civilians died in this war, and countless more were injured. Baga, if we hadn't forcefully awakened the sacred beast in the end, did our entire Sakura country get destroyed by the attack of the mutant sea beast? Are you all just eating for free? How come you are useless? After a long paragraph, Fujiwara Hiro's breathing eased a little. At this time, the head of the Miyamoto clan finally spoke to comfort him. Fujiwara-kun, don't get too angry and hurt yourself. Under this large-scale attack by mutated sea beasts, the other countries will definitely not have an easy time. We in the Sakura nation have sacred beasts protecting us. Other countries don't have our powerful sacred beasts. After these words were spoken, the atmosphere in the conference room eased a lot. Yes, Fujiwara-kun, nothing else to say. Take Daxia for example, they don't have any sacred beasts. I'm sure their casualties will be even more severe than ours in Sakura country. Who knows? Every city would be in ruins by now. That's right, and as the spiritual energy continues to recover, we, with the sacred beast, will surely be invincible. As he listened to everyone speaking one by one, Fujiwara Hiro's mood calmed down a lot. Come to think of it, it is true. Holy beast. Other countries don't have it. How can they compare with the Sakura country? Although the holy beast is a bit too brutal, its strength is unquestionable. What's more, brutality can also be perfected. Report, we have gathered intelligence on the nearby countries. At this time, a soldier at the door began to report. Quick, come in. Upon hearing this, the head of the Miyamoto clan immediately shouted, Quick, get the Daxiao people out first. Let's see the miserable state of Daxiao first. Hi. The soldier responded immediately and quickly turned on the projector. When the picture appeared, he immediately called up the report on Daxia. All that was projected was a video. The video shows Guanghan province. At the beginning, Daha was struggling to resist the attacks of mutated sea beasts. It can be clearly seen that Daha is somewhat powerless in the face of these strange beasts. Fujiwara-kun, I'll tell you. Daxia will definitely not be able to resist. I can already foresee this city being destroyed. Everyone watched the video and couldn't help but laugh. Fujiwara Hiro, who was sitting in the main seat, also had a smile on his face. However, before his smile could fully unfold, the situation suddenly changed. Just see. A giant bird and a turtle suddenly appeared in the video. Under the siege of the two beasts, the originally arrogant mutant sea beast instantly became vulnerable. Final. The picture presented was that the two beasts joined forces and perfectly killed the giant octopus. Seeing this scene, everyone in the conference room was stunned. What the hell is this? It was said that Daxia would be ravaged? How could it be solved like this? What is this? Recalling that they were still mocking Daxia for being incompetent just now, but now Daxia has solved the problem perfectly. Of course, the most important thing is, the enemies that helped Daxia resolve the crisis were created by the Sakura country itself. Baga baga baga. It wasn't until the projected video went black for a long time that a roar erupted in the silent conference room. It's Fujiwara Hiro. His face was extremely dark and gloomy. At this time, the patriarch of the Miyamoto clan was trembling all over, and beads of sweat the size of beans kept appearing on his face. Because such a powerful enemy is the one he established for the Sakura country. Although he was trembling, it was clear that Fujiwara-kun had no intention of letting him go. He pointed at his nose and scolded him fiercely. Miyamoto-kun, look at what you have done. All this is because of you. If it weren't for you, such a powerful guy might be used by our Sakura country and cooperate with Sakura country. Baka, baka, baka. Yes, Miyamoto-kun. You are responsible for this matter. If it weren't for you, at least we wouldn't have become enemies with her. Now he is so close to our Sakura country. What if it's like the mutant sea beast and comes to attack our Sakura country? What should we do then? Can our Sakura country's sacred beast really stop it? A flurry of chattering echoed from the conference room. For a moment, everyone in the conference room was in panic. Looking at everyone, Fujiwara Hiro's expression was also very frightened. No, we in Sakura country must take measures. And similar situations are not only happening in the land of Sakura. Free Federation. Daxia? Such powerful beasts are all under the command of a human. It is said that this human is now in a cooperative relationship with Daxia. A man in military uniform continued to analyze the intelligence he had obtained. The more he spoke, the more serious his expression became. A giant bird covered in flames, a turtle powerful enough to control the sea. This is the report given by this investigation. If there were only these two beasts, it would be fine. The key point is that according to the intelligence obtained from the investigation, there is also a rhinoceros that can use lightning and a werewolf leading many strange beasts. No matter what kind of person this is, once released, it will be enough to cause a world earthquake. What's more, there are so many of them. How's the research on our god of war going? After a long silence, he sighed and asked someone next to him. It's still under study. But according to the report from the laboratory, it is estimated that it will be successfully developed in the near future. That's good. Having the god of war will be a great help to our Free Federation. He breathed a sigh of relief. The god of war was actually a mechanical beast. It is the product of research conducted by the Free Federation based on the genes of the exotic beasts that came into reality from the game and the genes of the ferocious beasts from the original land of Blue Star. The Free Federation was able to safely survive the crisis of mutated sea beasts this time, thanks to the mechanical beasts. The god of war is the king among mechanical beasts. The Free Federation has put a lot of effort into this. Not only does it integrate nuclear reactions, it also allows it to be charged and so on, in order to enhance its own strength. It can be said that this mechanical beast is completely different from other beasts. It has growth potential. As long as it is researched, it will definitely shock everyone in the world. What should we do over in Daxia? Daxia isn't a concern, but the human who's cooperating with Daxia is. We are the ones that the Free Federation is trying to win over. At this point, a smile appeared on his lips as he said, if we can win him over, the strength of our Free Federation will be elevated to a higher level. And we can also use the genes of those monsters to research and develop even more powerful mechanical monsters. Quick, prepare a generous gift for me. We must make that person feel our Free Federation's thirst for talent. Chapter 135, Gift Competition. Kyoto Security Department. After learning that the crisis of mutant sea beasts had been completely resolved, Old Qin was in a dilemma. Last time, I gave Su Ming the flesh and blood of a mutant beast. So what should we give out this time? Old Qin's eyes showed deep thought. Before, he had only paid compensation. Since Su Ming has helped Daxiao a lot this time, she must be given something better. Jiang Yuan and Su Ming also met at the spirit mine before. At that time, she even went to the spirit mine in person, which proves that the spirit mine was attractive to her. Old Qin pondered and said, or I can just give him some spirit stones. There are also some gadgets developed by Daxia. This should ensure our Daxia's sincerity. He did what he said and immediately picked up his phone. Naturally, the sooner this matter was done, the better. Only in this way can I establish a better relationship with Su Ming. Otherwise, it would be bad if other countries got wind of the news and joined in the fun. Beep beep. However, just as Mr. Qin was about to dial, his cell phone rang first. It's the Free Federation calling. So soon. Old Qin was hesitant, but finally answered the phone. Hello, Mr. Qin. It's been a long time since we last met. As soon as the call was connected, a cheerful voice came from the other end of the line. Yes, long time no see. Old Qin smiled. He naturally knew what this person wanted to do by calling him now, but he had no intention of mentioning it. That's right. After a while of pleasantries, The other party couldn't help but say, Mr. Qin, I called because I heard that your partner in Daxia is very powerful. How about I go and pay my respects? Fuck, are you paying homage? You're taking cooperation so seriously. Do you really think I don't know what you're thinking? He cursed inwardly, but on the surface, old Qin said with embarrassment, I can't guarantee whether she will see you or not. But I can tell her what you think. As for whether to meet her or not, that's up to her to decide. Okay. The person on the other end of the phone seemed to know that he couldn't push too hard, so he agreed repeatedly and then hung up. The phone was just hung up when another ring rang. The White Elephant Kingdom. It seems that countries around the world have received the news. Seeing the caller, Mr. Qin's heart sank slightly. While answering the call, he also hurriedly arranged for people to prepare in advance. No way. It was neither reasonable nor moral for him to refuse this request from various countries. After all, Su Ming and Daxia are just cooperating. In a sense, she is on the same stage as other countries. There was only one thing he could do. That is to delay them first and seize the initiative. Use Daxia's sincerity to win over Su Ming. With this, Chen Jiangwo, Jiang Yuan, and Yi Ling have returned to the Guanghan Provincial Security Department. You two have done a great job this time. As soon as he returned to the office, Chen Jiangwo praised Yi Ling and Jiang Yuan without hesitation. Yi Ling smiled awkwardly and said, Minister, I don't deserve this credit. If Jiang Yuan hadn't held them back, those mutant sea beasts would have already entered the city by the time Miss Su arrived. And if it weren't for Miss Su, it wouldn't be solved. Their contribution is much greater than mine. Chen Jiangwo nodded slightly and was about to speak when the phone rang. Dingling. Hello. Not long after he answered the phone, Chen Jiangwo's expression suddenly became extremely interesting. His appearance aroused the curiosity of Jiang Yuan and Yi Ling. After Chen Jiangwo hung up the phone, Yi Ling couldn't help but ask, Minister, was the call from above? Yes. Chen Jiangwo looked at Jiang Yuan and then at Yi Ling and said, Our Guanghan province is going to be famous this time. That's as it should be. Miss Su saved the day, so it's only natural that headquarters knows about it. Not headquarters. What? Chen Jiangwo's words made Yi Ling unable to deal with it. If it's not the headquarters, then where can Su Ming and Guanghan province become famous? Not only Yi Ling was confused, but Jiang Yuan beside her was also confused. The various nations on Blue Planet suffered heavy casualties in this battle against the mutated sea beasts. Take Sakura Country, for example. Several cities were destroyed by mutated sea beasts. In the end, they released some sacred beasts, which finally alleviated the situation. Sacred beast? What is that? I'm not too sure. I just know it was developed by Sakura Country. It is very powerful and brutal. It is said that after the Sakura Country awakened it, it slaughtered the mutant sea beasts and many Sakura Country soldiers before returning. As for its appearance, it is somewhat similar to the legendary Yamata no Orochi. Yamata no Orochi? A sacred beast? Brutal in nature. Jiang Yuan murmured to himself, secretly keeping this news in his heart. At this time, Chen Jiangwo spoke again. After they learned about the strength of Miss Su's beast, they wanted to come and visit her. Are they here to visit? When Yi Ling heard this, he was immediately furious. It's obvious that they are in trouble and want to win over Miss Su. Who says it's not? Chen Jiangwo sighed and continued. It's not just other countries. Even Sakura Country had the audacity to say they wanted to come visit. What? This made Yi Ling stunned for a moment. Obviously, she didn't expect that the Sakura Country would be so shameless. It was them who wanted to kill Su Ming before, and it is them who want to be won over now. To win over? Jiang Yuan didn't say anything. In fact, he chose Daxia because he was already in Daxia. Now it seems that it was an unintentional act that led to a great success. From this point, he can also analyze the strength of countries around the world. They must not be that strong, otherwise they would never come to win me over. Especially the Sakura Country. But it's a good thing for me that they come to win me over. Jiang Yuan seemed to have thought of something, and a smile crossed his face. Since they want to win us over, shouldn't they prepare some good stuff? Jiang Yuan will not let these good things slip away under his nose. When various countries give things to themselves, they are the ones who are enhanced and weakened. This is a completely beneficial thing for him, with no harm at all. Oh, no, there are disadvantages. After receiving Daxia's things, Jiang Yuan will go to help. But for countries like Sakura and the Free Federation, Jiang Yuan would not do anything for them even if he took over Dongxi Jiang Yuan. In this way, there is a high possibility that we will become enemies with their country in the future. But what does that matter? Jiang Yuan. He is a strange beast. You are destined to stand against humanity in the future. Looks like I can go inform my godfather now. Let her collect more good things then. Thinking of this, Jiang Yuan returned his consciousness to his body. Hiss! A hissing sound was heard. In the dark night, Jiang Yuan's 8 eyes suddenly lit up. How about me? Am I handsome today? Pretending or not. On the top of the mountain, Luo Xian looked very pleased with himself, and a group of strange beasts gathered around him. Chapter 136, Daxia's Gift. Roar, roar, roar. A woo. As soon as it finished speaking, the strange beasts below roared and looked at Luo Xian with eyes full of admiration. Tisk. Not far away, Luiying glanced at Luo Xian with the corners of her mouth twitching. It really didn't know how Luo Xian had the nerve to brag. It spews out flames from its mouth and is the one that blocks the mutated sea beasts. It was this one that burned the mutated sea beast. Even the last giant octopus was dealt with by himself. He didn't even blow it, but Luo Xian, who was just there for the fun, started blowing it. Ouch! Master! Just as it was complaining, Zhuiyue beside it seemed to notice that Jiang Yuan had woken up. It made a sound, then bent down and ran to Jiang Yuan's side. Bah! Seeing this scene, Firefly, who was originally complaining, could no longer sit still and flew over with flapping wings. Looking at the anthropomorphic expression on its face, it clearly says, "Chasing the moon? What's going on with you? I already recognize you as my mother, and you still want to be my mother? Get out of my way right now." Jiang Yuan looked at Zhuiyue and nodded to it with a smile on his face. During this period, Jiang Yuan increasingly felt that accepting Zhuiyue was a good thing. It's not that Zhuiyue is different from the other strange beasts with more or less strange personalities. But Zhuiyue really wants to lead the exotic beasts under his command well. For example, after arriving at the mountain, Zhuiyue, who had nothing to do every day, except letting the strange beasts under his command and Su Ruffing learn some knowledge about humans. He will lead them to train together in the training ground. Zhuiyue, what are you doing? Just at this moment, a firefly flew over. It stared at Zhuiyue warily and asked, Dad, what's wrong? Fine. Jiang Yuan shook his head, then walked over to Su Ming and said, Godfather, Daxia will send some goodies tomorrow. Remember to answer it. Oh, and people from all over the world come to visit too. The various countries on Blue Planet are coming to visit? Hearing this, Su Ming, who was about to nod, felt a tightness in his heart. Although she was naive, she knew what it meant for people from all over the world to visit her. It was precisely because she understood this that she couldn't help but feel a little nervous. Mom, are you nervous? Luiying looked at Su Ming and asked. A little bit. Su Ming thought about it and answered truthfully. Fine. Luiying glanced at Luo Xian, who was standing beside her, and whispered, If you're afraid of being nervous, you can take Luo Xian with you. He must have loved that kind of scene. Is that so? Of course. Luiying nodded in agreement and said, It's the most pretentious creature I've ever seen. Let's be quiet. Don't let him hear us. Looking at Luiying and Su Ming huddled together, Jiang Yuan felt very happy. Unexpectedly, Luiying could see Luo Xian quite clearly. However, just as it said, it is a good idea for Luo Xian to take action in this matter. At least with Luo Xian here, the level of coolness is definitely enough. But why does Luiying's eyes look so weird? Just talk to Su Ming. Why are you glancing at me and Zhuiyue like crazy? After thinking about it, Jiang Yuan did not ask the doubts in his heart. Although he didn't understand the meaning of Luiying's eyes, she had been like this for a long time. In that case, let them go. Thinking of this, Jiang Yuan closed his eyes slightly. It's night now. It's a good time to go to bed. Early in the morning of the next day. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Jiang Yuan woke up early. He let out a series of hissing sounds, and strands of spider silk flew out of his mouth in an instant. Puff, puff, puff. The spider silk hit the ground right in front of him. Jiang Yuan moved lightly and saw that the spider silk that was originally unconnected intertwined with each other to form a huge circular cover. The dome is 30 meters in size and is filled with tall trees. Receive. Jiang Yuan let out a light shout and saw that the spider silk that had turned into a circular shield was shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye. Any tree that came into contact with the spider silk was instantly split in half by the silk, as thin as a cicada's wing. Rumble. As the spider silk continued to gather, all the trees were split in two wherever the silk went. When it finally shrank into a very small area, the big tree inside the dome completely lost its original appearance. If the scope can be expanded in the future, it will be really scary. Looking at the scene in front of him, Jiang Yuan's eyes were filled with thought. In its opinion, as long as it practices well, the spider silk may appear in mysterious ways. Until then, once the scope is expanded, let alone a few trees, even a country would be destroyed in a cage made of spider silk. Hiss. Thinking of this, a hint of heat appeared in Jiang Yuan's eyes. Things constructed with spider silk are not necessarily cages. It can also be a defensive measure. Outside the cage is another world. Is it finally here? Suddenly, Jiang Yuan stopped what he was doing. He noticed someone coming from below. It's Jiang Yuan. Huh? Who's that person next to him? Suddenly Jiang Yuan sensed a strange breath. Golden eyes. Jiang Yuan's eyes flashed with golden light, as if he had witnessed half of it with his own eyes. The person sitting next to Jiang Yuan was an old man, but he unconsciously exuded the aura of a superior. Jiang Yuan, the provincial security minister, sat upright beside him. It's like a student facing his teacher. Could this person be Mr. Qin? Jiang Yuan was puzzled when he saw that old Qin and Jiang Yuan had arrived at the foot of the mountain. Miss Su. Immediately afterwards, Jiang Yuan uttered a powerful voice towards the mountain. Minister Chen is here? Su Meng, who was deep in the mountain, raised his eyebrows and said, Big Turtle, let's go. Let's go down and take a look. Okay. Luo Xian quickly responded. Jiang Yuan followed them all the way, and after Su Meng and his group left, Jiang Yuan confirmed his guess. That person. It was none other than Old Qin, the supreme ruler of Daxia. Old Qin is here too. Jiang Yuan took a breath and used his golden eyes to listen carefully to their conversation. Miss Su, I've heard a lot about you. You've really helped us Daxiao a lot this time. Although Su Meng looked young, like a little girl, Old Qin still treated her like a person of the same level and said, On behalf of Daxiao, I thank you. These are the flesh and blood of the mutated sea beast from yesterday. Since you killed it, they naturally belong to you. The rest are some spirit stones and some gadgets made by us in Daxia. These things are our thanks to Miss Su for helping us this time. I hope we can cooperate more closely in the future. Okay, no problem. Su Ming nodded one by one and then expressed it immediately. Then Miss Su, I have one more thing I need to tell you. What's the matter? Although Su Ming already knew it, she could only pretend not to understand and asked. Chapter 137, Tomb. Well, countries around the world have heard about your deeds and want to come visit you. There are also ones from Sakura country. Do you want them? No. Su Ming pursed her lips and spoke quickly. What a joke. Although it is the country of cherry blossoms, it is a bit annoying. But does that mean I shouldn't accept the gift he gave me? No. We must collect, and collect in large quantities. Okay. Hearing this, Old Qin nodded and said, In that case, I will go and inform them one by one later. Oh right. There's one more thing I'd like to ask you for help with. Of course, if you don't want to, that's fine too. What's the matter? Su blinked his big eyes and asked curiously. Old Qin took a breath and then said, After the mutant sea beasts frantically came ashore yesterday, our satellite monitoring detected a new tomb in the ocean. We suspect that the reason those mutant sea beasts are desperately trying to get ashore is because of that tomb. Tomb. Hearing this, not only Su Ming, but even Jiang Yuan, who was observing from a distance, was stunned. Tomb. What's going on? The tomb can also be related to the mutant sea beasts that are trying to come ashore. Is there such an outrageous thing? As if knowing that his statement was hard to believe, Old Qin took a breath and said, We also find it very strange. But because it's so strange, we have to investigate. Only in this way can we be responsible to mankind. You mean there's going to be a lot of people going over there? A gleam of light flashed in Luo Xian's eyes. The more people there are, the more you can show off. That's right. Old Qin nodded and continued. Based on speculation, it is estimated that countries around the world will send people to investigate. There are still a few days until the exploration day, which is why I invited you now. I also think that other countries will come over to invite you later. Of course, I'm just inviting you in advance. As for whether you go or not, and who you go with, that's up to you to decide. Hearing this, Jiang Yuan in the distance nodded slightly. To be honest, Mr. Qin's straightforward explanation of the matter actually made him feel a little favorable towards him. But should I go see this tomb? Jiang Yuan frowned and thought for a moment. To be honest, he had no idea of the existence of this tomb in his previous life. I don't even know what's inside. Then Miss Su, since the message has been delivered, we will leave first. After waiting for a while and not getting a response, Mr. Qin was not annoyed. After all, there are so many countries on the blue planet. Maybe some countries will offer generous conditions to allow Su Ming to go there. But when Old Qin and Jiang Yuan turned around, Su Ming responded in a low voice. I'll go with you. Just let me know when the time comes. After saying that, Su Ming turned around and left. At the same time, countless powerful beasts rushed out from the mountain and transported the things brought by Daxia to the mountain one by one. Little spider, are we really going? When he returned to the top of the mountain, Su Ming couldn't help but raise his head and look at Jiang Yuan. In fact, The reason why she agreed just now was because Jiang Yuan sent her a telepathic message. So many countries are going there, so why don't we join in the fun? And who knows what good stuff is in there? Jiang Yuan's eyes flickered slightly, and he thought of a possibility. Just because you haven't heard of it in your previous life doesn't mean it hasn't appeared. It is very likely because this tomb is too mysterious. So it didn't come out. Of course, this guess may not be correct. But even if it's fake, there's no loss for Jiang Yuan to go there, right? He could even use it to do some small things in secret. Being able to weaken human strength is also a good thing for Jiang Yuan. Roar! Just at this moment, a roar of an animal brought Jiang Yuan back to his senses. He looked up and saw strange beasts pulling boxes towards him. Huh. Looking at the box, Jiang Yuan's face showed a bit of surprise. He found that these boxes seemed to be able to isolate spiritual power, making it impossible for him to detect what was inside. Open it and take a look, Jiang Yuan said after thinking for a while. Yes. Zhui Yue responded and immediately ran towards the box. The moment it opens, Jiang Yuan took a deep breath. Inside the box, there was a very strong green light. After a while, the contents of the box were revealed. Inside were pieces of crystal clear jade. No, in the new era of spiritual revival. Now it should be called a spirit stone. What a big move by Daxiao. Seeing this scene, Jiang Yuan couldn't help but take a breath. There are quite a few boxes of the same size as this one, and this box contains spirit stones. Doesn't that mean the rest of the boxes also contain spirit stones? Open all these boxes. Thinking of this, Jiang Yuan felt an indescribable excitement in his heart. Da-da-da. At the command, the strange beasts in the mountain began to move. When all the big boxes were opened, a strong green light was already surging on the mountain. Roar, roar, roar. Awoo. Moo, moo, moo. Feeling this rich spiritual energy, the eyes of the strange beasts around were filled with greed. If they hadn't been concerned about Jiang Yuan being here, they would have rushed forward to fight for it. Go absorb it. As much as I can absorb. Looking at their expressions, Jiang Yuan gave an order. Roar, roar, roar. As soon as he finished speaking, a roar of beasts echoed on the mountain. The group of strange beasts that received the order could no longer hold back and began to absorb its spiritual energy. Absorb it well. It's not that Jiang Yuan doesn't want to improve his own strength, but even if he absorbs all of these, he will not be able to improve his level. Since this is the case, it would be better to upgrade the monsters under your command first. Their strength has increased, which in a sense is also enhancing Jiang Yuan's strength. And don't forget, this is just Daxia's gift. The gifts from other countries haven't arrived yet. I really don't know what good things the countries around the world will prepare for me. Jiang Yuan grinned. When all the gifts from countries around the world are delivered, it will be time for him to use them to improve his own level. If he could be promoted to S rank, he would become a powerful monster with destructive power. That's really like one beast against an entire country. And it is a great power in the human kingdom. I really wonder what the expressions of the countries around the world will be when they find out that they are the ones who raised such a terrifying beast. Thinking of this, Jiang Yuan's smile grew even wider. Hey, what is this? At this time, Su Ming next to him let out a light exclamation. Jiang Yuan turned his head with a little curiosity and saw Su Ming holding an open small box in her hand. There were 5 round pills displayed inside, and Su Ming was holding another one in her other hand. What the hell is this? Chapter 138. Sakura who is not afraid of death. Golden eyes. While feeling puzzled, Jiang Yuan immediately activated his golden eyes. She discovered that each pill contained extremely rich spiritual energy. It's as if it's concentrated. Jiang Yuan was stunned for a moment. He had seen some capsule-like things placed in the security department before. Those things have many wonderful uses, but ultimately they are products of technology. They all have some side effects to a greater or lesser extent. It's not like the pill in front of you. There's nothing mixed in it except spiritual energy. Isn't this a pill? Jiang Yuan had a strange look on his face and couldn't help but think of a word. Has Daxiao figured out even this? As he spoke, Jiang Yuan picked up one and swallowed it. The pill melted in the mouth and flowed into the stomach. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The host swallowed the spiritual energy pill, which contained extremely rich spiritual energy, and gained 50,000 evolution points. Damn, so many evolution points in one pill. As Jiang Yuan was sighing, he felt a strong spiritual energy flowing into his limbs and bones like a rushing river. I have to say, it feels great. Hiss. After a few minutes, Jiang Yuan absorbed the entire pill. It turns out that the wisdom possessed by humans is the most powerful. After carefully considering it, Jiang Yuan came to a conclusion in his mind. Fortunately, these pills cannot be absorbed casually, as they contain enormous spiritual energy. If it can't hold on, it will explode and die just like the mutated beast whose spiritual energy was revived before. Lei Shi, I'll leave this to you. With his mind racing, Jiang Yuan looked towards Lei Shi who was standing beside him. Like Zhu Yue, Lu Ying, and Luo Xian, it is also one of his generals. However, it is currently only at level C+, so it is really not enough to let it go. Moo. Lei Shi responded immediately and started swallowing the pills on the spot. Moo moo moo. As soon as it swallowed it, the thunder rhino let out a series of roars. Buzz buzz buzz. Its face showed a mixture of pain and enjoyment, while the aura surging from its body continued to rise. From the looks of it, it should be able to advance soon. By then, there will be a B-rank dangerous beast. Jiang Yuan, who was standing by, took a quick look and then looked away. With Lei Shi's physical condition, absorbing these pills is not a problem at all. Really, just as Jiang Yuan expected. After a while, moo. The thunder rhino let out a shocking roar, and then the rapidly rising aura gradually stabilized. It entered the B class. At this time, the lightning arc was no longer limited to one corner, and lightning arcs were faintly flashing all over the body. The most dazzling thing was that its originally dark eyes were now filled with a flash of lightning. Wow, Bighorn, you spoke too. Su Ming's eyes lit up at the side, and he couldn't help but walk forward and stroke the sharp horn of the thunder rhino back and forth. Good boy, now I finally have a breakthrough. Lei Shi, hurry up and recognize me as your big sister. From now on, I will take you to eat delicious food and drink spicy drinks. The surrounding fireflies and other exotic beasts all spoke up, and it was obvious that they were extremely happy about the advancement of the thunder rhino. Owner. Thank you, master. Lei Shi nodded to them one by one, then bowed and knelt down in front of Jiang Yuan. That's right. Keep on devouring. Jiang Yuan nodded slightly, his eyes scanning the mutated beasts around him one by one. Then it closed its eyes and waited for tomorrow to come. Tomorrow, people from all over the world come to visit. That's when it's time to reach a higher level. While Jiang Yuan was resting, a strong aura continued to rise from the mountain. That was the breakthrough made by the other strange beasts with the help of spirit stones. Tonight, it was a feast for the many exotic beasts on the mountain. This is a feast of evolution. The next morning, buzz buzz buzz. The sound of propellers circling continuously was heard outside the mountain. With his golden eyes flashing, Jiang Yuan saw through layers of obstacles that a number of helicopters were slowly landing not far from the mountain. The helicopter models are roughly the same, only the paint jobs are different. Among them, Jiang Yuan recognized quite a few paint schemes, some with the logo of the Sakura country and some with the logo of the Free Federation. When the helicopter landed, dozens of figures walked out. They were dressed in suits and had different expressions, faces, and skin colors. Only each of them exuded an air of having been in a superior position for a long time. It seems that all the countries really want to win me over. After retracting his gaze, Jiang Yuan expressed a little emotion. It hasn't been long since Chun Zhangwo returned yesterday, but almost all the people from various countries who said they would come to visit have already arrived. It is obvious that they are eager to win over the people. Well, since you want to win me over so much, I want to see how sincere you are. After saying that, Jiang Yuan turned his head and looked to the side. There, many strange beasts had already been awakened by the roar of the propellers. Among them, Su Ming, who was wearing a pink long skirt and 2 pigtails on her head, was particularly eye-catching. Little spider, are they here? As Jiang Yuan nodded, Luo Xian, who was standing beside him, could no longer hold back and roared. Roar. Compared to Su Ming's nervous face, it seemed extremely excited. Obviously, it wants to show off in front of the top leaders of various countries. However, when Su Ming landed on the turtle's back, it did not immediately run away. Instead, it turned around and asked, Master, have they called out? Not yet. Then wait a little longer. Hearing this, Luo Xian shook his head and said, If they don't shout, I'll go out. This is too low class. Jiang Yuan laughed. He thought Luo Xian would be impatient to go down. Now it seems that it is quite knowledgeable about showing off. And at this time, under the guidance of Mr. Qin, a group of senior officials from various countries have arrived at the foot of the mountain. Miss Su, people from various countries have come to visit us. Please come out and meet them. They're coming. Seeing this scene through his golden eyes, Jiang Yuan turned to Luo Xian and spoke. Roar. Luo Xian's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he reminded Su Ming to do it well. So he hurried down to the mountain excitedly. It can't wait to show off. At the same time, leaders from various countries looked at the misty mountains. It was very quiet inside, peaceful and strange. Is this where the gifted person is? As soon as I saw where I lived, I felt it was something special. Of course, I've seen the battle records of those strange beasts. Not to mention helping Daxiao resolve the crisis in Guanghan province. The Sakura country alone has suffered so much at their hands. But I didn't expect that people from Sakura country would have the nerve to come. Ha 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 ha. Listening to the voices of the crowd, a Sakura country man felt a burning pain on his face. There is no way. Although countries get along with each other in a friendly manner, some verbal attacks are unavoidable. The most important thing is that he had absolutely no reason to refute what they said. After all, they are already here. How can we win over that strong man if we refute him? Are you going in? If we don't go in, will our Sakura country go in? In order to prevent everyone from continuing to talk, the people from Sakura country simply brought up a topic. As soon as these words were spoken, the people around him were stunned. Because they have not forgotten what Mr. Qin from Daxia said just now. This fog is weird, it's best not to stay in it. Otherwise something terrible will happen. Chapter 139. Didn't you bring a gift? Chen Jingwo watched calmly from the side and did not say anything to stop it. He could already foresee this man's death sentence. After all, he is just an envoy, but he is different from those gifted people with natural talents. Are you also scared? The envoy from the Sakura country, who did not receive a response from anyone, smiled contemptuously and then stepped straight into the mountain. He had just entered and was turning around, about to come back with a good taunt. Help! Help! However, before he even opened his mouth, it was as if something extremely terrible had happened. His eyes were filled with fear, and his body fell down in a very strange way. The scene before their eyes made the eyes of senior officials from various countries widen. Although it was a sunny day, they felt as if they were in a cold and gloomy place. I couldn't help but tremble all over. Even though they are knowledgeable and experienced, they still cannot figure out the reason why all this happened. What a nice person. Once you enter, you age. Could it be that the flow of time inside will be accelerated? Baka! Baka! What's going on? Finally, the silence was broken by the horrified cry of another envoy from the Sakura country. His face was filled with horror, and his eyes were filled with fear. He doesn't understand. According to what Musashi said before, he had entered the mountain. That's why he wanted to make the mocking people take a new look at the people of Sakura country. But why is this person's situation completely different from Musashi's? Little did they know that Jiang Yuan had never activated the curse last time. Furthermore, the strength of the two cannot be compared. People with strong abilities may be able to hold on, but if ordinary people step in, they will surely die. Crash! Just as the envoy from the Sakura country opened his mouth, the sound of waves was heard from the mountain. What's going on here? Isn't it on the mountain? Why is there the sound of waves? And the waves are so loud. Is there a tsunami? People from all nations were shocked and confused, completely unable to understand what was going on. The sound of the waves grew louder as time went by. Soon, everyone's ears were filled with the sound of roaring waves. Follow closely. Everyone's faces changed drastically. They saw a thick wave of water rushing towards them from the mountain peak. Fuck, what the hell? Why are there so many waves on the mountain? Oh God, please come and save me. I don't want to be drowned by the sea. As everyone exclaimed in surprise, only Daxia and his group were able to remain calm. It should be the big turtle that appeared. Old Qin's mind raced, and he quickly thought of a possibility. Really? As the waves continued to surge. When it approached the envoys from various countries, the surging waves seemed as if they had not appeared. Instead, a huge monster appeared on the scene. Its entire body was glowing with light blue light, and it looked quite mysterious. This is a turtle, and on its back stood a young girl. The changes before our eyes have attracted the attention of all countries. They had already known what had happened in Guanghan province of Daxia and soon understood. These two people are the strange beast that dealt with one of the giant octopuses and its contractor. That is the person they want to win over. Seeing everyone's gaze, Luo Xian raised his head high. It looks calm on the surface, but deep down it is already filled with joy. How about it? Did I stun you all with this move? Needless to say, I know it just by looking at your expressions. Of course. Miss Su, we just met yesterday. I didn't expect you to bother me again today. Among the crowd, Old Qin took the lead and stepped forward to greet Su Ming. Old Qin's words also brought the envoys from various countries back to their senses. Miss Su, I've heard of your great name for a long time, and this time we finally get to meet you. I never thought Miss Su could be so beautiful. The first time I saw it, I was truly astonished. People from all the countries gathered around and licked Su Ming without caring about their reputation. This scene was extremely incredible, but it seemed to be as it should be. After all, this is a new era of spiritual revival. What's the use of having face? Haven't you seen that many countries have fallen to mutated sea beasts and mutated beasts? If you want to save face, it's better to have a real strong man. Only by having strong people can we better protect our country, right? Miss Su, we have wanted to visit you for a long time. But the country has urgent matters, so it has been delayed until now. Seeing everyone rushing forward, one of the nations shouted, "In order to gain your forgiveness, our nation has specially donated hundreds of tons of mutant sea beast flesh and blood. Please accept it, Miss Su." This person's voice not only quieted the noisy scene, but also made Jiang Yuan, who was watching from deep inside, raise his eyebrows. Can't you hold it back so soon? Yes, that's right. The person who spoke just now was an envoy from India. As far as Jiang Yuan knew, the country of India had a hard time after the first attack by the mutant beasts. Species such as the mutated Komodo lizard launched a fierce attack on India. It was as if there was some deep blood feud between the two sides. Finally, after much persuasion, India was able to hold out against the attack of the mutant beasts. I thought they could relax for a while, but I didn't expect the mutant sea beasts attacks to come again. Up to now, they are still fighting fiercely with the mutated sea beasts. Thinking of this, Jiang Yuan suddenly realized, it seems that the Indians regard me as their lifeline. At the same time, as India spoke, the envoys from other countries were afraid that he would preempt them. They stopped exchanging pleasantries, and each of them spoke up to express their sincerity. Miss Su, these are the mutant sea beasts that our Free Federation recently killed, along with some spirit stones. Please accept them. I am an envoy from the White Elephant Kingdom, Miss Su. The gift we bring to you is a spirit stone mine. On behalf of the White Elephant Nation, I wish Miss Su ever stronger in the new era and a great success. Miss Su, we are the kimchi country. Snort. Faced with the voices of the crowd, Su Meng on the turtle's back was dumbfounded, with her mouth slightly open. It seemed like this was a scenario she had never imagined. Luo Xian, on the other hand, was the complete opposite of the dazed one. The voices of the crowd made him hold his head high. He looks like he is the only one in the world. Suddenly, Luo Xian's eyes fixed. It suddenly discovered that when many countries began to speak, but there is a group of people who have not spoken until now. What's going on? Do you think my standards are not high enough? Luo Xian glared and asked bluntly, why didn't you say anything? Didn't you bring any gifts? Luo Xian's questioning brought the noisy scene to a state of silence. Everyone turned their heads following the sound of its voice and couldn't help but laugh again. It turns out to be an envoy from Sakura. Chapter 140. Luo Xian, the pretentious one. Of course we have gifts. The Sakura country envoy immediately pulled himself out of his sorrow and said with a smile, we have not only prepared the flesh and blood of mutant sea beasts for you. We've even prepared a potion we specially developed. When the envoys from nearby countries saw this scene, they couldn't help laughing. Think about the Sakura country that was shouting for war and killing before, and then look at its current face-licking and eunuch-like expression. It's really laughable. Oh, potions. Let me see it. Luo Xian raised his eyes and asked curiously. Hi. The envoy from the Sakura country ignored everyone's gazes, walked to Luo Xian with a licking face, and then carefully took out a bottle of transparent potion. When they saw the potion, the expressions of Daxia and even the neighboring countries changed drastically. It seems that this potion is a rare good thing. Is this thing good? Luo Xian looked at the changes in everyone's expressions and began to murmur in his heart. It really doesn't see what the use of this thing is. However, with the idea of not letting it go to waste, Luo Xian finally decided to accept it. Well, then you guys. Sir, this is... Luo Xian was about to speak when the envoy from the Sakura country hurriedly spoke, wanting to explain something. Luo Xian glared and interrupted, saying, don't talk about this or that. I know everything. What he hates most is people like this, being interrupted when he is showing off. Sakurawo's face suddenly turned as pale as liver. He wanted to say something, but looking at Luo Xian's huge body, he didn't dare to show any dissatisfaction. Sir, this is a great gift prepared for you by our Sakura country. I hope you will cooperate with our Sakura country for the sake of this great gift. So, he could only smile and speak humbly. It would have been fine if he hadn't said it, but once he did, Luo Xian got even angrier. You're from Sakura country? You put a bounty on us before. Now you want to get rid of me with these things? What bad luck. Forget it, forget it. Let's end this meeting here. As the words came out, many strange beasts emerged from the mountain. Led by a werewolf, all the gifts given by various countries were carried up the mountain. The scene before them left the envoys from various countries dumbfounded. These gifts are the basis for their cooperation discussions with Su Meng. It's okay now. The things were moved before the cooperation was even discussed. They looked at the dwindling number of gifts and opened their mouths to say something. But looking at Luo Xian's murderous face, no one dared to speak. Seeing that they had no intention of speaking, Luo Xian naturally had no intention of taking the initiative. In fact, looking at their dazed faces, Luo Xian really wanted to pretend again. But he remembered Jiang Yuan's instructions, so he took the gift and ran away. After watching all the gifts being carried away, Luo Xian couldn't help but say, "Forget it, considering there are so many gifts. I won't argue with you today. I declare this reception to be over." As soon as he finished speaking, a surging wave suddenly rose from under Luo Xian's feet. Like a car, it carried Luo Xian and Su Ming deep into the mountains. This move should be quite pretentious, right? Luo Xian couldn't help thinking as he left. However, it didn't know that no one thought it was cool, and everyone was dumbfounded. "You're leaving now?" "No, we haven't discussed cooperation yet." "Oh shit, if the queen finds out about this, I'll be scolded to death." "Everyone, we and Daxia also have a cooperative relationship with them." As everyone exclaimed, old Qin spoke at the right moment. "It's already extremely difficult to introduce you. You guys angered others, and there's nothing we and Daxia can do. One stone can cause 1,000 ripples." Old Qin's words made the envoys look at the envoy from the Sakura country. The look in his eyes seemed to make him want to cut them into pieces. After all, apart from the Sakura country, who else had angered Luo Xian just now? There isn't any at all, right? Fuck Sakura country, this is all your fault. If you hadn't been shouting and yelling for killing before. Why are they angry? That's right, and you're still licking your face? How shameless. You're really thick-skinned. Sakura country, pay me compensation. This gift has cost us, the Indians, a lot of effort. Because of you, everything is ruined. There was constant noise off the field, and envoys from various countries were vying with each other. Looking at their expressions, they seemed to be eager to eat the flesh of the envoys from the Sakura country raw. Jiang Yuan in the distance watched this scene with amusement. It's quite interesting to see countries fighting each other. After looking for a while, Jiang Yuan looked away. His powerful mental power sensed it. Luo Xian and Zhuai Yu have returned with a bunch of gifts. Before he saw their figures, Jiang Yuan sensed powerful fluctuations of spiritual energy. Most of those were emitted by mutated sea beasts. Although the spiritual energy contained in their bodies is not as rich as that of spiritual stones. But the better thing is more. Too many to count. You still want to cooperate with me after getting these? Glancing at them one by one, Jiang Yuan showed a hint of disgust in his eyes. It's not that these things are bad, but there is no harm without comparison. Look at what Daxia gave before, and then look at what other countries gave. This is how we know the difference between genius and genius. Of course, some of the things given by various countries can arouse Jiang Yuan's curiosity. For example, the transparent potion given by Sakura country. Gene drugs. It contains some kind of snake potion. If consumed, it is possible to obtain snake genes and even bloodline. Seeing the system prompt sound, Jiang Yuan's eyes were filled with surprise. Gene medicine. It seems like something that Sakura National Congress would produce. It seems this thing is pretty good. Master, what is this? Luo Xian couldn't help but ask after noticing the change in Jiang Yuan's eyes. Is it something to drink? Jiang Yuan was about to answer when Luo Xian raised another question that startled Jiang Yuan. Drink? Turtle? Snake? If the two are combined, isn't it Xuanwu? While thinking, Jiang Yuan nodded gently and said, if you want to eat, then eat. He planned to let Luo Xian give it a try. It would be great if he could mutate. If it can't mutate, then it doesn't matter. As for side effects, the golden pupils had long made Jiang Yuan understand that this would not have any side effects on Luo Xian. Otherwise, he wouldn't have let Luo Xian take it. Just like last time, he took Daxia's pills. If it weren't for the golden eyes that saw everything clearly, how could he dare to take it? Although Daxia treated him well, it was still a human camp. It's always better to be on guard. Gurgle. After getting Jiang Yuan's affirmation, Luo Xian drank it in one gulp. How is it? Has there been any change in your body? Jiang Yuan asked curiously. Yes, a little. My body feels warm. Luo Xian felt it carefully, but the next second it said, no feeling at all. It seems to be of no use to Luo Xian. Jiang Yuan was not disappointed. After confirming that there was nothing wrong with Luo Xian, he looked at the flesh and blood of the mutated sea beasts. Now that the gifts from various countries have been received, now is the time to improve your strength. As long as we become stronger, what does it matter if we become enemies with all mankind in the future? Chapter 141, Discussions Among Nations. Little spider, do you want to eat? Noticing Jiang Yuan's gaze, Su Ming beside him asked hurriedly. After seeing Jiang Yuan nod, Su Ming immediately started shouting, "Little bird! Little spider is ready to eat. Let's go and get ready." Okay. Lu Ying nodded immediately. During the time spent grilling with Su Ming, Lu Ying seemed to have fallen in love with cooking. It's not just about the huge amount of energy you can get from cooking and eating, but also because cooking has already made it a trend towards becoming the big sister. "Are you sure you want to come and roast it?" Jiang Yuan glanced at Lu Ying, and flames flashed under his feet. Of course, Lu Ying saw this and immediately became anxious and said, "I've been the one roasting it all along. How can I change the beast now?" "Just eat well." Lu Ying doesn't want Jiang Yuan to take away her job. After all, she still has to rely on this position to win people's hearts. "Okay then, don't get tired." "Tired?" Lu Ying smiled contemptuously and said, "How could I possibly complain of being tired?" Looking at Lu Ying, who was moaning softly, Jiang Yuan thought about it and didn't stop her. Anyway, he has already reminded everyone he should have. Even if Lu Ying is tired by then, it can't be his fault. And under the scorching heat of Lu Ying and Su Ming, after a while, a mutated sea beast turned into delicious flesh and blood. Naturally, Su Ming also added a lot of surging spiritual energy to it. "Little spider, eat quickly." After everything was done, Su Ming blinked and looked at Jiang Yuan. Hiss. In response, Jiang Yuan opened his mouth and swallowed all the mutated sea beasts in one gulp. Boom. As soon as he swallowed it, Jiang Yuan felt an extremely powerful energy burst out. Host devours mutated sea beast, gaining 300 evolution points. Aura detected on the mutated sea beast, converting it into 1,000 evolution points. Listening to the prompt sound from the system, Jiang Yuan swallowed nonstop. "Fuck, you eat so fast." Lu Ying took a deep breath when she saw Jiang Yuan had a big appetite. "But this won't bother me." With a cry, the firefly spewed out several flames and began to madly burn the flesh and blood of the mutated sea beast. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A burst of hot flames spewed out, and the flesh and blood of the surrounding mutated sea beasts instantly turned into a sea of fire. Green lines also appeared in Su Ming's hands, and they were sprinkled on the mutated sea beasts like a torrential rain. As for Jiang Yuan, he opened his mouth and swallowed the mutated sea beast as soon as it was roasted. For a moment, the river source was swept away by the wind, and the flesh and blood of the mutated sea beasts in the field were decreasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. The system sounds kept echoing in Jiang Yuan's mind. Host devours mutated sea beast, gaining 300 evolution points. Aura detected on the mutated sea beast, converting it into 1,000 evolution points. This master has such a big appetite. What do you know? You can eat your fill, but the master won't. And haven't you noticed that the more master eats, the stronger his aura becomes? Many strange beasts nearby stared at the scene in front of them in amazement. It was true that Jiang Yuan swallowed too fast. The combined roasting speed of Su Ming and Lu Ying could barely catch up with Jiang Yuan's swallowing speed. "I really hope that one day I can be as cool as my master." Eating a meal can shock all the beasts. Secretly observing the expressions of the other strange beasts, Luo Xin secretly made up his mind. "You must follow the master." And Jiang Yuan was devouring madly. In the meeting room of Guanghan Provincial Security Department. At this time, the place was already crowded with people. These people, none of them are ordinary people. Surprisingly, they were the envoys from various countries who had left the mountain. Among them were also envoys from the Sakura country, but they were no longer as arrogant as before. The reason they didn't leave. This time, in addition to the visit, there is another matter to discuss with the various countries. That is the mysterious tomb in the ocean. Let's first talk about what your countries think about this tomb. As the host, Old Qin looked around the audience and spoke first. "Our king believes that the tomb is the product of the revival of spiritual energy, so we must go and explore it." "That's right." The envoy of the Free Federation also nodded attentively. The other countries looked at each other and nodded in agreement with this answer. In fact, the reason why various countries want to explore this tomb. One is that I don't know if there is anything good inside. The second reason is to obtain information about the new era from the tomb. Why hasn't the blue planet changed in tens of thousands of years? Why is the spiritual energy suddenly surging now? Only by knowing the origin of all this can humans, as the masters of the blue planet, better maintain their dominant position in the new era. Okay, seeing everyone nod, Old Qin continued. Then let's discuss it. We will send troops from each country into the tomb. If anything is discovered during this time, it will all be taken by each person based on their own abilities. Inside, there are no restrictions on countries. The only restriction is one thing. Any country can compete with each other, but there must be no casualties. Our primary enemy right now is the mutant beasts and some mutated ferocious beasts. I hope that all our countries can work together, and even at some point, put aside our national prejudices and help each other. This is my opinion. What do the leaders of your countries think? After Mr. Qin finished speaking, many envoys nodded in agreement. Our king also thinks this is a good idea. We in the Free Federation think so too. Our emperor said the same thing. So does my queen. Okay, in that case, then this matter is settled. 3 days later. We'll see you in the tomb. Seeing that no one had any objection, old Qin didn't waste any time and spoke directly. Upon seeing this, the envoys also stood up and said goodbye to Mr. Qin. In 3 days, in addition to returning to report, each country also needs to arrange personnel to enter the tomb. After all, I don't know what good things are inside the tomb. If the manpower is not arranged properly, what if there are good things inside and they are snatched away by others? Wouldn't that be a huge loss? Xiao Chun, go and see them off. Yes. After a while, Chen Jiangwo returned and asked, Mr. Qin, who do you think we should send to check? Longyan. Old Qin pondered for a moment and said, and Su Meng. Having her two go is enough. What about Jiang Yuan? Jiang Yuan. He suffered a lot of injuries when he intercepted the mutant sea beast. Let him rest for a while. Maybe we can put him there at the end. Mr. Qin, you mean? Chen Jiangwo was shocked when he heard this. There's an alliance between the nations, so even if they break the rules, it won't be too embarrassing. But what if there are other forces involved? Hearing this, Chen Jiangwo fell silent. Indeed, each country can get the news firsthand, but what about the forces active in each country and even the world? Just like the new shadow rising in Daxia. Although Daxia has tried its best to wipe it out, it still continues to this day. They are still very active and have caused trouble many times in things like conquering mutant beasts. Since this is the case with Daxia, it is expected that the situation in other countries is similar. Chapter 142, Setting Sail. Time flies like an arrow, and 3 days have passed in the blink of an eye. This day, in the port of Guanghan Province, there is an extremely magnificent warship docked here. On the deck of the battleship, the soldiers stood in rows with solemn expressions. Their eyes were all fixed on the figure at the front of the warship. That's Longyan, the only 2 people in Daxia Kingdom who possess S-level talents. We are ready for everything. Isn't she here yet? Look at the weather, it's about to rain. If you don't come soon, you'll be delayed. Longyan looked at the mountain from afar and took a deep breath. Our people went to notify them a few days ago. Since she has agreed, she will definitely not go back on her word. Chen Jiangwo said firmly. Just wait a little longer, she will definitely be here. Yeah. Longyan sneered and was about to speak. Suddenly, a startled voice was heard not far away. Is it her? She is here. Wow, look at that. There's a figure on the ground. Who is it? I can't see it clearly at all. Everyone looked in the direction of the exclamation. A shocking scene then appeared before my eyes. Suddenly, a figure like golden lightning streaked across the sky and rushed towards them. From a distance, it looks like thunder striking down from the sky. Rumble. The next moment, the golden light passed through the figures of the soldiers and arrived on the warship. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The golden light gradually faded, and everyone could see the figure inside clearly. It was a rhinoceros with arcs of lightning all over its body. And on its back sat a beautiful girl. It's Miss Su. Oh my god, which contracted beast is this? It looks like the aura is very strong. I'm so embarrassed, so embarrassed, so embarrassed. You're worthy of being Miss Su, someone who attracts visitors from all over the world. I really envy you. Hello, my name is Su Meng. Su Meng faced everyone's exclamations with a smile, and then she looked at Long Yan who was standing beside her. Longyan. Longyan looked at Su Meng and then uttered his own name. Now that everyone is here, let's go. Good. Su Meng nodded, and the warship slowly started. She sat on the Thunder Rhino, but her eyes involuntarily fell on the sky above. There are dark clouds over there. But if you look closely, you will find that it is not a dark cloud at all, but a cloud of rain and fog. But this situation is not known to many people. No one knew that there was actually a terrifying spider lurking in the rain and fog. That's Jiang Yuan. This time to explore the tomb, he chose to go with Su Meng. And in the rain and fog, Jiang Yuan used the 1,000 layers of demonic shadows, and as his figure flashed, strands of spider silk as thin as cicada wings emerged. The spider silks intertwined with each other in midair, forming a natural road in a strange way. This is the method of action that Jiang Yuan has recently figured out. Come to think of it, this ability was inspired by the animation he remembered last time. After trying it, Jiang Yuan found that he could do the same. Although I can't stick to the sea of clouds like the characters in that animation. But through his extremely strong mental power, he can accurately stick the spider silk to various tangible objects. Coupled with the 1,000 shadows, he can move instantly. If the disastrous rain and fog were added, no one would be able to discover his existence. After all, the monitor cannot detect it at all. As for people seeing it, I'm afraid they will just think it's going to rain like the group of people just now. Thinking of this, Jiang Yuan couldn't help but look at the warship below. Hiss. Have you set off yet? In that case, let me see how powerful the geniuses of each country are this time. Jiang Yuan grinned. The tomb is located in the largest ocean on Blue Planet. There, it is not under the jurisdiction of any country, which not only allows him to stretch his muscles, but also protect his adoptive father. Of course, if there is anything good inside, he can also take it. Who knows? I might be able to use this to advance. Jiang Yuan's eyes moved. After devouring the gifts given by various countries last time, he is now only one step away from advancement. Don't let me down, tomb. Hiss. Jiang Yuan roared, and spider silk continued to spray out as he slowly followed the large group. And it wasn't just Daxia's warships that were heading towards the tomb. In the ocean areas near various countries, one can see warships speeding towards the location of the tomb. Cherry Blossom Country. On a warship, many soldiers gathered together and couldn't help talking. Do you think we at Sakura can make a comeback this time? I heard that the last time we went to Daxia to seek cooperation, the weird guy on the mountain gave us manhwa a terrible scolding. Humph, if you ask me, it's better for him not to come this time. Otherwise she would definitely know how to write the word death. As soon as these words were spoken, their eyes subconsciously looked towards the depths of the battleship. There, you can vaguely see a giant snake that is about 50 or 60 meters long sleeping soundly. Its body was as thick as a bucket, and its scales glowed with a cold light. One look at it gives one chills. And this is not the most heart-wrenching thing. What is most frightening is that it has 8 heads. Every head is filled with hideousness and terror. Looking at this figure, the soldiers from Sakura country had particularly fiery eyes. Because this is a ferocious beast developed by their Sakura country. The legendary Yamada no Orochi. Previously, when the mutated sea beasts invaded, it was it that turned the tide and resolved the crisis in Sakura country. This time, a sacred beast has come forward. I guess the strong men from all the major countries are not worth mentioning. This will be the battle that will make our great Sakura famous. Okay, let's get going. At this moment, a cold and stern voice was heard. Everyone's gaze narrowed as they looked towards the source of the sound. There stood a one-legged man. No, not so much one-legged. It would be better to say that he has a mechanical leg. If Jiang Yuan were here, he would definitely find out that this person was Musashi who had entered the mountain earlier. Da-da-da. Walking to the deck, Musashi looked out at the blue sea and finally settled on his mechanical legs. This leg is funded by the Free Commonwealth. I have to say that the technology of the Free Federation is quite impressive. After getting this mechanical leg, his strength has increased a lot. But even so, it couldn't reduce his hatred. After all, no one wants to get a robotic leg. What's more, his contracted beast fell on the mountain. Daxia Mountain. He seemed to have thought of something, and suddenly his expression became unusually cold. The contractor on the mountain, right? You'd better not come to the tomb, otherwise. As he spoke, his gaze could not help but turn to the holy beast sleeping in the depths. Although the countries have an agreement not to attack each other. But what if it's a beast in the tomb? Otherwise, you will surely die. With a cold flash in his eyes, Musashi shouted, "Set sail." Chapter 143, Blockage. Free Federation. Unlike many countries whose warships are filled with soldiers, their warships were filled with strange, mechanical-looking beasts. There were only a few human figures standing in front of them. But beneath each of them lies a huge mechanical beast, and only through the eyes of the mechanical beasts can one roughly see that these creatures actually have living lives. Yes, that's right. In fact, these strange beasts were contracted by the Free Federation in the Book of Beasts. After they arrived in reality, their players specially installed mechanical devices on them in order to enhance the strength of the monsters. I have to say that this is a great improvement for the exotic beasts. Among these strange beasts, the leader is a B-level strange beast. It was a giant bird. The whole body is as black as ink, except for the head, which is snow white. Its already sharp claws and beak had long been modified by machines, becoming even sharper, and its abdomen could even launch missiles. If Jiang Yuan were here, he would be able to find out information about this strange beast. Type, Goshawk Wings. Level, B. Active talents. Eagle Strike, looking down from the sky, possessing extremely powerful strength, strong body, can harden its own body to resist powerful attacks. Eagle Eyes. Passive talent. Fierce. Whenever you encounter a blow, your aura will be enhanced, up to a maximum level. The more you upgrade, the more fierce it becomes, but the subsequent side effects will be more serious. After the highest level is unlocked, you will fall even if you defeat the enemy. There are many incidents between the Sakura country and the Free Federation, and almost every country has sent out powerful domestic forces. For example, the Elephant Lord of the White Elephant Kingdom, the albino demon tiger of the Indian Kingdom, and even the extremely powerful human talents. Obviously, all countries are determined to solve the mystery of this tomb. No way. This tomb is definitely closely related to the revival of spiritual energy. If the country falls behind in the new era because the strong men sent by the country are weak and unable to investigate, this is a loss that no country can afford. In this process, 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. 5 days. On the Dachau warship, Long Yin took a deep breath. During the days of sailing on the sea, both he and the soldiers were very tired. The mutated sea beasts in the sea are far more ferocious than they had imagined. For example, during the voyage of these few days, they were attacked by sea beasts every day. Sometimes there are 3 waves a day. The battleship is strong, and there are powerful and talented people on board. Otherwise, the battleship might have sunk under the attack of mutant sea beasts before reaching its destination. We should be closer to the tomb now, right? On the sky, Jiang Yuan looked into the distance. With the help of his golden eyes, he could vaguely see a huge piece of land on the endless ocean in the distance. On that land, spiritual energy was rampant and extremely rich. But within it, there were bursts of powerful aura emerging from it. Not only that, Jiang Yuan's powerful mental power also sensed that there were powerful auras rushing from all directions. These auras are different. Some are from human talents. Some are from strange beasts. It seems that they should be figures from all over the world, right? So, that valley should be the destination of this trip. As Jiang Yuan murmured, a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. He can't wait any longer. In addition to wanting to explore the tomb, he also wanted to see what kind of strength the strong men from various countries had. Oh, a mutant sea beast with B-rank strength is charging this way. Suddenly, a sneer appeared on Jiang Yuan's lips. He discovered that the closer he got to the tomb, the more mutant sea beasts there were. However, they seemed to be afraid of something and were hesitant to approach the tomb. But just because they don't dare to enter doesn't mean they will allow other creatures to get close. I didn't expect that before I even entered the kingdom, a major battle would break out. With a low murmur, Jiang Yuan gradually looked downwards. There. It is the direction in which the Dachau warship is heading, and it is also the territory of a B-level mutant sea beast, a whale. Type: mutated whale. Level B. Active talents: hydrophilic, headbutt, big mouth devouring. Passive talent: thick fat, possessing a strong defense far exceeding that of its peers. After glancing at the information about this mutant whale, Jiang Yuan frowned slightly. Although its active talent is not worth mentioning, it has this passive talent. In the sea, it seems impossible to defeat him just by relying on the abilities of Lei Shi and Long Yin. Forget it. Let's take a look first. After quickly making up his mind, Jiang Yuan gradually withdrew his gaze. At the same time, inside the Dachau warship, Moo. As the Thunder Rhino let out a vigilant roar, Su Ming and Long Yin immediately looked towards the distant sea. As the warship sailed, the calm ocean in front of it suddenly rolled up strange waves. Are there any mutant sea beasts over there? Oh my god, this feels so special. Don't even mention it's unusual. I tremble when I see it. It is a very powerful mutant sea beast. Roar. As the soldiers exclaimed, the waves rose up and rushed towards the warship like a bloodthirsty beast. Humph. You're looking for death. Long Yin shouted coldly. He raised his hand slightly and moved suddenly. The calm sea surface in front of the warship suddenly exploded, and a huge wave rushed forward. This is his talent. He can use vibration to attract everything around him. Bang! The 2 huge waves collided with each other, making a shocking sound. At this time, everyone also saw clearly that there was a huge figure lurking under the waves on the opposite side. You can't see the whole body at a glance. All you can see is its body. It's a whale. It's a mutant whale. Fuck, such a big whale. I'm going to die. Roar. When everyone discovered it, the whale looked at the waves canceling each other out and seemed to be greatly provoked. It let out a roar and actually rushed towards the warship with its strong body. This made all the soldiers on the warship tremble. Being hit by such a huge body, even if the warship was extremely strong, it would not be able to withstand it, right? Bighorn. You go. Moo. Seeing this, Su Ming patted Lei Shi's head. Lei Shi obeyed the order, and the ochre-colored lightning continued to gather on his feet. Bang! Next second, the brilliant lightning went straight towards the whale. The lightning was so fast that it hit the whale in an instant, and the lightning continued to spread outward after it encountered water. Roar, roar, roar. At this moment, the whale stopped abruptly and let out a violent scream. Shock it for me. Seeing this, Long Yin showed no intention of stopping and simply launched another attack. Bang! The sea water, filled with electric light, exploded and churned, and then stirred the whale. Chapter 144, Massacre in the War. Roar, roar, roar. The successive attacks made the whale's screams even more intense. This should be solved now. On the battleship, Long Yin glanced at Lei Shi. I have to say that this guy is really invincible to aquatic creatures. Long Yin Gang sighed, his eyes suddenly fixed. Just see. Despite the two men's continuous attacks, the sea water did not even turn a single bit bloody. How is this possible? There's not a single wound. Long Yan's pupils shrank. Is its hide really that thick? Roar. Before he could react, a shocking sound came from the bottom of the sea. Immediately afterwards, huge waves rushed towards the warship from under it. Bang! The violent collision caused the warship to shake. At this time, Long Yin saw the figure of the whale. Just as guessed. There were no wounds on its body, only electric light constantly swirling around it, stimulating it to howl in pain from time to time. How is this possible? Long Yin stared at the boss. Little do people know that whales have extremely thick fat, which becomes even more terrifying after mutation. It's impossible to break its fat just by relying on the crashing waves. It's nothing but a fool's dream. Roar, roar, roar. The electric light surrounding the mutant whale made its body a little slower, but also made it extremely angry. It roared continuously, and then opened its mouth wide, like a giant whirlpool that was about to suck everything in. Battleship. At this moment, there is turmoil. Fortunately, the battleship was too heavy and was not sucked in. Help. Damn it. If this continues, forget about attacking. I'm getting seasick. Have you stopped yet? Attack quickly. The soldiers in the battleship kept exclaiming. But before they could raise their weapons, rumble. A deafening sound rang out first. Just see. After the mutant whale inhaled a large amount of seawater, it all rushed out from its nasal cavity. The seawater seemed to condense into a waterspout and rushed towards the warship. Oh my god! At this moment, Long Yan's breathing stagnated. The Daxiao warriors on the warship felt a sense of death growing wildly from the depths of their hearts. I'll block it. I'll block it. Long Yan's eyes widened, and the space shook as he raised his hand. As a result, layers of waves rolled up and hit them. Only, in the face of this powerful tornado, the waves created by Jiang Yuan were really insignificant. There is no way. The one who can perfectly display his strength is the earth, not the sea surface. On the other hand, Lei Shi and Su Ming can perfectly unleash their abilities on the sea surface. Unfortunately, they couldn't even break through the mutant whale's defense. There should be other ways, right? Long Yin took a breath, his face looking extremely uncomfortable. He possesses S-level talent, and even if the battleship is destroyed, he can leave here safely. The problem is the Daxiao warriors on the battleship. Without their battleships, they are doomed to die. Moo! Suddenly at this moment, a beast roar sounded, and he noticed a bright ochre light bursting out from his side. Faintly, you can see a hint of green light from the khaki color. It's Lei Shi and Su Ming. They were not afraid of the ocean and rushed straight towards the mutant whale. Moo! With a roar, the thunder rhino came to the deck of the battleship and jumped up. It turned into a yellowish-brown lightning and rushed straight towards the mutant whale. Roar! The mutant whale didn't dodge, but rushed forward to attack. Obviously, in its opinion, the attack from the thunder rhino could not cause any serious injuries to it. And the thunder rhino will die from this blow. Bang! The two beasts collided from the sea level. For a while, a flash of extreme lightning was so bright that it was impossible to see what was happening inside. All they heard was a scream from the mutant whale amidst the lightning. Roar, roar, roar. Unfortunately, no blood flowed out from the sea surface. It was obvious that the attack of Thunder Rhino did not cause huge damage to the mutant whale. The mutant whale, gifted with thick fat, only needed to slow down for a while, and the lightning on its surface could not cause any harm to it at all. Moo! At this moment, Lei Shi suddenly made another deafening sound, and at the same time, a flash of green light could be seen emerging from his body. Bang! An unexpected scene happened, and the power of this attack seemed to have increased several times. The mutant whale suddenly let out a miserable cry. Immediately afterwards, the azure sea water was instantly ignited by a hint of blood-red color. It's blood. It's the blood of a mutant whale. Roar, roar, roar. Leishi did not hesitate and suddenly increased the violence of the lightning. At this moment, countless sea waters filled with thunder and lightning rushed and penetrated into the flesh and blood of the mutated whale, causing an extremely brilliant roar. After a long time, the screams of the mutant whale gradually faded. Everyone also saw the scene clearly under the lightning. Just see. A huge mutant whale was floating on the sea, with Su Ming and Lei Shi standing on its body. Everyone could see more clearly that the huge horns of the thunder rhino, which were ravaged by lightning, were stained with a deep layer of blood. All of this is silently saying one thing. Lei Shi's success. It used its sharp horns to pierce the mutant whale's body, dealing it a fatal blow. Silence. Inside the Daxiao warship, both the numerous soldiers and Long Yan. Everyone fell silent, with a hint of disbelief in their eyes. Let me up. It was not until Su Ming made a clear sound that everyone on the warship came to their senses. When someone pulled Su Ming and Lei Shi up, there were also a lot of exclamations. Oh my god, man. It shocked my mom for the whole year. Is this the combined combat power of Su Ming and this rhino? Isn't this too scary? If it's not terrifying, how can we possibly solve the problem of the mutant octopus in Guanghan province? Damn it. If that's the case, Miss Su has more than just this one mutant beast under her command. Boom. It was not until Su Ming and Lei Shi came ashore that the crowd's exclamations subsided a lot. But there was still a look of complete horror in their eyes as they looked at Su Ming and Lei Shi. Even Long Yan was the same. He didn't expect Su Ming and Lei Shi to be able to unleash such power. What was even more unexpected was that Su Ming would expend so much energy on this, even though it was clearly just a cooperative relationship. After all, he didn't have a warship to leave with, let alone Su Ming. Wouldn't it be safe if we just summoned the turtle? Why are you all looking at me? Facing everyone's gaze, Su Ming's face turned red. She didn't dare to look at the eyes of so many people, so she lowered her head and whispered, "Why are you looking at me? Bighorn and I just did what we had to do. Let's go." The more Su Ming spoke, the redder her face became. In the eyes of everyone, she was just being shy like a girl. In fact, her blushing was more of a lie. Because the killing of the mutant whale was not entirely her and Lei Shi's credit. But it was Jiang Yuan hiding in the air. He took action. Chapter 145. Who is the strong one? In the air, Jiang Yuan calmly retracted the spider silk from the mutant whale and muttered, "Comparing attack, Lei Shi is much weaker than Lu Ying. Comparing defense, Luo Xian is stronger, but his speed is not as fast as Zhuai Yu. But the Thunder Rhino excels in balance. But it still needs more polishing, so that it can become a person who can stand on its own in the future." Jiang Yuan analyzed the strengths and weaknesses of each of his men, then telepathically said to Su Ming below, "Godfather, that mysterious valley is not far ahead. After entering, if there is any accident, remember to tell me immediately. You can even summon me out. In short, don't put yourself in danger." Looking at the large area in the distance, Jiang Yuan's eyes showed a hint of excitement. Come to think of it, this is his first time showing off his skills on Blue Planet, right? Powerful people from all countries, please don't let me down. Hurry up, hurry up. There's a fight over there. There are too many mutated sea beasts here. We must seek cooperation from other countries. Not long after the Daxiao warship left, another warship slowly sailed towards this side. The battleship was in a dilapidated state, and the figures standing on it were all covered in blood. Looking at the pattern printed on the battleship, it is clear that this battleship belongs to the Sakura country. Before they got close, they smelled a strong smell of blood. Why is there such a strong smell of blood here? What on earth is going on here? Quick, quick, we have to go up and provide support. It's too dangerous here. Only by helping each other can we win. The strong smell of blood made the people on the warship scream in surprise, and their expressions became more worried. However, when they arrived at their destination, they were all shocked as if they had seen a ghost. What appeared before my eyes was a vast ocean, which was similar to the surrounding oceans. But the seawater is not azure blue, but blood red. Not far away you can see a very huge body. That's a mutant whale. The blood was flowing from it. Seeing this scene, their faces were filled with fear, because they could clearly sense that the aura of this mutant whale was of B level. In fact, they can face the strength of B level even if they fight to the death. That's why they were shocked. Its speed. It took them only a short time from the time they heard the sound to the time they rushed over. The mutant whale became a corpse, and they didn't even see the figure of the person fighting with the mutant whale. To some extent, this already shows how powerful the mutant whale is facing. Oh my god, which country is behind this? Hurry, catch up quickly, as long as we can seek help from this country. Our Sakura country is about to rise. With the help of the sacred beast, No one in the tomb will refuse to cooperate with us. When the last words fell, the soldiers of Sakura country could not help but look at the mutated snake deep in the battleship. Their expressions were complicated, fanatical, yet bitter. Holy beast. Its strength is indeed very strong, but it spends most of its time sleeping and rarely wakes up. So, during the voyage, they suffered a lot. Chase. Hurry up and chase. At this time, Musashi, covered in blood, shouted loudly. Let them join forces with us, so that our Sakura country can have a place in the tomb. Even the strong ones who killed Dacia. At the end of his words, a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. His words also inspired the soldiers of Sakura country. However, I wonder how they would feel if they knew that this strange beast was killed by the great Xiao warship they always wanted to kill. With this Dacia battleship, I don't know if it was because the power that killed the mutant whale was too strong, or what. Throughout the rest of the journey, the Dacia warships were not disturbed by the mutated sea beasts. So, they approached the land safely. It is also the mysterious tomb that is the destination of their trip. Long Yin and his group did not go ashore immediately, but began to look around. To be honest, it's more of a tomb than a crypt. It's more like a valley. However, the shape of the valley is very similar to a tomb. Even the entrance looks like a tombstone. It seems that except for the fact that the spiritual energy is a little richer, there seems to be no difference. Long Yin looked at it for a long time, his brows tightly locked. Although he didn't notice anything different, it was the fact that he didn't notice anything that made him feel something was wrong. The spiritual energy is rich, if there is no difference. Why doesn't the mutant sea beast wandering around go in? There are quite a few amphibious creatures in it. Then should we wait for people from other countries to come? Su Ming asked Long Yin, pursing her lips. And other countries? Long Yin thought about it for a while, then gritted his teeth and said, forget it, I won't wait any longer. I'll have to go in sooner or later anyway, so I might as well go in first instead of waiting like this. As he spoke, he immediately ordered his men to dock the warship. In this regard, Su Ming, no. Or rather, Jiang Yuan had no objection. Although he had realized that there was great danger in the tomb, he still agreed with Long Yan's idea. I have gone through more dangers than other countries to get here. Do you want to share the profits with them after they go in together? How is that possible? Although I was the first one to go in, it was very risky. But the greater the risk, the more opportunities there are. Walk. After seeing the Dacia warriors get off the warship and walk into the valley, Jiang Yuan in midair turned his eyes slightly and then stepped in. After entering, he finally understood why this place was called a tomb. The surroundings were dim and dark, and there is an air of death everywhere. It gives people the feeling of being deep in a tomb. But, although there was a dead air all around, Jiang Yuan could sense that there was an extremely rich spiritual energy deep at the end. This spiritual energy, Jiang Yuan felt that the spiritual energy was far richer than that of the outside world. Etc. Did you notice anything coming in? Just as Jiang Yuan was thinking, Long Yin, who was leading a group of Dacia warriors, suddenly stopped. Is there? Su Ming's heart tightened, thinking that Jiang Yuan had been discovered. Yeah, Captain Dragon, is that true? Captain Long, this scene is already terrifying you. Don't scare me, will you? I'm not easily frightened. Upon hearing this, the Dacia warriors instantly tensed up their minds. Captain Long, did you perceive it wrongly? Su Ming, fearing that Jiang Yuan would be discovered, quickly spoke again. Have. Right there. While the soldiers were talking, Long Yin seemed to have discovered something, and his expression became stern. With a stomp of his legs, he instantly activated his unique talent. Rumble. At this moment, the deafening sound echoed in the valley. Chapter 146, Strangeness in the Tomb. Oops. Su Ming's heart skipped a beat. Although she didn't want to fall out with Dacia, she had no choice but to do so for Xiao Zhuzhu. But just as she was about to summon the Thunder Rhino under her to unleash extremely powerful lightning, she suddenly heard a roar. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The neighing sound was shrill, but it was definitely not coming from Jiang Yuan. She looked up and saw that the source of the sound was dozens of strange-looking reptiles making bursts of hissing sounds. Their bodies are dark blue and their eyes are extremely red. It looks like a cockroach, but they are much larger and more ferocious than cockroaches. So, these are the things Long Yin discovered? It's not Spider-Man at all. While Su Ming was in a daze, Long Yan's voice sounded in her ears again. Humph, you've been hiding there all this time. Do you really think I didn't notice? Rumble. As the words fell, a huge crack suddenly appeared in the intact ground. All the reptiles not far away fell into the crack. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Bursts of roars were heard, and the eyes of the insects were red and fierce, scrambling to crawl out of the crack again. Snort. Bighorn. Quick, crush them to death. Su Ming came back to his senses and immediately patted Lei Shi's head. Moo. Lei Shi nodded and immediately rushed to the crack. Boom. A giant foot like Optimus Prime fell down. The reptiles below let out bursts of painful cries, and then no sound was heard. Walk. Seeing this scene, Long Yin took a breath and said, "Everyone be careful. There's something strange about this wooden academy, so you must not be careless." Okay. The Daxiao warriors behind him nodded repeatedly to show that they understood. At the same time, they looked around vigilantly, fearing that any further problems would arise. Hiss. And after Daxia and his group left this area, Jiang Yuan's figure gradually appeared here. He came to the area where the Thunder Rhino was standing and stared at the reptiles below with his 8 eyes. He had noticed these reptiles as early as Long Yin noticed them, and he also discovered some incredible things through his golden eyes. For example, these insects have no life or intelligence at all. Simply put, these insects are like mechanisms that will only come alive when they are touched. What a strange thing. After seeing everything clearly, Jiang Yuan withdrew his gaze. There is no life, but once you get here, you will come back to life. Why would anyone set up something like this? While muttering, Jiang Yuan couldn't help but look towards the place where the spiritual energy was the most abundant. That is the place with the most abundant spiritual energy, and it is also the source of the danger that Jiang Yuan sensed. Could it be that they arranged these things because they don't want anything to get close to that place? Jiang Yuan continued to analyze, and finally 2 possibilities emerged in his mind. The reason for setting up the mechanism is not only because we don't want others to enter, but also because there are things inside that need to be protected. Apart from these 2 points, Jiang Yuan could not think of any other possibilities. But no matter which one it is, I've already explored this tomb. With a light laugh, Jiang Yuan moved forward while concealing his aura. Go deep and find out. Look at what is going on. Not long after Jiang Yuan left, several more countries entered the tomb. These countries seem to be led by one of them. That is the Free Federation's mecha monster combination. Leading the group was a man in a windbreaker. He has a strong build and a very masculine air. Is this the depths of the tomb? John sat on the wings of the goshawk and looked around curiously. It has a bit of the smell of a tomb. Let's go. The Daxiao warships have already been parked outside. It seems they have already gone in. We can't fall behind them. He smiled and instructed Eagle Wing to walk straight into the depths of the tomb. Roar, roar, roar. Behind it, a group of mechanical beasts roared and followed closely behind it. Do you want to join the Free Federation? Nonsense. You guys knew it when you faced the mutated sea beasts before. The strong men of the Free Federation are very powerful. We just need to keep up with him, and whatever he gives us will be enough. The person who spoke was dressed very fashionably and looked very pretty. Yes, that's right. Although he has a male voice, he looks as delicate as a girl. But don't think he is easy to bully. He is also a gifted person, and his awakened talent is beast transformation. Can transform itself into a tiger. After the transformation, he can obtain some of the tiger's abilities, and his abilities in all aspects will increase exponentially. And because the tiger is their national treasure and the king of beasts, he is even known as the king of beasts in Korea. Seeing the people from the Free Federation walking further and further away, the handsome man immediately chased after them and said, "If you don't leave, I will leave. Brother John, wait for me. I'll be right there." Seeing him leave, the people from the other countries looked at each other and then chased after him. Obviously, they chose the same path as the strong men of the Korean country. And after this group of people entered, warships from all over the world also slowly docked along the shore of the tomb and entered the tomb one by one. At the same time, Jiang Yuan walked carefully in the tomb. Although in this area, the only area that poses the greatest danger to him is the tomb area. But it's better to be safe than sorry. This statement is always correct. And the tomb is so big, it can't be that only that area has good things, right? He didn't want to miss the opportunity to pick up something good. Hiss, hiss, hiss. After Jiang Yuan walked for a while, he came to a place filled with deathly air. His eyes suddenly froze. Right at this moment, Jiang Yuan sensed a dangerous aura. He looked up and saw that they were a group of snake-like creatures. They lay peacefully on a huge skeleton, adding a bit of hideousness to it. Type, bone-eroding snake. Level, D+. Active talent, corrosion. Passive talent, instinct. Only the instinct to eat and reproduce, not much intelligence. Nothing good. Jiang Yuan took a look at the group of bone-eating snakes, and then used his golden eyes to carefully explore the surroundings. After finding that there was nothing eye-catching, Jiang Yuan shook his head and wanted to escape from the dangerous area. Sea-level creatures are not strong for Jiang Yuan, so it is naturally very easy to deal with them. But Jiang Yuan did not forget that he was not the only one exploring the tomb. This not-so-strong dangerous aura was nothing to him, but it was a tricky thing for people from other countries. So, he doesn't need to clear obstacles for people from other countries, right? Hiss. However, just as Jiang Yuan was trying to go around, an unexpected scene happened. The moment they sensed him, the group of bone-eating snakes were not afraid of the aura he exuded at all. Instead, they surrounded him like hungry wolves seeing meat. Chapter 147. Battle against the prodigies of various nations. I don't even want to attack you. Why would you do that? Jiang Yuan paused slightly, and a cold look flashed in his 8 eyes. He didn't want to provoke these bone-eating snakes, but that didn't mean he was easy to bully. Hiss. With a hissing sound, Jiang Yuan opened his mouth and spat out a stream of dark purple liquid. Sizzle. As soon as the bone-eating snakes came into contact with the liquid, they began to struggle and roll around under it. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The bone-eating snakes let out mournful cries. They wanted to struggle, but a sign of poisoning quickly spread across their bodies. There is no doubt that under Jiang Yuan's poison, they are completely unable to raise any counterattack. Come again. Jiang Yuan suddenly raised his eyebrows. It is obvious that these bone-eating snakes pose no threat to itself and can be easily eliminated by itself. But those intact bone-eating snakes seemed to be completely unaware of their companions struggling in pain under the venom, and they attacked him one after another like assassins who had received orders. I wanted to spare your lives. In that case, Jiang Yuan murmured, just as he was about to take care of all the bone-eating snakes in one go. Suddenly, his powerful mental power captured a group of people hiding behind him. Machine? Monster? People from the Free Federation? Are they hiding there hoping to get something for nothing? Thinking of this, Jiang Yuan's eyes turned and he changed his mind. His idea was to let people from all over the world deal with these creatures. Isn't the opportunity right in front of us now? So, Jiang Yuan didn't attack again, but turned around and ran away. The direction was exactly where the group of mechanical beasts were. Fuck. Why is this spider here? Oh my god, can it defeat those creatures and try to escape? Just happened to choose our side? Not far away, John and his group, who were hiding on the side, saw Jiang Yuan running towards them. I didn't take it seriously at first, until I saw the group of bone-eating snakes chasing after me. They were stunned for a moment, their eyes widening instantly. In fact, they had only just arrived a short while ago. When they saw a battle happening, they wanted to watch it first. This can be used to infer the strength of the creatures in this tomb. Unexpectedly, the battle has just officially begun. The fighting party actually ran away. It would have been fine if he ran away, but he chose his own side and attracted all the bone-eating snakes to follow him. Hiss! As John exclaimed, he saw a group of bone-eating snakes rushing towards him. At close range, he could see with incredible clarity. This group of bone-eating snakes have hideous faces and emit a foul stench from their bodies. Fuck! Quick, stop those strange creatures! John exclaimed at the sight and quickly shouted out orders. Roar, roar, roar. A group of mechanical monsters roared. Some opened their huge mouths wide. A thick light gathered from their mouths and then spewed out a strong beam of light. Some of them lay down with missile launchers on their backs, firing out black missiles. Rumble. A series of vibrations exploded, and the wails of the group of bone-eating snakes echoed from the tomb. Hiss. However, this scene did not completely eliminate the bone-eating snake. Some surviving bone-eating snakes continued to rush towards the group of mechanical beasts. It seems that the bone-eating snakes will never get tired unless they are killed. These things developed by the Free Federation look pretty good. Jiang Yuan looked at the two sides fighting and couldn't help but nod in approval. As expected of a technological powerhouse, its advanced technology is truly remarkable. Especially that one, the wings of the hawk. Jiang Yuan raised some thoughts a little. Although the active talent is not very good, the passive talent matches its technological equipment. It's a bit tricky to deal with. Of course, it's just a little tricky. Fuck, what does that spider mean? Are you trying to reap the benefits? At this time, John, who was fighting fiercely with the bone-eating snake, noticed Jiang Yuan standing aside. His brows raised fiercely, and an indescribable anger appeared on his face. How familiar this scene is. It has always been the Free Federation that sits in the spectator seats. Now, he has been rebelled against by people. No, by strange beasts. Hiss. At this time, John discovered that when he relaxed, some bone-eating snakes broke through the heavy artillery fire and came to him. Fuck, wait until I deal with them. You'll be in trouble. With a vicious roar, John immediately instructed the eagle's wing to raise its beak and kill the bone-eating snakes below one by one. Its beak is very sharp. A single peck is enough to split a bone-eating snake in two. While John was fighting the bone-eating snake, Jiang Yuan was watching with great interest. Suddenly, he paused. Someone from another kingdom is coming? Jiang Yuan raised his eyebrows and looked over, only to see another figure appear at the scene. Looking at his handsome appearance, it is hard not to think of Korea, that country where entertainment is quite developed. At the same time Jiang Yuan noticed this, John, who was fighting the bone-eating snake, suddenly shouted, "Jin Shantang, hurry up. I command you to get rid of that spider for me. Okay, you Hunan. Hurry up and get rid of him." Get rid of me? Jiang Yuan raised a playful smile at the corner of his mouth. It's not that easy to deal with myself. Okay, Brother John. Jiang Yuan sighed, and Jin Shantang seemed to have received a great gift. A look of joy appeared on his face, and he quickly rushed towards Jiang Yuan. While rushing, he continued to mobilize the spiritual power in his body. Jiang Yuan discovered that his originally beautiful body seemed to have changed, become big and strong. There are some colorful patterns on the body. At first glance, it looks like a tiger walking upright. Oh, beast transformation talent. All abilities have been improved. It seems like a good talent. His strength has reached B level. I think he must be a powerful figure in his country. Ouch. Just as Jiang Yuan was commenting with relish, Jin Shantang let out a tiger roar. He leaped into the air. He opened his arms and reached straight towards Jiang Yuan. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The palm whizzed down, and Jiang Yuan felt only a sharp wind rushing towards him. If Jiang Yuan was an ordinary beast, he would probably be covered in wounds by this blade wind. It's a pity that Jiang Yuan is not an ordinary beast, but it is an A-level monster that can be called a disaster level. So, seeing Jin Shantang's figure getting closer and closer to him, Jiang Yuan had no intention of hiding. He just lightly raised his legs to resist. Bang! Although both sides were just flesh and blood, there was a sound of metal clashing. There was a hint of astonishment in Jin Shantang's eyes. He was obviously surprised that Jiang Yuan could withstand this attack. After all, he is now in a completely beastly state, and his strength is immeasurable. Previously, when the mutant sea beasts invaded, he could easily rip open the belly of a B-level mutant sea beast in his beast form. But that's all you can do. With a sneer, Jin Shantang quickly cheered up. Die! As the words exploded, he raised his other hand and was about to attack Jiang Yuan again. As he rushed forward, a powerful spiritual power gathered from his hands and finally condensed into a huge tiger claw phantom. Wherever the phantom passed, it left afterimages as if they were scratched by claws. Looks very powerful. Chapter 148, The Devil Spider Arrives. In fact, it is true. Jin Shantang firmly believes it. This attack of mine will definitely rip open the spider in front of me. However, when the shadow of the tiger claw fell and collided with the spider's legs, he was completely stunned. I felt as if I had hit something hard, and it couldn't penetrate at all. How is this possible? Jin Shantang kept exclaiming, and the complete opposite of him was Jiang Yuan. He thought that beast transformation had some good abilities. Now we are officially facing it. He can only say that he is just a show-off. All the capabilities seem good, but they are actually quite poor. It's good for scaring people. Jiang Yuan sighed softly and gently raised his ice-blue legs. Brush. A cold light suddenly appeared. Swish, swish, swish. Once the cold light appeared, it seemed to be able to freeze everything. Jin Shantang only felt that his body slowed down a bit. Immediately afterwards, he intuitively felt a huge sense of crisis. Oops. Run. His face changed drastically, and he was about to mobilize his spiritual power to leave at an extremely fast speed. However, at this moment, the frost slash arrived. Phew. A light voice was heard, and a cold light instantly passed through his body and resonated on the wall behind him in the distance. Brush. At that moment, the wall behind was instantly covered by a terrifying frost. Then Jin Shantang's body suddenly split into two from head to toe. Snap. At this time, everyone discovered that no blood was flowing from his body, because both the surface and the inside of the body were completely frozen by the frost. Hiss. At this moment, the scene was dead silent, and everyone couldn't help but widen their eyes. John opened his mouth wide, as if he had turned into a sculpture. Even when the bone-eating snake beside him attacked his contracted beast, he did not react at all. It wasn't until Jiang Yuan looked at him that he felt a huge sense of crisis surge in his heart. I am definitely no match for him. Run, run. John's expression changed drastically, and he ran away at the fastest speed in his life. When the humans who came with John saw John leaving, they also instructed their contracted beasts to follow him. They were even afraid of being caught up by Jiang Yuan, so they instructed the mechanical beasts to stay where they were and obstruct Jiang Yuan. Quick, quick, stop him. Stop them. Don't let this spider come over here. Roar, roar, roar. Mechanical beasts are machines and have no intelligence at all. After receiving the order, they immediately pointed their cannons at Jiang Yuan. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Countless dense beams of light quickly condensed in their mouths or on their backs. But before they could release the beam of light, rumble. Clusters of small flames suddenly rose from the ground. The flames grew as soon as they hit the ground. In an instant, the area where the mechanical monsters were located turned into a thick sea of fire. The thick flames enveloped the mechanical beast. It kept devouring them and even everything on the scene. Click, click, click. As the temperature in the field continued to rise, the sound of parts falling in the sea of fire continued for a long time. Jiang Yuan looked at the figures of those people leaving from afar. After hesitating for a moment, he chose not to pursue. This is inside a tomb, which itself contains great danger. If you run away in a panic like John, you might trigger the mechanism. In this case, why pursue? His eyes turned slowly and looked to the other side. There were several figures who had just come over. They opened their mouths, unable to utter a complete sentence, and their legs were trembling continuously. These people were the ones who followed Jin Shantang here earlier. But when they came over, they only saw this horrifying scene. Hiss! A roar was heard suddenly, and everyone looked over subconsciously. In the light of the fire, a spider seemed to be covered with a layer of crimson glow all over its body, with the conspicuous ice blue color on the other side of its legs. It looks extremely strange and evil. Especially when they met Jiang Yuan's gaze, they felt a chill all over their bodies. Snap, snap, snap. They wanted to escape, but their bodies seemed to be frozen and they couldn't move at all. It was not until the sea of fire gradually weakened and they saw with their own eyes the mechanical monsters burned into charcoal by the flames that they finally regained consciousness. Uncle Spider Spider, you are my uncle. Please, please spare me, spare me. I will always be at your service and serve you like a beast of burden. Grandpa Spider, please spare me. I'm not in the same group with them. Wow, wow, wow. I have a 70-year-old mother above me and a 6-year-old child below me. Grandpa Spider, please spare my life. They kept praying to the spider in front of them with crying voices. Pray. Spare their lives. Opposite them, Jiang Yuan did not take any action because the sounds of this group of people surrendering rang in his mind. Jiang Yuan looked them up and down with his dark eyes. Through the patterns on their clothes, he could roughly tell that these were strong men from various countries. They are just small countries on the blue planet. After the spiritual energy was revived, it became even more difficult for it to move forward under the attacks of mutated beasts and mutated sea beasts. Many countries are almost completely occupied by mutated beasts and even mutated sea beasts. Grandpa, please really forgive me. It's not good enough if you forgive me. Please. I haven't lived enough. I really don't want to die. Looking at them crying bitterly, an idea suddenly came to Jiang Yuan's mind. To be honest, these people are not very strong, and he doesn't think much of them. But on second thought, this group of people were sent here, and they definitely deserve to be called strong in their country. Jiang Yuan understood that he would inevitably stand against humanity in the future. By then, their countries will be occupied by mutated beasts and mutated sea beasts. Isn't it his natural territory? Take it. Thinking of this, Jiang Yuan secretly agreed. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The moment he agreed, the people who were kneeling on the ground seemed to realize something and knelt down in unison. Owner, Jiang Yuan responded softly. Get up. Yes, master. After they all stood up, Jiang Yuan said calmly. I'll give you a task. Master, you said. When everyone heard this, they straightened up and spoke quickly. I won't interfere with you. You are still people from different countries. But you must come to Daxiao Peak every week to report on the domestic situation. Daxiao Peak. Oh my God, it's there. Master, you. When everyone heard this, their faces changed drastically. Looking at their horrified expressions, Jiang Yuan frowned. In fact, he was also a little curious in his heart. Why do these words, Daxia Mountain Peak, have some magical power? As for showing this expression, Chapter 149, the corner where the demonic spider hides. Little did they know that after the appearance of Su Ming and a group of contracted beasts, the Great Xia Mountain had become a place that countless countries flocked to. Hundreds of countries that have suffered from the ravages of mutated beasts and mutated sea beasts fantasize that their countries can be like Daxia. There is now a mountain that all the countries will rush to visit. It is enough for you to remember this. Yes. Hearing this, everyone nodded repeatedly, looking terrified. Okay, then you guys continue exploring the tomb. Jiang Yuan waved his feet calmly. The reason why he asked them to report was that Jiang Yuan wanted to know the situation of each country accurately, so that he could lay a solid foundation for his own territory. And the words fell. Jiang Yuan left and explored deeper into the tomb. However, the people from various countries who remained at the scene were stunned for a long time. After a moment, everyone looked at each other again. There was a gleam in their eyes. They originally came to the tomb to seek opportunities and see if they could cooperate with other countries to revive their own country. Now you know the owner? The rest of the countries are nothing. Don't you see that all countries want to visit the mountains and seek cooperation? The master has left, so let's go too. I heard there was a little girl on the mountain who was working with Daxia. From now on, when you meet people from Daxia, be respectful to them. And if you see that little girl, you must treat her like you're seeing your master. At this time, someone seemed to have thought of something and kept warning everyone. Yes, yes. Everyone nodded in agreement. The master is on the mountain, and the people on the mountain are, in a sense, their master's friends. Maintain the master's friend. This is nature. At the same time, help, help, fuck help. John flew around in the tomb on the wings of a hawk. At this time, his contracted beast was covered in blood. This was caused by him fleeing and mistakenly entering a dangerous area, where he was attacked by a powerful and strange creature. Because of this, the few people who followed him died tragically at the hands of those strange creatures. But John still considered himself lucky, because he found a lot of good things in the area guarded by a group of strange creatures. Unfortunately, he didn't dare to stop for fear of being caught by Jiang Yuan. People from Daxia. At this moment, John, who had been fleeing, suddenly saw familiar figures appearing in front of him. That was the person from Daxia who entered the tomb to explore the secrets. He burst into tears and shouted loudly, "Help, help! John of the Free Federation? How did he become like this?" The moment he turned his head to look, Long Yin was stunned. As a powerful person born from the revival of spiritual energy, Long Yin naturally recognized John. Only, in the past, John always looked arrogant and domineering. Why are you so embarrassed now? Even though there are dangers inside the tomb, it shouldn't end up like this, right? No, behind him. Confused, Long Yin suddenly noticed something and his eyes fixed. At the same time he saw it, the Daxia warriors also saw it. At this moment, the expressions of all the Daxia warriors changed drastically. Fuck, look behind him. So many bugs. Oh my god, it can even fly. Oh my god, why are all these things chasing John and the others? What mysterious area have they entered? No wonder. As many Daxia warriors were surprised, a look of realization appeared on Long Yan's face. But soon, I became confused again. That group of creatures is indeed not weak. But why did John run? After all, he is one of the strongest people in the Free Federation, so it only takes some effort for him to deal with those strange creatures. Is it necessary to be in such a mess? Long Yin, come and help me. Help me solve it. After we get out, I will definitely let the Free Federation thank you, Daxia. Doubtfully, John's voice rang out again. Okay. Long Yan's expression changed several times, but he finally gritted his teeth and agreed. No way. These things surrounded us from all directions. He can run if he wants, but the soldiers of Daxia cannot run away. In this case, we might as well cooperate. Moreover, when each country entered, they signed a contract to help each other. Now that I can help John solve the problem and get thanks from the Free Federation, it's pretty good. Miss Sue, let's attack together later. We should be able to deal with these strange creatures. Well, okay. Su Ming nodded in agreement. Shit, those bugs are coming. As soon as Long Yin finished speaking, the Daxia warriors suddenly let out a cry of surprise. He looked up and found that John was less than 10 meters away from them. The strange creature following closely behind him was no more than 100 meters away, and the distance between the two sides was getting closer and closer. Buzz, buzz, buzz. During the few seconds of silence, the group of strange creatures that looked like flying insects flapped their wings and rushed towards them. Some of the fast ones were almost flying in front of the soldiers. These insects opened their bloody mouths, as if they wanted to devour everything in front of them. Chapter 150. Jiang Yuan, the genius who picked up the bargain. Seeing this, Long Yin immediately said, John, come here first. After John came over, Long Yin immediately activated his spiritual power and his talent was activated. A crack suddenly appeared in front of him, and then an invisible air wave hit the group of flying insects. This is his latest skill. Vibrate the air to make it lethal. Rumble. With a loud bang, an invisible air wave hit the group of flying insects at a rapid speed. The flying insects retreated one after another, and many of their wings and bodies were broken into two by this air wave. Crash. At this moment, the insects densely packed in the air fell to the ground like rain. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The insects that fell to the ground seemed to be insensitive to the pain. They made bursts of hissing sounds, quickly got up from the ground and continued to attack everyone. Bighorn, go! Everyone's expressions changed drastically, and Su Ming on the side patted Lei Shi's head. Moo! The thunder rhino obeyed the order, and rich lightning gushed out from its body. Sizzle! It seemed as if an electric magnetic field was formed with its body as the center. As the ochre light flashed, the insects underneath collapsed to the ground, their bodies trembling. This is the reaction to being electrocuted. There were also some dazzling flames on the bodies of many insects. Roar! Seeing that Su Ming and Long Yin both displayed their power, Jiang was unwilling to be outdone. The eagle's wings let out a deafening cry, and a strong beam of light suddenly shot out of its mouth. Rumble! Wherever the beam passed, both the flying insects and the insects that fell to the ground seemed to be purified and disappeared without a trace. Next, the three of them worked together, and in a short while they wiped out all the chasing insects. John, what's wrong with you? How come a little bug chased you like this? After solving the problem, Long Yin glanced at John, who was out of breath and couldn't help asking. Su Ming's eyes were also full of curiosity. John didn't respond, but instead shouted breathlessly, "Yes, it's the spider. A very powerful spider." John took a breath. He didn't tell anyone about the treasure. He just said, "I just touched it." While fighting it, these bugs were attracted here. Spider? Long Yin frowned slightly. That's right, John nodded and said, and he shouldn't be a creature from the tomb. He's a strange beast. Strange spider. Long Yin's frown deepened. To be honest, he began to doubt whether what John said was true. Because he was inside the tomb, he didn't encounter any strange beasts along the way. However, when Long Yin frowned, he did not notice that Su Ming, who had a calm expression on her face, had pursed her lips. Is it the little spider? Others may not know, but Su Ming knows for sure that Jiang Yuan is inside the tomb. How's that little spider? Su Ming asked anxiously, worried. It should have run away. John lied, not forgetting to complain. I don't know why these weird creatures chased me instead of it. Just because it's a beast, does it mean it can be considered a member of the same clan as them? Hearing this, Su Ming felt relieved. I hope the little spider is okay. After John finished speaking, he looked at Long Yin and continued. Inside the tomb, that spider is no match for us alone. How about we give up our prejudices first? A brief union? This way, we'll be able to fight that spider. Long Yin thought about it and didn't refuse. The tomb was dangerous and John was quite strong. Being able to explore with him will add a lot to each of our lives. But John is a member of the Free Federation after all, and he doesn't want to let John get away with it so easily. So, he pondered for a moment and said, of course we can unite. But you only have yourself now. If there is anything good to come out of the alliance, the percentage you receive will also be reduced accordingly. The Daxiao warriors will take 50, you will take 10, and Su Ming and I will each take 20. How do you think? No problem. Oh, Long Yin was surprised. The reason why he said it was so high was actually to bargain. Unexpectedly, John agreed directly. Are spiders really that scary? Should there be? Otherwise, how could John be so scared? Looking at John, a thought kept flying in Long Yin's mind. In fact, he didn't know that in addition to being afraid of spiders, John also wanted to wait until he encountered a spider and then let Long Yin and his group fight it, so that I can run away and look for treasure. No way. If he hadn't encountered a spider, he really wouldn't have dared to go. Thinking of this, John immediately said, Long Yin, since we have already cooperated, let's continue exploring deeper. As he spoke, Long Yin instructed the wings of the goshawk to emit a resounding cry. He couldn't wait to attract the spider over. But John didn't know that Jiang Yuan, whom he wanted to attract, would not come in the short term. The reason is very simple. Jiang Yuan did not rush to chase him, but stopped and walked along the way. Because of his powerful mental power, as he went deeper, he noticed that there were many good things around him. The point is, for some reason, there are no mechanisms inside these goodies. Just stretch out your hand, and you can take away the hidden goodies. How could Jiang Yuan be so anxious to hurry on his journey? But if John knew about this, you will definitely feel like crying, but have no tears. Because these were the places he had passed by before. Chapter 151. The encounter between the Sakura sacred beast and the demonic spider. This spirit stone. After searching all the way, Jiang Yuan came to a hiding place of spirit stones. There are not many spirit stones displayed here, but each one of them has very rich and pure spiritual energy. To be honest, he felt that these spirit stones did not seem to have appeared recently. But soon, Jiang Yuan shook his head and smiled. Spirit stones are completely evolved from jade when its spiritual energy is revived. How could it not have appeared recently? But the spiritual energy contained in these spirit stones is indeed rich. It's so rich that it doesn't look like it was recently grown. As he murmured, a ray of light flashed in Jiang Yuan's eyes. He had never encountered a spirit stone with such rich and pure spiritual energy in the outside world. Even the concentrated pills of daxia cannot compare with the spiritual energy contained in these jade stones. Hiss. Since I've discovered it. Then don't, it's a waste of time. With a soft murmur, Jiang Yuan prepared to put these spirit stones into his pocket first. As for the deep part, it will be the same if we go there later. Although the spiritual energy there is indeed rich, there is also an aura there that even Jiang Yuan feels horrified. Opportunities in the depths cannot be obtained by luck alone. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. When Jiang Yuan put the spirit stone into his pocket, he was in another place in the tomb. A group of people were pushing a cart with great effort. There was an extremely terrifying and ferocious giant python coiled in the car. If an ordinary person saw it, he would probably be scared to death. Because this giant python is not only much larger than ordinary giant pythons. What's even more terrifying is that it has 8 heads. But if talented people from other countries see it, they will understand that this is the sacred beast of the Sakura country. Naturally, the ones who can push the sacred beast of the Sakura kingdom are the soldiers of the Sakura kingdom. At this time, led by Musashi, they carefully explored the tomb. They arrived late because they encountered an attack from a wave of mutant sea beasts at the mutant whale. It's tragic. That group of mutated sea beasts were not attracted by them at all, but were attracted by the flesh and blood of the mutated whale. However, as they were at the center of the fight among the mutant sea beasts, they also encountered many attacks. Baka, how could this happen? Inside the tomb, Musashi walked cautiously. Thinking back to what had just happened, he cursed inwardly. Hurry up. If we enter the tomb so slowly, where will the treasure be waiting for us? Seeing that the soldiers from the Sakura country were moving slower and slower, Musashi became even more angry. Musashi-kun, the sacred beast is truly too heavy. We can't move fast while dragging the sacred beast. Baka, Musashi glared and scolded. You still think you're right? Don't you see that we have been lagging behind other countries for so long? Hi. Upon hearing this, even though the soldiers from the Sakura country had some feelings, they could only keep it to themselves. Baka, hurry up. Otherwise, go back and you'll be in trouble. Musashi scolded him repeatedly. He wanted to leave, but he was afraid that there were powerful creatures in the tomb. Being next to the sacred beast, even though it is sleeping, gives you a sense of security, doesn't it? Hiss. As soon as Musashi finished speaking, a roaring sound suddenly came from the silent scene. At this moment, the soldiers of Sakura country and Musashi were facing a formidable enemy. His eyes subconsciously looked at the cart. The 8 heads on the cart, which had their eyes closed, suddenly opened their eyes. Those pairs of vertical pupils looked weird and bloodthirsty. The holy beast has awakened. This scene made the soldiers of Sakura country swallow their saliva continuously, their eyes filled with horror. When there is danger, it is safest to be with the sacred beast. But if there is no danger, then the area around the sacred beast will be the most dangerous. Hiss. As expected, the sacred beast suddenly raised its ferocious snake heads and let out an earth-shaking roar. Hiss. As the hissing sound was heard, a snake head attacked the nearest Sakura country soldier. Hiss. The snake opened its head wide and swallowed a soldier from the Sakura country alive. Ah, help! Click, click! Along with screams, the sound of broken bones could be clearly heard from the field. Gurgle, gurgle. The legs of the Sakura country soldiers in the field were trembling, but they didn't dare to run at all. This is the experience they gained from facing the sacred beast. Running away would only attract more attention from the sacred beast. Roar. This is exactly the case. The big snake did not attack the soldiers of Sakura country again, and several heads were raised at the same time. Pairs of vertical pupils looked far into the depths of the tomb, as if there was something extremely attractive there. Hiss. A roaring sound exploded from the sky, and the holy beast swayed its 8 snake heads, flying towards the depths of the tomb like an arrow. The holy beast has gone deep into the tomb. Hurry, catch up. Now that the sacred beast has awakened, it's time for our Sakura nation to show its might. Don't lose me. The soldiers from the Sakura country below cried out in surprise. The leading Musashi had already jumped more than 10 meters and followed closely. He must follow closely behind the sacred beast. Only in this way can he let the countries of the world know how powerful their Sakura country is. The other side. Hiss. The originally bright hiding place of the spirit stones has become extremely dim. Suddenly, 8 completely different lights flashed in the dim venue. Boom. 8 balls of light moved slowly, and when they were completely revealed, Only then could I see clearly that the 8 balls of light were clearly 8 eyes. The owner of the eyes was actually an extremely huge and strange spider with a snow-white body and one leg being red and ice blue. There is no doubt that this is Jiang Yuan. Hiss. Looking at the dim hiding place of the spirit stones, Jiang Yuan sighed helplessly. After absorbing the spirit stones inside, he still didn't make a breakthrough. Even with the same amount of spiritual energy, if I absorb it myself, I will not get as much as when it is transferred to me by my adoptive father. Could it be that this is the charm of Krypton Gold? Jiang Yuan shook his head and quickly cheered up. Although he didn't make a breakthrough, he could sense that he was only one step away from a breakthrough. So that will be where I will make a breakthrough. Jiang Yuan's eyes turned and looked into the depths of the tomb. There is a dangerous aura, and there is also a very strong spiritual energy. I think as long as he absorbs the spiritual energy there, you can complete the breakthrough. Become an A+ level monster. Oh, suddenly, Jiang Yuan seemed to have noticed something and raised his eyebrows slightly. He was a little surprised that the exploration of various countries was so fast. There is already a kingdom that is about to reach the depths. Since someone is already here, I should go check it out. With a light laugh, Jiang Yuan activated the spiritual power in his body and began to move towards the depths of the tomb. Chapter 152, Yaki's Terrifying Talent. Not long after, Jiang Yuan arrived deep into the tomb. From a distance, he saw a giant snake with 8 heads fighting fiercely with a human figure. The figure was thin but very agile. The giant snake appeared extremely ferocious, and each attack was extremely powerful and earth-shattering. Jiang Yuan knew that giant snake. It is the sacred beast of the Sakura Kingdom. Type: Artificial Giant Snake, Yaki. Level: B+. Active talents: Destructive Death Ray, Ultimate Impact, Angry Fangs, 8-Headed Flower. 8 heads attack from all directions at the same time. No beast can stop them. Passive talents: Bloodthirst, devour flesh and blood in battle to greatly restore its own abilities. 8-Headed Body. 8 heads possess intelligence, and it will die only when all heads are destroyed. With each head dropped, its strength increases up to 1 level higher. Hiss. Looking at Yaki's attribute panel, Jiang Yuan took a breath. I have to say, this beast is truly worthy of being developed by the Sakura country with all its national strength. These passive talents are really good. Jiang Yuan smacked his lips, somewhat impressed. But despite his admiration, Jiang Yuan was more concerned about the strange creature that was fighting fiercely with it. A solemn look appeared in Jiang Yuan's eyes. It is shaped like a human, wearing a tattered, old robe. It has no life of its own, but it moves freely. Every move he made could unleash a powerful spiritual force. The aura it exudes every time is of A-level quality. Just like this, it was able to withstand Yaki's continuous attacks. But it seemed to be restricted by something and would not leave that area at all. And that area is exactly where the rich spiritual energy is located. The rich spiritual energy concealed everything inside. Is there anything good in there? Is it worth its protection? Ignoring the fierce battle between the man and the beast, Jiang Yuan focused all his attention on the man behind him. Swish! Golden light flashed, golden pupils appeared, and all illusions were instantly revealed. Jiang Yuan discovered it. There's a coffin inside. Hiss! Jiang Yuan concentrated his mind and continued to look over, only to see that the coffin lid was opened and there was nothing inside. Judging from the size of the coffin, it fits perfectly with the figure of the person fighting with Yaki. What's going on? Jiang Yuan turned his eyes slightly and looked carefully at everything behind him. Suddenly, Jiang Yuan's pupils shrank. He saw that behind the coffin was a nearly dried-up creature. That's a snake. But this snake has a single horn and a slightly bulging belly. It has a single horn, so it shouldn't be called a snake. So it's a dragon? No, it should be viper. Jiang Yuan muttered softly, his brows furrowed. He didn't quite understand what these meant. Coffins, tombs, human figures, and dried vipers. He couldn't think of any connection between them. Da-da-da? While Jiang Yuan was thinking, he suddenly heard footsteps. OMG. Is this a human? Oh my god. And the sacred beast of Sakura country? Why is it here too? No, isn't this deep inside the tomb? Why is the sacred beast of Sakura country fighting with a human figure? The sound of footsteps was accompanied by bursts of exclamations. Jiang Yuan collected his thoughts and looked up to find that someone else had come. The people who came this time were a group of warriors from Xia. They came here under the leadership of Long Yin and Su Ming. Huh? Why are people from the Free Federation here too? Godfather was confused, so Jiang Yuan used his spiritual sense to transmit the message and began to ask Su Ming. The moment the voice in her mind rang, Su Ming's body stiffened. She secretly glanced at the people around her. And when she saw that they didn't notice anything unusual, she told Jiang Yuan everything. After she finished speaking, she pursed her lips and her face turned slightly red, fearing that others would see her abnormality. Is that so? After listening to Su Ming's story, Jiang Yuan smiled. He finally figured it out a little. Why were there no strange creatures guarding the places he had visited before? I think it is possible. Instead, they were all attracted by John. Looking at John's behavior, he must have concealed these things from the people of Daxia. I wonder what John will think when he finds out the fun stuff is gone. As Jiang Yuan murmured, he not only did not feel guilty, but his smile became even brighter. Not to mention robbing humans, just robbing the things of the Free Federation. It's worth Jiang Yuan's joy. But since Daxia, Yaki from Sakura country, and John from the Free Federation have all come, I think other countries will come soon. I should also make plans for the spiritual energy inside. Jiang Yuan looked thoughtful. Even if all the strong men from the human kingdom came, he would not give up the rich spiritual energy that was within his reach. This is his capital for advancement. Hiss. Having made up his mind, Jiang Yuan's eyes flickered, and his own aura gradually emerged. Chapter 153. Su Ming's Crisis, the Summoned Demonic Spider. Now, the fight between Yaki and the figure became more and more intense. But even if the figure did not leave that area, Yamada no Orochi could not do anything to him. On the contrary, with each impact, it was not only resisted, but also suffered a lot of injuries itself. Just like now, its body was covered with wounds. Not only were its scales falling off, but also rich blood was oozing out. Roar, roar, roar. The roars of the Yamada no Orochi echoed from the tomb. Its eyes were bloodshot, and its 8 ferocious heads kept shaking, attacking the figure one by one. It was obvious that it really wanted to break into the area with rich spiritual energy. As the warriors of Daxia watched intently and breathlessly, Jiang Yuan, who was about to take action, suddenly froze. He noticed that someone else was coming. He looked over and saw a group of soldiers from the Sakura country arriving late, led by Musashi. At this moment, the Daxia soldiers and the Sakura soldiers looked at each other, and a murderous aura burst out in the air. Fortunately, both sides did not forget their primary task. Otherwise, I'm afraid they will all fight fiercely. Brother John. When he came to John's side, Musashi was the first to greet him. The sacred beasts of your Sakura country are very powerful. John nodded and praised without hesitation. That's right, that's right. Upon hearing the praise, Musashi glanced at Long Yin and Su Ming, then said loudly, Our country's sacred beast took all the efforts of our country to create. I think it won't take long to kill this figure. Unlike some people, who contracted some strange beasts and thought that God is first and I am second. It's not like some countries that, after helping to resolve a crisis, are eager to fight back. Musashi, what do you mean? When Long Yin heard this, his expression suddenly turned colder. Musashi was about to speak. Roar, roar, roar. An angry roar sounded. It's Yamada no Orochi. It was beaten back by the figure again. Roar. The huge body of the Yamada no Orochi hit the wall of the tomb, causing a violent roar. This scene made Musashi swallow the words that were about to come out of his mouth. Why is this figure so powerful? Oh my god, I feel like the holy beast is no match for him. Impossible. The sacred beast is so powerful, how could we not be its opponent? A group of newly arrived Sakura country soldiers exclaimed. It's impossible that our Sakura country's sacred beast is invincible. Roar. As soon as Musashi finished speaking, a roar suddenly sounded in his ears. He looked and saw the head of the Yamada no Orochi sweep across quickly and swallow a Sakura country soldier who had no time to react. What's going on? John, Long Yin, even Su Ming and a group of Daxia warriors were stunned for a moment. They obviously didn't understand why the sacred beast of the Sakura country would attack its own people. Turning around, he saw Musashi's legs trembling. However, this is not over yet. The heads of the Yamada no Orochi kept popping out. But this time it didn't attack the human figure. Every time it rushed out, a soldier from the Sakura country would be swallowed into its mouth. Click, click. Accompanied by the sound of bones breaking, the soldiers of Sakura country let out a shrill cry. Help! The sacred beast has gone mad. Help, help! However, no matter how they shouted, they could not hide the fact that they were being devoured. Shut up! Musashi beside him was trembling all over, but he couldn't help but yelled, I can sacrifice myself for the great Sakura. You are lucky to be the food of our sacred beast. It's the blessing of our ancestors. Long Yin was stunned when he saw all this. He did not feel any sympathy for the soldiers of Sakura country, but he did not expect that this was a possibility. the legendary and powerful sacred beast of the Sakura Kingdom. I'd go crazy, that's all. It will also devour the soldiers of the Sakura country. It's really bizarre that the Sakura national government would release this kind of creature. Long Yin couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. No, that's not right. It's not going crazy. Suddenly, Long Yan's pupils shrank. He saw that after devouring the soldiers from the Sakura country, the Yamata Naroki's body, which was originally covered with wounds, had shown some signs of recovery. He can actually rely on devouring flesh and blood to restore himself. Not good. As soon as he finished speaking, he noticed that after swallowing the Yamata no Orochi, it did not continue to attack the figure. Instead, he turned his gaze and scanned them. Next second, roar. The Yamata no Orochi let out a roar, and one of its heads quickly popped out and attacked Su Ming. It seems that in his eyes, Su Ming is the most attractive. Oh. Looking at the snake head that was getting bigger and bigger in front of him, Su Ming exclaimed subconsciously. Long Yin was about to help, but the Yamata no Orochi seemed to know what he was doing and rushed over with its snake head. Miss Su, get out of the way. Helplessly, the blocked Long Yin had to speak hard. Miss Su, be careful. John, standing by, reminded loudly, as if he was thinking about Su Ming. Just by looking at the fact that he didn't move at all, you could tell that he really wanted to do so. The one who agrees with him is Musashi from the Sakura country. Damn it. I told you not to laugh at our country. Now you feel better. Go to hell. With a cold shout, a smile spread across Musashi's face. It seemed as if he had already seen Su Ming die tragically under the fangs of the sacred beast. As the snake head got closer and closer to Su Ming, the smile on Musashi's face grew wider and wider. However, right at this moment, a terrifying aura suddenly spread from the field. This aura is extremely terrifying once it appears. It was as if an invisible hand was placed on everyone's throat. The pressure was so great that everyone couldn't breathe. Chapter 154, The Spider Appears. Hiss. The moment the breath spread out, a completely different hissing sound suddenly rang out. The sound was not loud, but it was so chilling that it seemed to penetrate deep into the bone marrow. Next second, rumble. A huge spider web suddenly appeared. Roar. The head of the Yamata no Orochi, which was about to approach, was instantly covered by the spider web and was knocked back by the powerful impact. Bang! With a final muffled sound, the head of the Yamata no Orochi hit the wall, and the spider web just stuck its head tightly. Little spider. It's Spider Little. Although Jiang Yuan had not yet appeared, Su Ming's eyes were already shining with an indescribable brilliance as she looked at the spider web. Roar, roar, roar. At this time, the remaining heads of the Yamata no Orochi all moved out. It tore off the spider webs wrapped around its head and looked back and forth with a fierce look. It did not continue to attack Su Ming, because it sensed a threat that was deadly enough. Hiss. Just at this moment, another hissing sound was heard. In the darkness, a huge figure appeared and attacked the Yamata no Orochi. Fuck, spider. How can there be such a big spider? Oh my god. What a scary spider. When did this spider get here? How come I didn't notice it at all? Exclamations echoed one after another, and it was obvious that everyone was stunned. It's that spider. This is the spider I told you about. John, who was standing by, widened his eyes and shouted in horror. That's the spider. The mechanical beasts of our Free Federation were killed by it. It can breathe fire. After hearing John's words, everyone looked at the spider with even more horror and a hint of solemnity. Only Su Ming seemed not to hear it, with a faint smile on her lips, because she knew the spider wouldn't hurt her. This is her little spider. That is Jiang Yuan. And at this time, the moment Jiang Yuan appeared, Yamata no Orochi seemed to sense the intense crisis it brought. Roar. Without even a moment's hesitation, a faint light spurted out of its mouth. This is a destructive death ray. Wherever the light passes, everything will be annihilated. Fuck you, destroy the dead light. The holy beast actually used destruction right from the start and killed everyone. Is this spider that strong? But the holy beast has used its destructive death ray, so this spider is doomed. Musashi's pupils shrank. Others may not understand, but he does, that Yamata no Orochi loves to bite and torture his enemies the most in his life. This is the first time it uses the destructive death ray when encountering. Boom. Looking at the light rushing towards him, Jiang Yuan's eyes flickered, and he simply raised his red legs to resist. Rumble. A faint light surged and hit Jiang Yuan's feet. In an instant, the legs seemed to be activated and balls of flames rose up. The dim light and the hot flames collided with each other, and the two completely different energies collided violently and then calmed each other down. However, this is not the end. Roar, roar, roar. The Yamada no Orochi roared again, and then a faint light reappeared from the mouth of another snake head. No, more than one, but there are two of them. Boom. The Yamada no Orochi condensed two balls of dim light and flew straight towards Jiang Yuan again. Not only that, the rest of its mouth opened wide and swam towards the source of the river. It is obvious that Yamada no Orochi wants to take advantage of Jiang Yuan's resistance to the ghost light to completely kill him. Look, how can this spider resist this attack? Musashi shouted excitedly. His words caused the expressions of the Daxiao warriors and the rest of the people to change. Not that they wanted to side with that spider, of course. But whether spiders eat humans is a question mark. But the Yamada no Orochi will actually eat its own people, and this is enough to scare everyone. In fact, if they knew the truth, they would not have any worries. Because as Jiang Yuan's contractor, Su Ming didn't show any concern for Jiang Yuan's safety on her face. No, rather than saying that she was not worried, it would be better to say that she felt that this attack would not cause any harm to Jiang Yuan. The facts were just as she expected. Jiang Yuan frowned frivolously, not panicking at all. He has not yet activated his spiritual power and has only relied on his own legs to resist. I'd like to see two more balls of light come down. What changes will there be? Bang, bang, bang. Continuous roars were heard, and three balls of dim light gathered together. The powerful force caused Jiang Yuan's body to tremble. But that's all. The next second, Jiang Yuan's body was like a rooted tree, motionless. Only the flames on the legs were a little thicker. How many more snake heads are coming? Jiang Yuan raised his eyes slightly and looked at the bloody mouth approaching him. He knew very well what Yamada no Orochi was planning. But it's a pity. Its calculations were completely wrong. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The moment a hissing sound was heard, several spider silks as thin as cicada wings instantly rose from Jiang Yuan's side. It was like a transparent cage, locking him inside. This is the latest skill Jiang Yuan has developed using spider silk. Cage. It can lock the enemy and prevent them from breaking out. It can also be used for defense to prevent the enemy from attacking you. Just at the moment the spider silk rose, the Yamata no Orochi suddenly arrived. Roar. It let out a roar and immediately opened its mouth to bite. Phew. However, when it was less than 10 meters away from the source of the river, it could not bite any further. Not only that, it could also feel as if it had bitten into a sharp blade, and its mouth was already covered with blood marks. Hiss. At the same time, Jiang Yuan's eyes became fierce, and his legs transformed into blazing blades and swept lightly. A thick flame instantly gushed out and hit the head of the Yamada no Orochi. Roar, roar, roar. At this moment, the Yamada no Orochi roared in fear. Due to the pain, its huge body kept hitting the surroundings, causing the entire tomb to shake continuously. The Daxia warriors below, who had thought that Jiang Yuan was doomed to die, were also stunned, and obviously did not understand how the scene happened. I'm lost. Who knows what just happened? Why did Yamada no Orochi's head stop moving right after it passed by? I wipe it, wow, wipe it. As the soldiers exclaimed, Musashi was dumbfounded. It seemed that he had not expected that the powerful Yamada no Orochi could not cause any harm to the spider. Roar. Before everyone could figure out the mystery, Yamada no Orochi let out a roar. Its 8 heads were raised high, looking down at the area below. Next second, it roared at Jiang Yuan, and then one of its heads began to devour the rest of its heads. This, just when everyone at the scene was confused about how Yamada no Orochi could eat itself. As the entire head was swallowed, the aura emanating from the Yamada no Orochi rose layer by layer. In the blink of an eye, we have reached an unattainable point. Chapter 155. Not a single stroke of the pen. Roar, roar, roar. The aura of the Yamada no Orochi surged. The neck that had lost its head was shaking wildly and blood was gushing out. It makes it 3 times more ferocious. And the wounds on its body were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was its bloodthirstiness and 8-headed body that were activated. Roar. With a roar, the Yamata no Orochi rushed towards Jiang Yuan at an extremely fast speed. The speed is so fast that it is simply unbelievable. As it approached him, the remaining 7 snake heads opened wide and pounced on Jiang Yuan from all directions. At this distance, Jiang Yuan could clearly see the sharp fangs in its scarlet mouth, and even the remaining flesh and blood residue inside. Just one glance is enough to scare people. But for Jiang Yuan, it just piqued his interest. After barely reaching A rank by devouring heads, do you think you can defeat me? A playful smile appeared on his face, and a chill emanated from Jiang Yuan's ice-blue legs. At this moment, the surrounding temperature dropped at a strange speed. In a blink of an eye, The temperature has reached minus 100 degrees. Click, click, click. One of the Yamada no Orochi's snake heads that pounced first stopped instantly. He froze in place less than 5 meters away from Jiang Yuan. And with the naked eye, one could see wisps of frost quickly spreading towards its body. Phew. Next second, a cold light flashed. The frozen head was cut in half in an instant. Thick, boiling hot blood gushed out continuously on the spot. Roar, roar, roar. The Yamada no Orochi let out a heartbreaking roar. Even after losing its head, the aura of its entire body surged wildly. But it didn't dare to approach Jiang Yuan again for a long time. He only dared to stay in the distance, confronting Jiang Yuan stubbornly. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? It happened so quickly. I didn't even see it clearly before Yamada no Orochi's head fell off. Can anyone tell me what happened? Not far away, a group of Daxiao warriors were dumbfounded and kept shouting in surprise. Compared with them, the expressions of human warriors such as Long Yin, Musashi, and John were extremely solemn. Frost, blazing, this spider possesses 2 S-level talents. And he cut off the head of the Yamada no Orochi like cutting tofu. How can there be such a powerful creature in this world? Their pupils contracted violently, and even Musashi, who had been bragging about Yamada no Orochi, stopped. It's not that he doesn't want to brag, but he thinks Yamada no Orochi can't beat this spider. It is true that this spider is too powerful. Roar, roar, roar. The roar was heard again. Looking up, I saw that the Yamada no Orochi was moving again. Aren't you giving up yet? Jiang Yuan smiled and watched the body of the Yamada no Orochi getting closer and closer. His eyes narrowed, and he swept out across the sky. Phew. Rumble. The earth was shaking as Jiang Yuan cut off another head of the Yamada no Orochi. Roar, roar, roar. The Yamada no Orochi screamed miserably, but it did not retreat as before. Instead, it continued to charge forward. It just seemed that its target was not Jiang Yuan, and its body passed by Jiang Yuan. It ran straight towards the figure behind it. Buzz. The moment it arrived at that area, it saw the figure's eyes suddenly light up. Brush. The figure flashed and rushed towards the Yamada no Orochi immediately. It is obvious that he wants to eliminate the outsider Yamada no Orochi. What does it mean? Don't you think I'm not enough for it to fight? Jiang Yuan was stunned for a moment, and suddenly he saw traces of mockery on the head of the Yamada no Orochi. Is it planning to join forces with the human figure to deal with me? After a moment of hesitation, an idea popped into Jiang Yuan's mind. I have to say, Yamada no Orochi had a good idea. It's a pity that it chose the wrong target. Jiang Yuan was not afraid of the combination of man and beast. To him, the human figure is a threat. The Yamada no Orochi is a threat, but there is no sign of it. Roar. While Jiang Yuan was thinking, he saw the Yamada no Orochi turn around and rush towards him at a rapid speed. Along with it, the figure followed. Roar, roar, roar. When it approached Jiang Yuan's body, the Yamata Orochi let out a roar, then forcibly twisted its body and hid away. This also directly brought the figure and Jiang Yuan face to face. Buzz. In an instant, a figure came to Jiang Yuan's side. It jumped up and rushed towards Jiang Yuan like a cannonball. Whatever. We'll have to fight it sooner or later anyway. Just show me how strong you are. With a cold shout, Jiang Yuan raised his 2 legs, the blazing blade and the frost blade, to resist. Bang. A deafening sound was heard, but Jiang Yuan and the figure refused to give in. When the 2 sides collided, an invisible air wave swept out. Rumble. The air waves surged around the side of the tomb, causing continuous roars and flying stone chips. The warriors of Daxiao were knocked to the ground by this invisible air wave. Only the strong ones with natural talents can barely resist. What a calculated plan. Long Yin raised his eyes and murmured, one Yamada no Orochi won't work, but with this figure, this spider is in danger. Ha 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 ha. Musashi on the side jumped up and said, I told you, our sacred beasts are invincible. Although this spider is very powerful, it will eventually die at the hands of our great Sakura's sacred beast. Good. Musashi, good job. John patted Musashi on the shoulder and praised him profusely. He had a lot of hatred for this spider. If he didn't know that his strength would only lead to his defeat, he would have rushed forward long ago. Little spider. Only Su Ming's face was filled with worry. She raised her hand to pat the thunder rhino below. A voice first sounded in her mind. Godfather, don't worry, it's okay. It was Jiang Yuan who collided with the figure. He noticed the situation on Su Ming's side. Little spider. Listening to the sound, Su Ming pursed her lips, but finally stopped what she was doing. She chose to believe Jiang Yuan. Roar, Roar, roar. Just at this moment, a deafening roar was heard. It's Yamada no Orochi. Its huge body swam quickly. It crashed into Jiang Yuan's back like a medium-sized truck. Wherever the huge body passed, the earth rumbled continuously. The rocks fell even more crazily, as if everything around was about to collapse. This is the ultimate power of Yamada no Orochi. It is expected that if Jiang Yuan was hit by such a heavy thing, he would be seriously injured even if he didn't die. No, not only Jiang Yuan. Even the figure that collides with Jiang Yuan will be crushed. This spider is finished now. I guess he must have wanted to run, but the figure had no intention of letting him go. That's for sure. That figure is completely lifeless. It doesn't feel pain, nor does it know danger. It only knows how to protect that area. As the several talented people talked to each other, they all tensed up. They all wanted to take advantage of Jiang Yuan and the human figure's death to grab the good things hidden deep in the tomb. With such a state of mind, they didn't notice that Su Ming's pretty face beside them was full of worry. Little spider, you'll be okay, right? Chapter 156, Clone. With this, how could Jiang Yuan, who was fighting with the figure, not know that the Yamata no Roki was rushing towards him from behind? But even when danger was approaching, he still appeared very calm. Roar. At this time, the Yamata no Orochi was less than 5 meters away from the source of the river. At this distance, it is just a blink of an eye. Bang. The next second, a deafening sound exploded. Quick. John immediately instructed the eagle wings under him to take this opportunity to enter the depths of the tomb. However, the goshawk wing below did not listen to him and just stood there in a daze. Hurry up. If you don't seize the time, others will grab it. John exclaimed and subconsciously looked at the figure beside him. Before he finished speaking, he suddenly stopped. I saw that none of the figures around him moved, but instead their eyes were wide open, staring straight ahead in amazement. What's going on? Are these people frightened by the ferocious appearance of the sacred beast of the Sakura Kingdom? He looked in the direction everyone was looking, puzzled, and what came into his sight was not the scene he had imagined, but a very strange picture. It was blocked by the spider. No, it wasn't blocked by that spider, it was blocked by another spider. Yes, that's right. 2 spiders appeared in the field. They looked exactly the same, and it was impossible to tell which was which just by looking at their shapes. What's going on? John couldn't help but exclaimed. His voice brought everyone back to their senses. Musashi shook his head repeatedly, looking as if he had seen a ghost. No, it's impossible. How is it possible? Musashi didn't give any useful information, but fortunately Lonyan told it. It's this spider clone. The one blocking the Yamata no Orochi is his clone. John was stunned when he heard the voice. Clone? What the hell? This spider can generate frost, fire, and even clone itself? How is that possible? It is not easy for ordinary people to have a talent. How could this spider possibly possess so many talents? Are they all top talents? Even though John didn't want to believe it, the facts before him forced him to believe it. It also made it impossible for him to utter any questioning words. Roar. At this time, the Yamata no Orochi let out a deafening roar, and its remaining head stared at the spider below. One can clearly see a hint of anthropomorphic disbelief in its eyes. Hiss, hiss, hiss. However, before he could react, the spider that had just appeared let out a series of hissing sounds and rushed towards it first. Roar, roar, roar. The Yamata no Orochi roared and rushed towards the spider. He is very angry now. Apparently, this spider was a perfect target for his rage. Although my clone is a little lower in rank than Yaki, and I didn't interfere, but I think it's enough to play here for a while. Then you stay here too. Jiang Yuan grinned, and his eyes fell on the figure. Hiss. A roar that shook the earth was heard, echoing continuously in the tomb. What the hell is this spider up to? The few people in the room looked at Jiang Yuan, their eyes showing a hint of concentration. Until now, they had no idea just how powerful this spider was. There was no aura emitted from his body, and he looked like an ordinary beast. But his strength and talent are extremely terrifying. However, the next second, everyone's body suddenly tensed up. As the spider slowly walked towards the figure, deafening noises suddenly came from the ground. The ground began to shake as if a major earthquake had occurred. And as the spider got closer to the human figure, the ground shook more violently. Buzz. At this moment, the figure's eyes suddenly lit up and he rushed towards Jiang Yuan as fast as lightning. But just as he rushed towards the source of the river, the ground shook even more violently. Even the flying rocks on the walls kept falling. For a moment, stone chips flew everywhere. Apart from that, there are no changes. Wait, what's going on with this spider? Is he not even able to resist this figure? Musashi looked at Jiang Yuan and suddenly exclaimed. His exclamation also made everyone in the audience confused. The figure was about to approach the spider, but the spider seemed to hear nothing and continued to walk deeper into the tomb. Just when everyone was puzzled, something strange happened. There was only a bang sound. When the figure was 3 meters away from the spider, it seemed as if it had hit an invisible and intangible wall and stopped abruptly. What's going on? Why did this figure stop? No, it's not stopped. Why do I feel that this is a bit unreasonable? Many Daxia warriors were stunned and had no idea what was going on. No, not just them. Jiang and Musashi also had their mouths open, looking as if they had no idea what was going on. Yes, it's spider silk. Spider silk cage. He is imprisoned in a spider silk cage. Long Yin seemed to have discovered something and suddenly let out a cry of surprise. It seems that Yamada no Orochi was also blocked by spider silk just now. How is this possible? John exclaimed subconsciously. Isn't spider silk soft? How could it possibly turn into a cage? Holy crap. Look. At this moment, a Daxia warrior cried out in surprise. Following his gaze, everyone was stunned. After the stone chips settled, countless tiny scratches deep enough to see the bones appeared on the ground dozens of meters away with the figure as the center. The scratches formed a shape like a circular cage on the side of the figure. Everyone squinted their eyes and continued to look, only to find that it was just as Long Yin said. On the sides of the figure, there were dense spider silk rising from the bottom. These spider silks are as thin as cicada wings, yet they are intertwined with each other. It just happened to perfectly trap the figure in place. Bang, bang, bang. At this time, everyone saw that as the spider was about to approach the depths, the figure seemed to be crazy and madly used his body to hit the surroundings. But no matter how hard he hit, he couldn't break free. It really is spider silk. Oh my god. Spider silk that can be turned into a cage. Can it still be called spider silk? Fuck, this really overturned my worldview. As everyone exclaimed, another voice exploded. Shit, he's gone deep. Turning to look at the direction of the sound, I saw the spider stepping into the depths as if no one was around. At this moment, the huge figure completely disappeared from everyone's sight. At the same time, several figures approached quickly. How did you get here so quickly? Hey, isn't this deep in the tomb? Since you're all here, what are you still doing here? This group of people came to his side, and one of them asked curiously. What awaited him was endless silence. No one answered for a long time. What are you doing here? Naturally, I don't know how to face the spider in the depths. The scenes that just appeared before their eyes will be unforgettable for the rest of their lives. This spider. Is it really something they can resist? Chapter 157. Deep in the tomb. Not getting a response from the crowd, the group looked at each other. Then one of them said, Aren't you going in? If you don't go in, I will. Just as he was about to step forward, Long Yin came back to his senses and shouted, Don't. There's danger inside. Before he finished speaking, the man spoke again. Danger? What's the danger? Blue Planet is different now than it was before. If you don't go in because you're worried about the danger, how will you survive in this new era? The moment he finished speaking, the man let out a roar and rushed deep into the tomb. Brother, wait for me. I'm coming too. Seeing him leave, the group of people who had just arrived could no longer hold back and set out on their journey towards the depths of the tomb. There was no change in the original position of Musashi and John, and Long Yin stared at them closely. He knew those who were charging. They were small countries such as Paiyu and Manhwa located below Bactria. If they're not worried about danger, then why should I be worried? In the new era, countries are like boats sailing against the current. If they do not move forward, they will fall behind. Muttering softly, Long Yin seemed to have made some kind of decision. He is ready. Not to mention whether you can get it or not. At least you will have no regrets if you have tried your best. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Rush. As soon as he finished speaking, the spiritual power in Long Yin's body surged out. He stepped on the tiptoe and rushed into the depths of the tomb like an arrow. Hey, wait for me. Su Ming pursed her lips, her face slightly red, and then patted Lei Shi's head. Moo. The thunder rhino let out a long roar, its body surrounded by lightning, and turned into a stream of ochre light and rushed straight forward. Let's go too. The Daxia warriors looked at each other, gritted their teeth, and rushed forward. In just a moment, John and Musashi were the only ones left at the original position. They looked at this group of people and were really dumbfounded. Aren't you going? John was silent for a moment, then turned to look at Musashi. Musashi forced a smile and said, Brother John, I'll wait for the holy beast here. I won't go. Okay, if you don't go, I won't go either. This is not a place I can stay. I'm going back to report. John said this and ran away without looking back. Oh. Looking at John's departing figure from afar, Musashi was stunned. What is going on? Not only did he not charge, he also ran away. How scared are you of that spider? Little did they know that John wanted to take this opportunity to collect all the treasures he had seen. Fuck, what should I do? Still standing here? Or are you just going to charge in like those idiots? No, no. If I go, wouldn't that be courting death? Looking at the people rushing past from afar, Musashi showed a sneer in his eyes. In his opinion, this group of people went to face the group of spiders. Is it no different from seeking death? Suddenly, Musashi was stunned. There were only sounds of breaking through the air, and the group of people rushed into the depths of the tomb without any hindrance. What's going on here? How did you get in so easily? Is the spider just going to let them rush in? Is it really that simple? Should I try it too? Musashi took a deep breath, his face hardened, and he rushed towards the depths of the tomb. Hiss! But at this moment, the spider, who was originally fighting happily with the Yamada no Orochi, fixed his eyes and stared at him intently. Hiss! A hissing sound was heard, and an extremely strong flame instantly rose from the area near the depths of the tomb. The fire was so fierce that it illuminated the dim area with a crimson glow. It also causes the temperature around it to rise sharply. Baka! Musashi's face changed drastically, and he forced himself to stop his attack. He almost died in the sea of fire. As beads of sweat kept coming out, Musashi cursed in his heart. What's going on? Why didn't this spider show any intention of resisting when that group of people rushed in just now? Just one rush, and you create so many flames. Are you deliberately going against me? In fact, this is true. The group of people were able to enter only with Jiang Yuan's consent. Even the initial group of people and Su Ming dared to rush deep into the tomb because of Jiang Yuan's telepathy. Because those people are all our own. The only person Jiang Yuan didn't expect was Long Yan. He actually ignored the danger and rushed in. But it's no big deal. In his previous life, after the game came into being, he benefited a lot from Daxia. Now let's get back to Daxia. Deep in the tomb. Is this the depths of the tomb? The spiritual energy is so rich. Oh my god, I feel like I'm about to break through. As soon as the powerful men from Paiyu and Nanyue entered, they couldn't help but shout and scream. Compared with them, Long Yin and Su Ming seemed much calmer. Miss Su, be careful of that spider. Rest assured. Su Ming waved her hand and continued. I'll go in and take a look first. The Jiao Jiao is very fast. Even if something goes wrong, I can run out in the first time. After he finished speaking, Su Ming, along with the Thunder Rhino, transformed into a streak of ochre light and continued to explore deeper. Long Yin did not stop her because what Su Ming said made sense. But his eyes still stared into the depths, his body tense. This is to prepare to rescue Su Ming. But he didn't know. Su Ming was in no danger at all when he entered the depths. She arrived at Jiang Yuan's side in an instant. Little spider. As soon as Su Ming saw Jiang Yuan, she couldn't help but stick out her tongue and said, I was so nervous just now. Brother Long Yin is so kind. Can we just lie to him like this? At the end of the words, a trace of guilt hung on Su Ming's little face. Jiang Yuan smiled and comforted. It's okay. We don't call this cheating, we call this a white lie. Think about it. If we hadn't brought him in, would he dare to rush in? If he doesn't rush in, he will have no chance of getting any of this spiritual energy. Little spider, what you said seems to make sense. Su Ming thought for a moment, and a light flashed in her big black eyes. Of course, Jiang Yuan smiled. For some reason, looking at his adoptive father's innocent face, he always felt like an old man deceiving an innocent girl. Oh, suddenly, Jiang Yuan noticed that Long Yin was cautiously groping towards the depths. Can't you hold back and come look for me so soon? Jiang Yuan grinned and said, but just stay there. Swish. The moment the words fell, a scarlet color appeared in Jiang Yuan's eyes. The eye of death can turn illusion into reality, thus distorting reality. Rumble. The moment it started, the earth began to shake. The terrain also changed inexplicably at this moment. What the hell? What the hell? What happened? Oh my god. Why is the vibration so loud all of a sudden? Chapter 158, Advancement. Feeling the ground shaking, Long Yan's expression changed drastically. Miss Su. He roared and tried to run quickly into the depths of the tomb. He never expected that no matter how hard he looked, he could not find the entrance. What's going on here? Why is there no road? Where did Miss Su and the spider go? Before he could figure out what was going on, his heart suddenly tightened. The originally tranquil spiritual energy seemed to be inexplicably attracted and rushed madly in one direction. All this rich spiritual energy has been mobilized. What the hell just happened? Long Yin trembled all over, and a look of horror appeared on his face. Not just him. Even the Yamato no Orochi on the periphery let out a roar. Its mouth opened wide, spiritual power burst out of its body, and it began to absorb the spiritual energy. Even though there isn't much spiritual energy here, the little that leaks out is enough to make it drool. Aura, ha! Musashi, who was not far away, was also extremely excited. It's not just him who can obtain this spiritual energy. He also heard bursts of roars coming from deep within the tomb. His intuition told him that the spider must be angry. Faced with its raging rage, no matter whether it was the strong men from the small country, Long Yan, or even Su Ming who could contract several exotic beasts. Even if you use your toes to think, you will understand that they cannot escape death. The final winner is me. Ha 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 ha. Musashi was very excited. It was at this time. Hiss, hiss, hiss. A deafening roar resounded through the sky. Along with it, a terrifying power spread from the depths of the tomb. This power is extremely terrifying. AA rank. No, that's not right. It's even stronger than a rank. This breath. His heart skipped a beat, and the smile on Musashi's face instantly turned into fear. It's the spider's breath. It has advanced again. Roar. Not only him. Even the Yamato no Orochi, which was originally absorbing spiritual energy, seemed to have sensed some terrifying creature. A look of anthropomorphic fear appeared on its face, and then it fled madly, completely ignoring the leaked spiritual energy. Obviously, compared to opportunities, the fear in its heart made it choose its life. Holy beast, wait for me. Seeing this, Musashi dared not think of anything else and ran away immediately. If you don't run away now, it will be too late. Another place with this tomb. Fuck. Where's my treasure? Where have all my treasures gone? John's face turned pale, and he kept scolding. During the time he had been away from the depths of the tomb, he had been searching for treasures that had been displayed in various places. But without exception, all the treasures disappeared. Not even a hair fell. Fuck. As John roared angrily, his body suddenly trembled. A look of intense horror instantly appeared in his eyes. He sensed a very terrifying aura raging out. It is the powerful aura of A+ level. This aura seemed to be able to destroy the world, and it was terrifying. Fuck, how could there be such a strong aura in the tomb? It seems to be that spider. Oh my god, it's so powerful. With a scream, John used all his strength to flee to the outside world. He was afraid that he would be completely buried in this tomb. Fortunately, he was not far from the entrance. In just a few moments, he escaped from the tomb. Huff. When he saw the shining sunlight again, John gasped for breath, his expression full of relief. Although he didn't know what the situation was like deep in the tomb. But just a little thought will tell you that it is definitely a scene of devastation. It is possible that all the people and creatures deep in the tomb will be destroyed. After all, that's an A+ level aura. It can be said to be the most powerful creature in the world. Once these creatures take action, they can easily destroy everything in their path. Looking at it this way, it seems I'm quite lucky. Although the treasure was lost, at least I didn't die in the tomb like them. Thinking of this, John couldn't help but smile. But he didn't know that the depths of the tomb were not as devastated as he had imagined. The moment I felt such a powerful aura. Except for Long Yan, no one's expression changed with fear. Because they all knew who the creatures were that caused these mutations. Miss Su, are you okay? Inside the tomb, only Long Yan was terrified. However, he did not leave. Instead, he continued to mobilize the spiritual power in his body, causing the earth to rumble. The powerful men from the small countries looked at the excited Long Yan and felt helpless. There is no way, Long Yan doesn't know the truth. Since the master didn't say anything, they couldn't say anything. Take Long Yan away. Suddenly a voice sounded in their minds. It's the master's voice. This voice made them look at each other and nodded secretly. Long Yan, quick, let's go. There are A+ level creatures here, we can't resist them. A roar was heard, and one of them ran directly towards Long Yan. When he came to Long Yan, he locked him, and a faint light shone from his arms. He was a gifted person of the Paiyu Kingdom. Named Diamond, the gift he was given fits his name perfectly. It's called the Diamond Body. He can transform any part of his body into hard diamond at will, in order to withstand powerful attacks. You let me go? Miss Su is still inside. Miss Su possesses so many powerful abilities, she will definitely be fine. The most urgent thing is for us to get out as soon as possible. After explaining casually, Diamond raised his foot and was about to run out, but Long Yan was struggling really hard. Seeing this, the others had no choice but to step forward and restrain Long Yan together, and then walk out together. Hiss! At the same time, Jiang Yuan, who was deep in the tomb, let out bursts of roars, and light kept flowing in his 8 eyes. With Su Ming's help, he not only broke through to the A+ level, but also had more than half of the evolution points left. Moreover, under the baptism of spiritual energy, Su Ming broke through to the C+ level. Of course, don't look at Su Ming's low level. But her strength does not rely on her level. Her trump card is always Jiang Yuan. This is a powerful spider of A+ rank. Call. Gradually suppressing the joy in his heart, Jiang Yuan looked at Su Ming beside him. After a series of breakthroughs, Su Ming seemed to have become more beautiful. There is a faint fluorescent light all over the body, which looks very eye-catching. Long Yin escaped. Just then, Jiang Yuan uttered a groan. His powerful mental power sensed that Long Yin had been taken out of the tomb by his men. Not only Long Yin, but the warships of various countries along the coast of the tomb are basically full of people. That is, powerful people from various countries escaped from the tomb. Are they all out? Jiang Yuan grinned and said, I hope to meet you next time. You are so lucky. As he spoke, the scarlet light in Jiang Yuan's eyes grew brighter. Now that this tomb has been explored thoroughly, then there is no need for it to exist. It was just right for him to use this opportunity to test how strong he was after reaching the A+ level. Chapter 159, The Work is Coming. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Waves of roars followed one after another, echoing throughout the tomb. The roaring sound seemed to come from the depths of the underworld, making people feel extremely chilled. Roar, roar, roar. Roar, roar, roar. The mutated sea beasts that were originally surrounding the tomb seemed to sense some strong crisis, shaking their bodies wildly, trying to leave the area. Not only the mutated sea beasts, but also the powerful people from various countries wandering outside the tomb were trembling with fear. It's that horrible creature. Is he coming out? It seems to be the hissing of that spider. Everyone exclaimed in surprise, and suddenly everyone was stunned. There was a distortion in the air. An extremely scarlet eye emerged from the air. The scarlet eyes were so evil that they dyed the entire area blood red. This eye scanned the powerful people from various countries with a cold and evil look. This moment, everyone's heart was in a rage, and their whole body was trembling. Horrible. So scary. I've seen that spider. These are his eyes. Oh my God, he's not going to attack us, is he? It's over, we're completely finished. Just as everyone was trembling, the eye moved. Swish. A terrifying scene suddenly descended upon the world, as if an invisible giant hand had descended upon the scene, squeezing and twisting the huge tomb in front of it. Rumble. As the tomb shook, countless rocks rolled down and fell into the sea. Its terrifying power caused waves to rise in the sea, throwing the surrounding warships into chaos. But that's not all. The noises in the tomb grew louder and louder as time went on. To the end, it was sinking slowly into the sea at a speed visible to the naked eye. Rumble. Countless deafening sounds rang out, and strong men from various countries unconsciously condensed spiritual power around their bodies to resist the flying boulders. This scene lasted for more than a minute, until the magnificent tomb in front of him completely disappeared into the boundless ocean. The violent noise caused by the vibration finally stopped. The sea. At this moment, everything returned to calm. Seeing the scene before them, everyone felt shocked and lucky. Because, after the tomb was destroyed, the scarlet eye gradually faded. But even so, no one dared to speak first, for fear of angering the terrible spider. In fact, Jiang Yuan had already left the area with Su Ming and Lei Shi. It's not that Jiang Yuan didn't want to take action against these people, but he understood that given the importance that various countries attached to this tomb, they must be monitoring the movements here at all times. If he killed the strong men from various countries, he might be faced with the most terrifying blow from mankind. Mushroom eggs. Even though Jiang Yuan had the trump card of the Eye of Death to restart and resist. But what about Su Ming? What should she do? If the scope is restarted, a period of weakness will be enough to kill Jiang Yuan. Wow, little spider, look. There are still so many people. At this moment, a cry of surprise made Jiang Yuan look towards the sea below. There are ships coming towards us not far away. The ship was not very eye-catching, but it was filled with talented people. These talents are of varying strengths and weaknesses. The strongest one has the strength of B level. He attracted Jiang Yuan's attention. It's not because of his strength, but because Jiang Yuan knows this person. Lin Yan. That is the person that Lin Yi is parasitizing. Oh, another old acquaintance. Suddenly, Jiang Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked down. He saw Lu Fugui. I didn't expect that he would get involved with Lin Yi. After a quick glance, Jiang Yuan no longer paid attention to Lu Fugui. Jiang Yuan never took him seriously. Instead, he was more curious about what Lin Yi and his group were doing here. I heard that Lin Yi created Shadow. Could he be hiding behind the powerful people from various countries? After a pause, Jiang Yuan recalled what Chun Jiangwo and Renshin said about the possibility that other forces might come to the tomb. However, nothing was found in the tomb, so the matter was left unresolved. It seems that they are not without ideas, but just want to reap the benefits from outside. He's a clever man. Jiang Yuan sighed. What a pity, there are no good things in the tomb this time. No, it seems there is something good. Jiang Yuan seemed to have remembered something. His powerful mental power spread out from himself, and the figures of strong men from various countries slowly emerged in his mind. After the tomb completely collapsed, strong men from various countries rushed back to their own countries. What attracted Jiang Yuan's attention was the battleship of Sakura country. The warships of the Sakura country have become somewhat damaged due to the successive attacks of sea monsters. There are not many Sakura country soldiers on the battleship at the moment. Only Musashi, who escaped, and the so-called Yamada no Orochi. At this time, Musashi was standing alone on the deck, gazing into the distance, with the sleeping Yamata Naroki beside him. It's difficult to deal with strong men from ordinary countries with warriors present, and they may not be of much value. But Yamada no Orochi is different, and he is still asleep. With a light laugh, a thought arose in Jiang Yuan's mind. With this, under the sea, Lin Yi, who was squatting on the island, suddenly stopped. At this moment, Jiang Yuan's voice echoed in his mind. Master, is he in this area too? Why did I get the news that the master didn't come here? Boss, what's wrong with you? Someone nearby noticed Lin Yi's return and asked curiously. Fine. Lin Yi came back to his senses, a ferocious look in his eyes. Go, brothers, turn around. Let's go. There's work coming. Lin Yi said this, looking into the distance. That's where the Sakura country battleships are located. Okay, boss. After hearing his words, bloodthirsty smiles appeared on the faces of his men. Looking at the boat gradually turning around below, Jiang Yuan's smile became even more intense. Godfather, let's watch a good show before we leave. With a soft murmur, Jiang Yuan's eyes flickered, as if he had already seen the heavy bleeding in Sakura country. With this, Daxiao Security Department. In a conference room filled with people, everyone present was looking at the image projected on the wall. That's a monitor. The object of monitoring is the location of the tomb. Looking at the monitor, each of their faces was filled with composure. Just now, they saw an extremely dazzling red light flash out. Everyone here knows better than anyone what that means. A great evil is coming. What on earth is this? After a long silence, Old Sheen took a deep breath and said, Check it for me. We must find out what this red dot is. Chapter 160, Happy Event in Sakura Country. A similar scene is taking place in the highest power centers of various countries. Everyone took action immediately. A big evil is coming. If it is a beast, it must be a beast that is powerful enough to overthrow the dominance of mankind. No country would allow this to happen. Only the country of cherry blossoms. Fujiwara Hiro stared at the big red dot flashing on the monitor. He didn't say anything, but his heart was already bursting with joy. Everyone, what do you think this giant red dot is? Chief Miyamoto thought for a moment and immediately said, I think it's very likely our sacred beast. Look, this ferocious creature hasn't attacked other nations, which means it's a friend, not an enemy. Apart from our sacred beast, who else could possess such a strong aura? Ha! Doesn't that mean the other countries will call us soon? Seeking cooperation with our Sakura country. Damn, that little girl from Daxiao Mountain was so pretentious. When the holy beast returns, we'll teach her a lesson. We, great Sakura, will rise. The more Fujiwara Hiro listened, the happier he felt, because what the Miyamoto clan leader said was exactly what he had guessed. But this aura is even stronger than that of our sacred beasts. Suddenly, a murmur was heard at the scene, and Fujiwara Hiro's brows furrowed. Are you stupid? Our sacred beast must have had a fortuitous encounter in the tomb. Ding-ling-ling. As soon as he finished speaking, a phone call came in. The caller was clearly Musashi. Look, Musashi called. I guess he's here to report good news to us. Fujiwara Hiro smiled complacently and answered the phone. Unexpectedly, the voice coming from the other end of the phone was not Musashi's, but it was a strange male voice. Fujiwara Hiro of the Sakura Kingdom royal family? Nice to meet you. Who are you? Fujiwara Hiro's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately scolded. Hurry up and get Musashi to answer the phone. There was silence on the other end of the phone for a moment, and suddenly a scream was heard. It hurts. Baga baga. You all, don't even think about living with me. Wait, it hurts. Who the hell are you? Fujiwara Hiro frowned, and veins popped out from his forehead. He recognized that the screaming voice was Musashi's. It doesn't matter who I am. Lin Yi smiled and said, "But I can't guarantee that your subordinate Musashi will be fine." When Fujiwara Hiro heard this, his expression turned cold. However, before he could speak, Lin Yi said again, "Oh right. And this snake with so many heads. I wonder how delicious its meat would be. Boy, I'm warning you, don't do anything rash." Fujiwara Hiro suddenly became anxious and said, "It is the sacred beast of our Sakura country. If it gets hurt in any way, we in Sakura country will not let you go." Yeah. What I hate most is threats. Now it's Musashi, and next might be that giant snake. I might as well tell you that if no one is sent to rescue it, it will be dead. Didi. As soon as the voice fell, a photo was transmitted. Fujiwara Hiroshi took a look and immediately raised his brows. In the photo, a ferocious 8-headed snake lies on the deck. No, it can no longer be called an 8-headed snake, but it is a 5-headed snake with only 5 heads, and its body was covered with bloody wounds. At first glance, it looks like it has escaped from a pool of blood. Seeing this scene, Fujiwara Hiro's face was filled with unspeakable anger. Just thinking of the miserable state of Yamada no Orochi, he finally took a deep breath and said, "You tell me, how can we let them go?" "Ha ha ha ha." Lin Yi laughed and said, "Very good, I like dealing with people like you. What I need is very simple. 3 tons of spirit stones." "Baka," Fujiwara Hiro said angrily, "you are robbing. Now that the spiritual energy has just revived, every spiritual stone is a priceless treasure. Now it's 6 tons. Before Fujiwara Hiroshi could finish his words, the calm voice on the other end of the phone silenced him. Only his face was filled with anger. First time. This was the first time he was threatened like this. But he didn't dare to do anything excessive. Musashi is a small matter, but the sacred beast is the foundation of their country of Great Sakura. Give me half an hour, and I'll go get it done. Good. Beep beep beep. Baga baga baga. As soon as the phone was hung up, Fujiwara Hiro couldn't hold back his anger and roared loudly. His unusual behavior made everyone in the conference room look at each other in confusion. I opened my mouth, totally unsure of what to say. "Fujiwara-kun, what exactly happened?" It was not until Fujiwara Hiro had vented for a long time that someone mustered up the courage to ask. Fujiwara Hiro's face was gloomy, but he finally told the story about the phone call. As soon as the words fell, everyone in the huge conference room had an expression of unspeakable anger on their faces. "Baka, baka, damn it, don't let me know who it is. I will grind it to ashes." Amidst roars, Patriarch Miyamoto slowly stood up. Compared to everyone else, his expression was much calmer. "Fujiwara-kun, I have a good idea." Fujiwara Hiro looked over and motioned for him to continue. "Didn't he want 6 tons of spirit stones? We'll send it over. As for the sacred beast, I don't think they injured it. Otherwise, we should have received the news long ago. I suspect the sacred beast suffered some kind of blow in the tomb due to its adventure. Although the sacred beast won the adventure, it also suffered serious injuries. In the end, this group of people took advantage of the situation and broke in. So we just need to awaken the sacred beast and feed it with enough flesh and blood. Once the sacred beast recovers, coupled with the manpower secretly arranged, no matter how strong they are, they will eventually die." Patriarch Miyamoto's words instantly made everyone's eyes in the conference room light up. Fujiwara Hiroyuki exclaimed loudly, "Good, good, good. Just do it this way." As he spoke, he quickly dialed the phone. It indicates that 6 tons of spirit stones can be given. The other party agreed, but wanted to set the transaction location in an area of the sea. Fujiwara Hiro readily agreed to this. The sea. Although it is easier for them to escape, they should not forget that they will be facing the elite soldiers of the Sakura country and the powerful and invincible sacred beasts. Hurry, prepare the spirit stones and the food for the sacred beasts. When the time comes, we will awaken the sacred beast and capture them all in one fell swoop. Chapter 161, Rescue Plan. Promise. Trading on the sea? Jiang Yuan smiled after hearing what Lin Yi said. He could feel that Sakura country had set a trap. But so what? In the face of absolute power, all conspiracies and tricks are false. But I didn't expect this big snake to be so valuable. Jiang Yuan's eyes moved slightly, and there was a bright light in them. And in this situation, time passes slowly. 3 days passed in a flash. Hiss! In midair, Jiang Yuan narrowed his eyes as he looked into the distance. He saw a huge ship slowly approaching in the distance. The spiritual energy above is very rich. If you look closely, you will find pieces of spiritual stones inside. Yeah, people from Sakura country are finally here. A small head suddenly appeared from a huge spider web beside Jiang Yuan. This is Su Ming, who followed Jiang Yuan. She looked at the ship, and a smile appeared on her slightly depressed face. I'm almost bored to death. I don't know what happened during the days I wasn't here. Big Turtle, Little Bird, and Little Wolf. Have you eaten on time? They should eat on time. After all, I told them when I left. You have to eat on time. Little Spider. Thinking of this, Su Ming patted Jiang Yuan on the back and said, why don't we ask them to hand over the spirit stones right away, and then we can go back quickly. I'm going to go home and see if they've eaten on time. Jiang Yuan. Looking at Su Ming's serious face, Jiang Yuan sighed. I don't know how her brain works. Although this spirit stone is placed on the boat, it is not so easy to get it. Just like now. He saw a warship behind the ship loaded with spirit stones. The battleship was filled with soldiers from the Sakura country. Everyone was on full alert, looking straight ahead with sharp eyes. Is there only one warship? Jiang Yuan looked around and was a little surprised. He thought the Sakura country would send a lot of soldiers. I didn't expect it to be just like this. No, the ship carrying the spirit stone also contained the flesh and blood of mutant creatures. So they want to. Jiang Yuan's eyes gradually caught sight of the Yamata Naroki sleeping under the sea. He hadn't forgotten this guy's talent. I think the Sakura country wants to use this opportunity to allow the Yamata Naroki to regain its power and thus get rid of Lin Yi and his gang. I have to say it's a good idea. It's a pity that I'm here. Jiang Yuan chuckled and immediately passed the information he had received to Lin Yi below. Here I come. People from Sakura country are coming. Lin Yi stood up the moment he heard the news. But Sakura country is not sincere in doing business with us. He not only brought the spirit stone, but also the flesh and blood that the snake had eaten, and soldiers. They probably want to catch us all in one fell swoop. Looking around the audience, Lin Yi said something again. This remark caused silence on the faces of the excited crowd. Ha 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 ha. Looking at their expressions, Lin Yi's face became a little more ferocious, and he said, in that case, brothers, wait until we see the soldiers from Sakura country. Just treat them well. Good. His words immediately received responses from everyone. It can be seen that none of them are nervous, and a strong fighting spirit appears on each of their faces. Since the revival of spiritual energy, many people with awakened talents have become mercenaries for money, spirit stones, and even women. Shadow. They are one of the larger groups among these. They are used to life and death in fights over spirit stones and the like. Damn it, why are we fighting again? Only one person's body trembled. That's Lu Fugue. He joined the Shadow not to plunder or anything like that, but just to protect himself. There is also a chance to give Jiang Yuan, the S-level frost talent, a fatal blow. Damn it, it's all Jiang Yuan's fault. If it weren't for Jiang Yuan, I would still be the player who contracted the beast from the record of myriad beasts. I'd still be the best. Damn it, Jiang Yuan. And inside the Sakura country battleship, a man who looked like an officer and had a goatee was looking straight ahead from afar. Just then, a soldier from the Sakura country came trotting over and reported, Sir, I saw the sacred beast. And that group of people, I saw them too. They are right next to the sacred beast. Good. When the bearded man heard this, an excited look suddenly appeared on his face. Remember, battleship number 2 just needs to follow behind the big ship number 1. Don't be discovered until we get close enough to awaken the sacred beast. That will be their downfall. Hi. His words made the soldier nod repeatedly. All right. Just do as I tell you. Big ship number 1. Full speed ahead. Hi. Not long after the soldier left, 2 warships from the Sakura country met in the vast ocean. The only difference is that one is a dilapidated warship, and the other is a brand new ship. Holy beast. When the bearded man saw the bloody snake on the dilapidated warship through the telescope, his eyes instantly turned red. Quick, get closer. Ship number 1 doesn't have any shells, and it's loaded with spirit stones. He will definitely let us in. When the time comes, reveal your flesh and blood immediately. However, as the large ship loaded with spirit stones was moving at full speed, they did not notice Lin Yi roaring, Brothers. Behind this big ship are soldiers from the Sakura country. The big ship is filled with flesh and blood. It will attract the big snake when it comes over. Let's not let them get close first, then hit them hard from behind. If we win, all these spirit stones will belong to us. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Yi took the lead in activating the spiritual power in his body. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Several shadows gathered from his hands and gradually condensed into a dark ball of light. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. He threw the ball of light, and it shot out like a cannonball. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, the fast-moving large ship was hit by the ball of light, and countless violent explosions occurred. The violent noise shook the calm sea. Brothers, act together. The talented people standing next to Lin Yi did not hesitate. The spiritual power within each individual surged and burst out with rays of light. Some of them emitted beams of light, while others took out guns and launched a fierce attack on the large ship in front of them. For a while, the explosions echoed in the area like the roar of an angry dragon. On the other side, the bearded man, who was originally immersed in the joy of awakening the Yamada no Orochi, was stunned. Not just him. Hearing the noise coming from afar, all the Sakura country soldiers in the number 2 battleship were also stunned. Hello, hey, what's going on? Wasn't it an amicable deal? There's no armed threat at all on our big ship. Why did you start using such powerful force? What kind of international joke is this? Chapter 162, Shadow's Plan. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. While everyone in Sakura country was confused, Lin Yi and the others had no intention of stopping. Dozens of dark light balls drew a perfect parabola in the air. The dark light was so dense that it seemed to cover the sky and the sun. But in a moment, these dark light balls quickly passed over the big ship and headed towards the slowly approaching battleship number 2. A scene that covers the sky and the sun. This made the confused Sakura country soldiers come back to their senses. Baga, what the hell? How could this ball of light hit us so accurately? Does he know we are in the rear? Baka, the Sakura country soldiers exclaimed. Rumble. The dark ball of light suddenly fell, causing countless sea water around it to rush into the sky. Layers of waves kept flying and hitting the warship. As the warship was shaking, a lot of faint light hit the deck of the warship. At this moment, many Sakura country soldiers stationed on the deck screamed in agony. They were severely injured by the dim light, and their blood gushed out. That's not all. The dark ball of light looks like an appetizer. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. There was a sound of breaking through the air, and when I looked up, I saw a lot of faint lights and various endless brilliances rushing out of the sky. Their target was the number 2 battleship where they were. The bearded man, who was the superior, suddenly had his pupils shrink. His face was filled with anger, and he waved his hand and was about to shout, "Hit!" As if he realized something, he didn't utter the words for a long time. Even his hands froze in midair. It's easy to say. Don't forget, there weren't just those people on that dilapidated battleship. There is also a giant snake. That is the sacred beast of their Sakura country. If he fought, the bearded man knew deeply that he would win. If the sacred beast is damaged in any way, he will definitely be in trouble. Fuck it. How can we fight this? Thinking of this, the bearded man's face darkened. Help. Baka. Help, find cover quickly. Hurry up and find cover. He was silent for a long time, but the screams from the Sakura country kept ringing in his ears. Looking up, I saw that many Sakura country soldiers were bleeding under this fierce bombardment. There are also some unlucky Sakura country soldiers. He was standing at the center of the light explosion. He couldn't even let out a scream before his intact body was blown into dozens of pieces of flesh and blood. The bearded man's eyes instantly turned red. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something, and a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. Fuck it. Since you can't fight, then just hit me hard. Let ship number 1 ram into the fire. Brothers, let's keep holding on. As long as the number 1 ship hits us, the sacred beast will smell the blood and flesh and wake up, and we will be safe. As his order came down, the large ship loaded with spirit stones and flesh and blood started quickly and suddenly crashed into the dilapidated warship. Boss, what should we do now? Inside the dilapidated battleship, the excitement of the shadow people froze. If that big ship attacks, it will definitely wake up the giant snake. That's when we're in trouble. Listening to the sounds ringing in his ears, Lin Yi frowned, obviously thinking about how to deal with this big ship. Boss, I suggest you sink this ship. At least we can live in peace. Etc. Just as he was mobilizing his spiritual power to prepare for action, Lin Yi came back to his senses in an instant and stopped him. What are you afraid of? Just keep hitting me. As he spoke, many dark balls of light condensed in his hands, and then he threw them into the air. Brothers, the boss has spoken. Keep fighting. The man next to Lin Yi looked stern when he heard this, and he also imitated Lin Yi's actions and began to move more crazily. Although he didn't understand what Lin Yi meant. But he is the boss, so he has his reasons for doing so. This is indeed the case. The reason why Lin Yi said this. That was Jiang Yuan transmitting telepathic messages to him. Go ahead and hit me. He has everything covered. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Seeing that the group of people had no intention of resisting the large ship, and instead launched an even more fierce attack on the battleship number 2. The bearded man was stunned. What is going on here? Aren't they afraid that the sacred beast will wake up? Why not stop the big ship from moving forward, but attack our side instead? I see. The bearded man's eyes flashed with doubt. Brothers, let's keep holding on. They didn't attack the big ship because they definitely didn't want anything to happen to the spirit stones on it. So don't look at how badly we've been beaten. But once the big ship approaches, that will be their death. The more the bearded man spoke, the brighter the light in his eyes became. Oh, help, help, holy beast, wake up quickly. I can't hold on any longer. And when the Sakura country soldiers were constantly bombarded by the raging spiritual power, rumble, a dull voice rang out. It was the big ship that hit the dilapidated battleship. Rumble. The collision between the two produced a powerful roar, which caused the two large ships to vibrate and the waves to surge. It also caused a roar. Roar. The moment the roar rang out, countless people looked towards the source of the sound. Over there was the deck of an old battleship. There, the giant snake that was originally lying on the ground opened its eyes. The snake's eyes were cold, yet filled with murderous intent. Roar. The Yamada no Orochi was coiled high up, with its head raised high, staring at everything in the field with a cold gaze. This moment, both the soldiers from Sakura country and Lin Ye's group were staring at the giant snake. Although the giant snake only had 5 heads left, it still made everyone feel cold all over. Certainly, this only applies to Lin Yi and his gang. For the people in Sakura country, apart from the initial fear, a strong excitement arose. Ha ha ha, it's a sacred beast. The holy beast has woken up. These people will be doomed soon. Ha 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 ha. Holy beast, please avenge us quickly and help me get rid of them. I was beaten so badly by them just now. Roar, roar, roar. The voice of the Sakura country soldier made Yamada no Orochi's gaze gradually turn to Lin Yi and his group. Its eyes were cold and contained a savage and brutal look. Just one glance made these guys who were licking blood on the tip of a knife tremble uncontrollably. Chapter 163. The Sacred Sakura Beast Yaki is invincible. Help, help. Lu Fuguei, who had lived a life of luxury in the past, was the first to lose his temper. He collapsed to the ground and begged loudly, "Please spare my life. I didn't mean it. Damn it, Lu Fuguei, are you a fucking man or not?" Seeing this, Lin Yi became angry and slapped Lu Fuguei hard. He could tolerate the weakness of his subordinates, but he could not tolerate the lack of masculinity like Lu Fuguei. Roar. And it was at the moment when Lin Yi moved. Yamada no Orochi turned his gaze and looked at him. Roar, roar, roar. With a roar, the Yamada no Orochi twisted its coiled body and controlled one of its heads to bite straight towards Lin Yi. It opened its bloody mouth, revealing the serrated fangs densely packed in its mouth. If Lin Yi was bitten, even if he had all the strength he could muster, he would definitely die. Boss. Seeing this scene, Lin Yi's subordinates cried out in surprise to remind her. Fuck it. How could Lin Yi just sit there and wait for death? He surged with spiritual power all over his body and prepared to meet the enemy. Ha ha ha. Damn it. You still want to fight us holy beasts? Do you really think you are so strong? I'm dying of laughter. I must keep my eyes open now. I want to see with my own eyes the tragic sight of him being swallowed by the sacred beast. But the next moment, everyone was speechless. The originally aggressive Yamada no Orochi seemed to have noticed something and stopped its fierce attack instantly. He was even punched hard by Lin Yi because of this. It didn't show any anger, but instead looked around nervously. If you look closely, you can even see an unspeakable fear accumulating in its eyes. The completely different reaction of Yamada no Orochi not only stunned the soldiers of Sakura country. Even Lin Yi and his group were stunned. They had no idea what was going on. How could Yamada no Orochi change so drastically in just a short time? While everyone was stunned, Jiang Yuan in midair seemed to feel a little emotional. I didn't expect it to detect even the slightest hint of my presence. Is this the unique sense of crisis possessed by mutant beasts? Jiang Yuan was not too surprised. Animals are in life and death situations all year round, and they are naturally more sensitive to crises than humans. Just as wild beasts will become turbulent before an earthquake, and ants will move before it rains. This is the mutant beast's natural keen sense of danger. But in this way, Lin Yi can still keep this trump card. Jiang Yuan's mind was racing as he continued to observe the situation below, while also leaking a little of his own aura again. Roar. The moment the leak occurred, the Yamata Orochi below let out a series of roars. Ha 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 ha. Holy beast, rise up. Holy beast, look, here is the flesh and blood we prepared for you. As long as you eat him, your injuries will be completely healed. The roar of Yamada no Orochi brought everyone back to their senses. At the instruction of the bearded man, the soldiers from the Sakura country simply exposed all the flesh and blood in the ship. Roar. However, what surprised the Sakura country soldiers was the eyes of their sacred beast, the Yamata Naroki, turned. He only took a glance at the full-blood food, then suddenly turned his body around and rushed out of the dilapidated battleship like a madman. Only, its target is not the ship full of flesh and blood, but the vast ocean. Roar, roar, roar. The waves surged, and the Yamata Naroki swam wildly. In just a moment, it completely sank into the vast ocean and disappeared from everyone's sight. The Sakura country soldier, who was originally smiling, was stunned again. It doesn't matter if it's different from what you think. How can it be completely opposite? Sacred beast? Why does he behave out of character again and again? Beat him hard. As they were full of doubts, Lin Yi suddenly let out a roar. Concentrate for me. With an angry shout, Lin Yi leaped up and quickly jumped towards the number 2 battleship. In midair, he continued to release his spiritual power, and his entire body was quickly covered with a layer of sticky black shadow. Bang! With a loud bang, Lin Yi fell into battleship number 2. Roar! Lin Yi let out a roar like a wild beast, and then rushed straight towards the soldiers of Sakura country. In a flash, he easily took the lives of several Sakura country soldiers. Baga, fire! Fire, fire! Lin Yi's ferocity shocked the soldiers of Sakura country and also prompted them to come back to their senses in an instant. They all pulled the trigger immediately. Tongues of fire instantly spewed out from the muzzle of the gun. That was a bullet wrapped in gunfire. Roar! Lin Yi roared angrily, and the black shadow attached to his body instantly split into lines like long black whips. Bang, bang, bang. The shadow line easily blocked the bullet and whipped the Sakura country soldiers with all its strength. Brothers, the boss is already here. Let's go too. At this moment, a chorus of angry shouts came from the dilapidated warship. Each of the talented people activated their own talents and rushed to the number 2 battleship to launch a fierce attack. When the Sakura country soldiers saw this, their expressions trembled violently. With the sacred beast here, they still have some confidence. Without the sacred beasts, how could they be a match for these gifted people who live on the tip of a knife? So for a while, help! Mom, I want to find Mom. Someone save me. Someone save me. The originally excited Sakura country soldiers began to flee frantically in the warship, howling like ghosts. Many more, with expressions of fear, finally jumped into the bottomless sea. Chapter 164, The Rumored Spider. In fact, this is the only solution. At close range, the battleship's powerful firepower device was completely unusable. Although the equipment carried by the Sakura country soldiers was sophisticated enough, they were unable to gain any advantage against the talented people. It looks like the battle here is nearing its end. Jiang Yuan took a look and lost interest in the battle. Godfather, let's go. Yeah. Upon hearing this, Su Meng, who was still dozing off, instantly perked up. Let's go, little spider. Let's go back quickly. I'm really worried that the big turtle, the little wolf, and the little bird haven't eaten enough. Jiang Yuan laughed in silence, but then he agreed with Su Meng. Okay, then sit tight. Now let's go home. After he finished speaking, Jiang Yuan followed the spider silk and rushed towards the mountain in an instant. Not long after Jiang Yuan left, the battle between Lin Yi and his group and the soldiers from the Sakura country ended. Needless to say, the final winner was Lin Yi. After dealing with the people from the Sakura country, they quickly drove the large ship loaded with blood food and spirit stones and left the sea area. And about tens of minutes after they left, a warship slowly sailed into the sea. Baga, Baga, you guys on a warship couldn't even deal with that group of people. Are you guys just eating dry food? Patriarch Miyamoto stood on the battleship, scolding a man with cold eyes. The man was wet all over, and it was the bearded man who left the second battleship. Chief, we have already awakened the sacred beasts. But who knew the sacred beast would run away, so we... Pop. Before he finished speaking, a slapping sounded. Baga, are you blaming our sacred beast? No, I don't dare. The words of the Miyamoto clan leader made the bearded man tremble and immediately fell to his knees. Humph, I wouldn't even dare to leave you hanging. Our sacred beast must have just had an adventure and is now testing its own strength. Once it's finished trying, it will naturally come back. The head of the Miyamoto clan shouted coldly. Now you better pray they're still there. Otherwise, you're dead. With a cold shout, Chief Miyamoto did not speak again. After a while, he heard a cry of surprise. Chief, look. Following the man's voice, Patriarch Miyamoto turned his head to look. Suddenly, he was stunned. His eyes were wide open. What came into view were 2 warships. These 2 warships, One is dilapidated and the other is stained red with blood. On the bloodstained battleship, you can still see many corpses of Sakura country soldiers lying on one side. This tragic scene does not resemble the appearance of a national army. It's just like a large slaughterhouse. Baka. Seeing this scene, the face of the Miyamoto clan leader suddenly turned gloomy. Baka. Baka. How could it become like this? Baka. Filled with anger, he slapped the bearded man in the face again. Hi. The bearded man was about to explain, but when he saw the cold look in the eyes of the Miyamoto clan leader, he trembled all over and kept raising his hands to slap himself in the face. All the Sakura country soldiers in the audience didn't even dare to breathe. Now, the whole place was dead silent, with only the sound of the bearded man fanning his lips. And each sound became louder and louder. The bearded man's face soon swelled up like a pig's head, but he still didn't dare to stop. He was afraid that Patriarch Miyamoto would vent his anger on him. Miyamoto. Fortunately, not long after, a weak shout was heard from the field. This voice instantly attracted everyone's attention. Turning their heads, they saw a bloody man covered in wounds staggering on the dilapidated warship. Musashi. The Miyamoto clan leader's eyes narrowed, and he quickly shouted, "Quick, bring him here." Hi. A moment later, Musashi, who was like a dead dog, was carried over by several soldiers from the Sakura country. Musashi, what exactly happened in the tomb? The head of the Miyamoto clan looked at Musashi, took a few steps back in disgust, and then spoke calmly. Report. Musashi's breath was weak, but he finally managed to tell everything that happened in the tomb. What? Didn't our sacred beast obtain this adventure? Our sacred beast can't defeat a spider? How is this possible? Our holy beasts are the invincible ones. The sacred beast was researched by us with the whole nation's efforts. How could there be someone stronger than him? After listening to Musashi's story, the Miyamoto clan leader's face was as gloomy as a pool of stagnant water. He never expected that all this would be completely different from what he had guessed. Sacred beast. Not only did I not get any opportunities. Instead, when fighting against the spider, he was forced to eat his own head alive. Is there anything more frustrating than this in the world? Damn it. If Fujiwara-kun knew about this. The Miyamoto clan leader's body trembled. I dare not think about it. He didn't dare to think about it at all. No, we must find a scapegoat first. Muttering secretly in his heart, the Miyamoto clan leader's gaze instantly fell on Musashi. Let's talk about scapegoats. There is absolutely no one more suitable than Musashi, who participated in the tomb. Musashi, since the sacred beasts all knew to fight for our Sakura country, were you just watching from the sidelines at that time? Just as the head of the Miyamoto clan was about to accuse Musashi of some crime, his whole body began to shake like a sieve. He understands. The head of the Miyamoto clan had murderous intentions, and given his status, it would be easy for him to kill me. After all, the contracted beast fell. His value is far less than it once was. Chief, I also got some good news. What news? Su Ming is the Miss Su who cooperated with Daxia. She is also dead. And he died at the hands of that spider. What? As soon as these words were spoken, the head of the Miyamoto clan subconsciously exclaimed. This matter is indeed of great importance. This is great news for the Sakura country. After all, the last time other countries went to seek cooperation, Sakura country was really humiliated. What does that spider look like? Do you know? Patriarch Miyamoto asked with a deep look in his eyes. In his excitement, he also came up with a good idea. Although Su Ming is dead, her contracted beasts are all at the Great Xia Mountain. If a riot occurs, TSK, that would surely be a welcome sight for the land of Sakura. Whether it is that group of strange beasts or Daxia, the Sakura country hates them both. This kind of scene of sitting on the mountain and watching the tigers fight is exciting just thinking about it. One side of its foot is crimson, and the other side is icy blue. And its body is snow white, very strange. And that spider, it should be an A+ rank monster. When these words were spoken, both the Miyamoto clan leader and the Sakura country soldiers took a deep breath. Oh my god, an A+ level monster. It should be the most powerful beast on Blue Planet so far, right? More than just a strange beast, it should be the strongest creature on Blue Planet right now. Oh my god, is that stronger than our sacred beast? That's for sure. It's fake, absolutely fake. Chapter 165, The Connection Between the Two. As the Sakura country soldiers exclaimed, the eyes of the Miyamoto clan leader flashed. Compared to the disbelief of the Sakura country soldiers, he believed it. Because at this moment, Musashi would never dare to deceive him. After thinking for a moment, he asked, how many people know about this? No. Can anyone know exactly how powerful this spider is? There should be several strong men from Longyan, Paiyu Kingdom, and Nanhua. The powerful people from other countries have never seen its aura in full bloom. That's just speculation at best. Upon hearing this, the eyes of the Miyamoto clan leader flickered. He changed his mind. It would be best to fight the spider and Daxiao at the same time as the group of strange beasts are rioting. In this case, Daxiao will inevitably suffer a serious blow, and it's an A+ level monster. Once the news comes out, I think other countries will not sit idly by. In this way, the Sakura country can reap the benefits. As for those few people who knew, one of them was Long Yan. He was originally from Daxia, so what he said was nothing to be afraid of. As for those small countries, just giving them some sweet treats will be enough. While carefully considering the feasibility of this matter, Patriarch Miyamoto did not forget to ask, think about it again. Is there anything you've missed? Whatever it is, make sure you explain it clearly. The spider. Musashi frowned, recalling the scene of seeing the spider frame by frame. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something, took a deep breath and said, that spider has a faint golden sheen underneath, but it's usually covered by its legs, making it difficult to see. Thinking back now, does that layer of golden light mean that the spider is contracted by someone? The word contract appears. Dead silence. The whole place fell into dead silence. Even the head of the Miyamoto clan looked stunned, as if he had not expected Musashi to give such an answer. If you contract an A+ level monster, won't you be able to walk around the Blue Star with your own free will? I never expected that there are such powerful people on Blue Star. Oh right. Everyone was silent. Musashi realized something and quickly spoke up. When we were heading to the tomb, we also found a mutant whale that had been hunted. I now strongly suspect that it was the spider, and its contractor should have a good sense of our Sakura country. Originally, that mutant whale was going to block our way, but it helped us solve the problem. In his final exploration of the depths of the tomb, he didn't hunt down the sacred beast. Musashi told the so-called contractor everything he knew. In fact, the more he talked about it, the more he felt that his guess was correct. Otherwise, how can we explain so many coincidences? Musashi, are you telling the truth? Is that spider really contracted by someone? Does he really have a good relationship with our Sakura country? After a moment's silence, Patriarch Miyamoto suppressed his excitement and asked again. He knew that Musashi would not lie to him, but he still wanted to hear it from him for sure. Really? I swear on my life. Ha ha ha. Hearing this, the head of the Miyamoto clan laughed heartily. This news is great news for the Sakura country. No, not that big. This is the greatest good news from ancient times to now. I think I know what to do. Patriarch Miyamoto took a deep breath and immediately called Fujiwara Hiro. Fujiwara-kun, I have good news for you. Patriarch Miyamoto took a breath and then immediately told Fujiwara Hiroshi the news from Musashi. Inside the conference room, after listening quietly, Fujiwara Hiro became even more excited. Ha 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 ha. Our Sakura country will eventually rise. From now on, in the new era, everything will be decided by our Sakura country. Fujiwara-kun, what exactly did Miyamoto-kun say to you? Someone in the meeting room asked. Fujiwara no Hiroshi told all the information he had received without any hesitation. That moment, the entire conference room erupted in an indescribable cheer. Everyone's face was filled with excitement. Not only did the enemy die, but the Sakura country also gained an extremely powerful helper. Is there anything in the world more exciting than this? After being excited for a long time, Fujiwara Hiro finally managed to adjust the expression on his face. But with just a quick glance, you can see the deep excitement in his eyes. Okay. Fujiwara Hiro waved his hand, signaling everyone to be quiet. After everyone fell silent, he said, Next, let's spread the news of Su Ming's death. Daxia, you've cheated us so much before, it's time to pay us back. As for finding the spider contractor, let's first severely damage Daxia. His words were immediately responded to by everyone in the conference room. As people from the Sakura region, they have to say which country they hate the most. That is undoubtedly Daxia, who is against them everywhere. And at this time, as the instigator, he has returned to the mountain by taking advantage of the disastrous rain and fog. It is worth mentioning that everything on the mountain is thriving now. Sister Lu would occasionally practice with some exotic beasts to hone her own talents. Su Ruffing took on the role of a teacher and often taught the strange beasts some relevant knowledge. Mom, Dad. As soon as she saw Jiang Yuan and Su Ming, Lu Ying rushed over to them like a child who had found his parents. What? Su Ming opened her arms, hugged Lu Ying's neck, and said, Little bird, Mommy misses you so much too. I haven't been home these few days. Have you eaten on time? And Little Wolf, Big Turtle, did you guys eat well? Seeing that Su Ming was still wondering whether they had eaten, Jiang Yuan sighed helplessly, and after greeting everyone one by one, he returned to the cave where he was. At this time, he looked at the ground back and forth with a puzzled look. There are things Jiang Yuan brought back from the tomb. That figure and the viper that had already turned into a mummy. What's the connection between these two? Jiang Yuan poked it gently with his legs. After seeing that there was nothing unusual, he tried to inject the spiritual power in his body into the figure. But his actions still did not receive any feedback. What the hell is this? Jiang Yuan frowned. How come he's still alive and kicking in the tomb? What if it's no longer possible once you come out? No, I have to study it thoroughly. Only in this way can we gain a deeper understanding of the resurgence of spiritual energy. Jiang Yuan murmured softly, his eyes slightly fixed. This was taken out from the depths of the tomb, and the tomb was produced because of the revival of spiritual energy. If you say that there is no connection between the two parties, Jiang Yuan would not believe it even if you beat him to death. It is necessary to know the relationship between the two. Only in this way can we survive better with the revival of spiritual energy. Even become the king. Chapter 166, Firefly's Little Thoughts. After a long time, Jiang Yuan sighed with regret. He found that he was not a good researcher. After gazing at the figure for such a long time, almost ripping it open, he still didn't find anything suspicious. Why don't we hand it over to Daxia and let them analyze it? After pondering for a while, Jiang Yuan came up with an answer. The ability of one person alone is limited, but it's different if it's handed over to Daxia. With the power of a country, we should be able to find something more or less. Moreover, he and Daxia are currently in a cooperative relationship, and he has someone as an insider. He wasn't afraid that Daxia was hiding something. And at this time, within the Guanghan Provincial Security Department, Chen Jiangwo has been in a bad mood these days. The first thing was that I learned from Long Yen that the powerful creature was a spider. This bad news alone made him worried. The point is, there's even worse news. Su Ming did not appear until the tomb collapsed. What does this mean? The answer is obvious. What should I do? Chen Jiangwo's face was full of worry. After Su Ming's death, the cooperation between Daxia and Shanfeng became precarious. If it is not handled properly, it might attract the hatred of the strange beasts on the mountain. As a result, Daxia suffered a devastating disaster. Should I send Daxia warriors to suppress them, or should I tell those strange beasts the truth? Chen Jiangwo frowned and kept thinking in his heart what to do. If we suppress it, a large number of Daxia warriors will surely be injured. But if we tell the truth, it might immediately cause all the monsters on the mountain to riot. Report. Just then, an anxious voice suddenly sounded at the door. Come in. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Jiangwo noticed a Daxia soldier with a worried look on his face walking in. As soon as he saw him, Chen Jiangwo's heart skipped a beat. He looked so sad. Obviously nothing good is happening. Really. When he came to Chen Jiangwo, he said hurriedly, Minister Chen, we just intercepted a post on the internet. It's the news about Miss Su's death. This simple sentence made Chen Jiangwo's heart sink. This was not the end yet. The Daxia warrior had already taken out his cell phone, opened the post, and placed it in front of him. Minister Chen, look. Chen Jiangwo looked over subconsciously. The post was very simple, saying that Su Ming died while exploring a tomb. It has now sparked discussions among countless netizens. No. Miss Su is so strong. How could she fall? It's over. Miss Su has fallen. What will happen to the monsters under her command? Help. I'm in Guanghan province right now. I can already feel the wrath of the mountain beasts. Guanghan Provincial Security Department, please send troops to suppress this situation quickly. I don't want to be in danger. Looking at the post, Chen Jiangwo, who was already feeling uncomfortable, looked even more embarrassed. The tomb incident was exposed not long after, and there was no doubt that it was exposed by various countries. Damn it, these people are still restless. Forget it, this matter itself needs to be dealt with anyway. After a few curses, Chen Jiangwo said, post it online and say the matter is still under investigation. Calm the people first. Chen Jiangwo stood up and said, get me a car. Minister Chen, where are you going? To the mountain. Chen Jiangwo took a breath. Even though it was unlikely that any of the strange beasts in the mountains would use a cell phone. But don't forget that each of them can speak human language. Now that it has been exposed, it is better to take the lead in showing Daha's sincerity. It would be best if we could cooperate again. If you can't. Minister Chen, where are you going? Just as Chen Jiangwo approached the car, he heard a voice calling into his ears. Chen Jiangwo turned around and saw that it was Yi Ling who had completed the mission and was coming back from outside by car. You're just in time, let's talk in the car. Oh, okay. Yi Ling quickly agreed, and after she and Chen Jiangwo got in the car together. Only then did Yi Ling realize that the destination of this trip was actually the Daxiao Mountain. Minister Chun, we are going to Daxiao Mountain now. Apologize. Ah. Yi Ling was confused. What went wrong between Daxiao and Shanfeng? Oh, I forgot. You were out on a mission these days. Seeing Yi Ling was confused, Chen Jiangwo explained. It is said that Miss Su on the mountain peak died while exploring the tomb. What? Yi Ling just let out a cry of surprise when she heard Chen Jiangwo say. And this matter has already been exposed on the internet. Fuck. Yi Ling suddenly paused. Su Ming's death was even exposed online. Putting these two things together, it is not difficult to imagine what the strange beasts on the Daxiao Mountain will become. Arrive. Just as Yi Ling was lost in thought, Chen Jiangwo's deep voice brought her back to her senses. Looking in the direction they went, they found that they had reached the foot of the Daxiao Mountain. With this, there is a peaceful scene on the mountain peak. The girls' laughter echoed continuously on the mountain peaks. Godfather, Jiang Yuan shouted as he walked out of the cave. Little spider. Su Ming held the phone in her hand and said with a delighted expression, ha ha. Look, this post actually says that I died in your hands. Ha ha. Daxiao even issued a statement refuting the rumors. Ha ha ha. Little spider, why are you unhappy? Don't you believe it? Seeing that Jiang Yuan didn't smile, Su Ming immediately turned on her phone and placed it in front of Jiang Yuan. Jiang Yuan looked down and found that things were exactly as Su Ming said. Little spider, look, do I look like I'm dead now? Su Ming swayed her body and jumped back and forth a few times. Jiang Yuan looked at him, a smile playing on his face as he said, Who are these people? They even spread rumors like this. Although he was talking, Jiang Yuan was still thinking about it. Indeed, in the eyes of others, spiders are extremely powerful, but Su Ming only brought the thunder rhino with him. I'm really no match for him. Then my godfather must have escaped, but he was seriously injured. This should be easier to accept than not getting hurt at all. Thinking of this, Jiang Yuan called Zhu Yue, who was playing with Lu Ying outside, over. Zhu Yue, come here, I have a task for you. As he spoke, Jiang Yuan had already walked deeper into the cave. Seeing this, Zhu Yue outside the cave hurriedly followed him. This, Lu Ying, who was standing by, was stunned. What does this mean? She has recently learned a lot of human knowledge from Su Rufeng. A single man and a single woman, chasing the moon. It won't make anything. Mother, the more he thought about it, the more Lu Ying trembled. She shouted to Su Ming and walked carefully to the entrance of the cave. To eavesdrop. No, it cannot be said to be eavesdropping, but rather supervision. Zhu Yue must not have any unclear relationship with his father. Jiang Yuan naturally noticed Lu Ying's actions, but he didn't stop it because he didn't want Lu Ying to hear it. Could Lu Ying hear it while lying down? Zhu Yue, when the people from Daxiao come over, you go. What the hell? As Zhu Yue pricked up his ears to listen, Lu Ying outside the cave slowly widened his eyes. I can't hear it. Why can't I hear it? No, I have to hear it. Lu Ying was a little annoyed and cautiously stretched out his feet, thinking that the closer he was, the better he could eavesdrop. Chapter 167, Professional Eavesdropper. Lu Ying, what are you doing? But just as she stretched out her feet, Jiang Yuan's voice suddenly came to her ears. What? It's over so soon. Lu Ying was stunned for a moment, not knowing what to say. If you have nothing else to do, just leave. These things are not something a child like you can get involved in. Kid, who is the kid? Lu Ying was about to retort when she saw Zhu Yue coming out from behind Jiang Yuan. There was an indescribable light in its eyes, and it looked like it had an extra mission. Oh shit, is Zhu Yue really going to become my mother? Ouch. While Lu Ying was stunned, Zhu Yue had already let out a roar. Ouch, ouch, ouch. A group of wind wolves responded to Zhu Yue's roar and then quickly rushed down the mountain. What happened between Zhu Yue and Dad? This scene made Lu Ying rack her brains, but she couldn't imagine what happened in those few seconds. And at the foot of this mountain, Yi Ling and Chen Jiangwo looked at the mountain shrouded in rain and fog, each with a serious look in their eyes. Night Spirit. Wait here for a while until the others come. Chen Jiangwo took a deep breath and said, Let's go. Whether it's a blessing or a curse depends on this time. Ouch. However, just as Chen Jiangwo was about to move forward, a wolf howl suddenly rang out from the mountain. Looking around, you can see 40 or 50 wolf-like beasts rushing down the mountain, led by a werewolf walking upright. Feeling the evil aura emanating from each of them, Chen Jiangwo's expression changed slightly. Judging from their expressions, they obviously already knew. Then this matter cannot be handled properly. Daxiao is facing more than just these 40 or 50 strange beasts. And the giant bird and the giant turtle, they go crazy. But they are enough to destroy a city. Huff, huff, huff. Chen Jiangwo took a deep breath and finally looked deeply at the werewolf walking upright. He knew that this werewolf could speak human language. Chen Jiangwo took a deep breath and said in a serious tone, "Today, we in Daxia have received the latest intelligence. Your contractor, Miss Su, died in the tomb." What are you talking about? Are you cursing our young lady?" Before Chen Jiangwo could finish his words, Zhui Yue interrupted him impatiently. Chen Jiangwo and Yi Ling were stunned. The word curse. It has great meaning, but it is definitely not used on dead people. Before Chen Jiangwo could come back to his senses, Zhui Yue said again, "Our young lady was only slightly injured. Why are you cursing her? Is he still alive?" Hearing this, Chen Jiangwo and Yi Ling were stunned for a moment, and their dull expressions unconsciously showed a hint of joy. "Oh right. Our young lady said she would give this to you." At this time, Zhui Yue said, and threw two more things down there. Upon seeing this, Yi Ling and Chen Jiangwo were stunned again. "What is this? A figure wearing an ancient robe? There is also a thing that is air-dried, but I don't know what it is." To be honest, if it wasn't for Zhui Yue giving it to me, they all wanted to ask who was being slandered. However, Zhui Yue's next words made the two men's eyes instantly burn with heat. "This is what our young lady brought out from somewhere. This figure would move when it had spiritual energy, but it has stopped moving since it left that place. Oh, yes, there's also a coffin placed at the deepest part somewhere. This dried thing is placed next to the coffin. The coffin is empty, so this figure must be lying there. According to our young lady's speculation, it should be related to the revival of spiritual energy." Just a few words made Chen Jiangwo and Yi Ling's expressions changed drastically, and their breathing became rapid. Why do countries want to explore tombs? Isn't it to find something from them? And this? But it was found from the tomb. Although they couldn't see anything unusual about it, was there anything simple that could be obtained from the tomb? You don't have to think about it to know that it's impossible. Especially when thinking of such a precious thing, Su Ming gave it to Daxia unconditionally. He was also injured for this. Chen Jiangwo felt extremely guilty. "Excuse me, sir, how is Miss Su's injury?" Snort. Zhui Yue snorted coldly. Although he didn't say anything, his expression showed how serious his injuries were. Upon seeing this, Chen Jiangwo immediately said, "Sir, please give my regards to Miss Su. As for the injuries, please don't worry about it, Miss Su. I'll send someone to give Miss Su some things later so she can recover from her injuries in peace. And once we figure out what this thing is, we'll definitely let Miss Su know as soon as possible. I've been waiting for you to say this." Deep in the mountains, Jiang Yuan, who used his golden eyes to see the situation clearly, smiled. "With Daxia as the backup, I don't have to worry about it." However, he didn't expect that Daxia would actually give compensation for this. Back at the security department, Chen Jiangwo immediately refuted the news of Su Ming's death after contacting the experts in Daxia, who were researching the revival of spiritual energy. Daxia's refutation of the rumor was simple. It just explained that Su Ming did not die and everything was normal on the Daxia mountain. If anyone dares to spread false information, they will surely suffer the most severe blow from Daxia. This news completely calmed the hearts of the people of Daxia, especially when many people in Guanghan province said that the mountain was no different from before. All doubts were finally put to rest. Only the Sakura country, which received the news, was stunned. Chapter 168. Crisis in various countries. Strange beasts appear everywhere. Sakura domestic. Fujiwara hero looked at the rumor-refuting message given by Daxia, and his face was indeed a little gloomy. "And Chief Miyamoto, what do you do for a living? Others are not dead. How can you say she is dead?" Fujiwara-kun. Patriarch Miyamoto looked a little embarrassed after being scolded. He took a deep breath and said, "In my opinion, it is inevitable that Daxia will come forward to refute the rumors. It's just like Daxia hasn't sent troops to suppress Daxia Mountain yet. Is it him who doesn't want to? No, he is doing it for the people of all countries, Daxia, and even the whole world to see." "Oh, what do you mean?" Fujiwara hero asked as his voice gradually calmed down. "In my opinion, none of the strange beasts in that mountain are human. They don't know how to use mobile phones, let alone use the internet. So, they don't know anything about the news on the internet right now." Patriarch Miyamoto paused, then said in a gradually heavier voice, "That's why they won't react if Daxia refutes the rumor. I think it won't be long before the strange beasts on the mountain realize that the contractor has fallen, and Daxia will send troops to suppress them." Patriarch Miyamoto's words caused everyone to fall into deep thought. Yes, if I were the ruler of Daxia, I would really do the same as Daxia. And didn't Musashi say before that Daxia's Longyin was also deep in the tomb at that time? Daxia must have known this news a long time ago. There was no statement released for such a long time, and it was only released after the news broke. I guess they are also thinking of countermeasures. Fujiwara Hiroya felt that there was a high probability that this was the case. So he said, "Then tell me what to do. If you ask me, we should send people to the mountain to tell those strange beasts. That way, they won't be kept in the dark. By then, those angry beasts will surely cause unrest in Dacia." These words made Fujiwara Hiro's eyes light up instantly. "Okay, let's do as you say. What about the spider? Have you found any trace of it?" The last sentence caused the meeting room to fall into silence again. After the spider left the tomb, it seemed to have vanished into thin air. So far, no one has found any trace of the spider. Baka. Fujiwara Hiro's face suddenly darkened, and he cursed angrily. Waste, waste. Are you all just trash? Such a big spider, and you still haven't found it yet? Fujiwara-kun, give me a little more time. We'll find that spider soon enough. Once we find it, that will be the moment when our great Sakura rises completely. Snort. Upon hearing this, Fujiwara Hiro snorted coldly. But in the end, he didn't say anything more. In fact, it's not just Sakura country. The rest of the countries, even the Free Federation, which was the world's hegemon, could not find any trace of the spider. It was as if the spider had never appeared. But this did not stop the countries. Instead, they fell into an even more frantic search. They simply wanted to turn the whole world upside down. Ultimately, an A+ class monster is enough to strike fear into the hearts of all nations. But no matter how hard they tried, they would never imagine that all this was related to Su Ming, who was in the limelight recently. The person that countless countries are vying to seek cooperation with is the contractor of the A+ level spider. At this time, it's a big night. Jiang Yuan, the strange beast that all countries are looking for, is looking at the coast beyond the mountain from afar. He could see a strong human being standing on the back of a strange beast and slowly moving towards the mountain. Those were the diamonds that Luo Xian and Jiang Yuan had subdued in the tomb. Are you finally here to report? But judging from his expression, it seems that the situation in Paiyu is not optimistic. Jiang Yuan watched from afar. Although he was not close to Diamond yet, he could already feel that Diamond was full of fatigue. As he sighed, Jiang Yuan couldn't help but smile. If nothing unexpected happens, the area of Paiyu, South Vietnam, and Laos will become one of the bases of Jiang Yuan's forces in the future. So the more pessimistic the situation in their country is, the happier Jiang Yuan is. After all, if you do that, the possibility of seizing it in the future will be greater. Owner, just as Jiang Yuan was thinking, Diamond's slightly tired voice sounded in his ears. You're here. Jiang Yuan nodded gently. How is it going? Diamond sighed and said, because our country has lost a number of strong people in the tomb. The situation is now very bad. Most of the city has been occupied by mutant sea beasts. As he said this, it was obvious that a deep look of fear had spread across Diamond's face. The end of the world, absolutely the end of the world. Our country is now no different from the end of the world. Then why don't you ask for support from other countries? Jiang Yuan's eyes showed a hint of pity after hearing this. After all, he was also a human in his previous life. But soon, this compassion disappeared. He is now a strange beast, especially such a powerful beast. Although someone has signed a contract, if it is discovered, Jiang Yuan does not believe that the various countries will allow such a big threat to remain here. It is very likely that the current situation of the Paiyu Kingdom is the result of his actions. Support. With a heavy sigh, Diamond said, although other countries are in a better situation than us right now. But the time for spiritual energy to recover is too short after all. Humans' physical fitness is completely inferior to that of mutant beasts or even sea beasts. Even if powerful humans come to support us, it won't solve the problem in a short time unless they can stay until they are completely eradicated. But how is that possible? As for the use of heavy weapons, the areas where mutant beasts and humans in our country are almost overlapping. If we use it, even if our country eliminates the mutant beasts, it will only exist in name only. After hearing this, Jiang Yuan finally understood the current predicament of the Paiyu Kingdom. Simply put, compared to mutated beasts, humans have far too many emotional constraints. This is the strength and weakness of human beings. As Jiang Yuan was sighing, Diamond knelt on the ground and kowtowed to him several times. I beg you, master, to save my country. As long as I can save him, I'll do anything you ask me to do. Please, master, save my country. Please, master. Please, master. After waiting for a while and getting no response from Jiang Yuan, Diamond spoke again hurriedly. He really had no other choice. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come to Jiang Yuan for help. Chapter 169. Jiang Yuan still didn't say anything, but his feet tapped the ground lightly, making bursts of subtle sounds. Of course I can help you. You are my subordinate after all. But I don't have the time to help others. But Diamond's expression had just dimmed when Jiang Yuan changed the subject and said, "It's not like I can't help. But I have to be paid accordingly. Master, what do you want?" "Land," Jiang Yuan said in a very calm tone. "I want half of your country's land. Then I can help your country resolve all attacks from mutant beasts and even sea beasts." This. Diamond was silent, completely unsure how to respond. For the sake of the Paiyu people, he naturally wanted to agree. The problem is, he is not the king of Paiyu. Of course, you don't have to answer now. Jiang Yuan didn't make things difficult for him and continued to smile. "I can send a strange beast to go with you. When the time comes, you can think about it carefully. If you wish, they can support your country immediately. If you don't want to, they can protect you for a while." Chasing the moon. Jiang Yuan called out softly. "Ouch!" The moment the wolf howled, a figure appeared out of nowhere in front of Diamond. This is a wolf with a human body. His whole body was as black as ink, and under the moonlight, it was emitting a faint silver glow. It seems to be born for the night. Its name is Zhuiyue, and it currently possesses the strength of B rank. I will send it, and I will also send its pack with you. Ouch! As Jiang Yuan spoke, a group of gale wolves appeared behind Zhuiyue. Everyone treated it seriously, with a strong, bloodthirsty look in their eyes. Glancing at the group of swift wolves, Jiang Yuan continued, "Their combined strength is at least B+, or even A-. With them here, your kingdom will be safe if it agrees." "Thank you, master. Thank you, master." Upon hearing this, Diamond's face suddenly revealed an indescribable joy. "Okay, go ahead." Jiang Yuan waved his hand and said nothing more. "Yes, master." Upon hearing this, Diamond took a deep breath and immediately ran outside with Zhuiyue. Watching them from afar, Jiang Yuan's 8 eyes flickered gently. "Zhuiyue, please don't let me down." In fact, he sent Zhuiyue with other intentions. Zhuiyue is very keen on training soldiers. If it is allowed to go, it can recruit some mutant beasts and even mutant sea beasts. By then, these mutated beasts will take Jiang Yuan's power to a higher level, until we can compete with other countries. As for whether diamonds can make their country agree to their demands, Jiang Yuan didn't care about this at all. His idea from the beginning was not to occupy only half of the country, but the whole piece. If they can discuss it properly, Jiang Yuan doesn't mind letting the peripheral forces and humans live together. Anyway, as long as you control the people at the top, it is equivalent to holding the country in your hands. If proper discussion is not possible, Jiang Yuan doesn't mind conquering by force. As a strange beast, how can it possibly reason with humans? Dad, where's Zhuiyue? Where did Zhuiyue go?" Jiang Yuan was awakened early in the morning by Lu Ying's screams. "Chasing the moon? I assigned it a mission and sent it out." "Oh." Jiang Yuan's words made Lu Ying stand there in a daze. An indescribable pain rose in her heart. Why don't you call yourself when there's a task, but call Zhuiyue? Could it be that, in the eyes of my father, is Zhuiyue already more favored than me? Thinking of this, Lu Ying immediately chirped. "Dad, look how bored I am recently. I'm actually much freer than Zhuiyue." Looking at the embarrassed Lu Ying, Jiang Yuan's mouth twitched. "Firefly, what's going on? It never behaved like this when I called people out before. Why is it that when it comes to Zhuiyue, it becomes like a different person?" Little did they know that in Lu Ying's eyes, Leishi and Luo Xian were both male beasts. Only Zhuiyue, who is also a female beast like it, has the possibility of being promoted to its mother. "So you want to go?" "No, I don't want to." Lu Ying responded quickly, but the emotions it expressed were completely inconsistent with its words. There were several big words clearly written on its face. "Hurry, call me. Call me, and I'll go. Anyway, you have to call me. Why don't you go and have some fun too?" Jiang Yuan said after looking at Lu Ying. Snort. Lu Ying snorted proudly before saying, "Dad, since you call me that, then I'll go." As soon as he finished speaking, the firefly flew out of the mountain. Run so fast. But if Lu Ying goes there, it can clear some obstacles for Zhuiyue. As he spoke, Jiang Yuan inspected the mountain again. After making sure that nothing was wrong here, Jiang Yuan slowly narrowed his eyes and put his consciousness into his human body. He was a little curious to know whether the experts from Daxia had found out anything about the figure in the ancient robe and the wind-dried viper. When his consciousness returned to his body, Jiang Yuan realized that he was standing with Chun Jiangwo and Yi Ling. Several people were discussing what to give to Su Ming as compensation. After all, Su Ming suffered a heavy blow because of Daxia. Abruptly, Chun Jiangwo's phone rang. The call was from Mr. Qin, the highest authority in the Daxia Security Department. Chapter 170, Research Results. Shu, Mr. Qin called. Chen Jiangwo took a breath and immediately answered the phone. Yes. We've figured out the human figure and the dried up things, right? What? Oh my god. So that's how it is. Okay, Mr. Qin, please speak. Seeing Chen Jiangwo's expression of indescribable shock, Jiang Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly. Looking at it this way, it seems to be an extremely extraordinary thing. Jiang Yuan remained silent after deep thought. Jiang Yuan waited quietly for the conversation between Chen Jiangwo and Old Qin to finish before his mind became more active. Minister Chen, what's the matter with the minister calling? Yiling looked at Chen Jiangwo and asked impatiently. It's about the figure and the dried viper Miss Su gave me. After research by experts, an important message was given. As Chen Jiangwo spoke, his face became more and more filled with regret, and Yiling's voice gradually became solemn. Looking at Jiang Yuan and Yiling, Chen Jiangwo didn't hide anything and said directly, according to the expert speculation, the figure in the ancient robe should also be a gifted person. A gifted one. Not only Yiling was stunned, even Jiang Yuan was slightly startled. Jiang Yuan had studied human figures before, but he had never connected human figures with gifted people. At this time, Chen Jiangwo nodded and continued. It's just that the figure is a gifted person from ancient times. Even the era they live in is far older than the existence of our great Xia. Shit, doesn't that mean it has a history of 5,000 or 6,000 years? Yiling exclaimed in shock. That's right. Chen Jiangwo continued. Actually, the spiritual energy is revived. Why is it called the spiritual energy revived? Besides being a general term, there is another layer of meaning. Did our entire world also have a time when spiritual energy was born a long time ago? Just like the various myths that have been passed down to us, and even the monsters and demons in them. Are those who possess extraordinary powers also uniquely gifted? And if you have talent and your spiritual energy is increasing, can you be like them? If they had never appeared, why would there be such detailed records? Why was it believed in ancient times? Yiling was speechless. The same was true for Jiang Yuan standing beside him. He really didn't expect that the experts from Daxia would be so bold in making such an association. It is no exaggeration to say that this matter will be made public. It will definitely shatter everyone's worldview. After all, we have always been advocating the technological age. He is indeed worthy of being an expert of Daxia. What a bunch of lunatics. So, this is the explanation for the spiritual energy reviving? Jiang Yuan murmured, his expression flashing with a hint of realization and a bit of surprise. Suddenly realizing it, Jiang Yuan couldn't help but raise a new question. What was that thing that the snake dried? It should be a monster or a powerful mutant beast. Powerful mutant beast. Jiang Yuan nodded in agreement with this explanation. It is true that the viper is a powerful mutant beast. So, that figure was probably not a strong person in that era. He captured this mutant beast when he was nearing death. Currently, experts haven't given a definitive answer, but the most widely accepted theory is reincarnation. Reincarnate the consciousness, the soul, into this mutant beast, and thus resurrect it. Right. Chen Jiangwo nodded vigorously and said, Jiang Yuan, I didn't expect that your ideas are consistent with those of the experts. Are they consistent? Jiang Yuan laughed, but he was thinking in his heart. Reincarnation, in a sense, is also the case with him. Since people used this to reincarnate in ancient times. Even though this person did not succeed, does that mean someone else succeeded? Will they appear later as the spiritual energy recovers more? Hiss. Jiang Yuan couldn't help but break out in a sweat when he thought of this possibility. But his intuition told him that this was very likely. So far, Blue Star has only experienced one spiritual revival. Many talented people have already been born if they are revived again. Isn't it true that everyone is gifted? Of course, in that case, the mutated beast might truly be called a monster. Okay. While Jiang Yuan was thinking, Chen Jiangwo smiled and said, Of course, these things are still just speculations by experts. As for the exact situation, we need further research to find out. Jiang Yuan smiled at this. He understood Chen Jiangwo's underlying meaning. That is, don't spread it widely. This is not a trivial matter. As for the compensation for Miss Su, we don't need to discuss it anymore. Mr. Qin, he has already made the decision for us. Oh, what did Mr. Qin give? Jiang Yuan asked. Ownership of 3 unmined spirit stone mines, some flesh and blood, and some items that nourish the body and spiritual energy. Hearing this, Jiang Yuan was stunned for a moment. The ownership of the unmined spirit stone mine is a very valuable gift. The spiritual energy inside the spirit stone mine itself is denser than that outside. As the spiritual energy is recovering day by day, even if the spiritual stones in the spiritual stone mine are dug out, it is very likely that a new batch of spiritual stones will be produced. This is the wonder of nature. And even if it cannot produce anything, even if the spirit stones are emptied, the spiritual energy contained inside will be richer than other places. As for the rest, Jiang Yuan didn't understand. But Daxia has already taken out the spirit stone mines, so how could there be such a huge difference in other things? Jiang Yuan, you go and send it off when the time comes. The spirit stone mine happens to be in Guanghan province. Just explain it to Miss Su when the time comes. Should we tell Miss Su about the revival of spiritual energy? Chen Jiangwo smiled upon hearing this and said, this is all thanks to Miss Su. The more details you tell her, the better. Okay. Jiang Yuan nodded with a smile, but when he reached the door, Chen Jiangwo stopped him. Wait, there's one more thing I forgot to mention. Huh? Jiang Yuan turned his head in confusion. Take this to Miss Su as well, and let her see it. As Chen Jiangwo spoke, he took out his cell phone and sent a link to Jiang Yuan. This is a list of powerful people and dangerous creatures from various countries that we have compiled in Daxia. And we at Daxia will provide real-time updates. Although Miss Su has many exotic beasts under her command, the weakest link among the contracted players in the record of 10,000 beasts is undoubtedly themselves. By keeping these powerful creatures in mind, she will be able to better protect herself. I originally thought of sending it to Miss Su, but after thinking about it, I felt that explaining it to her in person would show our sincerity. Jiang Yuan, you can also take a look on the way. Good. Jiang Yuan nodded upon hearing this and immediately opened the link. He was a little curious about where he currently ranked on the list. Chapter 171, Daxia's Olive Branch. When I opened it, I saw the top 10 strongest humans. Among them is Longyan, and also his name. However, their rankings are not particularly high. Only ranked 4th or 5th, Longyan was 4th, and he was 5th. Jiang Yuan was not too surprised by this. After all, he had not yet displayed all of his abilities. In addition to recording various abilities and levels, the above also specifically records each person's battle records along the way. First Free and Commonwealth York. Jiang Yuan's eyes swept across and immediately looked at the person who ranked first among the human strongmen. Grade, B+. Talent. Become the absolute king in a certain space, able to exchange and cut everything in the space. Biography. After awakening his talent, he protected the people of a city from the invasion of mutant beasts, and then went through more than 30 battles of various sizes without being defeated. Latest achievements. Sing with his own ability to resist the invasion of the Free Federation sea beasts. This person is indeed quite powerful. Especially this talent, it's very strange. After quietly reading the description of the strongest man, Jiang Yuan took a breath. I have to say, he is worthy of being the number one, and his record is really dazzling. He continued to flip through the pages and saw a list of players who had contracted with exotic beasts. It includes players who have contracted exotic beasts from record of 10,000 beasts. Without a doubt, the strongest person on the list above is Su Ming. This fierce man, in the eyes of the world, has contracted with several powerful and exotic beasts. Godfather is also on the list. Jiang Yuan smiled, and then opened the sea beast list and the mutated beast list one after another. There are currently very few sea beasts listed, probably because humans have not yet explored the ocean enough. There are a lot more on the mutant beast list. There was a gorilla in Daxia. It has massacred people in several small towns, and Daxia has also sent many powerful people to eliminate it. But this gorilla was extremely smart. It had been hiding in the mountains and forests, relying on the advantage of the terrain to cause a lot of damage to Daxia. However, in the end, under the threat of Daxia's military force, he could only move around in that mountain forest. This should be the one who escaped from the zoo before. Jiang Yuan smiled, and then opened the last list. The top 10 most dangerous creatures on Blue Planet. As soon as he opened it, Jiang Yuan was stunned. Because he not only knew the guy ranked first, but was also very familiar with him. It was actually his own true self. There are no photos above, only a few descriptions. Species, spider. Appearance. One leg is red, the other leg is ice blue, and the whole body is snow white. Rank. Suspected A+, confirmed strength. Dangerous, extremely dangerous, run away if seen. Talent. Suspected to have 3 talents. Clone, blazing fire, and frost. Life achievements. He overwhelmed the strong men from various countries in the tomb and finally destroyed the tomb. Traces, none at the moment. If you encounter one, please contact the authorities of the respective countries immediately. Ahem. After looking at them one by one, Jiang Yuan couldn't help but cough lightly. Unexpectedly, his real body would be ranked first here. Don't underestimate this spider. Seeing Jiang Yuan staring at him, Shen Zhengwo thought Jiang Yuan was dissatisfied, so he warned him in a serious voice. According to Long Yin, the strength of this spider can only get stronger, not weaker. Even if the rest of the list were combined, it would be a question whether they could destroy it. It's a very evil creature. Is it that scary? Jiang Yuan's mouth twitched. He had thought that humans would be afraid of his strength, but he never expected that they would give him such a high evaluation. Certainly, Shen Zhengwo said seriously. Long Yan's Dao heart seems to have been destroyed before he even fought him. Now I am concentrating on training my martial arts and looking for mutant beasts to fight, hoping that one day I can have a fair fight with it. Seeing that Jiang Yuan still showed no fear, Shen Zhengwo shook his head and asked, "What do you think of the strength of each country?" Pretty good, right? Now we in Daxia and even countries around the world are searching for this spider. Guess what? I still haven't found it. Have you been looking for it all this time? Hearing this, Jiang Yuan's expression finally became more serious. Seeing his expression change, Shen Zhengwo thought his reminder had worked. He patted Jiang Yuan on the shoulder and said, "All right, just remember this spider in your heart. If you encounter it, run. Just don't try to show off. You should hand over the ownership of the spiritual mind to Miss Su first, and I will send someone to arrange the rest immediately." I see. Jiang Yuan nodded solemnly, then took out the thing and left the security department. Yo! With a deer cry, Jiang Yuan summoned 4-colored deer to rush towards the Daxia mountain together. On the way, Jiang Yuan kept recalling Shen Zhengwo's previous actions in his mind. Daxia has taken out the Spirit Stone mine and the included list. I also told my adoptive father all my research results. It seems that Daxia really wants to recruit a foster father. Jiang Yuan murmured softly, and a cold look appeared on his face. Unfortunately, all of this is based on the premise that I am not a spider monster. Jiang Yuan understood deeply that even though Daxia has always wanted to recruit him, but if I were exposed, the result might be very different. Godfather, even though she has contracted with many strange beasts, it is still within the acceptable range for humans. And what about yourself? Just as that list gives me the positioning. As long as he was exposed, even the relationship that had been established between his adoptive father and Daxia would allow Daxia to think twice. But even if Daxia accepts me, how could other countries let me go? Jiang Yuan. He had a deep understanding, whether he joined Daxia or not. It is a threat to every human nation in the world. It is also a provocation to their status as human supremacy. It seems that the situation in Paiyu and South Vietnam needs to catch up with the itinerary. That will be the base of my power, and also the strategic deployment for my presence in various countries. After thinking for a long time, Jiang Yuan's eyes flickered. Whether it was the searches of various countries or the latest news about the revival of spiritual energy, it all gave Jiang Yuan a sense of urgency. Zhueyue probably hasn't arrived in Paiyu yet. Jiang Yuan made a preliminary prediction that the Paiyu kingdom was not far from here, but now mutated sea beasts were wreaking havoc in the sea. The situation became more serious, especially in areas closer to the Paiyu kingdom. It would take some time for Zhueyue to reach Paiyu kingdom. I just don't know if Luying has caught up with Zhueyue. If it catches up, it should be much faster. Jiang Yuan thought secretly, Luying is different from Zhueyue. It can fly, and has an innate advantage when facing mutated sea beasts that want to attack. They should have found it, right? Zhueyue and Luying left not too long apart. While rushing to the mountain, Jiang Yuan kept guessing in his heart. However, Jiang Yuan didn't know that his guess was completely wrong. Luying didn't find Zhueyue and his group at all. At this time, it was still running around in the vast ocean. The reason is very simple. Firefly, it's lost. Chapter 172, Angry Firefly. Where the hell is this? Luying looked into the distance, her expression full of confusion. Although this was not the first time it had come to this sea area, the last time it came, thanks to the aura released by Jiang Yuan and the telepathic communication, it was able to accurately find the location. But compared with Jiang Yuan, Zhueyue has no such ability at all. This makes it extremely difficult for Firefly to find its figure in this vast ocean and area with mixed air. Hey, why is Zhueyue running so fast? In the air, the Firefly flew high, looking directly at the vast ocean below. Luying's brows were about to be furrowed into a con shape. If this continues, I might get lost here. Do you want to go back? No, I'm definitely not going back. Luying shook her head frantically to deny the idea. If I go back now, I won't be able to compete with Zhueyue for favor. Not good enough in Dad's eyes. It was I who wanted to come out, and now it is I who am going back in disgrace. What is this? Huh? Is there anyone over there? Just as Firefly was deep in thought, it noticed a huge ship slowly approaching in the distance. It seems to be the country I hate. Firefly frowned as it looked at the flag on the sailing ship. That is the flag of the Sakura country. Lu Ying was deeply unhappy with this guy who attacked her on the first encounter. But I'm lost now, and there's no one else here. Why don't I go ask? Teacher Sue said it's not a bad thing to ask others if you get lost. And Mom is now Daxia's partner and the target of flattery from other countries. Let's let the previous things pass for now. I just need to ask for directions, and then I'll go. Lu Ying pretended to be magnanimous and said something, then turned and flew towards the ship of Sakura country. With this, as Firefly rushed over, it didn't know that the group of people on the Sakura country ship were even more excited. Yes, that giant bird. It must have realized that there has been no news of its contractor, so it came out to look for him. Otherwise, they would never leave the Great Xia Mountain. Go, hurry up. We just need to tell it about the statement released by Daxia and the news of its contractor's death. Our trip is complete. Everyone on the boat looked at the fireflies and exclaimed in surprise. The reason they said this was because they were sent by Fujiwara Hero from Sakura country. The purpose was to inform the mountain monster Su Ming of his death. Closer, closer. Ha ha ha. Chief, we found the giant mountain bird. I'm preparing to report this to her now. Brothers, be quiet. Watch me perform. An officer reported the situation here first, and then shouted loudly, and the Sakura country soldiers on the ship immediately stopped. Ahem. The officer took a deep breath at this. As long as she performs well in this matter, it will be enough to trigger a fight between Daxia and the monsters on the mountain. In addition, Daxia has not implemented any control over the mountains, which would cause a major earthquake. Daxia was damaged, which was definitely a scene that the Sakura country would welcome. While the officer was thinking, the firefly was already approaching him and circling over the ship. After feeling the terrifying aura emitted by the firefly, all the Sakura soldiers on the ship took a deep breath. Powerful. The scent brought by fireflies is really too strong. It's almost the same as their sacred beast. Hey, do you know how to get to Payu country? Just go straight to the right, the officer answered subconsciously. Oh, thank you. But when he came to his senses, he saw Lu Ying thanking him and preparing to fly to the right. Hey, wait a minute. I have something to tell you. The officer suddenly became anxious and hurriedly called out to Lu Ying. His words made Lu Ying turn her head curiously. At the same time, she was wondering what this person could have to say to her. Hey. When the officer saw Lu Ying looking at him, he hurriedly took out his cell phone and opened the official notice issued by Daxia. When he showed it to Lu Ying, he also said loudly, according to the information we got from Sakura country, your contracted beast has actually died in the tomb, killed by a spider. Wow. As soon as he finished speaking, the officer sensed a strong murderous intent emanating from Lu Ying. Under this breath, his whole body trembled, and many of the Sakura country soldiers behind him had fallen to the ground. Strong. This breath is really too strong. Especially in such close contact, it is even more frightening. However, unlike their physical reactions, this officer and all the soldiers present were extremely excited. After all, it is easy to see from the current situation. Apparently these words had an effect, and the giant bird became angry. Thinking of this, the officer plucked up his courage and said again, and Daxia, the country you are cooperating with, after learning about this matter. Not only did they not take any action against the spider, but they also appeased the people of Daxia. And I haven't told you what's going on yet. Tell me, what are they thinking in Daxia? Daxia has ulterior motives. If our Sakura country were Daxia, we would have killed that spider long ago and avenged your contractor. Only we in Sakura country have noticed their motives, and we feel deeply sorry for what you've experienced. The officer kept talking because he could feel that the hostility emanating from Lu Ying was obviously heavier. Although he was a little breathless due to the pressure, he became more and more excited when he thought about what would happen to Daxia and even what would happen to himself. Little did he know that Lu Ying's coldness was entirely caused by him. Bah! A loud cry was heard, and Lu Ying stared at the Sakura country soldiers on the ship below. How dare you curse my parents? Bah! What mom and dad? Isn't that Daxia I'm talking about? Lu Ying's words left all the Sakura country soldiers on the ship stunned. But before they could react, an unimaginable aura of death surged from the sky, accompanied by a cry. They looked up subconsciously. I saw the giant bird in the air. Its entire body was red, especially its sharp claws which were stained with rich fireworks. Bah! With a scream, Firefly flapped its wings and raised its claws to grab the ship. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The claws whizzed down, and the fire below became more and more intense. The entire area was illuminated with a crimson color. Even the space seemed to emit a strong crackling sound due to the burning flames. Oh my god, what is this giant bird going crazy for? We told her this out of kindness. Why did she still attack us? Is there any justice in this world? Baga baga. Help, help. Fire. Fire is coming down. Chapter 173, Hidden Catfish. The scene before them stunned the Sakura country soldiers. It was not until the claws got closer that they let out screams, as if trying to resist the firefly's attack. But it was obvious that everything they did was in vain. Buzz. Rumble. At this moment, Liu Ying's claws fell, and with an angry blow, the claws directly destroyed most of the ship. The flames gushing from its claws raged on the ship. In a short while, the ship turned into a sea of fire. It's burning me to death. Help, help. Someone can come and save me. It's so hot, baka. For a moment, the boat was shaking. Under the attack of flames, the soldiers of the Sakura country let out screams. Through the firelight, one could easily see that many Sakura country soldiers were covered in flames. They were rolling on the ground frantically, trying to put out the flames on their bodies. But they did not put it out. Instead, the flames on their bodies grew stronger and stronger. In the blink of an eye, he had transformed into a fireman. But the scene before him seemed unable to ease Liu Ying's anger. It waved its claws several times in succession until the ship was destroyed beyond recognition. Liu Ying grumbled, "How dare you curse my parents to death? Do you want me to be an orphan? Then I will send you to heaven first." Then he spat again, and the firefly flapped its wings and flew towards the sea. That was the location of the Paiyu Kingdom given by the Sakura Kingdom. However, they didn't know that under this deep sea, a 10-meter-long human-shaped catfish was staring at the ship through the layers of dark sea. Paiyu Kingdom? Is it also a rescue beast like the wolf? A wolf and a bird. As a beast, you actually help humans. You are a disgrace to our race. But since you dare to come to rescue us, Paiyu Kingdom will be your burial place. As it spoke, its figure gradually disappeared into the deep sea until it completely disappeared. At the same time, in a luxurious villa in Sakura country, Patriarch Miyamoto sat in the living room like a statue. In front of him was a pager. At this time, there were still bursts of screaming coming from the pager. Those were the screams of the Sakura country soldiers. The source of the sound was from the ship that was destroyed by Firefly, even though he could only hear the sound. But Patriarch Miyamoto was well aware of the inhuman treatment suffered by the Sakura country soldiers on that ship. Baga, baga, baga. After a brief pause, Patriarch Miyamoto slammed the reception table hard with his face, his expression filled with rage. Help! Help! Someone come and save me. Baga, a bunch of trash. Hearing the screams from the pager again, Patriarch Miyamoto pushed away everything on the table in front of him. Crackling. As the sound of objects hitting the ground and shattering rang out, his angry expression eased a little. Ho ho ho, there must be something fishy going on here. But after all, he was the longtime head of the Miyamoto clan, and after he had vented his anger, he couldn't help but start reviewing all the sounds he heard from the pager. At first, the giant bird was probably asking our Sakura country soldiers for directions. Then we will tell you the false news about Dacia. With a sigh, Patriarch Miyamoto kept reviewing all the details in his mind. Isn't this supposed to be a good thing? Why would it attack our ship? After recalling all the memories, Patriarch Miyamoto couldn't help but frown slightly. Suddenly, a light bulb went off in his head, and he froze in place, not knowing what to say. Suppose Su Ming died. It really doesn't make sense why the giant bird attacked the Sakura country soldiers. But if it is consistent with what Dacia said, then it makes sense. But you managed to escape from an A+ rank monster? Even if he was severely injured, it seems to be an extremely serious matter, right? As the head of the Miyamoto clan spoke, a look of doubt appeared on his face again. But what did the giant bird say about Dad? Mom, what's going on? Could it be that there are two even larger birds on the mountain? Or are there such creatures in Paiyu country? Otherwise, why would that giant bird go to Paiyu Kingdom? Oh my god! Patriarch Miyamoto exclaimed, his expression gradually becoming serious. Although he didn't know what was going on here. But no matter what, this is not a good thing for Sakura country. No, I must report it as soon as possible. The only way is to find the spider that is close to our Sakura country. Thinking of this, Patriarch Miyamoto hurriedly stood up. He couldn't wait to share the latest information he had analyzed. With this, how come I haven't found Jiang and the others after walking for so long? Speaking of which, the relationship between that group of people and us is so bad. Isn't it deceiving me? With a low murmur, Liu Ying's face instantly tensed. Damn it, If I had known, I would have left one person behind. But they cursed my parents, so I kept it, right? As Firefly flew towards the Paiyu kingdom, she couldn't help but complain. And just at this moment, ouch! Suddenly, a wolf howl sounded in its ears. Lu Ying's eyes lit up, and she rushed in that direction without any hesitation. Wolf howling? Could it be that guy Zhueyue? It should be okay. Damn, it's causing too much trouble for the beast. And yet it wants to compete with me for my affection and refuses to acknowledge me as its boss. I really don't know what's wrong with its brain. As he muttered to himself, Lu Ying's speed also increased a lot. As the distance to the source of the sound got closer, the sound became clearer. This also made Lu Ying confirm it. It was Zhueyue's voice. Because it was quite far away, it could already smell the foul odor coming from Zhueyue. Zhueyue, you made it so hard for me to find you. With a call, the Firefly's speed increased a lot. Not long after, Lu Ying saw Zhueyue and his gang in the distance. I saw Zhueyue and his friends sitting on a ship. And beside the ship, one can see many mutated sea beasts wandering around, confronting Zhueyue and his group. In fact, the strength of that group of mutated sea beasts was not very high. Even the strongest one was only B level. It is one level lower than Zhueyue, but the ocean is their territory. They have a unique advantage. Let's look at Zhueyue and his group. If the ship is destroyed, it will probably be completely destroyed in a short time. Roar, roar, roar. Roar, roar, roar. Roaring sounds were heard from the bottom of the sea, and the ship where Zhueyue and his companions were located was visibly shaking from side to side at an extremely fast speed. Chapter 174, King of the Deep Sea. Humph, there are still sea beasts that want to bully Zhueyue? Seeing this scene from afar, Lu Ying raised her brows sharply. There was also a hint of murderous intent in the moo. Although it doesn't like chasing the moon, it has always wanted to be its own mother. And I have always wanted to take it as my little follower. But no matter how much it dislikes it, Zhueyue is still its little follower. Although not now, but what about in the future? To bully Zhueyue is to bully me. No, I have to teach you a lesson. Bah! A chirping sound came from the Firefly's mouth, and it rapidly circulated the spiritual power in its body. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The moment the crimson light burst out from Lu Ying's body, the temperature in the field rose at a strange speed. What the hell is this? Why did the air temperature rise so high all of a sudden? Could it be that another powerful mutant creature has arrived? Diamond's heart was shaken, and he was almost scared to death by this scene. No, it's Firefly. Here it comes. Zhueyue's body tensed up, but when he saw the figure in the sky, it instantly relaxed and said, "Looks like we can take a break now." Cri. As soon as Zhueyue finished speaking, the cries of birds continued to ring out. Looking up, I saw countless flames emerging from the Firefly's body. The flames were so dazzling that they completely replaced the sun's radiance and turned the entire blue sea into a crimson color. This scene made Diamond cover his mouth tightly, his face full of horror. He found it a little hard to imagine what would happen when all the flames fell. Roar, roar, roar. The mutated sea beasts in the sea seemed to sense the threat from the sky, and they let out panicked roars. His expression seemed even more abnormally frightened. Crash. The waves surged, and many mutated sea beasts dived into the seabed in an attempt to avoid the attack. What a pity. Too late. The next second, the fireball condensed in the sky hit the horizontal surface like a meteorite falling from the sky. Boom, boom, boom. All I could hear was a series of deafening sounds coming from the sea level, and waves were rising one after another. Under the terrifying high temperature, countless bubbles appeared on the sea surface. There were also streams of mist in the air. There is no doubt that under the raging flames, this area of sea water was completely boiled. Gurgle. Many sea beasts could not withstand such horrific high temperatures and seemed to float out from the bottom of the sea. They were all steaming and emitting a faint aroma of meat. Dead silence. The whole place fell into dead silence. Diamond looked at the scene in astonishment. He had seen Lu Ying take action on the news a long time ago, but he had not been too shocked. It was not until now, when he witnessed it with his own eyes, that he realized how powerful Lu Ying was. Hey, Zhueyue, how come you run so fast? I've been searching for so long but still can't find it. Compared to Diamond's shock, Firefly, the instigator, was much calmer. After finishing the task, it flapped its wings and came to the side of the ship and said, "Let's go. Hurry up, don't waste time, let's go together." Okay. Zhueyue smiled at Lu Ying and said, "With you here, I'll have an easier time this time." As he spoke, Zhueyue quickly quickened his pace. Under its ravages, in just a short moment, time has arrived. Zhueyue patted the stunned Diamond and said, "Lu Ying, let me introduce you. Diamond. He is also the master's subordinate. Lu Ying looked the diamond up and down, shook her head, and said, "That's it. Thin arms and legs. It looks like he has no strength at all. Why did Dad take this guy in?" Diamond paused, opening his mouth to retort. He is one of the strongest men in the Paiyu Kingdom. But when he looked at the huge firefly, a hint of bitterness appeared on his face. Indeed, it is true that he is one of the strongest people in Paiyu Kingdom, but he is not a famous person in the world, not to mention being compared to this giant bird. But, while Diamond was thinking, Firefly acted like a big sister and said, "After all, you are my father's subordinate. So you are my little brother. Don't worry, with me here, your safety is guaranteed." "What about my safety?" Diamond's face was full of bitterness. If possible, he would rather his own safety be insecure in exchange for the safety of his country. Unfortunately, he understood that he couldn't make the decision on this matter. All he could do was tell the king about it and let them decide. I wonder what the king has considered. If you agree, then all the people will be saved. With a disappointed sigh, Diamond's expression grew a little more serious. Having said that, he also understood that there would be no letter for the time being. Dingling. Just at this moment, the phone rang in Diamond's pocket. He took out his cell phone and looked at it, and his breathing suddenly became rapid. The caller shown on the phone screen was the king. "Hello, King." Diamond took a deep breath and answered the phone with trembling hands. He fantasized about getting good news, but was afraid it would be bad news. "Diamonds, after parliamentary deliberation, I agree to what you proposed. As long as we can rescue all the people, it's not impossible for us to split off half of the territory." Hearing this, Diamond's entire body began to tremble with excitement. "Of course, we must drive out the beast first before we can proceed with the handover. Master, I need to report this matter to the other party first." "Of course, no problem." A voice quickly came from the other end of the phone. "But it must be done as soon as possible. ASAP. Good." After hanging up the phone, Diamond suppressed his excitement, and his eyes gradually became more serious. Although he had not returned to the country yet, he understood why the king agreed so readily. That must mean that the crisis of Paiyu Kingdom has increased. Could it be that the king of the deep sea has come again? Diamond's breathing hitched as if he had thought of something. Immediately afterwards, his expression changed drastically. "If it is the king of the deep sea, then I am afraid that the Paiyu Kingdom is on the verge of collapse." Thinking of this, Diamond immediately took out his cell phone and called Jiang Yuan. When the call was connected, he quickly expressed his thoughts. Jiang Yuan readily agreed to this. "Thank you, master. Thank you, master." After hanging up the phone, Jiang Yuan's expression became more serious. King of the Deep Sea. He had seen this name on the list not long ago. It is the third most common mutant sea beast. It is said that it was originally just an ordinary catfish, but now it has transformed into a human-shaped catfish. The reason for this change is closely related to its active and passive talents. Active talents. Devouring. It can devour all living things and temporarily graft the advantages of the living things onto itself. The more of the same species it devours, the more it can preserve them permanently. Passive talent. Salivary sticky layer. The body secretes a sticky layer to resist attacks and even pain. The more enemies you face, the more damage you can store. And after being stored to a certain level, it can be released, but it will also suffer the same blow. Chapter 175. Who? The King of the Deep Sea. I didn't expect it to be in Paiyu Kingdom as well. Why haven't I heard Diamond say that before? Never mind, it's not a big deal anyway. Anyway, no matter who it is, if they dare to stop me, they must die. The moment he finished speaking, a cold look flashed across Jiang Yuan's eyes. He absolutely would not allow any mistakes to occur during this trip to Paiyu Kingdom. Yo! At this time, the four-colored deer let out a cry, which brought Jiang Yuan back to his senses. He looked up and found that he had arrived at the peak of Dashao Mountain. Yo! Following Jiang Yuan's instructions, the four-colored deer let out a roar and then climbed straight up the mountain path. "Little spider, look who's coming." When they reached the top of the mountain, Su Ming's exclamation was the first to be heard. "It's your life-size model. Godfather." Jiang Yuan smiled at Su Ming and then said, "Xia asked me to come here this time to give us a gift." "Gift? What good thing did you give?" Su Ming blinked and asked curiously with her head tilted. "Ownership of the Spirit Stone Mine. Let us take over. Take over the Spirit Stone Mine." As soon as these words were spoken, the beasts deep in the mountain peaks all showed signs of deep joy. If flesh and blood are their favorite food, then Spirit Stone or is their favorite item. I'll tell you about this later. Jiang Yuan said this and turned to look at his original form. Now the strength of the main body has been improved. Then the strength of the clone must also be improved. Only in this way can you better step into the upper echelons of Daxia. We must even have a place among all human beings in the world. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The moment the human body and the original body came into contact and merged, Jiang Yuan let out a series of roars. A powerful aura also emanated from Jiang Yuan's body. The aura was terrifying and extremely frightening. It was as if some extremely evil creature had appeared. If this aura were to be detected by the outside world, countries around the world would surely send their men to investigate immediately. Fortunately, the mountain was covered by the disaster rain and fog, and this breath was not sensed by others. But the changes in Jiang Yuan also caused the strange beasts deep in the mountains to cry out in surprise. Fuck, master, please don't scare me. I'm really not scared. Moo moo moo, the master's strength has been improved again. It's really too strong. Hiss, hiss, hiss. As the beasts cried out in alarm, Jiang Yuan's roars became louder and louder. Follow closely. An extremely rich light condensed from Jiang Yuan's body. Finally, a human figure gradually formed. That is Jiang Yuan's clone. Call. This clone's strength is now B+. Jiang Yuan looked at his clone with a smile on his face. Human body, B+ level strength, plus the existence of the four-colored deer. If they join forces, I guess they can both unleash the power of A rank, right? Is this strength enough to be called the strongest among humans? Jiang Yuan smiled and couldn't help but think of the strongest human on the list. He is at the B+ level. Although he is very talented, his clone can inherit all his talents. If the two sides were to fight a life and death battle, the winner would definitely be one's own body. Why is it called a life and death battle? Because only in a life and death battle would Jiang Yuan dare to use all his human talents, right? Wow, little spider. I think your life-size model looks even better. Su Ming walked up to Jiang Yuan's body, looked him up and down, and then hung directly on his back. From time to time, Su Ming would poke Jiang Yuan's face with her jade hands. Ahem. Looking at Su Ming's actions, Jiang Yuan coughed a few times. Su Ming really doesn't treat him as an outsider. Why are you still rubbing back and forth? Cough, cough, cough. After taking a few deep breaths, Jiang Yuan retracted his gaze, then turned to look at the strange beasts in front of him and said, Just now, Daxia granted us ownership of 3 spirit stone mines. Lei Shi, Luo Xian, and 4-colored deer. The 3 of you will be responsible for guarding the 3 spirit stone mines. Jiang Yuan was not afraid that the 4-colored deer would be discovered when guarding the place. After all, the 4-colored deer is Jiang Yuan's contracted beast. Judging from Daxia's current attitude towards Su Ming, they are eager for this to happen. Good. Lei Shi, Luo Xian, and even the 4-colored deer responded one after another. Now that it's completed, I can just let my foster father absorb it when the time comes. Jiang Yuan murmured. In fact, the best way is to let Su Ming absorb it directly. But she is still in the severely injured stage. It's not easy to show up in public. Jiang Yuan murmured again. Now that everything is arranged, I can set off for Pai. Originally, Jiang Yuan thought that having Zhu Yue and Lu Yinggo was enough. The two of them are quite powerful and are more than capable of facing a group of unintelligent mutant beasts and mutant sea beasts. But everything changed since the appearance of the King of the Deep Sea. The King of the Deep Sea, from the moment it transformed into a human form, we knew that it had devoured a lot of humans. And what is the greatest advantage of human beings? It's not about walking upright, but about wisdom. Although it is not shown in the information, Jiang Yuan must make sure that everything is foolproof. Little spider, you all have to go out. Everyone has a mission. Su Ming raised her hand and volunteered. Then I want one too. I want one too. Godfather, you can just have fun on the mountain for the time being. Play. Upon hearing this, Su Ming felt like a deflated ball. She pursed her lips, feeling a little down, and said, If you all leave, who will play with me? I'm going to die of boredom in the mountains. Hearing this, Jiang Yuan pondered for a moment. Indeed, Su Ming has the mind of a little girl. Even though her spiritual energy has revived and she has changed a lot, her character in her bones remains unchanged. But it is indeed inconvenient to bring Su Ming along. Got it. Suddenly, Jiang Yuan's eyes moved. Hiss, hiss, hiss. One after another, hissing sounds were heard, and Jiang Yuan's body gradually revealed a bright light. Final. His original body differentiated into a spider. It was a spider that looked just like him. But the aura it exudes is much weaker than his. Hiss. There were bursts of hissing sounds, and Jiang Yuan's spider clone looked at Su Ming and said, Godfather, let me play with you for a while, okay? Yeah. As soon as Su Ming saw the clone, his eyes lit up. Seeing this, Jiang Yuan couldn't help but smile. Actually, he created a spider clone, one of the reasons being to make his adoptive father less boring. The second reason is to use him to guard the Dashia Mountain. Although the probability of danger appearing in the Dashia Mountains is very low, we still have to take precautions no matter how low the probability is, right? Jiang Yuan, are you on the peak? Just at this moment, a cry of surprise came from the foot of the mountain. Jiang Yuan swept his mental power and found Yi Ling. At this time, there were 3 vans following behind her. Although Jiang Yuan couldn't see what was inside, he had already expected it. This should be the compensation that Chun Jiangwo mentioned for Su Ming. Chapter 176, Arrival at Paiyu Kingdom. Something good is coming. Come on, come with me and move it. Jiang Yuanren said this and took the lead to walk down the mountain. Luo Xian and Lei Shi responded and followed immediately. Not long, Jiang Yuan and his group have reached the foot of the mountain. How is Miss Su? Yi Ling asked hurriedly when she saw Jiang Yuan. Not bad, but we only met once, and then she went to rest. It's good, Jiang Yuan echoed, and then said, Miss Su recently arranged for the giant bird and the werewolf to go out and catch some food. So, she wants my contracted beast, the 4-colored deer, to help her guard the spirit stone mine. That's a good thing. Just as Jiang Yuan expected, Yi Ling smiled as soon as she heard it. It's not only because of the 4-colored deer, but also because of going out hunting. Whether capturing mutated beasts or mutated sea beasts, it is a good thing for Dashia and even the entire human race. Jiang Yuan nodded and looked towards Yi Ling's bread lane. Are these all gifts for Miss Su? That's right. Yi Ling immediately said, these are all some pills for recuperation and some flesh and blood of mutant beasts. And the most special one is this. Yi Ling said this solemnly and took out something that looked like a bracelet from his arms. What is this? Jiang Yuan was stunned. Su Ming smiled and said, this is the latest defense device developed by our great Xia. According to the tests given by the military, it can withstand a powerful attack from a B-rank expert. As for opening, it will automatically open after sensing the fluctuation of spiritual energy. This thing is very expensive, and only high-ranking figures in Daxiao are qualified to obtain it. Old Qin also took into consideration that Su Ming was a contractor and not very strong, so he gave the special approval. Come, take a look. Jiang Yuan took it and looked at it quietly. There must be a lot of spiritual energy stored in the bracelet, which makes it look sparkling and beautiful. This should be something created by the fusion of various spirit stones under the revival of technology and spiritual energy. Jiang Yuan couldn't help but think about it in his mind. In fact, this was not the first time Jiang Yuan had seen such items. For example, the Daxia Security Department, Musashi's samurai sword, and even the mechanical beasts of the Free Federation are all related products. However, this bracelet made Jiang Yuan feel a little nervous. It's not just because of the bracelet's capabilities, but also because it shows how far countries have come on this path. Maybe a certain country has developed this series of things to the extreme. For example, the Free Federation as a technological superpower. They developed mechanical monsters, but their strength was not very strong, not even comparable to the sacred beasts of the Sakura country. Jiang Yuan thought it was reasonable before, but he changed his mind after seeing the bracelet. If Daxia can develop this kind of bracelet, then Sakura country can create a creature like Yamada no Orochi. As a technologically advanced country, has the Free Federation only developed those mechanical beasts that look good but are useless? How is it? Isn't it beautiful? Seeing that Jiang Yuan was staring at her, Yi Ling asked with a smile. It's quite pretty. Jiang Yuan agreed, and immediately said to Lei Shi and Luo Xian, do you understand this? If you understand, remember to pass it on to Miss Su. After that, he said directly to Yi Ling, now that the things have been delivered, Miss Su will understand our intentions. Let's go first. Okay. And when Jiang Yuan's human body and Yi Ling left together, deep in the mountains, after waiting for Luo Xian and Lei Shi to come back with the things, Jiang Yuan told Su Ming about the effects of the bracelet one by one, and then he summoned all the exotic beasts under his command. During the time when I and everyone else were away, Jiang Yi, Jiang Air, Jiang San, Jiang Si, you must protect the safety of Daxia Mountain. Don't let anyone get involved. Although the possibility of someone breaking in is extremely low, it is still necessary to take necessary precautions. After seeing them nod, Jiang Yuan's eyes fell on Su Ming. Foster father, you can also take them for a stroll on the mountain. Good. Su Ming nodded immediately. Of course, if you are really bored, you can also go find Lei Shi and Luo Xian. But it will take a few days. With the good things given by Daxia, a few days were enough for Su Ming to recover from the serious injury. After a series of arrangements were made, Lei Shi and Luo Xian responded to each other and rushed down the mountain together to the Spirit Stone Mine. Seeing this, Jiang Yuan's body spit out strands of spider silk and flew high into the sky under the calamity rain and fog. Looking back at the mountain that was shrinking in front of him, Jiang Yuan couldn't help but smile. If Liu Ying and Zhu Yu emerge, their speed will increase significantly. I'm afraid they're all about to reach Paiyu Kingdom by now. I have to hurry up to catch up with them. With a soft murmur, Jiang Yuan instantly mobilized the spiritual power in his body to perform the 1,000 layers of demonic shadows, transforming into a stream of light and rushing forward rapidly. Speaking of which, Jiang Yuan felt a little excited about gaining a place on Blue Star under the eyes of all countries. Just as Jiang Yuan expected, after Liu Ying and Zhu Yu emerged, their speed was greatly improved, and they did not encounter any attacks from mutated sea beasts along the way. My hometown is coming. On the ship, Diamond suddenly stood up and looked far ahead. That place, is it your hometown? Firefly in the air was extremely surprised. In the distance, she saw a city at the end of the sea. It's just a city. If Diamond hadn't spoken, she would have believed it was a city. The reason is simple. What you can see everywhere in this city is not like in Guanghan province where there are tall buildings and busy traffic. Compared with the prosperous Guanghan province, this city seems like a product of the last era. All I could see was devastation and ruins everywhere, with not a single intact building to be found. Moreover, the sea water continued to rage on it, like a huge mouth of the abyss about to swallow the city. What surprised Liu Ying even more was that it seemed as if no one lived in this city. Everywhere you look, you can see some ferocious and bizarre creatures. Those are all mutated sea beasts. No, it's not that there are no humans. Suddenly, the firefly stopped, and it saw the remains of human beings floating in the sea. It saw a group of surviving humans huddled together in a small boat. The outermost part of their group consisted of humans with awakened talents and players who had contracted with strange beasts. In the outside world, a player with a first-generation talent or a player who has contracted a strange beast, even if his strength is a little weaker. You can also exist as a superior person, but at this time, their bodies were covered in blood, and a lone boat seemed so insignificant in a city full of mutated sea beasts. Just like now, they have been completely surrounded by a group of mutated sea beasts. Oh, damn it. Why are they here again? I don't want to die. Help, help. Who can come and save me? Chapter 177, The Mutated Sea Beast Siege. Under the small boat, the humans' cries for help did not arouse any sympathy from the mutant sea beasts. Each of them was as excited as a mouse meeting a cat. At this time, roar. A roar was heard from the raging sea water, and a lobster near the boat jumped out of the sea water, waving its huge claws and sweeping towards the humans on the boat. Snap! A dazed-looking human was caught off guard and had his head cleanly cut off by a pair of pliers. Phew! Hot blood gushed out from the neck like a spring, which was extremely shocking. Pop! The unconscious person soon fell into the sea. For a moment, the blood dyed the sea red. The mutated sea beast lurking under the sea took action at this moment and cut him into several pieces in less than a second. Oh, my family is dead, all of them. You must die here too. I want you to pay with your lives. This scene caused many people under the boat to be stunned on the spot, as if they could already foresee the end of their fate. But there were also a small number of humans who roared, erupted with layers of spiritual power, or summoned their contracted beasts and the group of mutated sea beasts to rush forward. Bang, bang, bang. For a moment, the defenseless mutant sea beasts were caught off guard, and some weak mutant sea beasts died on the spot under these layers of attacks. However, this did not make the mutant sea beasts that surrounded them feel any fear, but instead aroused their ferocity. Each of them made a variety of strange roars and charged towards the boat one after another. Ah, damn sea monster. It's all you, it's all you. My hometown was destroyed and my daughter died. I want all of you to die here. Amidst the roars of layers of mutated sea beasts, the angry roars of humans also continued to rise. But it is nothing compared to the roar of the mutated sea beast. Their voices were so quiet, almost inaudible. The same is true for the battle between the two sides. There are simply too many mutated sea beasts. In just a short moment, several more humans fell under this attack. Roar, roar, roar. The mutated sea beasts roared excitedly, like a victorious army. Then countless mutated sea beasts launched a final charge towards the small boat. Crash! That's a shark. It emerged from the sea, opened its bloody mouth, and fiercely attacked the humans on the boat. Looking at the bloody mouth rushing towards them, the human on the boat trembled. The shark was so big that they were completely unable to stop it, because even if it could withstand it, the boat would be completely broken apart by the huge force. At that time, How can they fight against these mutated sea beasts with unique advantages when they enter the sea? Could it be that we can only perish here this time? Falling seems to be a good choice. At least I don't have to live in such pain like I do now. Seeing the shark getting closer, everyone couldn't help but tremble slightly. You all have to stay alive. However, at this moment, an angry shout rang out. From a distance, everyone saw a figure with a shining body rushing towards them from a distance. Bang! When it got closer, he leaped up and charged straight towards the mutant shark. Roar! The mutant shark was in great pain, and its attack was deflected by the impact, and its bloody mouth passed directly past the boat. Roar! The mutant shark that fell into the water was extremely angry. It roared and instantly attacked the figure. Bang, bang, bang. However, when its bloody mouth bit, there was no sound of flesh being torn, but instead the sound of metal clashing was heard. Explode for me. The figure's face turned furious, and he seized the opportunity to grab the mutant shark's bloody mouth with both hands. As his spiritual power surged out, his hands seemed to have gained countless strength, and he tore the mutant shark's bloody mouth in half. Huff, huff, huff. Diamond gasped for breath and threw the mutant shark's corpse beside him straight into the sea. Along with the sound of rushing water, Diamond also heard bursts of loud and exciting shouts. It's our powerful Lord Diamond from Paiyu country. He's here. We're saved. Diamond-sama is here. Can the big part be far behind? I knew Paiyu hadn't given up on us. The cheers didn't bring a smile to Diamond's face, only a bitter one. Because he knew that the fantasies of these humans were ultimately extravagant, and the Paiyu kingdom had long since abandoned this city occupied by mutated sea beasts. Only a defense line was set up outside the city. But now with the master's help, it should be possible to save it, right? Roar! Thinking of this, Diamond roared and rushed towards the mutant sea beast in the sea again. He couldn't bear to disappoint these people who had high hopes for him. Roar, roar, roar. For a moment, Diamond, with his B-level strength, was able to hold back the mutant sea beast's attack by his own strength. However, his spiritual power was also decreasing at an extremely fast rate during the battle. A large number of ants can kill an elephant. What's more, this group of mutant sea beasts are not weak in themselves. Brothers, hurry up, let's attack together. Go help Master Diamond. Come on, Master Diamond, let me help you. Diamond's fierce fight inspired the people on the boat. They encouraged each other and launched a new round of attacks on the mutant sea beasts. While they were constantly fighting the mutated sea beasts, they had no idea that Jiang Yuan was in the air not far away, looking down quietly like a god overlooking the world. With the extreme speed of Demon Shadow Qianchong, Jiang Yuan rushed to the Paiyu kingdom at an extremely fast speed. At this time, he looked at the tragic scene below, his face showing no mercy. It's not that Jiang Yuan is cold-blooded, but he understands that this is a battle between humans and other races. If the mutant creatures were weak, the scene would be the opposite. Even if the mutant creatures are weak and peace-loving, humans will not give up the possibility of exterminating them. Just like himself, he had only appeared once and had not launched a fierce attack on any country. But all the nations were already thinking of finding me and killing me. Isn't it because of his strength that humans are afraid of him? Jiang Yuan believed that even if he declared his willingness to submit to humans now, the final outcome would be a tragic death. After all, no creature will allow the existence of a creature that can threaten its dominance. Of course, Jiang Yuan had nothing to complain about this. Because so is he. Jiang Yuan understood that in order to achieve peace among races, only when the strength of both sides is relatively equal. If you want to destroy one side, the cost to yourself will be huge. That way, even if there is friction, there won't be too much turmoil. Dignity is only on the edge of the sword, and truth is only within the range of the cannon. Jiang Yuan liked this sentence very much in his previous life, and he still likes it now. Only in the face of absolute strength can one truly have the right to speak. Jiang Yuan sighed, and his eyes moved slightly. He felt that the day when he would face humans directly was not far away. At that time, he will make humans have a correct understanding of himself. He is powerful enough to threaten the status of human overlords and is not an existence that they can destroy, even have strength far beyond theirs. Chapter 178, A Different Diamond. Roar, roar, roar. The roars from below suddenly brought Jiang Yuan back to his senses. His eyes moved, and he saw that Diamond's body was stained with blood due to the rampage of the mutant sea beast below. It seems that it won't be long before the spiritual power in his body is completely dissipated. At that time, only death awaited him. I didn't expect that I had misjudged the Diamond. Jiang Yuan sighed. When Jiang Yuan first met Diamond in the tomb, he thought Diamond was a coward. Now it seems that is not entirely true. I guess he wanted to survive for the sake of the people of Pai, right? Recalling the scene when he saw Diamond on the mountain not long ago, Jiang Yuan chuckled. Hiss! With a crisp sound, Jiang Yuan leaked a little of his own breath. Roar, roar, roar. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Roar. At this moment, the mutated sea beast that was still constantly surrounding the small boat seemed to have sensed something. Its body stiffened, and its expression was filled with an indescribable fear. Jiang Yuan has an A+ level aura, and he has a natural fear of these common sea-level mutated sea beasts. The next second, they stopped attacking the boat and scrambled to flee far away, fearing that they would lose their lives because of swimming too slowly. Looking at the scene in front of him, Jiang Yuan's expression did not change at all. To him, this was like doing something insignificant. In fact, if Jiang Yuan wanted to kill them, he could easily do so. But Jiang Yuan wouldn't do that. Because in Jiang Yuan's eyes, this group of mutated sea beasts have become part of his power. How could he kill his own men for no reason? The source of the river did not change, but the people on the boat were all standing there in a daze. What just happened? Why did all the aggressive mutated sea beasts retreat? Didn't they look like they wouldn't give up until we got some food? After a long silence, everyone on the boat finally came to their senses. They looked at each other in confusion. What's going on here? Why did all those mutant beasts retreat for no reason? Are we blessed by some goddess of luck? If the goddess of luck favors us a few more times, we will be rich. The continuous exclamations were suddenly interrupted by a sharp voice. No, that's not right. We are not blessed by the goddess of luck. But we encountered a greater danger. Look at the sea. This exclamation made everyone on the boat hold their breath. They turned their heads sharply to look. It doesn't matter if you don't look, but once you do, you will feel like you are falling into the abyss. They saw a ship slowly approaching them in the sea not far away. They recognized that this was a ship from the Paiyu kingdom. But there was no large Paiyu force on the ship as expected. Instead, it was occupied by a werewolf that walked upright and was completely black. Behind it followed a group of wolves with glowing eyes. That's not all. They also saw a bird with crimson feathers in midair. Oh my god, those mutant sea beasts must have been scared away by them. Oh my god, how can they exist here? And a large army of people have been completely wiped out by them. Then won't we also be doomed to die? As the ship got closer and closer to their position, the figures on the small boat all looked as pale as death. Can scare away mutated sea beasts, and easily dealt with the large army of the Paiyu kingdom. Can you imagine what fate awaits them? Diamond-sama, I'm sorry. Yes, we are the ones who are holding you back. Sorry. Someone on the boat had already begun to say their final goodbyes to Diamond. Bang. But before he could finish his last words, a sound of popping heads was heard. It's a Diamond. His face was filled with anger. What are you talking about? Those are giant birds and werewolves. They are Miss Sue's contracted beasts from Daxia Mountain. This time they came to help our Paiyu kingdom. Diamond's words exploded in their minds like a thunderbolt from the blue. They were all stunned on the ground. What? Is this the strange beast from the Daxia Mountain? Are you here to rescue our Paiyu kingdom? It's not that they haven't heard of the deeds of Daxia Mountain, but even with generous treatment offered by many countries, they couldn't win them over. Why did they come to help their Paiyu kingdom? Am I dreaming? Diamond, I didn't notice your thin arms and legs. You're quite brave. Yes, you are qualified to be my #1 little brother. Just at this moment, a voice rang in their ears. When I looked up, I saw the giant bird flapping its wings and flying over the boat. Oh my god, quick, slap me. I want to see if this is a dream. Ow, it hurts, it hurts. This is not a dream. This is not a dream, ha. Daxia Mountain has taken action. Our Paiyu kingdom is saved. Ha 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 ha, there's hope. Paiyu kingdom is finally saved. When they saw for sure that Lu Ying did not attack them, everyone on the boat was ecstatic. Lu Ying looked at them in amazement, as if she didn't understand why these people were so excited. Little did they know that they had been suffering from mutated sea beasts for some time. How could they not be excited when they saw their savior coming? Ahem. Diamond smiled sheepishly and said, Don't mind them. Let me take you to see the king first. No problem. Hearing this, Lu Ying glanced up at the sky and said, Just now, it received a telepathic message from Jiang Yuan, asking it to meet the king first and discuss the division of territory in detail. Okay. Diamond nodded and continued. Beyond this city, there is a base of our Paiyu kingdom. Shall we go over there? How about I call the king now and have him come over? No problem. Lu Ying nodded again. Then he and the others sailed away as Diamond had said. Not long after Jiang Yuan and his group left, a huge black shadow emerged from the city's coastline. It watched the fireflies depart from afar. It didn't speak, nor did it make any sound. Only its worried eyes became more and more gloomy. Jiang Yuan was not aware of all this. He and Lu Ying were slowly walking towards the destination mentioned by Diamond. Along the way, the people on the boat kept exclaiming, "Oh my God, this giant bird is quite powerful. Simply reveal the aura, and this city will be like there are no mutated sea monsters." If I didn't know the truth, I would have thought this was just a city washed away by floods. But no matter what, I believe that with the giant bird and the werewolf here, our Paiyu kingdom will be saved. Hearing this, Jiang Yuan in midair laughed secretly. If he had not leaked a little bit of his own aura, even with Lu Ying and Zhu Yue protecting them, they would have suffered a brutal battle. Is that the Paiyu kingdom's base? Jiang Yuan looked far ahead, his eyes slightly focused. He saw that there were traces of humans there. Chapter 179, Refusing to Cooperate. Not far away, there stands a magnificent wall, stretching endlessly. At the top stood a group of human figures. They were wearing Paiyu military uniforms, and each of them was equipped with particularly sophisticated equipment. In particular, there were pitch black holes on each person's side. There was no doubt that was the exit from which the shells burst. But it can be seen that fatigue is written all over the faces of every soldier. But they were currently whispering to each other with some excitement. Hey, for some reason, not a single mutant sea beast came to attack today. Could it be that they are frightened by us? You knew you couldn't defeat us, so you retreated? Ha ha ha. I think it's very likely. While observing, Jiang Yuan also heard their whispers. Jiang Yuan smiled. Others might not know, but he knew very well that all this was because the mutated sea beasts were afraid of his breath. Shaking his head, Jiang Yuan withdrew his gaze and whispered, "Is this the current strategy adopted by the Paiyu kingdom? Abandon a city and block all the mutated sea beasts inside." Jiang Yuan was speechless. This strategy is extremely vicious. At least in the short term, it is not easy to conquer this high wall relying on the strength of mutated sea beasts. But this also relatively trapped the Paiyu kingdom in the city. It is not easy to go out and communicate with other countries. There are mutated sea beasts, and naturally there are also mutated birds. Those can deal fatal blows to some flying objects. Paiyu, this is undoubtedly a desperate struggle. It's just that they are the trapped beasts. After just a few glances, Jiang Yuan made up his mind to break up with the Paiyu kingdom. Without support, the Paiyu kingdom will be completely wiped out in the near future. After all, they are not the only ones facing attacks from mutated sea beasts. The Paiyu kingdom has such a vast territory that who knows where else it might be under attack by mutant beasts. It's Diamond-sama. He's back. Oh my God, there are giant birds and werewolves. They are coming too. Our Paiyu kingdom is saved. At this time, the soldiers on the high wall discovered the Diamond group coming by boat, and they exclaimed in surprise. "Hi." Diamond greeted them with a smile. When the ship approached, ropes were lowered from the high wall. I think this is the only way for these soldiers to get out of the high walls. You guys crawl. Lu Ying looked at them and said, "I'll take Zhuefeng and the others up there." Okay. Diamond responded immediately after hearing this, and then began to direct everyone to climb the rope. Each of these people is gifted. Even if some of them are not very talented, their physical fitness is much better than that of ordinary people. In just a moment, they climbed up the high wall and arrived in the city. Diamond-sama. As soon as he went up, a man who looked like an officer came quickly to Diamond. He first looked at Lu Ying, Zhu Yue, and the others, then solemnly saluted Diamond. "Has the king come yet?" Diamond asked briefly. "We're almost there." The officer immediately said, "I'll take you to rest first. How about I inform you when the king arrives?" "Good." Diamond quickly responded upon hearing this, then led Lu Ying and her group towards the city. However, it was only a few minutes after they left. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. The enemy is attacking. A burst of rapid alarm bells rang. That was after Jiang Yuan left, and the group of mutated sea beasts attacked again without any fear. Only, Jiang Yuan saw all this, but he didn't care. He didn't even instruct Lu Ying and Zhu Yue to intervene. For Jiang Yuan, it would be impossible to intervene unless the matter was settled. Otherwise, the fall of Paiyu territory would have nothing to do with him. At this moment, he was doing nothing and scanning the city in midair. He was not looking to see how many humans were surviving here, but was surveying his future territory. This area, including the city invaded by sea monsters, is called Yang Province. This is also the location of the border below the Paiyu kingdom. In Jiang Yuan's opinion, this city is very nice. One side is surrounded by the sea, and the other side borders other countries. Not only does it make it easier to escape, but it also greatly reduces the possibility of humans triggering mushroom eggs. If I take over this place, it would be nice to use it as my base camp. Jiang Yuan grinned and couldn't help but smile. We'll use this as our base camp, and then we can have the exotic beasts under our command guard the outside world. And the outermost part connects with the Paiyu kingdom. Not bad indeed. Jiang Yuan looked around the city until night fell, when he saw cars speeding towards him in the distance. Looking around, he saw several figures with powerful auras inside them forming a circle surrounding a car that was completely black, equipped with thick leather armor and heavy firepower. But unlike the other cars, there were two ordinary people sitting inside. Huh? Why are there two of them? You can't say there are two kings, can you? Jiang Yuan's eyes moved slightly, and a golden light flashed by. He saw it. There were indeed two ordinary people inside. One is a middle-aged man with a big belly, and the other is a young woman with a hot body. At this time, the middle-aged man was half leaning on the seat, while the woman with a hot body was half leaning on him. Ahem. Seeing this scene, Jiang Yuan withdrew his gaze. He didn't expect that the king of Paiyu would be so interested. At this juncture, they did not forget to perform a live sex show. Forget it, it's not my business. Jiang Yuan shook his head, although he was a little surprised that he had such a refined taste. But why does he care? Anyway, as long as the cooperation can continue, it's fine. If the cooperation goes smoothly, Jiang Yuan doesn't mind completing it immediately. Notify Lu Ying and the others first and get ready. With a soft murmur, Jiang Yuan immediately sent a telepathic message to Lu Ying and Zhu Yue. Let them wait there for the arrival of the king of Paiyu. Not long. The king of Paiyu has already met Firefly and the others. Hello. When he saw Lu Ying and Zhu Yue, the king smiled and introduced himself. I am the king of Paiyu. It's an honor for you to come. If you have anything to say, let's come in and talk in detail. Good. Lu Ying responded, and then, under the guidance of the king, she and Zhu Yue walked into a huge room. There were not many people in the room. There were only Diamond, Firefly, Zhu Yue, the king, and his woman. My mother said that half of Paiyu's land is the area extending inland from the coast. As long as you can provide it, we can help your Paiyu kingdom eliminate the threats posed by mutant beasts and mutant sea beasts. Isn't half a bit too much? The king said after a moment of silence. Yes. The woman lay in his arms and whispered softly. You are all strange beasts from the great Xia mountain. Since they are partners with Daxia, they should be good friends with us humans. Since we are all good friends, how can you take so much? Chapter 180, Moral Kidnapping. Are you trying to morally blackmail me? Jiang Yuan's eyes turned cold, and he immediately signaled Lu Ying to speak. Everything must go according to the original plan. Lu Ying shouted coldly. If not, there is no need to discuss anything. After saying that, it turned around and walked out. This? The king was stunned, as if he didn't expect Lu Ying's attitude to be so tough. Oh, what are you worried about? Just as he was about to speak, the woman in his arms snorted softly, looking at Lu Ying while whispering in his ear, she wants half the land. Since this is a negotiation, it doesn't matter if we delay it for a few days. We absolutely cannot give up half of our land. Otherwise, we will lose a lot of tax revenue every year. Hearing this, the king fell silent. Report. The king was not in a hurry, but Diamond became anxious first when he saw Firefly was about to leave. He shouted loudly, Master, you don't know that we have just been attacked by mutant sea beasts. Without their help, it wouldn't be long before this place would be completely destroyed. What? Upon hearing this, the king became anxious. He quickly stood up and called out to Lu Ying. Okay. You said it, I agree. As long as you help my Paiyu kingdom solve the problem of mutant beasts, everything will be fine. Lu Ying paused and said, Okay, since we have reached a cooperation agreement, we will help you solve it. Zhu Yue, let's go. Ouch. Upon hearing this, Zhu Yue responded immediately, and the spiritual energy in his body raged, turning into hurricanes around him. The next second, it moved its limbs and rushed out of the high wall. High in the sky, Jiang Yuan looked at everything below with a cold gaze. Although Jiang Yuan felt somewhat disgusted by the style of the king of Paiyu. But he didn't care. After all, it had nothing to do with him. On the contrary, the mention of cooperation gave Jiang Yuan some ideas. The cooperation has officially begun. Then it's time to go out and solve it. Jiang Yuan murmured softly, looking towards the high wall in the distance. His gaze was deep, as if it could penetrate through layers of obstacles and reach deep into the depths. Now, roar, roar, roar. Roar, roar, roar. Roar, roar, roar. In the darkness of the night, the endless roar echoed through the sky outside the high walls. The eroding sea water is turbulent, and you can see the various creatures under the sea more clearly. There are crabs, lobsters, and turtles. There are also extremely powerful predatory creatures in the ocean, sharks, all kinds of sharks. Roar! This group of mutated sea beasts kept twisting their bodies in the sea, stirring up layers of waves that hit the city walls. Crash! As the waves crashed, some mutated sea beasts actually rode the waves and charged towards the high wall. Fire! Fire! Don't let these mutant sea beasts come up. At this time, rows of well-equipped soldiers were standing on the high wall that the mutant sea beast wanted to invade. They all had solemn expressions on their faces and were loading the shells beside them at an extremely fast speed. Ding ding ding. As the shells were loaded one by one, rumble. Bursts of exclamations and roars rang out, and dazzling fireworks flashed from the black muzzle of the gun. In just a moment, dozens of shells were fired into the sky and then hit the outside of the high wall. Rumble. The moment the shell fell, the sea waves continued to surge, and a strong roar burst out. As countless smoke rose from the sea, one could see the remains of some mutated sea beasts below. That's it. It was blown out by these heavy artillery shells. Although the shells can cause severe damage, they also stimulate the waves to the greatest extent. This allowed many mutated sea beasts to ride the waves and come straight to the high wall. To this, the Paiyu soldiers had no idea what to do because artillery shells were the most effective attack in this situation. After all, the distance is too close. Using extremely powerful weapons, even the city walls might be blown down. Roar! A roar sounded from the high wall, and a crab came to the wall on the wave. With a single swing of its pincers, it could easily take a soldier's life. Hiss, 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 hiss. In just a few seconds, its pincers took the lives of several soldiers. Blood splattered all over it. It looks a bit more ferocious. Die. With a roar, a strong man came out from the side and crashed straight into the crab. Boom. With a dull thud, the crab took several steps back. It is obvious that this strong man is a gifted person. Otherwise, an ordinary person's physique alone would not be able to cause any damage to this crab. Roar, roar, roar. A series of roars erupted, and the crab roared angrily, fighting directly with the strong man. Similar scenes can be seen everywhere on the high walls. However, compared with the large number of mutated sea beasts, the number of human talents is pitifully small. Many mutant sea beasts that rushed to the high walls had never encountered a gifted person. This makes them like the god of death, taking lives one after another. Die. Not far away, an ordinary soldier tightly hugged the mutant sea beast that was rushing towards him on the waves. He used all his strength to knock it and himself straight off the high wall. Crash. With a dull thud, both of them fell into the sea. The soldier was smashed into a meat patty without even a scream. But this is not over yet. The surrounding mutant sea beasts took action immediately, easily cutting his body into pieces of flesh and blood, and the mutant sea beasts that fell together were only shaken for a moment before riding the waves again to step onto the high wall. Hurry, hurry, come up. Keep going. Don't let these mutant sea beasts come up again. Hold on. Absolutely hold on. Don't let them get up. Seeing this scene, many soldiers immediately took action. This is not the first time they have faced this kind of scenario. They face this situation almost every day. Perhaps they will be the next to perish. But they had no choice. Their home is right behind them. How can they just sit back and do nothing? They are some good men. But it's really not worth it for a king like that. Shaking his head, Jiang Yuan sighed. Their king hid in the back, eating delicious food and drinking spicy drinks. And this group of people actually sacrificed their lives and shed their blood here. But these people, if they are allowed to stay on the periphery in the future, it would not be bad. At least you can help me guard the perimeter. Jiang Yuan grinned, and his eyes turned slightly. He saw it. Lu Ying and Zhu Yue were rushing towards this side. Bah! At this moment, a cry resounded through the sky. The many soldiers defending on the high wall trembled all over and couldn't help but turn their heads to look. Just see. Above the sky, a huge figure suddenly flew out from the city. The figure was extremely red, as dazzling as the scorching sun in the dark night. Obviously, it's a firefly. It reached the wall. Chapter 181. Two beasts go to war. It's that giant bird. It's coming. It must be here to help us. With the help of this giant bird, we will be able to hold on easily this time. With each cry of surprise, the chirping of fireflies became louder and louder. As it cries, its feathers seem to turn into flames blown by the wind, burning brighter and brighter, until the whole body turned into a ball of intense flame. Bah! The firefly let out a cry, and a beam of red light gathered from its mouth. Next second, it spurted out, and a red beam of light violently stirred the sea water. Sizzle! The sea water was boiling, and many mutated sea beasts inside were burned and let out miserable howls. And this seems to be just the beginning. Ouch! The cry was followed by a wolf howl. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, the wind was blowing violently. Under the gaze of the crowd, a violent wind howled up from the city. Faintly, you can see a figure wrapped in the strong wind. No, not a figure. It was a wolf in human form. It's Jiang Yuan. Ouch. As it ran, its pitch-black body was gradually covered with a faint silver glow. It was also extremely fast, and it did not stop when it reached the high wall. Instead, he jumped down from the high wall with the strong wind and rushed towards the sea outside the wall. Roar, roar, roar. Under the surrounding sea water, a group of mutated sea beasts seemed to sense the danger. They swam around frantically, trying to leave this dangerous place. Ouch! With a wild roar, Jiang Yuan suddenly rushed over. Under everyone's incredulous gaze, Jiang Yuan created gusts of wind with every move he made. The sea water and even the mutated sea beasts in it were rolled up high. The bodies of those mutated sea beasts were instantly destroyed by the strong wind. At this moment, the dirty things mixed with the body and internal organs were thrown in all directions like bullets fired from a machine gun. Ouch! Jiang Yuan roared again and waved his hand. Gusts of wind rushed towards the place where the mutant sea beasts were extremely densely populated like arrows. Wherever the strong wind passed, the surging sea water was rolled up layer by layer. It looks extremely powerful and terrifying. This is not over yet. Waves of wolf howling sounded instantly. Looking around, I saw dozens of wolf shadows jumping out from the high wall and jumping down with Jiang Yuan to fight fiercely with a group of mutant sea beasts. The situation was greatly eased with the addition of Luiying and Jiang Yuan. Oh my god, is this the strength of the great Siam mountain beast? Why is the beast I contracted far less powerful than them? Hey, have you forgotten that in the record of beasts, these creatures followed the killer spider? How can they not be powerful? It's only now that he's turned over a new leaf. Otherwise, he would have been killed by some powerful, gifted person long ago. On the high wall, many soldiers cried out in surprise. It is obvious that they highly recognize the strength of Jiang Yuan and Luiying. The Paiyu kingdom can finally be saved. Diamond, who arrived late, looked at the scene outside the high wall with an extremely excited expression. He seemed to have already seen the scene of the Paiyu, people being rescued. But while everyone was feeling relaxed, they didn't know that Jiang Yuan in the sky was staring towards the deep sea. Humans haven't sensed it yet, but his powerful mental power has already detected that there is a creature in the depths of the sea staring at this side quietly. It was a humanoid catfish, and its strength was at level B+. The king of the deep sea? I checked the list earlier, and it only showed its strength at B rank. Looks like it's achieved a breakthrough. As expected, in the deep sea, mutant creatures can evolve faster without human intervention. Pursing his lips, Jiang Yuan felt a little emotional. The ocean occupies 70% of the area of the blue planet, but humans, as the overlord of the blue planet, do not live in the ocean. This undoubtedly created excellent living conditions for the mutated sea beasts. While Jiang Yuan was thinking, he suddenly saw the eyes hidden in the deep sea slightly raised up and looked towards the sky. Oh, seeing this scene, Jiang Yuan raised his eyebrows. Others might think that the catfish is just looking at the sky, but Jiang Yuan could sense that its gaze was clearly looking in his direction. Did you notice me? Jiang Yuan smiled, then immediately spit out strands of spider silk and rushed towards the human-shaped catfish. Regardless of whether it discovered him or not, Jiang Yuan had to go there. The mutated sea beasts outside the high wall were unable to contain the existence of Jiang Yuan and Luiying. Having these two here is enough to solve all of this. What Jiang Yuan has to do is to prevent any creature from disturbing them. And this humanoid catfish is an uncertain factor. When Jiang Yuan was approaching the area of the human-shaped catfish, it seemed to have discovered it. Roar! With a roar, its body twisted violently, releasing the spiritual power in its body to pull the waves. Crash! The calm sea surface suddenly stirred up huge waves that were tens of meters high and rushed straight towards the high wall. Waves of this level are enough to swallow everything in front of them. Seeing the waves approaching, Jiang Yuan suddenly smiled. He understood that the humanoid catfish was not sure whether he was coming or not. The reason for raising waves is to find out where the source of the river is. After all, at the end of the waves is the high wall of the Paiyu kingdom. Jiang Yuan would never just watch this wave rush over. Interesting. It seems that this humanoid catfish does possess considerable wisdom. With a chuckle, Jiang Yuan simply followed the human-shaped catfish's wishes. Brush. The chill hidden beneath the ice-blue footsteps suddenly erupted and spread in all directions. The surging waves that were tens of meters high instantly turned into a huge piece of ice under this extremely strong cold. and the cold is still spreading to the sea level. In just a short moment, the area was covered by a layer of white frost. Thousands of miles of ice. This is Jiang Yuan's favorite move, and also his favorite binding ability. Roar. But not long after, Jiang Yuan heard a roar coming from the frozen sea. Snap. The next second, the ice in the distance shattered, and a huge figure jumped out of the sea. This is exactly a humanoid catfish. Jiang Yuan looked at it curiously. Although it walked upright, it did not look like a human at all. His skin was light green, his body was very bloated, and he had 2 long whiskers on the sides of his nostrils. What attracted Jiang Yuan's attention most was its huge mouth, which contained a long tongue. This is very consistent with its devouring talent. But is this really a catfish? And not a toad? Jiang Yuan withdrew his gaze, a little stunned. If the official daxia had not given it the name of a catfish, he would have thought it was a toad. Since you're here, why don't you come out and meet me? As Jiang Yuan muttered, the humanoid catfish looked around, opened its big mouth, and let out a human voice. Chapter 182, Surrender or Die. Wanna meet? Jiang Yuan raised his brows slightly, showing some interest. He kind of wanted to conquer this guy. Jiang Yuan felt that its strength, wisdom, and even talent were all very good, especially since it comes from the sea. Jiang Yuan had never explored the ocean so deeply. Although his subordinate Luo Xian is a turtle, he is not very keen on the deep sea. He prefers places like lakes or places with islands nearby. If he could subdue it, Jiang Yuan would have some help in the deep sea. Thinking of this, the layers of rain and fog that originally looked like dark clouds instantly spread out in all directions. In a flash, the moonlight was blocked, and the surrounding scene gradually became hazy. The human-shaped catfish was also obscured by the rain and fog. There's something strange about this rain and fog. The moment it came into contact with the rain and fog, the human-shaped catfish trembled all over and felt a chill running from the soles of its feet to the top of its head. The alarm in its heart made it take a step forward, wanting to leave the range of rain and fog. Hiss! As soon as it raised its foot, a neighing sound like thunder rang out from the rain and fog. The humanoid catfish's face changed drastically, his body tensed up, and he immediately looked towards the source of the sound. Under the hazy rain and fog, a huge figure slowly emerged. It was a spider, with its legs on both sides flashing with completely different lights. Its back was snow white, and the hairs all over its body were like barbs. What's that look? Suddenly it noticed something, and its whole body couldn't help but tremble. There are 8 eyes, each emitting a different color of light. His eyes were filled with evil and an aura of complete indifference. The moment he saw the whole picture, the humanoid catfish was shocked. For some reason, it clearly didn't reveal much aura. But facing this spider, it felt like an ant that could be crushed at will. How is this possible? According to human ranking, I have B+ level strength. The number of humans on the entire blue planet who are stronger than me can be counted on one hand. Don't you want to see me? Why are you running away when I come out? Gurgle. Jiang Yuan's indifferent voice rang out. The humanoid catfish hurriedly shook its head, trying to calm itself down, but it couldn't suppress the deep horror in its eyes. Your Excellency. The humanoid catfish took a deep breath and said, I have no ill intentions. I'm just a little curious why you want to help humans. Human, he's been slaughtering us. The humanoid catfish spoke with naked hatred in his eyes. My family was completely slaughtered by humans. If I hadn't been there, I would have perished at the hands of humans. Humans, damn humans. Hearing this, Jiang Yuan's expression did not change at all. Just as he had thought before, it was impossible for humans and other creatures to live in peace. Whoever is weak will be slaughtered. However, Jiang Yuan didn't mind explaining to his future subordinates. Paiyu Kingdom is my territory. The humanoid catfish's face showed a hint of realization and he said, I see. Since Paiyu is your territory, I will withdraw immediately. Don't be impatient. Seeing the humanoid catfish lift its foot to leave, Jiang Yuan chuckled and said, Do you think I'm a place where you can come and go as you please? The moment the words fell, Jiang Yuan had not yet made any move. The humanoid catfish's expression changed, and then it burst out with an extremely powerful spiritual power, and then ran directly to the back. It was obviously hazy in the rain and fog, but it was still clear that the sea was behind it. As long as it escapes into the sea, it is confident that it can escape. Jiang Yuan kept looking at its figure and didn't move at all. He understood that a mutant beast like this one with extremely strong intelligence was not so easy to tame. At least it can be seen from the fact that its instinct is to run away rather than kneel down and surrender. Crash. At this time, the sound of waves was heard. The human-shaped catfish has already escaped into the sea. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Feeling the friendly sea water, the The humanoid catfish breathed a sigh of relief, simply because it felt safe. It didn't know that just a few seconds after it entered the sea, the source of the river had already moved. Hiss! The moment the crisp sound was heard, a huge net instantly disappeared under the sea. Next second, crash! The humanoid catfish swimming in the sea suddenly felt an invisible obstacle in front of it. What's going on? The humanoid catfish was a little confused and stretched out its hands to explore. Net? Why is there a net here? No, it's spider silk. The moment it noticed it, a huge force burst out from the spider web. No matter how hard it tried to tear it off, the thin spider silk was as indestructible as if it were made of steel. Moreover, there was a huge force generated on the spider web. No matter how it swam, it could not move forward at all, but instead it was rapidly retreating. Bang! With a dull thud, the humanoid catfish was pulled back again, and its huge body fell heavily to the ground, making it dizzy. When it came back to its senses, what it saw were 8 evil eyes. It's Jiang Yuan. He was looking down at the humanoid catfish below. How is this possible? I've already entered the sea, and when did that net appear? Why didn't I notice anything? The humanoid catfish was horrified. Finally, he took a deep breath and said with forced composure, "Sir, what on earth are you going to do?" "It's very simple," Jiang Yuan said indifferently. "Submit or die." "I surrender." The humanoid catfish hesitated for a moment and then opened his mouth. "Oh," Jiang Yuan raised his eyebrows, and then a faint sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. The system did not sound in response to the humanoid catfish's words. It seemed as if it didn't really want to surrender. However, Jiang Yuan still loosened the spider web as usual. Jiang Yuan cherishes these talents and doesn't mind playing with them. But if the other party is tactless again and again, Jiang Yuan didn't mind delivering a fatal blow to these talents. Talent is only talent when alive, but once dead, who is not just a pile of dry bones. "Thank you, Your Excellency." Without the restraint of the spider web, the humanoid catfish thanked Jiang Yuan. Hiss! But the next second, its bloody mouth opened wide and a ball of thick black ink spurted out of its mouth. And at the first moment, it swam towards the sea like mad. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Jiang Yuan's eyes narrowed, and he spewed out a mouthful of poison that directly corroded the ink in front of him. "Ink, an octopus's talent. I'm becoming more and more interested in you." Looking at the fleeing figure of the human-shaped catfish, Jiang Yuan smiled lightly. Although the human-shaped catfish ran very fast this time, it still could not escape from Jiang Yuan's palm. "Just see." Jiang Yuan slowly walked to the sea, and then said lightly, "1,000 miles of ice." Chapter 183, The Name of Golden Light. Swish! Under Jiang Yuan's feet, an ice-blue light suddenly shone. As the spiritual energy surged, wisps of cold air spread from his body. This chill was so intense that it seemed to freeze even the boiling hot blood. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The seawater visible to the naked eye was completely frozen, covered by layers of frost. The area is so vast that you can't see the end of the ice at a glance. If you look closely, you can see that not only the surface seawater is frozen. The seawater that was clearly liquid has turned into solid ice. And deep down, a humanoid catfish was also frozen in the ice. Its mouth was wide open, and it looked like it was about to flee, especially its eyes, which were filled with fear. "It looks a bit funny." Jiang Yuan looked at him indifferently, without saying anything. Only a glimmer of light flickered in his eyes. During this freezing period, Jiang Yuan did not unleash his spiritual power to the maximum extent. So based on the strength of the humanoid catfish, it shouldn't take long for it to break free. This is the last chance Jiang Yuan gives to this humanoid catfish. If it doesn't accept it, Jiang Yuan will have no choice but to give it up. About half an hour passed. Really, just as Jiang Yuan thought. A series of crackling sounds were heard on the silent sea surface. Cracks appeared on the frozen sea surface. Click, click, click. As time goes by, more and more cracks appear in the sea level. Next second, roar. A roar was heard, and the humanoid catfish struggled to jump out from the bottom of the sea. At this time, it looked at Jiang Yuan with extremely frightened eyes and a look of deep disbelief on its face. It seemed that he had no idea that he would be frozen in it by Jiang Yuan. But it didn't run away because it knew it had lost. If the other party had wanted to attack me just now, I'm afraid that even if I have 100 lives, I will still perish. Roar. So, it took a deep breath, knelt on its knees towards Jiang Yuan, and kowtowed heavily. The system detects that the mutant catfish is submitting to you, whether the host has signed a contract with him. A long-lost voice sounded, and a hint of joy flashed in Jiang Yuan's eyes. Very good. It will never regret this decision in the future. Owner. As soon as the contract was signed, the humanoid catfish shouted. Very good. Jiang Yuan smiled and said, during this period of time, you should not attack the Paiyu kingdom anymore. Guard this sea area well and subdue as many sea beasts as possible to form a legion. Yes. The humanoid catfish responded immediately after hearing this. Now that it has surrendered to Jiang Yuan, it also knows what to do. By the way, are you a catfish? Why do you look so much like a toad? Jiang Yuan nodded and suddenly asked curiously. Jiang Yuan was quite curious from the moment he first saw it. Roar. Master, I'm a catfish, don't call me a toad. How could I be a toad? I'm a noble catfish. Unexpectedly, as soon as Jiang Yuan asked the question, the human-shaped catfish started roaring as if its reverse scale was touched. Looking at its angry appearance, Jiang Yuan had no doubt at all. If I hadn't contracted it, it would probably have attacked me. Do you really hate being called a toad? Jiang Yuan shook his head and smiled, not caring too much. He just asked, do you have a name? Name? The humanoid catfish hesitated for a moment before saying, my name is Jing Guang. Golden Light. Jiang Yuan paused, somewhat confused as to why it gave itself this name. Unexpectedly, Jing Guang seemed to know Jiang Yuan's doubts. It rubbed its index finger and thumb back and forth like a human and said, because I like the shining gold, I call myself Jing Guang. Forehead. Jiang Yuan curled his lips, as if he didn't expect that this was how it got its name. However, seeing that Jing Guang was enjoying it, Jiang Yuan had no intention of correcting him. A name is just a name. Just use whatever you like. Okay, then remember, I'm leaving first. With a soft murmur, Jiang Yuan leaped high into the sky and left the spot in an instant under the cover of rain and fog. Roar, roar, roar. Watching Jiang Yuan leave, the golden light roared. This is its way of notifying the mutated sea beasts to leave and not attack the Paiyu kingdom anymore. At the same time, on top of the high wall, crash. Roar, roar, roar. Woo, woo, woo. A woo. The moment the golden sound was uttered, the mutated sea beasts that were still fiercely attacking the city seemed to have received a summons. They twisted their bodies and broke away from the battle and swam towards the sea. Jiang Yuan naturally understood that this was due to the call of the golden light. But people who don't know would think that the mutant sea beast is scared. Just like now. A group of figures on the high wall watched the mutated sea beasts gradually retreating. They looked at each other and could see the deep excitement on each other's faces. Ha ha ha. Okay. Victory, we won. We have finally repelled the invasion of the mutant sea beasts with dignity. Ha ha ha. On the high wall, countless soldiers hugged each other and cried. During this period, they have been facing the invasion of mutated sea beasts. Especially when you don't know whether you will still be alive tomorrow. This feeling puts great pressure on their body and mind. Fortunately, from today on, all of this will disappear. Brothers. On the high wall, Diamond raised his hands and suddenly roared. We can win so easily this time. All this is because of their rescue. We must remember that they are our heroes. The excited crowd followed Diamond's gaze, and admiration was revealed on everyone's face. There were even bursts of cheers. Ho, Da Xiao Peak. Brothers, it is because of their support that we were able to win so easily this time. That's right, they are the great heroes of our Paiyu kingdom. Hero. The cheers from the high walls were deafening, like a tsunami. The expressions of the two beasts, Lu Ying and Zhu Yue, were fine, but Jiang Yuan, who was high in the sky, showed some complicated expressions. Hero. Jiang Yuan murmured dejectedly. Maybe he is a hero, but he is also feared by all nations, the spider with a plus-rank strength that they want to eradicate. Call. Shaking his head, Jiang Yuan didn't think about it anymore. No matter if he is a hero or not, he just wants to survive on Blue Star. That's all. No matter who it is, no one can stop it. Whoever tries to stop, it will have to go to hell. Hiss. Thinking of this, Jiang Yuan let out a series of roars. The threat of mutated sea beasts here can be considered completely over after Jing Guang was subdued. After all, with Jing Guang's ability, it is not difficult to subdue the mutated sea beasts in other coastal cities of the Paiyu kingdom. So now his only enemies are the mutated beasts in the inland. Just drive them out of the Paiyu territory. We can take half of the territory of Paiyu. Chapter 184. Reactions from various countries. Has the mutant sea beast been dealt with? Inside the city, the king looked at the diamond beside him with an extremely excited expression. Yes. Okay. When he heard it from Diamond again, he cheered and said, Diamond, now that it's solved. Hurry up and arrange the vehicle. We're leaving now. Hurry and head inland. We must let those mutant beasts know how powerful our Paiyu nation is. After hearing this, Diamond was slow to respond. What, Diamond? Didn't you hear me? With a roar, Diamond hesitated and said, Master, the giant bird and the werewolf have just resolved the crisis. Why don't you give them a break? Before Diamond could finish her words, the woman beside the king snorted softly. Diamond, you are a citizen of my Paiyu kingdom. Why are you still turning your elbows outward? Every moment they rest here means the people of Paiyu will suffer more. Don't you understand that? But we promised to give up half of our territory. If we wait until they are done with it, we still haven't given up our territory. The woman snorted again. Why are you still worried about this? We will definitely give up our territory. After all, Daxiao Mountain is a good friend of us humans. Diamond was silent. He really wanted to refute, not because he was Jiang Yuan's subordinate. But in his view, this was a cooperation between the Paiyu Kingdom and Daxiao Mountain, not an unequal transaction. Driving out the strange beasts and giving up the territory is a very reasonable cooperation. But now the action has already begun on the Daxiao Mountain, but the Paiyu Kingdom has not made any movement. Not only that, they also want to deprive us of our time to rest. Even though he was a citizen of the Paiyu Kingdom, he still felt that it was a little unreasonable. Come on, Diamond, don't say any more. Go and notify them and let them set off. It's always good for our Paiyu Kingdom to solve it early. At this moment, the king of Paiyu issued his final order. While they were talking about this matter, they didn't know that Jiang Yuan, who was high in the sky, was watching everything below. That's really interesting. Jiang Yuan smiled and simply told Diamond to stop making a fuss and agreed directly. In fact, he wanted to drive out the mutated beasts no less than the king of Paiyu. Even a little thicker. Of course, this is also closely related to Jiang Yuan knowing the abilities of Lu Ying and Zhu Yue. What's more, he is personally in charge here. Even if it is not convenient for him to show up, it is a simple matter to protect Lu Ying and Zhu Yue from any accidents. As for the issue of the king of Paiyu refusing to give up his territory after the issue was resolved, Jiang Yuan was not worried. Jiang Yuan considers himself a person who is easy to talk to. But if the other party doesn't like to have a good chat, Jiang Yuan doesn't mind letting them understand what tyranny is. At the same time, the king of Paiyu roared from below, Diamond, didn't you hear it? Get going now. Yes. Diamond, instructed by Jiang Yuan, responded softly and immediately went down to make arrangements. Not long. A mighty team left the city and headed towards the interior of Paiyu. Among them, Zhu Yue, Lu Ying, and their group were also in the team. And as they moved towards the interior of Paiyu, a piece of news suddenly appeared on the internet. Paiyu crisis. No, the mutated beasts and even mutated sea beasts of Paiyu Kingdom have been brought under control. In the near future, the mutated beasts and mutated sea beasts will be completely expelled from the territory of Paiyu Kingdom. Currently, under the leadership of the king, everyone has headed inland. Please wait patiently for good news. These few words caused an uproar on the internet. Because the person who released this news was the official media of Paiyu Kingdom. Oh my god, it turns out that the people from Daxiao Mountain are here to help our Paiyu Kingdom. I have a friend serving in the military in Yang Province. The giant birds and werewolves on the Great Summer Mountain are truly showing their might. I say the most powerful one is still our king. It's even possible to attract the strange beasts from the Great Siam Mountains to cooperate. Yes, many countries have visited before, but we haven't seen Daxiao Mountain cooperate with them. Niopi, shouting out loud. Hey, don't say that. I have already seen the scene of our Paiyu Kingdom being rescued. Ha 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 ha. Looking at the comments from the people online, the vanity of the king of Paiyu was greatly satisfied. Your Majesty, take a look. The people are all praising you. They are all waiting for you to rescue them. The gentle, adoring voices of the women around the king of Paiyu made him even happier. Ha 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 ha. Your idea is still good. The king praised. The people of Paiyu are so lucky to have a queen like you who cares about the people. Isn't this all thanks to your teaching, king? The woman smiled shyly and immediately licked his face and praised him. Ha 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 ha. The king was even happier. Suddenly, he slowly stretched out his hand and shouted, Since I taught you that. Since we still have a long way to go, let me teach you better. King. Accompanied by a shy cry, a soul-stirring sound soon rang out in the car. Fortunately, the car has excellent privacy, and few people around noticed it. Only, Jiang Yuan in midair seemed to have noticed something, and a look of surprise flashed in his eyes. In fact, this hot news from Paiyu Kingdom not only set off a sensation in Paiyu Kingdom, but also news media from all over the world were reporting on this matter one after another. The reason is simple. This is an extremely positive thing. Originally, the Paiyu Kingdom was on the verge of being invaded, but now it is on the verge of being saved. You should know that there are many small countries similar to Paiyu. How could this news not excite people around the world? In the end, even the leaders of countries around the world were alarmed by this news. However, unlike ordinary people who were paying attention to the Paiyu Kingdom's escape from danger, they were more concerned about the Daxia Mountains. There live powerful exotic beasts, and the most important thing is that these exotic beasts are all contracted by humans. Su Meng, Miss Su, who contracted them, is currently a famous strong man on Blue Star and is also the object of flattery by their countries. After the incident in the tomb, Su Meng's life or death was unknown. There was no news coming out of Daxia Mountain, and even the information Daxia gave was perfunctory. Now that it has reappeared, which country would not pay attention to it? Free Federation. The Paiyu Kingdom crisis was resolved? Was it resolved by Miss Su from Daxia Peak? Didn't they say that Miss Su was seriously injured and in critical condition? No, I have to go and see it. John, you go with York this time to see what's going on. White Elephant Kingdom. Has Paiyu Kingdom already cooperated with Miss Su? I seem to have heard that Sakura Country and Miss Su had a very unpleasant quarrel last time, right? Quick, cut off contact with the Sakura Country, and then quickly dispatch a few powerful people to serve Miss Su. This is a great opportunity to get in touch with Miss Su, so don't let it go. If Paiyu can cooperate with Miss Su, then we can too. But don't put pressure on Miss Su. Call her when we're almost in Paiyu. Chapter 185. Come forward to curry favor. Kimchi Country. Asen Country. Great Mao Kingdom. After learning about the situation in Paiyu, most countries sent strong men to Paiyu. Except for the Free Federation, almost all the others were trying to curry favor with Su Meng. If Paiyu can cooperate with Su Meng, there is no reason why they can't. As long as they cooperate with Su Meng, it will be a great boost to their country. This situation was fulfilled one by one in Daxia and Paiyu. While all countries were beginning to take action, the Sakura Country also held a meeting at the call of Patriarch Miyamoto. Miyamoto-kun, are you saying that the giant bird on the mountain just headed towards Paiyu? They even destroyed our Sakura Country's warships. And what about Mom and Dad? Do you suspect that Miss Su, who was working with Daxia, is really not dead? She's just seriously injured. That's right. Patriarch Miyamoto's words caused everyone in the conference room to change their expressions in uproar. Su Meng is not dead, which means that her cooperation with Daxia is still continuing. This is definitely not a good thing for the Sakura Country. After all, their Sakura Country has long had grudges not only with Daxia, but also with the Daxia Mountains. No, it's impossible. How could she escape from an A+ rank creature? I don't believe it can escape. Yes, it's fake. It must be fake. Miyamoto-kun, your guess must be wrong. Report. As everyone was questioning, a voice suddenly came from the door of the conference room. Come in, Fujiwara Hiro said in a very bad tone. Can't you see we're having a meeting here? Is there anything that can't be discussed after the meeting? The person who walked in was stunned for a moment. Seeing everyone frowning, he immediately said, just now, the Paiyu Kingdom released a statement online. It shows that the giant bird and werewolf that Su Meng contracted are in the territory of Piao Country and have already dealt with a city of mutant sea beasts for them. Hiss. The moment these words were spoken, everyone in the conference room gasped, and their expressions changed in an extremely wonderful way. From this point, they understand. Patriarch Miyamoto was indeed right. Su Meng. She is really not dead. However, before one wave subsides, another wave arises. The man took a breath and continued, and all the countries in the world know about this. Many countries have already sent strong men to the Paiyu Kingdom to discuss cooperation with Su Meng, and they're accusing us. Don't mess with Su Meng again, Miss Su. It's better to apologize to Su Meng. If Su Meng doesn't forgive them, they will definitely sever ties with our Sakura Country. Swish. At this moment, everyone in the conference room turned pale. Baka, accuse us. Still going to apologize? Baga, are you guys trying to curry favor with Su Meng without even caring about your dignity? Fujiwara Hiro was furious. How could he not understand what these countries were thinking? It was obvious that he wanted to express his sincerity to Su Meng by using the name of accusation. After all, everyone now knows that Su Meng has a bad relationship with Sakura Country. Baga, a bunch of guys who only know how to change with the wind. As Fujiwara Hiro scolded, the faces of everyone in the conference room became increasingly grim. But at this moment, bang bang bang, a burst of crisp applause rang out in the conference room. It's the head of the Miyamoto clan. At this moment, everyone in the conference room looked at Patriarch Miyamoto. Although they didn't speak, each of them had an expression of indescribable resentment. Miyamoto-kun, what do you mean? Do you feel happy that other countries are accusing us in order to curry favor with Su Meng? No. Facing Fujiwara Hiro's doubts, The head of the Miyamoto clan calmly shook his head and said, "Actually, this is also a good thing for us. You've forgotten what I said before, Su Ming. Although she's not dead, she must have been seriously injured." Having said this, he paused and then asked the soldier who had just given the report, "Did the news from Paiyu Kingdom say that Su Ming is here?" "No, no." Patriarch Miyamoto nodded upon hearing this and continued, "Since Paiyu Kingdom didn't say anything, does that mean there's no need to report this to Su Ming? Here, I'm making a bold guess. The other nations must think that Miss Su and the giant bird are inseparable. So they thought Miss Su was not injured in the tomb, so they wanted to curry favor with her. But others don't know, but we know that Su Ming is not with the giant bird and the werewolf. Without the giant birds and werewolves guarding the mountain, the threat will be reduced." Hearing this, everyone in the conference room was stunned. After a moment, the anger on everyone's face was replaced by joy. Everyone who can sit here is extremely smart. How could they not understand the meaning of these words? Fujiwara Hiro's eyes also gleamed, and he spoke word by word. "So, if she is seriously injured and the beasts are not around, then she will be the easiest target for the contractor to attack. As long as we succeed in killing him, the other nations will not only sue us, but they will probably have to apologize to our Sakura nation. Da Xiao and the group of strange beasts will also be included in the plan again. Then we can go find that spider too." Ha 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 ha. Thinking of this, Fujiwara Hiroshi smiled broadly and said, "Miyamoto-kun, you're more attentive to details. We in Sakura country are so blessed to have you. Then tell me who we from Sakura country should send this time." Patriarch Miyamoto fell into deep thought. Although Su Ming was seriously injured and the strange beast was not around. But the contractor can summon strange beasts, so they must be killed with one strike. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something and said in a strong voice, "Fujiwara-kun, I suggest that the shinobi clan go." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone in the conference room looked at Fujiwara Hiro, the assassination expert of the ninja clan. As a family that completely obeys the royal family, the shinobi clan does not seek fame or fortune, but hides in the dark to clear all obstacles for the royal family. Even though they hold high positions, they don't know the true situation of the ninja clan. Of course, this was when the spiritual energy had not yet revived. But the revival of spiritual energy is even more terrifying, because they had no idea whether that group of people had awakened their talents. What a strange ability has awakened. Can. Fujiwara Hiro looked around the room. A cold smile appeared on his lips as he said, "Okay, let the shinobi clan go. Anyway, this time we from Sakura country must completely kill Su Ming." Fujiwara Hiro's words were full of conviction, because he understood that other countries could cooperate with Su Ming. But it is impossible for them in Sakura country. Didn't you see that last time they tried to cooperate with the enemy with a flattering attitude, they were severely ridiculed by that damn turtle? Then face someone who cannot cooperate. The best way is to solve it completely. And in this way, the blame can be put on Da Xiao. This is a good thing that kills two birds with one stone. Chapter 186. Good idea. Jiang Yuan had no idea about the actions of various countries or even the Sakura country. At this moment, he was high in the sky, looking down at the world below. Below is an inland city of Paiyu Kingdom, but the city is in ruins and has lost all its former luxury. Roar, roar, roar. Roar, roar, roar. Roar, roar, roar. The roars of the mutated beasts below resounded, and terrifying spiritual powers continued to burst out. Bah! As the cry sounded, a red light suddenly appeared above the sky and roared down. That's a firefly. Every time it swoops down, it can easily kill a mutant beast. A whoop! Waves of wolf howls followed, and Jiang Yuan was seen moving very quickly among the mutated beasts. Whenever he approaches a mutant beast, Jiang Yuan will immediately extend his sharp claws to deliver a devastating blow. There is no doubt that these mutant beasts, most of which are around sea level, are no match for Jiang Yuan. Every time he raised his claws, a streak of bright red blood could be seen bursting out. Roar! The mutated beast's shrill screams continued for a long time. Ha 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 ha. Yeah. Is this the power of the giant bird and the werewolf? I really envy you. Beneath the screams were bursts of human cheers. Brothers, we are not idle either. Let's go together. Accompanied by the roar of diamonds, some players who have awakened their talents or contracted with the beasts of record of 10,000 beasts moved forward and started a fierce battle against this group of mutated beasts. The more they fought, the more excited they became, especially when the blood of the mutant beasts splattered on their bodies. They felt extremely refreshed. The scene before them also made many ordinary soldiers of the Paiyu Kingdom eager to join in. Although they did not dare to rush forward to fight, they fired the bullets in their guns without caring whether they could cause any harm to the group of mutant beasts. This scene caused excitement on the faces of many soldiers, because they really hated these mutated beasts. Now I have the ability to fight back, even though I can't cause any harm to them. But the anger in my heart cannot be stopped. In this situation, the mutant beasts were defeated badly. Just like now. Roar, roar, roar. Although the mutant beasts were not very intelligent, they understood that this was tantamount to committing suicide. They all let out shrill screams and fled from the area, even far away from this city. Ha ha ha, we win. We won again. I used to think these mutant beasts were so scary. So that's it. I'm dying of laughter. If these mutant beasts dare to attack me again, I will make sure they never go back. The scene of the mutant beast fleeing caused many Paiyu soldiers to cheer. Little did they know that all this was entirely due to Jiang Yuan in midair. Because of his presence, those powerful mutant beasts that sensed the danger had already fled. When facing some weak mutant beasts, Liu Ying and Zhu Yue helped them. It would be unfair if we don't win. Has most of the Paiyu kingdom been recovered? High in the sky, Jiang Yuan looked at the excited humans below and couldn't help but smile. We have been recovering the lost territory of Paiyu these past few days, and we are almost done with the cooperation with the king of Paiyu. If he changes his mind later, don't blame me for being rude. Jiang Yuan turned his head and looked down. There were rows of luxurious cars parked there. The car in the middle, which is not only luxurious but also covered with steel for strong protection, is the one that the king and his queen are riding in. Jiang Yuan looked at him calmly, with a hint of obscurity in his eyes. At this time, the king of Paiyu and his queen looked outside. Although the soldiers outside were very excited, there was no smile on their faces. Instead, there was a hint of bitterness on their faces. You said this giant bird and this werewolf are so powerful, and the diamonds have been urging you to pay them back lately. How about I arrange for the evacuation of the rest of the city? Are you scared? The queen frowned. The king shrank back. To be honest, he was really scared. He was afraid that if he didn't hand over the territory, the angry giant birds and werewolves would turn against him. At that time, I'm afraid that all of them combined would not be a match for the two beasts. Look at you. The queen hummed softly. Are you really willing to give up most of your territory? Not only will your tax revenue be less, but you will also be nailed to the pillar of shame in history. Do you really want this? If you don't give it to me, I'm afraid. Dingling. Before the king could finish his words, a rapid bell rang. Huh? White Elephant Country. Why did he call me? With a suspicious groan, he answered the phone. Hello, it's me. A few days ago, I sent some strong men to support your Paiyu kingdom. They have already arrived in Paiyu territory. Where are you? I'll have them come find you. As soon as the call was connected, the voice from the other end stunned the king. The White Elephant Kingdom and the Paiyu Kingdom are not far away, but their countries themselves are also ravaged by mutated beasts. Although it is not as serious as the Paiyu Kingdom, how can we be willing to send strong men to help the Paiyu Kingdom? Although I have doubts, I still stick to the principle of not wasting time. He still thanked him and gave his location. He then chatted with the king of White Elephant Kingdom for a few more words before hanging up the phone. However, it seems that this is just the beginning. As soon as the call was disconnected, the phone rang again. This time it's the king of Kimchi Country. The content of the call was exactly the same as the one from the White Elephant Kingdom just now, saying that they had sent strong men to help the Paiyu Kingdom overcome the difficulties. Dingling. Just after I hung up, another call came from the country. For a while, the king of Paiyu was overwhelmed by the calls. Asen, Great Mao Kingdom, even the Free Federation, which holds the status of world hegemony, called to express condolences. Their words were almost the same. That is, they had sent strong men to help the Paiyu Kingdom overcome the difficulties. What's going on? The series of phone calls ended. Inside the luxury car, there was no sound from the two for a long time. Only when they looked at each other could they see the shock and deep doubt in each other's expression. Ha 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 ha. After a long silence, the queen was the first to laugh. What are you laughing at? The king asked in confusion. Have you forgotten the message you posted online recently? I guess it's very likely that they want to come here to curry favor with Miss Su. When they knew Da Xiao and Miss Su were collaborating, they did this. Then what should we do? The king was immediately panicked when he heard this. He was still thinking about how to avoid handing over the territory. If other countries came, would it still be up to him? After all, they came to curry favor with Miss Su. Why are you panicking? This is good for us. The queen rolled her eyes and said, whatever they are here for. But with their help, the mutant biological crisis in our Paiyu Kingdom will definitely be resolved. And why do you think Miss Su doesn't come here in person? Seeing the king's puzzled expression, the queen said angrily, I guess she doesn't want to expose the fact that she has occupied the territory. Before, there were Zhu Yue and Lu Ying. You were worried that if you didn't hand over the territory, they would attack you. But in front of the powerful people from other countries, do you think she will still take action? Or does she dare to take action? Chapter 187, Joint Killing. The king was startled, but nodded subconsciously. It was obvious that he agreed with the queen. The giant bird and the werewolf would never dare to attack them. Even if the giant birds and werewolves took action, they would not be a match for the strong men from various countries. But in this case, our relationship with Miss Su. The queen smiled and interrupted. Relationship? The Paiyu crisis has been resolved, so what else is there to worry about? And haven't you noticed from the battles of the past few days? The reason why our Paiyu kingdom was no match for the mutants at the beginning was simply because it happened so suddenly. Even without the werewolves and giant birds these days, I believe we can still achieve the final victory. It will just take some effort at best. Okay. Hearing this, the king's eyes flashed with determination. I know what to do. Strong men from all over the world are coming here to curry favor with our adoptive father? High in the sky, Jiang Yuan smiled. He had no objection to these. He even hopes that there will be more such things as possible. After all, he may gain real benefits from them. The only thing that made Jiang Yuan frown was the breach of contract discussed by the king and queen of Paiyu. I have to admit that the queen does have some insights. Jiang Yuan had previously been thinking about how he could safely and perfectly accept the territory in front of so many countries. But now, after hearing what they said, Jiang Yuan had an idea in his mind. Since Paiyu can unite with the strong from various countries to drive out the mutants, then it's not impossible for me to unite with the other mutants and directly occupy Paiyu. Jiang Yuan's eyes flickered constantly. He originally planned to occupy the territory and then subdue the mutant creatures around it. Now it seems that I have completely fallen into a misunderstanding. I am a strange beast, an alien in the eyes of humans. Wouldn't it be better to just unite with the mutant creatures? In this way, not only can I perfectly occupy the territory of the Paiyu kingdom, but I can also unite with the mutant creatures to ruthlessly kill the strong men from various countries. As soon as he finished speaking, a murderous aura unconsciously emanated from Jiang Yuan. Jiang Yuan did not feel the slightest bit of guilt for slaughtering powerful people from various countries. Just as he knows now, all countries are looking for him and want to kill him. All the countries want to kill him. So how could Jiang Yuan be willing to be manipulated by others? Slaughtering the strong men of various countries and weakening their strength will only benefit me in my future life. After carefully thinking about the feasibility of this matter in his mind, Jiang Yuan found that this was not only a good idea. You can get greater benefits yourself. He can kill strong men from various countries, and through this incident, he can also let people from all over the world see the ferocious side of mutant creatures. But this is a good thing for me. But if you dare to break your promise to me, the leader of Paiyu Kingdom can be replaced. Jiang Yuan's cold eyes fell on the luxurious convoy again. His words have already sentenced the king of Paiyu to death. Hiss! With a roar, Jiang Yuan left the area quietly. Since the strong men from various countries are coming, then he should make preparations and think carefully about how to kill the strong men from various countries. The elites of various countries cannot help but pay attention to this. It seems that he has nothing to do recently. You can arrange for him to come and participate. Then unite the mutant creatures. With my help from behind, there shouldn't be any big problems. Having made up his mind, Jiang Yuan immediately closed his eyes and instructed his men to go to Paiyu Kingdom first. Then he arrived at the sea area that had originally descended on the Paiyu Kingdom at an astonishing speed. When it comes to finding mutant creatures nearby, Jing Guang, as the host, must have the most say. Hiss! Jiang Yuan let out a series of roaring sounds. Crash! The calm sea suddenly became turbulent as if it heard his call. After a while, a dark shadow appeared under the blue sea. Roar! With a roar, the black shadow suddenly jumped out of the sea. Owner! It looked at the rain and fog that covered the sky like dark clouds and uttered a human voice. This is Jiang Yuan's newly recruited subordinate, Jing Guang. Go and get ready. In a few days, I want you to launch an all-out attack on Paiyu territory. Jing Guang was stunned, obviously not understanding why Jiang Yuan would let it attack his territory. Yes, master. But it soon reacted and nodded simply. Even though it had doubts in its heart, it was a smart catfish. It understands that it shouldn't ask too many questions. By the way, do you know those mutant beasts? I know some of them, and I don't know some of them. Jing Guang said without thinking. I recognize some of the mutant beasts near the coast. but the vast majority of them haven't awakened their spiritual intelligence. Only the leaders of each tribe have a little bit of wisdom. Okay, take me to see them. Jiang Yuan pondered for a moment and then spoke. Although the mutant beasts are not very intelligent, taming them can slightly enhance the strength of the force. In the future, they will also be the capital that Jiang Yuan uses to communicate directly with other countries. Yes, Master. Jin Guang responded immediately and then walked forward and shouted, Master, please follow me. Jiang Yuan nodded slightly and said, You are too slow. What should we do then? Just as Jin Guang uttered a puzzled sound, he felt his feet go empty. It suddenly looked down and found that it was somehow floating in the air. Oh my God! Jin Guang's pupils shrank and he let out a cry of surprise. It looked its body up and down, and then it found that several spider silks had stuck to its body at some point. Is this the master's strength? The golden light stagnated, and his mind was a little shaken. It understood that Jiang Yuan was the only one who had no hostility. Otherwise, the spider silk would be enough to penetrate its body. There. At this time, Jiang Yuan's indifferent voice brought Jin Guang back to his senses. Master, go to the left. Jin Guang suppressed the shock in his heart and spoke immediately. There's a forest at the end of that side. It's ruled by a lizard with a strength of B level. Call out. As soon as it finished speaking, it felt a sudden trance in front of its eyes. When his eyes became clear again, he was already in a forest. Looking down, you can have a panoramic view of the lush green mountains and forests. That's so fast. Jin Guang was stunned again, and when he recalled that he had previously wanted to escape from Jiang Yuan, he felt a sense of powerlessness in his heart. Ignoring the shock of the golden light, Jiang Yuan looked down at the forest. Is this it? With a soft murmur, Jiang Yuan immediately released his powerful mental power, ready to use it to find the B-level lizard. Chapter 188, Forming a Legion. Found it. After just a moment, Jiang Yuan's eyes moved. He found the lizard. It was lying on a tall tree at this time, and its body blended perfectly with the color of the branches. To be honest, if I didn't have extremely strong mental power, I might not be able to discover Jiang Yuan with the naked eye. Let's go down and take a look. Having made up his mind, a rain fog that covered the sky quickly spread out from the sky. In just a short moment, it had completely occupied the forest. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The lizard under the forest seemed to sense the great terror contained in the rain and fog. It let out a hiss and was about to turn around and leave, but saw a human-shaped catfish standing next to it. At this moment, it suddenly trembled, and its eyes were filled with fear. It's not because of the humanoid catfish in front of him. Instead, it saw 8 strange lights faintly spreading behind the human-shaped catfish. It looks like 8 eyes. Da-da-da. Just at this moment, strange footsteps suddenly sounded from the silent scene. Soon the lizard found that his guess was correct, because the owner of the light has appeared in front of it. That's a spider. Its body was extremely huge, and the aura it emitted was especially terrifying. Suddenly, it felt as if it was falling into the abyss. Hiss! The lizard opened its mouth and let out a hissing sound, with a hint of fear in its voice. It can't speak yet. Its intelligence seems to be equivalent to that of a 3- or 5-year-old child. Looking at its performance, Jiang Yuan murmured to himself, This is normal. Jiang Yuan can see that this lizard does not have any strong talents. The only thing worth mentioning is that its level is slightly higher than some mutant creatures. Hey, stinky lizard. The golden light didn't know what Jiang Yuan was thinking. It just followed what Jiang Yuan had said before and shouted, I'll give you a choice. Submit to my master, or I will send you to hell. Hiss. These words made the lizard make a sound, and then slowly lowered its head. Mutants are still animals after all, especially the mutant creatures with low intelligence. Although they have gained powerful strength, their instincts are still the same as before. In their eyes, it is the survival of the fittest, and the strong are respected. So under the threat of death, it made its own choice from the heart. It's pretty easy. Jiang Yuan smiled and said to the lizard, Since you have surrendered, then I'll give you a task. Go and gather your people. Just wait until the time comes and follow my instructions. Hiss. The lizard seemed to understand and nodded hurriedly. Let's go, next one. Jiang Yuan nodded slightly, then shouted to Jin Guang. The Paiyu Kingdom was not big, but it was definitely not small either. It is a huge task to subdue the mutant creatures nearby. Jiang Yuan must hurry. Only in this way can we deal a powerful blow when strong men from various countries arrive. Time flies, about 2 days. Jiang Yuan led the golden light around most of the Paiyu Kingdom. There is no doubt that such a high-intensity search for mutant creatures is quite tiring, but the results are relatively fruitful. As of now, Jiang Yuan has already subdued 6 mutant creatures. They are lizard, owl, cheetah, green snake, black bear, and hyena. Most of them are at B level and B level. Although their strength is not strong, they are also a great help to Jiang Yuan. But Jiang Yuan saw a hope in them. A legion formed from various beast races. If it is really formed, then what I have established will not be a force anymore, right? It should be called a kingdom that belongs only to beasts, a kingdom of all monsters. Of course, Jiang Yuan also understood that it was extremely difficult to truly achieve this. At least he has to put in a lot of effort in awakening the intelligence of the beasts, educating them, and many other aspects. But then again, it seems that mutant creatures of the same level are not as powerful as Liu Ying and the others. Whether it's intelligence, strength, or even every level, it's the same. Is it simply because it's the body of a strange beast, or is it because it has awakened an elemental talent? As if he had thought of something, Jiang Yuan's brows were filled with a hint of doubt. No, it doesn't seem to be due to talent. Just like the Thunder Rhino, it also awakened its elemental talent. But if it fought fiercely with Liu Ying, Zhu Yue, and even Luo Xian who was restrained by it, Jiang Yuan felt that Lei Shi would most likely lose. After thinking for a long time, Jiang Yuan still couldn't come up with a definite answer. Never mind. Jiang Yuan shook his head lightly and didn't think too much about it. These things were too far away from now, so he should consider the present more important things. What is the current situation in Paiyu Kingdom? Owner, Jing Guang immediately explained. In the past few days, many powerful humans have arrived in Paiyu country, and we followed your instructions and collected all the mutant creatures of our respective species. So there are almost no traces of mutant creatures in the Paiyu Kingdom at present? Yes. After receiving a definite answer, Jiang Yuan nodded gently and murmured, "We have subdued 6 mutant creatures now. Adding their population together, it will be a terrifying number. In this case, it's time to act." Having made up his mind, Jiang Yuan's eyes flickered as he said, "Okay, then go discuss this with the leaders of each tribe now. Let them gather their tribes together, and then launch a joint attack on the Paiyu Kingdom. This time we must completely invade Paiyu." As soon as he finished speaking, an indescribable chill burst out from Jiang Yuan's body. "Yes." Jing Guang straightened his body and responded immediately. "Hiss." Jiang Yuan couldn't help but let out a roar after sending the golden light back to the sea. His figure flashed, and he quickly arrived at the base of the Paiyu Kingdom. As soon as he arrived in the sky, Jiang Yuan noticed that the king and queen were sitting in a conference room, and in front of them stood Diamond. "Lord, all the mutant creatures in the Paiyu Kingdom have been driven out. But now, people from all over the country have not yet evacuated. Diamond, you don't need to tell me about this." The king of Paiyu calmly waved his hand and said, "I understand, and I will tell you. I will never give up my territory." "Why?" With a cry of surprise, Diamond paused. "Why?" The king chuckled and snorted. "Because the mutant creatures in my Paiyu Kingdom were dealt with by us and the rest of the world together. Among them, the contribution of Daxiao Mountain is not great. Yet you want to occupy half of our Paiyu Kingdom with just this little contribution. How can this be justified?" Hearing this, Diamond's face turned pale and he said, "But didn't the other countries come here because of Miss Su? If it weren't for Miss Su, why would they come here?" Hearing this, the queen's face became more uncomfortable. But soon she shouted coldly, "Diamond, you are a citizen of our Paiyu Kingdom. Now you are speaking for outsiders. What is your intention?" Chapter 189. Encirclement and Killing of Mutated Beasts. Diamond opened her mouth, not knowing what to say. "That's enough. If you dare to object again, you are not worthy to be a citizen of our Paiyu Kingdom." After these words were spoken, Diamond clenched his fists tightly, but remained silent. These words irritated Diamond's heart. It seems that even if you submit to me, you still have your own ideas. Looking at the performance of the Diamond below, Jiang Yuan smiled. He didn't care too much about it. This kind of thing was insignificant to him. On the contrary, he hoped to have this kind of emotion. Otherwise, what is the difference between my subordinates and robots? As long as he could be sure that they were truly submitting to him and truly standing on his side, that would be enough. As for the rest, it is insignificant. Diamond, remember that everything is centered around Paiyu, but I won't give up my territory. At this time, the king played the good guy and said, "We will also compensate Miss Su in other places. I have already invited strong men from various countries. You will act with them later. Go and hunt down all the mutant beasts near Paiyu Kingdom and restore peace to Paiyu Kingdom. As for any other questions, we'll talk about them later. Do you still want to exterminate all the mutant beasts?" Jiang Yuan frowned deeply, but soon relaxed his brows. As expected, what he had expected was correct. It was impossible for humans and mutant beasts to coexist peacefully at present. Luckily, I was prepared. Then let's see whether the mutant beasts are more powerful or the strong men from various countries on Blue Planet are more powerful. This battle of the Paiyu Kingdom. It can be said that this was the first major war between mutant beasts and powerful humans on Blue Planet. Jiang Yuan was really looking forward to this. Da-da-da. While I was thinking, I heard footsteps. Following the sound, Jiang Yuan saw a man in a black suit, with elegant manners but an extremely pale face, walking in. It is worth mentioning that his eyes were extremely red, as if they were filled with blood. Della the Blood-Winged. Jiang Yuan raised his eyebrows slightly and immediately recognized the person. This is a contractor from Kaohsiung country, and his strength is at level B+. Jiang Yuan had seen his name on the list before. Ranked third, even ahead of Jiang Yuanren. According to the list, he once successfully fought back against 3 B-level mutant beasts by his own strength when he was at B level. Being able to do this has a lot to do with his talent. His talent is the ability to transform into a bat. Not just one, but countless bats. And even if the bat dies, it won't cause any harm to him. His abilities are weird, but it's definitely impossible to be immortal. Jiang Yuan looked at him carefully for several times and quickly made up his mind. Lord, Della greeted the king and queen of Paiyu gracefully, then sat quietly aside. Moo! At this moment, a deafening sound came from far away, and the sound was as loud as thunder. Boom, boom, boom. Not only that, the ground also began to shake at this moment. Follow closely. Not long after, a huge creature appeared outside the conference hall. It was a white elephant about 15 meters tall. Its hair is thick and long, and the fangs on the sides of its mouth are extremely sharp. In stark contrast to its huge body, sitting on its back was a skinny human with a pointed chin and monkey cheeks. The Lord of the White Elephant Kingdom. Jiang Yuan murmured softly. This white elephant is a strange beast in the record of 10,000 beasts, and it has the strength of B+ level. And its contractor is the thin human. His name is Lal. In the White Elephant Kingdom, Lal is a respected and admired player of record of beasts. Swish, swish, swish. Not long after they arrived, a group of people walked into the conference room one after another. Among this group of people, there are some that Jiang Yuan knows and some that he doesn't know. But most of them are not weak. Even the lowest level ones have B-level strength. Looking at them, Jiang Yuan seemed to have thought of something and couldn't help but smile. It's strange. This group of people clearly came here to curry favor with me, so they should be my helpers. Who would have thought that now everyone is standing on the opposite side of themselves? Lord, why are you calling us so early today? The king looked around at the whole audience, then said cautiously, why don't we wait a little longer? York of the Free Federation hasn't arrived yet. Facing this group of people, he really didn't dare to say anything excessive. After all, this group of people are different from the strange beasts that Su Ming contracted. Not to mention that each of them is a strong man in the country. The strength of each country is stronger than that of Paiyu. If humans were to be killed by giant birds and werewolves, they might avenge themselves for the sake of being human. If you are killed by them, you can probably only get some compensation at most. There is no way. The powerful country and their own strong strength are enough for them to rest assured. York said not to disturb his sleep. Ahem. At this moment, Lal's light words made the king of Paiyu's face darken. Don't disturb sleep. After all, he is the king of a country. Isn't this too disrespectful? However, when he thought of the Free Federation's status as the overlord of Blue Star, he finally forced a smile and said, that's right. I invited you here this time because I want you to help us deal with the mutant beasts near Paiyu country. If you can solve all of this, I will definitely reward you handsomely. His words made all the strong men in the conference room fall into deep thought. Of course, this is also Miss Su's idea. However, I think Miss Su's contracted beast is too tired from the continuous battles, so I want to invite you to help. Hearing this, Della's pale face forced a narrow smile and said, in that case, I can join the battle. As he spoke, he couldn't help licking his lips, and a bloodthirsty look flashed in his eyes. When everyone saw it, their hearts trembled. Della. His talent is to transform into a bat, and for some unknown reason he has become extremely fond of blood, especially the blood of some mutated beasts. Since that's what Miss Su wants, then I'm willing to follow Miss Su's steps. The elephant master Lal, who was sitting on the white elephant's head, let out a soft cry. After hearing what Lal said, everyone in the conference room's eyes lit up. Yes, what Miss Su means is what we mean. I am willing to follow Miss Su's footsteps closely. Okay. Since you all agree, I agree too. Everyone spoke up and responded first. It's obvious. In their opinion, this is a good opportunity to show off in front of Su Ming. Listening to what everyone in the conference room said, the king and queen of Payu just showed joy on their faces when a soldier suddenly rushed into the conference room in a hurry. His expression was unusually calm, and as soon as he entered he exclaimed, "Master, this is not good. It seems the lizards, owls, cheetahs, green snakes, black bears, and hyenas near our Payu kingdom have all united. They are attacking us under the leadership of the king of the deep sea." Chapter 190, Arrival. What? The king's smile froze, and he suddenly stood up from his chair. Mutant beasts unite? This news was no less than a major earthquake. The reason why the Payu kingdom was able to survive the invasion of thousands of beasts was because of its difficulty. A big part of the reason is that except for the sea beasts, which are completely under the rule of the humanoid catfish, the other mutated beasts have launched attacks on the Payu kingdom. But they themselves can also produce civil wars. Otherwise, the Payu kingdom would have been destroyed long ago. But now the 6 ethnic groups can unite. What about the other ethnic groups? Will we unite in the future? How could the Payu kingdom survive at that time? Crash. Roar, roar, roar. However, before everyone in the conference room could react, they heard the sound of waves crashing in the distance. At the same time, the sound of the waves was accompanied by bursts of deafening roars of beasts. The roars of the beasts were different, as if they were composed of the roars of various mutated beasts intertwined with each other. Damn it, wasn't the mutant beast beaten away? Why are you here again? Help, the water is so high. I'm drowning. As the sound of the waves grew closer, waves of fearful human voices were heard outside. This also caused everyone in the conference room to look at each other, and you could see that their expressions were different. But there was no trace of fear. Looks like something interesting is about to happen. Lal smiled and instructed the white elephant under him to twist its body and run away quickly. Walk. Della licked her lips, and her body transformed into countless bats and flew across the sky. Their actions directly influenced everyone in the conference room. They all stood up and bursts of dense spiritual power shot towards the source of the sound. Seeing that everyone in the meeting room had left, the king and queen trembled violently. How come? Why is the king of the deep sea here again? Didn't it leave a long time ago? And they've joined forces with the other mutant beasts, my god. They won't break through the defense line and rush in. No way, that's impossible. The strong men from all countries are here. They should be able to stop them, right? The king and the queen exclaimed in succession. An unspeakable fear quickly crept onto their faces. Whether we can stop it or not, Let's hide first. Following the king's shout, the 2 men hurried back to their fully defended car. Obviously, in their opinion, this will be the safest place. Hidden there? Looking at the 2 people hiding in the car in fear, Jiang Yuan sneered. This is just the beginning. Can't you bear it anymore? Jiang Yuan shook his head slightly and looked straight ahead. What comes into view is an endless group of mutated beasts. They are of different species, including birds, beasts, and sea beasts. In the front is a humanoid catfish. Behind it, 6 mutant beasts with powerful auras were advancing fiercely with their respective tribes. This scene is extremely incredible. It also made all the Payu soldiers terrified. These creatures clearly have no connection with each other, so how can they unite with each other? Quick, stop these mutant beasts. Don't let them come over. Protect our king, protect our home. If we can drive them out once, we can certainly drive them out a second time. When such a horrific scene frightened the soldiers, many Payu soldiers stood up. They suppressed their fear, picked up their guns, and continued to cover the enemy with fire. But in such a hurry, almost no one was carrying heavy weapons. Faced with the surging mutated beasts, their attacks were like pebbles thrown into a mud pit, unable to create any splashes. Hiss! Just like now, the thick scales on each lizard perfectly blocked the attack of bullets. They moved their limbs and rushed out from the group of mutant beasts. Before they got close to him, the Payu soldiers suddenly let out screams. "Oh, help! Help!" Following the sound, I saw lizards with their mouths wide open, and their long red tongues shot at a soldier like sharp arrows. Crash! As the long tongues retracted, the soldier only had time to let out a scream before falling into their mouths in an instant. Hiss! Each lizard twisted its head fiercely, and the soldier was instantly cut in half by its sharp teeth. At this moment, the soldiers of the Payu kingdom were suddenly thrown into disarray. And this is clearly just the beginning. Roar! A roar of beasts was heard, and a group of black bears led by the black bear rushed over. Wherever it passed, buildings collapsed and large trees fell. The ordinary soldiers were like tofu and were all crushed to pieces. Just a short moment. The air was filled with a strong smell of blood, and the venue turned into a slaughterhouse. Even though ordinary humans are well trained, They are still too weak in front of the powerful physiques of mutant beasts. High in the sky, Jiang Yuan looked indifferently at the hellish scene below. Although it was a one-sided situation, his face did not show joy. He understood that this was just the appetizer, and the real highlight came from the strong men from various countries. Only if we can defeat and kill them can the attack of this mutant beast be considered a real success. Is it just possible? To be honest, Jiang Yuan had no idea either. It is true that there are quite a lot of powerful humans coming this time, and each of them is ranked on the list. When looking at the group of mutant beasts, only the king of the deep sea, Jiang Yuan, is worth seeing. He could help, but not much. Otherwise, before the strong men of each country can resolve the problem, the other countries will react first. Are you here already? Then let me see how strong you are. Just as he thought of this, Jiang Yuan saw bats flying towards him from a distance. That's bloody-winged Della. Hiss hiss hiss. The group of bats let out a series of sharp screams, and then rushed towards the group of black bears that were wreaking havoc in the distance. As they approached, bats opened their bloody mouths and bit the black bear in front of them madly. For some reason, bats' teeth are extremely strange, and anyone bitten by one will bleed profusely. Roar, roar, roar. The mutant black bears cried out in pain. They also fought back at this moment, biting or using their claws to frantically tear the bats off their bodies. Crash. Crisp sounds were heard, and bats could be seen being torn apart. But the strange thing was that when the bats were torn apart, no blood gushed out. They simply turned into a blood-red light and dissipated in this world. Immediately afterwards, more bats reappeared and launched another fierce attack on them. Roar, roar, roar. Although the mutant black bear was a little confused, it still quickly counterattacked the moment it saw the bat. Bang, bang, bang. The bats charged forward one after another, and the mutant black bear was extremely powerful. Every time he raises his claws, he can kill a bat. But in the next second, with a flash of blood, the killed bat will instantly condense again. Bat? Doppelganger. High in the sky, Jiang Yuan's eyes flickered slightly, and a hint of sarcasm appeared at the corner of his mouth. Nothing else. Jiang Yuan has discovered the secret of Della's talent through his powerful mental power. Chapter 191. Encircling and Killing Jiang Yuan. His talent is neither strong nor weak. It can differentiate itself, thus achieving immortality. If you don't know where his real body is, then you can rely on countless bats. As long as the spiritual power in Della's body is stable, it is enough to kill players who are far stronger than him. Of course, this is only when we don't know where Della's real body is. If you knew Della's true identity, then he is just a human with B+ level strength. Roar, roar, roar. While Jiang Yuan was thinking, powerful men from other countries arrived at the scene one after another, surrounded by spiritual power. Roar. Not far away, the giant elephant let out a shocking roar. At Lal's instruction, the giant elephant rushed directly towards the hyena group not far away like a mad beast. Then it raised its pillar-like limbs and trampled on the surroundings madly. Boom, boom, boom. As the ground shook continuously, some mutant hyenas that had no time to dodge were crushed by it. That moment, the mutant hyena's strong body exploded, and white internal organs mixed with blood continued to spurt out of its body. Although the physical constitution of strong humans is weaker than that of mutated beasts and sea beasts, but that is under the same level situation. The sea-level mutant hyenas and the B+ level white elephants are completely incapable of fighting. Ouch! Not far away, a hyena king, who was huge in size and had a more powerful aura than the other hyenas, looked at the crushed hyena and let out an angry roar. It suddenly jumped up with all four limbs and pounced directly at the white elephant. Snap! It was extremely fast and bit the white elephant's thick hind leg directly. However, there was no expected blood gushing out, but instead it aroused the anger of the white elephant. Roar! With a roar, the white elephant moved its hind legs and threw it straight out. Bang! A huge noise was heard. That was the sound of the hyena king falling to the ground from midair. Ouch! 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 The appearance of the hyena king caused the hyena group to roar. Roar! But just as they were about to attack the white elephant, a roar that resounded through the sky was heard. It is Jiang Yuan, the king of the deep sea. It set its sights on the elephant master Lal. Roar, roar, roar. The golden light roared, and then with a flick of his wrist, he took out some glittering things from somewhere. Click! It opened its mouth wide and swallowed it all, then rushed directly towards the giant elephant. The elephant's owner had apparently noticed its movements and glared at it. White elephant, sideways. Roar! The white elephant turned its head and saw that the golden light was approaching. It leaped up and smashed its head down like a rocket hammer. Bang! The white elephant sensed the danger, roared, and raised its front legs to resist. Rumble! The forelimbs collided with Jiang Yuan's head, and there was a loud sound of metal clashing. Roar, roar, roar. The next second, the white elephant let out an earth-shaking roar, and its body continued to retreat backwards. On the other hand, Jiang Yuan shook his head, and then raised his fist again and punched the white elephant hard as if nothing had happened. Bang! There was a loud noise, and the white elephant flew backwards instantly. The extremely heavy body finally crashed into the ground, creating a huge, deep pit. Roar, roar, roar. After a successful attack, the golden light roared and then rushed madly towards the human soldiers and the talented people who were fighting fiercely with the mutant creatures. Is it because the golden light devoured the gold, so the whole body became hard? High in the sky, Jiang Yuan looked slightly stunned. Lol, how are you? Lol, are you okay? Lar? Not far away, bursts of spiritual power burst out. They were the powerful people from other countries. They all came to the huge pit and exclaimed in surprise. No, nothing. Lar took a deep breath and said, "It is indeed worthy of being the king of the deep sea. Its strength is truly terrifying." Roar. As if in response to Lal's words, a roar sounded from not far away. The golden light twisted its body, and with a wave of its hand, a human was slapped away. In a short period of time, several human soldiers, and even talented people who were fighting fiercely with mutant creatures were beaten to death, spitting blood, and losing their breath. Fuck it. At this time, a gifted person's eyes became fierce, and he vigorously urged the spiritual power in his body. At this moment, his fist swelled up in the wind. His name is Jiang Yuan, and he is a strong man from the Korean country. His talent is simple and crude. He can inflate any part of his body and then unleash abilities far beyond his body. Boom. With a loud bang, Jiang Yuan staggered a few times, but Jiang Yuan was shocked and retreated repeatedly. Why is his body harder than iron? Jiang Yuan exclaimed. Next second, boom. The huge golden mouth opened, and the huge tongue rolled him up like a whip, then threw him high into the air. Fuck. As expected of the king of the deep sea, who ranks third on the list of mutant sea beasts. This kind of strength is indeed terrifying. Not far away, the powerful men from various countries who had arrived took a deep breath and looked much more solemn when they saw this. Ask yourself, if it was one-on-one, even if their strength was stronger than the talented person just now, it would not change the same ending as him. Come on, some people, come with me. As long as we can hold it back, the rest of the mutants will be vulnerable. Lal shouted solemnly upon seeing this. In fact, he didn't need to shout. The powerful men from various countries around him had already rushed towards the golden light in 2s and 3s. Roar. Good job. Jiang Yuan saw the elephant lord leading 3 or 5 powerful men over. Instead of fear, it was happy and rushed forward with its strong body. As they rushed towards the golden light, various roars were heard at the scene. Those were the sounds coming from lizards, owls, cheetahs, green snakes, black bears, and packs of hyenas. At this moment, they launched a fierce charge. Fuck it. Stop them. As long as we stop them and deal with that humanoid catfish, these mutant beasts will be vulnerable. Upon seeing this, the powerful men from various countries who had arrived roared and mobilized the spiritual power in their bodies to fight back. For a moment, the sound of fierce fighting continued for a long time. This was accompanied by bursts of screams like ghosts crying. Some are emitted by humans, but more are emitted by mutated beasts. Jiang Yuan was not surprised by this. The strong men from each country are the elites among the elites of each country. Except for those tribe leaders with B level, most of the mutant beasts have no ability to fight against them. It's just like a dimensionality reduction attack. Jiang Yuan took a quick glance and turned his gaze to Jiang Yuan and the powerful men from various countries led by Xiang. Facing 4 talented and powerful people, Jiang Yuan had very little chance to fight back. Most of them were beaten. However, Jiang Yuan was not worried at all that Jiang Yuan would be in danger, because he remembered Jiang Yuan's talent deeply. Whether it is swallowing or the sticky layer of saliva, it is extremely consistent with the situation that Jiang Yuan is facing now. Chapter 192, Arrival. Now that it has swallowed the gold, it has increased its own defense, and combined with its original sticky layer of saliva, it is enough to make it invincible. At least for the time being, the strong men from various countries, led by the Elephant Lord, will not be able to solve it. Of course, no one else can solve it. It's also hard to address others. Looks like I have to take action. Otherwise, this full-scale attack would have been resolved by the powerful people from various countries. Jiang Yuan sighed. It's a pity that Lu Ying and Zhu Yue are currently unable to unite with the mutant creatures. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Yuan was about to take action, but he seemed to have noticed something, and his eyes couldn't help but look into the distance. With the help of his golden eyes, he saw a figure covered in a black robe rushing under the boundless ocean. What was very strange was that although it was clearly sea level, the man walked as if on flat ground and did not fall into the sea. But if you look closely, you can find something strange. It's not that he couldn't fall, but there was a hint of frost that condensed the sea water in front of him into a light ice road faster than him. It's finally here. In that case, let me first show you the methods used by your countries. Seeing this from afar, Jiang Yuan grinned. Because the person who came was his real body. Hiss! With a roar, Jiang Yuan's consciousness gradually merged into the human body. And this high altitude. Roar, roar, roar. Jing Guang, who was besieged by the white elephant and other powerful men, looked at the group of mutant beasts that were constantly being slaughtered by the human strongmen. Its entire eye was red. Fuck you. It let out a roar, jumped up regardless of anything, and hit Lal on the back of the white elephant hard. Jing Guang understood that as contractors, their weakest link was undoubtedly themselves. Oops. Quick, stop him. Don't let Lal get hurt, or we'll never be able to stop the mad white elephant. Angry roars were heard, and the many powerful humans who were already surrounding the golden light immediately mobilized the spiritual power in their bodies and rushed forward. Even Della, who was originally dealing with the mutant lizard, screamed when he saw the scene in front of him and turned to attack the golden light. Jing Guang knew that the white elephant's weakness was Lal. As powerful human beings, how could they not know? Swish, swish, swish. With a series of roars, Della flew to the golden light first. He roared angrily and raised his hands high to grab the golden light. At this moment, his 10 fingers grew long and hard nails, which looked like 10 sharp blades at first glance. Brush. With a sharp sound, Della's 10 fingers left 10 claw marks on Jing Guang's body. Roar. Jing Guang immediately let out a scream, his expression even more frightened. Although it was also injured in the battle with the gifted one. But it's far from as easy as Della. However, this is not the end. Explode for me. An angry roar was heard, and a black shadow wrapped in thick spiritual power suddenly rose from a distance. As he approached the golden light, his fist instantly enlarged as if it were inflated and smashed towards the golden light with all his might. Judging from his talent, it is obvious that he is Jin Shan, the powerful man from the Korean country who was initially thrown away by the golden light. Boom. The moment the muffled sound was heard, the golden light let out an angry roar. Under this powerful spiritual power, its body flew backwards. Boom. Boom. With a loud noise, golden light fell straight to the ground in the distance. The huge body caused the ground to roar and revealed a huge, deep pit. You can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. Don't do this next time. Della licked his lips and explained for Jing Guang in a self-proclaimed gentlemanly manner. It seems that this tide of mutant beasts will soon subside. How could a mere deep-sea king have the guts to launch a beast tide against us? As expected, mutant beasts are just mutant beasts. They don't have any intelligence at all. A group of powerful humans, led by Lar, burst into laughter. Hey, another powerful human is coming. Just then, Della let out a light laugh. Following the sound, I saw a figure running towards me in the distance. As he ran, an extremely strong flame suddenly appeared around him. Fire attribute. Elemental talent. It seems the aura is not weak. Which country's strong man is this? Why is he wearing a black robe? Although I'm not quite sure, but he's coming towards us. Is he trying to deal a fatal blow to Jing Guang? Della chuckled, then slowly retreated to the rear, making room for an area. Seeing this, the powerful men from other countries also followed his example and took a few steps back. Those who possessed the gift of fire attribute deserved such treatment. But they didn't know that the person with the fire attribute talent was Jiang Yuan in human form. You're not going to hide. Jiang Yuan smiled and pushed the flames in his body to the extreme. Buzz, buzz, buzz. As the flames grew wildly, Jiang Yuan had already rushed over here. Drink. Jiang Yuan shouted softly, and the flames wrapped around his body suddenly jumped out. It transformed into streams of light that shot straight into the sky, and the thick fireworks burned the space, making a crackling sound. The sky became even more red, which made the talented people like Della look envious. A person with elemental attribute talents. There are very few of them in the whole world. I could even count them with 2 pairs of hands, but I didn't expect to encounter one this time. But soon, their envious expressions changed. Oh shit, why do I feel like this fire is directed at us? Oh my god, this is fake, right? Isn't he a strong human being? Shouldn't we release it on the king of the deep sea? Fuck it. Run. Run. As everyone exclaimed, they noticed that the fireworks shooting straight out from the sky were falling in front of them. Their faces turned pale with fear, and they frantically urged their spiritual power to leave the area. Rumble. But their speed was too slow after all, and the fireworks hit the ground in an instant, stirring up a sea of fire. Many talented people were instantly engulfed by the flames before they could react. Help! Help! Fire! My whole body is on fire. Someone please put out the fire on me. Water! Some water, please. For a moment, many talented people let out shrill howls. The threat of fire is not what scares many talented people the most. What frightened them even more was that they discovered that these flames did not cause any harm to the group of mutant beasts. It seems that it was not released against the group of mutant beasts at all. How is this possible? He is a human genius. But the next second, brush. The endless flames rising up made them realize their thoughts in an instant. Under the thick flames, the figure turned into a stream of light and rushed straight towards Lar. Lol, be careful. It went for you. Lol, run away. You are an ordinary person, but you can't stop this flame. The expressions of many powerful human beings changed drastically, and they cried out in surprise one after another. Chapter 193, Puppet. Della's face darkened, and he had already transformed into dozens of bats, blocking Lal's way. Seeing this scene from afar, many powerful humans breathed a sigh of relief. They had just seen clearly Della's abilities. In a sense, it is an immortal being. You think you can stop me? A sneer appeared in Jiang Yuan's eyes. But since you want to stop me, I will kill you. Destroying him. An extremely sharp ray of fire flashed in Jiang Yuan's eyes. Burn it for me. As he raised his hand, thick flames instantly grew. Wherever the flames reach, it seems to burn everything. The moment the flames touched the bats, bang, bang, bang. Several muffled sounds were heard instantly, and it was the bats that turned into streaks of blood under the erosion of flames. Fortunately, it was blocked. Lal will be fine now. Honestly, it's a good thing Della is here, otherwise Lal would have died this time. When everyone saw this scene, they breathed a sigh of relief. While they were breathing a sigh of relief, Jiang Yuan was constantly observing the rising blood. It's you. A few seconds later, Jiang Yuan's eyes turned fierce, and he immediately shot out several spider silks as thin as cicada wings towards the blood light. Spider silk is extremely fine and moves very fast. If you don't concentrate, it is extremely difficult to capture it with the naked eye. Just like now. Phew. No one noticed it at all, but they heard a sound of flesh being pierced through from the blood light far away from the flames. Oh, how could you find me? The next second, blood light was seen falling not far away and turned into a pale figure. This person was none other than Della. Only, at this moment, a large amount of blood was gushing out of his chest. He no longer looked as elegant as before, and his face was full of fear. This scene left the powerful people from various countries dumbfounded. They had no idea how Jiang Yuan discovered Della. Della, how did he get injured? Before their doubts were answered. What's going on? Ral, run away. I can't control myself. A cry of surprise stunned everyone. Della stood on tiptoe with a look of resistance on his face, and while hanging in the air, he raised his sharp claws and grabbed Lal on the white elephant. Della, what are you doing? Lal obviously didn't expect that his teammate Della would attack him. By the time he reacted, Della's sharp claws had already fallen. Phew. The sound of sharp nails entering the body was heard, and suddenly there were 10 claw marks on Lar's body that were deep enough to see the bone. Ahem. Lal coughed dryly, blood spurting out of his mouth. This wasn't my shot. Lal, please believe me. You all have to testify for me. At this time, Della landed on the ground. He exclaimed in surprise and walked towards the powerful people from various countries next to him. Della, don't come over here. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude to you. Seeing Della coming, the strong men from various countries took a few steps back. There was a hint of vigilance in the looks they gave the nearby figures. To be honest, they were scared, afraid that people around him will attack him. That will be the most fatal blow. It's quite fun to use spider silk. Looking at everyone's expressions, a hint of teasing flashed across Jiang Yuan's eyes. It was naturally he who instigated Della's attack on Lal. Jiang Yuan had used something similar to this once before when facing the Gale Wolf pack. But the state of mind I used before is completely different from the one I have now. Since no one has noticed, let me give you some more exciting news. As soon as he finished whispering, Della's face turned ferocious and he jumped up in a very strange way and stretched out his sharp 10 fingers again and rushed towards Lal. Lal, be careful. Lal, run. Don't get hit by Della. With each exclamation, Lal's face changed drastically. White elephant, stop him. Roar. The white elephant roared, raised its head and used its sharp tusks to resist. Della could easily dodge its attack. But for some reason, Della not only did not dodge, but instead recklessly charged towards the white elephant's tusks. It seemed as if he wanted to use his own body to test which tusk was harder, his or the white elephant's. Lol, stop it. In stark contrast to his actions, Della's pupils contracted, and while screaming, he immediately wanted to turn himself into a bat to dodge. But his speed was a little slow after all. Phew. A huge penetrating wound appeared on Della's abdomen, and blood gushed out at this moment. And at this time, Della turned into a bat and left the place in an instant. It hurts so much. It hurts. When Della's figure appeared, his whole body was soaked in blood, and he looked like a bloody man. Silence. The whole place was dead silent. Until now, the powerful people from various countries still don't know what happened. But the wounded Della and the severely injured Lal were enough to make them feel cold all over. Roar. You're fighting me, and you're still dazed. You really don't take me seriously. Just at this moment, a loud noise was heard in the distance. I turned my head subconsciously to look. The huge golden mouth opened wide, and the huge tongue had tightly wrapped around the strong man Jiang Yuan from the Korean country. It was like a rope, tightly wrapped around his neck. Explode for me. As his tongue retracted, Jiang Yuan's face turned red. He frantically urged the spiritual power in his body to make his neck continue to grow bigger, obviously trying to use this to break free from the restraints. Come here, sir. While Jiang Yuan's neck was growing bigger, the golden light did not stop. Its head swung violently and was thrown straight into the air by the golden light. Hiss. The next second, Jiang Yuan's entire body was swallowed into the mouth of golden light. Dead. Another strong man died. Oh my God. Is there any need for us to fight? The tragic scenes that occurred one after another made the strong men from various countries tremble all over. To be honest, they really didn't have the heart to fight anymore. After all, this is not their country. Could it be that they are going to sacrifice their lives for the Paiyu Kingdom, just like Jiang Yuan? Although helping the Paiyu Kingdom is to please Su Ming. But you don't have to throw away your life just to please others. That would be totally unworthy. Let's go for a walk. We have done our utmost to help Paiyu Kingdom. The strong men from various countries took a deep breath and made up their minds. You just want to leave? I haven't had enough fun yet. Looking at the expressions of the strong men from various countries, Jiang Yuan grinned. Hey, is someone coming? York of the Free Federation? Is he going to wade into this mess? Suddenly, as if he had noticed something, he looked into the distance. There was a figure running towards them. Seeing this scene, Jiang Yuan grinned even more happily. At present, the strong men of various countries have lost the faith to fight. Under such circumstances, it was impossible for them to defeat the mutated beasts led by Jiang Yuan. So Jiang Yuan didn't mind having some fun with the rumored strongest man and experiencing his extraordinary skills. Chapter 194, Present World. Swish, swish, swish. As soon as Jiang Yuan finished speaking, he noticed an invisible wave in the space. At the same time, he saw York's figure moving in the distance. Every time he moves, he sees another object taking his place. And he appeared at the original position of the object. Exchange? One of York's abilities? No wonder he can become the strongest human being today. Jiang Yuan frowned slightly and sighed. With this ability alone, as long as York reacts quickly enough, theoretically, he can dodge all attacks. Don't forget that his ability is not limited to escape. After taking a few deep looks, Jiang Yuan's frown relaxed a little. He discovered the secret of York. Every time an exchange occurs, the space around him will produce slight fluctuations. The fluctuation is very small, and it is extremely difficult to detect without strong mental power. But unfortunately, after fusing several divine eyes, Jiang Yuan's mental power has reached an extremely terrifying area. It is no exaggeration to say that if he releases his mental power at full strength, he will be able to win over most of the Paiyu Kingdom. Of course, this is Jiang Yuan's original ability. Jiang Yuan's human body does not have such strong mental power, but it was enough to help him see a general outline. Swish, swish, swish. While Jiang Yuan was thinking, as York's figure got closer, the strong men from various countries also noticed it. It's York. York is here. He should be able to turn the tide. Brothers, let's run away first and see what York says. They let out bursts of fear, and the fear on their faces diminished a little. Swish. At this moment, Jiang Yuan noticed a fluctuation in the space in front of him. Are you here? Jiang Yuan's lips curled up slightly, and a large flame spurted out straight forward. Although he didn't know the exact location of York. But so what? As long as there are enough flames, one of them will be able to hit him. Bang. Sure enough, Accompanied by a loud bang, York's figure appeared. Fuck! When York saw the layers of flames approaching, his face changed, and then his figure flashed and disappeared in an instant. Oh, fire! I'm all on fire. Help, help! Following closely was a terrible scream. I saw that York's original position was replaced by a strong human. York came to the crowd of powerful people from various countries. Did he discover York in advance? How is this possible? Oh my god, is there such a weird thing? The strong men from various countries looked at York in front of them, and then looked at the figure burned by fire in the distance. Their pupils shrank and their expressions were full of shock. Ignoring everyone's exclamations, York looked directly at Jiang Yuan, frowning and saying, "Your strength is quite good. With such powerful strength, why don't you consider joining our Free Federation? In the Free Federation, your abilities and even your strength can be greatly enhanced." York, some powerful people from various countries cried out in surprise. "Shut up." York snorted coldly and interrupted him. "Silence." York's words silenced all the powerful men from various countries. It's not just because of the Free Federation behind York, but also because of his own powerful strength. "Join the Free Federation?" Jiang Yuan murmured, then said with a hint of sarcasm, "Are you worthy?" Fuck! York's face darkened, and he immediately drew a long sword from his waist and raised it high above his head. Swish, swish, swish. As he continued to swing, Jiang Yuan felt the space shaking and dozens of strong winds rolled in. Really good. Jiang Yuan frowned and immediately used the Thousand Shadows technique to quickly leave the area. Bang, bang, bang. Immediately afterwards, the group of mutated beasts behind Jiang Yuan let out a series of miserable howls. Following the sound, we saw that many mutated beasts had bloody scars on their bodies. Is this his cutting ability? Jiang Yuan frowned. Snort. At the same time, York stepped on the tiptoe, picked up the long knife, and slashed towards Jiang Yuan in the air like a bullet. Jiang Yuan frowned, and a flash of flame burst out towards York. Flash! With a light shout, York's figure flashed and disappeared in an instant. Instead, there is golden light. Roar! Hit by the flames, Jing Guang roared towards the sky with an expression of great anger. Is this the strongest person in the human race? What's the harm even if they find out? His reaction will eventually allow him to be one step faster. The roar of the golden light excited the strong men from all countries. Even Della and Lal, who were seriously injured not far away, smiled. Come on, come again if you have the guts. I want to see what other tricks you have. York enjoyed the exclamations of the crowd very much, and he also made a very provocative sound. Call. Jiang Yuan exhaled a breath of foul air. It was true that he had many tricks up his sleeve. If he continued to fight, York would definitely die, but Jing Guang and even the mutated beasts behind him would definitely die before him. No, not just Jing Guang and his group, but also a group of powerful humans. Unless they are all eliminated, it will be very difficult to deal with York. But undoubtedly, this kind of scenario where both sides suffer losses is not what Jiang Yuan wants to see. So, just prepare yourself for the greatest terror. Is there nothing else you can do? Seeing that Jiang Yuan had not made any move, York sneered. Facing his words, Jiang Yuan still did not respond. Because his consciousness has long been absorbed into his body. Fuck you. How dare you dump your grandfather? Instead, Jing Guang on the side glared and let out a roar. However, just as he was about to rush towards York, it seemed to have sensed something and froze in place. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, the air seemed to freeze as if some extremely evil creature was about to be born. What's going on here? Why do I feel a dangerous aura? And it's such a strong danger. The thick atmosphere of danger made the strong men from various countries shudder. York, the strongest one, seemed to have noticed something and subconsciously looked up at the sky. You don't know until you see it. When he saw it, he was immediately shocked. Just see. Under the cover of layers of dark clouds, one could vaguely see 8 extremely evil eyes appearing there. This is... York was stunned for a moment, as if he didn't understand why there were eyes in the sky. But he didn't have time to think about it, as a strong sense of crisis began to grow wildly in his heart. Run, run. Alarm bells rang in his heart. York's face changed drastically, and he immediately used his ability to quickly communicate with everything in the distance. York escaped. The powerful men from other countries seemed to have noticed something at this time. They quickly mobilized the remaining spiritual power in their bodies and fled into the distance like crazy. Hiss! But at this moment, a roar sounded as if it had come down from ancient times. The 8 eyes of different colors in the sky became much clearer. This is Jiang Yuan. He looked down like a god, looking at the powerful people from various countries who were constantly fleeing. Jiang Yuan murmured softly. Now that I'm out, then stay with me. Chapter 195, Great Victory. The moment the words fell, thousands of spider silks flew into the air. Like a sharp sword shooting straight out, it continuously pierces through the body of every strong man. Puff, puff, puff. The strong men from various countries in the field let out painful howls, and thick streams of blood flowed from their bodies. But even though their bodies were severely injured, the strong men from various countries still frantically mobilized their spiritual power to flee into the distance. They are afraid that they will slow down, will completely perish at this moment. Help! What kind of creature is that in the sky? Why do I feel so terrible? Oh my God! Help, help! Run! Run quickly! I must report this to the world. The strong men from various countries in the field kept howling and wailing. Nothing else. Because at this moment the scene has become a hell. Many strong men were strangled to death on the spot by spider silk without being seen. High in the sky, Jiang Yuan looked indifferently at the fleeing strong men from various countries. Even someone as strong as York had his body pierced by several spider silk threads, causing blood to gush out. But he eventually escaped. In fact, Jiang Yuan had been watching, but he did not try to stop him too much. York, after knowing the ability, not to mention his original body, even if Jiang Yuan in human form used a single talent, he was confident that he could defeat York. So Jiang Yuan only inflicted heavy damage on him and let him run away. Of course, it's not just him. Jiang Yuan killed many and let many escape. No way. Mankind's most powerful weapon, the mushroom egg. Jiang Yuan was still a little afraid. Therefore, Jiang Yuan let some powerful people from other countries escape in order to make other countries fear him. But it won't be long. It won't be long before I appear in the world, and all the countries in the world will have to face up to my existence. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Yuan looked around the entire audience. Apart from the corpses of powerful people from various countries, all that could be seen below were groups of mutated beasts. Looking at them, Jiang Yuan's eyes flashed with brilliance. Now we have territory, and our influence is beginning to take shape. He can start making his next move now. Doomsday Lord. Not far away. Hiss. After the strong men from various countries had almost finished running, Jiang Yuan's eyes flickered. The figure then disappeared into the disastrous rain and fog. Jing Guang, the rest is up to you. See if there are any humans who are still alive. Imprison them all. Remember to go find the person who can transform into a bat. I remember he didn't escape. After transmitting a message to the golden light consciousness, Jiang Yuan left. He left with his human form. Only a group of mutant beasts were left on the scene to clean up the battlefield. And the scene. Although the tribes of lizards, owls, cheetahs, green snakes, black bears, and hyenas did not receive Jiang Yuan's spiritual transmission, each tribe looked up at the sky with a deep and fiery gaze. That is the worship of Jiang Yuan, their king. Roar. It wasn't until Jiang Yuan's figure disappeared that Jing Guang roared. Hurry, the king just gave an order. Clean up the battlefield first. Roar, roar, roar. Roar, roar, roar. Roar, roar, roar. Jing Guang's words won the response of the group of mutant beasts present. Most of them have limited intelligence and don't really understand these things. But they understood that since it was the king's order, they would definitely not go wrong if they followed it. While the mutated beasts were busy, Jiang Yuan had already arrived in his human form in the luxury car where the king and queen of Paiyu were originally. Huh. He actually ran away. Jiang Yuan was a little surprised. He didn't expect that the king and queen of Paiyu were so afraid of death. The battle wasn't over yet, but he just ran away. But you can't escape from my grasp. Jiang Yuan's eyes moved slightly, and he walked straight in one direction in an instant. With his powerful mental strength, he had already sensed the aura of the king and queen. Swish, swish, swish. Jiang Yuan's speed is incredibly fast. In just a short moment, he had caught up with the king and queen of Paiyu. I didn't expect that they would even mention diamonds. Jiang Yuan's eyes were filled with amusement. But then again, letting Diamond become the king of Paiyu Kingdom in the future is a good choice. With a low murmur, Jiang Yuan's consciousness had already returned to the human body. Who is who? Who on earth is it? Come out quickly. When Jiang Yuan approached the luxury convoy, Diamond seemed to have sensed something. His eyes looked up at the sky from afar and finally fell on the figure in the distance. Swish, swish, swish. The moment they saw Jiang Yuan, the terrified Paiyu soldiers raised their guns instantly. Don't come over here. What's the matter? Before they could finish their words, Diamond took a deep breath and said, Put down your weapons. It's a human gifted one. As soon as he finished speaking, a door of the luxury car in the middle opened. He was the king of Paiyu. He looked at Jiang Yuan from a distance and asked, Are you the powerful person from the country supporting the Paiyu kingdom this time? Without waiting for Jiang Yuan's answer, he hurriedly asked, what's the current battle situation? Have all those mutant beasts been dealt with? Jiang Yuan was amused when he heard his question. It turned out that he didn't even know the situation of the battle and fled first. Recalling the group of Paiyu soldiers who suppressed their fear and fought against Jiang Yuan and others. It's really quite ridiculous. The Paiyu kingdom was defeated. The strong men from various countries were also defeated. Jiang Yuan smiled and replied jokingly. Defeated? The king turned pale and murmured. Yes, I lost. Jiang Yuan continued. Soon the Paiyu kingdom will be completely conquered. Maybe they have already caught up with us. What? As soon as these words were spoken, the king seemed to have lost his soul. His whole body went limp, and he almost collapsed to the ground. Can you please help me? Just help me escape. When I restore my country in the future, I will definitely give you a position second only to the emperor and above everyone else. Help you restore your country? Give me a position above everyone else. Yes, you agreed, didn't you? Then take me away quickly. Just escape. Phew. Before the king finished speaking, a thick flame emerged from Jiang Yuan's body. Like a man-eating beast, it instantly turned the king into a man of fire. Ah, the fire is burning. It's burning me. Da-da-da. As the king of Paiyu exclaimed, a group of Paiyu soldiers raised their spears. Only, they haven't pulled the trigger yet. A string of nameless flames instantly rose from the ground. In an instant, the area was turned into a sea of fire. For a moment, the venue was filled with screams of agony. Only Diamond, Jiang Yuan, and the luxury car were not engulfed in flames. Inside the luxurious car, the queen's eyes reflected the raging fire. Her delicate body trembled with fear. But this also adds a bit of charm. Suddenly, she saw a Diamond nearby and immediately exclaimed, Ah, you guys. Diamond, I command you by the queen's command. Hurry up and kill him for me. Diamond didn't respond for a long time. Diamond, didn't you hear me? Kill him for me. Jiang Yuan looked at the queen and suddenly said calmly, Diamond, she's asking you a question. Aren't you going to respond? Chapter 196, The Queen's Charm. Everything is up to the master. Diamond bowed and retreated to Jiang Yuan's side. He is a citizen of Paiyu Kingdom and we should plead for him. But during this time, the king and queen had broken his heart. Now the entire Paiyu Kingdom is about to be destroyed. Although he felt uncomfortable, he could only say that it was his own fault. He has already made many efforts to this end. Diamond, you. The queen looked at the diamond and her eyes widened. You are from my country, Paiyu. You are betraying the Paiyu Kingdom. If the Paiyu people knew about this, they would never let him go. The queen was scolding excitedly when she suddenly saw Jiang Yuan take a step forward. Her whole body trembled, her voice stopped abruptly, and then a pitiful look appeared on her face as she begged, Diamond. Diamond, no matter what, I am still the queen of Paiyu. Please plead for me for the sake of our past. Hurry up and plead for me. The queen was crying with tears in her eyes, and she looked so pitiful. But from beginning to end, Diamond never looked up. Instead, the distance between her and Jiang Yuan became closer and closer. Looking at Jiang Yuan, whose whole body was filled with flames, the queen trembled all over, and her beautiful face was already filled with fear. Please, please, please spare me. As if she had thought of something, the queen pulled down her clothes, revealing her snow-white shoulders, and said, As long as you forgive me, I can be your lover. I am the queen of a country. I am your lover. It must be a great sense of accomplishment. Jiang Yuan looked her up and down and had to admit that the queen of Paiyu Kingdom was still very graceful. Not only does she have skin as white as snow, but her figure is also extremely hot, which is simply enough to captivate people. It is no exaggeration to say that it is a disaster for the country and the people. If it were a human, Jiang Yuan might not be able to control himself. It's a pity that Jiang Yuan is now a strange beast, a spider. So, brush. The flames shot up into the sky like an angry dragon, instantly engulfing the luxury car and trapping the queen of Paiyu Kingdom inside. Fire. It's so hot, so hot. Help me, help me. At this moment, the queen's screams continued to ring out in the car. Faintly, you can see a fireman struggling inside. However, neither Diamond nor Jiang Yuan was indifferent to this. Only after the screams in the car completely faded away did Jiang Yuan turn around and look at Diamond. Owner. Diamond shouted and immediately knelt in front of Jiang Yuan. Diamond, I have a task for you, but I will obey the master's orders. I want you to gather all the Paiyu people together and rebuild the Paiyu Kingdom. After these words were spoken, Diamond's eyes widened, and he looked at Jiang Yuan with a look of disbelief. Just like before, I only want half of Paiyu's territory, and the other half will still belong to Paiyu. Jiang Yuan ignored his expression, looked at him with deep eyes, and continued. And you? You will be the new generation of Paiyu leader that I support. Do you understand? Yes. Owner. Diamond reacted and immediately responded. Jiang Yuan hummed softly, then said, Then you go first. If there's anything, just report to me. Oh, by the way, Jing Guang, the king of the deep sea, is also my subordinate. As the last words fell, Jiang Yuan's body disappeared in front of the diamond. The power of diamonds is enough to control the Paiyu kingdom. With Paiyu kingdom as the outskirts of our base camp, we won't have to worry about the mushroom eggs for at least a short period of time. After doing all this, Jiang Yuan's eyes flickered and he sighed. Certainly, Jiang Yuan understood that to establish a kingdom that belonged only to beasts, simply occupying the territory was far from enough. Can hold it. This is the most important thing. Otherwise, everything is just empty talk. Hold on. As long as the strong men from each country return to their own countries, they will surely know what's happening here, right? Then the real war begins. Jiang Yuan took a deep breath, and a hint of cold murderous intent flashed across his eyes. In short, he doesn't care which country it is. As long as they dare to invade, Jiang Yuan will definitely make them feel what terror is. While thinking, Jiang Yuan had already returned to Jing Guang's side. At this time, all the mutated beasts were integrated by the golden light. King, seeing Jiang Yuan coming, the mutated beasts, led by Jing Guang, roared in joy. King, listening to the cries of the beasts, Jiang Yuan curled up his lips into a smile. It should be mentioned that there is the title of king. Jiang Yuan likes it very much. How's your battlefield cleanup going? There are a total of 20 corpses of powerful humans, 5 of whom were seriously injured and have been captured. As for the rest, they should have all escaped. Hearing this, Jiang Yuan nodded slightly. Oh right. We have found the human who can transform into a bat. It's just that he's been severely injured and hasn't regained consciousness yet. Jiang Yuan nodded and said, Take me to see it. Yes. Jing Guang responded and quickly brought Jiang Yuan to a place. Here, there are a group of injured human warriors. And Della, covered in blood, was even more eye-catching. Hiss. Looking at them, Jiang Yuan gradually returned his consciousness to his own body. Hiss. As he regained consciousness, Jiang Yuan let out a roar from high in the sky. Follow closely. Rumble. One shocking roar after another. I saw that the original scene had undergone a huge change. The ground sank rapidly, sinking about 30 meters, forming a natural cave, and then it finally came to a stop. Hiss. Another hissing sound was heard, and layers of spider webs instantly covered the area, and the spider webs intertwined with each other, turning into a cage. Call. After doing all this, Jiang Yuan wrapped Della in spider silk into a cocoon, and then he relaxed a little. In this case, even if Della has great abilities, she won't be able to escape, right? With a light laugh, Jiang Yuan's consciousness fell back into his human body, and he shouted to Jing Guang beside him. Watch him carefully. Don't let him escape. When he wakes up, tell me the first time. The reason why Jiang Yuan treated Della so specially was because he thought he was weird. It can transform into a bat and likes to suck blood. It has sharp teeth and claws. No matter how little this happened, Jiang Yuan was reminded of the legendary vampire from Blue Star. Before, Jiang Yuan wouldn't have thought too much about it. But ever since Jiang Yuan heard about the figure in ancient robe from Zhengwo, he has been concerned about it. Since there are ancient gifted people and ancient mutated beasts, are there also legendary races like werewolves and vampires? Jiang Yuan couldn't confirm this for sure. But he understood one thing. It is better to kill someone by mistake than to let him go. Roar, roar, roar. Just as Jiang Yuan was lost in thought, the roar of a beast from not far away brought him back to his senses. Of course, Jiang Yuan didn't understand what the beast's roar was saying. But isn't there a golden light on the side? It quickly gave an explanation. King, it's the Ant King near the Paiyu Kingdom. It heard about what happened in the Paiyu Kingdom and came here specifically to seek refuge. Chapter 197, Engineer Ants. Oh, hearing Jing Guang's words, Jiang Yuan's face was a little stunned. I didn't expect that before I went to look for them, the beasts would come to my door. Go and have a look. Jiang Yuan murmured softly and arrived at the scene under the guidance of Jing Guang and his group. From a distance, Jiang Yuan saw an ant as big as a baby standing in the distance. Its entire body was brown, and its 2 jaws appeared extremely large and sharp. Jiang Yuan looked her up and down and nodded involuntarily. Although it is a weak ant, its strength is also at B level. Behind it, there was a dense group of small ants that looked like a brown wave. Although their strength is not as strong as the leader, Most of them are around sea level. Not bad. Jiang Yuan grinned, and suddenly an idea came to his mind. On Blue Star, there are few gathering places for creatures like mutant beasts. If I really make the kingdom of beasts famous in the future, maybe there is no need to worry about whether we can recruit mutant beasts. On Blue Star, there is no other place that can provide them with shelter. And first and foremost, the kingdom of beasts that he created will be listed as the first choice. Hiss. When he thought of this, Jiang Yuan's eyes lit up. By then, I'm afraid the kingdom of beasts will be a veritable holy land for the beasts. However, while Jiang Yuan was thinking, the other ant's expression became fierce when he saw Jiang Yuan, and it let out a series of hissing sounds. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Buzz, buzz, buzz. As the sound was made, the group of ants behind it gathered together as if in a very organized manner, and finally formed a giant ant about 10 meters tall. At this moment, one can clearly feel that the aura emitted by the ant colony has increased. Oh, you treat me as a human being. Looking at the scene in front of him, Jiang Yuan couldn't help but laugh. Immediately, a panel about the Ant King appeared in front of him. Type, mutated ant. Level, B. Active talent, fusion, calling on the tribe to work together to form a towering giant ant. The stronger the tribe, the higher the rank that can be upgraded after fusion. Passive talent, engineer, likes construction. When leading a group to build, the constructed items gain a certain bonus. Jiang Yuan glanced over it carefully and nodded unconsciously. It has good talent and high growth potential. Just like Jing Guang's talent, the more creatures he devours, the more abilities he gains. Maybe it seems ordinary at the beginning, but it will definitely be extremely abnormal if it accumulates over a long period of time. Growth potential? Talent. Jiang Yuan lowered his head and chewed on these words carefully, as if he had thought of something. I heard from Chun Zhangwo before that talent, like strength, is divided into different levels. So based on this calculation, how should talents like Ant and Golden Light be rated? Speaking of S, it is definitely not enough now. But if it is not, who knows whether it can grow into an S-level talent in the future? Of course, Jiang Yuan also knew that this was a matter for the future. Looking at its other passive ability, Jiang Yuan had some ideas. These two abilities combined are really a great talent for defending the home. Ant King. This is our king. Have some respect. At this moment, Jing Guang's roar brought Jiang Yuan back to his senses. Hiss. When the giant ant heard Jing Guang's words, it froze in place. Obviously, with its current intelligence, it cannot understand why their king is a human. Well, Jiang Yuan sighed, and his pupils instantly showed a few more red lights. Buzz. A unique aura of a strange beast then rose from Jiang Yuan's body. Hiss. The moment he sensed the breath, the Ant King trembled all over. Immediately afterwards, the giant ants disintegrated instantly and knelt in front of Jiang Yuan. Seeing this scene, Jiang Yuan slowly restrained his own aura and continued. Ant King, since you have surrendered to me, then I will give you a task. Build a nest under the Paiyu Kingdom. The nest must have all the necessary facilities, and it must be well connected, leading to every corner of the country. As Jiang Yuan spoke, he couldn't help but think of the famous tunnel warfare in his previous life. I might not be able to carry it all over. Golden Light. King, your mission is to guard the territory of the Paiyu Kingdom and capture all the mutant beasts nearby. Report to me on the progress every once in a while. Yes. Jing Guang straightened his body and responded immediately. Jiang Yuan nodded slightly. After arranging everything within the territory of Paiyu Kingdom, Jiang Yuan turned his eyes slightly and looked in the distance in the direction of the Dasha Mountain. I don't know if my godfather has absorbed the spiritual energy from the 3 spiritual stone mines in all this time. The moment the voice fell, Jiang Yuan's figure disappeared from the spot. He left. Now that we have a base, it's time to improve our own strength. With the strength increased one step further, it becomes what humans call a destructive existence. Then who can stop him? And that will be the time when the kingdom of beasts will become famous. At the same time, within the territory of Piao State, in a large room, a firefly stood on one leg with its wings stretched out in boredom. It is practicing the legendary golden rooster stand. Meditation, meditation, meditation. Lu Ying was muttering to herself while performing the movements. Well, after playing for a while, Lu Ying sighed to herself. I can't calm down. I don't know when Dad will let me out. The fighting outside is so fierce, and they won't let me join in the fun. It's so boring to stay in the room. The firefly was helpless. It had thought this trip to Paiyu Kingdom would be very fun. When it saw the battle between humans and mutant beasts, it also wanted to have some fun. Unfortunately, reality gave it a painful blow. It doesn't matter if Dad doesn't allow it. It wanted to sneak out for a walk, but Zhu Yue stopped it every time, saying that Jiang Yuan had given a strict order not to let them go out. How about sneaking out for a while? It's sleeping now, so it definitely won't be discovered. Looking at Zhu Yue, who had his eyes closed not far away, Lu Ying had another idea in her mind. Clatter. Not found. Clatter. Not found. Clatter. Just as Firefly was about to reach the door, it noticed a gaze. It turned its head stiffly and saw that it was Zhu Yue. Firefly, the master said. Ah. As soon as Lu Ying's head tilted, the whole beast was about to explode. Suddenly, it and Zhu Yue stopped. At this moment, she heard a voice in both of her heads. It was Jiang Yuan's spiritual consciousness transmitting the message. The words were very simple. Just let them go back on their own. Go back, all right, go back. Lu Ying's eyes lit up, and she shouted to Zhu Yue, let's go, let's go. Since Dad has said so, let's go back first. Although there will definitely be no fighting if we go back, it will at least be more comfortable than staying in this room. Mom is at the Dashao mountain. To be honest, I really miss my mom after not seeing her for so long. Ouch. Zhu Yue did not stop Lu Ying from leaving this time. It also let out a wolf howl and followed Lu Ying's steps closely. This is different from last time. This time it is authorized by Jiang Yuan, so it didn't block. Chapter 198. Ambition of the Sakura Country. Bah! A loud cry was heard. Fireflies kept circling in the sky, their faces full of excitement. Cool. It feels so good. I didn't feel it before, but after staying in the room for a long time and then coming out, I really feel refreshed. It's a pity the battle is over. Otherwise, we can still go out and have some fun. Looking down at everything in the Paiyu kingdom below with lowered eyebrows, a trace of sadness appeared on Lu Ying's excited little face. Hey, that's not right. Suddenly, its gaze turned slightly and fell on Zhu Yue below. At this time, Zhu Yue was communicating with a man from Paiyu kingdom whose whole body was shining with light. It remembered that it was its little brother, Diamond. Looking at the two of them, Lu Ying's eyes flickered. If I leave now, I think I can go out and play? No, I'm not going there to play. I want to help my mother catch some mutant sea beasts to eat. If Dad knew, he would definitely not blame me. He would even praise me for being a good child. As Lu Ying murmured quietly, her eyes became brighter. Bah! The fireflies chirped and flapped their wings to fly straight to the sea. This guy Lu Ying. Zhu Yue, looking down at the firefly flying in the opposite direction, sighed to himself. How could it be that it had been with fireflies for so long and didn't know their nature? Never mind. Shaking his head slightly, Zhu Yue ignored Lu Ying. It understands that although fireflies like to play and have different temperaments, they are still very polite. Diamond, please help us prepare the boat. We will go back to find our master first. When Jiang Yuan, Zhu Yu, and Lu Ying left Paiyu, other countries also learned everything that happened in Paiyu from the mouths of many powerful humans. What? You mean to say that all the mutant beasts in the Paiyu kingdom have been successfully expelled, but the king of the deep sea united them together. Finally, under the pressure, a person with fire attribute talent appeared, his whole body stained with fire. And in the end, when York of the Free Federation showed up, he encountered a monster with 8 eyes. That monster easily defeated powerful figures from various countries with inhumane means. One piece of news after another about the Paiyu kingdom spread quickly to the ears of top leaders around the world. It is no exaggeration to say that after learning about this, senior officials from various countries were stunned. They came here this time to curry favor with Su Ming. Now look what happened. I failed to curry favor with him. Instead, it caused the fall of strong men in his own country and caused serious injuries to those who were seriously injured. You know, in today's era, the powerful people possessed by each country can be called magnificent treasures. How could this not make them feel sad? After hearing the news from various countries, the people in the Dashia conference room remained relatively calm, because they did not send strong men to Paiyu this time. No, it should be said that they were dispatched. But the one sent was the strange beast contracted by Su Ming. By the way, how's the situation with Miss Su? Someone seemed to have thought of something and felt a sense of alarm. The Paiyu kingdom just passed on a message to us in Dashia, saying that not long after the 8-eyed creature left, Miss Su's giant bird and werewolf came out to stabilize the situation. The invasion of those mutant beasts has been contained. They should have left by now. Call. Upon hearing the news, everyone in the conference room breathed a sigh of relief. Now Su Ming can be said to be a part of Dashia. She's fine. That's a blessing in disguise. It also helped the Paiyu kingdom to control the situation. This is also very well done. Report. But at this moment, someone in the conference room stood up and said, I've been keeping a close eye on the monitor. I found a huge red dot before. It is very similar to what was found in the tomb. I seriously suspect that the eight-eyed creature that appeared in the Paiyu kingdom is the spider. Hiss. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone in the conference room gasped. Spider. During this period, countries have been searching, but no trace of the spider has been found. Unexpectedly, it appeared again in the territory of Paiyu. Then can you see the direction it left? Old Qin asked solemnly. The man's face was filled with bitterness. It only appeared for a moment. Then it simply disappeared right where it stood. Hearing this, everyone in the conference room fell silent again. Disappear on the spot. This is not a good thing for all of humanity. From this point, it is not difficult to see that it either has the ability to teleport or have the ability to hide their tracks. But no matter what kind of ability it is, it can have a huge impact on their search. This time it appeared in Paiyu Kingdom, but who can guarantee where it will appear next time? If it appears in the territory of Daxia, it will definitely cause a situation of devastating suffering to the people. Search. Keep looking. Old Qin took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, even if I have to dig 3 feet underground, I will find it for me. Once we find it, we must deliver the most severe blow. And that person with the fire attribute talent should be the one who left our Daxia before. We must also look for his traces. Yes. Everyone in the conference room nodded repeatedly upon hearing this. To be honest, if it weren't for what Mr. Qin mentioned at the end, they were almost forgetting about it. There's no way. Although those with fire elemental talents are also very strong, they can't be compared with that powerful spider. His harm is greatly reduced. There were many countries that had similar reactions to Daxia, especially those where powerful people had fallen, and they even wanted to eat the spider. Only the Sakura Kingdom was delighted when they learned about what happened in the Paiyu Kingdom. Sure enough, my guess was right. Chief Miyamoto looked at the people in the conference room and said proudly, that person with fire attribute talent, if I'm not mistaken. It must be the spider's contractor. And he went to Paiyu Kingdom, needless to say. They must have mistakenly thought Su Ming was there, just like other countries. He's going to settle accounts with Su Ming. Ha ha ha. By the end of his speech, Patriarch Miyamoto could no longer contain his excitement and burst into laughter. In the conference room, the rest of the people were also smiling and full of joy. Judging from the current situation, it is indeed consistent with what Patriarch Miyamoto said before. This means that in the near future, their Sakura country will be able to gain an extremely powerful and strong person. Ha ha ha. A person with fire attribute talent. I didn't expect that Spider's contractor is so powerful. In this new era, our Sakura country is truly about to rise. Later, Humph. Whether it's Daxia or the Free Federation, they all have to act according to the wishes of our Sakura country. Finally, Fujiwara Hiro, a member of the royal family, took a deep breath, suppressed his excitement, and said, we received a report from the Shinobi clan earlier that they have arrived near the Great Summer Peak. And according to rumors, all the strange beasts around Su Ming are now sent to guard the Spirit Stone Mine. This is truly God's help to our Sakura country. As long as Su Ming is dealt with, then since the spider contractor is already leaning towards our Sakura country, we just need to prepare well and give him the highest status and respect. Then in the new era, the whole world will surrender to our Sakura country. Chapter 199, Encounter by Chance. Daxiao Peak. At this time, a woman in a pink long dress was hiding in a place, quietly revealing half of her head and looking straight ahead. There was a huge spider with its back to her. This is Jiang Yuan's spider clone. At this time, the original body and the human body were rushing on the road, while Jiang Yuan, who had nothing to do, transferred his consciousness into the spider clone. Little spider, I'm hiding. Come find me now. Su Ming covered her mouth and smiled, then gave a reminder. 3, 2, 1. Little spider, guess where I am? Hiss. As soon as Su Ming finished speaking, Jiang Yuan dragged her in front of Su Ming. Hey, how come you always find me so quickly? As soon as she saw Jiang Yuan, Su Ming lowered her head dejectedly. Never mind, never mind. Su Ming puffed out her cheeks and pouted. I don't want to play anymore. I don't want to play anymore. You always find me right away. Not fun. Ahem. Jiang Yuan looked at Su Ming, not knowing what to say. Whether in his previous life or now, he has not come into contact with many girls. In human terms, he is a straight man of steel. Little spider, shall we go see the giant turtle? Fortunately, Su Ming's anger came and went quickly. She held her chin with both hands, looked at Jiang Yuan, and said, it must be very bored now. Jiang Yuan nodded slightly when he heard this. Now that Su Ming has rested for so long, it's time for him to recover from the serious injuries. By going to the Spirit Stone Mine, Su Ming can visit Luo Xian and absorb the spiritual energy inside. This is a good thing that kills two birds with one stone. Jiang Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly, as if he had sensed something, and he said, "But Godfather, if you go to the Spirit Stone mine, I can't go with you." "Fine." Su Ming smiled and said, "I'll just ask Sister Lu to go with me." "Can." "Goodbye, little spider." Su Ming stood up, waved to Jiang Yuan, and ran down the mountain. Hiss. Looking at Su Ming's departing back, a cold look flashed across Jiang Yuan's eyes. Why do people always want to explore the secrets of Dashia Mountain? The moment the voice fell, a cold, murderous intent appeared in Jiang Yuan's eyes. Just now, he sensed several unfamiliar auras climbing up the Dashia Mountain. He didn't know what it was. But, no matter what it is, it dares to come to Dashia Mountain without his permission. That's the only way out. Hiss. Thinking of this, Jiang Yuan let out a roar and disappeared from the spot in an instant. At the same time, at the foot of Mount Dashia, Baka, this fog is so hazy that I can't really see what's ahead. And I don't know if you feel it. I feel very uncomfortable when I come into contact with this mist. Okay, kill Su Ming as soon as possible so we can go back. This time, the heavens are helping us, the Sakura Nation. Now, only those inferior beasts remain on the peaks of Dashia Mountain. There were 3 people talking. All of them were wearing tights and tight pants, covering their entire bodies tightly. It looks very similar to the rumored ninja. As they cautiously explored the top of the mountain, they did not notice that there were 8 evil eyes in the sky overlooking the ground below. Ninja? Sakura country? You even want to kill my adoptive father? Oh. With a cold laugh, the murderous intent in Jiang Yuan's eyes was about to become reality. He had never hated a country so much. In the previous life, the Sakura country was so shameless, dirty, and disgusting. I didn't expect that it hasn't changed yet. But after seeing their levels, Jiang Yuan's eyes became more serious. Among these 3 people, 2 are at B level, and 1 has reached B+ level. B+ rank, he's not even on the list. It seems that the Sakura country has hidden its strength. Jiang Yuan said, frowning. It's not because of his strength. Jiang Yuan is absolutely confident that he can defeat his opponents of the same level. What made him frown was the talents of the 3 people. The path of ninja. As a ninja, everyone has a path of mastery. Glancing at them one by one, Jiang Yuan discovered that these 3 people were proficient in hidden weapons, defense, and earth escape techniques. The most powerful one is good at earth escape technique. Earth escape? The ability to escape. Then I think it would be difficult to kill with one blow. Jiang Yuan frowned. He wondered if they were carrying any video or anything that could upload data in real time. Don't be afraid of 10,000. Just be prepared for one. What if they have it, and I don't kill them with one strike? Won't I be exposed? Wouldn't it be attacked by all the countries on the blue planet by then? Jiang Yuan didn't want to be exposed because his strength hadn't reached S level. Just like now, the Sakura country is definitely hiding its strength in secret. What about the rest of the world? Can you guarantee there are none? My godfather will be coming down soon, so we must make a decision soon. Jiang Yuan murmured, thinking frantically in his heart how to deal with the 3 people in order to minimize the risk. Alas, we killed Su Ming. Will that spider really help us, Sakura country? Isn't that nonsense? Didn't you hear what Lord Miyamoto said? On this trip to Paiyu, Spider and his contractor were deceived by online rumors. If he didn't want to kill Su Ming, why would he run so far? Just as Jiang Yuan was thinking, the voice below made his wrinkled face look even more strange. What's the meaning? What did he want to kill Su Ming, and even ran to the Paiyu kingdom for this? What's the point of killing Su Ming, and he will help Sakura country? Where did this news come from? Although he didn't understand it, Jiang Yuan still analyzed the information he could get from it. Do they mean by that I am considered to be someone with a contract? And he's a contractor who's hostile to my adoptive father? If that's the case, I don't have to worry about being exposed. Hiss. As he murmured, Jiang Yuan's figure gradually disappeared into the rain and fog. Hiss. Who? Who? A roar instantly changed the expressions of the 3 people, and their bodies tensed up. At the Dashia Mountain, although the powerful beasts have left, there are only some inferior beasts inside. But if it can be done quietly, who doesn't want to solve it quietly? Neighing? No, I don't think the strange beasts on the peaks of Dashia can neigh. Suddenly one person's voice stunned the other 2. Indeed, whether it is the giant bird on the Dashia Mountain, the werewolf, the turtle, or the rhinoceros, their voices are not hissing. Hiss. Although they were confused, they could not suppress the increasingly clear roaring sound. Along with the sound, they could feel a dangerous aura approaching them step by step. What on earth is this thing? The ninja who had awakened the hidden weapon looked in the direction of the dangerous aura, his hands tightly grasping his waist, as if he would take action immediately if there was anything unusual. Hiss. But the next second, he seemed to see something and screamed in surprise. 88 eyes. Could it be that the spider didn't find Miss Su in Paiyu Kingdom and came to Daxia Peak again? The other two were full of doubts and turned their heads subconsciously. Immediately afterwards, the two of them were stunned. They saw 8 extremely strange eyes appear in the rain and fog not far away. Chapter 200. Perform the whole show. Ice blue legs and crimson legs. The back is snow white and covered with sharp barbs. And it also has 8 unique evil eyes. That spider is the one we're looking for. When Jiang Yuan's figure completely emerged from the rain and fog, the 3 ninjas began to tremble with excitement. This spider. Isn't this the existence that they in the Sakura country have been longing for? Unexpectedly, everything was guessed by the head of the Miyamoto clan. Come and kill Su Ming, you can really encounter it. We are from Sakura country. Your contractor has a good relationship with us. Do you remember that mysterious tomb? If you hadn't helped us deal with the mutant whales, our Sakura nation would have suffered heavy losses in the tomb. We in Sakura country really want to thank you for this. The 3 of them spoke one after another, fully demonstrating their familiarity with Jiang Yuan. Jiang Yuan secretly laughed at this, but on the surface he let out a loud roar. Hiss. Seeing this scene, the faces of the 3 people were replaced by deep joy. They even fantasized about how they would be praised by the Sakura country if they could bring the spider back. Just when they were drooling over their fantasies. Hiss. A hissing sound was heard, and the spider's mouth swelled up, and the moment it opened, sharp spider silk shot out. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The moment the sound of breaking air was heard, thick blood appeared on the bodies of the 3 people to varying degrees. What's going on? Isn't this spider particularly close to our Sakura nation? Why would they attack us? Feeling the pain in their bodies, the 3 of them looked gloomy, their eyes filled with disbelief. Why is there such a big gap between reality and fantasy? That shouldn't happen at all. Hiss. Before they could come to their senses, another earth-shattering roar was heard. Hiss. The spider suddenly raised its ice blue legs and then slashed down with a quick blow. Swish. A flash of light with a frosty aura burst out and instantly struck the B+ rank ninja. The ninja reacted suddenly and immediately wanted to use Earth Escape to leave. But his speed was still slower. As the frost light approached him, the air around him instantly became colder. His body and blood seemed to have solidified, and his movements became extremely slow. It was visible to the naked eye that a touch of frost was rapidly covering his body. "Ah, spider, I am from Sakura country." Before he could finish his words, he had already solidified into a human-shaped ice sculpture. Tremble. Violent trembling. The remaining 2 people were trembling all over, their faces filled with fear. "We are from Sakura country. Don't you want to deal with Su Ming? We help you solve it together." Listening to the 2 people's voices, Jiang Yuan smiled playfully. Now, the one who can run the fastest is frozen. He was not afraid that the group would escape. It would have been fine if these 2 guys didn't hit me, but why didn't they even try to run away? Little did they know that it was not that they didn't want to, but Jiang Yuan's brilliant past record made them extremely frightened. Under such circumstances, how could they dare to do anything else? Looking at the 2 people who were still trembling, Jiang Yuan felt a little bored, but he didn't mind leaving a thought for the Sakura country. Just like now. Hiss. Jiang Yuan let out a neigh and whispered, "You said it's from the Sakura country? It's from the Sakura country? All creatures that appear in the Great Xia Mountain. It is better to kill someone by mistake than to let him go." Hiss. Along with the resounding roar, a touch of frost spread from the soles of Jiang Yuan's feet. Swish, swish, swish. Wherever it passed, the ground and even the surrounding trees were covered with a terrifying frost. In a blink of an eye, the source of the river had turned into a world covered with frost. The 2 ninjas turned into ice sculptures and stood not far away. The ice sculptures are lifelike, and you can see a strong sense of fear in their expressions. Jiang Yuan looked at the 3 people frozen in ice quietly, his eyes flickering slightly. I don't know if Sakura country can know the situation here. Forget it, whether they know it or not. Anyway, it's always right to perform the whole trick. So it's reasonable for the beast to scream in agony after being slaughtered by spiders, right? Jiang Yuan murmured to himself. When he was about to call out, Su Ming's soft moan suddenly sounded in his ears. "Huh, little spider, aren't you on the top of the mountain? Why are you here?" Following the sound, I saw Su Ming and Sister Lu walking down the mountain one after the other. "Come here to play." Jiang Yuan smiled and did not tell anyone about the Sakura country. Whenever Su Ming lied, her face turned as red as a bubble teapot. Since that's the case, you might as well solve it yourself. "Wow, the ice sculptures you made are so pretty, little spider." Su Ming nodded her little head, and then her eyes fell on the ice sculptures formed by the three ninjas from afar. Her eyes lit up instantly, and she said, "Wow, and the carving looks so real. It feels cool to the touch, so comfortable." "Miss." Sister Lu looked at the lifelike ice sculpture and seemed to have discovered something. She quickly said, "Let's go find Luo Xian first. Luo Xian is there. He must be bored to death." "That's right." Hearing this, Su Ming nodded and said to Jiang Yuan, "Little spider, I'm going to find the big turtle first. When I come back, you have to make one for me too. I want to play more." "Okay." Hiss. After making sure that Su Ming was safe this time, Jiang Yuan let out a roar. Roar, roar, roar. After a while, several strange beasts appeared at the scene. These are Jiang Yi, Jiang Air, Jiang San, and even Jiang Si. Jiang Yuan looked at them one by one, and then said, "Wait a minute and yell at me. The louder the better?" "Oh." Although the animals were confused when they heard this, they all agreed immediately. "Follow closely." Roar, roar, roar. Waves of beast roars that resounded through the sky continued to echo from the peaks of Daxiao Mountain. Listening to the beast's roar, Jiang Yuan smiled slightly. If Sakura has the equipment, they'll be even more convinced that I'm on their side, right? If there is no equipment. Jiang Yuan smiled. This didn't mean any loss to him. For myself, just treat it as a performance. At the foot of the mountain. "Little spider, are you saying goodbye to me?" Su Ming listened to the roars and a smile appeared on her lips. Little spider is so nice. With a smile on her face, Su Ming skipped and danced, swinging her pigtails as she left the Daxiao Mountain with Sister Lu. The loud and fierce roar caused many residents living in Guanghan province to talk about it. "What's going on today? Why is there such a loud beast roar coming from where Miss Su lives?" "Who knows? But I feel like this is a bit unusual." "Yes, I've been here since Miss Su lived in the mountain. But I haven't heard any terrible roars. In fact, it wasn't just the nearby residents who were alarmed. Even the security department of Guanghan province was alarmed by the earth-shaking roars.